In the year 233 of the stellar era, humanity has been interconnected with the cosmos for 233 years, having already developed the galactic system. This advancement is intrinsically linked to the cataclysmic yet fortuitous extraterrestrial event that transpired a century ago. In the year 2060, Blue Star detected the impending approach of an unknown colossal planet in space, projected to collide with Blue Star within a year based on its trajectory. This asteroid boasts a radius of 18 to 20 kilometers, dwarfing the asteroid that obliterated the Jurassic period dinosaurs and apex predator approximately 65 million years ago, which measured merely 7 to 10 kilometers in diameter. The impending asteroid's radius surpasses the diameter of that historical harbinger of doom. A global consensus was reached to establish the Shanlin Alliance, a coalition of the world's foremost scientists tasked with trajectory calculations and devising potential solutions. The asteroid was subsequently designated as Planet. After 11 months of rigorous calculations by the elite minds within the Shanlin Alliance, the disheartening conclusion emerged. There was no viable solution, primarily due to the sheer magnitude of Planet. Even the deployment of global military weaponry could not shatter it, and should it be fragmented, the remnants would inevitably be drawn back to Blue Star by its gravitational pull, resulting in catastrophic devastation. The most favorable outcome would mirror the calamity of the Jurassic extinction event, with the asteroid crashing onto the Earth's surface, triggering a colossal explosion that would propel vast clouds of dust into the atmosphere, obscuring sunlight and halting photosynthesis in flora. A drastic plunge in temperature would usher in another ice age, causing a significant reduction in atmospheric oxygen levels. Blue Star would slip into a dormant state, leading to the extinction of humanity, akin to the demise of the once dominant dinosaurs 65 million years prior. Despite this grim reality, the upper echelons of the Shanlin Alliance resolved not to succumb to despair. Throughout the year, extensive underground shelters were excavated worldwide. However, with a human population exceeding 30 billion by 2060, the shelters could accommodate only a fraction, approximately 10 billion souls at best. Ultimately, the Alliance's leadership made the heart-wrenching decision to sacrifice two-thirds of humanity, selecting only the most exceptional talents and individuals under the age of 30 to preserve the last embers of human existence. In a final desperate act, the Shanlin Alliance opted to deploy military weaponry for a violent interception. Interstellar missiles were launched from military bases around the globe, shrouding the sky in ominous clouds. As the missiles ascended, they pierced through the darkness, allowing rays of sunlight to illuminate the Earth, akin to divine swords soaring toward the looming annihilation posed by Planet. Utilizing the entirety of the global military arsenal, every available missile was unleashed in an attempt to intercept the asteroid beyond Blue Star's atmosphere. At the moment of impact, a blinding explosion eclipsed the sun's brilliance as the missiles struck in succession, ultimately breaching the outer shell of Planet. But alas, only that layer was shattered. The shattered shell fragmented and scattered, some disintegrating into nothingness as they traversed the atmosphere, while others emerged from the atmospheric passage as mere minuscule remnants. Within the ruptured planet lay an enormous tree, which astonishingly remained unaffected amidst the atmospheric tumult, ultimately plummeting to Earth. This cataclysmic descent fractured the planet, splitting it into several vast continents. In that moment, the colossal tree within the planet began to take root. Its roots, coiling like serpents, ensnared the fractured continents, creating a magnetic field that drew the fragmented blue planet together. Surrounding waters embraced the land masses, and in time, humanity would come to refer to this as the World Tree. The continents were thus divided, giving rise to the Mountain Lin continent, with the Mountain Lin Alliance partitioning the 6 fractured land masses into 6 domains. The Mountain Lin domain, where the World Tree resided, and the Mountain Lin Alliance established its seat beneath the World Tree, along with the Demon Concubine domain, Kanglin domain, Qinglin domain, Desolate Sands domain, and Mountain Sea domain. The surviving remnants of humanity, under the guidance of the Mountain Lin Alliance, swiftly undertook a process of integration. Much of human civilization lay in ruins, with survivors dwindling to a mere fraction, their population barely reaching 30 billion. the inaugural leader of the Mountain Lin Alliance, in a serendipitous encounter, discovered the ability to communicate with the World Tree, unveiling its extraordinary powers. The World Tree revealed its benign nature, asserting that the calamity was not its intent, and disclosed that humanity was not the sole advanced species in the cosmos, rather, in the vast expanse of the universe. Humanity's civilization ranked as one of the lower tiers. The World Tree required its roots to be firmly planted in the Mountain Lin continent, promising to bestow benefits upon it. An accord was struck. The World Tree would provide a century of protection and development for the Mountain Lin continent, along with technological advancements and the awakening of latent human talents. This mutualistic relationship heralded the dawn of the stellar era, propelling humanity into rapid development. In the year 233 of the stellar era, within the ancient ruins of the demon concubine domain, desolation surrounded the landscape, littered with remnants of destruction and debris from space, drawn by gravity to the Mountain Lin continent. Such places were scattered throughout the continent, with certain areas exhibiting unusual gravitational forces that sporadically attracted celestial refuse and various remnants. Some debris disintegrated upon descent, while others successfully landed amidst the ruins. However, due to the inherent dangers, the local inhabitants had long since vacated. Over time, these areas became the domain of scavengers, also known as treasure seekers, comprising the lower echelons of society, and transformed into unmonitored zones. Behind a precarious wall, barely standing at 1.50 meters, a strand of white hair suddenly emerged, swaying in the wind like a reconnaissance radar, probing the vicinity for threats. Moments later, seemingly assured of the absence of danger, a 15-year-old boy gracefully vaulted over the wall, landing with poise. With a dual-shoulder backpack slung over his back, he crouched against the wall, listening intently. After a brief moment of silence confirmed the area was devoid of life, he rose to his feet. The boy possessed an unusual shock of white hair, with striking eyebrows above eyes concealed by a black cloth strip. His hair, slightly obscuring his features, framed a prominent nose and lips sharp as a blade, exuding a subtle yet undeniable fierceness. The skin bore a pallid hue reminiscent of someone long deprived of sunlight, strikingly handsome to an exaggerated degree. Anyone who laid eyes upon him would surely exclaim that he resembled a jade figure, a gentleman unparalleled in the world. He donned a black turtleneck sweatshirt, its generous hood cascading around the nape, completely concealing his neck. Below, he wore black tactical pants, adorned with a silver chain the thickness of a ring finger, from which two elongated strips gleamed at his lower back, concealing a short sword within. His feet were shod and sleek. High-tech black combat boots, although pristine, the overall attire appeared somewhat worn. An M.O. Shi, standing approximately 1.7 meters tall, was not particularly robust, his physique slender with delicate arms and legs. Yet, upon closer inspection, one could discern taut muscles straining against the fabric in certain areas. Emerging from behind a wall, though his eyes were obscured, he could still perceive his surroundings with clarity. He was not blind, but possessed eyes that were as unusual as his white hair. His dual-colored irises, an enchanting blue akin to the depths of the ocean, mesmerized anyone who gazed too long, as if they had fallen into a trance. The concealment of his eyes was primarily to avoid drawing excessive attention. An M.O. She deftly navigated the obstacles around him, leaping onto a pile of rubble, remaining vigilant as he surveyed the vicinity. He had just returned from a reconnaissance mission, preparing to head back to his humble abode, his recent outing yielding an impressive haul of valuable items. Upon returning, he would meticulously examine his findings, retaining what he needed and selling off the rest. Indeed, an M.O., she was a member of the so-called treasure hunters, having grown up unaware of his parents' identities. A kind-hearted old man had discovered him amidst the ancient ruins, never revealing his name, and an M.O., she had affectionately referred to him as Grandpa. The name and M.O. she was not bestowed by the old man, but rather inscribed on a small jade pendant hanging from his neck when he was found. The pendant bore the characters an M.O. she. The old man made a living scavenging valuable artifact from the ruins to support an M.O. she. Yet he passed away when an M.O. she was merely 9 years old. From that point onward, An MO, she existed alone within the ancient ruins, attending the primary academy in the nearby Huangheng district. When he was of school age, the old man had enrolled him, and an MO, she performed exceptionally well, never disappointing his guardian. The school was run by the Alliance and did not require tuition fees. On this day, free from classes, an MO, she rose early and ventured into the ruins to begin his search. With a bountiful collection now in hand, he prepared to return home. An MO, she moved with a lightness in his step, each footfall precisely landing on the haphazardly stacked debris. His pace swift yet steady, often appearing 100 meters away in the blink of an eye. Clang, clang. The sound of clashing weapons echoed from a nearby slope of the ruins. An MO, she swiftly concealed himself, cautiously approaching the source of the noise. Peering over the edge of the slope, he carefully glanced down to see two ragged figures with disheveled hair, gaunt faces, and tattered clothing. One individual clutched a knife, its blade slightly rusted and marred with visible nicks, suggesting it had seen many years. Another figure, clad in a sleeveless leather vest, bore a mechanical arm that appeared quite worn, with several areas of its casing shattered, exposing the intricate circuitry within. Occasionally, sparks would erupt from the arm, creating an aura of imminent danger, as if it might explode at any moment. The man with the mechanical arm grasped a hefty iron rod measuring approximately 1.7 meters in length, with a grip of 15 centimeters. When placed on the ground, it pressed down into the earth, indicating its considerable weight. The two seemed to have been engaged in combat for some time, having separated momentarily to regain their strength while meticulously scrutinizing each other's vulnerabilities. Should an opportunity present itself, both would seize it without hesitation, delivering lethal strikes. At that moment, the knife-wielding man spoke. "Chen Jun, it would be wise for you to hand over the item, otherwise, I fear today may be the day you find your final resting place here." Chen Jun, the man with the mechanical arm, was incensed and retorted, "Wu Lar, you bastard! This item was clearly discovered by me. What gives you the right to demand it? Come, and take it if you can. Let's see if my iron rod can shatter your teeth." If this weren't the territory of the white madman, I wouldn't grant you any mercy. Since you seek death, I shall oblige. With that, he twirled the knife in the air and lunged towards Chen Jun with fervor. Upon hearing the name of the white madman, Chen Jun shivered momentarily, but quickly regained his composure. With the iron rod swirling ferociously in his grip, he swung it toward the advancing Wu La-er. Though Wu La-er appeared reckless, he remained acutely aware of Chen Jun's movements. As the iron rod swept toward him with tremendous force, he let out a scoff, feigning a direct confrontation. Yet, he swiftly shifted to the right, narrowly avoiding the rod. Executing a roll, he positioned himself behind Chen Jun and aimed to strike at his back with the knife. Chen Jun was not slow to react. He raised the iron rod slightly, pivoting his wrists. With one hand gripping the head and the other the tail, he transitioned from offense to defense, turning his body to block Wu Lauder's impending strike. However, Wu Lauder's well-prepared blow was not easily thwarted by Chen Jun's hurried adjustment. The powerful downward slash struck the iron rod with tremendous force, overwhelming it. Yet, it did manage to absorb some of the impact, causing the blade to collide with Chen Jun's chest. Chen Jun was propelled back several meters, his chest heaving violently. Sparks erupted from the mechanical arm, and the skin on his left hand split open, blood flowing down the length of the iron rod and pooling on the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Wu Lar lunged forward, determined not to let such a chance slip away. With a powerful push off the ground, he executed a forward slash, channeling his energy as he struck. The angle was acute, and with an unyielding momentum, the blade descended toward Chen Jun's chest from the left. The interception proved futile as Chen Junhu's eyes widened in determination, gritting his teeth while channeling his spiritual energy into his mechanical arm. The arm whirred to life, emitting a hissing spray of steam as he wielded it like a spear, aiming for Wu Lauer's heart. It seemed he was willing to wager his life against another, intent on ensuring that if he were to perish, his adversary would not escape unscathed. With a sickening sound, the blade sliced through flesh, followed by the echo of a fatal thrust. A gruesome wound marred Chen Jun's chest, exposing bone and cleaving his heart in two. Sparks erupted from the malfunctioning mechanical arm, which belched forth dark smoke, rendered utterly useless. With a bitter resolve, Chun Jun's eyes dimmed, his body collapsing like a marble pillar, stirring up a cloud of dust. Wu Lauer fared little better. Chun Jun's final desperate strike had pierced him, though it narrowly missed his heart, leaving a gaping hole in his chest. The iron rod remained lodged perilously close to his vital organ. A cold sweat enveloped Wu Lauer, who refrained from removing the rod, knowing that doing so would result in a fatal loss of blood. He needed to staunch the bleeding promptly, lest he succumb to his injuries. He staggered back toward his dwelling to seek assistance. As he approached Chun Jun, he cursed under his breath, "Damn it! That bastard had to take a piece of me before dying. If I hadn't dodged in time, I might well be lying here dead too." He then picked up a tattered backpack from behind Chun Jun, preparing to search his body for valuables before hastily departing the area. This territory belonged to the so-called White Madman, a notorious figure who had emerged 2 years prior. An audacious 13-year-old boy who had wandered in from the outskirts of the ancient ruins. One fateful day, he stumbled upon a treasure of great worth, attracting numerous treasure seekers, over 100 of them eager to claim the unknown prize. However, that day, the legend of the White Madman was born. The young boy dispatched most of the would-be robbers, leaving fewer than 20 to escape, all of whom were struck with terror. Though many of the seekers were merely at the initial stages of their martial prowess, some even just robust individuals, they were nonetheless formidable forces within the ancient ruins. Yet, they proved no match for the 13-year-old. It was said that the ground ran red with blood, forming streams that flowed like rivulets. The next day, the corpses were arranged at the periphery of the area, seemingly marking a territorial boundary, a stark warning that this land now belonged to him. He earned the moniker White Madman due to his striking white hair and piercing blue eyes, which held a mesmerizing blend of innocence, brutality, and apathy. The duality of his gaze, swirling with an otherworldly luminescence, evoked fear reminiscent of an ancient beast on the prowl. Yet, since that fateful battle, no one had glimpsed the White Madman again, perhaps those who were no longer alive to tell the tale, leaving the truth shrouded in mystery. However, Wu Lauer harbored a considerable doubt regarding such matters, as he had never witnessed them firsthand. He maintained a skeptical attitude, yet typically refrained from entering this territory. Today, however, was different. He and Chun Jun had simultaneously stumbled upon a valuable treasure. Selling it would ensure at least a month free from worries about sustenance. Yet, Chun Jun, that rascal, seized the opportunity first, hastily stuffing the item into his bag and fleeing, leading to a chaotic chase that brought them to the domain of the so-called White Madman. Despite his disbelief, Wu Lauer sensed the urgency to hastily search the corpse and make his escape, for he found himself in a precarious situation. Should he truly encounter the infamous White Madman, it might spell disaster for him. Crouching down, Wu Lauer began to rummage through Chun Jun's belongings when suddenly, he felt the world shift violently. His gaze fell upon a headless corpse, eerily familiar, crouching as if searching for something. Behind the corpse stood a youth, his eyes concealed, with disheveled hair dancing lightly in the breeze. He wielded a short sword, approximately 70 centimeters in length, and with a deft flick, blood splattered onto the ground. Not a trace of blood remained on the blade as the youth skillfully sheathed the sword at his lower back. In that moment, a singular thought reverberated in Wu Lauer's mind. White hair. It is the White Madman. Unbeknownst to him, a Moxie had stealthily approached from behind. Taking advantage of Wu Lauer's lowered guard as he searched for spoils, the youth struck with ease, severing his head with a single stroke. With a dull thud, the severed head hit the ground, and Wu Lauer finally comprehended the grim reality that the body he had seen crouched was his own before darkness enveloped him entirely. Chapter 2. The interstellar warship in the ancient ruins, and Mashi picked up the backpack that had fallen to the ground. Having taken the lives of 2 men, he felt no remorse or unease, for he held little faith that either of them was innocent of bloodshed. In the depths of the ancient ruins, no one could be deemed virtuous. The laws of the jungle prevailed, survival of the fittest. The strong evaded the weak, and the weak bore the brunt of their fate without complaint. As Mashi opened the backpack, he discovered a mechanical core, roughly the size of a human head. He immediately recognized its significance. What fortune! It seemed his relentless search had borne fruit without effort. It was the energy core of a warship, and it appeared to be functional. He decided to return later to assess its usability, but first turned his attention to the belongings of the two men. He swiftly rummaged through their possessions. Apart from a knife and an iron rod, all that remained of value was Chun Jun's mechanical arm. After detaching the arm, he examined the wristwatches on their arms, discovering a total of over 1,500 Shanin points. He transferred their currency into his own wristwatch. The wristwatch was a standard issued to every citizen of the Shanin continent, introduced by the Shanin Alliance. Every citizen received a basic model at birth. This device served as a replacement for mobile phones prior to the calamity, proving to be more practical with numerous functions, including communication, while also serving as proof of citizenship and a repository for currency. The currency of the Shanin continent was unified under the designation of Shanin points, possessing a purchasing power akin to the former long coins. Additionally, there existed a form of interstellar spirit stone, a more advanced currency used to assist practitioners in their cultivation, boasting a purchasing power far exceeding that of Shanin points. Many resources essential to practitioners could only be acquired with spirit stones. The most basic spirit stones exchanged at a rate of 110,000 for Shanin points, yet they were scarce and rarely traded in that direction. After packing away the mechanical arm, the large iron rod, and the knife, Enmashi leaped gracefully towards the distance. After approximately 20 minutes, he encountered a colossal sight, an interstellar warship partially concealed in the ground. Its overall dark silver hue and perfect streamlined shape were designed to alleviate the pressure experienced during flight, effortlessly clearing a path ahead. The broad rear housed 3 massive reaction furnaces, providing immense power for the vessel. Small auxiliary thrusters extended from the sides, facilitating directional adjustments. The warship was enshrouded in creeping vines, camouflaging it to resemble a gargantuan boulder covered in foliage. Approaching the vessel, Enmashi recalled how he had discovered it 2 years prior, sparking a fierce battle. Although he had sustained grave injuries, he had ultimately succeeded in safeguarding the warship. He walked toward a section of vines, lifting them to reveal the entrance to the vessel, as the exterior foliage hung like a curtain, perfectly concealing the entrance. As he approached the door, a flash of crimson light swept across, accompanied by a melodious voice that chimed, "Identity verification successful. Welcome back, Master." With a swift motion, the iron barriers before him parted, retracting into the walls, revealing a corridor 3 meters in length, forged from steel, 5 meters wide and 3 meters high. The overhead lights illuminated the passage, culminating in a strikingly futuristic steel mechanical door. "Master, please proceed with disinfection." The voice resonated from an unknown source. "All right, Qingfeng. Prepare the bathwater for me. I shall bathe shortly," and Moxie responded as he stepped inside, the door sealing shut behind him. "Done. The bathwater is ready, Qingfeng." The supercomputer and steward of the warship had materialized following modifications made to the original warship's supercomputer upon Enmoxie's arrival. As Enmoxie advanced, mist billowed from both sides, enveloping him in cleansing vapors. Upon reaching the door, a mechanical arm extended, relieving him of 2 backpacks, a knife, an iron rod, and the mechanical arm belonging to Qin Jun. The door had opened, and Enmoxie stepped through into an elevator. As he entered and steadied himself, the doors closed, and the elevator commenced its ascent. With a soft chime, the doors opened to reveal another lengthy corridor akin to the previous one, albeit adorned with numerous doors, each hinting at individual chambers. Enmoxie's gaze remained fixed ahead, aware that these doors remained locked. Soon, he arrived at one door, which opened automatically to reveal his bedroom. Originally the captain's quarters, this space had been transformed into Enmoxie's sanctuary, characterized by a semi-elliptical design at the pinnacle of the warship. A floor-to-ceiling window of single-pane glass afforded a view of the outside world, while simultaneously concealing the interior from prying eyes. Spanning approximately 150 square meters, the left side showcased a grand bed, adjacent to which stood a mechanical station near the expansive semicircular window, cluttered with various mechanical components. The previously disinfected mechanical arms would be sent here as well. To the right of the entrance, a door stood next to a series of bookshelves, brimming with an assortment of tomes. Beside the shelves was a suite of sofas and a table, upon which lay a book titled Fundamentals of Mechanics. The furnishings were remnants of the warship, and the room had once housed an unusual alien skeleton, presumably belonging to its former occupant, which Enmoxie had respectfully relocated for burial. The short sword he had previously wielded was also discovered within this room, initially noted for its remarkable sharpness, capable of severing hair and slicing through metal with ease. Without pause, and Moxie turned and entered the door on the right, revealing a private bathroom that housed a spacious bathing pool, measuring 2 meters in width and 5 meters in length, adjacent to a window. The pool was already filled with water, prompting Moxie to shed his garments. With a splash, he leaped into the water, submerging completely before resurfacing, brushing droplets from his face, and sweeping his hair back, settling into a tranquil soak. 20 minutes later, Moxie emerged from the pool, droplets cascading down his form, pooling around him as he stepped out. She exhaled, conjuring a mirror, and stood before it, scrutinizing her reflection. Beneath her seemingly unremarkable physique lay latent muscles brimming with explosive potential. A few droplets of water clung to her well-defined abdominal muscles, glistening on her fair skin like exquisite jewels. "Master, I have cleaned your garments, and the fresh clothes are placed by the door. The coffee has been ground for your convenience. Shall I proceed to dry your body?" The voice of Ching Feng resonated at that moment. "Yes, dry me," she replied as she ventured outward. By the time she passed through the doorway, her damp body was already dry, and she donned the clean attire resting on the pedestal by the entrance. Emerging with a refreshed demeanor, she approached the mechanical table where a steaming cup of coffee awaited her, evidently freshly prepared. Seating herself at the mechanical surface, she took a sip from the coffee. The newly acquired mechanical arm and the core from her bag had been disinfected and delivered to her. She opened Qin Jun's backpack, retrieving the mechanical core, and commanded, "Ching Feng, initiate scan." "Understood, Master." Ching Feng responded, and a beam of light scanned the mechanical core, promptly producing a conclusion. Originally, Ching Feng was a superior supercomputer from space, possessing formidable computational speed. However, during its drift through the cosmos and its fall to Earth, it lost substantial data, retaining only fragments. A holographic display materialized before an she. Name: Biological Warship Core. Status: Damaged, current repair, 1. Description: Core of a warship from an advanced civilization of dwarves, possessing unparalleled power. It can self-repair and sustain the warship's consumption by absorbing ambient energy, and can also be repaired and upgraded through energy supply. Currently, in low-consumption mode, it can only support the warship's basic functions. Goodness! Upon discovering the origins of this core, she was taken aback. This artifact hailed from the advanced civilization of dwarves, renowned for their exceptional craftsmanship. While it may not be the absolute pinnacle in the universe, it certainly stands among the best. Moreover, this device could evolve and upgrade by absorbing energy. Although presently in a fractured state, it could autonomously repair itself by harnessing the energy surrounding it, thereby sustaining the warship's basic functions. For the past 2 years, she had been troubled by the dwindling energy within the warship. Each time she ventured out, she had to exert considerable effort to locate mechanical cores. Any residual energy within those cores was transferred to the warship's core. If fortunate, they retained a significant amount of energy, but in dire circumstances, the cores were completely depleted. For over 2 years, she had relied on this method, coupled with operating in ultra-energy-saving mode, to prevent the warship from losing energy and falling into slumber. Now, with the biological core in her possession, such struggles would be alleviated. She could focus solely on repairing the warship and the biological core. With this thought in mind, she grasped the biological core and proceeded toward the core power chamber. After verifying her identity at the entrance, she entered a circular chamber, where a blue energy column stood at the center, encased in a transparent shell to prevent energy leakage. Currently, only 3% of the energy remained. As the month drew to a close, the impending depletion of resources weighed heavily on Mashi's mind. Initially, her search for an energy core yielded no results, causing her considerable distress. However, that worry was soon alleviated. Below her stood a circular iron platform, a meter in height, encircled by radiant columns of light. Mashi approached the illuminated pillars and commanded, "Ching Feng, open the core chamber." "Understood, Master." "I am initiating the opening of the core chamber," came Ching Feng's response. Suddenly, a section of the circular mechanical platform retracted, revealing a core chamber, whose door swung open. Inside lay a relatively intact battleship core, one that Mashi had discovered amidst the ruins just a month prior, still possessing a meager 5% of its energy. This discovery had brought her immense joy. But now, she found herself indifferent to the core's condition, planning to sell it alongside the depleted cores in the Huangheng district. With swift precision, Mashi extracted the original core and replaced it with the biological core. Upon detecting the installation of the advanced biological core, the battleship underwent a transformation into a bio-battleship, capable of absorbing surrounding free energy for repair and evolution. Currently, due to insufficient energy, it activated a low-energy consumption mode, restoring all basic functionalities to normal. Simultaneously, the gravity training room was activated, while other facilities remained inaccessible due to energy constraints. Indeed, previously, due to energy shortages, even as the master of the battleship, Anmashi had found many areas unusable. Even the doors had remained locked, limiting her to a mere linear path. The places she had ventured within the battleship were confined to the captain's quarters on the 3rd level, which now served as her bedroom, and the operations room, which had proved largely ineffectual due to energy limitations. On the 3rd level, she had discovered a plethora of medicinal supplies in the medical room, even stumbling upon a medical pod. The ordinary training room on the same floor housed an array of training equipment, wherein Mashi diligently honed her physical prowess. The 1st-level warehouse, on the other hand, contained little more than some materials. A hole in the wall suggested that most of its contents had been lost through that very opening. Through Qingfeng, and Mashi learned that indeed much of the warehouse's inventory had been lost, though the materials that remained were of considerable value. Yet, she had never contemplated selling these items, for they contained many resources suitable for crafting battle armor and weaponry. Over the years dedicated to restoring the battleship, she had sourced numerous materials from the warehouse. There were many doors that remained unopened due to energy shortages, and Anmashi was determined to explore those unvisited chambers in search of hidden treasures. Soon, she arrived at the elevator, preparing to descend to the lower levels. The Qingfeng battleship comprised 3 tiers, and Anmashi had only traversed the uppermost level, as most essential and functional areas were located on the 3rd level. The 2nd level had only been visited once, during her exploration of the 1st-level warehouse. Ding! The elevator arrived at its destination, and Anmashi resolved to start her exploration from the 1st floor, the largest area of the ship, which she had only visited once to inspect the warehouse. The corridor on the 1st floor mirrored that of the 3rd, devoid of any distinguishing features. She stepped forward, her destination being the warehouse at the corridor's end. She had often frequented this level to procure materials during the repairs of the Qingfeng battleship, and her purpose this time was to ascertain the contents that remained within. Upon reaching the 1st door, it swung open, blinding light pouring forth. And she was momentarily dazzled. As she entered the passageway, it seemed to move of its own accord, propelling her forward. However, what followed left she utterly dumbfounded. The vast expanse before her, spanning several thousand square meters, was entirely vacant. Yes, it was a space that had once served as a docking area for cruise ships, demarcated by runways and a helipad, yet now it housed nothing at all. Where had the Qingfeng gone? What had this place once been? Why was it unscathed yet so desolate? Master, this is the fighter hall. As for the reason the aircraft have vanished, the data loss of Qingfeng renders me unable to provide an explanation. I beg for your understanding, Qingfeng promptly interjected. The AI's knowledge was severely limited due to significant data loss prior to she's modifications, retaining only the most rudimentary information. Fortunately, Qingfeng's database could connect to the Universal Library, allowing for swift inquiries. Well then, what about the room behind this one? She mused, feeling somewhat disheartened. Yet, perhaps she should feel fortunate to possess this battleship. After all, she had already begun her journey aboard an interstellar vessel. What more could she desire? The room behind led to the cruise ship area, but Qingfeng was uncertain if any cruise ships remained within. She held no expectations as she exited the fighter hall and entered the cruise ship area, stepping onto the conveyor belt that led her inside. Once again, the cruise ship hall yielded nothing of value. She considered the fact that she had no knowledge of how long this battleship had drifted through space. When she first encountered it, it had seemed largely intact, which likely explained the multitude of treasure seekers drawn to it. After battling those scavengers, she was left in a state of exhaustion. Approaching the battleship's door, it had opened automatically, facilitated by an AI that had greeted her. This was the final command set by the previous captain for her, and she had only a remnant of energy left. The former captain's directive was to recognize someone as the new captain and to guide them diligently. However, shortly after leaving this command, the captain had passed away, and in a bid to conserve energy, Qingfeng had fallen into slumber. Thus, upon she's entry into the battleship, she assumed the role of captain, and subsequently, she undertook repairs and upgrades on the AI, resulting in the Qingfeng that now served her. There was no need to inspect the final warehouse, as Qingfeng had already compiled an inventory of its contents. leaving an MO she well informed. She boarded the elevator to ascend to the second floor. In her earlier excitement, she had forgotten that despite Qingfeng's significant data loss, the schematics of the battleship remained intact, prompting her to allow Qingfeng to provide an introduction as they explored together. Ding! As the elevator ascended to the second floor, and Moxie stepped out, and Qingfeng began to expound on the surroundings. Master, the second floor encompasses several facilities, including the crew lounge, leisure center, command room, conference room, research lab, food storage warehouse, and training grounds. The training grounds feature various training areas, such as the gravity training arena and fighter simulation chambers, with the special gravity training area currently unlocked. As we traverse the corridor, you will notice that it is flanked by the crew lounges, and Moxie paused before one of the doors, prompting Qingfeng to unlock it. Upon entering, she found the space impeccably clean. Thanks to the ship's sanitation functions, there was not a speck of dust to be seen. This immaculate cleanliness, however, filled Moxie with a sense of despair. The room's furnishings were quite sparse, comprising merely a capsule bed and a nightstand, atop which rested a rather cyberpunk-styled clock. Nearby lay a toppled picture frame, appearing to be of rather ordinary material. As Moxie reached for the frame, it disintegrated into dust the moment she touched it, swiftly whisked away by the cleaning system. It seemed that, after so much time, even items of mediocre quality had succumbed to decay. Curiosity piqued. She decided to inspect the contents of the nightstand. To her surprise, the items within were well preserved, though they offered little of interest. She found only 3 objects: a peculiar small box, a book with inscriptions she could not decipher, and a cylindrical object, roughly the thickness of her thumb and 10 centimeters in length, the purpose of which remained a mystery. With a resigned sigh, Moxie retrieved the items, relieved that this time they did not disintegrate into dust. Otherwise, she might have been moved to tears. Chapter 3. The initial experience in the gravity chamber. Qingfeng, initiate scan. A voice commanded. A beam of light swept across, and soon a luminous screen materialized before Moxie. Name, Starlight. Gift description, an item from the Starlight Emporium, containing a starlight ring. Trust in Starlight, as you trust in your love, for this ring, crafted from planetary core fragments, is a testament to your unwavering affection for her. Name, basics of the cosmic battleship description, the foundation of foundations. Can you add 1 + 1? If so, you shall effortlessly grasp the contents within. Name, dark matter annihilation description, contains a small quantity of dark matter, a bomb of tremendous power. If you lack sufficient strength or confidence in your physical prowess, it is advisable to maintain a safe distance before detonating it. Dark matter annihilation? What is this? Moxie inquired, somewhat perplexed. He understood that dark matter constitutes a significant portion of the universe's mass, yet it does not belong to any known material that forms visible celestial bodies. There are even speculations that the so-called revival of spiritual energy is linked to dark matter. Dark matter is a form of free energy within the universe, akin to an upgraded version of spiritual energy, encompassing a far greater magnitude of power. The energy emanating from dark matter manifests as spiritual force, which, upon attaining sufficient strength, one can directly absorb. Dark matter annihilation functions as a weapon. Once activated and thrown, it can trigger the explosion of nearby dark matter, unleashing a formidable force that obliterates everything in its vicinity. However, its detonation is limited to dark matter within a 1-meter radius, with a destructive range of 15 meters. Oh, I see. This could indeed be a life-saving artifact. However, if mishandled, it might lead one to meet their demise alongside their adversaries. He sighed, acknowledging the modest gains thus far. Upon opening the wardrobe in the room, he discovered only 2 garments, utterly unremarkable. Subsequently, he searched each room in the vicinity. There were 50 crew cabins on this level. After rummaging through them, he found little of value, aside from a strikingly cool pistol, the Generation I-Star element gun, capable of channeling spiritual energy. The more energy infused, the greater its power. Yet, Moxie recognized that his current physical prowess was merely at the preliminary soldier rank, with only slightly enhanced physical attributes. As for spiritual energy, what was that? He reflected on how his physical resilience was a result of discovering a medical pod in the 3rd-floor infirmary, where he relentlessly trained, often pushing himself to the brink of exhaustion. It was only through Qingfeng's intervention that he was placed in the medical pod, which granted him this enhanced physique. Though it may sound exaggerated, Moxie felt it was well-deserved, as it stemmed from years of unwavering dedication. Without such perseverance, he would not have attained this formidable constitution. If he had not fought for survival in the ancient ruins, he would not be here now. However, the equation was clear: spiritual energy plus gun equals weapon. Whereas he, devoid of spiritual energy, held a mere gun, likened to a firewood stick. As the firewood stick itself finds it lacking in length, it seems insignificant. However, tomorrow heralds a unified awakening. I merely need to awaken with commendable talent to embark on my cultivation journey. In this world, only through strength can one thrive. Rest assured, dear elder, I shall grow stronger and live better than anyone else. The remaining areas will be revisited later. It is time to train at the cultivation ground, where I have diligently honed my body for many years without pause. The newly opened gravity training chamber also beckons for a trial. Upon entering, I found it to be a cylindrical space, 3 meters high with a radius of 5 meters, accommodating multiple practitioners. The training ground features 2 such gravity chambers. Qingfeng. Activate double gravity. Master, double gravity has been initiated for you. Suddenly, my body felt as if a mountain pressed upon me, and my calves buckled, causing me to collapse onto the ground. Lying there, I struggled to breathe. Every part of my body was crushed under the weight of gravity, rendering me breathless. I propped myself up with trembling hands, my veins standing out as if battling against a mountain, yet my efforts felt futile, like a cow sinking into the sea. My teeth ground together in frustration as I half-collapsed, using my skeletal structure to form a triangular brace against gravity, striving to acclimatize to the weight. The bones in my arms creaked, capillaries bursting, tiny droplets of blood beading on my skin, mingling with the torrents of sweat cascading down my body, forming a crimson pool on the floor. Though my physical condition was somewhat superior, I remained an ordinary person. Yet, driven by the desire to grow stronger and honor the elder's wishes for a long life, I bore the pain and pressed on, making the best of my limited resources, unlike the pampered young masters in the city. 3 hours passed, and I was drenched in blood. I commanded Qingfeng to shut down the gravity chamber. The moment it ceased, my arms gave way, collapsing onto the floor like a battered bellows, gasping for breath. Tomorrow, I must attend school. Overtraining was not an option. After lying on the ground for about 10 minutes, I finally stood up and headed to the bathroom, where Qingfeng had already prepared the water. I turned on the shower, allowing the warm water to cascade over me, washing the fatigue from my face and mind. Master, your meal is ready. You may eat once you finish washing. Emerging from the bathroom, I settled onto the sofa, where a simple meal awaited me, a serving of vegetables and a large bowl of rice. I picked up the bowl and began to devour my meal, even adding 2 more bowls of rice. Having lived a frugal life, constantly replenishing energy for the battleship, I had refrained from indulging in meat. After finishing, I set down the empty bowl, knowing Qingfeng would take care of the cleanup. Time was slipping away, and the hour was late. As the clock struck 10, and Moxie chose not to succumb to slumber in her bed. Instead, she made her way to the infirmary, where she entered the medical pod and set it to awaken her at 7 o'clock the following morning. Once the pod sealed shut, it infused her body with nourishing fluids to mend the ruptured capillaries that marred her physique. She soon descended into a profound sleep. In contrast to her former self, who would have hesitated to indulge in such prolonged healing, soaking for merely 10 minutes to recuperate before emerging. She now understood the considerable energy expenditure required for the transformation of nutrients, which was substantial. At precisely 7 the next morning, and Moxie arose punctually. She sipped a glass of milk and grabbed a golden brown toasted bun, munching on it as she made her way to the entrance of the warship. There, she retrieved her self-crafted magnetic levitation skateboard. With a flourish, she set off in the opposite direction towards the Huangheng District Primary Academy. This board, salvaged from the ruins and subsequently repaired and modified, boasted impressive speed, allowing her to reach the academy in a mere 20 minutes. By 7:49, and Moxie arrived at the academy, with the awakening ceremony set to commence at 8. This marked a pivotal moment for the children of the new era, their first awakening. Each student would undergo this process midway through their 3rd year, preparing for the Gaokao, the National Higher Education Entrance Examination, in a year and a half, with aspirations of entering their desired higher education institutions. The awakening itself was a diverse experience. Some would uncover extraordinary innate abilities, such as elemental affinities for elemental law, mechanical controls suited for aspiring mechanics, or physical prowess ideal for martial artists. Additionally, there were unique talents, such as the ability to communicate with and form contracts with mythical beasts, or gifts that enabled healing others. Conversely, one might awaken a less desirable talent, akin to a double-edged sword, such as the ability to amplify one's voice, making one more vociferous, yet ultimately trivial. A myriad of talents could manifest during this awakening. At the school gates, students were accompanied by their parents, all fervently hoping for their children to awaken commendable abilities. A favorable talent could lead one towards becoming a martial artist or pursuing another esteemed vocation, thus earning the support of the Shanlin Alliance and the opportunity to acquire resources and wealth through the hunting of mythical beasts. For children from impoverished families, this represented a chance for a transformative ascent, while for the scions of affluent families, it was an opportunity to elevate their status and prowess. Should one awaken a mundane talent or find themselves incapable of cultivation, they would remain a common individual, reliant on earning a living to support their family. Upon entering the classroom, and Moxie, having been rather solitary, had not forged friendships within the academy, often traversing her path alone. Taking her seat, she closed her eyes in meditation, her thoughts consumed by the awakening ceremony that awaited her. Chapter 4. The Devouring of Talent Before Long. A frail old man entered the classroom. This was their homeroom teacher, Hu Tongshan. However, he would only be their teacher for today, for once they awakened their abilities, those destined to become warriors would enter the Xiao Yuan class, leading to a reassignment of homeroom teachers, while those unable to become warriors would return to the ordinary classes to pursue their studies and eventually enter the regular academy. Hu Tongshan stood at the podium, addressing the students. Today marks a pivotal moment in your lives, a turning point into a new existence. I trust you are all filled with excitement, dreaming of awakening a powerful talent, gaining admission to an esteemed academy, and embarking on a remarkable journey that will leave a lasting impact on the world. He rambled on, igniting the youthful fervor within the classroom. Yet, these were merely the empty words of Hu Tongshan. Each year, countless students awaken their potential. However, only a select few would truly awaken talents that could elevate them to the status of warriors, while the majority would awaken mediocre abilities, fading into obscurity among the masses. Of course, if one hailed from a wealthy family willing to invest heavily in their development, transforming them into a mechanist or firearms specialist was possible. Yet, this path had its limitations, confined to the ranks of soldiers, with a slim chance of reaching the higher echelons, and the resources required were staggering. Few families would undertake such a burdensome endeavor. It simply was not worth the effort. After concluding his speech, Hu Tongshan instructed the students to form a line. As the awakening venue was located on the playground, upon their arrival, they found that 3 other classes had already gathered, and Moxie's class was the first, while classes 2 through 4 stood ready ahead of them. The first class quickly took their designated positions, waiting for the principal and other school officials to arrive. The atmosphere buzzed with excitement, and Moxie stood at the back of the line, listening to her classmates animatedly discussing their hopes of awakening extraordinary talents. The most audible conversations came from 2 students in front of her, who were speculating. Just wait and see. I will awaken an elemental talent and become a mage, effortlessly casting forbidden spells to annihilate hordes of beasts, ultimately journeying into the cosmos to become a renowned deity of magic. I am certain I will awaken a powerful special talent and become a beastmaster, commanding countless creatures. Just imagining it is exhilarating. The 2 classmates lost themselves in fantasies of becoming formidable warriors, basking in boundless wealth and immense power, accompanied by beauty and luxury. And Moxie, too, found herself lost in contemplation, pondering what talent she might awaken. As long as she did not awaken a mediocre ability, she believed that with her own efforts, she could become a formidable force. Secretly, she clenched her fists in determination. At that moment, several members of the school faculty took their seats on the elevated platform at the front of the playground, with a bald, slightly rotund elder occupying the central position. Greetings, fellow students. Today marks the day of your transformation into extraordinary beings. Some among you shall awaken formidable talents and ascend as warriors, while others may blend into the vast sea of humanity. Nonetheless, we all contribute to the realm, whether as warriors or otherwise. The dean, seated before us, requires no amplification devices. His voice resonates clearly in every ear, striking a chord of authenticity. Without further ado, I wish for each of you to awaken your powerful gifts and emerge as warriors. Let the awakening ceremony commence. Before each team, a podium rises, adorned with a cylindrical structure upon which rests a luminous sphere, intermittently radiating brilliance. This is the talent stone, infused with the essence of the world tree. A century ago, individuals had to gather beneath the world tree to awaken their talents. But thanks to the ingenuity of researchers, this convenient artifact now allows everyone to awaken their gifts within the confines of the academy. Beside each talent stone stands a teacher, who calls forth names displayed on a luminous screen, inviting individuals to awaken. Wang Kaisen, the boy, robust in stature, strides eagerly to the awakening platform. With trepidation, he places his right hand upon the talent stone, and in an instant, a flash of golden light envelopes him, signifying his awakening. Wang Kaisen discovers he possesses the extraordinary ability to manipulate special metals. Overcome with elation, he leaps over a meter high, for in that moment, the full extent of his talent engraves itself upon his mind. He realizes he is destined to become a warrior, with aspirations of evolving into a mechanic. Bowing respectfully to his teacher, he returns to his place in the line, chest held high. Ma Mingming. A diminutive boy shivers at the sound of his name. Cautiously stepping forward from the ranks to the podium, he places his left hand upon the talent stone, and a radiant light bursts forth. His awakening reveals an elemental affinity for darkness. The dean, perched above, nods approvingly, acknowledging the emergence of promising talents this year. Some rejoice at their newfound abilities, while others, burdened by the realization of lackluster talents, lament their perceived distance from the path of warriors. And Mashi. Soon, the teacher overseeing the awakenings calls forth Mashi. Standing upon the platform, she places her hand upon the talent stone, sensing an unusual warmth coursing through her being as a brilliant light emanates from the stone. The awakening instructor glances at the data panel, puzzled, and addresses Mashi. Student, your awakening bears a name yet unrecorded in the Alliance's annals. What do you call your talent? As each individual awakens, the name of their talent becomes imprinted in their consciousness, as if instinctively driving them, akin to inherent genes encoded in their DNA. And Mashi withdraws her hand, discreetly channeling her newfound ability, a small wisp of smoke materializing in her palm, which she quickly clenches into a fist to dispel. The instructor, oblivious to the fleeting manifestation, prompts her. What is your talent called? Devour, she replies. The teacher responsible for awakening talents furrowed his brow in contemplation, seemingly pondering something, for such abilities had not previously manifested. These talents could be utilized in combat, and could indeed elevate one to the status of a warrior. Similar occurrences had been noted in the past, particularly regarding the enhanced absorption of potions and energies, thereby facilitating one's cultivation. However, there had once been an individual who awakened the ability to devour spiritual energy, emerging like a prodigy and suppressing the youth of that generation, which was undeniably an extraordinary talent. Well then, it is best to return and cultivate diligently. And she returned to the group, and the chubby boy who had awakened the ability to control metal approached alongside a petite individual who manifested elemental darkness. With an air of familiarity, he addressed she. Hey, mate, what effects does your awakened ability have? There have been many instances of devouring abilities in the past, though most were rather chaotic, and only one could actually devour spiritual energy. So what is yours? And she, still mulling over the words regarding talents in his mind, did not lift his gaze and replied directly. Has no one ever told you not to pry into the specifics of another's abilities? This was precisely why the teacher responsible for the awakening had refrained from delving deeper, only inquiring about the name and category. Hey, my bad. I was just a bit curious. If you too have awakened the talent to devour spiritual energy, then I would be in the same league as a genius. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Wu Chaojie from Class 3. The petite boy chimed in, and I am Ma Mingming, also from Class 3, as he placed an arm around his companion and gestured toward an she. An she, he stated, lifting his head to assess the two before once again lowering it in contemplation. Wu Chaojie, noticing an she's lack of desire for further conversation, offered a brief greeting and then led Ma Mingming away to another location. Within an she's consciousness lingered a singular phrase, devour, devouring heaven and earth, swallowing all without exception and acquiring special attributes through consumption. This succinct introduction resonated in his mind, with the gray mist earlier being the manifestation of his ability in action. Once the mist enveloped an object, it could be consumed entirely. An she murmured to himself, devour, devouring heaven and earth, swallowing all without exception, acquiring special attributes through consumption. Chapter 5. The spatial ring. What could this peculiar attribute be? As I pondered this question, time slipped away like grains of sand through my fingers, and before long, everyone had awakened. The dean on stage spoke again. Students, first and foremost, congratulations to all of you for successfully awakening your talents. I understand that some may be disappointed with their abilities. However, there are numerous examples of individuals who, through diligence, have achieved greatness despite possessing ordinary gifts. So, let us strive earnestly, for where there is a will, there is a way. I shall not elaborate further. This afternoon is yours to enjoy. Go home and share your joyful news, and take this time to familiarize yourselves with your talents. Tomorrow, you will directly enter your cultivation classes. Now, you may disperse. Soon, the crowd in the playground began to break apart in small groups, and Enmashi was among them, returning to the classroom to retrieve her skateboard before heading home. Upon arriving home, Enmashi eagerly made her way to the training grounds, bringing with her the mechanical arm, the knife, and the hefty iron rod. She first grasped the knife, contemplating that since it could devour all things, surely it could consume this blade as well. With that thought, she activated her ability, enveloping the knife in a gray mist. Occasionally, she felt a lightness in her hand, and the knife vanished. Simultaneously, Enmashi sensed a slight increase within her, albeit not very pronounced. Next, she took hold of the iron rod again and activated her ability to devour it. This time, as she concentrated intently, the instant the rod was consumed, she felt a discernible surge in her strength. It was not merely a figment of her imagination. Her power had indeed increased, albeit by less than 1%. It appeared she could truly devour all things. But perhaps only those imbued with significant energy would yield substantial benefits. Glancing at the mechanical arm still resting on the ground, Enmashi picked it up and consumed it as well. This time, the sensation was notably stronger, though the increase was still modest. It seemed that this was indeed the case. Subsequently, Enmashi devoured several energy-depleted cores, resulting in a modest accumulation of spiritual energy and a slight enhancement to her physical constitution. Having clarified her talent, Enmashi proceeded to the vice-captain's quarters on the third floor. The second floor held little of interest, and she had already perused the remaining areas the day before. Now, only the vice-captain's office remained unexplored. Though she did not expect to uncover anything remarkable, she was nonetheless inclined to take a look. Pushing the door open, she noted that the room was somewhat smaller than the captain's quarters. Upon entering, she immediately observed a set of sofas and a coffee table, accompanied by a bookshelf. Against one wall stood a bed, beside which was a nightstand and a wardrobe. That seemed to be all. As was her custom, she approached the nightstand to search. Opening the drawer, she discovered a bundle of black fabric crumpled inside. To her astonishment, it was a pair of black lace women's undergarments, causing her face to flush a deep crimson. After tossing it onto the bed, she looked inside the drawer again, where she found a solitary ring waiting within, which she carefully extracted, wary of any peculiar substances that might be clinging to it. The object was pleasantly warm to the touch, reminiscent of fine jade. Its hue an inky black, adorned with a gem that sparkled like a distant star. Its exterior was striking, yet it resembled an ordinary ring. Upon closing the drawer, I opened several others, discovering an array of women's lingerie, causing my cheeks to flush with embarrassment, leaving me reluctant to gaze further. I pondered the material of the garments. Remarkably, they had not succumbed to decay over time. Could it be that this nightstand possessed some preservation capabilities? Blushing, I tossed the lingerie onto the bed, continuing my search for other items. However, apart from the ring, all I found were those garments. Approaching the bookshelf, I was curious to ascertain whether the books were still legible, wondering if the shelf harbored any unique attributes. With a sense of trepidation, I reached for a book, relieved to find it did not crumble to dust, indicating that the texts had been well preserved. Unfortunately, the script was incomprehensible to me, resembling the characters from a previous book that Qing Feng had mentioned as the universal language of the cosmos. It appeared that I would need to allocate time to learn this universal tongue, for it would indeed prove inconvenient otherwise. I instructed Qing Feng to scan the books on the shelf and translate them for my future reference, as it would be a shame to squander such knowledge. Returning to my bedroom, I took the ring in hand and began to play with it, prompting Qing Feng to conduct a scan. Name: Space Ring. Description: a mustard seed space containing a self-contained realm capable of storing items, but not living beings, encompassing an area of 10,000 square units. A holographic screen materialized before me, revealing the details of the space ring, leaving me utterly astounded. Though such artifacts existed in the Shanshan continent, they were prohibitively expensive, valued at a premium, Yet this one boasted an expansive 10,000 units, akin to a miniature world, capable of housing the Qingfeng battleship. I had indeed stumbled upon a treasure. Swiftly, I donned the ring and opened it, discovering a few first-grade spirit stones, a long spear, several books, various medicinal herbs, and assorted minerals among other items. Remarkably, these appeared to be unclaimed, possibly due to the demise of their original owner. When the previous owner perishes, the restrictions surrounding such items gradually weaken, and this ring seemed to fall into that category. Generally, smaller internal spaces lack a recognition function, but those with larger capacities are typically imbued with such a feature during their forging. Once recognized by an owner, any subsequent possessor would merely have a common ring, only able to access its powers through a specialized dispeller to break the internal restrictions. I retrieved the few books within, finding them inscribed in the universal language. Unable to decipher them, I requested Qingfeng to scan them for translation. Title: Dark Star Technique. Description: inspired by my observations of the Black Star. I crafted this method to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth for self-transformation, refining the Black Star. In motion, it can annihilate all, destroying heaven and earth. In stillness, it can forge the divine body. Title: 7-Star Killing Spear. Description: this spear technique conceals the might of the 9 stars within, encompassing 7 forces: Tianshu, Tianxian, Tianji, Tianquan, Yuhong, Kaiyang, and Yaoguang. Title: 9 Palace Flying Star Step. Introduction: Qian, Dui, Jin, Li, Kan, Kuan, Zhun, Sun. I exist within my domain, and I am the eye of the formation. 3 tomes. 1 for cultivation, 1 for spear techniques, and 1 for body movement. With these, I need not worry about my martial arts any longer. Within this space, a spear conveniently awaits. As she spoke, Anmoxie drew forth the spear from her ring. Upon witnessing the sudden emergence of the spear in her hand, its unexpected weight caused Anmoxie to momentarily lose her balance. After regaining her composure, she struggled slightly to grasp the spear firmly. The spear measured 9 feet in length and weighed 300 pounds, crafted from an alloy of black, chaotic steel, adorned with intricately carved dragon motifs that seemed to come alive. The spearhead, darker than that of an ordinary spear, was elongated and tapered, featuring 4 razor-sharp edges, each equipped with a bloodletting groove. The spear tip gleamed with a chilling brilliance, incredibly sharp, a fine weapon indeed. And Moxie remarked as she twirled the spear a couple of times. Although she could maneuver it, its weight rendered her breathless after just a few movements, compelling her to return the spear to the ring. Upon returning to the training chamber, she summoned the Dark Star technique and settled into a meditative posture. Following the prescribed method, she guided her spiritual energy into her body, circulating it throughout her meridians. The energy coalesced within her, forming a vortex akin to the orbit of stars, as she forged the dark stars. The dark stars were categorized into meteorites, satellites, planets, stars, nebulae, and galaxies. And Moxie began to cultivate a meteorite within, and after successfully forming 9 meteorites, she would ascend to the next realm of satellites. Once the meteorite took shape, it would resemble a celestial body, constantly drawing in the surrounding spiritual energy. The orbit of the meteorite would refine this energy, allowing for autonomous cultivation within her. As Moxie attuned herself to the ambient spiritual energy, she activated her innate gift, drawing in vast amounts of this energy. Initially, she guided it within her, forming orbits with the abundant supply, successfully laying out the star tracks. Once again, she summoned her abilities, causing a torrent of spiritual energy to surge into her, coalescing into star bodies under her command. The tempestuous force spun within her, colliding violently, and Moxie felt a surge of heat rising within her, causing a sweet taste in her throat. Suddenly, she coughed up a mouthful of blood, her complexion paling further as half of the gathered stellar body dissipated. Moxie removed the black cloth that covered her eyes and opened them. Her striking blue irises, reminiscent of the deep sea, activated her absorption ability, allowing spiritual energy to flood back into her. With renewed control over her spiritual power, she began to forge stars anew. The hue of her heavy gaze transformed from blue to purple, within which intricate designs resembling a clock face appeared, featuring a slender needle that rotated at its center. Chapter 6. Ascending to intermediate soldier level like the hands of a clock, the influx of spiritual energy within me suddenly calmed, its consuming allure intensifying once more. The surrounding spiritual energy resembled water in a bath, with Moxie as the opening through which it flowed. All the energy surged into Moxie's body, and as she felt it flood in like a tidal wave, she steadied her mind and spirit, harnessing this immense power to forge her first fallen star. The dark star entered its trajectory, circulating within her body according to the stellar path, emitting a gravitational pull that continuously drew in the surrounding spiritual energy. With a resounding boom, the dark star was forged, marking her transition into the intermediate soldier level, bypassing the initial stage entirely. In the realm of Shanshan continent, the cultivation hierarchy is delineated as soldier, general, marquis, king, emperor, and divine levels, each further divided into initial, intermediate, and advanced stages. Upon reaching the king level, one may briefly soar through the skies. And Moxie felt the dark star within her perpetually absorbing spiritual energy, fortifying her with each cycle of the stellar path, incessantly refining her body. This technique seems remarkably suited to me. Is it mere coincidence? And Moxie questioned the serendipity of it all, sensing an unseen hand orchestrating these events. Perhaps it is merely that the Vice Captain's awakening also happened to be a devouring talent. There was no need to dwell on it. Yet, despite her thoughts, the matter planted a seed deep within her heart. Constant vigilance is essential for survival. In the ruins, a moment's relaxation could lead to death. Having grasped the fundamentals of the Dark Star technique, and Moxie proceeded to the training room to learn the 9 palaces' astral steps. In the beginning, she appeared quite clumsy, akin to a toddler just learning to walk. At 7 o'clock the following morning, and Moxie rose punctually, freshened up, and had breakfast before heading to the academy. Today, the institution would conduct class assignments, where warriors would guide them and distribute introductory techniques. These techniques were merely the foundational skills. Those with familial connections might access superior methods from their clans. However, most hailed from ordinary families, without formidable backgrounds, relying solely on the standard cultivation techniques provided by the academy for their initial training. Let us not speak of fairness. The world has never known absolute equity. The academy aids only in providing basic techniques. The rest must be earned through one's own endeavors. Upon entering the academy, and Moxie need not return to her former class, but instead sought out Hu Tongshan, who was responsible for the class assignments. The academy had conveyed this information via wristwatch the day before. Upon reaching the office, she found Hu Tongshan, who was presently advising 2 students on their class placements. Coincidentally, these 2 were Wu Chaojie and Ma Mingming. As Wu Chaojie turned around, he happened to spot Moxie standing at the doorway and exclaimed, "Olden, you're here too. Come quickly. We have already discovered our class assignments. We've both been placed in class 2, which means we are in the same class. Hurry and check your class. Perhaps we are indeed in the same one." With that, Wu Chaojie approached Moxie, intending to wrap his arms around her. However, having frequently battled for survival amidst ruins, Moxie's reflexes were remarkably sharp, and she instinctively took a step back to evade his embrace. Wu Chaojie, undeterred by his empty grasp, continued, And Moxie responded, while making her way toward Old Hu, secretly contemplating when she had become so close to this chubby boy. "Old Hu, which class have I been assigned to?" "Ah, Moxie, you've been placed in class Xiao Yuan too." And Moxie's striking appearance left a lasting impression on others. So even though she was somewhat solitary within the class, Hu Tongshan held a rather profound memory of her. He recognized her as a good child, an orphan whose solitary nature was likely a product of her challenging upbringing. Yet, her academic performance was commendable, and what made her memorable was the eye patch she wore, leading Hu Tongshan to mistakenly believe she was disabled. Consequently, he had been looking out for Moxie in silence. While the other students did not claim to be particularly close to her, they refrained from bullying her. On the contrary, they occasionally offered her assistance. "Thank you, Teacher Hu," Moxie managed to say. Wu Chaojie, ever exuberant, jumped up to express his gratitude to Hu Tongshan before pulling Moxie toward class Xiao Yuan 2. Throughout the journey, Wu Chaojie's chatter was incessant. "Olden, for the upcoming year, we will be in the same class. Don't worry, if you need anything, come to your brother. I've got your back. Olden, how much do you know about warriors? Once we enter the higher academy, what profession do you aspire to?" At long last, they arrived at class Xiao Yuan 2, and Moxie found the journey to be quite torturous. She would rather engage in battle with treasure seekers amidst the ruins than endure Wu Chaojie's incessant prattle, which was far too verbose. Nevertheless, during their conversation, Moxie gleaned insights about both Wu Chaojie and Ma Mingming. Neither came from ordinary families. Wu Chaojie's family owned a publicly traded company, which afforded them a comfortable lifestyle. His parents were elated to learn that he had entered class Shou Yuan and promptly provided him with a living allowance of 100,000. Ma Mingming hailed from an ancient martial arts family that had run a martial arts school before the dawn of the new century. With the resurgence of spiritual energy, ancient martial arts had experienced a revival, transcending mere sport. It could be said that these two acquaintances she had just made came from remarkable backgrounds. As for why they lingered around in Moxie, it was because they assumed she was disabled. In MO, she found herself at a loss for words once again. However, she was too weary to provide an explanation, merely informing the two that her eyes had previously suffered an injury, rendering her unable to endure bright light, which was why she always wore an eye mask. Nevertheless, it was quite pleasant to realize she had made friends. "Old sir, did you see? An heir has friends now," she mused, slightly raising her head as if gazing into the sky. Upon entering the classroom, which resembled a tiered amphitheater, she noticed it was already filled with numerous individuals, many of whom bore familiar faces. Wu Chaojie and Ma Mingming escorted an MO she to a seat in the middle, with Wu Chaojie continuously greeting others along the way. "All right, Lao Wu, let's help into her seat first," Ma Mingming suggested, observing Wu Chaojie's exuberance. "It's fine, I can walk by myself. My eyes are injured, not blind," an MO she replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed, as if she had mistakenly regarded herself as disabled. However, the warmth radiating from these two companions was a long-forgotten comfort for her. Ever since the passing of the old gentleman, she had not felt such a sense of warmth. Immersed in the lively atmosphere of the classroom and the chatter of her companions, in MO she finally began to relax. At that moment, the noisy classroom fell silent as a woman, approximately 23 years of age, entered and took her place at the podium. With a slender waist and curvaceous figure, she embodied the perfect S-curve. Her classical, oval face framed by cascading locks barely concealed her waist. With willow leaf eyebrows, bright eyes, and pearly white teeth, she possessed a high nose that complemented her allure, enhanced by a tear mole at the corner of her eye. She wore a blue cheongsam adorned with inkwash patterns, and her legs, as white as jade, were elegantly accentuated by sheer black stockings. The sound of her high heels clicking against the floor echoed through the room, marking her presence as a charming elder sister figure. If one were to rate her, she would undoubtedly receive a score of 9 out of 10. The sight of her S-shaped figure captivated many male students in the classroom, including an MO Shi, Wu Chaojie, and Ma Mingming. An MO Shi, though, merely marveled at the beauty before her, while Wu Chaojie and Ma Mingming appeared utterly entranced, their gazes seemingly glued to her. Chapter 7. The Art of Guidance. The young woman stood at the podium, her gaze sweeping over the assembled class as she cleared her throat, drawing their attention back. Only Wu Chaojie remained fixated, his expression rather foolish, until in Moxie, seated in the center, tugged at his sleeve. It was only then that he snapped back to reality, his cheeks tinged with embarrassment. The woman at the front cast a few lingering glances at Moxie before addressing the now quiet classroom. "Greetings, everyone. I shall be your homeroom teacher, accompanying you throughout your journey in the primary academy. Henceforth, I will guide you through every aspect of your life here. My name is Murong Qingyu. You may refer to me as Teacher Murong." Those who have remained in the Shi Yuan class possess innate talents for cultivation, having awakened abilities suitable for combat. You have successfully passed the first screening. However, this does not imply that you have reached the pinnacle. You have merely taken your first step. Now, allow me to elucidate the essence of a warrior. Warriors harness the spiritual energy of the heavens and the earth for their own purposes. The talents you have awakened are diverse, yet remember, iron must be tempered to be strong. Talent serves merely as an auxiliary. Ultimately, what will determine your success within the secret realms is your own resolve. Please pay close attention to your wristwatches. The Academy will distribute the Art of Guidance. This foundational technique instructs you on how to channel spiritual energy into your body and utilize it effectively. Should you aspire to acquire more advanced techniques, the remainder must be pursued independently. Upon concluding her address, Murong Qingyu observed the students as the sound of a chime echoed from their wristwatches, indicating the arrival of the Art of Guidance. Although in Moxie, possessing the Dark Star technique, had no need for the art, she chose to remain silent. Beside her, Wu Chaojie and Ma Mingming merely glanced at the technique on their watches before dismissing it from their minds. Wu Chaojie's family had invested over $1 million in a decent cultivation manual shortly after his awakening. Meanwhile, Ma Mingming hailed from a lineage of ancient martial artists. Following the resurgence of spiritual energy, the once fantastical techniques of her family had been refined through generations into a respectable manual. Now, familiarize yourselves with the technique, and shortly, I shall demonstrate how to guide energy into your bodies and circulate it within your meridians, Murong Qingyu instructed as she seated herself, elegantly crossing her legs, her slender calves peeking from beneath her qipao. Yet, the students in the classroom were too engrossed in their wristwatches to notice her, each one fixated on the art of guidance displayed on the screens. It was clear to all, this was their opportunity for transformation. Even Wu Chaojie and Ma Mingming, who had previously shown disinterest, began to delve into the technique. In stark contrast, and Moxie sat upright, her posture straight as an arrow, her concealed eyes beneath the mask observing Murong Qingyu intently. She had never encountered someone so strikingly beautiful. Murong Qingyu noted that while the rest were engrossed in manipulating the art of guidance, only in Moxie maintained her straight posture, prompting a slight furrow of concern in her brows. She pondered how a blind individual could possibly engage with the technique. Rising to her feet, she gently patted Enmaksu's shoulder and leaned closer to whisper in his ear, "Classmate, please come with me." Enmaksu glanced up at her, uncertain of what she wanted but decided to step outside nonetheless. Concerned that he might stumble, Murong Qingyu, noticing that their classmates were engrossed in their studies of guiding techniques, felt it inappropriate to seek assistance from others, so she chose to support him herself, extending her delicate hand, akin to tender green shoots. She channeled her spiritual energy to envelop her skin and gently assisted Enmaksu by holding his arm. Sensing her touch, Enmaksu made no resistance and followed her outside. Once they reached the corridor, Murong Qingyu addressed him, "Classmate, what is your name?" "Enmaksu," he replied. "When I took over this class, the principal did not mention you to me, so I am unfamiliar with your circumstances and have not fully considered your needs. How about this? After class, come find me, and I will provide you with individual guidance." And Moxu was momentarily taken aback, pondering what she meant by his circumstances. However, recognizing that the teacher's offer of special attention could only benefit him, he acquiesced. "All right, Teacher Murong, where shall I find you after class?" Murong Qingyu contemplated for a moment and responded, "After class, just follow me. You can inform your family, and after the lesson, you can have a meal here with me. Once we finish, I will escort you back." There's no need to inform anyone. I live alone." And Moxu replied with a sense of detachment. "Ah, really? Is that how you live your life?" Murong Qingyu was taken aback by his revelation, and Moxu, somewhat puzzled by the oddity of her question, thought for a moment before answering. "Well, how do I live? I eat, drink, sleep, exercise, and attend school. That's about it." Yet, her brow furrowed deeply upon hearing his words. Here was a 15-year-old boy, physically challenged, living alone without anyone to care for him. Despite the difficulties, he persevered with his daily exercises, never relinquishing hope or his commitment to education, even in the face of adversity. Murong Qingyu's mind conjured up an entire narrative about the hardships and inconveniences of Enmaksu's solitary life. As she contemplated, a maternal glow flickered in her eyes, and she realized her purpose in this place might be to rescue this child. Indeed, her silent imaginings had painted a vivid picture, and Moxu had said nothing. Yet she had filled in the gaps of his past life. Suddenly, an idea struck her. She wished to adopt Enmaksu as her godbrother and take him into her home, allowing her to care for him more effectively. Just as she was about to voice her intention, she hesitated, fearing that it might startle him, especially since they had only just met that day. He remains oblivious to himself, just as he is to her. Perhaps it is best to take things slowly. Moreover, he intends to seek out the academy for information to better understand Enmashi. Meanwhile, Enmashi gazes at Murong Qingyu with an expression of innocent curiosity, pondering what her teacher could be contemplating. As it appears, she has hesitated several times to articulate her thoughts. Does she not wish to provide her with special guidance? This simply cannot be allowed to pass. The opportunity for such exclusive mentorship must not be squandered. Therefore, she boldly interjects, addressing Murong Qingyu. "Teacher, do you have other matters to attend to? If not, I shall return to the classroom." Murong Qingyu, returning to her senses, realizes her oversight in allowing Enmashi to stand idly for so long. "No worries, I will accompany you back to the classroom," she responds, gently taking hold of Enmashi's arm once more. Earlier, when guiding Enmashi in the classroom, she had employed her spiritual energy to assist, unaware of the surprising strength concealed within Enmashi's seemingly frail yet muscular arm. This time, lost in her thoughts, she neglects to utilize her energy for support. As her fingers make contact with Enmashi's arm, the firm sensation sends warmth to Murong Qingyu's cheeks, causing a blush to bloom. Aside from her father, She has never experienced such close proximity to a male, and the novelty of it makes her cheeks flush and her ears tingle. The unique scent that clings to Enmashi fills Murong Qingyu's nostrils, enchanting her rather than repelling her. In fact, she finds herself quite fond of it. After seating Enmashi, Murong Qingyu turns to return to the podium, while Wu Chaojie and Ma Mingming are left in shock, having witnessed the entire exchange. Perhaps others remain engrossed in their guided practice, unaware, but Wu Chaojie and Ma Mingming, seated beside Enmashi, are acutely aware. When Murong Qingyu called Enmashi to step outside, they could hardly contain themselves, particularly Wu Chaojie, who feels he is not inferior to Enmashi in any significant way. Believing that Enmashi is merely a touch more handsome, why was he not invited to join them? Especially since he had noticed Murong Qingyu's cheeks flush upon their return, although he had only caught a fleeting glimpse. Chapter 8. A sweet call. However, Wu Chaojie was entirely convinced he had not misjudged. Although both were eager to inquire about the happenings between Enmashi and Murong Qingyu outside, the presence of Murong Qingyu herself, seated above them, restrained their curiosity. After a brief exchange of glances, they reached a silent consensus to question Enmashi thoroughly after class. Meanwhile, Enmashi observed their silent communication, appearing rather astute. Once again seated at the podium, Murong Qingyu found her thoughts lingering on Enmashi's unique fragrance. However, she quickly dismissed these musings and refocused her attention on the students in the classroom. She proceeded to instruct them in guiding techniques, and before anyone realized, time had slipped away. As the bell rang, Wu Chaojie and his companions swiftly surrounded Enmashi. "Olden, you are quite the rogue," Wu Chaojie exclaimed. "Indeed," Ma Mingming chimed in. "Quickly tell us, what is your relationship with Teacher Murong? How did you two meet?" "Precisely. Confess freely, and you shall be treated leniently. Resist, and the consequences will be severe," they urged. Just as Enmashi prepared to explain, a slightly teasing voice emerged from behind Wu Chaojie and Ma Mingming. "You two are quite the curious ones, aren't you? So eager to know the nature of Enmashi's relationship with me?" "Indeed. Just after switching classes, Olden has already whisked away Teacher Murong." Wu Chaojie, momentarily taken aback, felt the voice was oddly familiar. Ma Mingming also attempted to respond, but wisely silenced himself upon noticing Murong Qingyu approaching behind Wu Chaojie. Feeling a chill creeping in, Wu Chaojie realized that the temperature had dropped slightly as he caught Ma Mingming casting him furtive glances. Following Ma Mingming's gaze, he turned to see Murong Qingyu smiling at him. Even Wu Chaojie, slow on the uptake, understood that her earlier question was directed at him. "Ah, this teacher. I was merely concerned about classmate Mashi, yes. After all, Mashi's eyes are not well, and we were just showing concern." Seeing the flustered boy before her, Murong Qingyu couldn't help but chuckle. "Is that so? Since you two are so curious and it's nothing scandalous, I might as well enlighten you." Wu Chaojie and Ma Mingming's expressions transformed into one of eager anticipation. Murong Qingyu, finding amusement in their eagerness, replied, "I am Mashi's sister." A playful smile adorned her face. "Ah?" Both Wu Chaojie and Ma Mingming gasped in astonishment, while Enmashi wore a bewildered expression. "What's this?" Before Enmashi could finish her sentence, Murong Qingyu interjected, "Have you two learned the guiding techniques? Have you advanced to the military rank? Why are you still here idling instead of practicing at home?" "Ah, we'll head back right away," Wu Chaojie and Ma Mingming quickly acknowledged, bidding farewell to Enmashi before departing. As they walked away, they continued to discuss the revelation, while Murong Qingyu said nothing further. "Mashi, come with me now." Calling upon Enmaxi, Murong Qingyu led him to the underground parking lot beneath the academy. This expansive subterranean facility could be accessed directly via the elevator in the teaching building. Upon their arrival, Murong Qingyu still supported Enmaxi by the arm, her high heels clicking rhythmically against the ground. "Teacher Murong, why did you refer to Wu Chaojie as my sister just now?" Enmaxi finally mustered the courage to voice a question that had been troubling him. "What's the matter? After all, I am not much older than you. Is it not permissible to recognize you as my younger brother?" "That is not it. I don't believe I consented to that." "Well, consider it agreed upon now." During class, when they were instructed to attempt cultivation, Murong Qingyu had already procured Enmaxi's information from the academy. Upon learning that it was Murong Qingyu making the request, the principal, wary of her formidable reputation, did not hesitate to comply. Furthermore, Murong Qingyu had also consulted Lao Hu, who provided insights into Enmaxi's true circumstances. The revelations from Lao Hu painted a far more tragic picture than what was conveyed in the documents. Enmaxi had been an orphan since childhood, losing the grandfather who adopted him at the tender age of 9. His vision had been compromised, and he had managed to survive on his own until the age of 15. Through Laohu, it was learned that Moxie's home was situated on the edge of a desolate area, requiring a 15-minute journey by flying shuttle to reach the school. It was hard to fathom how this child made his way to school each day. As Moxie walked alongside Murong Qingyu, he chose not to respond to her earlier comments. Directly refusing might jeopardize the opportunity for the free guidance she offered, leading him to tacitly accept the situation. Thus, having an additional older sister, albeit a rather advantageous one, seemed a small price to pay. Throughout their interaction, Moxie did not sense any malice from Murong Qingyu. Since you remain silent, I shall take it as your acceptance, Murong Qingyu remarked, adjusting her wristwatch. Ahead, a vivid crimson flying shuttle roared to life, its brilliant lights illuminating the surroundings. Moxie gazed at the shuttle, feeling an involuntary surge of energy. The flying shuttle was a product of the new era, akin to vehicles from the time before. Murong Qingyu's shuttle, manufactured by the Alpha Group, was a masterpiece among masterpieces, the Battle Axe series, crafted from the same materials used to build warships, specifically the renowned 100-forged star steel. It could withstand attacks from high-tier extraordinary beasts, and this particular vehicle appeared to be custom-made, likely worth an astounding 10 million. Suddenly, Moxie's gaze toward Murong Qingyu shifted, his mind racing with a singular thought: a wealthy woman, a living, breathing, affluent individual. Wealthy lady, I'm hungry, let us eat. What did you say? Murong Qingyu was busy operating her wristwatch as the shuttle emitted a thunderous roar, propelling out of the parking space, drowning out Moxie's words. It's nothing. Moxie quickly regained his composure, puzzled by what he had just said. Teacher, let us depart. As Moxie approached the flying shuttle, Murong Qingyu observed her steady strides from behind, noting that her gait was remarkably assured, seemingly unaffected by her blindness. A flicker of curiosity crossed her mind. Yet she gently corrected Moxie, saying, "Why do you still call me teacher? It is after class now, you should address me as sister." After opening the shuttle door, she assisted Moxie inside before taking her own seat in the driver's position. "Now, call me sister so I can hear it." "Sister," Moxie uttered shyly, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush, not out of submission, but rather due to the generosity of this affluent lady. With a playful smile adorning her face, Murong Qingyu leaned over to fasten Moxie's seatbelt, the scent of her fragrance enveloping the air, and Moxie's face flushed deeper as she averted her gaze, lowering her head in bashfulness. In doing so, she inadvertently bumped her forehead against Murong Qingyu's chest, feeling a soft warmth envelop her head, accompanied by a delicate fragrance that rendered her mind blank, plunging her into a state of bewilderment. Murong Qingyu, sensing Moxie's head nestled against her chest, trembled slightly and quickly retreated to her own seat, the seatbelt snapping back into place, playfully brushing against Moxie's head as it returned. Coming to her senses, Moxie hurriedly apologized. "Teacher, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to." Observing Moxie's flushed face, nearly burying herself in her clothing, Murong Qingyu couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed, such a child could not possibly have done that intentionally. Suddenly, with a hint of mischief, Murong Qingyu inquired, "So, Moxie, do you find your sister's scent pleasant?" Caught off guard by the unexpected question, Moxie blurted out, "It's fragrant." Murong Qingyu's laughter rang like silver bells upon hearing the response. No, I mean, which teacher? I didn't mean it that way," Moxie stammered, realizing her slip. Noting that Moxie still referred to her as teacher, Murong Qingyu pouted, feigning annoyance as she replied, "Still calling me teacher? If you do, I might just ignore you." She then shifted her tone. "First, call me something sweet. If you do, I shall consider whether to forgive you." Chapter 9. My frugal sister that old. Before Moxie could utter the word teacher, Murong Qingyu interrupted her directly. "So, what constitutes something melodious?" Moxie kept her head lowered, unable to summon the courage to meet Murong Qingyu's gaze. If the denizens of the ancient ruins were to witness Moxie's submissive demeanor, they would likely be left utterly astounded. "Impossible, absolutely impossible," they would certainly exclaim, questioning whether Moxie had been swapped at birth. The infamous white madman could never exhibit such a side. Of course. You must call me sister a couple of times to truly appreciate it." Murong Qingyu cooed softly, Moxie's head nearly sank beneath the seat, her mind a blank canvas. And with a delicate voice, she uttered, "Sister." Upon hearing this endearing address, Murong Qingyu felt her soul elevate, her body tingling with delight. her eyes narrowing into slits of enjoyment. This little one is simply too adorable. That doesn't count. You must call me again while looking at me. Murong Qingyu playfully insisted. And Mashi lifted her gaze, albeit concealed by an eye mask, yet accurately directed her sight towards Murong Qingyu's eyes and repeated, "Sister." Murong Qingyu observed the obedient and Mashi and was suddenly overcome by a whimsical desire to whisk this little one away, escaping with her belongings. Why bother with the title of teacher? It would be far more delightful to return home and nurture a child and a spouse. Yet, she quickly dismissed this ludicrous notion. Mentally chastising herself, Murong Qingyu, what are you thinking? You madwoman, he is only 15. How many years must you wait? Yes, I could certainly wait for him. Her thoughts took a peculiar turn. Well, very good. But from now on, you must not call me teacher. In private, you shall address me as sister. You must promise me, and I shall forgive you. Murong Qingyu gazed earnestly at Mashi, awaiting her response. Feeling the anticipation in Murong Qingyu's eyes, Mashi ultimately relented. Acknowledging her own shortcomings. All right, I promise you, sister. Yay. Murong Qingyu formed a victory sign with her hands, then secured Mashi's seatbelt once more, avoiding the previous blunder. However, the incident in the flying shuttle inadvertently drew the two closer, allowing Mashi to lower her guard around Murong Qingyu somewhat. Remarkably, Mashi herself was unaware of this shift as Murong Qingyu initiated the shuttle towards a villa district near the school. Upon arriving at the villa district, the shuttle underwent a scanning process at the entrance, and the gate opened immediately, allowing it to glide into the area without pause. This villa district was constructed against the mountains, with varying valuations. Perched atop the peak stood the most expensive villa of all, succeeded in rank by the second and third tiers, while at the base lay the least prestigious and cheapest of the entire district. The exorbitant price of the villa district atop the mountain is not without justification. The mountain harbors a spiritual vein, from which a spring emerges within the villa at its summit. Spiritual energy flows forth like a gentle stream, its richness increasing in accordance with the natural arrangement of the surroundings, making the villa at the peak the most valuable. Although Moxie's school is situated near the edge of the demon concubine domain, such a villa cannot be acquired solely through financial means. Immense power is also required. Murong Qingyu's vehicle advanced steadily towards the villa at the summit, and as Moxie sat within the flying shuttle, she felt the surrounding spiritual energy intensifying as they ascended. The concentration of spiritual energy escalated from being merely slightly more potent than that outside, to a level upon reaching the summit that was threefold that of the exterior. Upon entering the villa, Moxie perceived that the richness of the spiritual energy within was quintuple that of the outside world. Quintuple? What does that imply? It signifies that cultivating here for a day equates to 5 days of practice outside. Gazing upon the villa, Moxie's eyes sparkled with wonder. Although Murong Qingyu, wearing an eye mask, could not see her expression, it was evident how astounded she was. With a look of admiration directed at the villa, Murong Qingyu chuckled softly, then took Moxie's hand, guiding her from the garage to the living room via the elevator. Since the amusing incident in the car, Murong Qingyu had become considerably more relaxed in Moxie's presence. Upon entering the foyer, Murong Qingyu first removed her high-heeled shoes, revealing her delicate, jade-like feet encased in black stockings, with toes as white as jade peeking out. She donned a pair of pink slippers, but after searching the shoe cabinet for some time, she could not find any men's slippers. Since moving here, she had never intended for any men to enter, and with her father absent from this district, it was only natural that there were no men's slippers available. Thus, she retrieved a pair of pink lady slippers for Moxie. Moxie, there are no men's slippers at home, so please wear these for now. At just 15 years of age, coupled with years of malnutrition, Moxie had not fully developed. Her feet were still somewhat small, yet the slippers did not appear cramped. Upon entering the living room, Moxie felt the softness beneath her feet. The entire area was carpeted in a rich brown. In the center stood a set of genuine leather sofas that exuded luxury. Though Moxie was uncertain of the type of leather, it certainly wasn't human skin. The decor was in a minimalist European style, illuminated by warm, inviting lights. And a spiral staircase led to the second floor. Pulling Moxie to the front of the sofa, Murong Qingyu said, "Make yourself comfortable. I will prepare some food and then explain today's lessons to you." "Am I to cultivate here, elder sister?" Moxie initially intended to address her as teacher, but wisely corrected herself in time. The moment Murong Qingyu heard the word elder, Her expression soured, but upon hearing sister, she smiled, albeit teasingly, responding, "Am I that old? Next time, refrain from calling me elder. If you wish to cultivate, then do so. But do you know how to practice the techniques? My dear Moxie, I would bestow upon you the title of the Master of Transformation. However," and Moxie nodded in agreement. "Indeed, sister, you are not old at all. I possess my own cultivation techniques." "Very well, then cultivate at your leisure. I shall change into another outfit and then prepare dinner." Regarding the source of Moxie's cultivation methods, Murong Qingyu felt no curiosity. Everyone harbors their own secrets. Nevertheless, given this situation, there was no need for her to initiate Moxie's training from scratch. Instead, she simply needed to offer guidance during Moxie's practice, and thus turned to the second floor to change her clothes. Moxie seated herself directly on the floor, entering a meditative state. Although the dark star within her would assist in her self-directed cultivation, supplementing her efforts with devouring techniques in conjunction with the dark star formula would undoubtedly expedite her progress. Utilizing her innate abilities, she activated the dark star formula, and the surrounding dense spiritual energy seemed to find an outlet, surging wildly into Moxie's body. The resulting commotion caught the attention of Murong Qingyu, who had just removed her qipao and stockings, preparing to don a comfortable set of nightwear. Startled by the noise emanating from downstairs, she hastily leaped from the second floor, barefoot and clutching her lightweight nightgown. Upon landing, she beheld Moxie seated in the living room, surrounded by a vortex of spiritual energy flowing into her being. "Goodness, my brother appears to possess some extraordinary talents," she thought, frozen in place as she observed Moxie's cultivation. Suddenly, a cracking sound echoed, followed by a resounding rupture. The spiritual energy enveloping Moxie surged into her, propelling her into the advanced rank of warrior. Once her cultivation stabilized, Moxie emerged from her trance, only to find herself confronted by a pair of rounded forms encased in delicate black lace before her. Lowering her gaze, she noticed her flat abdomen, followed by black panties, and then her slender yet graceful legs, bare feet resting upon the floor. Murong Qingyu stood before Moxie clad only in lingerie, and as he began to stir, she observed the flush of crimson spreading across his face and ears, accompanied by wisps of steam rising from his head. With a soft puff, a cloud of white smoke erupted from Moxie's scalp, and he promptly fainted, collapsing to the ground. Chapter 10. Encirclement, It Matters Not. I shall act this scene utterly startled Murong Qingyu, who dropped the nightgown in her hand onto the floor and hurriedly rushed forward to embrace Moxie. Upon feeling Moxie's feverish warmth, she almost let her slip from her grasp. Gently placing Moxie onto the sofa, she fetched a damp towel and laid it upon her forehead. After fiddling with her watch for a moment, a beam of light swept over Moxie, and soon data was compiled, presenting itself on a luminous screen before Murong Qingyu. Physical condition: height 173 centimeters, weight 51 kilograms. Health status: healthy, no illnesses, moderate malnutrition. Realm: high-level soldier. Alert: abnormal body temperature. Gazing at the panel, Murong Qingyu pondered how to address the abnormal temperature. After a moment of contemplation, she retreated to her room and retrieved several bottles of elixirs and pills. Observing the array of vials before her, she selected a healing pill and placed it gently into Moxie's mouth. Murong Qingyu murmured, "This one treats external injuries. This one addresses internal wounds. This one is for mental healing in no time." And Moxie's mouth was filled with pills, none of which she managed to swallow, though some of the elixirs found their way into her system. Seeing Moxie unable to ingest the pills, Murong Qingyu bit her lip in determination, took a pill into her own mouth, and pressed it against Moxie's lips, transferring the remedy to her. "Where am I? Why did I faint?" And Moxie stirred from the sofa, glancing around and instantly recalling that she was in Murong Qingyu's home. Yet, she wondered why her lips felt swollen and sweet. Rising from the sofa, she glanced at her watch and noticed it was already 7 o'clock. Hearing commotion from the living room, Murong Qingyu emerged from the kitchen, her gaze falling upon the now upright Moxie. "Moxie, are you all right? You fainted unexpectedly and frightened me." "I fainted." And Moxie quickly recalled the moment before her fainting, her eyes landing on Murong Qingyu, who was clad in a nightgown, causing her cheeks to flush once more. "Sister, I am fine now. I was just too excited during my breakthrough and got overwhelmed by the energy." Murong Qingyu nodded. "Well then, rest well. I'll prepare dinner. It'll be ready shortly." With that, she returned to the kitchen, her face visibly reddening as she entered. The sensation of softness lingered in her mind, and she unconsciously touched her lips. Realizing how tender they felt, a delightful sensation indeed. Dinner is ready. Moxie, come eat. Morong Qingyu brought several dishes to the table, filling in Moxie's bowl to the brim. As Moxie sat at the dining table, she gazed at the delectable spread before her. Her appetite stirred. Sister, I'm about to dig in. Eat quickly, Morong Qingyu urged. Morong Qingyu chuckled softly as she observed the eager expression on Enmashi's face. With a bowl in hand, Enmashi buried herself in her meal, oblivious to the world outside, while Morong Qingyu, seated across from her, smiled gently and continuously served her dishes. Enmashi felt the food entering her body transform into pure energy, devoured by the dark star within her. Momentarily pausing, she glanced up at Morong Qingyu, pondering. Could this meal possess such remarkable effects? Is it a spirit food? The Shanshan continent is not only home to elixirs, but also spirit food crafted from spiritual herbs and beast meat. Why did she suddenly stop eating? Is she choking? Morong Qingyu, noticing Enmashi's pause, expressed her concern. Truth be told, rather than feeling disgusted by Enmashi's ravenous appetite, Morong Qingyu felt a pang of sympathy mixed with delight. No, I just find it incredibly delicious. Sister, your cooking is superb. You should eat too. With that, she set aside her earlier doubts and served Morong Qingyu a helping, feeling a bit embarrassed to be the one eating while her host watched. As for the spirit food on the table, given that she was already residing in such a luxurious villa and traveling in an expensive flying shuttle, it seemed rather unremarkable to be surprised by spirit food, did it not? Well, you eat less, so you should have more. Enmashi insisted as she continued to serve herself, accepting every offering. Before long, 3/4 of the food on the table had vanished into Enmashi's stomach, while Morong Qingyu had barely touched her meal, partly due to her own modest appetite. After all, eating too much at night could alter one's figure, so she typically opted for something light in the evenings. Only today, with Enmashi's presence, had she prepared such a sumptuous feast. Upon finishing, Enmashi helped Morong Qingyu clear the table, and the two settled into the living room, where Morong Qingyu began to explain some cultivation matters. Time slipped away unnoticed. Enmashi glanced at her watch and said, Sister, I should head home. Morong Qingyu checked the time and suggested that Enmashi stay the night. It's quite late. Why not just stay here? Such a large villa is a waste for me alone. No, sister, it wouldn't be appropriate for me to stay here. After all, you are a girl, and it would be inconvenient for us to live together. Why worry about that? Having you stay would allow me to take better care of you. You cannot see, and as your sister, it is my duty to look after you. Morong Qingyu's insistence reminded Enmashi of past events, leading her to firmly decline, stating that although her eyes were injured and her vision unclear, she could still manage her daily life independently. Faced with Enmashi's resolute stance, Morong Qingyu had no choice but to relent while insisting that if any difficulties arose, Enmashi should reach out to her, adding that she would personally see Enmashi home, refusing to let her go unaccompanied. Enmashi reluctantly agreed, and Morong Qingyu guided her into the flying shuttle, heading toward the destination Enmashi had specified. They soon arrived at the edge of the ancient ruins. Sister, you needn't accompany me any further. The interior is rather chaotic and unsuitable for your presence. What does it matter if it's messy? I merely wish to explore the place where you reside. I shall take you home, she declared, resolutely piloting the flying shuttle toward the interior. The environment within was exceedingly intricate, prompting Morong Qingyu to reduce speed and inquire of Enmoxi regarding the next course of action. Reluctantly, Enmoxi acquiesced, guiding Morong Qingyu along the path, though he was unaware that, in an unspoken manner, he had already accepted her presence and no longer felt resistance. Surrounding the flying shuttle, shadows concealed in darkness observed as it meandered through the ruins, fading into obscurity. Inside the shuttle, Morong Qingyu navigated with caution, her gaze flitting around the desolate landscape, her heart heavy with concern for Enmoxi living in such an environment. Yet, she could scarcely fathom how such a small child, blind as he was, had managed to grow up amidst such desolation. Not far from Enmoxi's dwelling, a slope emerged ahead, suddenly revealing a throng of ragged individuals encircling them. Blocking the shuttle's path, 3 figures, seemingly leaders of various factions, emerged boisterously from the crowd. Well, if it isn't the two of you, Single Wolf and Butcher, you actually received word and came here. The Butcher and Single Wolf, undeterred by the insult, retorted, What, you think just because you got the news, we couldn't? We probably just stumbled in here by mistake. In the ruins, such exchanges were commonplace, but it was Single Wolf who interrupted their bickering. Let us handle this first. Then we can divide the spoils as usual. But this time, it seems we're dealing with something extraordinary. That shuttle is quite a high-end piece of machinery. Upon hearing this, the young one ceased his quarrel with the butcher, but still replied nonchalantly. So what if it's extraordinary? If we kill them, we can plunge deep into the ruins, and who would ever find us? To those above, he shouted, I advise you to descend quietly, lest we capture you and you suffer unnecessary harm. The crowd of treasure seekers surged forward, effectively surrounding the shuttle. Just as Murong Qingyu was about to speak, and Moxie, wearing a calm smile, interjected, Sister, remain seated and do not move. The rabble outside is inconsequential. I will take care of this. Chapter 11. Unforgivable, Total Annihilation. With those words, she boldly opened the shuttle door and stepped outside, leaving Murong Qingyu momentarily stunned, her mind caught in the wake of the previous conversation. Once she regained her composure, she too exited the shuttle, hastily positioning herself to protect Enmachi, much like a hen shielding her chicks. Addressing the crowd before her, she declared, You may retreat now, and I shall not hold you accountable. As dusk settled, Enmachi emerged, immediately concealed behind Murong Qingyu, leaving the onlookers to witness only a child's silhouette emerging from the shuttle, shielded by the exquisite figure of a woman. The sight of this strikingly beautiful woman stirred restlessness in both the little devil and the butcher, prompting them to jest. Ah, what a beauty. How about you entertain us for a night, and we shall let you go. The little devil added with a laugh, I think we should capture her. I want her as my prized possession. Ah, the laughter of their underlings echoed behind them. Meanwhile, Dan Lang found the silhouette of the earlier youth somewhat familiar, stirring an unsettling feeling within him. This unease urged him to shout at the little devil and the butcher, You two fools, stop your prattle. Let us three take them down together. Although none were willing to yield to the other, they all recognized Dan Lang as keen instinct. The trio, with a sudden burst of energy, charged towards Murong Qingyu, who braced herself for the confrontation. In a moment that seemed to defy time, a figure darted forth from behind Murong Qingyu. She selflessly shielded Enmachi, allowing him to experience a long-lost sense of belonging, a feeling he hadn't had since the departure of his elder. Enmachi had already come to regard Murong Qingyu as family. On the other hand, the trio of ruffians, who had been hurling crude remarks at Murong Qingyu, could no longer contain their impatience. With a cold expression, one of them dashed forth from behind her, catching even Murong Qingyu off guard, and in the blink of an eye, he was upon them. Iron Mountain, cannon fist, and a swift elbow strike sent them all hurtling backward, collapsing to the ground, gasping for breath before succumbing to silence. At this moment, Enmachi had reached a high level in the soldier rank, and his physical prowess had already attained the general rank. Although he had not undergone rigorous testing, he felt capable of holding his own against a novice general. The majority of the adversaries before him were merely at the initial stages of the soldier rank, with some being mere ordinary individuals endowed with greater strength, while only the three recent attackers were at the intermediate soldier rank. It's the madman Bai. It's the madman Bai. Everyone flee. A treasure seeker recognized Enmachi and shouted, turning to escape. Yet Enmachi would not allow them to escape so easily. His body surged forth once more. Double palm slash, great swing fist, inch fist. In an instant, a most rudimentary technique of killing unfolded before Murong Qingyu, as individuals were hurled through the air, crashing elsewhere, extinguished of life. Some met their demise with their skulls shattered by a punch, blood pooling profusely upon the ground. Others lay motionless, their spines broken. The relentless cycle of death continued, leaving Murong Qingyu momentarily stunned. She had not been untouched by the specter of death, nor had she been a stranger to taking lives. Yet, she could scarcely fathom how a child could hone such terrifying skills in the midst of such brutality, every strike aimed at vital points. An Mo-Shi, having dispatched all adversaries, stood amidst a mountain of corpses, a sea of blood enveloping her. Blood trickled from her snow-white hair, cascading down her forehead and clinging to her face. With a smile, she turned to Murong Qingyu, saying, Sister, do not be afraid. The bad people have been eliminated. Gazing at the child smiling amidst the carnage, assuring her of safety, Murong Qingyu felt her heart shatter. She hurriedly approached, enveloping an Mo-Shi in her embrace, declaring, From now on, Sister will protect you. Those words struck an Mo-Shi like a bomb, leaving her frozen in place, akin to a heavy stone cast into the still waters of her heart, sending ripples throughout her being. Memories of the old man, who would shield her from any harm, surfaced in her mind. Her eyes gradually misted over, and her body began to tremble with silent sobs. Alone in the ruins, she had fought for survival, never once shedding tears. She had remained stoic when her possessions were taken, when she battled fiercely to preserve the Qingfeng battleship, even when severely wounded and on the brink of death. Yet, with Murong Qingyu's promise to protect her, the formidable defenses she had constructed over the years crumbled to dust. Let your tears flow. With sister here, you are safe. Murong Qingyu gently patted an Mo's back, comforting the heart that had finally revealed itself. Nestled in Murong Qingyu's embrace, an Mo, she wept uncontrollably. In that moment, she was no longer the feared white madman in the ruins. She was simply a vulnerable child who had found solace. Tears soaked the fabric of Murong Qingyu's clothing, yet she seemed oblivious, continuing to soothe the child in her arms. For what felt like an eternity, an Mo, she cried, the duration slipping from her memory, until her taut body finally relaxed, and she drifted into slumber. Upon awakening the next day, she found herself in unfamiliar surroundings. An Mo's previously relaxed form tensed once more as she sprang up, half-crouching, surveying the room. The pink wallpaper exuded a youthful charm, and the room was meticulously organized. A large wardrobe stood beside a neatly arranged vanity, adorned with an array of cosmetics. She lay upon a soft bed, flanked by bedside tables, her eye mask resting atop one of them. The pink curtains effectively dimmed the light, casting a cozy gloom over the room, while a familiar fragrance wafted into an Mo's nostrils. Breathing in this scent, her body began to relax. And as she glanced at the quilt draped over her, she embraced it tightly, inhaling deeply. The familiar scent that brings comfort enveloped the room, a fragrance belonging to Murong Qingyu. It was evident that this was her chamber. Lowering her gaze to her own attire, and Moxie discovered that she was no longer clad in the garments she had worn the previous day. Instead, she found herself adorned in an adorable set of strawberry bear pajamas, revealing a charming side of her sister she had not anticipated. However, a troubling thought crossed her mind. Wait, I fell asleep. Who changed my clothes? Gazing at the whimsical pajamas, and Moxie sank into contemplation. Yesterday, it had been just herself and Murong Qingyu. Once she succumbed to slumber, the only one remaining was Murong Qingyu. Let it be. Resolving to not dwell on it further, she glanced down to see that she was still wearing the same pair of women's slippers from the villa. Slipping into the slippers and expertly donning her eye mask, she opened the door and descended the stairs. Hearing a sound, Murong Qingyu peeked out from the kitchen, spotting an Moxie making her way down. Memories of the previous night flooded her mind, a blush creeping onto her cheeks as she muttered, such youthful charm and confidence. She recalled how, after changing in Moxie's clothes the night before, she had intended to retreat to the guest room for the night when Moxie instinctively grasped her hand. Her little face betraying a hint of anxiety as tears welled in her eyes, softly pleading, "Don't go." This memory tugged at her heartstrings, prompting her to comfort the girl by holding her close throughout the night. "Be careful, Moxie. Stay right where you are, and I will come to assist you." With those words, Murong Qingyu hurried up the stairs, enveloping Moxie's hand in her embrace as she guided her slowly down the stairs. And Moxie, shyly averting her gaze from the sight of Murong Qingyu in her delicate nightwear, felt a flurry of emotions as she absorbed the softness of her sister's arm, hesitating to voice her thoughts. Yet, Murong Qingyu remained oblivious, leading her directly to the dining table and urging her to take a seat. "Moxie, please wait a moment. I just need to heat up 2 cups of milk, and then we shall dine." With that, she turned and glided into the kitchen, her light nightgown barely reaching her thighs, revealing her graceful legs. And Moxie could hardly bear to look, lowering her head to avoid witnessing anything inappropriate. Chapter 12. The enigmatic dual pupils. Soon, Murong Qingyu emerged, holding a simple breakfast, 2 fried eggs, the origins of which were uncertain, accompanied by 2 glasses of milk and a plate of toasted bread. "All right, let us eat," she said, placing a glass of milk and a fried egg in Mashi's hands before seating herself across the table. And Mashi hesitated to eat, instead preparing to speak. "Mashi." "Sister." The two spoke in perfect unison, only to falter again. "You go first, Mashi." "No, you first, sister." They both chimed again, laughter spilling forth, lightening the atmosphere at the table considerably. "All right then, I shall go first. Mashi, you should move in with me. I worry about you living in the desolate ruins," Murong Qingyu stated, her tone resolute, leaving no room for doubt. And Mashi sensed the firmness and concern in her sister's voice and nodded in agreement. As long as you don't mind, I will move in with you. How could I ever mind, my little Mashi? Your agreement truly delights me, Murong Qingyu exclaimed, rising in excitement and grasping in Mashi's hand. And Mashi, however, was taken aback by the proximity, the outlines of Murong Qingyu's figure becoming all too apparent. Through the thin, loose nightgown, she glimpsed what seemed to be an abyss, prompting her to shut her eyes swiftly and direct her gaze downward. Sister, please sit back down. I have something to tell you. Hearing in Mashi's voice, Murong Qingyu calmed her excitement and quietly returned to her chair. Once she was seated, and Mashi sighed in relief, lifting her gaze to Murong Qingyu's face. Careful not to look lower. Sister, my eyes are not blind. They are merely unique. When I was young, grandfather used an eye mask to cover them and instructed me not to remove it unless absolutely necessary. Now that you are my family, I do not wish to deceive you. With that, and Mashi removed the eye mask and slowly opened her eyes. The dual pupils revealed themselves, one a striking blue, the other transformed into a mystifying purple, both swirling and intertwining in a mesmerizing dance. Murong Qingyu's initial delight at Mashi's revelation swiftly morphed into astonishment upon witnessing her full appearance. The enchanting dual pupils, combined with a visage that would evoke envy even among girls, showcased a perfect blend of beauty and charm, both at their pinnacle. Previously, while the masked Mashi was indeed striking, she had not yet reached the level of breathtaking allure now before her. Observing the mesmerized Murong Qingyu, and Mashi worried that her sister might be upset. Sister, please don't be angry. I did not intend to keep this from you. In the sound of Mashi's voice, Murong Qingyu regained her composure and looked at Mashi's flustered and anxious demeanor, unable to suppress a mix of amusement and sympathy. Surely, she must be the first person to enter his heart, aside from the elderly gentleman who adopted him. Sister Mashi, how could you possibly blame him? I believe you have your own reasons, Murong Qingyu said as she approached Mashi, bending down to embrace him, offering him solace. Your eyes are truly beautiful, and they can see the joy in your sister's heart. How could you be angry? She whispered softly in his ear. And Mashi remained quietly enveloped in Murong Qingyu's embrace. All right, let us eat quickly, for we must head to school soon, she said, resuming her seat across from him. Okay, sister. And Mashi picked up the eye mask he had just removed, preparing to put it back on. However, Murong Qingyu interrupted him, saying, you needn't wear it at home. Save it for before school. Oh, although Mashi felt puzzled, he placed the eye mask gently on the dining table. Observing his surroundings, he felt a profound sense of comfort, having forgotten how long it had been since he could live without wearing an eye mask. Not hesitating any longer, he picked up a fork and devoured the fried egg on the table, then took a hearty gulp of milk, finishing half a cup in one go. Murong Qingyu sat across from him, a smile gracing her lips as she watched him relish his meal, and once he had finished, she offered him some bread. And Mashi accepted the bread she handed him, saying, Sister, you should eat too. I shall eat now, Murong Qingyu replied, elegantly taking her knife and fork to enjoy her fried egg. Before long, the two had finished their breakfast and boarded a shuttle to school. Upon arriving, Murong Qingyu escorted Mashi to the teaching building, and after delivering him to his classroom, she attended to her other matters. Once inside the classroom, Wu Chaojie and Ma Mingming suddenly sprang up from behind, draping their arms over Mashi's shoulders. Hey, Laoan, you've done well, coming with Teacher Muro. Are you two truly siblings? Before Mashi could respond, Ma Mingming chimed in. You fool, Laoan and Teacher Muro don't even share the same surname. How could they be biological siblings? What if one takes the father's surname and the other the mother's? Wu Chaojie retorted. As soon as he uttered this, Ma Mingming playfully tapped him on the head. I see you have a thief's heart. As the two continued their banter, and Mashi finally interjected, I am an orphan. Without parents, my sister has taken me as her brother, and thus, I have a family. His voice did not carry sadness, but rather a hint of happiness. Wu Chaojie and Ma Mingming, realizing they might have overstepped, quickly apologized. Laoan, we are sorry. Huh, why are you apologizing? And Mashi asked. We didn't know you were an orphan. We didn't mean to bring up something painful. Oh, that's just the way it is. It's a fact. But now I have a sister, he said, a smile illuminating his face as he spoke. Wu Chaojie and his companion sensed that Moxie seemed somewhat different from the previous day, an inexplicable change. It was as if, during their past interactions, a certain distance lingered around Moxie, creating an aura that rendered those who approached him, despite their amiable intentions, unable to bridge that gap. Yet now, that distance had vanished, and Moxie no longer exuded an aura that discouraged proximity. Moreover, it was the first time they had witnessed Moxie's smile, appearing notably more cheerful. Observing his smile, they felt a noticeable decrease in the resistance he projected towards the outside world. In short, it was a matter of Wu Chaojia having spoken out of turn. They decided to have him treat them to lunch as a lighthearted form of retribution. Ma Mingming proposed this, playfully nudging Wu Chaojia from behind, who readily picked up the thread of conversation. Indeed, let us go out for a meal together at noon. I shall make the reservation, otherwise I would feel remiss. And Moxie contemplated for a moment and replied, that sounds good, but I must first inform Teacher Qingyu. All right, Ma Mingming responded, I heard we have martial arts class today, and it seems we are to showcase our skills. With my current physique, I might as well be a walking target. Wu Chaojia squeezed his belly, expressing concern. I told you to lose weight, yet you insisted on not doing so. Now you worry? No worries, at least your fat will provide some cushioning when you take hits on stage. Who knows? You might even surprise everyone and tire out your opponent. They both erupted into laughter as Ma Mingming playfully pinched Wu Chaojia's excess flesh. And the two engaged in a jovial scuffle. Just then, a robust man entered the classroom. This middle-aged individual stood nearly 2 meters tall, and his smooth bald head immediately caught the eye. A long scar traversed his left cheek, a mark that could frighten even the bravest of children. Merely standing there, he exuded a formidable presence, instilling a palpable sense of pressure. The other students, save for Moxie, were rendered silent and hesitant to breathe. While Ma Mingming and Wu Chaojia appeared somewhat unfazed, the remaining students resembled delicate flowers in a greenhouse, avoiding eye contact with this intimidating figure. The classroom fell into a hush, broken only by the occasional beeping of Moxie's watch as he fidgeted with it. The bald man approached Moxie, slightly bending at the waist, and in a gruff voice asked, Aren't you afraid of me? And Moxie paused his fiddling with the watch, looked up at the imposing figure, and inquired with curiosity, Why should I be afraid of you? Chapter 13. A Clash of Ruthlessness, the Bald One's Defeat. The bald man gazed at Moxie, whose eyes were clouded, contemplating that perhaps she felt no sense of oppression or fear due to her inability to see his visage. With this thought, an aura suddenly emanated from him. This world is rife with various energies, and the one he exuded now was a menacing force. A murderous aura, forged entirely from the essence of killing, could only be mastered through relentless battles and the act of taking lives. Behind the bald man materialized a small demon with crimson skin, brandishing its claws in a menacing gesture towards Moxie. In an instant, the atmosphere in the classroom became suffocating, and Moxie, seemingly provoked, summoned a colossal shadow of a demon behind her. With white hair, heavy-set eyes, and violet skin, the apparition slightly parted its lips, releasing a warm breath, casting a mocking glance at the little demon before vanishing. The mere sight of it was enough to terrify the small demon into oblivion, as Moxie's body instinctively recognized the murderous intent and activated a defensive stance, which she quickly retracted. The bald man felt cold sweat dampen his back, while the other students in the classroom were gripped by an overwhelming sense of danger. Some felt a slight dampness in their trousers, an unpleasant odor wafting through the room. Even Wu Chaojia and Ma Mingming, seated beside Moxie, felt a chill run down their spines. Thankfully, the threat was not directed at them. Otherwise, it was uncertain whether they would remain seated. And Moxie looked at the bald man with confusion, while he, feeling somewhat awkward, had initially intended to instill fear in these youngsters, but was instead taken aback. A mere 15-year-old possessed a murderous aura even more potent than his own. He had only recently withdrawn from the battlefield due to injuries. With a forced smile, the bald man returned to the podium, stating, I did not anticipate that among you there would be a few promising talents. Yet most of you have left me greatly disappointed. You resemble flowers in a greenhouse, having never encountered blood. When faced with the beasts of war, you would undoubtedly crumble in fear. How can your comrades trust you to guard their backs while they fight, if you merely stand there trembling and wetting yourselves? His words, though harsh, held a grain of truth. Most of the children still in the classroom were cherished by their families. They had likely never witnessed bloodshed. And this was the reality for many youths today. I am your combat instructor, Lu Yongcheng, but you may call me Teacher Lu. From now on, I shall guide you in practical combat, and even lead you into the secret realms for training. All of you are to assemble at the training ground. As for those who have soiled themselves, you have 10 minutes to change your trousers before gathering at the training ground. Any consequences of tardiness are yours to bear. Having spoken, Lu Yongcheng cast a glance at Enmashi and her companions before turning to leave. In his heart, he pondered the nature of this young girl, who at such a tender age possessed such a formidable aura of ruthlessness. Meanwhile, seated in her office, Morong Qingyu picked up her wristwatch, dialed a contact number, and initiated a call. "Hello, my dear daughter. What a pleasant surprise to receive your call. Are you out of money or perhaps longing to return?" In a study of a mansion located in the central area of the distant Shanin domain, a middle-aged man answered the phone, his voice softening immediately. "Father, I need your assistance in investigating someone," Morong Qingyu stated directly, without any preamble. "What is it, my dear daughter? Have you faced any grievances? Who has wronged you? Just say the word, and I can dispatch a regiment to obliterate their entire lineage." The middle-aged man on the other end was none other than Morong Qingyu's father, Morong Yunhao. Their family had a long-standing military background, spanning 3 generations, hence his earlier remark about sending a regiment. The patriarch of the family, Morong Qingyu's grandfather, was a prominent figure within the alliance, one of its founding members in the new century. Thus, their family's influence within the military was significant. A single command from the elder Morong Qinglong would compel any military force on the continent to obey. "No, father. I'm merely curious about a younger brother and his past, which is why I wish for your help in this investigation." A male? Yes, indeed. What is the matter? Will you assist me? If not, I shall have to turn to grandfather. Of course. There is no need to trouble the old man for such a trivial matter. What is his name? I will have his details sent to you before tonight. Thank you, father. His name is Enmashi, and he hails from the Moji domain. Please investigate thoroughly. I have other matters to attend to and will call you back later. Goodbye for now. With that, Morong Qingyu hung up, leaving Morong Yunhao's expression darkening, as if he had just witnessed a treasured cabbage he had nurtured for years being uprooted. He dialed a number on his wristwatch. "Xiaoyu, please contact our associates in the Moji domain and have them investigate someone named Enmashi. I need his information on my desk by noon." "Understood, Commander," came the prompt reply. After receiving confirmation from the other end, Morong Yunhao paced restlessly in his study, unable to find peace. Finally, he opened the door and sought out his wife, Song Sitong. "Dear, I have a feeling our daughter may be in a romantic relationship. She called me today asking for information on a young man, something that has never happened before." Song Sitong, tending to her precious flowers in the garden, dropped her watering can upon hearing his words. "Really? That is wonderful news. Oh, my Qingyu has finally found love. Have you spoken to her about it? When will she bring him home for us to meet?" "Ah, well, you didn't say anything, did you? I suppose I should call her tonight and ask when she plans to introduce him to us. You, as her father, should be more proactive. She has grown up now, and it's about time she dated. Remember to thoroughly investigate what she asked for and send it to her promptly." All right, Morong Yunhao replied, letting out a resigned sigh. After receiving Morong Yunhao's agreement, Morong Qingyu sat in the office, lost in thought, her mind replaying the scene from that morning when Enmashi removed her eye mask. Resting her chin on her desk, she sat there with a silly smile, daydreaming. Meanwhile, at the training ground, an expansive indoor facility surrounded by steel walls and flooring, Lu Yongqing stood at the center. In front of him stood Enmashi and a group of students, most of whom had arrived. Lu Yongqing glanced at his wristwatch, noting that only a few seconds remained. At that moment, a few classmates, having changed their clothes, entered through the training ground door, still 100 meters away from Enmashi's group. The trio, perhaps thinking they had already assembled just by reaching the training ground, strolled leisurely towards the center. As the timer on Lu Yongqing's watch reached 0, those individuals had yet to arrive. With a booming voice, Lu Yongqing shouted, "All those who have assembled, run 100 laps around the training ground and regroup upon completion. Those who have not yet reached the assembly will run 200 laps, and those arriving afterward shall run 300 laps. If you cannot finish, you shall forego lunch. Begin now." He then activated the timer on his watch, observing the students. Most of the students grumbled, "Teacher, are you joking? 1 lap is a full kilometer. Running 100 laps amounts to 100 kilometers. Meanwhile, those who had arrived but had not joined the formation complained more vigorously. "Teacher, we made it on time. What grounds do you have to penalize us? Humph, is 100 kilometers excessive? Many physically capable individuals can manage it. Why can you not?" He retorted, "And you, who have already reached the training ground, I was referring to the assembly. Do you expect to have the beasts wait for you on the battlefield? The astute had already begun their run, while those who were hopelessly foolish continued to dither and argue. After finishing his remarks, Lu Yongqing noticed that Amashi, accompanied by Wu Chaojie and Ma Mingming, had already commenced their run. He regarded the trio with a hint of approval. Following them was a tall girl, exuding confidence with a single ponytail, accompanied by a petite, adorably shaped girl with twin ponytails trailing behind her. Chapter 14. Oh dear, my elbow. My lovely twin tails swaying adorably. Perhaps due to some form of synergy, with the initial 5 leading the way, the remaining students gradually followed suit. 100 kilometers may sound daunting, yet for seasoned warriors, it is not an insurmountable challenge. Those who lagged behind huffed in defiance, but nonetheless obediently fell in line, keeping pace. Among the trio, Enmashi possessed the highest cultivation and physical prowess, having achieved a high tier in soldier rank, with physical capabilities that were remarkably at the initial level of general rank. Next was Ma Mingming, who, while at the initial tier of soldier rank, hailed from a family steeped in ancient martial arts, granting him an edge over his peers. Nearing the mid-tier of soldier rank. Lastly was Wu Chaojie, whose cultivation was on par with Ma Mingming's initial tier, yet his physical condition lagged behind, falling short of even the average soldier rank. Thus, it became a scenario where 2 led, with Wu Chaojie as a burden. As the laps continued, they swiftly completed over 60 circuits. And Mashi remained composed, her complexion unruffled. Ma Mingming began to breathe heavily, a fine sheen of sweat glistening on his forehead. Yet he appeared manageable. In stark contrast, Wu Chaojie was drenched in sweat, gasping for air, his steps faltering, clearly lacking stamina. Suddenly, he collapsed, lying motionless on the ground. You all go ahead, I truly can't continue. No, we shall finish together, and Mashi insisted, coming to a halt. Ma Mingming returned as well, and with a shared glance. They each took one of Wu Chaojie's arms, lifting him to continue forward. Is this all right? Ma Mingming expressed concern. Fear not. Teacher Lu only instructed us to finish the race, not how we should do so. Thus, our method remains firmly within the bounds of the rules. With that, she offered Ma Mingming and Wu Chaojie a reassuring look. 30 laps remained. 20 laps. 10 laps. The final lap. At this juncture, Wu Chaojie had regained some strength and gradually picked up his pace. As they approached the last half lap, and Mashi's breathing began to quicken. Finally, the trio reached the finish line, gently placing the exhausted Wu Chaojie on the ground, while Ma Mingming lay down on the cool surface, panting. They were the first to arrive, a fact that surprised Lu Yongqing, who had not anticipated their arrival. Had the two abandoned Wu Chaojie, they indeed could have reached the finish line first, yet they managed to do so with him in tow. Who told you to carry him across? Lu Yongqing feigned an intimidating demeanor, and Mashi rose, unfazed, and replied calmly, You never stated that we could not carry a friend to the finish line. After all, you merely said we had to reach the end, and here we are, have we not? Lu Yongqing's stern expression darkened as he scrutinized the trio, while Wu Chaojie and Ma Mingming exchanged nervous glances. Suddenly, Lu Yongqing's frown transformed into a broad smile. Well done, you've passed. You may leave class early and enjoy some free time. Thank you, teacher. After a brief moment of resting on the spot, the 3 individuals assisted each other in exiting the training ground. Olden, Xiao Ming, my brothers, let us not skimp on expenses today. Let us head to the parking lot. The parking lot? And Moxie inquired, somewhat perplexed. This was the intelligent hovercraft his father had gifted him upon his admission to the Shuyuan class, programmed to navigate directly to its destination without the need for manual driving. Ma Mingming explained while Wu Chaojie awkwardly scratched his head. Oh, you all go ahead. I'll wait for you at the academy entrance and inform Teacher Qingyu. Upon finishing his sentence, and Moxie noticed the two exchanging knowing glances and expressions. All right, we'll wait for you at the academy entrance. They replied before heading towards the underground garage. Observing their playful expressions and tones, and Moxie felt a tinge of confusion but dismissed it, raising his arm to fiddle with his wristwatch as he dialed Murong Qingyu's number. Hello, Xiao Moxie, what is going on? The gentle, melodious voice of Murong Qingyu resonated on the other end as soon as the call connected. And Moxie had long since grown accustomed to the peculiar nicknames his sister occasionally bestowed upon him. Sister, I will be going out for lunch with Wu Chaojie and Ma Mingming. I just wanted to inform you. He sweetly addressed her before relaying the plans for lunch. Murong Qingyu readily agreed, but before hanging up, she reminded Moxie that he was still young and should refrain from drinking. And Moxie, feeling the warmth of her concern, readily assured her, Upon arriving at the academy entrance, he spotted a silver hovercraft parked at the entrance. Although this vehicle could not compare to Murongqing US, possessing a hovercraft while in a primary academy was already quite a rarity. Wu Chaojie and Ma Mingming leaned against the vehicle, chatting and laughing heartily. And Moxie approached briskly. Have you been waiting long? Not really. How about you? Did you finish reporting to Teacher Morong? Ah, I envy you. Having a beauty like Teacher Morong to look after you, unlike us two who can only huddle together for warmth. Hearing Wu Chaojie's teasing tone, and Moxie did not hesitate to lift his foot and give him a playful kick on the backside. You talk too much. Isn't it normal for a sister to care for her brother? His kick was gentle, merely a light nudge. Wu Chaojie theatrically feigned distress, leaning against the hovercraft. Oh dear, my elbow. Oh no, my patella. Oh, my lumbar disc. Oh, it doesn't hurt at all. Nearby, Ma Mingming chuckled while covering his mouth. See? I told you, but you didn't believe me. Now you've been kicked. All right, enough with the theatrics. It's already 11. I'm hungry. Let us go. With that, and Moxie opened the hovercraft door and stepped inside, followed swiftly by Wu Chaojie and Ma Mingming. As the shuttle door closed, Wu Chaojie noted that the two flying shuttles lacked a driver's seat. The interior was adorned with genuine leather, offering ample space akin to that of a small room. Within, a sofa, coffee table, and refrigerator were arranged, while a screen at the front displayed a few videos. And Moxie gazed in astonishment at the opulent decor, contemplating inwardly how one could truly indulge in such luxury. Observing in Moxie's daze, Wu Chaojie casually wrapped an arm around her, exclaiming, Olden, what are you daydreaming about? Come, have a seat. He then playfully nudged her toward the sofa, mentioning that the refrigerator contained beverages and alcohol for their enjoyment, while he proceeded to set the route to the hotel, estimating their arrival in about 10 minutes. Wu Chaojie, unconcerned with their needs, slouched comfortably on the sofa, programming the destination into his wristwatch. Ma Mingming, undeterred, approached the refrigerator and inquired, Olden, what would you like to drink? And Moxie settled onto the sofa, relishing the plushness beneath her, and stretched lazily. Just a bottle of water for me, please. Here you go, Ma Mingming replied, retrieving a chilled bottle of mineral water from the fridge and tossing it to Moxie. Without hesitation, she also took 2 bottles of soft drinks and placed them on the coffee table. And Moxie caught the water, twisted off the cap, and took a hearty gulp, leaving only a third of the bottle remaining when she set it down on the table. With a satisfied sigh, she leaned back against the sofa. Watching Wu Chaojie and Ma Mingming grasp the handles beneath the coffee table, they switched the screen to a gaming interface and engaged in a competitive match. Although Ma Mingming struggled with the game, her determination remained unyielding. Consequently, during their brief 10-minute journey, she suffered 6 humiliating defeats at the hands of Wu Chaojie. Upon reaching the hotel, Wu Chaojie disembarked from the shuttle with an air of triumph, while Ma Mingming trailed behind, appearing utterly defeated. And Moxie couldn't help but chuckle at their contrasting demeanors. Inside the hotel, the lavish decor was a testament to Wu Chaojie's generous expenditure. A beautiful receptionist greeted them with a warm smile as they entered. Being employed at such a prestigious establishment, her primary skill was to recognize returning guests, and she possessed an exceptional memory. Greetings, Mr. Wu. Your reserved private room is ready for you, and our service robot will escort you there, she announced. Having accompanied his father to this venue on numerous occasions, Wu Chaojie was well known to the staff, making the need for further verification unnecessary. P.S. Thank you all for your support. Shanlin wishes everyone the best as we move forward, leaving the past behind. May the pandemic be a distant memory, and the future be filled with hope. Happy New Year. Chapter 15. Murong Qingyu was profoundly shaken, and upon receiving the information about Moxie, he promptly instructed the service robot to escort the 3 into the private room. Soon, the robot presented the electronic menu to the guests. Wu Chaojie waved his hand grandly, saying, You two, feel free to order whatever you like. The flavors here are quite delightful. I've come with my father a few times before. Today, my intention is to treat you generously, so don't worry about the expenses. Moxie, don't hold back. Order anything. No need to spare this hefty fellow. After all, he'll be the one settling the bill later. Noticing that Ma Mingming had effortlessly exposed his intentions, Wu Chaojie felt a twinge of embarrassment, but still defended himself with a sheepish grin. Hee, it's not like I'm wasting my father's membership card. Since you insist, I shall not be polite. And Moxie, with a flourish, ordered several dishes. Although she claimed not to order anything extravagant, she selected items with names that resembled homely fare, ultimately picking 3 dishes before placing the electronic menu on the table. Wu Chaojie picked it up and remarked, "Olden, why did you choose these dishes? Let me order a few signature dishes from here." He proceeded to select several renowned specialties, such as deep-sea dragon and exotic emperor crab roe, and concluded with a flame-grilled qingfeng steak. While Ma Mingming had boasted about treating Wu Chaojie to an extravagant meal, she only added 2 bottles of beverages at the end. Despite the numerous dishes ordered, the 3 were seasoned warriors with hearty appetites, so there was no concern about the food going unfinished. As the fragrant dishes were served, the waiter introduced each item, all crafted from spirit beast meat. Particularly, the last 3 pieces of qingfeng steak were nearly equivalent to an entire table's worth of food. The meat was sourced from the most exquisite part of the qingfeng cow found in the qingfeng secret realm. Although qingfeng cows are generally of soldier rank, each cow yields only 5 portions of steak. Once this prized cut is taken, the remainder of the cow holds no value and is sent to the butcher to be sold as ordinary exotic beast meat. Furthermore, capturing a qingfeng cow is notoriously challenging. They are timid and swift, vanishing like a breeze at the slightest disturbance, leaving no trace. The 3 steaks, placed before them, emanated an irresistible aroma. A delightful blend of meaty richness intertwined with a hint of fresh grass, a result of the qingfeng cow's diet of spirit herbs. The trio felt their appetites surge, saliva pooling as they began to feast. With no outsiders present, they shed any pretense and indulged voraciously, transforming into relentless eating machines. Occasionally, they would compete with their chopsticks over the last morsel of meat on the plate. Before long, the entire table of dishes had vanished into their hungry bellies. Ma Mingming slumped back in her chair, toothpick in hand, picking at bits of meat lodged between her teeth. "Oh, today has truly been a stroke of luck thanks to Olden. It's rare to see Wu Fatty splurge like this. What a surprise. Shouldn't you express gratitude to me, the host? Humph, were it not for Olden, would you have been so willing to splurge?" After a brief frolic in the private room, the trio returned to the academy for their afternoon classes. As the day waned, after the afternoon lessons concluded, Murong Qingyu arrived to escort Enmoxi. Wu Chaojie and Ma Mingming looked on enviously at the retreating figures of Enmoxi and Murong Qingyu, beads of sweat trickling down their faces in frustration. Once aboard the shuttle, Enmoxi spoke, "Sister, I wish to return to the ancient ruins to collect my belongings. Most of my items are still there. Isn't it simpler for me to fetch what you need?" Murong Qingyu countered, "No, there are crucial items there." After Enmoxi's persistent insistence, Murong Qingyu ultimately yielded. Together, they returned to the ancient ruins, and this time they reached the qingfeng battleship without hindrance, unbothered by any treasure seekers. Upon disembarking the shuttle, Enmoxi grasped Murong Qingyu's hand, guiding her to the entrance of the battleship. As the door swung open, Murong Qingyu gasped in awe. Although she had seen battleships before, she had never been so close to one. Nor had she anticipated that a battleship lay hidden within the ancient ruins. It was no wonder Enmoxi spoke of important items. This indeed was of extraordinary significance. "Master, Qingfeng welcomes you home," a voice resonated within. "Qingfeng, initiate the battleship's systems and cleanse the exterior," commanded Enmoxi. "Understood, Master," came the prompt reply. A violent tremor coursed through the ship, soon settling into calm. The battleship ascended, shaking off the stones, dust, and vines that clung to it. Before long, the exterior was immaculate, gleaming as if newly forged. The commotion reverberated throughout the ancient ruins, catching the attention of all treasure seekers, yet none dared to indulge in greed. They all recalled the bloodshed that had ensued years prior due to this very battleship. Little did anyone expect that a mere child had managed to restore it. Furthermore, the recent defeat of the lone wolf, little ghost, and butcher at the hands of the white madman had instilled fear in the hearts of many. These 3 had been formidable factions within the ancient ruins, and their alliance posed a grave threat. Before long, the ship descended once again. "Master, this operation consumed only 0.1 of energy. During your absence, energy has accumulated to a total of 10 units. Enmoxi led Murong Qingyu to her quarters, inviting her to sit while she began to gather her belongings into her storage space. "Qingfeng, I will now place you into storage," she instructed. "Understood, Master. Qingfeng will always be with you," came the response. Enmoxi then took Murong Qingyu outside the battleship, placing it into her spatial ring, leaving Murong Qingyu once again in a state of astonishment. Such expansive storage equipment was not unheard of, yet it was exceedingly rare and precious, something that wealth alone could not easily procure. The confined space within one's own equipment was surprisingly limited. intensifying Murong Qingyu's curiosity about the events transpiring within Moxie. However, Moxie remained silent, and she refrained from inquiring further, trusting that Moxie would share what needed to be shared, for he was a child of strong convictions. Moreover, it was beneficial for him to possess a measure of personal space. If she were to encroach upon all of Moxie's self-claimed territory, he might come to resent her. After the warship was withdrawn, a colossal pit remained on the ground, and Moxie cast a deep glance at the surrounding environment, as if wishing to etch the scene indelibly into his memory. Since the onset of consciousness, he had lived amidst the desolate ruins, and only after commencing his education had he encountered the world beyond the remnants. The sudden prospect of departure stirred within him a pang of reluctance. Murong Qingyu chose not to disturb Moxie, understanding his melancholy, yet recognizing that this place was truly unsuitable for a 15-year-old. She could merely remain silently by his side. "All right, sister, let us depart," Moxie said, regaining his composure and donning a smile once more. Observing the smile upon Moxie's face, Murong Qingyu grasped his hand, holding it tightly as if fearful of losing him. Upon returning to the villa, Moxie removed his eye mask and reclined on the sofa, comfortably squinting his eyes. Murong Qingyu bid him a brief farewell before ascending the stairs. After changing into her sleepwear, she descended back downstairs. Although she was aware that Moxie could see, she found it difficult to lower her guard around him. After a light meal, they tidied up and returned to the sofa, where Moxie lay across Murong Qingyu's lap. She sat there, cradling his head, and they engaged in casual conversation, with Moxie recounting the events of the day, often provoking peals of laughter from Murong Qingyu. Suddenly, a sound emitted from the watch on Murong Qingyu's wrist. Before she could react, a video call notification appeared. Noticing Moxie rise from his position, gazing at her with curiosity, Murong Qingyu contemplated briefly before accepting the call. With a tap on her watch, a vast light screen materialized before her, successfully connecting. Soon, two figures emerged on the screen. A middle-aged man with a square face, pronounced brows, and large eyes bore a striking resemblance to Murong Qingyu. Clad in casual attire, he exuded an aura befitting one who had long held a position of authority. Chapter 16. Has She reached adulthood? The young woman, possessing an enchanting grace and delicate features, was indeed a beauty who had aged gracefully, showing no signs of the passage of time. She bore a striking resemblance to Murong Qingyu, and one might easily mistake them for sisters if they were to stand together without a word. The man was none other than Murong Qingyu's father, Murong Yunhao, while the woman was her mother, Song Situ. "Dad, Mom, why did you call?" Murong Qingyu's tone was tinged with a hint of bewilderment. Upon hearing her refer to them as Dad and Mom, Moxie realized that Murong Qingyu was her elder sister, thus making their parents her own as well. Innocently, she smiled at the screen and chirped, "Hello, Dad, Mom, I am Moxie." At this, Murong Yunhao's expression darkened, yet he remained silent. Song Situ, visibly excited, cast a peculiar glance at Moxie before addressing Murong Qingyu with an odd expression. "Daughter, has Moxie reached adulthood?" Murong Qingyu, taken aback by the question, replied, "No, Moxie just celebrated her birthday, so she is an adult now." "What's the matter, Mom?" Note: according to the laws of the Alliance, the age of adulthood in the Shanshan continent is 16 years. "Oh dear, while I understand your eagerness for grandchildren, it is unlawful to engage with someone underage," Song Situ fretted. "But worry not. Given our family connections, you could board the train first and purchase the ticket later. I am just concerned about Moxie's health. Perhaps I should send her some supplements to help her recuperate." As Song Situ's words cascaded forth, Murong Qingyu's face gradually flushed with embarrassment, and Moxie, on the other hand, was left utterly bewildered, grappling with the confusion of her mother's concerns. Murong Yunhao's expression was grim, resembling that of a man whose prized cabbage had been ravaged by pigs. "Mother, it's not what you think. I will explain later," he exclaimed, quickly disconnecting the video call. "Elder sister, what were you just discussing? I hope I didn't miss here," Moxie inquired, puzzled by Song Situ's sudden interest in her health. She felt perfectly well, unaware of the implications of underage laws or conversations about grandchildren. Moxie's mind was a whirlwind of confusion. She had never encountered such matters before. Her days were consumed by school, training, and strategizing how to survive in the ruins. Thus, she gazed at Murong Qingyu with an innocent expression, wondering if she had inadvertently said something wrong that prompted her sister to hastily end the call. Meanwhile, in the Shanshan domain estate, Song Situ and Murong Yunhao were in a state of uproar. Murong Qingyu observed that Enmashi's cheeks had grown even rosier, and she reassured her. You didn't miscall. In truth, Enmashi had not erred. It was Song Situ and Murong Yunhao who had misconstrued the situation. All right, Mashi. Let us retire for the night. The room opposite mine on the second floor is yours. I have already prepared it for you. As Murong Qingyu's face turned crimson, Enmashi reached out to gently sweep aside her sister's bangs, pressing her forehead against hers. In a fleeting moment, Murong Qingyu found herself momentarily stunned. Allowing Enmashi to press his forehead against hers, a chilling sensation coursing through her. It was only then that she registered the boy's warm breath, causing her cheeks to flush even deeper. Yet, instead of pushing Enmashi away, she dazedly inquired, Moxie, what are you doing? Noticing her sister's flushed complexion, Enmashi asked, Isn't your face too red? Are you feeling unwell? Gazing into Enmaxi's innocent eyes, Murong Qingyu stammered, No, I'm not unwell. I just feel a bit warm. Moxie, I'll head back to my room to rest. With that, she rose from the sofa and hurried back to her bedroom. Watching the enigmatic Murong Qingyu retreat to her room, Enmashi returned to the space Murong Qingyu had prepared for him, sitting cross-legged on the bed to practice his cultivation. Later that night, in Murong Qingyu's room, she explained to Song Mu and Murong Yunhao the nature of her relationship with Enmashi, repeatedly emphasizing that she merely regarded him as a younger brother. Upon hearing her explanation, Song Mu's expression softened slightly, although she brushed aside the younger brother remark. As a mother, she could hardly be oblivious to her daughter's feelings. The age gap between them was minimal, and both Murong Yunhao and Song Mu had reviewed Enmaxi's background. He was a pitiable, well-meaning child with a clean slate. As for the so-called discrepancies in their social standings, such notions held no weight in the Murong family, and both parents supported Murong Qingyu wholeheartedly, with Murong Yunhao smiling in reluctant agreement under Song Mu's gentle insistence. Time flowed like water, and soon the first half of the semester had passed, with summer vacation on the horizon. Standing at the podium, Murong Qingyu addressed her classmates. As you return home, do not forget to continue your cultivation. It won't be long before you face the college entrance examinations, so you must work diligently. If safe, you may also enter the secret realms for practical experience. Class dismissed. After bidding farewell to Wu Chaojie and Ma Mingming, Enmashi followed Murong Qingyu. Over the past 6 months, Enmashi had undergone significant transformation. Under Murong Qingyu's nurturing, he had received ample nourishment, allowing his body to develop robustly. He had grown to a height of 185 meters, his physique becoming more solid, and the childishness of his face had faded, revealing well-defined features that no longer appeared boyish. He had reached the initial stage of the general rank, a remarkable accomplishment. While most children his age were still at the intermediate soldier rank, with a few gifted ones attaining the advanced rank, only a select few, like Enmashi, had broken through to the general rank, often due to the continuous resources provided by their families. Thanks to Murong Qingyu's ongoing support, Enmashi successfully advanced to the initial general rank, a breakthrough that delighted Murong Qingyu even more than Enmashi himself. She took him out for a shopping spree, treating him to a lavish meal and purchasing numerous new outfits for him. Upon returning to the villa, Enmashi naturally removed his eye mask and flopped onto the sofa. After changing her clothes, Murong Qingyu descended the stairs and playfully patted Enmashi, who was sprawled across the sofa. Little Moxie, why do you just flop onto the sofa as soon as you get home? She glanced up at Murong Qingyu, who was clad in a delicate nightgown, her bosom poised as if ready to burst forth, the exposed skin radiant with a blush. Her legs, resembling white jade, lay before Enmashi. Despite having developed a degree of resistance over the past 6 months, she still felt a surge of warmth. Sister, I am no longer a child. Could you refrain from dressing so? Seated beside Enmashi, Murong Qingyu's fragrant presence wafted into his nostrils. She leaned closer, asking, What is wrong with how I dress, dear sister? Over their months of companionship, Murong Qingyu no longer regarded Enmashi as merely her younger brother. And in she had grown accustomed to the dynamics shared with Wu Chaojie and Ma Mingming, having come to understand many matters concerning the opposite sex. Their relationship had become somewhat intricate, yet neither had dared to breach that delicate barrier. Sister you, sigh? She buried his head deep into the sofa. Witnessing his woeful demeanor, Murong Qingyu couldn't help but chuckle softly. During the past 6 months, she had become a prominent figure within the academy. As he matured, His reputation soared, ultimately earning him the title of the Academy's most handsome boy. Although he wore an eye mask, it could not conceal his striking features. Just half a year prior, he had appeared as an innocent child, yet the transformation in the interim rendered the mask ineffective. It was not uncommon for young girls to confess their affections to him. Even the recently crowned school beauty had declared her feelings, much to the chagrin of Wu Chaojie and Ma Mingming. In MO, she consistently declined their advances by invoking Mu Rongqingyu, claiming he was attracted to those with maturity, inadvertently causing heartache for numerous girls. Mu Rongqingyu felt the weight of this pressure. Although in MO she had rejected them all, she worried about the possibility of him being whisked away by some enchantress. Observing an MO who had buried himself in the sofa, she was reminded of a cunning little kitten, prompting her to inquire, "What are your plans for the summer break?" Without lifting his head, an MO replied languidly, "I shall spend it lounging about, lying down, laughing at the passage of time, simply as it comes." Chapter 17. Arrival at Shanlin Domain. Are you being serious? My parents wish for us to return to Shanlin Domain. They want to see you. Murong Qingyu gazed at Enmashi with a hint of exasperation, feeling that Enmashi had lost some of her charm compared to 6 months prior. In the past, Enmashi would affectionately call her sweet sister and occasionally act coyly, but over the past half year, those playful gestures had dwindled, leaving Murong Qingyu with a sense of discomfort. "Oh, my parents want to see me?" Enmashi sat up abruptly, startled and uncertain. Although the two had maintained contact with Murong Yunhao and Song Mu over the past 6 months, improving their relationship significantly, Murong Yunhao had gradually come to accept Enmashi, treating her with even more favor than he did Murong Qingyu. This often led Murong Qingyu to jokingly express her grievances to Enmashi, saying, "I see you as their biological child." Despite her words, Murong Qingyu felt a surge of happiness witnessing her parents' harmonious interactions with Enmashi. However, Enmashi had never genuinely faced her parents before, leaving her somewhat flustered. "Should I bring something when I meet them for the first time? Is there anything I need to prepare?" With a chuckle, Murong Qingyu found amusement in Enmashi's flustered demeanor. Ultimately, the following morning, Enmashi accompanied Murong Qingyu aboard the hover train heading to Shanlin Domain. On the train, Enmashi fidgeted restlessly, while Murong Qingyu couldn't help but find it amusing. It was the first time in 6 months that Enmashi had displayed such nervousness. Murong Qingyu had assumed Enmashi would remain composed. After more than an hour, the train arrived at its destination. Gathering her resolve, Enmashi reverted to her usual languid demeanor as she stepped off the train alongside Murong Qingyu. Upon exiting the station, they spotted a slender yet efficient middle-aged man in a black suit, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, holding a sign inscribed with Enmashi's name. They approached him, and Murong Qingyu inquired, "Uncle Yu, why did my father send you to pick us up?" "Young master, young miss, Master Murong is currently in a video conference at home, so he sent me to welcome you. Let us get in the car and talk more when we arrive," replied Yushu, whose full name was Yushu, a driver for Murong Yunhao. His father had served Murong Yunlong, and he had continued this legacy by serving Murong Yunhao, making him a trusted aide for 2 generations. Yushu opened the car door and stood to the side. "Hello, Uncle Yu," and Mashi greeted him before following Murong Qingyu into the shuttle. After closing the door, Yushu smiled gently, entered the driver's seat, and started the shuttle, heading towards the Murong family estate. Sitting on the sofa, Enmashi lazily stifled a yawn. Leaning back with her head resting against the cushions, her eyes concealed by a mask, making it unclear if she had fallen asleep. Murong Qingyu poked Enmashi's side, and upon receiving no response, she poked her again. "What is the matter?" Enmashi's languid voice emerged. "Are you no longer nervous? What can nerves accomplish? Besides, my parents are hardly likely to devour me. What do you think your parents summoned you for? Surely, it cannot be merely for the sake of seeing you," mused Enmoxi, leaning against Murong Qingyu's shoulder, finding a comfortable position, seemingly resolved to remain silent. Murong Qingyu also refrained from speaking. Thus, they sat in tranquil silence. After a brief interlude of several minutes, the vehicle came to a halt, and Yushu opened the door, allowing the two to disembark. Before them lay a residence imbued with ancient charm, a style rarely seen since the dawn of the new century. Murong Qingyu pushed open the door and let Enmoxi inside. No sooner had they entered than Murong Qingyu called out, "Father, Mother, we are back." Upon hearing this, Mother Song emerged from the kitchen, her eyes lighting up at the sight of the two. "Moxie." She hurried over, grasping Enmoxi's hand and guiding her towards the sofa in the living room. How was the train ride? Did you experience any discomfort upon arriving in Shanlin Domain? What would you like to eat for lunch? She bombarded Moxie with a flurry of concerned inquiries. Meanwhile, Murong Qingyu stood by, appearing somewhat disheartened. Mother, who is truly your biological child? He muttered, settling onto the sofa with a huff. Oh my, dear you, that is certainly not how you should express it. Your fiancé is practically a son as well, and considering he has accompanied you all this way, it is only natural for me to be concerned for him. Mother Song retorted, her reasoning leaving Murong Qingyu blushing with embarrassment. Mother, not again, he protested. Ah, how well I know you. Just a simple outing and you return with a fiancé. Your relationship has blossomed well over these past 6 months, hasn't it? When do you plan to have children? When can I expect to hold my grandchild? Mother, I have told you, Moxie is my adopted brother. Brother indeed. You might as well admit he is your child bride. And Moxie, feeling uneasy beside Mother Song, was well aware that their video calls often revolved around this topic. To his dismay, he found himself unable to escape it again upon returning. Darling, come down. Moxie is here. Mother Song called up to the study. A voice from above responded, Moxie is here. You two stay downstairs for a while. I will join you after the meeting. In the study, Murong Yunhao hurriedly delegated several tasks, as there had been multiple instances of spiritual energy disturbances in several secret realms, leading to an influx of strange beasts. The guardians of these realms were feeling the pressure, necessitating the dispatch of reinforcements, which prompted the urgent meeting. Meanwhile, Mother Song engaged in conversation with Moxie and Murong Qingyu downstairs. Shortly thereafter, Murong Yunhao concluded his work and made his way downstairs. Observing Moxie conversing amiably with Mother Song, he felt a sense of gratification. Over the past 6 months, his feelings had evolved from indifference towards Moxie to a genuine fondness. Although he had always favored boys, his wife had sustained injuries during the birth of Murong Qingyu, rendering her unable to conceive again. Thus, both parents showered their affection upon their only son. Though the world may permit polygamy, Murong Yunhao remained steadfastly loyal to his wife. Despite several occasions when Song's mother suggested he take another wife to bear a son for the Murong family, he consistently declined, assuring her that with his younger brother Murong Yunxian, there was no cause for concern. After repeated insistence, Song's mother ceased her demands and instead fervently attempted to introduce suitors to her own younger brother, dragging Murong Yunxian along on blind dates. He often found excuses to escape, suffering considerable distress from the relentless matchmaking. Emoshi, you have arrived. How has your cultivation been? Have you fallen behind? If you lack anything, do let your father know. Sitting on the sofa, Murong Yunhao gazed at Moshi, whose presence increasingly appealed to him. He couldn't help but feel that his boisterous daughter seemed somewhat unworthy of Moshi, silently lamenting her lack of ambition. He worried about the day when Moshi might be whisked away, leaving him to lament his inaction. Father, I lack nothing. My cultivation is progressing smoothly. I have now reached the initial stages of the general rank. Moshi sat composedly on the sofa, though he had never met his biological parents. Murong Qingyu and his wife had indeed provided him with a sense of family. They treated him with the affection one would bestow upon their own child. Albeit Song's mother always regarded him as a child husband to Murong Qingyu, a notion Murong Yunhao seemed to have unwittingly accepted. Excellent. Keep up the good work, and remember, never let pride cloud your judgment. While he appeared calm and collected on the surface, Murong Yunhao was inwardly astonished. The exceptional talents in his own army at Moshi's age were merely at the rank of high-tier soldiers, whereas he himself, at that age, had only reached high-tier status while indulging in playful escapades. Yet here was Moshi, already at the initial stages of the general rank. The four of them conversed in the living room for a while, and as the clock struck 11, Murong Yunhao proposed dining out. However, Song's mother interjected. It is rare for Moshi to return. Why should we dine out? We must eat at home. Murong Yunhao, a devoted husband, dared not contradict her. Thus, he settled down on the sofa with Moshi while Song's mother took Murong Qingyu into the kitchen. Moshi wished to assist, but was promptly shooed away by Song's mother, who insisted he keep Murong Yunhao company in the living room. In the kitchen, as Song's mother sought the vegetables, she turned to Murong Qingyu and inquired, Qingyu, how far have you and Moshi progressed? Chapter 18. Apprenticeship with the Old Demon. This sentence initially left Murong Qingyu in a state of bewilderment, but she quickly regained her composure. Her earlobes tinged with a rosy hue. Mother, what are you talking about? Cut it out, pretending with me. You know your character since childhood. Yet you must seize this opportunity, or else you will find yourself weeping in vain later on. Morong Qingyu chose not to respond, but instead reflected earnestly. In MO, she was indeed becoming increasingly prominent, with an ever-growing entourage of admirers surrounding her. This was merely the beginning, given MO she's talents. Her chances of fame would only multiply, and her companions would become increasingly exceptional. If she remained passive, allowing some enchanting vixen to whisk her away, would she not be sewing garments for another's wedding? No, that cannot be allowed to happen. Seeing her daughter lost in thought, Songmu refrained from interrupting and focused diligently on preparing the meal. Soon, a sumptuous spread was ready, and the four of them gathered around the dining table. Enjoying their meal with joy, Songmu frequently served an mo shi, ensuring her bowl was never lacking in delicious dishes. After lunch, Songmu instructed Morong Qingyu to take an mo shi to meet the old master and then to explore Shanlin district before returning to her own tasks. Morong Qingyu led an mo shi to the parking area, where she drove out a striking crimson hovercraft, an Alpha Series luxury model reminiscent of a Ferrari Phantom. The two of them, seated within, felt akin to the supercars of a bygone era amidst the hovercrafts. Exiting the estate, they headed towards a military district. Upon arrival, the guards recognized Morong Qingyu and greeted her warmly. "Ah, little Qingyu, visiting your grandfather? It's been ages since we last saw you. When did you return?" "Hey, Grandpa, I was in the demon concubine domain, just returned today." The man known as Grandpa, he seemed quite familiar with Morong Qingyu, easily granting her vehicle access into the military district. In MO, she sensed that Grandpa, he did not emanate any aura of cultivation. This suggested two possibilities. Either he was an unfathomably powerful figure, far beyond an MO she's comprehension, or he was merely an ordinary person. However, in MO, she leaned towards the former. In such a vast military district, even a mere soldier could pose a formidable challenge. She realized she was still too weak. They ventured deeper into the military district, surrounded by training grounds, soldiers' quarters, and dining halls. In stark contrast, at the heart of it all lay a small courtyard, distinctly out of place. After parking the hovercraft in front of the courtyard, Morong Qingyu pushed open the wooden gate and called out, "Grandfather, Qingyu has come to see you." The entrance revealed a modest courtyard, with a clear stream flowing through the center, where colorful koi occasionally swam, the water flowing from west to south. The courtyard faces south, with a small arched stone bridge at its center, accompanied by a quaint pavilion. Inside the pavilion rests a stone table, where three venerable gentlemen, with hair as white as snow yet youthful in spirit, engage in a game of chess. This ancient game, rich in cultural symbolism, indeed finds its presence everywhere. Naturally, with chess comes the inevitable presence of a sore loser. As the two approached the courtyard, they could overhear the spirited debate among the three. Upon recognizing the voice of Morong Qingyu, one of the elderly gentlemen abruptly tossed the chess pieces onto the table and rose to his feet. "Qingyu has arrived. Where have you been lately? It has been far too long since you last visited your grandfather. He has missed you dearly." The sight elicited a wry smile and a shake of the head from the others nearby. Every time the old rascal Morong Yunlong plays chess, he not only proves to be a sore loser, but also resorts to childish antics. "Grandfather, did you lose again, thus resorting to such tricks?" Morong Qingyu retorted without addressing his comment directly. "Oh, how could that be? Ah, this must be Emoshi by your side, right? Come here. Let your grandfather take a good look at you." The elder deftly shifted the topic, resembling a mischievous old child who refuses to admit defeat. However, in MO, she found no dislike in the grandfather's demeanor. On the contrary, she found it rather amusing. "Grandfather, indeed." In MO, she took Morong Qingyu's hand and strode swiftly to the pavilion, approaching the elder's side. "Ah, splendid, splendid. Truly a wonderful child." Observing that in MO she exhibited no faults, the elder nodded approvingly. "Old ghost you, what do you think of my granddaughter's husband?" Although he feigns modesty, one can see the grin nearly stretching to his ears. It was evident that the elder was quite pleased. He had heard from Morong Yunhao about an Mo Shi, the young lad who had survived alone in the desolate ruins of the demon concubine domain for decades. The elder was well aware of the perils of those ancient ruins. For a young child to endure, there was nothing short of miraculous, especially since he had earned a formidable reputation. This endeared the elder to him, for soldiers typically possess straightforward personalities. Few would admire a pretty boy with a duplicitous nature, although in Mo Shi's appearance surpassed that of many. Anyone informed of his past would never underestimate him as a fool. The dangers of that place rivaled, if not surpassed, the ferocity of battles against alien beasts. Old Ghostly gazed at an Mo Shi, who held Murong Qingyu's hand, and could not help but exclaim, "What a fine young man, brimming with youthful vigor, soaring like a tiger in broad daylight. I must admit, my grandson pales in comparison to Mo Shi. He spends his days recklessly playing without accomplishing anything worthwhile. And now he has become the most notorious of the 3 young rascals in the Mountain Rain domain. It is truly a headache. I shall have to ensure he learns a thing or two from youngin." The elder referred to as Old Ghost Yu had fought alongside Murong Yunlong in the arena against alien beasts years ago. Although he had since retired due to injury, he was once known as the strongest spear, having protected the elder through countless perils during the beast tides. Observing and Moxie nodding at the old ghost, it became evident that he possessed a unique talent, one that could amplify his prowess in battle. This extraordinary gift was a crucial factor that enabled him to navigate through the beast tide with remarkable agility. It could be said that this talent was the foundation of his reputation as the strongest gunner in the military district. Yet it was undoubtedly the old ghost's unparalleled marksmanship that truly honed his skills. Now, with the aid of his innate ability, the old ghost perceived the burgeoning aura of Moxie's formidable killing intent, standing resolutely behind him. Although still somewhat inexperienced in wielding this newfound power, he had already distinguished himself among his peers as an extraordinary prodigy. The old ghost felt a stirring compassion, contemplating the possibility of taking him under his wing as an apprentice. "Indeed, Moxie, would you be willing to learn the art of marksmanship from this old man?" The old ghost's words left the elder Murong somewhat astonished. His mastery of the gun art was unparalleled, and as a grandmaster himself, he had achieved a profound understanding of gun intent. Many had sought to apprentice under him, yet he had dismissed them, fearing they would tarnish the reputation of his lethal marksmanship. Thus, the prospect of him now willingly accepting a disciple was a surprising revelation to both Murong Yunlong and Old Ghostly. And Moxie, slightly bewildered by the sudden proposition amid their casual conversation, appeared lost in thought. Sensing his confusion, the old ghost leaned in to elucidate the matter, allowing Moxie to grasp the significance of the offer. The elder Murong merely smiled, permitting Moxie to make his own decision without interference. After the old ghost's explanation, Murong Qingyu stood quietly beside Moxie, choosing not to influence his decision. The remarks exchanged between the 2 elder gentlemen did not faze her. She seemed to accept them without concern. After a moment of contemplation, Moxie readily acquiesced, recognizing his need for deeper understanding of marksmanship, and, following Murong Qingyu's insights into the old ghost's past, resolved to become his disciple. "Master, I humbly bow before you," Moxie, he proclaimed, bending his knee and kneeling before the old ghost. He knocked his forehead against the ground 3 times, the crisp sounds resonating beautifully. "Ah, splendid, splendid. Rise, my good disciple," the old ghost exclaimed with laughter. Chapter 19. The long spear of the underworld lord Old Ghost Yu bent down to assist Moxie, and beside them, Murong Yunlong and Old Ghostly chuckled in unison. Murong Qingyu, standing nearby, cast a sympathetic glance at Moxie's forehead, which bore a noticeable red mark. "Ha ha, Old Ghost Yu, you have finally taken on a disciple. Otherwise, I would have thought your skills would be carried to the grave with you," Old Ghostly remarked. "Now that you have a disciple, shouldn't you bestow a gift upon her? I recall you have quite a collection of treasures over the years." "Indeed, Grandpa Yu. You mustn't be stingy. Otherwise, I shall take my Moxie and ignore you forever," Murong Qingyu chimed in, playfully adding to the banter. "Ah, rest assured, Grandpa Yu would never be miserly," Old Ghost Yu replied, as he retrieved a blood-red spear from his spatial ring. The moment the spear emerged, a formidable aura of slaughter enveloped the air, accompanied by a sweet scent of blood. Both Old Master Murong and Old Ghostly gasped at the sight of the spear, which was discovered amidst the ruins of a temple during an expedition into a newly unearthed secret realm. When Old Ghost Yu first laid eyes upon this spear, it was found within a blood pool at the center of the ancient temple. At that moment, darkness descended, as if hell itself had manifested on earth, with wailing demons echoing in the air. Though the illusion lasted but a fleeting instant, it left everyone drenched in cold sweat. A memory that still haunted Old Ghost Yu to this day. As the spear lay there, Moxie sensed the malevolent energy emanating from it. Although it was a magnificent weapon, it could not compare to the spear she possessed in her ring. This spear, named Greedy Wolf, was unparalleled in its lethal prowess, perfectly complementing the momentum of slaughter. Ha ha ha. This time, Old Ghost Yu has truly splurged. He rarely allows anyone even a glimpse of this spear. Old Master Morong teased from the side. Indeed, one would hardly believe how much he treasures it, Old Ghostly echoed in agreement. At that moment, and Moxie timidly spoke up. Master, there is no need to go to such expense. I already have a spear that suits me well. Moxie, this spear is truly exceptional. It is not just an ordinary weapon. Morong Qingyu gently tugged at Moxie's sleeve and whispered in her ear. Oh, then where is your spear? Might I see it? Old Ghost Yu inquired, eager to assess what his disciple wielded. If it did not measure up to the greedy wolf, he would insist she replace it. Typically, seasoned spear users have a weapon they are accustomed to and seldom switch, as the bond formed over time is significant. Additionally, a spear that has been used for a long period becomes second nature. While it is said that a broken spear can be mended, it will never be the same as before. Each spear varies in length, weight, radius, and tip, and even two identical spears will feel different in use. A period of adjustment is necessary. However, since Moxie had not used her spear for long, there was still time to make the switch. Hearing Old Ghost Yu's words, Moxie reluctantly retrieved her spear. A sharp momentum surged forth, and in Moxie's hand appeared a long spear, its body a deep black, with a black dragon coiling around it, the spearhead resembling the breath of this dragon. As the spear manifested, it directly dispelled the bloodthirsty aura of the greedy wolf spear, unleashing an invisible force akin to that of an emperor, compelling myriad spears to submit. A powerful presence emerged, and the demon god behind Moxie manifested, conjuring the 18 layers of hell, a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. The realms of the tongue-pulling hell and the boiling oil hell, among others, brought immense psychological pressure upon all present, while Moxie, wielding the spear, stood high and mighty, surveying everyone like the lord of the underworld. This spear, known as the king of the underworld, measured 1 foot 4 inches in length and weighed 300 pounds, capable of sending all beings into the abyss of hell, never to ascend, claiming souls beneath its lethal grasp, nurturing the spirit of the spear. And Moxie's voice resonated ethereally, as if emanating from all directions, surrounded by demon gods, akin to a sovereign descending upon the mortal realm. The domain brought forth by the king of the underworld dissipated, restoring the surroundings to that of a small courtyard, where the greedy wolf bore no trace of its former might, appearing as an ordinary long spear. The 4 individuals stood in shock. None had ever witnessed such a spear, not even Morong Qingyu. After a brief silence, the old ghost finally spoke. Excellent, excellent. Indeed, it is a magnificent spear, perfectly suited to you. In that case, allow me to gift you a martial technique. A fine spear deserves a worthy technique for its application. As he spoke, the old ghost prepared to present a tome of martial skills. Master, in truth, I already possess martial techniques that accompany this spear, including both cultivation and movement techniques. And Moxie declared. His words left not only the old ghost astounded, but also Murong Laozu and Li Laogwei in a state of disbelief. Morong Qingyu was somewhat unfazed. Although unaware of Moxie's accompanying spear techniques, she was familiar with his cultivation and movement techniques. Ha ha ha. Excellent, excellent. It is no surprise that you are my granddaughter's husband. Old ghost, do not be stingy. Quickly present the enlightenment stones and the millennium marrow cleansing liquid you collected years ago. My fine grandson-in-law is certainly deserving of such treasures. Murong Laozu laughed heartily, exclaiming excellent thrice, revealing his satisfaction with Moxie. The old ghost was not being stingy. He had originally intended to offer these items only after Moxie had made progress in his spear skills. However, recognizing that Moxie required these items to break through his bottleneck, he willingly granted them. This time, Moxie did not decline. The enlightenment stones and the millennium marrow cleansing liquid were exactly what he needed, the latter enhancing his comprehension. The enlightenment stones would enable him to grasp the essence of spear intent, a crucial distinction in combat. The presence of intent could determine victory between two equally matched warriors. After bestowing these items, the trio sent Moxie and Murong Qingyu on their way, instructing Moxie to return the following day. Moxie placed the items given by the old ghost into his storage ring, then departed the courtyard with Murong Qingyu. The 3 elder gentlemen resumed their game of chess within the courtyard, though Murong Laozu could not help but extol Moxie's virtues to his companions. thus preserving his dignity in front of old friends. The two individuals embarked on a flying shuttle, arriving at the grandest commercial street in the Shanin domain, where they began their leisurely exploration. It must be said that a woman's shopping spree knows no bounds. By the end, and Moxie was utterly exhausted, while Murong Qingyu appeared remarkably invigorated. Ultimately, and Moxie found herself seated on a bench, devoid of any strength to continue, surrounded by an array of shopping bags. Their shopping excursion yielded a considerable haul, primarily consisting of numerous garments purchased by Murong Qingyu for Moxie, including an impressive collection of undergarments. Noticing the advancing dusk, Murong Qingyu made a phone call home to inform that they would not be returning for dinner. Subsequently, she led Moxie to a delightful restaurant for a meal. As they strolled together, they became the focal point of the entire street. Men gazed at Murong Qingyu, while women fixed their eyes upon Moxie. Had it not been for their mutual companionship and the realization that they could not surpass each other's beauty and physique, the surrounding crowd would have surely converged upon them. Nonetheless, several young women seized the opportunity to approach Moxie, asking for her contact information while Murong Qingyu was occupied with selecting clothing. A few audaciously lowered their tops, revealing a glimpse of their curves, their intentions unmistakable. Yet, Moxie graciously declined all advances. After their meal, they returned home to find only Song Mu present, as Murong Yunhao was nowhere to be seen. Upon their arrival, Song Mu suggested they freshen up and rest early, prompting them to retreat to their respective rooms. Ascending to the second floor, it was uncertain whether it was intentional or accidental, but Song Mu had not prepared the guest rooms, opting instead to tidy up only the room that Murong Qingyu had previously occupied. The other guest rooms were deliberately locked, faced with the solitary room of Murong Qingyu. Both fell into a contemplative silence. Murong Qingyu's cheeks flushed crimson, fully aware that her mother was behind this arrangement. However, given the circumstances, seeking out Song Mu would likely prove futile. "Mother, how careless can you be? There's no choice left. We shall have to make do and share a bed for the night," she sighed, resigning herself to the situation. Opening the door, they discovered a spacious room furnished solely with a large bed and a single blanket. Murong Qingyu's face reddened further, and Moxie felt a wave of warmth enveloping her. Offering a brief word to Murong Qingyu, she swiftly retreated to the bathroom to take a shower. Chapter 20. Timely action. As the water cascaded upon her face, the heat within Moxie gradually subsided. Meanwhile, Murong Qingyu sat at the edge of the bed, feeling utterly helpless as the sound of water splashing from the bathroom filled the air. The two had previously shared a bed on a night shortly after Moxie moved into the villa. At that time, she had been fast asleep and still had the innocence of a child, barely more than a toddler. However, within merely 6 months, Moxie had shed her childishness. She was no longer a mere child. Soon, having finished her bath, Moxie realized she had forgotten to bring a change of clothes. Glancing around, she spotted a bath towel, which she wrapped around her lower body before stepping out. Hearing the commotion, Murong Qingyu looked up and was met with the sight of Moxie, her lower half swathed in a towel, while droplets of water clung to her upper body, glistening on her toned muscles. Her physique was not bulky but rather defined, each muscle clearly delineated, exuding a sense of power. With damp hair and beads of water occasionally trickling down her neck, they traversed her chest and abdomen, yearning to descend further, only to be thwarted by the towel. In the bathroom, Moxie had already removed her eye mask, revealing her ethereal dual-colored pupils that swirled mesmerizingly, bestowing upon her an air of regality. Murong Qingyu's face flushed a deep crimson, prompting her to lower her gaze and hastily pass by Moxie, retreating into the bathroom as if fleeing. Just as Moxie opened her mouth to inquire, Murong Qingyu had already entered the restroom. With no other option, Moxie dried herself with the towel and sat at the edge of the bed, summoning a holographic screen to open a popular app, Dousun, to scroll through amusing short videos. Murong Qingyu took her time, lingering in the bathroom for nearly half an hour before finally turning off the water. Habitually reaching for her towel, she found only emptiness. Looking up, she realized the towel was nowhere to be found, as her clothes had already been tossed into the washing machine. Normally, Murong Qingyu would have simply exited the bathroom in her natural state, but Moxie was outside. Reluctantly, she cracked the bathroom door and called out, "Moxie, could you pass me a towel and some sleepwear?" "All right," Moxie replied, halting her video scrolling. She opened the wardrobe and searched for a considerable time before discovering a particularly delicate nightgown made of ice silk, though she did not scrutinize it closely. Afterward, she searched for a towel, but despite her efforts, she was unable to find one. Ultimately, she decided to hand her own towel to Murong Qingyu. "Here, sister. There's no towel in the wardrobe. I only found a nightgown. You can use this towel." The bathroom door opened a crack, and Murong Qingyu's hand swiftly grasped the towel and nightgown before the door shut rapidly. The closing door stirred a gust of air, and Moxie suddenly felt a chill, realizing she had inadvertently lost her towel and was now exposed. Seizing the opportunity while Murong Qingyu was still in the bathroom, and Moxie once more opened the wardrobe to continue her search. Within the wardrobe, there are but a few winter garments, particularly in the room of Murong Qingyu. How could there possibly be any male clothing? In fact, there isn't even a single outfit that would fit her. The clothes she purchased today remain in the shuttle, which is parked in the underground garage. In the bathroom, Murong Qingyu notices that the towel in her hand feels somewhat damp, only to realize it is the one used by Moxie. There truly are no towels left in the room, forcing Murong Qingyu to use this one to dry herself. After drying off, she reaches for the sleepwear that Moxie had brought her, only to discover it is hardly suitable for sleep. The garment barely covers her upper thighs, leaving much to the imagination, while the deep V neckline reveals a considerable expanse of her curves. The fabric itself is sheer, rendering it almost indistinguishable from being unclothed. It dawns on Murong Qingyu that this was an online purchase intended for summer nights, but upon wearing it once, she found it overly provocative and had relegated it to the depths of her wardrobe. Most of her clothing was taken when she ventured into the enchanting realm, leaving behind only a few winter pieces. What am I to do now? Murong Qingyu stands dazedly before the mirror, contemplating that she cannot remain in the bathroom all night. "Dear daughter, you must act swiftly," echoes her mother's words in her mind. Suddenly, she realizes this could be a fortuitous opportunity. "Go for it. Qingyu, you can do it." Gazing into the mirror to rally herself, she resolves to open the door and step out. Upon hearing the noise, Moxie, without closing the wardrobe door, throws herself onto the bed, wrapping the blanket around her. As Murong Qingyu opens the door, she finds Moxie nestled under the blanket, the wardrobe door ajar. Ensuring she remains unseen, Moxie lets out a sigh of relief. She looks up at the newly emerged Murong Qingyu, instantly captivated. Her freshly dried hair is voluminous, cascading smoothly, while her skin glows with a delicate rosy hue, appearing almost fragile. The deep V neckline perfectly showcases her ample curves, with a pronounced cleavage nestled between them. The sheer fabric of the dress hints at the allure beneath. The hem of the sleepwear barely grazes her upper thighs, as Murong Qingyu holds it in place to shield her modesty. Moxie's mind erupts in a flurry. It dawns on her that Murong Qingyu is, in fact, wearing nothing underneath. Feeling the intensity of Moxie's gaze, Murong Qingyu's cheeks flush a deep crimson, accompanied by a surge of delight within. "Moxie, do you think your sister looks beautiful?" she teases, amused by Moxie's dazed expression. "Why, yes, beautiful," Moxie stammers, still caught in a state of bewilderment. "Ha ha." Murong Qingyu covers her mouth, stifling a giggle. Approaching Moxie, she tilts her chin up and playfully inquires, "So, do you like your sister?" "I do." Moxie replies shyly. She grasped Murong Qingyu's hand, deftly pressing it beneath her own. Murong Qingyu's face flushed crimson. Her gaze averted from she felt a restless stir within her, as if a flame were igniting deep inside. Murong Qingyu closed her eyes, her lips slightly puckered. Unable to restrain herself, she shut her eyes and leaned down to capture those soft lips in a tender kiss. In that fleeting moment, Murong Qingyu felt her entire body go weak, as though all her strength had been drawn away by she. After 3 minutes, their lips parted, and she lingered in the memory of the softness she had just experienced. Cradling Murong Qingyu in her arms, she sensed the delicate figure trembling. Whether from excitement or fear, she gently caressed Murong Qingyu's hair. The two exchanged no further words as she held Murong Qingyu in silence, suppressing the turmoil within her to regain composure. Murong Qingyu felt enveloped by warmth in she's embrace, as if she were wrapped in the glow of a furnace. she's body radiated heat, causing Murong Qingyu's cheeks to flush even deeper. Her awareness sharpening. she's expression also shifted, taking on a peculiar hue. She pressed Mu Rongqingyu beneath her once more, and then a blanket tumbled in disarray as she dashed out the door. Mu Rongqingyu was left stunned, before erupting into a fit of delicate laughter. She fled outside, stealthily making her way to the underground parking lot. She opened her sleek vehicle and swiftly slipped inside. In a flurry, she changed into the new outfit she had purchased earlier that day. She reclined the seat within the vehicle, laying back. Truly, she was a bewitching spirit. Fortunate was she for her quick escape, or she might have succumbed to the temptation of devouring that enchanting creature. After 2 hours of calm within the vehicle, she cautiously returned, clutching the blanket and the new attire intended for Mu Rongqingyu, stealthily approaching the doorway of their room. Chapter 21. Ingesting the Millennia Purification Elixir through the door, and Moxie listened to the profound silence within. She cautiously opened the door, peeking in first, only to find the room shrouded in darkness. A graceful figure lay on the bed, breathing steadily. Quietly, she pushed the door open further and gently closed it behind her. Placing a new outfit on the table, Mu Rongqingyu, lying on the bed, lazily opened her half-closed eyes, thinking to herself, "Humph. I thought you little rascal weren't planning to return tonight." She then shut her eyes again, feigning sleep, and Moxie covered Mu Rongqingyu with a blanket. Hesitating for a moment before deciding to remove her shirt, she then carefully slipped under the covers, wary of waking Mu Rongqingyu. Just as she lay down, still catching her breath, Mu Rongqingyu stirred, turning to embrace Moxie, curling up like a kitten in her arms. Startled, Moxie soon realized that Mu Rongqingyu had not awakened, but had merely sought a comfortable spot to fall back asleep. Reassured, Moxie gently wrapped her arms around Mu Rongqingyu and succumbed to slumber. Mu Rongqingyu opened her eyes, glancing at Moxie, her eyes crescent-shaped with a soft smile. In a voice as soft as a whisper, she said, "Good night," before drifting back into a deep sleep. The night passed in tranquility. The following morning, Moxie awoke, stretching luxuriously, only to discover Mu Rongqingyu clinging to her like a sloth. With a smile, Moxie embraced Mu Rongqingyu, intending to enjoy a little more rest. They slept soundly until around 10 o'clock, the room's curtains effectively blocking out the light, keeping the atmosphere dim. When Mu Rongqingyu finally awoke, she sat up, yawning, and looked down at Moxie, who was still lost in sleep. A smile crept upon her lips as mischief flickered in her eyes. She playfully took a strand of hair and began to tease Moxie's face. Before long, Moxie's brows furrowed as she slowly began to awaken. Upon seeing Mu Rongqingyu's playful antics, she rose and embraced her, gently kissing her soft lips. Initially, Mu Rongqingyu was taken aback, but she soon closed her eyes and reciprocated the embrace. After a lingering kiss, Moxie leaned in close to Mu Rongqingyu's ear, whispering sweet nothings that were audible only to her. Upon hearing Moxie's words, Mu Rongqingyu's face flushed, and she nodded shyly. Moxie held her close once more and kissed her again. Once they were up, Moxie helped Mu Rongqingyu into the delicate white dress with floral lace that she had brought for her the previous day. Descending the stairs, they were met by Song Mu, who greeted them with a warm and benevolent smile. Both young women felt a hint of embarrassment as they exchanged pleasantries and informed Song Mu that they would not be returning for lunch. They departed the estate in the flying shuttle, en route to the military district, as Moxie had promised Old Yu that they would visit today. Upon arriving at the small courtyard from the day before, they halted the shuttle. Mu Rongqingyu linked her arm with Moxie's as they entered the courtyard, which, to their surprise, was devoid of any occupants. Inside the courtyard's room, they found Grandfather Murong and Old Yu seated opposite each other, exchanging knowing glances. Sipping tea, I noticed Moxie and her companion entering, prompting the elder Murong to greet them with a warm smile. "Welcome, Moxie and Qingyu." After exchanging pleasantries with the elder and the old ghost, the latter instructed Moxie to ingest the Millennium Cleansing Essence. The elder Murong led the two to the small pavilion from the previous day, where he activated a spirit-gathering array set up in the courtyard, channeling the spiritual energy into the pavilion. As Moxie stood within, she felt an immediate surge of dense spiritual energy, which here was approximately tenfold that of the outside. Her eyes widened in astonishment as she looked at the elder Murong. Just yesterday, the spiritual energy had seemed only 3 times more potent than outside. The sudden increase was staggering. Observing her shock, the old ghost explained, "Beneath this place lies a vast spiritual vein. Otherwise, the military district would not have been established here. The elder Murong's courtyard serves as the focal point of this vein. Typically, we contain the spiritual energy within rooms or training areas. But now we need not exert such effort. We can directly summon it from the veins gathering array. Now, sit cross-legged quickly and consume the Millennium Cleansing Essence. The Elder Morong and I will provide you with protection. Heeding the old ghost's words, and Moxie settled into a meditative posture and retrieved the vial of cleansing essence. The liquid shimmered a brilliant blue, reminiscent of celestial fragments, occasionally glimmering with radiance. Although it appeared rich and viscous, it slid down her throat as smoothly as the finest chocolate, tasteless and transforming into a unique energy that permeated her being, expanding her meridians and purging impurities from within. Time passed swiftly, and after an hour, a foul odor began to emanate from Moxie, her body coated in a thick layer of dark residue. Awakening, she noticed the Elder Morong and the old ghost had retreated to a distance, with even Morong Qingyu hiding behind the Elder. Confused, she was soon overwhelmed by a pungent scent that assaulted her senses. Gagging involuntarily, she quickly held her breath and called out to the Elder, "Grandfather, where's the bathroom?" Seeing her awake, the Elder Morong gestured toward the room. "Go straight in, take a right, and at the end of the corridor, you will find a large bathroom." Without hesitation, Moxie hurried toward the bathroom. Once inside, she discarded her soiled clothes, knowing they were unfit for wear. She then proceeded to wash herself vigorously, using an entire bottle of shower gel to cleanse her body thoroughly. In the meantime, Morong Qingyu brought her a fresh set of clothing belonging to the Elder Morong, a long azure robe that surprisingly fit her well. Exiting the bathroom, she found the Elder Morong and the others seated, sipping tea. Upon hearing her movements, they turned their attention to her, and the old ghost was the first to inquire, "How do you feel?" "Well," she replied, "I feel remarkably good. My body feels significantly lighter, and my meridians have expanded considerably. I just naturally broke through to the intermediate stage. Certainly, it appears that the absorption has been quite effective. Now, I shall summon an individual for you to engage in practice with." "Very well." Shortly thereafter, the gate of the courtyard swung open, revealing a remarkably tall figure. Standing at nearly 6 feet 3 inches, with a complexion slightly darker, sporting a buzz cut, and appearing to be in his 20s. "Commander, Old Yu." The robust man greeted the esteemed elder with utmost respect upon entering. His eyes widened with surprise upon seeing Morong Qingyu, to whom he nodded in acknowledgement. He contemplated approaching her for a greeting, but hesitated, mindful of the presence of both the elder and Old Yu. Thus, he merely nodded as a form of salutation. Yet Morong Qingyu did not spare him even a glance. Instead, her gaze was fixated intently on Moxie, sensing that her complexion had improved following the application of the cleansing elixir. Unperturbed by the awkwardness, he followed her line of sight and soon discovered another individual in the courtyard. "Xiaohan, I called you here because I have taken on a new disciple. You are skilled with firearms, and I thought it would be beneficial for you both to spar and refine your skills." After Old Yu conveyed this, he proceeded to introduce Moxie, and a flicker of discontent crossed his features upon learning that Old Yu had accepted a novice. Xiaohan's full name was Han Jinrui. Hailing from a prominent business family, yet his kin were dissatisfied with his solely commercial pursuits and sought to dabble in politics. As the two prepared to engage in their contest, Morong Qingyu graciously offered a cup of tea to Moxie, which only intensified his feelings of jealousy and resentment. He was a suitor of Morong Qingyu and a well-regarded marksman among the younger generation in the military district. Accustomed to admiration, he often found himself the subject of praise among his peers. They frequently mentioned that he was the top contender to be Old Yu's disciple, yet now, Old Yu had inexplicably taken on an unknown youth. To make matters worse, this youth had garnered Morong Qingyu's favor, a pursuit he believed everyone was aware of. Even the elder. The fact that someone else had seized the opportunity before him was a bitter pill to swallow. Observing Morong Qingyu serving tea and adjusting in Moxie's attire, he felt a surge of frustration that made his teeth clench. Unbeknownst to him, all of this was noted by the elder and Old Yu. After ensuring Moxie's long robe was in order, Morong Qingyu quickly placed a gentle kiss on his lips, cautioning him to be mindful of his safety and not to get injured. She then blushed and hurried back to the elder's side. Witnessing this scene, the elder and Old Yu exchanged knowing smiles, remaining silent. Chapter 22, Sparring and Enlightenment. The two stood facing each other in the courtyard. She retrieved the weapon. Ming Jun, from her ring, adopting a three-body stance with her gun. Her front hand resembled a pipe, while her rear hand resembled a clamp. The gun was coiled around her waist, and her long robe billowed in the wind. She had no intention of launching an offensive, for recklessness in the face of an unknown adversary could cost her life. Opposite her, Han Jin-Rui held the gunstock above his head, firmly establishing a stance reminiscent of a collapsing tripod. Observing in Mo-Shi's composure, Han Jin-Rui felt a surge of resentment and jealousy within him. Yet he maintained a serious demeanor, fully aware of her undeniable prowess. After all, she had been accepted as a disciple by the esteemed Yu Lao. It was inconceivable that in Mo-Shi lacked talent or ability. Otherwise, such an honor would be unattainable. With a probing thrust aimed at an Mo-Shi's leg, she deftly flicked the tip of her gun upward, effortlessly neutralizing his attack. Regaining her stance, in Mo-Shi noted the absence of any openings in her opponent's defense. Her foundational skills in gunplay were solid, honed through diligent practice. Suddenly, her opponent employed a technique that rendered his movements unpredictable, swiftly advancing towards her. Having gauged in Mo-Shi's abilities through their earlier exchange, Han Jin-Rui realized that while her fundamentals were strong, her gunplay was not particularly sophisticated. Thus, he believed that an unexpected maneuver could lead to a decisive victory. Utilizing the Spirit Snake thrust, a technique from the Spirit Snake gunplay, his weapon slithered like a cunning serpent, its tip striking towards an Mo-Shi's lower body. In response, an Mo-Shi took a step back, sweeping her gun low to deflect his long weapon, and then countered with an overhead strike. With a swift cloud-parting slash, she effortlessly countered his Spirit Snake technique. Han Jin-Rui narrowly managed to lift his tripod stance to intercept an Mo-Shi's long gun. After several exchanges, she had successfully disowned her opponent's strengths and weaknesses, prompting her to initiate an offensive. Utilizing the 7-star killing gun alongside the 9-palace flying star, an Mo-Shi envisioned a formation around her, with herself at its center, embodying the 8 cardinal directions: Qian, Dui, Jin, Li, Kan, Kuan, Zhun, and Sun. I am within my domain. I am the fulcrum of this formation. An Mo-Shi's figure suddenly blurred, vanishing from her original position. When she reappeared, it was behind Han Jin-Rui, executing the first stance of the 7-star killing gun, Tianshu. Her long gun shimmered with a dark light, transforming into a voracious wolf as it lunged at Han Jin-Rui. Reacting swiftly, Han Jin-Rui employed the cunning Spirit Snake technique, attempting to ensnare an Mo-Shi's weapon and forcibly disrupt her attack. However, an Mo-Shi was resolute. She exerted her strength, driving Ming Jun forward with renewed vigor. Unyielding in her assault, the backlash sent Han Jin-Rui's long gun flying from his grasp, embedding itself in the ground nearby. An Mo-Shi's long gun halted mere centimeters from Han Jin-Rui's neck. He stood frozen, fear gripping him, acutely aware that any movement could result in the fatal piercing of his throat. Beads of cold sweat adorned his brow, and he was profoundly astonished. Despite being a mid-level practitioner at the age of 20, he had just been overpowered by an Mo-Shi's sheer force, which had sent his weapon spiraling away. At just 20 years of age, a robust young man found himself unable to match the prowess of an Moxie. And Moxie stood poised, having sheathed his weapon into his storage space, feeling somewhat awkward while wielding the 7 stars killing spear. It did not quite suit him, yet he had no intention of changing his combat style. Discovering a martial technique that perfectly aligns with one's own abilities is no simple task. Indeed, crafting one's own technique may be an option, but it demands a profound level of comprehension. And Moxie resolved that, should he encounter a technique that resonates with him, it would be ideal. In the absence of such a discovery, he contemplated deriving a suitable spear technique from the 7 stars killing spear. Old Ghost Yu approached with a smile, praising in Moxie. Very good. Your foundation is remarkably solid, yet your use of the spear lacks a touch of spirit. Once you have contemplated the intent stone and grasped a hint of spear intent, you will excel. Murong Qingyu hurriedly rushed to Moxie's side, producing a handkerchief to wipe the non-existent sweat from his brow, displaying her concern for him, while Han Jin-Rui stood aside, appearing as an outsider. Subsequently, Old Ghost Yu instructed Han Jin-Rui to withdraw. After Han Jin-Rui exited the courtyard, a glint of ruthlessness flickered in his eyes before he swiftly concealed himself and departed. Old Ghost Yu then commenced training with an Moxie within the courtyard. However, his teaching method differed from others. He engaged in Moxie in a sparring match using wooden spears. The rules were simple. Both would wield wooden rods as spears, devoid of spearheads. Old Ghost you would not utilize any cultivation but rely solely on his spear techniques, while Moxie only needed to touch his opponent's clothing to claim victory. And Moxie assumed his stance, while Old Ghost you merely stood there, calm and composed. Observing him, and Moxie noted the numerous openings in his posture. Without hesitation, he seized the spear and launched an attack, employing a strategy to catch his opponent off guard. Old Ghost you effortlessly evaded Moxie's strike with a light leap and countered with a swift and cunning thrust, landing a fierce jab to Moxie's chest. The force of the blow sent Moxie flying, clearly demonstrating its power. Murong Qingyu, witnessing this, rushed to assist Moxie, only to be stopped by the elder Murong, who shook his head to indicate that Moxie was unharmed. Yet, Murong Qingyu remained concerned, her hands tightly clenched. Moxie, having fallen to the ground, felt a sharp pain in his chest, but found no visible wound, only a lingering ache. Old Ghost you remained steadfast, weapon at the ready. Rising once more, Moxie rubbed his chest and prepared to engage again, this time altering his strategy to avoid head-on assaults. He began to observe Old Ghost U's movements and stances during the attack. Seeing Moxie's newfound awareness brought a smile to Old Ghost U's face. Very good. You possess keen insight. After a prolonged exchange, Moxie charged in once again, yet, predictably, he was sent flying once more. Bah! Let us go again, Moxie muttered, rubbing his back where the spear had made contact, feeling the sting. However, it seemed that Moxie had grasped something elusive this time. Determined, she charged forward again. Observing the ethereal movements of Old Ghost you, along with his swift and cunning marksmanship that struck with precision. Time and again, she was sent flying back, only to rise and rush at him once more. Thus, Moxie endured a whole afternoon of being battered. After dinner, she was brought home by Murong Qingyu, her body aching from the relentless training. Upon returning home, Murong Qingyu tenderly applied a milky ointment to Moxie, her heart aching at the sight of Moxie's once fair skin, now marred with bruises of varying shades. With great care, she spread the soothing salve over Moxie's wounds. Gradually, the bruises began to fade, a testament to the ointment's remarkable efficacy. After the application, Moxie donned a bathrobe and embraced Murong Qingyu, gently caressing her hair to provide comfort. The two shared a tender moment before Murong Qingyu excused herself to take a shower. Moxie, announcing her intention to practice, watched as Murong Qingyu, with a sway of her hips, entered the bathroom. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, Moxie retrieved a comprehension stone and activated her innate ability to devour it. As she consumed the stone, she soon felt a remarkable transformation within her. An understanding of intent began to take shape. Old Ghost you had bestowed upon Moxie 5 comprehension stones. While most individuals, upon absorbing their first stone, would consider it an extraordinary talent if they sensed even a hint of intent, Moxie devoured the stone entirely, fully assimilating its essence, which allowed her to form the embryonic stage of intent within herself. Once more, she took out another comprehension stone and activated her talent again. As she absorbed this second stone, she could feel her own intent solidifying. Before long, a unique intent began to manifest within her. In terms of understanding intent, Moxie had merely scratched the surface, having reached the threshold of entry. The stages of intent are categorized into entry, minor achievement, major achievement, subtlety, and perfection. With just 2 comprehension stones, Moxie transitioned from absolute ignorance to the threshold of understanding, an achievement that would surely astonish any outsider. It is rumored that a renowned elder in the Shanshan continent, known for their exceptional comprehension, required 10 comprehension stones to achieve their own understanding. Many gifted individuals, with the aid of comprehension stones, could expect to require around 20 to grasp their intent. Chapter 23. Comprehending the Abyss of Hell. Upon returning to the realm of the demon concubine, after consuming the final 3 stones of comprehension, Moxi's resolve had become unwavering. Furthermore, she had attained a state of consummate understanding, merely a step away from achieving minor success. Moxi opened her eyes, her dual pupils slowly rotating, revealing the vision of the abyss of hell. Indeed, her comprehension had emerged alongside her fierce demeanor, in harmony with the Lord of the Underworld. By merging her own force with the domain of the Lord of the Underworld within her understanding, the 3 elements complemented one another. Of course, such insight could only be attained after a prolonged period of contemplation. The stones of comprehension merely served as aids in this journey. For those of lesser means and understanding, the path to enlightenment lay solely in their own efforts. It was not that comprehension was unattainable, but rather that it proved to be a formidable challenge. The assistance of the stones was undoubtedly beneficial. An mo she leaped through the window. Murong Qingyu's room was located on the second floor, landing gracefully in the courtyard. An mo she closed her eyes, immersing herself in the essence within. Suddenly, she opened her eyes wide, her pupils shifting from violet blue to blood red. Whispering, "Abyss of hell, arise." Instantly, a crimson mist enveloped the surroundings, gradually shrouding the courtyard. The realm of the underworld materialized, almost tangible. This manifestation was a reflection of an mo she's understanding, though distinct from the insights typically derived from the stones. Instead, she had employed her innate ability to devour, resulting in a comprehension that diverged from the ordinary. This was not merely the essence of a singular weapon. It was an expression of an mo she herself. Thus, as long as she wielded that weapon, she could unleash her understanding, rather than being confined to a solitary spear. In the bathroom, Murong Qingyu sensed an unfamiliar, yet potent essence emanating from the courtyard. Swiftly donning her prepared bathrobe, she emerged from the bathroom, discovering that an mo she was absent from the room and that the window remained open. She approached the window and beheld an mo she standing in the courtyard. Recognizing the source of the essence to be an mo she felt a sense of relief wash over her, her lips curving into a smile as she returned to the bathroom, her mood uplifted as she resumed her bath. Within the room, Songmu noticed the strange essence and continued with her tasks, though her expression grew somewhat cold as she murmured to the air, what transpired?" From the shadows emerged a woman clad in black, approximately in her 20s, with sharp short hair. A black mask concealed her features below the eyes, yet her visage, discernible through the mask, revealed her to be an exquisite beauty, elegantly arched brows and captivating eyes, accentuating her alluring figure. This was a personal guard of the Murong family. The organization, known only to a select few, was exclusively affiliated with the Murong family, comprised of members whose lowest rank was that of a high-level marquis. It was an mo she who had comprehended the essence, testing her understanding in the courtyard. Upon realizing it was an mo she, Songmu's demeanor softened, and a warm smile graced her lips, prompting the guard to withdraw. After completing her test and returning to her room, an mo she sensed that her understanding diverged slightly from what she had previously grasped. A sense of clarity enveloped me, as if my mind had transformed into a pristine mirror, allowing thoughts to flow with remarkable swiftness. It felt as though my intelligence had surged after consuming the Enlightenment Stone, though in truth, it was merely a subtle enhancement of Moxie's innate talent. After Murong Qingyu's bath, the two embraced affectionately for a while. Eventually, Murong Qingyu reluctantly sat up from Moxie's arms as the hour grew late and the outside world had succumbed to darkness. They lay together on the bed once more, with Murong Qingyu nestling back into Moxie's embrace, holding him tightly and planting a gentle kiss upon his lips. With a smile gracing her face, she drifted into slumber in his arms. And Moxie, equally devoted, held her close, relishing the softness against his chest, and soon succumbed to sleep as well. The ensuing days unfolded unremarkably. Each morning, Moxie would rise and venture to the military district with Murong Qingyu, where they practiced under Elder Yu's tutelage. Progress was rapid. Initially, he was easily sent flying by Elder Yu, but soon he could exchange a few moves and even maintain a stalemate for 3 to 5 minutes at times, should he perform well. In the evenings, Moxie and Murong Qingyu would return to the estate, indulging in each other's company and nurturing their burgeoning affection. Occasionally, Elder Yu would grant Moxie a reprieve, allowing him time to bond with Murong Qingyu. Their relationship was fresh, marked by an intense desire to be in one another's presence at all times. Soon, the vacation came to an end. On the last day, after bidding farewell to Elder Yu and the Elder Murong, they were escorted by Song's mother and Murong Yunhao to the station, where they boarded the suspended train back to the Demon Enchantress domain. Upon returning, Moxie felt a wave of relief wash over him. Once inside the villa, he enveloped Murong Qingyu in his arms and laid her upon the sofa. "Don't move, let me hold you for a while," he whispered softly in her ear. Murong Qingyu, taken aback by his words, nevertheless wrapped her arms around him, allowing him to embrace her. In that moment, Moxie experienced an overwhelming sense of relaxation and, unbeknownst to him, fell into a deep sleep. It was only when she heard his steady, gentle breathing that Murong Qingyu realized in Moxie had drifted off. This return from the mountain forest domain had indeed exhausted him. The following day marked the beginning of the new semester, and Moxie accompanied Murong Qingyu to school. Despite a lingering reluctance to part ways, they exchanged a kiss before separating, Murong Qingyu heading to her classroom, while Moxie made his way to his. Along the route, he encountered Wu Chaojia and Ma Mingming, who excitedly rushed over, leaping with joy. It had been a while since they had seen Moxie, and they expressed a longing for his company. They made plans to dine together after school and find a place to relax with drinks. After enduring a morning filled with tedious classes, the trio eagerly awaited the end of the day. The afternoon was free of lessons, as their training class had fewer subjects. Typically, they engaged in practical training, and this semester, cultural courses had been entirely omitted, much to their delight. Originally, Wu Chaojia proposed going to a hotel for a bite and a drink, but Ma Mingming suggested indulging in barbecue instead. Enjoying the delightful combination of skewers and beer, they relished the moment. As this holiday came to a close, both of them had reached adulthood, and Moxie celebrated her birthday under the thoughtful planning of Murong Qingyu. In fact, Moxie had almost forgotten her own birthday. However, Murong Qingyu had acquired Moxie's birth date through her previous request for information from her father, Murong Yunhao. Now that all three had come of age, they unanimously agreed to seek out a lively eatery for an evening of barbecue. Yet, lunch still awaited them. After exchanging pleasantries with Murong Qingyu, they casually dined nearby their school. Murong Qingyu had initially wished to join them, but was unable to break free from her school obligations. Upon learning that Moxie and the others would be enjoying barbecue in the evening, she requested Moxie to send her the location in the afternoon so she could find them later. Ultimately, they decided to locate a place to connect to the internet. They parked their vehicle outside a nearby internet CAF and entered in unison. The CAF's ambience featured a predominantly white decor, and the computers had evolved from the bulky monitors of the past to sleek, cabin-like setups, complete with plush chairs that connected directly to brainwaves. The transformation was quite remarkable, and Wu Chaojia and the others spent the afternoon immersed in gaming. As time passed, the trio finished their gaming session and exited the CAF to a venue that Ma Mingming had recommended. The online reviews were quite favorable, praising both the taste and the environment. Although it was somewhat distant from the school, it was located at the edge of the enchanting Moki domain, near the sea. The establishment was a charming two-story wooden building, elegantly designed, with a wooden floor and a surrounding wooden railing, where tables were arranged against the fence. The atmosphere was pristine, complemented by a splendid seaside view and exquisite wooden decor. After conversing with the front desk, they were guided to a table for four. The menu was presented, and they began by ordering various meat skewers and spicy seafood to accompany their drinks, followed by 3 barrels of draft beer. And Moxie also sent her location to Murong Qingyu, who promptly responded that she would arrive shortly, having just resolved her prior engagements. Soon, the 3 barrels of draft beer arrived, along with a selection of meat skewers and spicy conch. They sampled the dishes and found the flavors delightful. It was Moxie's first experience with beer. Chapter 24. Entering the secret realm on her birthday, and Moxie shared a glass of red wine with Murong Qingyu, savoring its sweet and tangy aftertaste. The draft beer they were now enjoying was imbued with a rich malt aroma, accompanied by a slight bitterness, leaving a fragrant aftertaste that was immensely refreshing, especially as summer was drawing to a close. Although the season was nearly over, the weather still bore a hint of heat, and a sip of chilled beer paired with a skewer of meat was simply delightful. The 3 friends clinked their glasses, and before long, half a barrel of beer had vanished. Suddenly, the surrounding crowd fell silent, and Moxie and her companions looked up to see everyone gazing at the entrance, where some companions were playfully tugging at their partner's ears, begging for mercy. It was Murong Qingyu's arrival that had captured their attention. Today, she was dressed in a professional attire, a casual blazer over a white shirt and a black pencil skirt that reached her calves, accentuating her alluring figure. All eyes were fixed upon her. Murong Qingyu appeared to be searching for someone, and Moxie immediately stood up and waved her hand. Upon spotting Moxie, Murong Qingyu hurried to her side, and Moxie embraced her, planting a gentle kiss on her lips. Many onlookers lingered, reluctant to turn their gaze away from this tender moment. As their lips parted, Moxie took Murong Qingyu's delicate hand and guided her to sit beside her. Wu Chaojia, feeling a bit tipsy and flushed, let his mischievous spirit ignite as he teased, "Teacher Murong, should we call you sister-in-law now, or still teacher?" Although Ma Mingming was also slightly inebriated, she quickly sobered upon hearing Wu Chaojia's words. Both had a friendly rapport with Moxie, leading to frequent interactions with Murong Qingyu. Yet they felt their relationship was not quite at the level for such playful jests. A shiver ran through Ma Mingming, and she hesitated to join in. Unexpectedly, Murong Qingyu did not take offense, but responded playfully, "What do you both think I should be called?" As she spoke, she nestled closer to Moxie. "I think sister-in-law sounds good," Moxie said, tightening her embrace around Murong Qingyu before addressing Wu Chaojia and Ma Mingming. "All right, in private, you may call me sister-in-law, but in school, it's still teacher." Wu Chaojia and Ma Mingming chuckled and chimed, "Sister-in-law is great. Sister-in-law is wonderful." Murong Qingyu smiled, her heart brimming with happiness, graciously acknowledging each playful call. And Moxie offered her a skewer of meat, but Murong Qingyu declined, saying, "Don't mind me. I can manage on my own. You enjoy your time with them." Hearing this, and Moxie did not press further and held Murong Qingyu's hand as they continued to share drinks with Wu Chaojia and Ma Mingming. Before long, the clock struck midnight. After finishing 3 barrels of draft beer, the 3 individuals ordered 2 more, which they also consumed. Although they felt slightly tipsy, their warrior nature prevented them from becoming truly intoxicated. Rather, the alcohol merely dulled their senses. This draft beer was the establishment's signature brew, crafted by the owner himself, and was not an ordinary concoction. Its essence could not be dispelled by spiritual energy. With the advancement of technology, many alcohol enthusiasts, after honing their skills, found that traditional spirits lost their flavor. Thus, these enthusiasts dedicated themselves to the craft and ultimately produced a beverage suitable for warriors. And Mo Shi and Murong Qingyu escorted Wu Chaojia and Ma Mingming to Wu Chaojia's hovercraft, and Mo Shi set the course for home. As the hovercraft was equipped with a predetermined route, watching the vehicle disappear into the distance, and Mo Shi embraced Murong Qingyu, her steps floating as she hazily returned to the craft. Upon arriving home, Mo Shi nestled her head into Murong Qingyu's embrace, resembling a child as she murmured softly. This adorable display elicited laughter from Murong Qingyu, who could not help but find Mo Shi's charm delightful. Thus, Murong Qingyu held Missouri Shi close, gently stroking her back to ensure she could drift into a peaceful slumber. The following morning, Mo Shi awoke still clad in the attire from the previous day, discovering that Murong Qingyu was not beside her. She rose to wash up in the bathroom and changed her clothes before opening the door. As she descended the stairs, a delightful aroma wafted through the air, leading her to the kitchen where Murong Qingyu, donned in an apron, was preparing porridge. Without turning around, she called out, "It will be ready soon. You can sit at the dining table." And Mo Shi chose not to respond, but instead approached Murong Qingyu from behind, wrapping her arms around her waist and resting her head on her shoulder, inhaling her familiar scent. Feeling in Mo Shi's affectionate presence, Murong Qingyu smiled, amused by her clinginess so early in the day. "I miss your scent and yearn to hold you." And Mo Shi whispered softly into Murong Qingyu's ear, her warm breath causing a slight tickle and a blush to grace Murong Qingyu's cheeks. Thus, Mo Shi remained close to Murong Qingyu until breakfast was completed, only releasing her at the dining table. After enjoying their meal, the two took the hovercraft to school. Their days passed in serene routine until, a month later, the students of the Su Yuan class eagerly anticipated their inaugural venture into the secret realm. This time, it was not Lu Yongcheng leading the expedition, but Murong Qingyu. So in Mo, she did not join the academy's transport to the entrance of the secret realm. Instead, she reclined in the passenger seat of the hovercraft, piloted by Murong Qingyu. As they journeyed toward the soldier-level secret realm, Murong Qingyu continuously advised Mo Shi to remain vigilant and cautious within the realm. Most students had already reached the intermediate level, with a select few exceptionally gifted individuals attaining advanced status. Thus, the majority were well prepared for valuable experiences in the soldier-level secret realm. Initially, students were required to be guided by the academy when entering the secret realm, but thereafter, they could venture in at their discretion. Given an Mo Shi's intermediate cultivation level, her presence in the secret realm seemed somewhat superfluous. However, this experience resembles a mock examination prior to the college entrance examination of the pre-new century, rendering participation obligatory. During her time in the mountain forest domain, Moxie had not focused on cultivation, dedicating herself instead to the practice of marksmanship. Thus her cultivation level remained at the intermediate stage of the soldier rank. Nevertheless, this was sufficient for the forthcoming mock examination. Upon arriving at the entrance of the secret realm, which had been pacified and was predominantly inhabited by soldier-level beasts, the higher-ranking beasts were routinely cleared out. The entrance manifested as a swirling vortex of spatial energy, and upon entry, one would be transported into the soldier-level secret realm. Before long, all students from the cultivation class had assembled, as this training period was mandated by the Mountain Forest Alliance. Consequently, various academies had dispersed into their respective secret realms for training. Murong Qingyu approached the soldiers stationed at the forefront for communication, and after concluding their discussions, she led all the students in following the soldiers into the interior. Inside, they found a small military district designed for the soldiers stationed there. Approximately 50 individuals populated this area, comprising 3 at the initial stage of the general rank, 2 at the intermediate stage, and 1 at the advanced stage, with the remainder predominantly at the advanced stage of the soldier rank. Once settled, Murong Qingyu swiftly clarified that this undertaking was not merely a straightforward training exercise. It also served as a competitive event among various academies, with each domain subdivided into distinct areas. A ranking system had been established, featuring domain rankings, area rankings, and academy rankings. Within the military district, the beasts had been assigned specific point values: 1 point for initial stage soldier-level beasts, 10 points for intermediate stage, and 100 points for advanced stage. Notably, a single initial stage general-level beast was designated for this training session. Any student who managed to slay it would earn a staggering 10,000 points, although historically, very few had succeeded in this endeavor. The sole rule governing this training was the prohibition of causing fatal harm to others. Beyond this, no other restrictions applied. Alliances could be formed freely, with no limit on numbers. Students were permitted to seize points from one another, and as long as lives were not endangered, they could choose to vie for points or beasts alike. Ultimately, points would be tallied, and the top 10 performers would receive rewards bestowed by their respective academies. Hundreds of students dispersed, venturing into the forest of the secret realm, their spirits buoyed with excitement, many still clinging to a mindset of mere leisure. And Moxie exchanged glances with her companions, and with an uncharacteristically serious tone, Wu Chaojie remarked, "Olden, little Ming, let us meet inside." Chapter 25. The cattle and horses formed a group, Underworld and Yellow Springs inside. The 3 individuals displayed no inclination to pair up, resembling a herd of cattle and horses. Soon, they each chose their respective directions and dashed towards their selected paths. In Mo she chose a vast plain, Ma Mingming opted for the forest, while Wu Chaojie set his sights on the mountains. In a particular location, a student encountered a steel-spiked wolf, which terrified him, leaving him frozen in place. It was only when the wolf launched its assault that he panicked and attempted to evade. Alas, he was still struck, resulting in the loss of one of his arms, which triggered the defensive mechanism of his wristwatch. Swiftly, high-ranking soldiers from the military zone arrived to rescue the student. These elite soldiers were deployed to monitor their respective areas, ready to respond whenever a signal was activated, ensuring the timely retrieval of students who triggered their defensive mechanisms. Prior to the students entering the secret realm, the military had installed an emergency defense mechanism on their wristwatches, capable of withstanding a full-force blow from a high-ranking soldier. Additionally, these devices possessed surveillance and positioning functions, accompanied by small drones that followed to document the students' actions. Should anyone maliciously harm another, they would be apprehended and brought to justice. Simultaneously, a beep resonated from everyone's wristwatches, signaling the elimination of a participant from the leaderboard. Subsequently, a series of beeps followed. And Mo she raised his wrist to glance at the leaderboard. At that moment, approximately 20 names had turned gray, descending to the bottom of the rankings, indicating their elimination. It was only now that many began to realize this was not merely a recreational outing. Injuries were indeed a possibility. In that instant, a palpable tension enveloped everyone. And Mo she remained unfazed. He felt as though he had returned to the ancient ruins, akin to a bird returning to its forest or a fish entering water. His body swiftly maneuvered among the towering trees of the mountains and forests. Along the way, he encountered several low-ranking beasts, earning 5 points and ascending to the top of the leaderboard. The second place was occupied by a competent girl with a single ponytail, holding 2 points, while Ma Mingming claimed third place with 1 point. In total, there were fewer than 10 individuals with points, and Wu Chaojie had yet to make an appearance, leaving his whereabouts unknown. Before long, an Mo she arrived at a verdant grassland, accompanied by a serene lake. Numerous mid-ranking great-horned sheep leisurely grazed on the grass, huddling together for warmth. These great-horned sheep were akin to ordinary cattle, yet their horns were sharp as swords, standing tall. A casual glance revealed around 100 of these formidable creatures. Should they all charge at once, even a dozen high-ranking soldiers would likely struggle to withstand their onslaught. However, she calculated that if he could bring them all down, he could potentially earn thousands of points. Capturing this herd of great horned sheep would not be an easy feat. Once they sensed trouble, they would bolt, making it difficult to intercept them. As she contemplated how to secure the entire herd. He remained poised for action, realizing that he was surrounded by 10 elite windchaser wolves. Their dark blue fur resembling the body of a compact car as they stealthily prowled through the underbrush, and Moxie recognized an opportune moment. Stealthily, he ensconced himself and eliminated one unsuspecting windchaser wolf, earning 100 points. His score now totaled 105. However, the leaderboard had already seen others embark on their hunts, either solo or in groups. The leading contender, a stranger to Moxie, had rapidly moved ahead, amassing a staggering 1,500 points. To Moxie's surprise, the second place was still held by the astute female hunter, with a score of 1,200. Within a mere half hour, competitors had showcased their diverse skills, while Moxie found himself lagging behind by dozens of ranks. Unperturbed, he focused solely on orchestrating the demise of both the windchaser wolves and the great swordhorn sheep. The elimination of a single windchaser wolf was merely the groundwork for his impending strategy. After creating an opening in the encirclement of the wolves, Moxie swiftly retreated to a concealed position. Soon, the pack launched an assault, encircling the great sword-horned sheep, which, upon sensing danger, began to scatter in all directions. Yet, the wolves were ubiquitous. A robust ram spotted the gap in the wolves' formation and bleated a command, leading the flock toward the breach. The wolves, unwilling to concede defeat, pursued the sheep relentlessly. The chase brought both the flock and the pack to Moxie's hidden vantage point. As the wolves and sheep closed in, Moxie hesitated not. The grim monarch materialized in his grasp, harmonizing with the unfolding domain. Behind him, the figure of the demon solidified, and the surroundings morphed into the abyss. Both the sheep and wolves were ensnared within this realm, surrounded by numerous specters. The trembling flock huddled close to the ground, while the wolves assumed defensive postures, their fur bristling and low growls emanating from their throats. And Moxie, eyes closed, crouched with his weapon poised, the tip of his spear tracing the earth behind him. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, a fierce crimson light erupting forth that even the mask could not contain. Netherworld, Yellow Springs. With a powerful leap, Moxie raised his spear high, striking down with the force of a mountain's might, while the demon's phantom behind him wielded a spear akin to that of the grim monarch, bringing it down with equal ferocity. Dark waters surged forth as if haunted souls struggled within, engulfing both the wolves and the sheep, who perished without resistance. As Moxie sheathed the grim monarch and the demon dissipated, the environment reverted to its original state. The sheep and wolves reappeared, seemingly intact, yet something vital was absent. Their forms remained unscathed, but a glance into their eyes revealed a void of vitality, leaving only hollow shells. In the realm of the netherworld, Moxie, guided by the Lord of the Underworld, wields the 7 stars killing spear, a technique of his own invention, albeit it comprises only a single form at present. Approaching the fallen bodies, he activates his innate ability to devour, consuming each corpse entirely. While Moxie transmutes these bodies, a seismic shift occurs on the leaderboard, astonishing the assembled officers in the military district. Murong Qingyu's expression radiates joy and pride amidst the shock. Within a chamber of the military district, 3 high-ranking officers, 2 men and 1 woman, alongside Murong Qingyu, are present. The senior officer, elegantly poised on a single sofa, toys with her hair. Her exquisite features and statuesque figure, adorned with sun-kissed skin, exude vitality. She wears a delicate camisole layered with a fitted leather jacket, accentuating her slender waist and distinct abdominal definition. Her tight leather pants and black boots complete her striking appearance, with her legs nonchalantly resting on the table. Beside her, 2 young men with crew cuts maintain a disciplined military posture, standing tall like ancient pines. Murong Qingyu occupies a nearby sofa, and all 4 gaze intently at the large screen before them. The central display, significantly marred, juxtaposes smaller segments surrounding it. The prominent screen reveals Mashi's location, and upon witnessing his Huangquan technique, astonishment washes over them. Murong Qingyu, feeling a rush of anxiety, instinctively pats her heaving chest but quickly replaces it with a proud smile. And Mashi's score on the leaderboard skyrockets to an impressive 3,927 points, leaving the second-place contender trailing by over 1,000 points, sitting at 2,100. The third place bears a score of slightly over 2,050, while Ma Mingming re-enters the top 10, securing the 8th position with just over 1,300 points. Wu Chaojie clings to the 10th spot with 980 points, barely ahead of the 11th by less than 100. That lad is quite remarkable. That strike likely reached the level of a marquee, muses the woman on the sofa with keen interest. In the meantime, the second-place competitor, Qin Mo, sits gracefully in a chair, adorned in an elegant black high-end JK skirt, her hair styled in twin ponytails, and her feet clad in oversized platform shoes. Her delicate, charming visage radiates an air of youthful royalty, as she commands the attention of a small entourage who have subdued a formidable beast, carefully drawing it closer to her. Chapter 26. Fight for Survival, Unyielding Battle Form. With the final blow delivered by her, points were acquired. Why not directly slay the otherworldly beast and transfer the points to Qin Mo? The reason lies in the necessity of wristwatch contact to plunder the points contained within the opponent's device. Qin Mo, averse to further engagement with these individuals, preferred to avoid any additional interactions. The individual known as Mashi possesses an intriguing charm. Qin Mo's delicate fingers rested upon her rosy lips as she chuckled softly. The third-place lone wolf, Miss Zhao Silu, noted her rank had slipped by one position. Raising her wristwatch, she gazed at the name of the first-place contender, Mashi, and resolved to intensify her efforts in hunting solitary beasts. It could be said that Mashi single-handedly invigorated the spirits of the group. Wu Chaojie and Ma Mingming exchanged smiles upon witnessing Mashi in first place. Ma Mingming concealed 2 sleek black laser daggers within the shadows, while Wu Chaojie floated several energy guns nearby, relentlessly firing at a soldier-grade mid-tier, serrated wild boar. Occasionally, a cannon hovering behind him would unleash a shot, causing the boar to wail in distress. With a smile gracing his lips at the sight of Mashi's name, he delivered a final shot that felled the serrated wild boar. Having devoured the great sword-horned sheep and the wind-hunting wolf, Mashi's physique had considerably strengthened. She acquired a modicum of swordsmanship talent and her speed had notably increased. A gentle breeze enveloped her, lifting her feet. She had gained the ability to manipulate the wind from the wind-hunting wolf. Assessing her newfound physical prowess, Mashi smiled broadly. The talent of devouring was indeed formidable. With the wind at her feet, she swiftly propelled herself into the distance, evading the gusts that automatically parted for her. As she traversed her path, Mashi vanquished every beast she encountered, diligently searching for a first-tier beast, aware that such a creature equated to the strength of 100 high-tier soldier-grade beasts. Before long, she arrived at the edge of the grasslands, with the deep mountains lying just beyond. Along the way, she dispatched several beasts, amassing nearly 1,000 points. Mashi had not sought out these creatures. Rather, she had merely eliminated those that crossed her path. The sporadic accumulation of points continued, while the second-place contender pursued her score. By now, midday had arrived, and Mashi found herself less reliant on sustenance. She could absorb the ambient spiritual energy to replenish her bodily expenditures. Yet, the ritual of living remained essential. From her spatial ring, she retrieved a pot and some seasonings. She then carved the most delectable meat from a bovine-like beast and placed it in the pot, adding the seasonings. Soon, wisps of smoke began to rise from the grasslands, and a mouth-watering aroma wafted through the air for miles. Surrounding beasts, enticed by the scent, circled nearby. However, sensing Mashi's mid-tier strength, they dared not approach recklessly. Observing their reluctance to depart, Mashi remained unfazed. She settled comfortably beside her pot, determined not to allow her meal to be disrupted by the pursuit of beasts. In no time, the meat within the pot was cooked to perfection, Mashi lifted the lid, and an even richer fragrance escaped, filling the air. The surrounding monstrous creatures stirred restlessly, yet dared not approach due to the formidable aura emanating from Mashi. The meat within the pot had long since transformed into a rich brown, the aromatic broth enticingly inviting. Mashi retrieved the meat and drizzled it with the savory soup. Under the watchful gaze of the surrounding beasts and the 2 observers from the military district, She commenced her meal. Meanwhile, within the confines of the military district, only Murong Qing Yu and a high-ranking officer remained. The two junior officers had ventured into the secret realm, leaving behind the solitary initial-tier beast. As some students gradually approached the vicinity, wary of unforeseen events, they stationed themselves to stand guard. Having finished her meal, she pressed onward into the depths. Soon, a deep ravine unveiled itself before her, littered with numerous deep, white bones. The absence of other beasts indicated that the creature she sought was likely hidden within. She stealthily infiltrated the ravine, where an array of peculiar beasts thrived. Generally, the physique of these creatures surpassed that of humans, rendering them significantly more powerful within the same realm. As she delved deeper into the ravine, the internal space expanded. At the farthest point lay a massive beast den, unmistakably the lair of the initial-tier beast. She approached the cave entrance, suppressing her aura, and peered inside. There, a colossal bear lay sleeping. Its body was cloaked in dark scales, with menacing claws embedded in the ground, and the sound of its thunderous snoring echoed within the den. As she observed the imposing creature, information about it flooded She's mind. The black gold battle bear, with fur akin to metal, boasted formidable defenses, and its razor-sharp claws could obliterate anything in their path. Towering at 5 meters when standing, it truly epitomized a savage beast of slaughter. With a notoriously brutal temperament, it often killed other beasts for amusement, leaving any unfortunate human at its mercy in a state of sheer devastation. This was precisely why no other creatures dared to approach this area. The battle prowess of the black gold battle bear ranked among the elite within initial-tier beasts. It was perplexing how the military district's personnel could have left such a beast as a boss. Although it was classified as initial tier, its combat strength was comparable to that of a mid-tier beast. Furthermore, when on the brink of death, it would unleash a self-sacrificial technique, entering a frenzied state that doubled its power, albeit at the cost of losing rationality. In such a state, it would charge recklessly. And this frenzy was both an asset and a grave flaw. Having comprehended this, she felt no trepidation. The Reaper's scythe appeared in her hand, and she invoked the dark river of the underworld. The dark waters surged into the lair of the black gold battle bear. Waking from its slumber, the bear roared in fury upon witnessing the torrent of yellow springs rushing towards it. Instinctively, a layer of dark golden metal enveloped its body, akin to a suit of armor. Its massive paw swiped at the yellow waters, intent on confronting the onslaught head-on. With a resounding splash, the waters before the bear parted. But soon, the surrounding yellow waters overwhelmed it entirely. The dark golden war bear let out a low growl as it struggled to rise, thrashing in the waters of the river of Hades. Around it, some vengeful spirits reached out, attempting to grasp the bear, but alas, the dark golden war bear managed to break free from their grasp. As the waters receded, Moxie took 2 cautious steps back, warily observing the lair of the dark golden war bear. She understood that it would not be so simple to defeat this formidable creature, despite her higher realm of cultivation. The bear's hide was tough and its flesh resilient, making it far from easy to slay. Soon, the enraged growls of the dark golden war bear echoed from within its den, followed by the earth-shaking thuds of its movements. The bear emerged, its eyes locking onto Moxie, instantly identifying her as the strange bipedal creature that had ambushed it. With a fierce roar, it lunged at her. In response to this overwhelming charge, Moxie steadied her stance, swinging her spear in a wide arc and delivering a powerful strike to the bear's head. The impact sent the bear flying backward, its several-ton weight crashing into the mountainside, creating a massive crater. This astonishing display left the 2 officers concealed in the shadows, utterly astounded. The strength of this young woman was extraordinary, effortlessly propelling the dark golden war bear away. Seizing the moment, Moxie pursued, leaping high and bringing her spear down with the force of an earth-shattering blow, as if intending to cleave the bear in 2. Yet, the dark golden bear was no mere prey. Thanks to its dark golden armor, it remained uninjured from the previous strike, though momentarily dazed. Regaining its senses, the bear leapt aside, evading Moxie's devastating attack, and swiped at her with its massive claw, aiming to eviscerate her. Moxie recognized the danger. Yet instead of retreating, she thrust her spear toward the dark golden war bear, opting for a deadly exchange. With 2 resounding impacts, the bear's claws tore through her chest, leaving a superficial wound, while her spear pierced through the bear's heart, shattering it. The innate power of her indomitable battle physique surged forth, propelling her into a state of fury. As Moxie attempted to withdraw her spear, it seemed lodged within the bear's bones, refusing to budge. The bear's massive paw came crashing down toward her. As she struggled to extract her weapon, there was no time to evade, and she could only shield her head with her arms. Chapter 27. The Judgment of Life and Death. The dark golden war bear struck down upon Moxie with a powerful blow, sending her hurtling through the air. She crashed heavily onto the ground, rebounding violently against a rocky wall several dozen meters away. With a resounding thud, she fell back to the ground. At this moment, Moxie's condition was dire. Her clothes were tattered, and one arm hung limply at her side, evidently broken. Blood and filth mingled upon her form, rendering her an image of utter disarray. Though her overall state was not entirely bleak, aside from the broken arm and the loss of her weapon, her injuries were mostly superficial. The dark golden war bear radiated a sinister golden aura, as if engulfed in flames, its stature appearing somewhat elevated. It then charged towards Moxie with the force of a cataclysm. Meanwhile, an officer concealed in the shadows contemplated intervening but was restrained by a comrade. The defensive mechanism of his wristwatch had yet to activate, and acting now would breach protocol. Moreover, there was an inkling that he had a backup plan. Patience was paramount. The other officer, upon hearing his partner's words, also calmed himself. In the military command room, Morong Qingyu was fraught with anxiety, her hands clenched tightly together, nails digging into her palms, drawing forth crimson droplets of blood. Unbeknownst to her, her captivating eyes were fixated intently upon the screen displaying Moxie's figure. Unbeknownst to Moxie, the talent of devouring had manifested as a gray mist around her, absorbing the ambient spiritual energy of the surroundings to replenish her own powers. She then concealed her form, enveloped in a shroud of gray fog that obscured the environment, rendering her presence ghostly and elusive. The dark golden war bear, realizing its target had vanished, roared in furious frustration, rampaging in search of Moxie's silhouette, yet to no avail. Soon, the environment transformed, resembling a somber hellscape, with a dark and foreboding hall surrounding them. Moxie, guarding her broken arm, stood at a distance, observing the dark golden war bear. Behind her, the shadow of a demonic figure emerged, surrounded by numerous small spirits. Two figures, one stout and the other slender, one black and the other white, stood at either side of the hall, each adorned with a towering hat inscribed with the phrases "Fortune awaits" and "World at peace," respectively, both gazing intently at the dark golden war bear. At that moment, the dark golden war bear spotted Moxie's form and charged at her in a fit of rage. Yet, Moxie remained unperturbed, her lips parting with regal composure. "Judgment of life and death," she uttered. The demonic shadow behind her conjured a pen, wielding it to mark and towards the dark golden war bear. Instantly, the beast felt an unseen force seize its body, rendering it rigid as if bound in place. Moxie regarded the dark golden war bear, her lips slightly parting to utter a single word: "Die." On either side of the hall, the spectral figures of the black and white impermanents brandished their chains of soul binding and summoned their rods, advancing towards the vulnerable dark golden war bear. Soon, a translucent soul, resembling the dark golden war bear itself, emerged from within its body as the summoning rod danced through the air, wielding the soul-binding chains. The dark emissary ensnared the spectral form of the dark gold war bear. The white emissary, brandishing the soul-summoning staff, struck fiercely at the bear's essence, shattering it into fragments. As the surrounding environment dissipated, she found herself powerless on the ground, gasping for breath, the exertion from that blow excessively taxing. The Ming Luo, life and death judgment, was the second form of Ming Luo that she had recently comprehended, although it was more effectively wielded with a spear. Hers remained lodged within the dark gold war bear's corporeal body, compelling her to make do with what she had. After a brief respite, she rose and utilized her innate ability to devour, consuming the bear's carcass. She then sat cross-legged, invoking the Dark Star technique to mend her injuries. Hidden in the shadows, two officers stood transfixed. One officer, regaining his composure, turned to his companion. "Did you see that? What just transpired?" I did. I've never witnessed anything like it before, but it seems to belong to a realm of sorts. This lad is truly remarkable. I initially thought he would evade and exhaust the dark gold war bear, but instead, he confronted it head-on. While they conversed, Morong Qingyu, situated within the military district. Exhaled in relief upon witnessing an MOC's victory over the bear, her anxious heart finally at ease. A high-ranking officer observed the scene on the screen, intrigued by an MOC, yet his thoughts remained inscrutable to all. An hour passed, and an MOC's injuries had nearly healed, her severed arm restored, though it still felt slightly dislocated. She shook her dislocated arm, and with a sharp crack, it rejoined. She retrieved the fallen Ming Jun and stored it within her spatial ring. After devouring the dark gold war bear, an MOC acquired the bear's innate ability, the indestructible battle body. A surge of joy filled her heart. She could indeed absorb the talents of otherworldly beasts. Previously, after consuming the Wind Hunter Wolf and the Great Swordhorn Goat, she had not gained their abilities, though now she recalled that after consuming the Wind Hunter Wolf, she seemed to have gained control over the wind, which was indeed its innate talent. The aid of wind had significantly enhanced her speed during her runs. As for the Great Swordhorned Goat, she sensed an unspoken enhancement in her swordsmanship, though she had not contemplated this at the time. It appeared she could indeed acquire the talents of otherworldly beasts through her innate ability to devour, and now she had the finest example before her. An MOC mused. If this is the case, then by continuously consuming the bodies of otherworldly beasts, I could potentially acquire a multitude of talents, compensating for my deficiencies and achieving a well-rounded development. Shaking off her thoughts, an MOC glanced at her wristwatch. Her score had risen to 16,300 points. The second-place Qin Mo held 8,302 points, while Zhao Silu in third place had 7,730 points. The fourth place had unexpectedly shifted to Ma Ming with 7,325 points, and fifth was Wu Chao Jie with 6,978 points. In sixth place, a passerby named a 6789 points with less than an hour remaining until the trial concludes. And Moxie realized she had squandered an excessive amount of time on the initial stage of the Dark Gold War Bear. Sensing that her injuries had nearly healed, she turned and entered the lair of the Dark Gold War Bear, intending to change her attire. However, upon entering, she was immediately enveloped by a potent aura of spiritual energy. Understanding that rare treasures lay within, she cast aside the thought of changing her clothes and ventured deeper inside. As she progressed, the tunnel became increasingly narrow, with the walls closing in around her. Initially, the constricted areas bore signs of the Dark Gold War Bear's claws, which had carved out spaces. It appeared that the deeper she traversed, the tighter the walls became, forcing Moxie to crawl slowly inward. Drawing forth her spear, she struck the rocky wall with considerable force, yet the surface proved formidable, leaving only a small dent from her thrust. It was no wonder that the Dark Gold War Bear had not claimed the treasures within for so long. This was precisely why Moxie was now crawling her way forward. Before long, a glimmer of light appeared before her. Emerging from the tunnel, she found herself in a vast chamber. The interior was a circular cavern with a somewhat uneven floor, featuring a small lake at its center. The source of the spiritual energy emanated from this very lake. Approaching its edge, Moxie gazed into the crystalline waters, which shimmered like jade, revealing several fish swimming gracefully. At the center of the lake stood a snow-white lotus flower, surrounded by a radiant aura of spiritual energy. Moxie was taken aback at the sight of the lotus, recognizing it as the rare Enlightenment Lotus. The Enlightenment Lotus is an extraordinary treasure, divided into seed pods, seeds, petals, stems, and the lotus root at its base. Consuming it enhances perception, allowing individuals to enter a state of enlightenment that significantly boosts their innate talent. It proves invaluable for breakthroughs and overcoming bottlenecks in cultivation, as consuming a single petal while in a state of enlightenment can greatly increase the likelihood of success. Such treasures are nearly impossible to procure in the outside world, often valued beyond measure. With utmost caution, Moxie began to gather the seeds from the lotus pod, for the seeds constituted the essence of the Enlightenment Lotus. While other parts of the plant were rich in spiritual energy, they lacked the capacity to induce enlightenment. It was evident that this lake held extraordinary significance. Chapter 28. The Lotus of Enlightenment. Subsequently, Moxie delved 3 feet into the earth, transforming the previously uneven terrain into a profound pit. She excavated the ground and stored it within her spatial ring. Noticing that the surroundings bore no peculiarities, Moxie emerged after having spent a leisurely 20 minutes within. As time was drawing to a close, she departed contentedly towards the military district at the entrance of the secret realm. Once she had left, The two officers who had been lurking in the shadows made their appearance, entering the lair of the dark golden warbear. Their curiosity piqued by Moxie's prolonged stay. They followed the path she had just traversed into the cavern. Upon entering, they discovered the interior had been ravaged as if by bandits. The ground had been excavated 3 feet deep. They exchanged glances, each reflecting a mix of helplessness and intrigue. What treasures could possibly lie within to warrant such extensive digging? Sensing the residual spiritual energy that lingered within, many times greater than that outside, they were convinced that extraordinary treasures must exist within. While the two were still pondering the mysteries inside, and Moxie was already 1,000 miles away. In truth, she had been aware of the two lurking figures since her entrance into the valley. Recognizing them as officers, she chose not to confront them directly, yet remained vigilant. When she employed the technique of Ming Luo, life and death judgment, and Moxie was secretly on guard against the dark substances within their spatial rings, ready to act at a moment's notice, as detailed in Chapter 3. Initial experiences in the gravity chamber. Should they dare to make any reckless moves, she would ensure their demise without a trace. Upon returning to the military district, she found Murong Qingyu waiting at the entrance. The two exchanged a glance, devoid of words, their relationship a well-kept secret among their peers at the academy, known only to Wu Chaojie and Ma Mingming. Many had already returned to the military district, yet Moxie had not spotted Wu Chaojie or Ma Mingming, likely still en route. Before long, she saw Ma Mingming emerge like a phantom from the shadows of the dense forest. Upon noticing Moxie, he approached her. "What is up? Has the fatty not emerged yet?" "Not yet. I wonder if he has fallen into some ravine," she replied, laughter bubbling forth. Just then, the fatty burst forth from the forest, surrounded by a multitude of floating weapons, including a laser-guided particle cannon. This cannon was no trifling matter. Any adversary of a lesser rank would be obliterated if it were properly aimed. "Hey, Laoan, Xiaoming, do you think I look cool?" Wu Chaojie struck a dramatically flamboyant pose, with the weapons floating behind him, and Moxie and Ma Mingming exchanged glances and simultaneously rolled their eyes. In unison, they retorted, "Not looking." The onlookers observed the trio, sensing something peculiar in their banter, yet finding no real cause for concern. "I harbor suspicions regarding the three of you driving, yet I possess no evidence to substantiate my claims." As the playful banter among the trio lightened the atmosphere, the heaviness dissipated, allowing others to begin conversing in small groups. Soon, everyone returned to the academy to tally their scores. Without a doubt, Moxie clinched the top position with an impressive total of 20,093 points, comprised of her initial score of over 10,000 and the additional points earned from vanquishing various beasts on her journey back. The charming J.K. Lowly, Qin Mo, secured second place with a score of 8,902 points. Ma Mingming, however, managed to overtake others in a final burst, finishing third with 8,726 points. The spirited Zhao Silu, unfortunately, sustained injuries, resulting in a diminished score of 7,909 points, which placed her fourth. Wu Chaojie, relying on the stability of his laser track particle cannon, achieved fifth place with a score of 7,025 points. The identities of the 6th and 7th place competitors remain unmentioned. In the end, aside from Zhao Silu, whose face bore a hint of displeasure from being overtaken by Ma Mingming, some classmates were still recuperating in the hospital, as long as they had not lost their lives. With the advancements in technology, even those missing limbs or internal organs could be restored, and mechanical replacements were readily available. There exists nothing that cannot be replaced, provided one possesses the desire. As everyone ascended the stage to receive their rewards from the academy, Moxie was presented with a pill, a gathering essence pill, designed to aid in cultivation by enhancing the absorption rate of spiritual energy. However, Moxie had no need for such a concoction. Her innate talent alone allowed the surrounding spiritual energy to converge effortlessly within her. This pill? Moxie scoffed, casting a disdainful glance. What a waste. She promptly tossed the pill to Wu Chaojie and his companion. This spectacle left onlookers envious, for the pill could fetch around 5 spirit stones in the market, a considerable sum indeed. Ultimately, Wu Chaojie, who had no use for it, passed the pill to Ma Mingming. Afterward, Moxie exchanged pleasantries with Murong Qingyu before leading Wu Chaojie and his companion to a secluded area. Cautiously surveying their surroundings, Moxie spoke. "I shall present you both with a treasure. Regardless of what you encounter, refrain from shouting or causing a scene. Rest assured, I have encountered my fair share of wonders." Wu Chaojie replied confidently. Indeed, we are not strangers to the extraordinary, his companion added. Satisfied with their assurances, and Moxie summoned 2 lotus seeds from her spatial ring. The 2 friends leaned closer to observe the pristine white seeds resting in her palm. Wu Chaojie, puzzled, inquired, "What exactly constitutes this treasure, Olden? You need not worry about us making a fuss. Should we encounter this, it would likely go unnoticed on the ground." Meanwhile, Ma Mingming gazed thoughtfully at the lotus seeds, a sense of familiarity washing over him. Yet, he found himself momentarily unable to recall their significance, lost in contemplation, observing that the 2 had not recognized her. And Moxie realized that she had been overthinking. She proceeded to explain, "These are the lotus seeds of the enlightenment lotus, a treasure that aids in achieving sudden enlightenment." Ma Mingming expressed her surprise, understanding now why the seeds seemed familiar. Indeed, they were the lotus seeds of the enlightenment lotus, which she had encountered while perusing a book in her family's library. The book described the lotus as sacred, adorned with patterns of the Tao. Its stems and leaves were a deep purple, illuminated by a radiant glow. The white lotus roots were impervious to toxins, and the snow-white lotus seeds were crystal clear. And Moxie held 2 seeds in her hand, pristine and translucent as described. "What is the enlightenment lotus?" Wu Chaojie asked, somewhat dazed. And Moxie was at a loss for words. She handed 1 seed to Wu Chaojie and the other to Ma Mingming. "Xiaoming, please explain it to him. I must return home now. Do not refuse. I still have a few more." With that, and Moxie turned and left, finding Murong Qingyu to take a shuttle back to her newly renovated villa. The exterior of the villa appeared unchanged, save for the addition of a large, entirely metallic structure resembling a garage. Upon arriving at the entrance, Murong Qingyu used a special identification method, causing the gates to open and allowing the shuttle to enter. Once inside, the shuttle came to a stop, and the surrounding walls slowly ascended. The platform on which the shuttle rested began to descend. Upon reaching the underground level, the car park had been expanded and transformed into a vast subterranean facility, nearly 10,000 meters deep, where the Qingfeng warship now rested. Constructing such a deep facility capable of housing the Qingfeng warship would have required immense resources before the new century, but now, due to advancements, it could be completed in mere days. The surroundings were crafted from shimmering silver alloy, incredibly sturdy. Designated areas for shuttles were marked, with several parked nearby, while the Qingfeng warship occupied the adjacent space. The Qingfeng warship had undergone significant renovations. Its exterior was now fully restored, and Moxie had polished the surface, removing all dirt and rust, revealing a striking dark gold hue. The previous silver layer, which had been formed from evolving rock, was now replaced by the magnificent dark gold, making the warship incredibly appealing. Any boy who beheld it would be compelled to rush toward it in admiration. Chapter 29. A glorious treasure. This warship represents the dream of any boy, and it is no different for Moxie. Consequently, Moxie often finds solace within the confines of the warship after school, and even spends her nights aboard. This frequent retreat has left Murong Qingyu with a tinge of resentment towards the vessel. Could it be that this warship possesses more allure than herself? Ultimately, the villa above has been reduced to mere decoration, prompting Murong Qingyu to relocate her bedroom to Moxie's quarters on the Qingfeng warship. She has entirely settled within the warship, abandoning her previous residence. Moreover, the spiritual energy within the basement is far more concentrated, making cultivation significantly more effective. And Moxie guided Murong Qingyu to the training room within the warship, which now brimmed with abundant energy. Numerous additional functions have been activated, including the training room. Within, intricate formations are inscribed, designed to gather spiritual energy. If the spiritual energy in the basement is several times that of the outside world, then, with the activation of the formations, the energy in the training room is doubled compared to that of the basement. As Moxie pulled her into the training room, Murong Qingyu felt a bit bewildered, yet obediently followed. Once inside, Moxie instructed her to sit down. "What is the matter, Moxie? You seem so mysterious," Murong Qingyu inquired, unable to contain her curiosity about Moxie's enigmatic demeanor. "Hee, I'm going to show you a magnificent treasure," Moxie replied without looking up, continuing to sort through the items in her spatial ring. "Oh, a treasure? Isn't it better to view such things in the bedroom? Why complicate matters? It's simply a treasure," Moxie said, waving her hand across the floor. Instantly, 10 pristine white lotus seeds appeared before them. Originally, there had been 12, one each given to Wu Chaojie and Ma Mingming, leaving 10 remaining. Then, a segment of violet-hued jade stems and leaves along with 24 pure petals emerged, accompanied by a section of white lotus. The moment these items were revealed, the entire training room was enveloped in a fragrant aroma, invigorating the mind and refreshing the spirit, offering a comforting sensation throughout the body. Upon seeing these items, Murong Qingyu did not scrutinize them closely, but instead expressed her disappointment to Enmoxi. "Is this what you consider a treasure?" Enmoxi, hearing Murong Qingyu's words, looked up, slightly puzzled by her forlorn expression. Isn't the Enlightenment Lotus a treasure? Oh. Well, yes, it is indeed a treasure, Murong Qingyu stammered, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, realizing she had perhaps overthought the situation. Enmoxi, focused on dividing the Enlightenment Lotus, counted out 5 seeds one by one, subsequently handing the jade-like violet stems and leaves to Murong Qingyu. This item is beneficial for female cultivators, enhancing beauty and maintaining youth. These lotus seeds will assist you in achieving a state of enlightenment, and the stems and leaves possess properties that promote beauty. Murong Qingyu, in a daze, accepted the 5 lotus seeds and their stems and leaves offered by Enmoxi. Once she regained her composure and examined the lotus seeds and foliage in her hands, she thought to herself, "My cultivation is indeed quite advanced. I have no need for these seeds. However, I shall accept the stems and leaves." With that, she returned the seeds to Enmoxi, keeping only the stems and leaves. Enmoxi pondered the fact that she had never truly sensed Murong Qingyu's cultivation. It was unlikely that Murong Qingyu lacked skills. Rather, it was probable that her cultivation was significantly superior to her own. Upon this realization, Enmoxi chose not to insist on giving the seeds to Murong Qingyu. Instead, she permitted her to join in the process of refining the materials. Observing Murong Qingyu beginning to refine the stems and leaves of the Enlightenment Lotus, Enmoxi boldly consumed the lotus seeds, initiating her own refinement. At the moment of consumption, Enmoxi felt herself entering a profoundly enigmatic state. "I am not myself. I am my own essence," she mused, experiencing this mysterious condition. The techniques of the Mingluo series began to unfold and evolve. The previous 2 techniques were also refined and enhanced, rendering them flawless in their execution. Thus, Enmoxi sat in silence, absorbed in her practice. An hour passed, and upon completing the absorption of the stems and leaves, Murong Qingyu noticed that Enmoxi was still engrossed in her training. Respecting her focus, she quietly exited the training room. 2 hours, 5 hours. The following morning, Murong Qingyu awoke to find Enmoxi still in a state of meditation, feeling a tinge of disappointment. Subsequently, she boarded a flying shuttle to the academy, realizing that Enmoxi remained in her training and that she could not attend school. As Enmoxi's homeroom teacher, Murong Qingyu was exempt from the need to request leave. Upon arriving at the academy, Murong Qingyu had scarcely settled into her office when she received calls from Wu Chaojie and Ma Mingming, both of whom were unable to attend the academy as they had also entered a state of enlightenment. In truth, Murong Qingyu was reluctant to be at the academy, but with the impending college entrance examinations looming just a month away, she had numerous responsibilities to attend to, leaving her no choice but to be present. As the day progressed, Murong Qingyu concluded her duties at the academy and returned home. The first thing she did was head to the training room, where she discovered Enmoxi still immersed in her meditation, remaining in that profound state of enlightenment. On the second day, Wu Chaojie and Ma Mingming arrived at the academy, with their first priority being to seek out Enmoxi. However, when they could not locate her, they decided to inquire with Murong Qingyu regarding Enmoxi's whereabouts. Ultimately, they were astonished to learn that Enmoxi had been in a state of enlightenment for over 2 days. Although they felt a sense of boredom due to Enmoxi's absence, they nonetheless made a significant impression within the academy. Most of the students were still at the intermediate or advanced soldier level, with very few having reached the general level. Thus, Wu Chaojie and Ma Mingming's advancement to the initial stage of the general level made them exceedingly rare, akin to foreign pandas within the academy. Half a month later, within the cultivation chamber, Enmoxi's once snow-white skin was now adorned with intricate black runes. The spiritual energy within the chamber surged towards her, forming a swirling vortex around her. Ethereal mist of energy flowed fervently into her body, as her innate devouring ability activated, voraciously consuming the spiritual essence. The black symbols on her body radiated a luminous glow, enveloping her entirely. Suddenly, all the surrounding spiritual energy was drawn into her, producing a resounding roar. After which she abruptly opened her eyes. The demon god materialized behind her, similarly adorned with runes. She exhaled a breath of turbid air, expelling it in a half-foot length. Rising to her feet, the runes on her body receded, and she clenched her fists, feeling the surge of newfound strength. Though her realm had not ascended, this experience left her deeply satisfied. During the past half-month, she had only refined the 2 previous techniques before dedicating herself entirely to the evolution of a singular maneuver. Ultimately, after half a month, she successfully devised this technique, which might better be described as a body-forging method, were it not for the assistance of her Tao Comprehension Lotus. And considering her extraordinary performance this time, it would have been impossible to evolve such a technique. Stepping out of the cultivation chamber, the Qingfeng warship was enveloped in silence. Congratulations, Master, on the conclusion of your seclusion. Mistress Morong has left you a message. Little Shi, I have gone to the academy. I have left food for you in the kitchen, so please wait for me at home. Hearing the sweet voice of Murong Qingyu, a smile involuntarily graced Shi's lips. Qingfeng, please prepare the bathwater for me. Certainly, the bathwater has been prepared. After half a month of seclusion, she yearned to take a bath. The cultivation chamber possessed a cleansing function, ensuring her body remained free from grime, even sweat. However, she still desired the refreshment of a bath. After a leisurely soak, she finished her meal and glanced at the time. It had just passed a little after 1 o'clock. Exiting the warship, she piloted a small shuttle towards the academy. Having just concluded her seclusion, she felt a tinge of boredom. During her bath, she had asked Qingfeng how long she had been in seclusion, and was surprised to learn that it had been half a month without her realizing it. She wished to step outside for some fresh air. Upon arriving at the academy, she found it eerily quiet, with only the occasional hurried student passing by. She found it peculiar. It was neither class time nor any special occasion. So why was the campus so tranquil? Chapter 30. Utter Brutality and Shi. In a moment of impulse, halted a hurried student to inquire about the commotion. It was revealed that a nearby academy was dissatisfied with the recent district rankings. These 2 academies had long been rivals, and thus the opposing institution had come to engage in a bout of skillful sparring. While they charmingly referred to it as a friendly competition, it could more accurately be described as an invasion. The venue for this contest was none other than the training grounds of Shi's own academy. Upon arriving at the dueling arena situated on the uppermost level, She found herself in an open-air combat zone. Surrounding the area were stands reminiscent of the Roman Colosseum. In the center, students from both academies engaged in fierce combat. Suddenly, one of the combatants was sent flying, crashing down from the platform. The victorious student above erupted into boisterous laughter, derisively taunting, "Is this the extent of your academy's prowess? If your students are all of this caliber, you might as well surrender outright." The morale of Shi's peers plummeted as they glared in fury at the young man on stage, their anger rendering them powerless. "Your academy cannot possibly," the young man began, but before he could finish, Ma Mingming leapt from the stands. "Shut your mouth. Let me teach you a lesson about proper decorum," he retorted, ready to demonstrate the consequences of arrogance. As the mechanical voice announced the commencement of the competition, Ma Mingming took a step back, disappearing into the shadows. The opposing student, witnessing this, steeled himself, revealing his own initial stage of cultivation. His talent lay in enhancing his physique with earth armor. Instantly, rocky armor enveloped him, augmenting both his defense and offense. He transformed into a stone-like figure. His eyes the sole feature discernible, scanning the surroundings with vigilance. Shi, intrigued, observed from a corner rather than seeking out her friends Wu Chaojie and Mu Rongqingyu. She focused on the clash between Ma Mingming and the rival student. Suddenly, the shadow beneath the young adversary flickered, and Ma Mingming sprang forth, executing a signature technique with a clenched fist. Channeling his spiritual energy into his blow, he struck the opponent's head. With precision, Ma Mingming leapt onto the opponent's shoulder and performed a somersault, turning his back to him. Although the rocky armor showed no signs of damage, the opponent's eyes glazed over, and he collapsed to the ground, his armor crumbling into dust. The Ma family's technique, the mountain-shaking fist, was designed to pierce within rather than damage the exterior. With calculated control, Ma Mingming had ensured that his strike did not impact the armor directly, but rather penetrated it, rendering his opponent unconscious without a sound. A raucous cheer erupted from his peers, all chanting Ma Mingming's name in a jubilant chorus. Recently, Ma Mingming and Wu Chaojie have been making quite a stir within the academy, and as a result, their names have become well known among the students. The instructor on the opposing team wore a rather displeased expression. As the saying goes, outsiders relish the spectacle while insiders discern the subtleties. Just moments ago, Ma Mingming executed a strike that was quintessentially the Ma family's mountain-shaking fist, capable of achieving nearly perfect penetration of defenses, rendering the primary defender unable to unleash more than 50% of their combat prowess in its presence. Two members of the command team ascended the stage to carry the recently defeated youth down. Subsequently, they exchanged a knowing glance with a boy of grounded demeanor. Although the boy's eyes reflected a hint of disdain, he still approached the stage and faced Ma Mingming. The competition commenced, and the mechanical synthesized voice echoed. Ma Mingming vanished into the shadows, yet the boy opposite remained unfazed. A swarm of dark, buzzing insects erupted from his body, enveloping him protectively. Thousands of these insects spread out, claiming every shadow on the stage. Soon, Ma Mingming was compelled to abandon his cover. Armed with a dagger, he swiftly dispatched the foes that approached him, but the sheer number of insects proved overwhelming. His talents hampered by their presence, the mountain-shaking fist, while formidable in single combat, lacked area of effect techniques. Eventually, Ma Mingming managed to disperse the insects surrounding him, casting a glance at the boy encircled by iron-shelled insects. In the end, Ma Mingming opted to concede defeat. The iron-shelled insects possessed formidable defensive capabilities, their exoskeletons sharp as blades, while a few posed little threat. A swarm transformed into a storm of slicing edges. Descending from the stage, Ma Mingming found himself in the presence of Wu Chaojie, whose conspicuous figure caught in Moxie's eye. With a cheerful grin, he exchanged a fist bump with Ma Mingming before bounding onto the stage. "Oh, look at all these insects. How terrifying," Wu Chaojie jested, poking fun at the grounded boy. The boy merely glared at him with malice. "Oh, please don't look at me like that. It frightens me," he retorted. "And by the way, being grounded is fine. But being so earthly as to be unappealing is rather unfortunate, don't you think? It's not your fault you're unattractive. But it is your fault to emerge and scare others." Wu Chaojie continued his banter, just as he was about to unleash another round of taunts. The mechanical synthesized voice rang out once more, signaling the beginning of the next match. The grounded boy could no longer contain himself and sent forth all his insects, intent on making the chubby, sharp-tongued individual before him feel the agony of dismemberment. The swarm surged like a tempest towards Wu Chaojie, who merely smirked. Behind him, a laser-guided particle cannon materialized, aimed directly at the horde of insects. With a single shot, the massive laser cannon enveloped the swarm, obliterating the majority of the iron-shelled insects in an instant. The grounded boy's complexion turned ashen. These insects were all manifestations of his spiritual energy. His extraordinary talent lay in transforming insects. He could convert his spiritual energy into eggs, which would then hatch into insects. Each insect required a month of nurturing to mature into a fully grown creature with offensive capabilities. Every single insect was intimately connected to him, and the boy from the netherworld regarded them as his progeny. However, at this moment, they had all perished, and his spiritual energy had been entirely depleted. This depletion rendered his complexion ashen. Although many of the iron-shelled insects had succumbed, a few remained, devoid of any sense of fear. There was no need to employ a laser-guided particle cannon for these stragglers. Why wield a sledgehammer to crack a nut? Several handguns materialized around Wu Chaojie. With precision, he dispatched every insect that dared to approach him. At that moment, Wu Chaojie began to exude the imposing presence of a mobile fortress. Soon, a handgun floated menacingly towards the head of the boy from the netherworld, signifying his defeat. Wu Chaojie allowed his weapons to hover around him while he waved to the audience below. The crowd responded in kind, chanting his name, Wu Chaojie, Wu Chaojie. The atmosphere was electric, and his smile nearly stretched to his ears. Suddenly, the jubilant crowd fell silent, their gazes fixated on something behind him. Wu Chaojie sensed a shift and turned to look. The boy from the netherworld had exited the stage, and in his place stood a towering figure, nearly 2 meters tall, with a face etched in cruelty. This brutal youth, known as Yin Bao, boasted a physique of explosive muscle that obscured the light around him, casting a shadow over Wu Chaojie. Though he wished to engage in banter, an artificial voice announced the commencement of the match. Yen Bao's lips curled into a menacing grin as he lunged forward. His form materialized beside Wu Chaojie, and with a mighty fist, he struck. The colossal punch aimed for Wu Chaojie's head. Shocked, Wu Chaojie hastily raised a gun to block the blow. However, the immense force shattered the weapon, sending it flying from his grasp. The punch, despite being partially deflected, granted Wu Chaojie a fleeting moment to react. There was no time to evade. So he braced himself and raised his arms in defense. The fist, imbued with overwhelming strength, collided with his arms, sending him hurtling backward. He crashed into the force field, the impact forcing a mouthful of blood from his lips. Chapter 31. The initial manifestation of the abyss, the yellow springs of the underworld within Wu Chaojie's body. His internal organs felt as though they had shifted. He supported himself with the floating gun surrounding him, rising to his feet, his face contorted, revealing the excruciating pain he endured. Yen Bao observed with a twisted sense of pleasure as Wu Chaojie, gravely injured, spat out a mouthful of blood. In an instant, Yen Bao leaped forward and, before Wu Chaojie could react, delivered a crushing blow to his face, shattering a tooth that fell to the ground. At that moment, Yen Bao's innate ability activated, brutality. A tumultuous aura enveloped him, rendering him even more ferocious. This talent bestowed upon its wielder an indifference to pain, effectively doubling their combat prowess. Both offensive and defensive capabilities surged, accompanied by the ferocity of brutality. Wounds inflicted by this power would remain tainted, making them difficult to heal while incessantly tearing apart the flesh. However, this ability also corrupted its user, often leaving them cruel and sadistic. Once activated, the user became increasingly ruthless, reveling in the torment of others. The more exhilarated and brutal they became, the stronger their combat strength grew. At this moment, Yen Bao was in a state of exhilaration, his power rapidly escalating. The grin on his face grew increasingly sinister as he grasped Wu Chaojie's head, lifting it while sneering at him. Wu Chaojie appeared wretched, bloodied and battered, his face smeared with crimson, all his teeth gone, and his chest slightly caved in from the force of that immense punch. Despite his dire state, Wu Chaojie managed to smile at Yen Bao, spitting a mouthful of blood onto Yen Bao's face. To his surprise, Yen Bao did not react with anger. Instead, he continued to grin, wiping away the mingled blood and saliva with a contemptuous hand. Gradually, the grip on Wu Chaojie's head tightened, and the smile vanished from his face, replaced by a grimace of agony. Unbeknownst to Yen Bao, all of Wu Chaojie's firearms, including the laser-guided particle cannon, were aimed directly at him, and he pulled the triggers in a decisive moment. With a resounding explosion, Yen Bao was propelled backward, suffering a significant wound inflicted by the laser cannon, the primary source of the damage. The bullets from the other guns, however, inflicted no harm upon him. Wu Chaojie contemplated surrender, yet with all his teeth shattered. His words were mumbled and failed to meet the standards for conceding in the arena. According to the rules, a fighter must either lose consciousness or verbally admit defeat. Wu Chaojie met neither criterion. Encased within the protective barrier, he could only seethe in impotent rage as his peers watched helplessly. Meanwhile, Ma Mingming clenched his fists tightly, blood trickling from his palms onto the ground. Murong Qingyu, anxiously observing Wu Chaojie's plight from the sidelines, was prepared to intervene and rescue him at any moment. If she so desired, the protective barrier would yield easily, akin to fragile parchment. The supervising teacher across the arena was no obstacle, should they dare to intervene. It would take considerable strength to withstand even her casual strike. Wu Chaojie's struggles were of little consequence to his fellow students. It is fortunate that Wu Chaojie remains unaware. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly utter, "You are so high-minded and remarkable, yet you wagered me." This momentary reprieve allowed Wu Chaojie to catch his breath. He propped himself up with the gunstock tucked under his arm, while simultaneously directing the particle cannon, which emitted a laser trajectory, to unleash a relentless barrage upon Yen Bao. After several rounds, the barrel began to heat up, nearing the point of melting. The tremendous energy exerted caused the barrel to glow a fiery red, and Wu Chaojie found himself drained of energy. Just as he believed he had vanquished his foe and a smile crept upon his lips, he spat out a mouthful of blood. While he awaited the mechanical referee's verdict, Yen Bao's figure emerged from the billowing smoke. His eyes were bloodshot, and a sinister grin marred his face. Scalding white smoke wafted from his mouth, and his skin glowed a fierce red from the intense heat. As he stomped down, the smoke erupted, dissipating entirely, and he was suddenly at Wu Chaojia's side. Before Wu could react, he heard the rushing wind beside him, followed by an excruciating pain as he was flung into the air. Yin Bao leapt, his arms transforming into hammers that struck Wu Chaojia squarely in the chest. Wu was violently smashed onto the ground, and Yin Bao had no intention of sparing him, preparing to deliver a fatal blow. The rapidity of the events left the onlookers in shock. Murong Qingyu was poised to ascend the stage and rescue Wu, but another figure outpaced her. This imposing figure, entwined with black runes, towered over the rest, possessing 8 arms and obscured eyes. His appearance was indistinguishable from that of the demonic deity, and Mashi. Clutching a long spear, he raised it alongside the dark entity. The first form of the underworld's law, enhanced by the guidance of the Enlightenment Lotus, was unleashed. As the spear moved, it summoned the waters of the Yellow Springs, crashing down upon the protective shield, shattering it instantaneously. And Mashi's figure blurred as he materialized beside Yin Bao, hurling his spear and sending him flying. Yet, and Mashi did not linger. He descended to check on Wu Chaojia. At that moment, Wu was grievously injured, his body marred by numerous wounds, and his bones appeared shattered, presenting a pitiful sight. And Mashi lifted Wu and handed him to Ma Mingming at the edge of the stage. Without uttering a word, he turned to confront Yin Bao. Qingfeng, initiate terminal intrusion and activate the protective shield. And Mashi's wristwatch linked with Qingfeng, swiftly breaching the Academy's combat terminal and opening the defensive barrier. Though this unfolded in mere moments, it felt prolonged. Murong Qingyu sighed in relief upon Mashi's arrival, quickly followed by a surge of joy. Before his seclusion, Mashi had reached the intermediate level. Even if he had not advanced upon emerging, he would not be outmatched by his opponent at the initial level. Ma Mingming, though taken aback by Mashi's timely intervention to save Wu Chaojia, did not hesitate and sought to carry Wu to the Academy's infirmary. Wu Chaojia desperately wished to remain and witness Moxie's exact vengeance on Yin Bao. Ma Mingming had no choice but to summon a classmate with healing abilities to attend to Wu Chaojia's injuries. And Moxie's expression darkened as she turned, retracting her long spear, and her back sprouted 8 arms, resembling a fearsome Majura. The demon behind her roared in fury at Yin Bao, who, despite being thrown back by Moxie's spear just moments ago, remained unscathed, bearing only the wound inflicted by Wu Chaojia. As Yin Bao's violent talents surged, his defensive capabilities grew increasingly formidable. The team leader's expression soured, for he had been preoccupied with guarding against Murong Qingyu and had not anticipated a student would emerge. Even as he sought to rescue Wu Chaojia, he doubted anyone besides the teachers possessed the strength to breach the protective barrier. Yet, the unconventional Moxie appeared, shattering the barrier with a single blow, an achievement that even a novice at the initial stages of the level would find daunting. Who was this youth? Possessing such strength at such a tender age, Yin Bao surmised he was no match for her. Once Moxie retracted her weapon, she vanished from sight. Unable to locate her, Yin Bao grew increasingly agitated, roaring like a wild beast as he searched frantically for her. Suddenly, Moxie emerged behind him, launching a devastating kick that sent Yin Bao soaring into the air. With an icy demeanor, she leaped, executing a high axe kick that struck him squarely. Yin Bao crashed violently to the ground, creating a deep crater in the steel alloy arena, the surrounding metal fracturing under the force of her strike, revealing the immense power she had wielded. Well done, you're incredible. Wu Chaojia and the surrounding classmates shouted Moxie's name, though she paid them no heed. Instead, she landed firmly, seizing one of Yin Bao's arms. With her foot pressing down on his chest, she forcefully wrenched his arm from its socket, blood gushing forth. While Moxie usually exuded a calm demeanor around family, when provoked, she transformed back into the merciless killer she once was in the ancient ruins. She then grasped Yin Bao's other arm, effortlessly tearing it away as well. Chapter 32. The infiltrator of the insect tribe. This scene left the students in shock and provoked the instructor leading the opposing team. At that moment, Yin Bao fainted, and the terminal declared his defeat, causing the surrounding defensive barrier to fall. And Mo Shi, with a contemptuous kick, sent Yin Bao tumbling towards the rival academy. You wretched child, your cruelty is alarming. You shall surely bring disaster to your surroundings. I will put an end to your threat. While the onlookers remained stunned, the opposing instructor launched an attack on Mo Shi. Dark energy coalesced around his hand, resembling a claw of a monstrous insect, as he advanced menacingly. Murong Qingyu contemplated intervening, But in Mo-Shi's voice resonated in her mind. Something is amiss. I can handle this. With a swift motion, Mo-Shi thrust his spear into the ground, establishing a formidable stance. The surrounding dark energy surged violently from all directions towards him. A spectral figure of a demon materialized behind Mo-Shi, mirroring his movements as he formed a mystical seal. Yama, eight-armed Azura. Suddenly, 8 arms sprouted from his back, each forming seals, as black runes writhed across his body, marking him with an aura of power. At that moment, the peculiar instructor's attack neared Mo-Shi. With a flourish, he withdrew the spear from the ground, creating a dazzling display of spear blossoms. Ming Luo, by Luo Huangquan. The spear twirled around him, encircled by a torrent of yellow spring water, shielding Mo-Shi at its core. The claw-like strike plunged into the yellow spring, and the instructor's face contorted in confusion. Why does my attack absorb my spiritual energy in this dark water? Moreover, it possesses a formidable suction, attempting to draw me in. The instructor, startled, exerted force and leapt back to a safer position, pondering, this boy is rather strange. His talent is formidable. I must eliminate him, even if it means exposing my identity. The great insect emperor will remember my name, Aluka. Prepare to perish, boy. Subsequently, an overwhelming pressure of high-level spiritual energy emanated from Aluka as a massive insect appeared behind him, revealing his true form, a silver-bodied creature with colossal mandibles atop its head. This sight startled the onlookers. What is that shadow? What kind of force is this? It looks terrifying. The students had never encountered such a phenomenon. Yet Mu Rongqing was not like the others. Is this the insect tribe? No wonder Mo-Shi sensed something amiss. This matter must be reported to the Alliance. The insect tribe has infiltrated the human academy. A thorough investigation is imperative. With her nerves taut, Mu Rongqing resolved to intervene and rescue Mo-Shi should he find himself at a disadvantage. Mo-Shi, observing the unfolding scene, mused, indeed, this instructor is not what he seems. Since emerging from his seclusion, Mo-Shi had honed his spiritual awareness. Initially, he had failed to perceive the instructor's anomaly, but as time passed, he felt a murderous intent locking onto him. The silver-armored giant insect surged towards Mo-Shi, propelled by Aluka's command. The mandibles ahead incessantly opened and closed, producing a sharp clicking sound. In his grasp, the long spear whirled, channeling his vital essence into a dragon that spiraled around the spear of the underworld lord. Mo-Shi resolved to collide with it in flesh. Eager to ascertain the extent of strength his body, forged through trials by the Yama and the 8-armed Azura, had attained. Behind him, a massive silver-armored insect clacked its razor-sharp mandibles, while a demonic entity loomed with 8 arms, wielding a spear. A blood dragon formed from his vitality, coiling upon his shoulder. Adorned with black runes reminiscent of a slaughtering demon emerged from the depths of hell. With a resounding roar, the dragon of blood on his shoulder emitted a powerful cry. Twirling around the spear, the two engaged in a fierce clash, causing an oppressive force that compelled onlookers to retreat a considerable distance. Upon their initial contact, they swiftly separated, only to engage in a frenzied exchange within the air. Mo-Shi relied solely on his physical prowess to contend with Aluka in a whirlwind of motion, so swift that the spectators struggled to follow. Amidst the crowd, a muffled voice emerged from Wu Chaojia, who had noticeably recovered, though one of his teeth had yet to emerge, rendering his speech somewhat unclear. However, the audience had no time to attend to him. Their full attention riveted on the duel between Mo-Shi and Aluka. In their fierce exchange, Mo-Shi wielded the spear with utmost finesse, thrusting, flicking, slashing, and sweeping with agility. Conversely, Aluka enveloped himself in spiritual energy, employing every part of his body, elbows, fists, head, feet, and knees, as weapons against Mo-Shi. The colossal force unleashed threatened to dismantle the very arena, with debris scattering as the walls disintegrated. The ground became a patchwork of craters as the powerful gusts from their strikes obliterated the surrounding structures, forcing all students to seek refuge behind the stands or in corners to witness the spectacle. Wu Chaojia had also managed to position Ma Mingming beside Mu Rongqing, demonstrating shrewdness, for he understood that safety was assured in her proximity. After another intense exchange, the two rapidly distanced themselves, seemingly preparing to unleash their ultimate techniques for a decisive victory. The demonic figures swirling around the Azura coiled upon the spear, exuding a menacing aura as they crouched to gather strength. The silver-armored insect began to emit a peculiar energy, coalescing within its mandibles as it charged. The demonic runes on Aluka's body slithered up the spear, transforming it into what seemed the darkest object in existence. Spiritual energy coursed into the spear, its tip glinting ominously, the lance's brilliance extending 3 inches, absorbing all surrounding light. Opposite him, a mass of destructive energy gathered within the mandibles of the giant insect. In a simultaneous release, the two powers clashed. Underworld of Woe, Azure Falls of the Yellow Springs. The black waters of the Yellow Springs spiraled around the spear as Aluka aimed it at an Mo-Shi, preparing for a fateful strike. The silver armor of the giant insect began to lose its luster as it ignited its life force to further amplify the energy within its mandibles, swelling to a size surpassing that of the insect's head. The energy could no longer be contained as it surged toward an Mo-Shi. The moment of impact approached, with the spear and the energy of the silver-armored insect set to collide. A powerful gust of wind erupted, and with a wave of her hand, Murong Qingyu shielded all the students. Without her intervention, the overwhelming force would have surely overwhelmed these ordinary learners. The spear, akin to a harbinger of destruction, pierced through the desperate attack of the silver-armored giant insect. The demonic deity wielded the spear, advancing to meet the lethal energy, making contact at its tip before splitting the force apart. The yellow spring water enveloping the spear acted like an umbrella, absorbing all the unleashed energy. And Mo-Shi's eyes glowed crimson, her body adorned with demonic runes, undeterred and resolute as she vigorously spun the Soul Reaper. Like a drill, an Mo-Shi formed seals with both hands inside the demonic deity, who mirrored her movements. Go! An Mo-Shi commanded, and the Soul Reaper spear cleaved through the assault of the silver-armored giant insect, plunging directly into its mandibles and emerging from the rear. Within the giant insect, Aluka was instantly slain by the spear, transforming into a mist of blood. The blood, coalescing into a dragon-like form, soared back to an Mo-Shi, who, with a swift motion, absorbed the swirling mist. A flicker of silver light passed over her skin, rendering it more resilient while bestowing upon her a newfound gift. Sacrificial Strike. Upon invoking this ability, all spiritual energy is concentrated into a single strike, leaving the user in a state of weakness for 7 days thereafter. A splendid talent indeed. An Mo-Shi's eyes sparkled with delight, and she hastily retracted the demonic deity, sheathing the Soul Reaper. Though an Mo-Shi was a prodigy with formidable physical strength, she remained only at the mid-tier level. Despite the Dark Star technique continuously operating to absorb ambient spiritual energy, the intake fell short of the expenditure. She struggled to maintain her energy reserves amid the relentless drain. As she descended to the ground, Murong Qingyu swiftly appeared before her, disregarding everything else, and embraced an Mo-Shi, checking for injuries. Ultimately, an Mo-Shi was unharmed, though her energy was considerably depleted. Murong Qingyu produced a fragrant blood-red pill adorned with 3 clouds. A student of notable lineage recognized it as the Blood Dragon Recovery Pill. Without hesitation, Murong Qingyu administered the pill to an Mo-Shi. Understanding her concern, an Mo-Shi accepted the pill and gently ruffled Murong Qingyu's hair. As she sat down to absorb the pill's effects, an Mo-Shi realized that after consuming the flesh and blood of the silver-armored giant insect, she not only acquired its talent, but also replenished a portion of her spiritual energy, alleviating her burden. Nevertheless, taking the pill would expedite her return to peak condition. Chapter 33. The Reward. The hidden high-ranking officials of the Academy, shrouded in darkness, observe the unfolding events without intervening. Send 2 individuals of higher realms to deal with this mess. It appears that our human race has not showcased its prowess for too long, allowing these pests to infiltrate our academy. With that, the figures in the shadows departed, leaving their destination unknown. Subsequently, 2 instructional directors of the academy emerged, apprehending all the students brought by Aluka for thorough investigation. Later, under the guidance of Murong Qingyu, and Moxie visited the academy's president. Sun Song, a middle-aged man with a receding hairline, bore the marks of time on his face, resembling a story-laden, somewhat greasy uncle. However, he exuded a warm demeanor, initially showering in Moxie with flattery. Eventually, under the intimidating gaze of Murong Qingyu, Sun Song presented in Moxie with a reward: access to the Academy's sacred training pool, enriched with the essence of various exotic beasts, which would enhance her training efficiency. And Moxie could immerse herself in this pool for 3 days. At this, a gentle smile graced Murong Qingyu's face, and Moxie remained unaware of how the academy's turmoil was resolved, only recalling that all students and teachers underwent a thorough inspection. Ultimately, the outcome of this investigation remained a mystery to her. Following the completion of the inquiries, all students were granted a holiday. Upon returning home, and Moxie spent an entire day closely bonded with Murong Qingyu. The following day, upon arriving at the academy, and Moxie perceptively noticed the absence of one or two individuals in her class, though she did not dwell on it. After greeting Wu Chaojie and Ma Mingming, she made her way to the blood refining pool, eager to explore its depths over the next 3 days. After passing through stringent security, and Moxie arrived at a concealed chamber beneath the academy. Before her stood a formidable door, which she boldly pushed open. Inside, the temperature soared, and the surroundings were enveloped in hues of dark red, with molten lava flowing through cracks. At the center lay a profound pool, resembling a deep crimson abyss. The blood-red essence surged and churned within, and as Moxie stepped inside, she felt her pores open wide. The pool brimmed with the essence of formidable exotic beasts. She shed her garments and entered the pool, which reached only to her waist but was intensely warm. Sitting cross-legged within, she activated her innate ability to absorb the essence. In an instant, the entirety of the pool's essence was consumed by her. Beads of sweat adorned her forehead as a torrent of information regarding various abilities flooded her mind, nearly overwhelming her senses. Cold sweat streamed down her brow, yet amidst the chaos, and Moxie sensed an extraordinary power within her, purging the inferior and useless talents, transforming them into energy to fortify her physique. She retrieved a lotus seed and consumed it, entering a state of seclusion. 3 days later, and Moxie emerged from the blood refining pool. At that moment, her physique appeared slightly taller, radiating a powerful brilliance. The gains from this endeavor were immense. Casting a glance back at the now parched blood pool, I savored the powerful energy coursing through my veins. This time, and Moxie, utilizing her innate talent and the lotus seeds, entered a state of enlightenment, consuming the entirety of the vital essence within the blood pool. She successfully ascended to a higher realm, her physical strength reaching the later stages of the. Moreover, her innate talent was significantly enhanced, allowing her to merge her abilities into a new extraordinary talent, a synthesis that extracts the essence while discarding the dross, resulting in an even more formidable gift. While this talent may seem futile to others, whose innate gifts are often limited, and Moxie could acquire talents through consumption, making this fusion ability a divine skill. In fact, she had entirely devoured the vital essence on the first day. The remaining 2 days were dedicated to the fusion of talents. Now, from the previously myriad talents, only a handful remained. Indestructible Demon Body activates the talent, entering an invincible state for 10 minutes, with all spells consuming no spiritual energy, possessing remarkable recovery abilities, and steadily increasing combat power each second. Cloud Riding. This talent allows for flight akin to riding clouds, with speed proportional to spiritual energy consumption. Divine and Demonic Thought. This talent permits instantaneous switching between divine and demonic states, with divine attacks infused with a burning light effect, increasing damage to dark attributes by 50%, primarily focusing on long-range group attacks. Demonic attacks, on the other hand, carry a soul-devouring effect, leaving residual dark energy on wounds, causing continuous tearing and bleeding effects, primarily for close-range individual combat. Sumeru World. This talent enables the creation of a microcosm within the body, capable of housing living beings and facilitating cultivation and planting. 5 Elements Reincarnation, a convergence of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth into one. Yin-Yang Fish. This ability allows for the fusion of talents through consumption. If a talent is deemed unnecessary, it can be eliminated and ground into the purest energy to enhance the body and elevate the realm. Ultimately, Moxie directly fused her consumption talent with the fusion talent, resulting in the creation of the Yin-Yang Fish ability. Feeling rejuvenated, Moxie emerged from the secluded chamber and returned to the academy. Upon opening her wristwatch, she was greeted by a flurry of messages from Wu Chaojie and Ma Mingming. Murong Qingyu also sent a couple of caring words, filling Moxie's heart with warmth. She first responded to Murong Qingyu, then sent messages to Wu Chaojie and Ma Mingming in turn. Shortly after, the duo appeared before her. Olden, you've finally emerged. The college entrance examination is just 7 days away. How prepared are you? Wu Chaojie and Mom Mingming exclaimed, warmly clasping in Maxi's shoulders, their familiarity as comforting as ever. Indeed, both Fatty and I have reached the consummate stage of this entrance exam is practically assured for us. As for me, let me secretly inform you both, I have already attained the advanced stage of If we are assigned to the same examination room, I shall lead you both in a rampage. So, hurry and cling to your esteemed Olden, after one retreat, you come out boasting now? Wu Chaojie harbored disbelief, yet paid little heed to the trio departing with their arms interlinked. Subsequently, Moxie and Murong Qingyu became inseparable, though there were occasions when Murong Qingyu had to attend to certain matters, thus their time together was limited. The day preceding the Gaokao, everyone was already aware of their respective examination venues, and today they began to make their way there. Tomorrow marks the Gaokao. I eagerly await your ascension to greatness. Each year, the examination venues disperse students, scattering them across the vast Shanjin continent, and Moxie found herself assigned to the Shanjin domain. After the headmaster's impassioned speech, Moxie and Wu Chaojie encountered each other. Which examination venue are you two assigned to? Wu Chaojie glanced at his assignment and replied, I have been allocated to the number 3 venue in the Shanghai domain. I am assigned to the number 9 venue in the Kanglan domain. Ma Mingming chimed in shortly thereafter. Well, it seems neither of you will have the chance to soar with me. I am in the know. One venue of the Shanjin domain, so we are not in the same examination hall, he remarked. The trio engaged in brief conversation before parting ways, with Moxie seeking out Murong Qingyu as they returned home. As they arrived, Songmu initiated a video call. Moxie, which examination venue have you been assigned to? Before Murong Qingyu could speak, Songmu's concerned voice filled the air. Murong Qingyu pouted, expressing her displeasure to Songmu. Mom, are you sure I'm your biological child? Or is Moxie your real daughter? You only ask about her. All right, my dear, it is merely concern for you, Songmu replied. I have been assigned to the Shanjin domain. We shall set off shortly. And Moxie emerged from behind, wrapping her arms around Murong Qingyu's slender waist, and addressed Songmu. We're all set. Observing their intimate gesture, Songmu's face brightened with joy. Wonderful. What time do you expect to arrive? I will send Uncle Yu to pick you up. There's no need for Uncle Yu to come. We shall return home on our own, Murong Qingyu responded. Very well. Take care on your journey. I will be waiting at home, Songmu said, her heart brimming with happiness as she ended the call. In Moxie's embrace, Murong Qingyu puffed her cheeks adorably. Humph. Now Mom only cares about you and pays no attention to me. As she spoke, she playfully tapped Moxie's chest with her small fist, expressing her discontent. Chapter 34. The Azure Blade Warship is activated. Departing for the Mountain Rain domain. Since that is the case, allow me to make amends. An MO, she said with a mischievous smile directed at Murong Qingyu. How will you make amends? Murong Qingyu, initially teasing an MO, she found herself unexpectedly intrigued by the notion of compensation. Compensation is. As she spoke, an MO, she lowered her head and kissed the enchanting figure in her arms. Murong Qingyu felt the warmth of an MO, she's lips upon hers, rendering her limbs weak. Gently, she tapped an MO, she's chest, only to embrace her tightly, fervently responding to the kiss. Their lips intertwined. An MO, she entwined her tongue with Murong Qingyu's, and the two became enmeshed together on the sofa. After a prolonged moment, they finally parted, and Murong Qingyu's cheeks were flushed with an unusual hue. Her eyes sparkled like autumn waters as she languidly rested in an MO, she's embrace, casting a playful glance at her. Then, noticing the time on her wristwatch, she coyly remarked, It's all your fault. We must get up now. If we don't hurry, we will be late for our trip to the Mountain Rain domain. Fear not. We shall not take the floating train. I possess a swifter means to reach the Mountain Rain domain. Oh, what ingenious method do you have? Could it be that the energy of the Azure Blade is sufficient to activate it? Murong Qingyu suddenly exclaimed in surprise, as if a thought had struck her. My precious is truly clever. The energy within the Azure Blade has reached 5%. While it may not be capable of traversing the cosmos, it can certainly maneuver across the Mountain Rain continent. I knew you would take advantage of me. However, if we wish to travel to the Mountain Rain domain aboard the Azure Blade, we must inform Father, lest we inadvertently trigger anti-aircraft missiles the moment we enter the skies above. Indeed, let us call Father and inform him before we pilot the Azure Blade to the Mountain Rain domain. After conversing with Murong Yunhao, he readily agreed to the plan. Murong Yunhao was well aware of an MO, she's possession of an interstellar warship. and he had been involved in assisting her with repairs over the past few days. Otherwise, an ordinary individual lacking connections would have been surrounded by military forces upon acquiring a warship, no matter how rudimentary its functions were. Suddenly, a violent tremor shook the villa area, akin to the upheaval of a dragon. The villa atop the mountain rose and shifted, revealing a vast launch base on the ground. A warship ascended rapidly from within, and the Azure Blade appeared, stabilizing after ascending to the surface. A tremendous plume of vapor erupted as the Azure Blade slowly lifted. Soaring into the sky, the villa returned to its original state, concealing the launch platform below. If not for the imposing warship in the sky, one might have believed nothing had transpired. Inside the warship, an Mo Shi and Mu Rong Qingyu occupied the control room. With an Mo Shi seated at the helm and Mu Rong Qingyu beside her, the melodious voice of the Azure Blade resonated. Route established. Destination: Mountain Rain Domain. Shall we depart? Depart. In Moxie's embrace, Mu Rong Qingyu spoke with fervor. The massive energy plume at the rear of the Qingfeng battleship propelled it forward, swiftly vanishing into the horizon. Meanwhile, in the Mo Chai domain, Morong Yunhao had already made necessary arrangements. Otherwise, a barrage of anti-aircraft missiles would have rained upon the Qingfeng battleship as it ascended into the sky. And Moxie observed the vast electronic screen before him, showcasing the rapidly receding scenery outside, all while savoring the softness of the figure in his arms. He felt an exhilarating thrill as the Qingfeng battleship soon reached the skies above the Shanlin domain, hovering over the Murong estate. A beam of light erupted from the Qingfeng battleship, and Moxie gently descended with Murong Qingyu from within the luminous shaft. Song Mu and Murong Yunhao had already received word of Moxie's arrival as the Qingfeng battleship entered the Shanlin domain, subsequently tracking its position. And Moxie was informed that the Qingfeng battleship could activate a cloaking mechanism to evade detection. However, he chose not to engage this feature, aware it was likely Murong Yunhao's people. Thus, as the Qingfeng battleship approached the Murong estate, both Murong Yunhao and Song Mu emerged to welcome the duo. Although they were aware of Moxie's possession of an interstellar battleship, the sight of such a colossal vessel left them somewhat astonished. To possess such a magnificent starship through personal merit was indeed remarkable. And Moxie set Murong Qingyu down on the ground, and then commanded the Qingfeng battleship to enter stealth mode. Under the watchful gaze of Murong Yunhao and Song Mu, the battleship flickered and then vanished entirely. This spectacle left Murong Yunhao momentarily speechless as he stammered, "Is this spatial cloaking technology? Have you conducted research on this, father?" And Moxie, intrigued, inquired further, "How is it possible? This is a technology that the Alliance has struggled to conquer for ages, a core secret among various races. How could you possess it?" Regaining his composure, Murong Yunhao engaged in Moxie in earnest conversation. Murong Qingyu and Song Mu, recognizing the significance of their exchange, refrained from interrupting, embodying the essence of supportive partners who understood the moment. Is it truly that difficult? The battleship was originally equipped with this feature, but it was damaged. I repaired it later. If you're interested, father, I can send you a document detailing the spatial cloaking technology. With that, and Moxie retrieved and organized information from a book he had discovered aboard the ship, sending a copy of the spatial cloaking technology documentation to Murong Yunhao. "Excellent. This is wonderful," exclaimed Murong Yunhao, turning to head towards the study on the second floor. Observing her father's intent to obtain Moxie's knowledge without compensation, Murong Qingyu playfully remarked to his retreating figure, "Father, you mustn't take advantage of Moxie's generosity. Remember to offer him a reward." Murong Yunhao, caught off guard by her words, stumbled and fell, his earlier composure dissipating entirely. "Before she is even married, this girl has already begun to stray. Rest assured, after all, he is my son-in-law. How could I allow him to suffer?" Murong Yunhao rose abruptly, neglecting to tidy his attire, and proceeded upstairs once more. Witnessing this scene, and Moxie's lips twitched slightly, only to be drawn into a heart-to-heart conversation by Song's mother. Meanwhile, Murong Yunhao did not emerge from the second floor. As dusk approached, and Moxie, after exchanging pleasantries with Murong Qingyu and Song's mother, returned directly to her room to rest. On the bed, Murong Qingyu clung tightly to Moxie, resembling a small kitten nestled in her embrace. And Moxie wrapped her arms around Murong Qingyu's delicate waist, inhaling the intoxicating fragrance that enveloped her, and soon drifted into a deep slumber. The following morning, The two woke early, with no need to pack anything, as in Moxie's little world contained all necessities. Even if she were to be cast away on a deserted island, relying solely on the resources within her little world, she could survive for several years. Upon arriving at examination hall number 1, they encountered a throng of individuals. Some were parents escorting their children for the exam, while others were the candidates themselves, all waiting for the commencement of the college entrance examination. And Moxie and Murong Qingyu disembarked from the flying shuttle piloted by Yushu. Observing the crowd, the clock read 8:50, and with the start time set for 9, the moment approached swiftly. And Moxie and Murong Qingyu remained closely connected. This year's examination spanned 7 days, during which they would enter a secret realm, striving for points and opportunities. Ultimately, the points accumulated over these 7 days would translate into their scores, with rules closely mirroring those of a mock examination. Soon, the moment arrived. After bidding farewell to Murong Qingyu, and Moxie strode confidently towards the entrance of the secret realm. After undergoing multiple rigorous checks, she successfully entered the realm. Following a brief sensation of vertigo, and Moxie found herself at the edge of a cliff, alone in a high position. Gazing ahead revealed a dense forest, with towering trees reaching hundreds of meters into the sky and mountains looming like clouds. Everything appeared overwhelmingly vast. The deep forest echoed with intense vibrations, suggesting the presence of exotic beasts engaged in either a frantic chase or fierce battle. And Moxie steadied her mind and, employing her cloud-summoning abilities, found herself lifted by a golden cloud, soaring toward the depths of the forest. However, before she could fly for long, a flock of strange birds and beasts launched an assault upon her. After a fierce battle, one by one, the avian creatures fell from the sky, only to be consumed by Moxie with her yin-yang fish technique, transforming into pure spiritual energy that flowed into her being. Chapter 35. The Enigmatic Treasure and the Hidden Hunter. As the battle reached its climax, and Moxie found that her spiritual energy had hardly waned. The high-ranking beasts, each contributing several hundred points, represented a modest yet gratifying gain. Just as she was basking in her triumph, her peripheral vision caught sight of a dark swarm of flying beasts hurtling toward her from the sky. "My goodness, so many!" she exclaimed, a sense of urgency washing over her. Without hesitation, Moxie leapt onto a cloud, descending swiftly into the forest below. The beasts that had arrived at her previous location, upon finding her absence, scattered into the depths of the wilderness. Upon reaching the ground, Moxie felt a twinge of fear. The earlier encounter with dozens of flying beasts had been manageable, yet she sensed that the approaching horde numbered in the thousands. The weakest among them were at the initial stages of the soldier rank, with numerous mid- and high-tier beasts, and she even detected the presence of a lord-level beast among them. If she were to become entangled with such a formidable group, escaping would prove to be no simple task. As Moxie pondered the earlier threat, a shadow from the tree she leaned against lunged toward her. Reacting with remarkable speed, she drew a short sword and deftly severed the shadow in two. As it fell to the ground, she discerned that it was a small green snake, now writhing in agony from the wound. This was a thousand-leaf serpent, endowed with the abilities of blood poison and breath concealment. A natural predator, its blood poison could swiftly incapacitate any creature with just a drop, while its breath concealment allowed it to mask its presence. No wonder she had not detected it earlier. Had her reflexes been any slower, she might have found herself bidding farewell to the examination. Feeling a surge of relief, Moxie consumed the serpent's remains before preparing to set forth again. It appeared that the ground was scarcely safer than the skies. Utilizing her breath concealment ability, she stifled her presence, marveling at its effectiveness. Moxie advanced swiftly through the forest, occasionally encountering solitary rabbits or other feeble beasts. Seizing the opportunity before they could react, she dispatched them with ease. Her path was largely unimpeded by stronger foes, until suddenly, a brilliant beam of light erupted into the sky from 1,000 miles ahead. A celestial phenomenon unfolded, divine dew descended, a demon stood by, a fiery phoenix soared, a golden dragon coiled, and the yin-yang tapestry of all beings was painted in a singular stroke, marking the creation of the heavens. The commotion was immense. Individuals within a vast radius bore witness to this astonishing spectacle, with the promise of rare treasures emerging from this extraordinary event. Moxie quickened her pace toward the source of the radiant column. A gust of wind formed beneath her feet, conjuring a cloud that allowed her to navigate the low canopy of the forest. Despite the towering trees and massive boulders obstructing her path, her speed remained largely undiminished. In the blink of an eye, she traversed 100 miles, arriving at the site of the wondrous phenomenon. In MO, she concealed her ability to ride the clouds and quietly observed from a corner. Ahead, a small crowd had gathered around a luminous orb at the center of a radiant pillar. However, in MO, she found it peculiar that everyone was congregated around the orb, not out of courtesy, but due to an enigmatic barrier that surrounded it, preventing anyone from approaching or retrieving the orb. They could only watch longingly as the orb shimmered within its confines. As time passed, more individuals arrived, and the examination venue, which housed fewer than 500 students, was now largely filled. The throng stood vigil, poised to seize the mysterious orb at any moment, yet unnoticed by anyone. The wristwatches had lost connectivity, their screens flickering with static before plunging into darkness. This scene went unnoticed, as all attention remained fixated on the orb. At that moment, in MO, she felt a tap on her shoulder, prompting her instinctively to grasp the arm of the intruder. With a swift motion, she executed a shoulder throw, pinning the individual beneath her while covering their mouth to avoid drawing attention from those in front. However, she soon realized her overreaction. Everyone was transfixed by the luminous pillar, braving the wind as they observed the dimming phenomena surrounding it, letting out a quiet sigh of relief. In MO, she finally took the time to glance down at the source of the earlier disturbance. To her astonishment, she found herself atop a stunning young woman of similar age, with flowing crimson hair. The exquisite visage bore a faint blush, and her enchanting eyes were fixed on an MO she with a gaze that seemed to wish for her very essence to be consumed. As an MO she's gaze traveled lower, she felt a surge against her chest, a soft yet overwhelming sensation that overwhelmed her senses. Her knee pressed between the girl's legs, forcing them apart. The enchanting girl donned a petite JK skirt, her delicate legs adorned with white stockings. The flesh of her thighs tantalizingly revealed, eliciting gasps from any observer. At that moment, Sue Daji felt tears welling up. As the little princess of the Sue family, she had never endured such indignity. She had merely wished to observe an MO she from a distance. Why approach and disturb her? Now, pinned beneath an MO she found herself unable to escape, regardless of how she struggled. Realizing the panic that had gripped her, an MO she was struck by the girl's formidable presence, which had rendered her momentarily oblivious. Locking eyes with the girl, she noticed the moisture gathering in her starlit pink irises, tears poised to spill. Though a hint of trepidation coursed through her, an MO, she made no move to release the seemingly enchantress beneath her. She glanced once more at the crowd encircling the pillar, noting their unwavering focus on the spectacle. Leaning closer to the girl's ear, an MO she whispered, "I can let you go, but remember to refrain from any sudden movements or loud noises. Answer my questions, and if you agree, nod your head." After a brief moment, Sue Daji complied with a subtle nod. An MO she gently released her grip on Sue Daji's mouth, noticing that the latter remained silent. With a sense of caution, an MO she let go of her. However, as soon as she did, Sue Daji raised her leg, aiming to retaliate against an MO she. Unfortunately, an MO she was prepared, swiftly clamping her slender leg between her own. Feeling trapped, Sue Daji bent her other knee and pressed it against an MO she's abdomen. But it felt as if her knee were striking steel, causing her considerable discomfort. In a fit of frustration, Sue Daji bit down on an MO she's shoulder. "Let go, you wretched creature," she exclaimed, her small fangs leaving a mark on an MO she's shoulder. Despite the pain, an MO she refrained from crying out, mindful of the crowd before them. Instead, she whispered softly into Sue Daji's ear. Upon hearing an MO she's insult, Sue Daji bit down even harder, emitting a series of growls. An MO she recognized that the girl bore no ill intent, hence she refrained from retaliating. Yet, she was astonished by the sharpness of Sue Daji's teeth, which left 2 rows of impressions on her shoulder. I apologize, dear lady," she pleaded. The two remained in their stalemate for some time until an MO she noticed the beam of light slowly descending. Realizing that time was of the essence, she decided to bow her head to Sue Daji. Upon hearing an MO she's acknowledgement, Sue Daji finally released her grip on her shoulder, spitting repeatedly as if she had just bitten into something foul. An MO she, undeterred by her antics, focused on observing the movements of the other students. Multitasking, she addressed Sue Daji, who was still spitting, and inquired, "What is your name, and why were you striking me from behind?" "Humph, I am Sue Daji. I noticed something peculiar and approached you to inquire, only to have you, the rogue, pounce on me. She replied with a huff, albeit answering an Emoshi's question. It was indeed strange. Such a valuable cleanup team could not have overlooked this, and the surrounding area remained eerily quiet despite the bizarre occurrence. Chapter 36. The Insect Servant. In closed space, as Moxie lowered her gaze to her wristwatch, she noticed its malfunction. It had become nothing more than a useless piece of equipment, unresponsive even to her attempts to activate it. After a moment of contemplation, she addressed Sudaji, inquiring if her own watch remained functional. The watch? Sudaji momentarily appeared perplexed before regaining her composure. She glanced at her own crimson wristwatch, only to discover it too seemed inoperative. Oh dear. It appears my watch might be broken as well. I shall retrieve another from my storage space. However, upon attempting to access her storage, she found it utterly inaccessible. My storage space is also locked, Sudaji exclaimed, her urgency palpable. While a faulty watch could be understandable, a malfunctioning storage space was extraordinary. Such an occurrence could only suggest one possibility, that someone had employed a special secret technique or technological device to seal off this area. Upon hearing Sudaji's concerns, Moxie endeavored to open her own innate Shumi realm, only to discover that it too was shrouded in an inexplicable power, rendering her unable to unlock it. She cast her gaze once more towards the crowd, observing that the beam of light had dissipated and the surrounding phenomena had vanished, leaving only a sphere that continued to spin, absorbing the tumultuous spiritual energy around it. After a brief moment, the sphere came to a halt, gradually fracturing into powder and forming an oval shape. The inner space began to rotate, transforming into a spatial passageway. Soon, a multitude of individuals began to emerge, middle-aged men, young boys and girls, and elderly figures with graying hair. Approximately 5,000 individuals appeared, contrasting sharply with the mere 500 students present within this secret realm. These newcomers bore a peculiar demeanor, their eyes tinged with crimson, and a bloodthirsty grin upon their faces. The first to emerge let out a maniacal laugh, exclaiming, "Ah! It has come to fruition. The great insect Emperor Ba-Da will not disappoint you." With blood-red eyes, he surveyed the chaotic assembly of whispering students before bellowing, "Kill them." Without hesitation, he lunged at the nearest boy, who had yet to comprehend the danger, and struck him down before anyone could react. To everyone's horror, the watch's defensive mechanism failed to activate, plunging the crowd into panic. As they beheld the lifeless body of their classmate lying in a pool of blood, the grim reality set in. He was truly dead. The watch was designed with a defense mechanism that would activate in life-threatening situations, teleporting the wearer to safety. Yet, this time, death had occurred right before their eyes. Witnessing the demise of a fellow student sent many into a frenzy, prompting them to shout and flee in terror. Others, paralyzed by fear, found themselves incapacitated, a yellow liquid seeping from between their legs, staining their trousers as they collapsed to the ground. Still, a handful of individuals maintained their composure, gathering their resolve to counterattack. From time to time, a few individuals were dispatched, yet swiftly, they found their spiritual energy depleted, desperately seeking to replenish it. However, to their dismay, the surrounding area was devoid of any spiritual energy. Those unfortunate souls, having exhausted their energy, were instantly surrounded by peculiar figures. These beings tore at their flesh with a primal ferocity. The few whom they had slain were utterly insignificant compared to the relentless stream of entities emerging from the spatial portal. Observing the fleeing students, these strange figures did not pursue. Instead, they relished the spectacle like cats toying with mice. "Flee, flee, little mice. I hope you grant me the utmost pleasure, otherwise I shall make your existence a living hell." Hidden in the shadows, Moxie and Sudaji were unnerved. What in the world are these beings? Sudaji whispered gravely to Moxie. "I have encountered these creatures before. They are the bug minions, controlled by the insect race. They seem to focus on physical prowess, and I have yet to witness them harnessing spiritual energy. The energy around us has become alarmingly sparse, almost non-existent, so be cautious with your own reserves. I too feel the energy dissipating. I can't even access my storage space now. If we exhaust our energy here, we will truly be left with none." Suddenly, Moxie covered Sudaji's mouth, cradling her as he leapt to a nearby colossal tree, taking refuge among its branches. Sudaji initially struggled against Moxie's grip, but upon seeing him ascend to the tree while bug minions passed beneath, she settled quietly in his embrace. However, Moxie's large hand rested on a particularly sensitive area, and as he inadvertently squeezed, the tension within her melted away. Sudaji felt weak all over. Her face flushed with embarrassment, yet she had no choice but to endure due to the presence of the bug minions below. And Moxie, unaware, continued to squeeze gently. The sensation felt oddly familiar, yet somehow larger. When he glanced down, he realized Sudaji's face was flushed, a vision of allure. Realizing it was not his beloved Chinyu, he shifted his hand to her waist. As the bug minions moved on, he released her. In an instant, Sudaji retaliated with a swift kick to Moxie's chest. Unprepared, he was struck squarely, feeling a sharp pain as he was propelled backward. Fortunately, his reflexes were quick, otherwise, he would have plummeted to the ground. How dare you, you rogue! Yumph! Sudaji crossed her arms, glaring at Moxie with disdain. Just as he was about to offer an explanation, a voice echoed from above. Ah, how delightful. It appears we have two little mice hiding here. They glanced up to see a bug minion with blood-red eyes staring down at them. The trees surrounding them were teeming with numerous insect minions, all closing in on the two with bloodlust gleaming in their eyes, as if they viewed the pair as their next meal. Saliva dripped from their mouths, and their expressions were frenzied as they fixated on the duo. Sudaji whispered anxiously to Moxie, "What should we do? We are surrounded." And Moxie, displaying an unruffled demeanor, replied with a confident smirk, "What to do? We break through, of course. I'll hold them off for a moment. You make your escape." And Moxie preferred to minimize contact with Sudaji, for the more companions one had, the larger the target became. Moreover, she was accustomed to acting alone. "Though you may be insufferable, I cannot abandon you here. We shall leave together." With a slight curl of her lip, and Moxie refrained from elaborating further and immediately activated her innate ability, transforming into a demonic form. Her once snow-white hair morphed into a deep purple hue, and a crimson energy enveloped her, surging into her being. Unfortunately, Moxie's spear, Mingjun, was confined within the confines of her dimensional realm and could not be summoned. Fortunately, these insect minions were unarmed, relying solely on their bare hands. With a swift kick, Moxie snapped the neck of the high-ranking insect minion that had perched atop her head. A sharp crack echoed as the creature's head spun grotesquely on its shoulders, twisting into a tangled mess before it fell lifelessly to its chest. In a single encounter, Moxie had dispatched a high-ranking foe, inciting the surrounding minions into a frenzy as they charged toward the duo. Around 50 insect minions surged from all directions, a formidable wave. The ease with which Moxie had eliminated the high-ranking minion left Sudaji momentarily astonished. Despite utilizing an unknown ability, Moxie had effortlessly dispatched an opponent of the same rank. Truly formidable. Confronted by the encroaching swarm, Moxie remained unperturbed, regarding them as mere trifles. The surrounding minions comprised primarily low-ranking foes, with only about 20 at the mid-tier rank. With a powerful punch, Moxie pierced the chest of an advancing mid-tier minion, clutching its still-beating crimson heart, which she promptly crushed in her grasp. Then, with a quick crouch, she evaded a claw aimed at her head from behind. Following this, she executed a spinning kick imbued with fierce red demonic energy, sending the creature flying. Chapter 37. The Escape and Mo-Shi. After initially employing her innate talent of divine demons, refrained from using her abilities after succumbing to the demonic influence, so as not to squander her spiritual energy. She relied solely on her physical prowess to engage in a brutal melee with the insect minions. Meanwhile, Sudaji was contending with 5 or 6 of these insect servants. Surrounding her was a gentle azure flame, the manifestation of her innate talent, the fox fire. This ethereal flame seared the very essence of the soul. As long as the soul was unpurged, the fox fire would persist. Once the soul was entirely consumed, the flame would extinguish. The afflicted insect minions writhed on the ground, howling in agony, their faces contorted in expressions of profound torment. In due course, those touched by the fox fire collapsed, the flames gradually extinguishing upon their forms, signifying the complete obliteration of their souls. The remnants of fox fire clinging to the lifeless bodies were summoned back to Sudaji's side with a mere gesture. In this realm, all spiritual energy had been absorbed by the spatial orb, and should her energy be depleted, she would find herself unable to replenish it. Thus, it was prudent to conserve her resources. Turning her gaze towards an Mo-Shi, Sudaji noted that only around 20 opponents remained by her side. In this brief span, she had decisively vanquished nearly 30 foes. However, she bore some superficial injuries. Glancing into the distance, she observed a multitude of insect minions converging, among them 3 figures whose realms she could not discern. While she herself was at the mid-level of the general rank, she could typically ascertain the realms of those of higher rank. Yet these 3 eluded her comprehension, indicating they were undoubtedly of the Marquis level, and no less. Quickly, we must retreat. More insect servants are approaching, and among them are 3 of Marquis rank, Sudaji urged. Upon hearing her words, she ceased her skirmish with the remaining foes, repelling those encircling her before joining Sudaji. They both gazed into the distance, confirming the approach of 3 high-level Marquis, accompanied by a throng of insect minions. With a swift motion, she enveloped Sudaji in her arms. Hold tight, she commanded with urgency. Though Sudaji was uncertain of she's intentions, the dire circumstances compelled her to comply. Within mere moments, they would be completely surrounded. The remaining 20 adversaries observed them with predatory intent as they drew nearer. Sudaji wrapped her arms around she's shoulders, clinging to her like a sloth, when suddenly she felt a lightness as they began to rise into the air. Looking down, she noticed a cloud materializing beneath them, gently elevating both she and herself. This transpired in an instant. Once airborne, she deftly commanded the cloud, propelling them away from danger. At this juncture, she disregarded the conservation of spiritual energy, pouring all her might into it. In a flash, they transformed into a streak of light, vanishing from sight. The 3 high-level Marquis insect minions, upon arrival, could only witness the 2 disappearing into the horizon. One of the leading figures cackled, "You cannot escape. Ha ha ha. You cannot flee. Once I capture you, I shall transform you into an incubator for larvae. Run away, little mouse, run." The ominous voice echoed in the air. But Moxie and her companion had long vanished beyond the horizon, oblivious to the words of the insect servant. "Wow, that was fast," exclaimed Sudaji, who clung excitedly to Moxie's side. As a well-behaved girl, she had never experienced such exhilarating events. At this moment, her little head darted around in excitement, clearly overwhelmed by the thrill. However, Moxie remained serious and did not utter a word as they descended into a deep valley. Upon landing, Moxie's complexion paled slightly. She had exerted considerable spiritual energy to escape swiftly from that location, leaving her with only a fraction of her spiritual power remaining. Now, her energy was nearly depleted. Once on the ground, Moxie immediately retracted her cloud-riding ability. "Go carve a hole in the cliff. We must find a place to hide and rest for a while." "I cannot," Sudaji replied, somewhat embarrassed. Her awakened talent revolved around the realm of the soul. Without a robust physique, her foxfire could only scorch souls, and with their spatial abilities sealed, she could not retrieve her weapons. Thus, she was incapable of creating a sufficient space within the wall for them to hide. Upon hearing this, Moxie cast a glance at Sudaji, her expression seemingly conveying, "What can you do, worthless?" Although she did not voice her thoughts, her gaze unmistakably expressed that sentiment. Moxie approached the rock wall, channeling her magical energy into her hand, which transformed into a sharp sword. She inscribed a circle on the rock face and then reached into the crevice. Gripping it tightly, her veins bulged like a coiling dragon as she exerted force, dislodging the entire cliff face. Subsequently, she employed her magical energy to corrode the interior, creating a cavern spacious enough for 2 to take refuge. "Hurry inside. I will seal the entrance," Moxie instructed Sudaji. Initially stunned by Moxie's swift and flawless extraction of the cliff face and the smooth cave formation, Sudaji finally snapped back to reality and replied, "Oh, okay," before stepping into the cavern. Moxie then grasped the heavy stone wall to seal the entrance. Outside, only a few narrow gaps remained, with Moxie's hand reaching into the fissure, making it appear as though nothing had changed elsewhere. Without close inspection, it was nearly indistinguishable. Inside, Moxie sealed the entrance and settled into a meditative posture. The enclosed space was modest, measuring only 2 meters in width and length. Although the 2 of them sat together, it was not overly cramped. Watching Moxie meditate, Sudaji also sat in place, lost in thought, as myriad ideas raced through her mind. Why did I encounter such an ordeal when I was only trying to take an exam? Now, there is no way to escape, and I am at a loss for what to do. Must I simply await my demise? Unconsciously, Sudaji felt her eyes begin to redden. Hey, dear Rogue, what shall we do next? Are we to remain here indefinitely? Will the Alliance come to our rescue? What if those insect servants discover us? In MO, she had initially entered a meditative state in hopes of regaining some spiritual energy, yet the surrounding aura was so exceedingly thin that restoration proved impossible. The incessant inquiries from Sudaji disrupted his focus, compelling him to abandon meditation altogether. Now, we must bide our time here, waiting for 3 days until the Alliance realizes that the students have not emerged from the secret realm. They will undoubtedly sense something amiss, at which point it is certain that the Alliance will take action to mount a rescue. As long as we conceal our presence effectively, the likelihood of being detected by those insect servants remains minimal. Thus, your priority at this moment is to rest well. Upon hearing Anemoshi's words, Sudaji felt somewhat reassured. The surroundings were engulfed in darkness, devoid of any firelight. Leaning against the stone wall, Sudaji closed her eyes and drifted into slumber, her rhythmic breathing soon reaching Anemoshi's ears. Listening to the cadence of her breaths, she began to ponder. Though he had spoken with conviction when reassuring Sudaji, he was acutely aware that the Alliance would not come to their aid in the immediate future. The demeanor of those insect servants indicated a premeditated assault. They were not merely attacking this one secret realm. Once the Alliance became aware of the numerous realms under siege, they would be unable to attend to all of them simultaneously. One could only hope that the Alliance would hasten their efforts to rescue the two of them. Yet, he could not suppress his concern for Wu Chaojie and Ma Mingming's predicament. Gradually, fatigue from the exertion enveloped him, and he succumbed to sleep. That night, she felt something burrow into his embrace, clutching him tightly. The sensation was soft and tender, momentarily leading him to believe he was at home. Murong Qingyu lay nestled in his arms, prompting him to hold her close. The night passed in silence. Upon awakening the next day, Sudaji sat up, her eyes still drowsy. Stretching languidly, her graceful figure was accentuated, revealing her alluring form. Casting a glance around the pitch-black surroundings, she reached out, seeking to turn on a light. However, after a lengthy search, she could not find the wall, and the ground beneath her felt unyieldingly hard, as if she had been lying on the very earth itself. She began to fumble about, and soon her hand encountered a warm spot nearby, akin to a furnace. Chapter 38. The Demon King She with a hint of confusion, Sudaji summoned a flicker of foxfire to illuminate her surroundings. She found herself in a cavern, cradled in the embrace of a man, her hand inadvertently resting upon a rather inappropriate place. A rush of crimson swept across her cheeks as the realization dawned upon her. She was not at home. Releasing her delicate hand, she swiftly delivered a stinging slap to Amoshi's face. The sharp crack of the impact echoed in the air, jolting Amoshi awake. As his eyes fluttered open, he was greeted by the ethereal blue light illuminating the space. Before him sat a disheveled young woman, her countenance twisted in anger. "What is your problem, you lunatic?" She exclaimed, irritation seeping into his voice. He had been in a deep slumber when this madwoman had abruptly roused him with her slap. The instinct to retaliate almost propelled him to strike her, but he managed to rein in his impulse at the last moment, merely shouting at her instead. "You rogue! How dare you take advantage of me while I slept?" Sudaji sputtered, her indignation palpable. "Me? Take advantage of you?" She was taken aback, bewildered by her accusation. Though he acknowledged that this wild woman possessed a beauty that rivaled his beloved Qingyu, he certainly had not crossed any lines with her. Glancing down, he confirmed that he was still in the same spot where he had fallen asleep the previous night, while Sudaji had somehow made her way beside him. With a sigh of exasperation, she pointed at Sudaji, declaring, "Look at yourself. You're the one who moved over here." Lowering her gaze, Sudaji realized that indeed, she had unknowingly gravitated towards him during her sleep, seeking warmth in the chill of the night. The memory of snuggling into a cozy spot like a furnace made her cheeks flush with embarrassment, her ears burning as if they might drip with moisture. Seeing her discomfort, she let out a resigned sigh. I apologize. It seems I misunderstood you." Before he could finish, he placed a finger to his lips, signaling her to be silent. Sudaji, mistaking his gesture for anger, opened her mouth to explain, but the muffled sounds from outside the cavern interrupted her. A throng of individuals appeared to be searching for something, their movements suggesting a swarm of insect-like servants were on the hunt for the two of them. Sudaji fell silent, straining to listen to the commotion outside. Gradually, The noise began to fade, indicating that the insect servants had moved further away. They exhaled in unison, leaning against the rocky wall for support. "My apologies, I truly misjudged you," Sudaji murmured, her face still tinged with embarrassment as she nervously twirled her finger. Just as an MO she was about to suggest, they let bygones be bygones. The rock wall blocking the entrance was suddenly shattered with a deafening crash. "Ha ha ha, little mouse, have you found both of them? Come now, scream." Before the insect servant could finish its words, and Moxie, with remarkable speed, crushed its head completely. In an instant, white, yellow, and red fragments were scattered everywhere. "What are you doing, you fool? Don't you know to knock?" And Moxie, influenced by the demonic energy, was in a rather irritable mood. Having been roused from a peaceful slumber early in the morning by this lunatic slap, her annoyance was palpable. The foolish creature had not only discovered the two of them, but was also making those repulsive sounds. Unable to contain herself, and Moxie let the demonic energy envelop her fist, and with blood energy coiling like a dragon, she unleashed a powerful punch, obliterating the unfortunate high-ranking enemy. No wonder. You had already detected us. Your earlier retreat was merely a ruse to deceive us until reinforcements arrived. But what can your swarm of insects achieve now?" The demonic energy surged from Moxie, spilling out of the cave, revealing a mid-tier lord and 5 high-ranking generals outside. A throng of around 500 low and mid-tier foes stood guard at the cave entrance. The leader, observing the swirling demonic energy around Moxie, cackled, "Oh, this little mouse has some spirit. Come at me. Let us see how much strength this mouse possesses." His voice was raspy, akin to the grinding of metal, and the insect servants behind him lunged towards Moxie. Each bore a spectral image of various insects. Unfazed, Moxie dodged and soared into the air, facing the swarm of insect servants without a hint of fear. "Let them come. I alone shall break through your ranks." In a moment of exuberance, Moxie felt as if she had returned to the ancient ruins of the past. With no weapon at hand, her entire being became her armament. The leading insect servant was swiftly reduced to a heap of debris by her powerful punch. Blood energy coiled around her like a dragon, as crimson demonic energy surged around her. With a swift elbow strike, she shattered the skull of an insect servant attempting a sneak attack from behind. In that moment, Moxie transformed into a relentless machine of destruction, with insect servants falling before her in droves. Yet ultimately, 2 fists could not withstand the onslaught of 4 hands. As the surrounding high-ranking insect servants seized opportunities, inflicting deep wounds upon her. Blood, both hers and that of the insect servants, painted her body crimson. With a fierce punch, Moxie turned the insect servant before her into a mist of blood, exclaiming, "What a thrill! This is truly exhilarating. Come on, let me feel even more excitement." The demonic energy continued to surge from her, causing the temperature around her to rise, evaporating the blood that dripped onto her, releasing wisps of steam. Sudaji, not idle, snapped out of her initial shock and began using her foxfire to assist Moxie in eliminating the insect servants outside. In that moment, witnessing Moxie's ferocity, she momentarily perceived her as the true villain, with the roiling demonic energy and the mountain of corpses beneath her feet. Anyone who beheld this scene would undoubtedly see her as a dark overlord. After venting the pent-up bloodlust within her, Moxie felt an overwhelming sense of relief. She obliterated the nearest insect servant into mere pulp. Despite the myriad wounds adorning her body, Moxie appeared blissfully unaware, wholly immersed in the chaos of battle. Her injuries multiplying with each passing moment. These insect minions knew not the meaning of fear. They charged relentlessly towards Moxie, determined to inflict even a single scratch upon her. Moxie and Sudaji fought in tandem, with Moxie staunchly guarding the cave entrance, while Sudaji, akin to a sorceress, unleashed her magical prowess from behind. Fiery fox flames erupted among the swarm of insect servants, incinerating numerous foes, matching Moxie's own lethal efficiency. Soon, the lower-ranked insect servants surrounding them fell beneath Moxie's relentless assault, while the 5 higher-ranked ones met their demise as she expertly extracted and crushed their hearts. At that moment, an intermediate insect servant lingered at the rear, wearing a look of astonishment. Just as it opened its mouth to speak, Moxie preempted it, licking the blood trickling from her facial wounds with a manic grin, exclaiming, "Little bug, how do you wish to perish?" As she spoke, black and white yin-yang fish materialized around her, causing the scattered limbs and severed appendages to vanish in an instant. and Mashi's wounds began to heal slowly, her vitality surging as she felt her strength amplify. She removed the mask from her face, revealing her eyes, now glowing with a crimson hue, the once dual pupils swirling ominously. The paltry spiritual energy emanating from her foes was insufficient. She could only bolster her own physical form. Sudaji observed in Mashi's imposing silhouette, enhanced by the roiling dark energy enveloping her. Fortuitously, from her vantage point, she could only see in Mashi's back, shielded from the sight of those malevolent, blood-red eyes. The intermediate insect servant opposite her, however, felt an unrelenting mental pressure emanating from Mashi's gaze. "This is impossible," it thought in disbelief. "You are merely a minuscule high-ranking servant. How could you instill such dread in me? You shall perish." Chapter 39. The Battle of Blood and Flesh. The insect servant, filled with a sense of humiliation and rage, let out a furious roar and lunged directly at Mashi. A layer of chitinous armor adorned its body, intricate patterns of electricity crackling across its form, reminiscent of a thunder deity descending upon the earth. With a resounding clap of thunder, it surged towards Mashi, accompanied by a barrage of lightning spears that struck with immense force. Mashi, with less than 30% of her spiritual energy remaining, maintained an unwavering aura. Her form shifted, revealing 8 arms behind her, as dark patterns crept across her body. 2 serpentine entities of vitality coiled upon her shoulders, exuding a torrent of demonic energy with every movement. Astonishingly, Mashi's hair began to grow visibly, cascading down to her waist, dark purple strands rising with the surging demonic energy. Come forth, come forth. Ha!" Mashi's eyes glowed blood-red as her figure vanished in an instant, deftly evading the oncoming lightning. With a zigzagging maneuver, she dodged the lightning spears and swiftly closed in on the insect servant's side. Her fists, enveloped in swirling demonic energy, became adorned with black runes, embodying the tremendous power of a celestial demon. With a single punch, she shattered the lightning, scattering it into a myriad of fragments that coalesced behind her. The insect servant, transforming back into its corporeal form, thrust a lightning spear towards Mashi's lower back, penetrating her waist and leaving a gaping wound the size of an arm. With flickering lightning crackling within, the spear shot forth, embedding itself into the mountainside, leaving behind a bottomless pit. Mashi spat out a mouthful of blood, but swiftly evaded. She was taken aback by the remarkable talent of this insect servant, who could momentarily transform into an elemental form. The profound extent of its talent development was indeed alarming. Such a level of talent can yield varying degrees of power, and Mashi pondered, her heart racing. The insect servant had evidently mastered this ability to a significant degree. With a fierce exclamation, Mashi expelled the blood from her mouth and gazed forward at the insect servant, now mocking her in its physical form. "Let me see how much you can withstand, you old fool." With a thunderous roar, Mashi's demonic energy surged to its peak. In a manner akin to traversing through time and space, she appeared before the insect servant, delivering a powerful punch. The insect servant hastily transformed into its lightning elemental form. The punch shattered the lightning, yet it sought to strike Mashi once more, hoping for a repeat of its previous success. However, Mashi had already learned from that unexpected blow. This time, she would not fall for the same trick. Her mental acuity expanded, sensing every subtle movement around her. The insect servant, still in the process of reforming, was met once again by Mashi's fist, imbued with razor-sharp demonic energy, which shattered the lightning, scattering it in all directions. Each transformation into lightning required a considerable expenditure of spiritual energy, and the dispersal of the shattered lightning also consumed more of it continuously. The silhouette of the insect servant emerged in the distance, transformed from its elemental form into a corporeal entity, for its previous maneuver had been thoroughly discerned by the opponent. If this continued, its spiritual energy would be relentlessly depleted. The mocking smile that once adorned the insect servant's face had vanished without a trace, leaving behind only a grim and ferocious expression. "I want you dead. You shall perish. You shall perish," insectoid true form. The insect servant bellowed in a frenzy, as its body underwent a profound metamorphosis. Suddenly, its arms shattered, revealing a claw-like appendage, with sharp, barbed talons protruding like razor blades. Its legs transformed into spiny insect limbs, while 2 pairs of eyes sprouted on its cheeks and antennae extended from its crown, measuring over 20 centimeters. The skin, now rotting, revealed a layer of chitinous armor, adorned with numerous deadly spines, akin to barbed armor that would inflict grievous wounds upon close contact. The creature's stature surged to approximately 2.5 meters. And in an instant, all semblance of humanity was lost. It now resembled an upright insect. The strength of its physical form appeared to have been significantly augmented, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. The insect servant, now transformed into a colossal creature, had indeed restored its physical prowess to the intermediate level of a noble rank. With speed that shattered the sound barrier, it seemed to tear through the fabric of space, instantly appearing behind Moxie. The razor-sharp claw swung forth, aiming to carve another gash into Moxie's form. In a perilous twist, Moxie attempted to evade this strike with an astonishing agility. Yet she was a fraction too late, leaving a ghastly wound across her back. The grotesque injury, with flesh torn outward, allowed blood to flow profusely, as if it were an inexhaustible fountain. Die, you wretched insect. You think you can unleash your full potential? Eight-armed Yama, arise. The runes that had merely manifested upon the surface of her body now coursed through her very being. Had anyone been able to observe Moxie's interior at that moment, they would have witnessed an intricate web of runes enveloping her organs and bones. The runes encased her heart, seemingly providing it with a surge of energy. Her heart began to throb violently, akin to a flame ignited by oil, emitting a sound reminiscent of a revving engine. Thump, 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 thump. This resounding noise was powerful enough for all present to hear, and Sudaji, hidden at a distance, instinctively covered her delicate mouth upon hearing Moxie's heartbeat. This prodigy. Previously, she could contend with those of lesser ranks, but now, in combat with the noble-level insect servant, the intensity of the battle's turbulence was nearly overwhelming. Were it not for her cunning retreat, she would likely have been rendered dazed by the chaos of the conflict. The 8 arms behind Moxie solidified into tangible limbs. Her upper garments had been reduced to tatters, and one arm tore away the blood-stained remnants, exposing her muscular torso. 8 arms left distinct imprints, each unique. At this moment, the insect servant's body tensed involuntarily. The two were on the verge of conflict, and in an instant, they clashed. Moxie's 8 arms unleashed a flurry of diverse attacks upon the insect servant. The spines adorning the servant's body pierced through Moxie's arms, creating gaping wounds. Yet, Moxie remained unfazed. Both combatants had entirely forsaken defense. They engaged in relentless offense, the sensation of flesh striking flesh palpable. Blood and entrails were sent flying, the ground marred by a series of immense craters birthed from their ferocious struggle. Wherever they fought, the terrain bore witness to a landscape riddled with pits of varying sizes, resembling a battlefield ravaged by artillery fire. The visceral sensation of their blows ignited a fervor within Moxie. At this juncture, their life-and-death struggle had morphed into a protracted battle. The impact of Moxie's fists against the insect servant's body resonated with a thunderous sound, shattering its hardened exoskeleton. Dark green ichor oozed forth. The insect claws also carved deep, jagged wounds across Moxie's form. Fortunately, Moxie possessed a formidable muscle density, rendering the wound shallow. Despite their gruesome appearance, he had transformed into a figure drenched in blood. Crimson demonic energy swirled around him, each punch infused with this dark aura. As he continued to batter the insect carapace, some spines were obliterated, becoming lodged in his fists. Suddenly, seizing an opportunity, Moxie grasped one of the insect servant's claws and executed a powerful slam, lifting it as if it were a mere rag and relentlessly smashing it into the ground. The immense force shattered the earth beneath, creating further devastation. While Moxie continued this assault, that particular claw broke off. The insect servant was hurled away, crashing to the ground and creating yet another crater. Moxie had no intention of relenting. He leaped onto the insect servant's form, unleashing a torrent of punches. The speed was so great that afterimages appeared, delivering thousands of strikes each second. The insect servant gradually morphed into a puddle of mush, the dark green ichor mingling with white flesh and shattered exoskeleton. Unbeknownst to Moxie, he had lost all sense of self. His eyes were vacant, his fists moving with an instinctual fury. A singular thought consumed his mind. Death. 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 This word echoed incessantly in his consciousness. Surrounding him, the demonic energy surged, obscuring Sudaji's view of the chaos within the pit. All she could discern were the relentless sounds of fists crashing against an unseen target. Chapter 40. The Severed Secret Realm. Escape. O students, the thunderous sounds resonated incessantly, echoing throughout the depths. Steeling her resolve, Sudaji emerged from her hiding place and approached the edge of the deep pit. The force of fists intertwined with swirling demonic energy rendered the surrounding environment a haze. Sudaji strained her eyes to peer into the depths, where she could vaguely discern a figure relentlessly striking the ground. Had he triumphed, or had that insect minion prevailed? As she beheld the silhouette, Sudaji hesitated to make a judgment, pondering, could it truly be that the insect minion had won, leaving that ruffian dead? Perhaps it would be for the best. That loathsome brigand was insufferable. If he were to perish, it would provide her the perfect opportunity to slip away unnoticed. Yet, as the thought crossed her mind, Sudaji turned to leave, only to halt abruptly after just 2 steps. It was as if she were admonishing herself, exclaiming, "Bah, foul ruffian. It's not that I wish for your demise. You saved me once and just now protected me. This is merely a matter of repaying a debt of gratitude. So do not dare to die." With that declaration, she summoned her foxfire, transforming it into a circular blaze before her. And braving the onslaught of demonic energy and fist winds, she ventured towards the center. Before long, she approached the epicenter, wherein Moxie's colossal form continued to pummel the mound of flesh. The mass had long since amalgamated with the surrounding earth, rendering it indistinguishable. Witnessing in Moxie in a frenzied state of assault, Sudaji called out loudly, "It is dead. It is already dead." The essence of her foxfire primarily scorched the soul, and unbeknownst to her, her own spiritual strength exceeded that of ordinary beings. As she shouted in Moxie's name, her soul energy inadvertently infused her words, penetrating the fist winds and demonic aura like a fish gliding through water, entering in Moxie's mind. Dead. Subsequently, and Moxie's fists halted, and he collapsed weakly to the ground, his 8-armed Yama form dissipating unconsciously. He succumbed to fatigue, fainting on the spot. The surrounding demonic energy gradually dissipated, revealing in Moxie's unconscious form sprawled on the ground. Sudaji approached to assess in Moxie's condition, checking for a pulse. She sighed in relief upon detecting his breath. She hoisted in Moxie onto her back and swiftly chose a direction to flee. The aftermath of such a fierce battle would undoubtedly attract other insect minions to investigate. An hour after Sudaji had departed with Moxie, a swarm of insect minions arrived to survey the remnants of the conflict. They quickly dispersed, conducting a thorough search of the area. While Sudaji was not primarily trained in physical prowess, her mid-tier warrior constitution allowed her to carry in Moxie as she continually sought refuge ahead. And Moxie's current condition was dire. His body was riddled with wounds. The injuries had begun to scab over, with demonic energy clinging to the edges, gradually facilitating his recovery. The crackling flames consumed the dry wood, emitting a series of explosive sounds. She gradually awoke, opening his eyes to behold a blazing fire. Surrounding him were numerous winding passages, and he found himself alone, lying beside the fire. As he sat up, he inadvertently tugged at a deep wound on his body, drawing a sharp breath. At that moment, Sudaji, alerted by the commotion, emerged from one of the caverns, cradling a stone with a hollowed-out center. A makeshift vessel of sorts. It contained a small amount of clear water. "You are awake? Here, drink some water," she offered, extending the rudimentary container to Moxie. He accepted without hesitation, lifting the stone bowl and drinking eagerly. He had lost considerable blood and had not consumed any water for a while. His lips had cracked from dehydration. After drinking, he felt somewhat better. Sudaji retrieved a piece of already cooked meat, now somewhat cold. Unsure how long it had been set aside, she skewered it on a stick and held it over the fire, the aroma wafting enticingly into Moxie's nostrils. "How long have I been unconscious?" he inquired. "Over a day. I carried you while constantly evading the insect minions and inadvertently stumbled into this hidden place," she replied. It was then that she noticed the numerous wounds adorning Sudaji's body. Her condition was evidently not optimal. She had likely endured considerable hardship while shielding him from their pursuers. "Thank you, and I appreciate your efforts," he said gratefully. "Huh." Moxie's words caught Sudaji off guard, her cheeks flushing as she adopted a haughty tone. "Humph. I merely saved you out of a desire to avoid owing you a debt of gratitude. Do not misconstrue my intentions." All right. Could you perhaps share some food with me? I feel as though I may perish from hunger," he implored. Sudaji glanced at an Moshi, pondering the stark contrast between the man before her and the one she had battled alongside. They seemed like two different individuals, one refined and gentle, the other obsessive and frenzied. Shaking her head to dispel such thoughts, she handed the piece of meat to an Moshi. He accepted it, holding it with his bare hands despite the heat, and began to devour it voraciously. An Moshi, still feeling hungry, looked to Sudaji once more. Sensing his gaze, she retrieved a few more pieces of meat and warmed them slightly before offering them to him. He took them eagerly, consuming them rapidly. After finishing the last of the meat, he felt moderately satisfied and lay back on the ground, sprawled out like a starfish. Sudaji observed him, realizing that the majority of the meat she had prepared from the cow had all but vanished, consumed by an Moshi. "Are you a pig? Eating so much?" "That was a whole cow," she exclaimed, exasperated. Initially, she had thought that the meat would last them for quite some time. In a brief respite, they concealed themselves within a crevice of the rocks, from which water perpetually dripped. The two could have remained hidden here indefinitely, yet they were unexpectedly devoured by a Moxie. Now, with a full day remaining, they found themselves surrounded by the watchful insect minions. What would become of them in this final day? "Come, come," and Moxie said as she rose, replenishing her body with sustenance and hydration. At that moment, her physical recovery accelerated significantly. The smaller wounds had healed completely, leaving no trace, while the deeper gashes had mended considerably, now rapidly closing. Delicate granulations emerged, and the scabs gradually fell away, revealing soft, pink skin beneath. And Moxie stood and stretched her stiff limbs, then addressed Sudaji once more. "I have recovered greatly. While I may not possess the strength to confront the insect minions, escaping should pose no difficulty." Upon hearing this, Sudaji's spirits dampened. Her voice lowered as she replied, "I wonder if the Alliance has detected the anomaly. When will we receive assistance?" Noticing Sudaji's despondency, and Moxie felt a sense of empathy. After all, she had endured far worse during her time in the ancient ruins, facing near-death experiences without any hope of support. Comparatively, her current state was remarkably better. Let us not dwell in despair. We still have the Alliance, which will surely come to our aid. After a day, they will undoubtedly notice something amiss and respond. Until then, we must persevere and remain alive. And Moxie's words served to uplift Sudaji's spirits, who then brightened a bit. "You are right. The Alliance will surely rescue us upon realizing the situation. We must survive until then." Sudaji encouraged herself, patting her cheek to muster her resolve. The two settled into the cave to rest, aware that their circumstances were precarious, with the insect minions potentially discovering them at any moment. Thus, they needed to rest well. A night passed in silence, and today marked the final day of their ordeal. If they could endure this day, the Alliance would certainly realize something was amiss and take action. Fortunately, the location where Sudaji had inadvertently wandered was deep within the mountain, a labyrinth of passages crisscrossing throughout, and Moxie and Sudaji were situated close to the exit. Chapter 41. The collapse of Sudaji, however, it was not easy to find. During this period, Moxie ventured out and hunted a cow, providing sustenance for the two throughout the day. They managed to pass this day safely, without being discovered by any insect servants. The following day at noon, Moxie and Sudaji's wristwatches vibrated and illuminated, revealing a message. "Attention, all surviving students. Attention, all surviving students. Attention, all surviving students. The insect tribe has infiltrated the secret realm during the college entrance examination, intending to annihilate all students and leave our Shanshan Alliance's next generation in a state of void, severing our lineage. Those who are not of our kind harbor different intentions. However, the spatial confinement device employed by the insect tribe is exceedingly powerful, directly slicing the entire secret realm space and transporting it to another dimension. We lack specific coordinates for a potential rescue. Yet, we have managed to open a fissure in the spatial confinement, creating a passage back to the secret realm. Students may traverse this passage to return to Shanshan continent. May fortune favor you all for a safe return. May fortune favor you all for a safe return. May fortune favor you all for a safe return." Afterward, only a single coordinate remained, and then silence ensued, with all signals lost. Upon reading this message, Sudaji fell silent, and the cave became eerily quiet. Gradually, the sound of Sudaji's sobs emerged, escalating into uncontrollable weeping. Tears cascaded forth like a dam that had burst, large droplets falling steadily to the ground as she silently cried. In that moment, the little princess of the Su family could no longer sustain the tension she had held within. The fragile thread of her composure had snapped. Su Daji collapsed into Enmashi's embrace, burying her face against his chest as she wept, desperately trying to stifle her cries, though her tears betrayed her. At that moment, Enmashi was her sole remaining support. Their bond had deepened significantly over these past few days, although Su Daji still exhibited her usual haughty demeanor. She had unwittingly developed feelings for Enmashi, emotions that had silently claimed her heart. Enmashi's significance in her life had grown increasingly profound, which explained her current outburst of emotion. Enmashi glanced at the lone coordinate remaining on his wristwatch before looking down at the weeping Su Daji in his arms. Please, do not cry. After our last battle, they must have recognized my formidable talent, making me their primary target. I will draw their attention, and they will pursue me first. You must then hurry to the coordinates, he urged. Upon hearing Enmashi's words, Su Daji fell into a contemplative silence. She yearned to survive, but could not bear the thought of Enmashi sacrificing himself to divert attention. After a fierce internal struggle, Su Daji resolutely declared, "No, I cannot allow you to risk your life to draw their focus. If we are to die, let us die together." Her unwavering conviction touched Enmashi deeply, but he could not help but scoff at her sentiment. Subsequently, he playfully flicked her forehead with his finger. The previously solemn atmosphere dissipated abruptly as Su Daji pressed her forehead, her eyes reddened with emotion. In this moment of vulnerability, she resembled a delicate young girl. Her luminous gaze fixed upon Enmashi, imbued with bewilderment. What is this talk of death? Who has suggested that I am to perish? I possess formidable strength. I shall hold them at bay while you swiftly enter the secret passage. I will extricate myself and depart, but your presence here complicates my escape. Su Daji understood her inability to assist. Despite Enmashi's stern words, they were rooted in concern for her well-being. With affectionate eyes, she gazed at Enmashi, acknowledging her intent. I understand now. She then whispered softly, if you can return, then. Her voice trailed off, too faint for anyone to discern. Subsequently, Su Daji left, heading towards the designated coordinates. Enmashi, now outside, could no longer see Su Daji's figure. She muttered in exasperation, what a hassle. Let's resolve this swiftly and return home. It's been several days since I've seen Qingyu, and I miss her. With that, Enmashi set off in the opposite direction of the coordinates. Soon, atop a hill, she created a disturbance that startled the nearby insect servants. Although Enmashi was unaware of how they communicated, she was certain they possessed their own methods of relaying messages. Consequently, upon encountering Enmashi, the insect servants promptly relayed word to their formidable kin. They began to follow her, yet Enmashi, already aware of their presence, feigned ignorance and quickly advanced forward. She needed only to lead them on a chase, avoiding direct confrontation. Thus she continually altered her trajectory. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to Enmashi, Bada was conferring with his remaining insect servants of noble rank, each wielding a circular disc as they departed from their location, converging around Enmashi. Sensing the increasing number of insect servants nearby, Enmashi noted the emergence of a few noble ranks among them. Calculating the time, she figured that she could lead them in circles before making her retreat. Her expression grew serious as she soared through the forest. In the very area where Enmashi was evading the swarm, noble-ranked insect servants, each cradling a disc, began to sacrifice their lives. A crimson light ascended into the heavens, and from every direction in that vicinity, blood-red luminescence erupted. 8 beams of sanguine light surged into the sky, converging at the center, forming a barrier that encircled Enmashi. Come on, brothers, let us catch that little mouse. Bada, accompanied by 6 initial-stage noble-ranked servants and 2 intermediate-stage noble servants, launched an assault alongside himself. A high-stage noble servant, Enmashi, now aware of the towering crimson light in the distance, recognized it as the formation of a colossal barrier. Surrounded in the midst of it all, the foolish girl must have departed by now. The insect minions trailing behind Enmashi have ceased their pursuit with fervor. The 2 initial-level insect minions at the rear launched a direct attack on Enmashi. Ferocious claws aimed at her, yet Enmashi deftly intercepted the lethal strike, seizing both initial-level minions with a surge of dark energy. With a forceful grip, she crushed their throats, rendering their heads to hang limply against their chests. Without a hint of hesitation, Enmashi consumed the remains of the 2 minions, feeling the surge of power within her body alongside the dwindling spiritual energy. Well, Even the legs of a mosquito are still flesh. So are you prepared to meet your demise? And Mashi's dark energy surged, her eyes glowing with crimson light as her began to rotate, locking onto the surrounding insect minions. It was a discovery she had stumbled upon inadvertently. Her possessed such capabilities. Then, in a flash, Mashi vanished from her position, while the forest around her witnessed the continuous demise of several insect minions. She showed no mercy, devouring all that she could, knowing a fierce battle awaited her. After all, with their escape route sealed, they could not flee this barrier without annihilation. As for whether she would perish here, Mashi had never entertained such thoughts. The moment she resolved to draw their attention, she was confident in her ability to depart this place. She would never meet her end here, be it confidence or arrogance. She harbored unwavering self-assurance. After vanquishing the remaining insect minions, Mashi departed from the scene. Did they not wish to play a game of cat and mouse? Then she would show them who the true hunter was and who the prey would be. Subsequently, Mashi concealed herself within the forest, vanishing without a trace. Moments later, Bada led the elite of the minions to the site. All that remained were the traces of battle. The two initial-level minions dispatched to track Mashi, along with the insect minions, had left no sign of their presence. Bada understood that they had perished even before they could send a signal. Disperse all the minions and search for that little mouse. Let us see where he can escape to, Bada commanded. And the initial-level minions swiftly directed all the insect minions to scour the nearby forest. Chapter 42. Methodical elimination due to Maxi's continuous circling with the insect minions. The area enveloped by the barrier remained quite expansive. Concealed among the lush foliage of an ancient tree, Maxi observed everything through her swirling double pupils, capturing every rustle of wind and movement. In the distance, a group of insect minions advanced, relentlessly searching for Maxi's whereabouts. Their search was thorough, akin to a carpet sweep, and Maxi watched as they did not overlook even the space beneath a massive boulder. They would venture into any cave they encountered, displaying an extreme diligence that even extended to gutting a dog, just to ascertain whether it was Maxi in disguise. This team comprised 10 insect minions, primarily of mid-tier rank, and Maxi was confident she could eliminate them all in an instant. But as they reached the vicinity of the colossal tree beneath which she hid, she seized the opportunity to leap out and swiftly dispatched the nearest minion. In a blur of motion, she annihilated the remaining minions and consumed their corpses before making her exit. Although she had dealt with the minions swiftly and quietly, she was not inclined to gamble on the possibility that they had not communicated her location. Shortly after her departure, 2 mid-tier rank minions appeared, and upon failing to locate Maxi, they quickly commenced their search. At that moment, Maxi concealed herself in a muddy swamp, suppressing her aura. This marshy terrain was abundant with such mud pits, and after evading the minions along her path, she plunged into one. The filth did not concern her. After all, her previous existence in the desolate ruins was hardly pristine, a veritable wasteland, one might say. A minion passed right by Maxi without noticing her presence. Nevertheless, she remained motionless, for the group of minions was quite substantial, numbering over 50, and led by a mid-tier rank minion. And Maxi lacked the certainty to eliminate the mid-tier leader instantly. And if entangled, the peril she faced would only intensify with each passing moment. An adept hunter must possess ample patience. After the swarm of minions departed, a smaller squad of about 20 minions approached, devoid of any high-ranking leader. As they drew near, and Maxi sprung into action, seizing the head of the closest minion with a vice-like grip. With a swift and forceful motion, she crushed its skull. Her form flickered as she violently dispatched the remaining minions, some torn asunder, others decapitated. Blood saturated the swamp, turning the muddy waters a deep crimson. The bodies of the insect thralls, though not revealing their true forms, still bore the semblance of humans, with red blood coursing through their veins. Only the mid-level nobles possessed the innate ability to restore their true insectoid forms, while those thralls who had not reached this rank were merely vessels overtaken by the insects. Akin to a usurpation of the mind. If a thrall's physical body perished, so too did the soul of the insect. This statement is not to be counted within the word limit of this chapter. After devouring the corpses, Maxi promptly departed from the scene. During the elimination of over 20 insect thralls, their scattered formations had caused her to squander some time. If she did not hasten her escape from this area, she would soon find herself encircled by the higher-tier combatants among the thralls. Thus, after a day had passed, The number of thralls dwindled from over 5,000 to fewer than 50. And Moxie engaged in guerrilla tactics, targeting small, isolated groups of thralls. Gradually, she became adept at this method. She could now dispatch a group of 50 thralls, devoid of noble leadership, in under a minute, averaging 1 thrall per second. Consequently, the majority of the thralls had been eliminated. However, the vast expanse of the barrier meant that the distribution of over 5,000 thralls amounted to a mere fraction. This anomaly was noticed by the 2 mid-level nobles, as they observed a dwindling signal and fewer thralls encountered along their route. They reported these findings to Bada, who promptly ordered all thralls to gather. After 2 hours of waiting, it became evident that no further thralls were arriving. The assembly consisted of a mere 50 thralls, causing Bada's countenance to darken. "Little mouse, congratulations on successfully inciting my wrath." Bada retrieved an insect shell adorned with star-like patterns. "You few, come forth." He summoned the remaining thralls, along with 3 of the 6 initial-level nobles. "Make your sacrifices. The insect emperor shall remember you." His voice was icy, devoid of emotion. The thralls' eyes gleamed with fervor, as if it were an honor to serve. "Indeed, offering our lives for our emperor is our privilege." They then resolutely severed their heartstrings, their blood pouring forth as a tribute. All the blood coalesced into the insect shell held by Bada, causing the star patterns to emit a crimson glow and float into the air, pulsating with blood-red waves. A beam of light ascended skyward, followed by a blood-red streak that shot into the heavens like a comet. Moments later, it surged forth in a singular direction, while Moxie lay concealed, holding her breath, awaiting the return of the thralls for another ambush. However, after a prolonged wait, no thralls appeared, piquing her curiosity. Just then, an ominous phenomenon erupted in the sky. A blood-red star pattern descended directly towards Moxie. She attempted to evade it, but the speed of the crimson streak was astonishingly swift. Moreover, it would relentlessly pursue Moxie, and even though she constantly evaded, that star pattern perpetually found its way towards her. Ultimately, the star mark entered Moxie's body. A rune appeared on her shoulder, the very blood-red star pattern that had just bonded with her. At that moment, the star pattern acted like a locator, disseminating internal messages of the insect clan to the surrounding insect servants, transmitting information to all of them. Following a devastating strike from the insect shell on Bada's side, it disintegrated into powder, scattering with the wind. The pursuit order had been issued. "The 5 of you shall accompany me to capture that little mouse." With that, he vanished from the spot, and Moxie was currently scrutinizing the blood-red star pattern, attempting various methods to expel it. Although this entity had attached itself to her, it did not seem to inflict any adverse effects. It merely emitted a continuous glow, flickering without a discernible purpose. However, Moxie soon sensed 6 formidable presences approaching her location. She swiftly concealed herself, suppressing her aura. Before long, Bada arrived with 5 insect servants. Without a moment's hesitation, they launched an assault on Moxie's hiding place. As the attack neared, she leapt out and began to flee. She discerned that although the attackers were few in number, they were all elite forces, 3 initial-level nobles, 2 mid-level nobles, and 1 high-level noble. Unable to confront them, Moxie swiftly calculated her options and, without a moment's hesitation, turned to escape. Bada did not pursue immediately. "Run, little mouse, let me shatter your hopes and plunge you into the abyss of boundless despair," he cackled. Moxie concealed herself in several locations, but each time Bada targeted her hiding spots with precision. While fleeing through the forest, Moxie sensed something amiss, suspecting that the star pattern on her shoulder was the cause of her predicament. Although she was unaware of its nature, it likely originated from the insect clan. Seeking to reverse the roles of hunter and prey? Then let us see how this unfolds. Resolute, Moxie ceased her hiding and leapt into the air, perched atop a massive tree, gazing towards the rear. In a fleeting moment, Bada and his 5 insect servants approached the vicinity. After assessing their surroundings, they made their way directly towards Moxie's position. Chapter 43. The battle against the 8 demons. After several encounters, Moxie began to comprehend the nature of the device. It could transmit one's position, but only in 2 dimensions, indicating a rough location on a flat plane, without any indication of elevation or depth. At that moment, Moxie crouched upon a tree branch, her senses heightened. As soon as those insect minions encroached upon her strike zone, she would launch her attack. Prioritizing the 3 initial stage minions at the rear, aiming to eliminate them swiftly before confronting the two mid-stage minions. Once she had dispatched the initial and mid-stage minions, she would then focus on the high-stage minion. In an instant, a surge of magical energy emanated from Moxie, her veins pulsating with power. She leaped into action, the thick branch beneath her snapping underfoot. In that moment, she materialized behind the initial stage minion. As she soared through the air, 8 arms unfurled from her back, transforming her into a formidable figure reminiscent of the 8-armed Yama. Upon appearing behind the initial stage minion, all 8 arms sprang into action simultaneously. 2 arms targeted the 2 mid-stage minions, while the remaining 6 seized the 3 initial stage minions. In a breathtaking display of strength, Moxie tore the 3 initial stage minions asunder, cleaving them in twain. The 2 mid-stage minions were forcefully repelled by her strike, and without hesitation, Moxie leaped back to create distance. The mid-stage minions, though injured, had merely been pushed back by her sheer force. Returning to Bada's side, the 2 mid-stage minions awaited his command, and Moxie maintained her distance, observing with interest. How intriguing, she mused. Let the 2 of you test the prowess of this little mouse that annihilated 5,000 of my minions. Bada remained unperturbed, confident that even relying solely on his physical prowess, he could easily vanquish her, given that Moxie's cultivation was merely at the high stage of the intermediate realm, one substantial level beneath his own. Allowing the 2 mid-stage minions to gauge Moxie's strength was a clear sign of respect. Noticing Bada's reluctance to engage directly, a smile crept upon Moxie's lips. With a surge of energy, she launched herself forward, and the 2 minions, sensing her intent, simultaneously called upon their blood energy to charge at Moxie. These 2 minions did not reveal their true insect forms, believing that even facing Moxie as a duo was a mark of respect. Unveiling their true forms would be akin to using a cannon to swat a mosquito, excessive. However, they had yet to engage Moxie in direct combat and were unaware that her physical strength far surpassed that of others at the same level. The recent repulsion of the 2 minions had been executed with sheer brute force, devoid of any magical energy. With all 8 arms in motion, Moxie unleashed a torrent of magical energy, akin to a surging inferno, each strike imbued with lethal intent as she clashed with the 2 minions. Bada found a comfortable spot nearby, settling in to observe the confrontation between Moxie and her foes with keen interest. She discovered an opportunity to directly activate the true form of the 8-armed Yama, as black runes spread throughout her body. 8 arms materialized, and a swirling aura of demonic energy enveloped her, with 2 blood-red, dragon-like apparitions coiling around her shoulders. Seizing the moment, she swiftly restrained one of the insect minions with 2 of her arms, while 5 others resisted the attack from another. One arm plunged into the nape of the controlled minion, ruthlessly extracting a blood-soaked spinal column. Then she discarded its head beside the 3 slain minions. "Damn you, die!" roared the remaining minion, transforming into its true insect form. Its body swelled, and in an instant, a 3-meter-tall insect emerged before Moxie, its barbed appendages glinting ominously as it charged at her. The claws morphed into blades, slashing towards Moxie. She deftly dodged, yet the sharp edge sliced through her skin, revealing minute wounds from which thin rivulets of blood flowed. Unfazed, Moxie continued her assault against the minion despite the onslaught. Observing the demise of one of its kind, the other minion also transformed, but it watched the duel with keen interest rather than urgency. The battle reached a fever pitch, with Moxie adorned in a multitude of tiny wounds, some deep enough to expose bone. Even 2 of her arms from the 8-armed Yama form had been severed. Meanwhile, her opponent was not faring well either, having lost one of its blade-like arms to Moxie, while the other was left in tatters. Ming Luo, by Luo Huangquan. Moxie unleashed her spiritual energy without restraint, channeling it into her fist. A remarkable phenomenon unfolded as torrents of yellow spring water erupted from the void. Propelled by her strike, the minion's head was obliterated by the force of her blow, its headless body collapsing helplessly. However, before she could catch her breath, a tremendous force struck her chest, sending her hurtling backward. She crashed violently against the trunk of a massive tree, which splintered upon impact. The fallen tree then crashed down upon her, leaving her body trapped beneath its weight, her chest concaved. Witnessing this, Bada spat in disinterest, preparing to turn away. Yet, unbeknownst to him, the 5 minion corpses had vanished. A powerful wave of energy emanated from beneath the tree, Sensing the disturbance, Bada turned to investigate. The tree began to rise, revealing a towering figure of 3 meters, standing resolutely with hands raised to the heavens and feet planted firmly on the ground. Casting the tree aside, the intensity of the demonic aura surrounding an MO she had intensified significantly, with dark crimson flames surging from her form. It mirrored the appearance of the indomitable war body of the dark golden battle bear when it awakened. However, an MO she's indestructible demonic body was an extraordinary talent born from the fusion of several innate abilities, a super talent that had never existed before. Dark energy surged forth, intricate demonic patterns crawling across the body as the 8-armed Yama emerged. His dual pupils twisted and spun, resembling a blood-red vortex. An MO she's skin turned crimson, the intense heat evaporating the blood upon the surface of his being. The heartbeat of an MO she resonated like a relentless engine, each thud echoing in the air. Wisps of white smoke drifted from his lips as he fixed his gaze upon Bada. In this moment, an MO she resembled a world-destroying demon king, exuding an aura of sheer brutality. Yet, the wounds upon his body continued to ooze blood, particularly the prominently sunken area of his chest that had not yet healed. The indomitable battle body had merely entered an invincible state, yet the flesh remained susceptible to injury. As an MO she stepped forward. The surroundings transformed dramatically into the abyss of hell. With each step, the aura of the demon god intensified. Upon taking another step, monstrous entities emerged, their predatory eyes fixed upon Bada. "You are an amusing little rat, but this is where it ends," Bada managed to utter. Feeling the weight of an MO she's threat, yet still mustering his resolve, he then unleashed his true form as a member of the insect race. Rising to a towering height of 5 meters, a massive mandible extended forth, delicate wings sprouted from his back, and claws transformed into razor-sharp blades adorned with barbs. Antlers crowned his head, while long, 1-meter tendrils extended outward, probing the environment, his hardened exoskeleton gleaming with a radiant sheen. A powerful aura erupted forth from him. In an instant, both figures vanished, only to reappear in a fierce clash. The overwhelming force caused nearby colossal trees to uproot, the ground splitting open to form a vast pit. The two engaged in a relentless exchange, ascending from the earth to the sky. One half of the heavens consumed by dark energy, the other enveloped in a deep green spiritual force. Their confrontation persisted, invoking the names of the underworld: Ming Luo, Bai Luo, Huang Quan. Behind an MO she, a massive black river surged forward, rushing towards Bada with the momentum of a torrential tide, delivering a powerful punch. In response, Bada manifested a swirling green flame upon his form, coalescing upon his insect claws to strike back at an MO she. The two forces collided. The Huang Quan waters behind an MO she continuously rushing forth, enveloping his fist. Bada, relying on his potent spiritual energy, transformed it into corrosive insect flames. Fire and Huang Quan intertwined, the flames evaporating the waters, while the river extinguished the fire. As they separated once more, an MO she's countenance darkened. The battle had left him with numerous wounds, and he felt many bones fracture under the strain. Bada, too, was not in an enviable state, his internal spiritual energy dwindling. Chapter 44. MO she's remnants, though temporarily sufficient, the strain of time would inevitably become unbearable. An MO she took a step forward, her figure vanishing into thin air. Utilizing the 9 palace flight technique, she reappeared beside Bada. Her fist, imbued with surging demonic energy, struck fiercely at Bada. In response, Bada unleashed his spiritual energy, clashing against an MO she's assault. In this physical confrontation, an MO she was wounded by the barbed claws of Bada, which tore into her flesh, ripping away a significant chunk of her skin and leaving her fist drenched in blood, exposing much of her stark white bones. Bada extended his slender tongue, licking the bloodied flesh from the barbs with a sinister grin, exclaiming, "Little mouse, your flesh is quite delectable. Once I capture you, I shall relish each piece of your flesh, allowing you to experience the torment of slow dismemberment as you fade away. Let us see if your teeth can withstand such bravado without breaking," an MO she retorted, her expression impassive. An aura of demonic energy surrounded her, vast and intense, her colossal form resembling an ancient demon descending upon the earth. She cast a shadow over most of the sunlight, leaving only slender rays filtering through the gaps. A surge of malevolent energy erupted forth as the duration of her indomitable demonic body approached its end. And Moshi's momentum intensified, reaching its zenith, instilling in Bada an overwhelming sense of pressure. Each punch she delivered was accompanied by a stream of crimson demonic energy, akin to blood-red meteors plummeting from the heavens. Colliding with Bada. With each encounter, Bada felt increasingly outmatched. And Moshi's strength seemed to swell, her physique expanding and her aura becoming terrifying. Each punch radiated demonic energy that spread for hundreds of meters. Suddenly, behind an Moshi, a rotating wheel of the 5 elements emerged: gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. Each represented by symbols inscribed in radiant gold, verdant green, azure blue, fiery red, and solid brown, respectively. At this moment, the wheel began to rotate slowly, and the heavy pupils in an Moshi's eyes transformed dramatically. A more potent force surged forth, her pupils shifting to an eerie dark green, reminiscent of ghostly flames. Surrounding her were swirling dark green flames, and the 5-element wheel morphed into a colossal gateway. Beyond the portal lay the Niha Bridge, where a figure, resembling a celestial maiden, brewed a potion. Behind her stretched an unfathomable path, leading to a smaller portal at its end, an entrance to the underworld. As the wheel behind an Moshi fully unfurled, the environment around her underwent a profound transformation. The yellow springs beneath the Niha Bridge surged violently, with vengeful spirits and wailing ghosts desperately attempting to escape its depths. Bada, overwhelmed by the immense pressure, stood rigidly, unable to move, cold sweat soaking him as his complexion paled, stripped of his previous composure. The myriad of elements behind coalesced within Moshi, manifesting upon his clenched fists. Unbeknownst to him, intricate patterns resembling the city of Fengdu emerged upon his back. In that ethereal realm, a figure reclined upon a majestic throne, lazily supporting their chin, yet exuding an imperial aura that commanded reverence, as countless spirits knelt in homage. Ghostly flames flickered, while beneath Fengdu lay the road to the Yellow Springs, the bridge of helplessness, and the gate of reincarnation. Further still, one would descend into the abyss of Avicii, where malevolent spirits exacted punishment upon wandering souls. The scene was vividly lifelike, as if drawn from reality itself. Upon the complete assimilation of these elements, Moshi's fists gradually transformed, revealing a pair of eerie green claws, enveloped in a ghostly green flame. His arms became adorned with spectral appendages, emanating an enchanting, emerald light as dark, swirling energies ascended. An imperial robe materialized upon him, crowned with a diadem, and accompanied by a spectral dragon. The majesty of the emperor descended upon the realm. As Moshi's dual eyes radiated an otherworldly blend of green brilliance and blood-red infernal light. Without uttering a word, he raised his arm, forming a fist. The eerie green ghostly flames surged forth, and the phantom of Fengdu loomed behind him. The royal visage remained obscured, yet the dual eyes coldly regarded Bada for a fleeting moment. In the final heartbeat of the indomitable demonic form, Moshi unleashed his fist, as if traversing time and space, manifesting before Bada in an instant. The punch descended with tremendous force, sending a pillar of verdant light soaring into the heavens, shattering the celestial barrier above. Before this overwhelming energy, the barrier crumbled like parchment, disintegrating upon contact. Bada was obliterated beneath the might of that strike, reduced to mere sludge, devoid of any resistance. In the aftermath, a gaping pit emerged in the earth, the explosive winds uprooting colossal trees nearby. The violent gusts sent tremors rippling across the ground, akin to a dragon's upheaval. After a brief interval, as the dust settled, the landscape transformed into a flat expanse with a radius of 100 meters, save for the abyssal pit at its center. There lay Moshi, his body resembling tattered cloth, marred by innumerable wounds, his eyes tightly shut and utterly silent, his chest devoid of movement. The stillness was profound. Following that fateful strike, he had been utterly drained, devoid of even a single drop of vitality. The duration of his innate indomitable demonic form concluded with Bada's demise, and Moshi plummeted to the ground, lifeless. After some time, a mesmerizing young woman stumbled from the distance, her expression fraught with urgency as she searched fervently for something. Upon entering the flat expanse, her eyes fell upon the unmistakable form of Moshi lying on the ground. This young woman was none other than Su Daji, who, having previously reached the exit of the secret realm, was drawn back by the ascendant barrier. Ultimately, caught in the conflict between the will to survive and the desire to rescue Enmashi, she chose to return. No one knows why she returned, nor what she endured to make that decision. Yet, she has come back. Sudaji stumbled forward, hastening to the side of Enmaxi. Gazing at Enmaxi, who lay quietly on the ground, she covered her mouth in disbelief. With trembling hands, she reached beneath Enmaxi's nose, then incredulously laid her head upon Enmaxi's chest. She desperately yearned to hear the dull thud of a heartbeat, to feel the powerful rhythm of life. But there was nothing, and Moxie's chest was eerily still, devoid of movement. No rise or fall, no sound. Tears streamed down Sudaji's face like pearls scattered from a broken string. Her sorrowful cries pierced the silence of the surroundings, echoing hauntingly. "Are you jesting with me? Stop pretending and wake up," she implored, her voice cracking. "You truly frightened me. Please awaken." She continued to shake in Moxie's body, yet it remained unresponsive. The wounds on her form showed no signs of healing, blood no longer flowed, and her skin was pale, as if parched of life's essence. "Aren't you strong?" Sudaji's voice grew hoarse and low. "Didn't you promise to escape?" It seemed she was questioning in Moxie, or perhaps merely speaking to herself. "Why, oh, why?" As her words faltered, her sobs transformed into wails, resonating far and wide. At that moment, a torrential downpour erupted from the heavens, raindrops pelting Sudaji's face, blurring the line between rain and tears. The deluge fell heavily, creating rivulets on the ground. Within Moxie's lifeless body cradled in her arms, Sudaji stumbled through the stormy night. Her eyes, now devoid of light, were filled solely with memories of moments spent within Moxie. She recalled the tender care, the delicious morsels set aside for her, and the formidable figure that shielded her from danger. The final image crystallized in her mind, and Moxie soaring through the skies with her, their contrasting expressions of joy and seriousness, and the powerful arms that embraced her waist. "Do not fear, I shall take you home." Chapter 45. The college entrance examination concludes. "I am Sudaji's fiancé?" Sudaji's voice was hoarse and low, her eyes swollen as she uttered these words. Carrying Enmashi, she headed towards the entrance of the secret realm. At the moment they stepped into the passage, an ethereal voice resonated. "Ding, secret realm clearance, score calculation in progress." Upon hearing this, Sudaji's vision darkened. When she awoke, she found herself in a nutrient pod. Adjacent to her, in the pod, lay Enmashi. Sudaji quickly rose to check on Enmashi, who was peacefully sleeping within the nutrient pod, the rhythmic rise and fall of his chest confirming his vitality. A glimmer of light gradually returned to Sudaji's dazed eyes. Yet, unable to contain her emotions, she collapsed onto Enmashi's pod, weeping once more. Enmashi slowly opened his eyes, and the first sight he beheld was Sudaji's tear-streaked face. He activated the pod, feeling the force of the door as it opened. Sudaji, still sobbing, stood up, while Enmashi sat up from the nutrient pod, yawning sleepily before gazing lazily at Sudaji. "What is the matter? Did your husband perish, leaving you a widow? Why cry so bitterly?" Enmashi's teasing did not faze Sudaji. Instead, she leaped into his embrace, crying anew. The tumultuous waves of her sorrow pressed against Enmashi's chest. "Hey, are you coveting my handsome visage, taking advantage while you can? I must inform you, I am in a relationship." As Sudaji spoke the first half of her sentence, she broke into a smile, but her expression turned serious upon hearing Enmashi's declaration of having a partner. "Humph, I shall not concede." With that abrupt statement, she turned and walked away. Enmashi was left bewildered as he exited the room housing the nutrient pods. Outside, someone awaited him and immediately led him away. The person guiding him explained the circumstances with great courtesy. Upon reaching the outside, Sudaji was already there, while the other students had dispersed. The individual who accompanied Enmashi remarked, "The results will be released in 3 days. You can check them on the Alliance Su-Yuan network. If all is well, you may leave." His demeanor was amiable, as he explained, while soldiers patrolled the vicinity. There were few people around, and Enmashi glanced at his surroundings, recognizing it as a mountain behind the entrance of the secret realm. This mountain housed a hollowed-out military base, where he and the others had just undergone a practical examination within a combat simulator. The combat simulator was a recently developed technology capable of simulating a realistic virtual battlefield. Within it, all states mirrored those of the physical body. Talents could be utilized, and physical strength remained the same. Naturally, the pain inflicted within was strikingly real. The current state of the college entrance examination resembles a brutal survival of the fittest. In MO, she felt a twinge of uncertainty regarding whether she had successfully vanquished all the insect minions, speculating that she might have achieved commendable scores. As she emerged from the examination hall, her thoughts were interrupted by Sudaji approaching her. "What are you pondering so intently?" Sudaji inquired, seamlessly linking her arm with an MO she's. Upon feeling the delicate warmth against her arm, an MO, she snapped back to reality. "Oh, nothing much." Merely reflecting on how exhilarating the examination truly was, and that sense of emptiness experienced during it felt remarkably genuine. With that, an MO, she discreetly withdrew her arm. Although her relationship with Sudaji was amicable, it had not yet reached such familiarity. She found it perplexing why Sudaji had so effortlessly entwined her arm with hers. After an MO, she retracted her arm. Sudaji's brow furrowed slightly, only to once again grasp an MO's arm, this time with a firm hold, enveloping her limb in softness. An MO, she attempted to extricate herself, but was met with a wave of resistance, compelling her to relent. She decided to acquiesce to the situation. Shortly thereafter, a luxurious commercial shuttle appeared, gleaming with a captivating radiance, unmistakably modified in design. The shuttle descended swiftly, halting gracefully before the two young women. A dignified butler, exuding an air of tranquility with kind features and neatly combed silver hair, approached them. Upon noticing Sudaji intimately holding onto a young man's arm, he exhibited a fleeting moment of surprise, but refrained from commenting. "Miss, I have come to escort you," he declared respectfully, bowing slightly before straightening up to address Sudaji. "Please wait a moment, Mr. Chin," Sudaji replied, then turned to an MO she. "Is anyone here to pick you up? If not, I could give you a ride." "No, there's no need. Someone is here for me," an MO she insisted, attempting to withdraw her arm once more. However, Sudaji tightened her grip, poised to say more when a fiery red shuttle came to a halt beside Mr. Chin's vehicle. Murong Qingyu, radiating confidence and charisma, emerged from the shuttle, clad in an audacious ensemble. Her red high heels clicked assertively against the ground, while black stockings hugged her graceful legs, and a form-fitting skirt accentuated her alluring figure. With a subtle touch of makeup and stylish sunglasses, her hair cascaded over her shoulders, exuding a commanding and regal presence. For a moment, Sudaji was taken aback by Murong Qingyu's striking appearance. As she regained her composure, familiarity washed over her, prompting an astonished exclamation, "Sister Murong?" Hearing Sudaji's melodious voice, Murong Qingyu removed her sunglasses, scrutinizing her closely. "Daji, is that really you? It has been such a long time." Sudaji, feeling a surge of joy, released an Moxie's arm and swiftly ran to Murong Qingyu, clasping her hands in delight and bouncing twice. "Indeed, we haven't seen each other since I ventured into the demon concubine domain. You must have just completed your college entrance examination, right?" Murong Qingyu's face beamed with happiness, as the two were childhood friends who had grown up together. From a young age, Sudaji was like a shadow to Murong Qingyu, following her wherever she went. In fact, during their childhood, Sudaji insisted on wearing the same clothes as Murong Qingyu. Their bond was exceptionally strong. It was only when Murong Qingyu departed for the demon concubine domain a few years ago that their encounters became less frequent. At that time, Sudaji was particularly reluctant and clamored to go to the demon concubine domain to find Murong Qingyu. However, her family prevented her from doing so, and ultimately, it was Murong Qingyu who promised to return after spending some time there, which made Sudaji relent. "Murong Jia, what brings you here? Are you here to pick someone up?" "Yes, I'm here to fetch my boyfriend, but I haven't seen him yet." Murong Qingyu noticed the absence of an Moxie. Unbeknownst to her, and Moxie had stood behind the flying shuttle that old Qin had driven, while Sudaji was positioned at the shuttle's rear, effectively obscuring an Moxie from view. Consequently, only Sudaji could see Murong Qingyu. At that moment, an Moxie, hearing Murong Qingyu's voice, stepped out from behind the vehicle and spotted her engaged in an animated conversation with Sudaji. "Do you know each other?" And Moxie inquired of Murong Qingyu. In unison, the two women replied, "Yes, we do." Then, with a shared look of confusion, they paused for a moment before simultaneously asking, "Do you know each other?" "Ah, yes," they echoed, mirroring each other's words. "Murong Jia, could he be the boyfriend you're here to pick up?" After a brief moment of uncertainty, Sudaji asked Murong Qingyu, secretly hoping for a negative response. "Yes, what is the matter?" Murong Qingyu, unaware of the underlying tension, casually walked over to Moxie, linking her arm with his and leaning affectionately against his shoulder. Isn't he handsome? But how did you two meet? Was it during the exams? Sudaji momentarily found herself in a daze. After a brief contemplation, she stepped forward to embrace Moxie's arm, saying, "This is my fiancé, whom I met in the secret realm." Chapter 46. They say that little dogs cannot deceive, but how could a little dog ever lie? Moxie and Mu Rongqing Yu were momentarily taken aback. After a brief pause, Mu Rongqing Yu turned to Moxie. Noticing her expression and prompting Moxie to quickly clarify, "I truly do not know." Observing Moxie's flustered attempts at explanation, Mu Rongqing Yu chose not to dwell on it too much. As time passed, the trio found themselves seated in a quaint CAF. Moxie reclined languidly on the sofa, flanked by the regal Mu Rongqing Yu on her left and the innocent Sudaji on her right. The two women were at odds with one another, while Moxie appeared relaxed in the middle. After Sudaji recounted the events that transpired within the secret realm, she also revealed the private resolution she had made. Upon grasping the situation, Mu Rongqing Yu seemed to comprehend the nuances, noting that the customs of the Shanlin continent were not rooted in monogamy, but rather in polygamy. This practice had been reinstated at the dawn of the new century, when humanity's population had drastically diminished, prompting a return to the ancient tradition of one man with multiple wives. The prevailing sentiment among the alliance at the time was to encourage procreation with fervor, give birth vigorously, produce abundantly, for if the numbers swell, the alliance will sustain you. Thus, the citizens of the new century were devoid of the monogamous ideals. So, it appears that you two have forged a bond through adversity and nurtured feelings over time, she remarked, with a playful undertone. Sudaji, momentarily regaining her composure, sat patiently, awaiting the judgment of her elder sister. Nevertheless, she resolved not to concede easily. Our sisterly bond has always been strong, and I know you well. Therefore, as long as you gain Moxie's approval, I will accept you, Mu Rongqing Yu said, embodying the role of a supportive older sister. However, she also recognized that the nature of their society allowed for multiple partners, implying that even without Sudaji, there would be other sisters vying for Moxie's affection. Engaging in jealousy would not secure her position as the eldest sister. It could instead complicate matters for Moxie. Thus, she chose to embrace the situation and support Moxie's success. Indeed, Sudaji's eyes sparkled with renewed hope, her demeanor brightening. Meanwhile, Moxie, who had been languidly sipping her yogurt, unexpectedly sprayed it across the table upon hearing these words. Her previous tranquility stemmed from her trust in Mu Rongqing Yu's ability to handle the situation. However, she was astonished to find that Mu Rongqing Yu had indeed managed to resolve it amicably, welcoming Sudaji with open arms. Of course, if you can make Moxie fall in love with you, then I will accept you, Mu Rongqing Yu affirmed. Agreed. It's a promise, Sudaji declared, springing from the sofa to extend her pinky finger. Mu Rongqing Yu mirrored the gesture, their pinkies interlocking. Sudaji earnestly proclaimed, "Little dogs do not deceive." Is that settled then? Mu Rongqing Yu sighed, somewhat exasperated, although she had long prepared herself for such a scenario. Considering Moxie's allure would undoubtedly attract many suitors, it would be far wiser for her and her sisters to firmly capture Moxie's heart. Isn't it, so that you two have reached a consensus without even considering my opinion? Moxie's languid voice emerged, embodying a relaxed demeanor whenever she wasn't immersed in cultivation or battle. Consider your opinion? What could you possibly suggest? Just relish the moment, Mu Rongqing Yu replied, gently bringing a spoonful of dessert to Moxie's lips. With no choice but to comply, Moxie opened her mouth to savor the treat, then lazily remarked, "I can't just lounge around doing nothing, can I?" Before Mu Rongqing Yu could respond, Sudaji piped up with a teasing laugh. "What else would you like to do, Brother Moxie?" Her flirtatious tone evoked tantalizing thoughts. Momentarily, Moxie opted for silence. Subsequently, amidst the envy of those around her, she alternated bites of dessert fed by Mu Rongqing Yu on her left and fruit offered by Sudaji on her right, indulging in the delicacies before preparing to part ways. However, Sudaji insisted on accompanying them, and with a reluctant acceptance, she was allowed to join. Moxie activated the communication on her wristwatch to summon the Qing Feng battleship. Standing in the middle of the road, Moxie was flanked by Mu Rongqing Yu, who held her wrist on the left, and Sudaji, who linked arms on the right. After a brief pause, Sudaji curiously inquired, "Moxie, What are we waiting for here? The steward behind them shared her curiosity, though he understood it was not his place to question. You'll find out soon, Morong Qingyu interjected, leaving an air of suspense. Just moments later, in Mo she addressed Su Daji. Does this elder also wish to join us? Without hesitation, Su Daji turned to Steward Qin, saying, Uncle Qin, please return to the Su residence and inform my parents that I have completed my exams and am off to visit Sister Morong. Of course, miss. Steward Qin replied respectfully before piloting the flying shuttle back to the Su household, eager to report the news about the young lady's romantic endeavors. The shuttle sped away with extraordinary swiftness, akin to a deity of speed, weaving through the air with grace. After Steward Qin departed, an Mo she and the two women gently ascended into the sky. Su Daji, gazing down in excitement, noticed the absence of clouds beneath her, pondering how she was soaring through the air. Soon enough, she would discover the answer. After ascending, the trio entered the Qin foam battleship. Stepping into the technologically advanced control room, staring in awe at the astonishing sights that surrounded her, Su Daji stammered, what is this? And Mo, she paid her no mind, instead retreating from the control room to her quarters. This is Mo she's very own battleship, Morong Qingyu emphasized, placing weight on her words. Observing Su Daji's astonished expression brought a sense of satisfaction to Morong Qingyu. She recalled her own initial reaction, which was hardly any less impressive. As they made their way to the bedroom, Su Daji trailed behind Morong Qingyu, feeling as though she were caught in a dream amidst the stunningly advanced and dazzling battleship. Upon entering the bedroom, Anmashi had already donned a charming blue and white shark-themed pajama set and lay on the bed, soundly asleep. Although she appeared to be in a slumber during the examination, her mind remained remarkably alert. Engaged in continuous battles within the virtual realm, Anmashi found herself utterly exhausted. The tension that had gripped her spirit left her weary, prompting her to change into comfortable attire before drifting off into sleep. Morong Qingyu approached and gently covered Anmashi with a blanket before slipping on a pair of slippers herself. She then retrieved another pair of slippers for Su Daji. Daji, please put on these slippers first, she encouraged. Oh, all right. Observing Morong Qingyu's graceful demeanor, akin to that of a hostess, Su Daji felt a pang of envy. She too longed for such intimacy with Anmashi. Once she had donned the slippers, Su Daji followed Morong Qingyu to the lounge, which had been transformed from the former crew quarters into a cozy living room. The decor exuded warmth, with plush, fluffy carpets laid across the floor, offering a soft and comfortable sensation underfoot. Make yourself at home, Daji. What would you like to drink? Morong Qingyu inquired as she approached the refrigerator in the adjoining dining area. Sister Morong, just some purified water will suffice, Su Daji replied. Morong Qingyu opened the refrigerator, retrieved 2 glasses, and filled them with water before returning to the living area. The two women settled onto the sofa, and after Morong Qingyu made a brief phone call to inform Song Sitong, her mother, of her safety, they began to engage in lively conversation. Their discussion initially revolved around how Su Daji and Morong Qingyu came to know Anmashi, eventually transitioning into reminiscing about Anmashi's past experiences. The atmosphere was filled with warmth and camaraderie. As the evening wore on, Su Daji turned to Morong Qingyu and inquired, Sister Morong, you live with Mashi, correct? Would it be possible for me to move in as well? Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, her fingers nervously entwined. I cannot decide that for you. You must gain Mashi's consent, Morong Qingyu replied with a smile. However, I sense that Mashi does not harbor any ill feelings towards you. But now, we have arrived above your home. You should return, or else your parents may grow worried. Chapter 47. I won't do it. Su Daji, albeit reluctantly, turned back several times as she approached the teleportation point, wistfully saying, Sister Morong, see you tomorrow. Yes, see you tomorrow, came the reply. With that, Su Daji's figure vanished from sight, only to reappear at the Su family estate moments later. As she returned home, she gazed up at the sky, which was clear and bright, with the moon shining brilliantly and stars vying for attention. Inside the house, her father Su Dao and her mother Nanyu were seated in the living room, with the butler, old Qin, standing nearby. Dad, Mom, why are you still waiting for me? Su Daji timidly entered the room, addressing her father Su Dao and mother Nanyu, who were seated on the sofa. My dear daughter, come here. I heard you have a boyfriend? Su Dao inquired, beaming with delight. Since childhood, his daughter had shown little interest in boys, often spending time with the Morong family's girls. However, as she grew older and reached adulthood, her lack of interaction with males raised concerns for Su Dao. even leading him to ponder whether his daughter preferred women. Yet today, old Sheen had informed him of Su Daji's close relationship with the young man, which brought him great joy and prompted him to neglect work to await her return. Su Daji shot a playful glare at old Sheen, who simply smiled kindly in response. Taking a seat across from her father, she recounted her experiences within the secret realm, though she omitted details about her interactions with Murong Qingyu. Well, he seems like a fine young man. It's impressive that he could attract the attention of the insect servants, allowing you to escape without being truly harmed, Nenyu remarked. Whenever will you bring him home to meet us? Rest assured, your father and I are open-minded. As long as he treats you well, we have no objections. Nenyu added. Upon hearing this, Su Dao quickly exchanged a knowing glance with her. With her mother's words easing her anxious heart, Su Daji grinned, replying, You said it. I'll bring him home to show you. Cough, cough. Su Dao cleared his throat to regain their attention before asking, So, what is the situation with that girl from the Murong family? What situation? I don't know, Su Daji stammered, feigning ignorance. If her father discovered her intentions to pursue a relationship with someone who was already involved with Enmashi, he would undoubtedly disapprove. I have heard from old Sheen that you and the Murong girl have always shared similar interests. She has something, and you must have the exact same thing. Now, even your boyfriends seem to converge on the same individual, old Sheen had reported to Su Dao, leaving no detail unexamined, including Su Daji's following the two of them. Feeling a sense of uncertainty, Su Daji lowered her head, fiddling with her fingers. Su Dao spoke again with a serious tone. You said that when you were young, you could buy the same clothes and dolls you desired, but now you still have a crush on the same boy as Murong girl. How am I to respond to this? Su Daji, her delicate brows furrowing, resolutely stood up and declared, I don't care. I simply like him. With that, she dashed back to her room. Alas, my dear daughter. Su Dao called after her, but all that followed was the sound of a door slamming. He sat on the sofa, deeply sighing, his face etched with worry as his thoughts wandered. At that moment, Nenyu approached, grasping his hand gently. You know, you shouldn't dwell too much on this. Have you forgotten your own words? You once said you had witnessed too many commercial marriages, sacrificing happiness for such unions. Thus, let our daughter seek her own happiness. We shall merely guide her. Su Dao picked up a cigar, and the butler, old Sheen, promptly came to assist him with a cigar cutter, then lit it for him. After taking a deep drag, he exhaled and replied helplessly, I never said I was opposed. The person Murong's daughter fancies must possess considerable talent and character. However, the unspoken words lingered in the air, and the three present understood that Su Dao did not wish for his daughter to be a mere mistress. As a doting father, his thoughts were particularly complex at that moment. Well, children will find their own fortunes. Besides, Qingyu and Daji have been close since childhood, so there's no need to worry about Daji being wronged. Perhaps this will be a good thing for her, Nenyu said soothingly, continuously trying to comfort her husband. Let us observe this young man together and see what charms he possesses. Meanwhile, Enmoxi remained oblivious to the happenings at Su's estate, lying soundly asleep in bed. The bedroom was shrouded in darkness, with the shimmering starlight and silvery moonlight filtering through the grand floor-to-ceiling windows, casting gentle beams into the room. Murong Qingyu entered, having changed into a delicate, sheer nightgown. The silvery moonlight illuminated her flawless skin. She slipped off her gossamer nightgown, her bare figure exposed to the moonlight, curvaceous, with a perfect physique and long, slender legs adorned in black lace stockings. With a sultry stride, she nestled into the sheets, feeling the warmth of the body beside her, causing her to tremble slightly. And Moxie had already awakened when Murong Qingyu slipped under the covers, yet he kept his eyes closed, curious to see what she would do next. Murong Qingyu extended her delicate hand to undo the sharp print pajamas that Enmoxi wore. Whether from excitement or nervousness, her fingers trembled as she struggled to remove the garment. After some time, she finally succeeded in peeling it away, leaving only a pair of briefs. The sleek muscles and 8-pack abs, along with the alluring V-line of his torso, showcased Enmoxi's powerful physique. Murong Qingyu's hand rested upon Enmoshi's chest, gradually wandering downward, as her entire being leaned against Enmoshi's form. Enmoshi felt the delicate warmth of her body, a surge of blood rushing through him, his heartbeat quickening in response. Murong Qingyu leaned closer to Enmoshi's ear, her breath fragrant as she whispered, "Take me." After speaking, she grasped him, an unusual sensation causing a flush of crimson to spread across her cheeks. In the darkness, Enmoshi opened his eyes, his dual pupils enabling him to discern every detail within the shadows. He encircled Murong Qingyu's slender waist, rolling over to hold her close, their lips meeting in a fervent kiss. Chapter 48. By the sea. In that fleeting moment, it felt as though one had arrived on the battlefield. In Mo she stood firm, as steadfast as a towering pine. Opposite him, the enemy general brandished dual blades, their sharp glimmers dazzling to the eye. Unfazed, in Mo she faced the enemy's spear with unwavering resolve, charging forth with his own weapon. The enemy general did not flinch, meeting the assault with an unyielding flurry of strikes. Seizing an opportunity, in Mo she thrust his spear, seeking to sever the enemy's head from his shoulders. Yet, the enemy general would not allow such a fate. With a deft maneuver, he locked in Mo Shi's spear between his dual blades, rendering him immobile. Rather than retreating, in Mo Shi pressed forward, exerting force as his spear broke free from the enemy's grasp like a wild stallion. The enemy general executed a backflip to evade. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, with blades and spear flashing in a dazzling display, battling for hundreds of rounds without a clear victor. At last, in Mo Shi found an opening and drove the enemy back. He chose not to pursue, observing the enemy's condition, which now bore signs of fatigue, his breaths coming in heavy gasps. Recognizing this moment as an auspicious opportunity, in Mo Shi deftly advanced his spear, feigning an attack. The enemy general, sensing his chance, displayed a haughty demeanor as he charged forward. A smile crept onto in Mo Shi's lips. He had taken the bait. With a swift maneuver, he prepared to retaliate. The enemy general, visibly drained, was unaware that in Mo Shi was poised to strike. With a flourish, in Mo Shi sent his spear darting toward the enemy's heart. Swift and unrelenting, the enemy, too fatigued to evade, found his heart pierced by an Mo Shi's spear, which glinted ominously as it struck true. The enemy general fell, unable to cry out, tremors coursing through his body, as crimson blood pooled beneath him, leaving behind stains reminiscent of plum blossoms. After 3 grueling hours, the battle concluded with an Mo Shi emerging victorious. However, during his respite, the defeated general sent forth another challenger, reigniting the flames of conflict. The following morning, Murong Qingyu awoke to find an Mo Shi still in a deep slumber, her legs feeling somewhat weak. She could not help but murmur to herself, marveling at his strength. Even her own royal-grade physique had nearly succumbed to the strain of the previous night's exertion. Observing the disarray in the room, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as memories of the previous night flooded back. Hastily, she rose to cover an Mo Shi with a blanket before limping away. Half an hour later, an Mo Shi, still in a daze, began to fumble about the bed, seemingly in search of something. After a brief moment of fruitless searching, he blinked awake, surveying the room with bleary eyes. Stretching languidly, he stood and donned the pajamas he had discarded the night before, setting out to find Murong Qingyu's voice. Noticing a sizzling sound emanating from the open kitchen, an Mo Shi strode confidently into the living room. As he entered, Murong Qingyu's gaze met his, and a sudden blush crept across her cheeks, as if she might burst with embarrassment. In a gentle voice, she greeted him. "You're awake. Please, have a seat. Breakfast will be ready shortly." And Ma Shi arrived behind Murong Qingyu, embracing her delicate form and grasping her jade-like hand. Why are you already cooking when your body hasn't fully recovered? Let me assist you." Upon hearing in Ma Shi's words, Murong Qingyu's complexion deepened in crimson, surrendering to his embrace. Leaning against his chest, she inhaled the intoxicating scent that emanated from him. In an instant, an atmosphere of romance enveloped the air, tinged with the sweet and sour scent of love. Moments later, breakfast was prepared, and Ma Shi seated himself with Murong Qingyu at the dining table. He fed her. And since morning, Murong Qingyu had lost track of how long her cheeks had remained flushed. "I can eat on my own. Why must you feed me?" she protested shyly. "Be good, open your mouth." And Ma Shi did not respond, but rather blew gently on the porridge in the spoon to ensure it was not too hot before bringing it to Murong Qingyu's lips. With her face flushed, she opened her small mouth and drank the porridge. Thus, breakfast passed, yet there were still 2 days until the results would be announced. After Ma Shi ensured that Murong Qingyu greeted Song Sidong and Murong Yunhao, he issued a direct command. The Qingfeng battleship was to set sail towards the sea. The ocean was far more perilous than the land. During the early years of the new century, humanity was preoccupied with addressing the anomalies and beasts of the terrestrial realms, as well as restoring their homeland. Another factor was the lack of advanced technology to deter the creatures lurking in the depths of the ocean from emerging into the seas. Moreover, the anomalies within the ocean were predominantly formidable creatures, causing significant distress among humanity. Thus, whether before or after the advent of the new century, the deep sea remained synonymous with mystery and danger. The deep sea anomalies could not be organized, and ultimately, once those beasts emerged, there was no one to stop them. Consequently, the creatures of the deep possessed elevated realms and posed considerable threats, and as they fought in unfamiliar territory, humanity could only reclaim the ocean inch by inch. However, progress was far from satisfactory, forcing them to establish defensive mechanisms in the coastal waters. Chapter 49. Azure Coast ensuring safety near the shore. The sea was no longer traversed by vessels. The distant continent relied on teleportation arrays for communication, making the maritime region perilous, with extreme dangers only found in the depths of the ocean. Most coastal areas remained relatively safe. Thus, Enmashi resolved to take Murong Qingyu on a brief seaside retreat. Song Sidong and Murong Yunhao were supportive, urging them to take care. Just as Enmashi and her companions were about to set off, Murong Qingyu's watch chimed, displaying the name Sudaji. The Qingfeng battleship swiftly arrived at a designated area. Kanglan Domain was a popular tourist destination, boasting an quadrated seaside resort. Half an hour later, the Qingfeng battleship hovered over the azure coastline of Kanglan Domain. In a flash, Enmashi and her two companions appeared on the beach. The reason there were three was that Sudaji insisted on joining them, compelling Enmashi to relent and redirect the battleship to pick her up before continuing their journey to Kanglan Domain. They sought out a secluded strait near the azure coastline, where the scenery was exquisite. The strait was shallow, flanked by towering peaks that concealed the beach, rendering it deserted. If one were to venture to the main scenic area of the azure coastline, they would undoubtedly encounter throngs of people. Since this was a honeymoon getaway, Enmashi preferred a more tranquil environment. Standing on the beach, Enmashi stretched lazily, clad only in swim trunks, his muscular physique exposed to the air. The surrounding views were captivating, yet even more enchanting were the two figures before him. Murong Qingyu donned a black bikini that showcased her flawless figure. The curves accentuated with each movement, causing Enmashi to feel a twinge of concern. However, her regal aura was undeniably alluring. Sudaji, on the other hand, wore a white lace bikini, her physique rivaling that of Murong Qingyu, with an even more generous allure. The swimsuit strained against her form, embodying an enchanting blend of charm and innocence. As soon as they landed, Murong Qingyu and Sudaji excitedly dashed into the sea, splashing water playfully, their enticing swimwear outlining their alluring figures. Though both had visited the azure coastline before, their previous experiences had been within the bustling, main scenic area. While that area was upscale, it was also crowded. This secluded spot, devoid of others, thrilled the two women immensely. "Come play, my lord." Sudaji paused her frolicking with Murong Qingyu, adopting a flirtatious demeanor as she addressed Enmashi. Enmashi felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. He couldn't quite fathom why, but as their familiarity grew, Sudaji seemed to undergo a curious transformation, occasionally uttering risky remarks. Murong Qingyu was equally puzzled. Yet Enmashi gradually grew accustomed to it. "I shall set up camp," Enmashi declared, retrieving various camping supplies from the shumi space. With a toss of a small capsule onto the ground, a tent materialized. Although referred to as a tent, it resembles a quaint little house. Inside, it boasts a private bathroom, a living room, a kitchen, and a bedroom. Though it appears modest from the outside, the interior employs a space-efficient design, ensuring a comfortable and convenient stay. Truly, technology has transformed the way we live. Originally, Enmashi intended to vacation alone with Murong Qingyu. However, the unexpected arrival of Sudaji, who had not prepared her share, compelled them to make do. At worst, they could send Sudaji back to the battleship to sleep at night. Soon, the sunshade, barbecue grill, and campfire supplies were set up, and the hour was still early. Barely around 10 o'clock, Enmashi retrieved some food from the shumi space and, donning sunglasses, began preparing lunch under the sunshade. Wisps of smoke danced upward, accompanied by the delightful laughter of the two women and the enticing aroma wafting through the air. When noon arrived, Sudaji, her little nose twitching, approached Enmashi, drool at the corner of her mouth, uncertain whether she was gazing at Enmashi or the grilled meat. Enmashi paid her no heed, deftly flipping the skewers and sprinkling them with cumin and chili seasoning. "Don't just stare," you'll have to wait a bit longer. There are drinks later. And Moxie lazily remarked. Yet, Sue Dodgy appeared oblivious, standing nearby with a lovesick expression, her cheeks flushed and her gaze dreamy. With such a robust physique, it was hard for anyone to resist. Murong Qingyu passed by and playfully tapped Sue Dodgy on the head. What are you daydreaming about? Come over here and get some drinks. Rubbing her head, Sue Dodgy made a cheeky face, sticking out her tongue, before being led away by Murong Qingyu. Inside the tent, there was a refrigerator. Murong Qingyu instructed Sue Dodgy to fetch some drinks first while she went to take a shower. Sue Dodgy, feeling a bit dejected, complied and opened the refrigerator, grabbing the first drink she saw without looking. The icy coolness was delightful in her embrace, but soon it became a bit too chilly. She hurried outside, running with the drinks swaying wildly in her arms. Placing them on the dining table prepared by Moxie, she then approached him from behind. Her cold little hands rested against Moxie's back, and she noticed the tattoo of Fengdu City on his skin. However, Sue Dodgy paid it no mind, simply finding it incredibly vivid and lifelike. With her icy touch on Moxie's back, she teased, "How about it, darling? I can offer you an experience of both fire and ice." With her toes pointed, she leaned close to Moxie's ear, her breath fragrant and warm, her cheeks flushed, and her eyes dreamy as though she had consumed an entire herd of lambs. You know what I mean." And Moxie gently tapped her on the head, saying, "Go away." Sue Dodgy, once again cradling her head, sat at the dining table, gazing at Moxie in a daze. "Wow, such a fine physique. He is truly the man of my dreams," she mused internally, and unbeknownst to her, time passed swiftly as Moxie placed platter after platter of barbecue on the table, their rich aroma filling the air. Only a few more dishes to go, and Moxie continued to examine the shellfish, alongside the tin-foiled enoki mushrooms and eggplants. Murong Qingyu, still donning a bikini, draped a robe over herself and approached Sue Dodgy. She gently disrupted Sue Dodgy's dazed state with a light tap, subsequently sending her off to bathe. After Sue Dodgy departed, Murong Qingyu moved behind Moxie to scrutinize the vivid Fengdu City tattoo adorning his back. Earlier, when she had first noticed the lifelike depiction of Fengdu City, she refrained from inquiring. Now, seizing the moment, she asked, "Moxie, when did you acquire this on your back? I don't recall it being there before." "The back? What is on the back?" Chapter 50. Leisurely moments of vacation and MO. She felt somewhat perplexed as he reached behind his back. His muscles were not the bulging, grotesque type, allowing him to easily touch his back, yet he found nothing there. "Well, how should I put it? You have a tattoo on your back, and you're unaware of it?" Murong Qingyu remarked, feeling the vivid tattoo on Mo's back. "What does it look like?" he inquired. Let me show you," she replied, activating the camera function on her wristwatch. The screen illuminated and displayed a lifelike image of Fengdu City directly before Mo. He fell into deep contemplation. Wasn't this the ethereal figure that appeared behind him during moments of reincarnation and soul dispersal? It seemed that these insights were not consciously realized by Mo, but rather inscribed in his DNA during life and death crises, emerging instinctively. However, such phenomena had not occurred prior to utilizing the Tao Enlightenment Lotus. What could possibly explain this? Suddenly, a peculiar aroma wafted into Mo's nostrils, jolting him awake. He noticed that the items on the grill were now emitting wisps of black smoke. Meanwhile, Murong Qingyu, having observed Mo's deep thoughts, returned to the dining table, sipping from her drink. Mo hurriedly salvaged the charred remains from the grill, which were now completely burnt and inedible. He had no choice but to prepare another batch. Dismissing the earlier musings from his mind, Mo focused intently on grilling. At that moment, he suddenly sensed something new against his back, particularly two soft mounds that felt like balloons pressing against him. "Darling, I just had a lovely bath. Would you like to take a whiff?" Sue Dodgy's voice chimed in. Having just finished her shower, she stealthily leaped onto Mo's back, wrapping her arms around his neck and her legs around his waist. "No," Mo protested, reaching back to gently lift the reluctant Sue Dodgy, reminiscent of lifting a chick, and placed her onto a chair. "All right, sit properly." Before she could say anything further, Mo returned to the grill, finishing up the remaining items and setting them on the dining table. He then took his seat, with Murong Qingyu on his left and Sue Dodgy on his right. This is delightful." After lunch, Mo reclined on the beach, basking in the sunlight, while the two women playfully scattered sand over him. Occasionally, he drifted into a peaceful slumber, relishing the tranquil ambience. Mu Rongqing was diligently crafting a sand sculpture upon an Mo.She's upper body, while Su Daji squatted by his lower half, engaged in her own activities. Now and then, Mu Rongqing would create a suit of armor made of sand atop an Mo.She, which, accentuating his robust physique, rendered him exceptionally handsome. Satisfied with her creation, Mu Rongqing beamed at her handiwork, while Su Daji peeked over, admiring the sand armor that Mu Rongqing had built. Wow, Qingyu, your creation is truly impressive, but it still pales in comparison to mine. Mu Rongqing turned her head curiously at Su Daji's words. Beneath a draping of red cloth, a sand sculpture was prominently displayed. Intrigued, Mu Rongqing wondered what could possibly require such a cover. With an air of pride, Su Daji approached and cleared her throat, declaring, "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to witness the world-renowned works of Daji. Please safeguard your precious 24K titanium alloy eyes and prepare to behold my masterpiece." Boom. Suddenly, Su Daji clutched her head, crouching pitifully on the ground. Unable to tolerate her antics any longer, Mu Rongqing gently tapped her on the head. "Why at such theatrics? If you won't reveal it, I shall." Observing Su Daji's exaggerated pose on the ground, Mu Rongqing remarked, "Oh, come on, don't be so dramatic." Su Daji quickly stood up, glancing at Mu Rongqing, and said, "Let me unveil it." As Mu Rongqing raised her arm, Su Daji cautiously lifted the red cloth. Revealed was a mound of sand nestled between Enmashi's legs. "What do you think? Isn't it splendid, Qingyu?" Su Daji beamed with delight, completely oblivious to the faint lines of annoyance forming on Mu Rongqing's forehead. "A chilly sensation seems to rise," murmured Su Daji, striking a proud pose with her hands on her hips, admiring her work. Meanwhile, a shiver of coldness enveloped Mu Rongqing as she brandished two exaggerated water guns. Aiming at Su Daji, energy coalesced at the gun's muzzle. Boom. A powerful jet of water blasted Su Daji straight into the sea. Mu Rongqing nonchalantly blew on the non-existent smoke from the gun, recalling how she had purchased several water guns in anticipation of their seaside outing. Floating on the surface of the water, Su Daji's smooth back was visible, her swimsuit having been swept away by the force of the impact. Suddenly, she dove beneath the waves, and the cacophony of the ocean's roar mingled with the occasional cry of seagulls, leaving an eerie silence. Mu Rongqing's expression turned serious as she readied her flamboyant water gun, cautiously approaching the water's edge. The crystal-clear sea was tranquil, with no sign of Su Daji. Just as Mu Rongqing waded into the water up to her waist, she felt a tug at her ankle. Emerging from her hiding place, Su Daji seized Mu Rongqing's ankle and pulled with all her might, dragging her into the depths. In the ensuing chaos, Su Daji snatched one of the water guns and swam away. However, Mu Rongqing was not about to let her escape. She clutched Su Daji's ankle, refusing to let go as Su Daji turned to face her. Two individuals frolicked beneath the water's surface, moments later emerging in their bare forms, one wielding a water gun. Their exquisite bodies were exposed to the air, the substantial waves resembling floating pool rings on the water's surface. "Prepare to meet your demise," Su Daji exclaimed, taking aim at Mu Rongqing's voluptuous figure and firing a shot. The blast caused Mu Rongqing's assets to quiver wildly, but she was not to be outdone. She raised her water gun, targeting Su Daji's curves, and unleashed a stream of water that struck true. Meanwhile, Enmashi had already awakened, but gazing at the heap of sand between her legs left her somewhat speechless. Chapter 51. The apex of SSR. As the two frolicked on the beach, Enmaxi issued a command to Qingfeng. A semi-spherical shield emanated from the Qingfeng battleship. From the outside, it appeared empty, yet those within could gaze outward. While no human eye, nor even satellites, could discern the interior's secrets, Enmaxi sank into the sand, compressing it beneath him, and, while preserving the integrity of his sand sculpture, extricated himself. He returned to his chamber and retrieved a chilled bottle of beer. With a swift motion, he twisted off the cap and took a swig. The icy refreshment coursed through him, invigorating his senses, as he observed the two women engaged in a playful water battle through his sunglasses. Let us not entertain any misguided thoughts. Enmaxi was merely concerned for their safety amidst the lurking dangers of the ocean's depths, not indulging in any voyeuristic tendencies. Indeed, upon his awakening, the two women remained blissfully unaware, wholly absorbed in their aquatic frolic. Reclining on a sun lounger, he savored the spectacle, occasionally sipping from his cold beer. Mu Rongqing, caught off guard by Su Daji's water gun, was momentarily startled as the jets of water struck her. In a flurry of movement, she caught sight of Moxie lounging nearby, sunglasses perched on his nose. Despite his tinted lenses, Murong Qingyu was acutely aware of his gaze upon them. She swiftly submerged her upper body beneath the water's surface. Seeing this, Su Daji rose, hands on her hips, bursting into laughter. "Admit defeat, for I am the strongest," she proclaimed, striking a pose as she raised her arms to shield her face. With a slight shift in her center of gravity, she unwittingly provided Moxie with a tantalizing view. In retaliation, Murong Qingyu splashed water, sending Su Daji tumbling beneath the waves. Caught off guard, Su Daji sputtered as she surfaced, irate at Murong Qingyu's antics. "Sister Qingyu, what was that for?" she demanded, expelling water from her mouth. Murong Qingyu remained silent, merely gesturing toward the shoreline. Confused, Su Daji turned to see Moxie reclined on his lounger, beer in hand. Unable to contain his amusement, he suppressed a grin beneath his sunglasses, knowing they were unaware of his gaze. With a mischievous smile, Su Daji adopted a seductive pose, beckoning Moxie, "Come play, my lord." In a fleeting moment, Moxie fancied he saw 9 fluffy tails sprout behind Su Daji, alongside fox-like ears atop her head. Overcome by a surge of blood rushing through him, he nearly lost his composure. Rising abruptly, he cast aside his beer and with a slight bow, leaped into the water, entering with the grace of a fish, causing not a single splash. In the embrace of the sea, Moxie concealed his excitement. He swam to Murong Qingyu's side, and despite their shared experiences, she still felt a tinge of shyness. Upon his arrival, she turned and nestled into his arms, pouting, "Humph, you were awake all along, weren't you? So what do you think? Do I look good?" Murong Qingyu wrapped her arms around Moxie's neck and inquired with a playful tone. Moxie, however, refrained from providing a direct response and merely chuckled softly. At that moment, Su Daji leaped onto Moxie's back, clinging to him like a sloth. Thus, Moxie accompanied Murong Qingyu and Su Daji in their seaside frolic for 2 days. Upon their return to the Shanlin domain, it was the day of results announcement. During these 2 days, Su Daji persistently persuaded Moxie, ultimately succeeding in getting him to agree to her moving into the Qingfeng warship. With her goal achieved, Su Daji displayed a triumphant expression and hurriedly returned to the Su family to pack her belongings. Meanwhile, Moxie and Murong Qingyu returned to the Murong residence. Murong Yunhao and Song Sidong instructed them to check their results at home, to which Moxie readily agreed. Upon arriving at the Murong household, they found Murong Yunhao and Song Sidong already prepared with all the necessary materials for checking the results. Everything was in place, awaiting only Moxie's arrival. Once settled, they initiated the process to verify the college entrance examination results. Soon, Moxie's scores appeared on the luminous screen. Candidate, Moxie examination room, Shanlin No. 1 venue score, SSR. Song Sitong uttered in disbelief. Well, it's no surprise that he is my son-in-law, haha. Murong Yunhao was momentarily stunned before bursting into hearty laughter. No one understood better than him the immense value of such an SSR score. Murong Qingyu immediately embraced Moxie, planting a fervent kiss on his lips. During her own examination, she had only achieved a double SS score, which had still secured her admission to a prestigious university. She too was a child of destiny, receiving preferential treatment and resource allocation within the academy. Joy and jubilation enveloped the Murong household, and a smile graced Moxie's face as well. "All right, let us check the rankings," Murong Yunhao interjected, prompting Moxie to view his standing. As anticipated, Moxie ranked first, with the illustrious SSR gleaming at the pinnacle of the list. The second position bore an SS score, significantly trailing behind Moxie's SSR. Nevertheless, it was still a remarkable achievement. The third place was secured by Su Daji, whose score was recorded as S, placing her third. The remainder of the list consisted of A or below, which Moxie chose not to scrutinize. However, he soon spotted 2 familiar names beyond the top 10. 18th place was occupied by Ma Mingming with a B score, and 20th place by Wu Chaojie with a B. It was evident that these 2 had also made the list. This ranking was not accessible to just anyone. Only a select few with commendable scores and outstanding performance during assessments could secure a spot. This was precisely why the results took 3 days to be released, as they required comprehensive evaluation and arrangement. The rankings were not merely determined by scores. They necessitated extensive observation, practical performance, and assessments of character and temperament. The rankings are free from any obscurity, entirely governed by the league. Shortly thereafter, as the results were being verified, and Moxie's wristwatch chimed with a flurry of notifications. Upon glancing at it, she noticed that most messages were congratulatory, celebrating her ascendance to the top position. And Moxie chose to respond only to a select few individuals with whom she shared a good rapport, such as Wu Chaojia and Ma Mingming. The majority of the messages, however, came from female students within the academy, all extending their congratulations, yet Moxie opted not to reply. Meanwhile, Murong Yunhao, in a display of exuberance, decided to host a grand banquet that evening. He made a reservation at the prestigious restaurant, Shihui Tian, located in the Shanglin domain, inviting members of the Murong family to join the celebration. That night, the entire Murong family would be in attendance, followed by the distribution of invitations to families that maintained a close relationship with the Murong clan. The bold, gilded characters on the invitations were strikingly prominent. Song Sitong wholeheartedly agreed and expressed her unwavering support for her husband. Chapter 52, Celebration. Popped the champagne soon after, the two became engrossed in preparations, while the servants of the Murong family busied themselves as well. Song Situ approached Murong Qingyu and instructed, "Take Xiao Mo upstairs. I have tailored several outfits for Mo Shi in your room. Bring him up to try them on and select an appropriate formal attire for tonight, as Mo Shi is the star of the evening." With that, she hurried off to attend to other matters. Before long, the Murong residence transformed into a well-oiled machine, as invitations were dispatched one by one. At this moment, Mo Shi was being guided by Murong Qingyu to the upstairs room to choose an outfit. There were casual clothes for everyday wear as well as formal attire suitable for the soiree, a myriad of garments on display. With a light chuckle, Murong Qingyu selected a white suit for Mo Shi to try. As Mo Shi stood before Murong Qingyu, he shed his clothes, his cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Nevertheless, Murong Qingyu assisted him in donning the white suit. This particular suit was casual rather than overly formal, providing a comfortable fit. The fabric was soft, and the design was simple yet tasteful, enhancing Mo Shi's figure splendidly. As Murong Qingyu beheld Mo Shi in formal attire, a rosy hue graced her cheeks. Subsequently, she chose a dress to complement his outfit. At Mo Shi's earnest request, she changed into an exquisite black gown adorned with layers of delicate tulle, sparkling like stars in the night sky. This dress, named Starlight, was also custom-made by a master tailor. Together, they resembled a couple in matching attire. Unconsciously, Mo Shi embraced Murong Qingyu, leaning closer to whisper in her ear, "You are truly beautiful." His hand gently roamed over her form, and he gazed deeply into her autumn-like eyes. The atmosphere in the room shifted as twilight descended. Moments later, they rose from the bed, with Murong Qingyu's skin radiating a lustrous glow, as if rejuvenated, her spirit invigorated. She linked her arm with Mo Shi's as they exited the room, both feeling refreshed. Stepping outside, they found Murong Yunhao and Song Situ had already departed for the venue to greet the invited guests. Realizing the time was drawing near, the pair made their way out, where their driver, Lao Yu, awaited. They climbed into the sleek vehicle and set off towards the hotel, Shihui Tian. Upon arrival, under Lao Yu's guidance, they ascended to the top floor. This expansive venue had been entirely reserved by the Murong family. The ceiling, crafted from transparent materials, allowed a view of the starry sky, and the vast space could comfortably accommodate thousands. As the venue transformed into a lively gathering place, numerous guests mingled within. Murong Yunhao and Song Situ navigated through the crowd, exchanging pleasantries, while Mo Shi and Murong Qingyu inevitably drew the attention of all present, appearing like celestial beings amidst the throng. In an instant, he became the center of attention, while Murong Yunhao greeted those engaged in conversation with his wife before approaching Moxie. Indeed, one's attire speaks volumes, and the transformation into formal wear was strikingly evident. "You two should take a stroll. There's still time before the event begins," Murong Yunhao suggested to Moxie, allowing them to explore at their leisure. Though Moxie felt somewhat out of place in such a setting. Responding to him, she and Murong Qingyu made their way to the area where the refreshments were laid out. After a long afternoon of activities, they had yet to eat, so they were unreserved in their choices. Selecting an array of dishes, they found a spot to sit and began to enjoy their meal, oblivious to the gazes around them. feeding each other with delightful intimacy. This display of affection effectively deterred those nearby who had been eager to strike up a conversation. The arrival of Su Dao from the Su family, accompanied by his wife and daughter, stirred a particularly frenzied reaction among the onlookers, especially the young gentleman. Upon seeing Su Dao, Morong Yunhao engaged him in conversation, while Su Daji peeked out, her little head bobbing as she scanned the crowd, seemingly in search of something. Uncle Morong, Aunt Song, Dad, Mom, I'm going to find Sister Morong, she declared to Morong Yunhao, Song Situ, Su Dao, and Nan Yu, before skipping off towards the focal point of attention. Ah, forgive me, Yunhao, Daji has grown so spirited, Su Dao remarked, sharing a close bond with Morong Yunhao, akin to that of brothers. Haha, what can I say? The youth have their ways of communicating. Listening to our exchanges must be quite dull for them. Let them enjoy their youth, Morong Yunhao replied, waving his hand to indicate they should let the young ones be. Daji's spirited demeanor naturally attracted a crowd, her pink tulle dress making her resemble a princess. Yet her playful antics gave her the essence of a mischievous girl. She bounded over to Moxie, wrapping her arms around her neck. Hee, why are you hiding in this corner, dear husband? You're the star of today? And Moxie, somewhat speechless, effortlessly lifted her and placed her on a nearby chair. What star? The event hasn't even officially begun, so why the rush? Her languid, magnetic voice sent a slight shiver through Su Daji, who had not seen in Moxie all day. Ah, I can't take it anymore, she sighed, leaning against Moxie, her breath fragrant like orchids. This scene left the surrounding crowd in a state of astonishment, particularly the young gentlemen who had accompanied their families. The queen of the Morong family, Morong Qingyu, and the little princess of the Su family, Su Daji, were both captivated by a single man. Who on earth was he? Morong Qingyu smiled gently, then lightly tapped Su Daji on the head. All right, mind your image. After all, we are in a public space. Hee. Su Daji playfully stuck out her little tongue, making a mischievous expression. Soon after, the three settled down, with Su Daji feeling quite satiated from her dinner and not in the least bit hungry. However, witnessing Enmashi and Morong Qingyu indulging in their affection was simply unbearable for her. Consequently, she joined in, continuously feeding Enmashi with delightful morsels. Time passed swiftly, and as the two finished their meal, many others began to arrive, including the venerable elder of the Morong family, Morong Yunlong, and Enmashi's mentor, the esteemed Old Yu. Regrettably, Old Li was unable to attend due to prior commitments. Enmashi approached both Elder Morong and Old Yu to exchange greetings, seeking a quiet corner for conversation, predominantly extending congratulations to Enmashi for her remarkable achievement of securing the top position and earning the prestigious title of the champion. Chapter 53, Arrival of the University Admissions Officers. And Moxie remained composed and unpretentious, delighting the two elder gentlemen with her charm. Soon, the banquet commenced officially. The stage slowly ascended, revealing Morong Yunhao and Song Sitong, who took to the platform to address the attendees. They warmly welcomed everyone to the gathering, celebrating the emergence of a top scholar from the Morong family, a moment that warranted collective rejoicing. Thus, they earnestly invited everyone to partake in this celebration, after which they called forth the esteemed scholar. Following this, Moxie and Morong Qingyu gracefully ascended the stage. After exchanging pleasantries, the surrounding guests expressed their admiration and praise. As they departed from the stage, Moxie sought refuge beside old Master Morong, successfully evading the throngs of attention. However, soon after, Yu Laogue had a few words for her. Come forth, young one. This banquet is quite tedious. Step onto the stage and let me observe your marksmanship training, he urged, striding confidently towards the elevated platform. The crowd took notice of this scene, and Moxie promptly followed suit. Curiosity stirred among the guests regarding the intentions of the elder and the youth. Upon reaching the stage, they brandished their long spears, assuming their stances. You may strike first. Let me see how well you have honed your skills, Yu Laogue instructed, standing poised like an unwavering spear. And Moxie, mirroring his stance, replied, Forgive me, master. Before launching her attack, her spear danced like a nimble dragon, darting unpredictably towards Yu Laogue, who merely flicked his spear with ease, bending it effortlessly at a right angle and countering her strike with a resounding clash. The tip of his spear met Moxie's with precision, sending her weapon vibrating from the impact. Unperturbed, she swiftly adjusted her approach, delivering a powerful downward strike akin to the Huashan split. Yu Laogue responded with a defensive maneuver, his legs kicking the spear's shaft as he adopted a stance to block her formidable assault, though he was forced back a step by its sheer force. "Be cautious," Yulaugwe advised, his spear seemingly adhering to Enmoxi's, inching closer in an attempt to disarm her. Yet, Enmoxi would not relinquish her weapon so readily. With determination, she slammed her spear into the ground, causing a violent tremor that freed her from Yulaugwe's grasp. With renewed vigor, Enmoxi's spear whirled like a fire wheel, pressing forward relentlessly, while Yulaugwe retreated step by step. His spear, like a dragon, emitted fierce brilliance as he launched a direct thrust, planting his spear firmly into the ground for support. He braced himself as Enmoxi's spear, akin to a venomous serpent, was met with resistance. With a resounding clang, her lethal strike was thwarted, and Enmoxi swiftly shifted her footing, extracting her spear from the ground to regain her grip. In that fleeting moment, Yulaugwe's demeanor shifted dramatically. His spear danced with an ethereal grace, now unpredictable in its movements. Enmoxi, undeterred, advanced, her techniques evolving from bold and expansive to a harmonious blend of offensive and defensive strategies. The two engaged in a spirited exchange, with Enmoxi's marksmanship having significantly improved, though still exhibiting slight deficiencies. They were now able to trade blows effectively. Suddenly, Yulaugwe executed a swift maneuver, disarming Enmoxi, causing her long spear to fly from her grasp. The tip of Yulaugwe's spear hovered menacingly at Enmoxi's throat, mere moments away from claiming her life. Following this, Yulaugwe, with his pistol at the ready, remarked, "Well done, it seems you have diligently honed your skills. However, there is still room for improvement. Your talent surpasses mine, and it won't be long before you surpass me entirely." "Thank you, Master," Enmoxi replied, retrieving Mingjun and bowing in respect. The audience, having emerged from their earlier trance, began to applaud, one by one, until the entire venue resonated with applause for the master and apprentice duo. After descending from the stage, the crowd continued to buzz with discussions about their performance. Soon, Morong Yunhao approached, leading Enmoxi to greet the audience, recognizing the importance of establishing connections. Enmoxi complied obediently, following him to engage with the attendees. The celebratory gathering continued until nightfall, under a sky adorned with stars. Enmoxi felt utterly exhausted, more so than after days of fierce battles in the secret realm. Upon the event's conclusion, she vowed never to partake in such festivities again. Without returning home, she accompanied Morong Qingyu to a secluded corner and promptly boarded the Qingfeng battleship. Once in her quarters, Enmoxi collapsed onto her bed and fell into a deep slumber, realizing such social occasions were ill-suited for her. Observing Enmoxi's worn-out demeanor, Morong Qingyu smiled gently and assisted her in changing into sleepwear before retiring herself. As for Sudaji, she insisted on attending, but Enmoxi, citing the unfinished arrangements for her room, declined her request. Without waiting for Sudaji to protest, Enmoxi whisked Morong Qingyu back to the Qingfeng battleship, leaving Sudaji fuming in place, her face resembling a steamed bun in frustration. Enmoxi paid her no mind, her thoughts solely on rest. The following morning, upon waking, the two enjoyed a leisurely breakfast while watching television in the living room. At that moment, Morong Qingyu's wristwatch chimed with a message. Song Sitong initiated a video call, which Morong Qingyu promptly answered, switching to a larger screen. Soon, Song Sitong's image materialized. "Qingyu, you and Moxie should return home. Several prestigious academies have sent admission notifications. Your father insists on declining them, stating he is seeking better options for Moxie, but I thought it best to consult with Moxie first." "All right, we shall return home immediately," Morong Qingyu replied, noticing several unfamiliar faces in the living room, alongside her father, Morong Yunhao. And Moxie then issued a command to the Qingfeng, and moments later, they arrived above the Morong residence. In an instant, they materialized in the courtyard and entered the living room. Inside, 6 instructors awaited them, 4 of whom were men, none particularly striking, and Moxie understood that her companions would likely focus their attention on the female instructors. The remaining 2 instructors from the academies include one from the Northern Lin Academy in the Shanlin region, and the other from the Shanjing Academy in the Shanghai region. The instructor from the Northern Lin Academy, perhaps due to the proximity, presents a refined elegance. White stockings gracefully envelop her pristine legs, complemented by red-soled high heels that harmonize with her professional attire, featuring a white blouse that accentuates her curvaceous figure. Her long hair is neatly tied back, adorned with frameless glasses, and her exquisite features, while slightly less striking than those of Murong Qingyu and Su Daji, still render her a rare beauty. In contrast, the instructor from the Shanjing Academy exudes a wild allure, donning fishnet stockings that cling to her legs, paired with a fitted leather skirt that accentuates her silhouette. Chapter 54. The Academy of Gods. The exquisite waist of the young woman was revealed to the open air, her upper body adorned with a delicate crop top, layered beneath a waist-exposing leather jacket. Her complexion was a rich, sun-kissed hue, and her hair cascaded casually over her shoulders. Her features were remarkably refined, exuding a unique wildness that irresistibly attracted the gaze of men eager to conquer her. The two female instructors each possessed their own charm, capable of drawing throngs of admirers if cast into a crowd. The allure was indeed striking. Upon her arrival, before Moxie could utter a word, she heard Murong Yunhao address her directly. "Moxie, please follow me for a moment. Esteemed teachers, kindly hold on." He escorted Moxie to his study and continued, "Moxie, do you have a preferred academy?" "No," and Moxie replied honestly, as she held no particular affinity for any institution. To her, the benefits offered by the academy were what truly mattered, regardless of its prestige. "Very well, I do not recommend you enter these academies. For there exists a hidden institution on the Shanshan continent, the Academy of Gods. This academy is dedicated solely to the training of deities, with the ambition of nurturing divine beings. Every graduate emerges at a minimum of God level, and one cannot graduate without attaining such a status. Would you be inclined to attend?" Murong Yunhao spoke with conviction, subsequently providing Moxie with further details about the Academy of Gods. Her eyes sparkled with interest. "All right, Father, I shall attend this academy." Laughter erupted from him. "Excellent. I will assist you in declining the others. Also, here is your acceptance letter," he said, presenting her with an acceptance notice emblazoned with gold lettering on a crimson background. Moxie took it and examined it closely. In an instant, the letter transformed into a beam of golden light, entering her wristwatch, which soon displayed a new app. The Academy of Gods was set against a backdrop of twilight, with ruins as its scenery, depicting formidable figures, some floating and others grounded, wielding massive axes. The sight was truly awe-inspiring. As Moxie clicked to explore, a data panel quickly materialized. "Admittee, Moxie examination score. SSR, congratulations on receiving your acceptance to the Academy of Gods. If you wish to enroll, please participate in the preparatory training on September 1st. Moxie glanced at the date. It was currently August 10th, leaving her with more than half a month to prepare. Following was the information regarding the Academy of Gods. Established in the year 63 of the Stellar Era by a prominent leader of the time, the Academy had since cultivated remarkable institutions. It had aided humanity in overcoming numerous calamities. Whenever danger loomed, the Academy of Gods dispatched both students and teachers to battle. The Academy housed the most elite individuals, poised to become the pillars of humanity in the future. Within the Academy, a points system prevailed. Money held no value. One could only earn points through task completion or contributions to the institution. Each new student commenced their journey with 1,000 points, which could be utilized to acquire necessary items or access various training benefits within the academy. Upon venturing outside, Murong Yunhao summarily dismissed the 6 teachers without elaboration, merely uttering the name of the Divine Academy. The teachers exchanged knowing glances, retreating with the understanding that such a prodigy would undoubtedly attract the academy's attention. However, they were motivated by the possibility of a fortunate turn of events, which, regrettably, did not materialize. Once the 6 admission officers departed, Murong Yunhao resumed his discussion with Moxie regarding the previously offered battleship spatial technology. Should he decide to enroll in the Divine Academy, he would opt to convert his assets into points, which would prove far more practical than other rewards. He also conveyed to Moxie the necessity of acquiring sufficient resources for constructing his own battle armor, emphasizing the insatiable demands of the undertaking. While some materials could be procured externally, rarer components could only be exchanged within the academy. Moxie concurred with the idea of converting resources into points, and they now awaited the upcoming training session in a few days. Shortly thereafter, Moxie and Murong Qingyu left the Murong residence to return to the Qingfeng battleship, bringing with them an array of belongings. The Qingfeng battleship, brimming with energy, posed no issues for prolonged flight. For the next month and a half, Moxie and Murong Qingyu reveled in their romantic escapades, basking in each other's company. During this time, and Moxie reached out to Wu Chaojie and Ma Mingming. Discovering that both had achieved commendable results and enrolled in Balin University, though they had not received acceptance letters from the Divine Academy. This news cast a shadow over in Moxie's spirits, as they were among her first friends. Nonetheless, Wu Chaojie reassured her that they could still gather during holidays, especially with the convenience of the teleportation array, which lifted in Moxie's mood considerably. The only downside was that, in a few days, Su Daji incessantly contacted in Moxie and Murong Qingyu, ultimately succeeding in moving onto the Qingfeng battleship. Furthermore, Su Daji had obtained an acceptance letter from the Divine Academy and intended to join in Moxie there, and Moxie promptly selected a room for her on the second floor, immediately securing the elevator to the third floor, rendering it inaccessible to anyone but herself and Murong Qingyu. Consequently, Su Daji's roaming was confined to the second floor, leading to her prolonged sulking, and Moxie's actions were motivated by the desire to avoid disruptions to her intimate moments with Murong Qingyu at night. Was that so wrong? Indeed, it was not. Before long, the day arrived for Moxie and Su Daji to embark on their journey to the Divine Academy, and Moxie gently released Murong Qingyu from her embrace, acutely aware that they were on the verge of parting. Murong Qingyu had exhibited a fervent intensity the previous night and now lay exhausted in sleep, unable to endure the atmosphere, and Moxie decided to slip away quietly with Su Daji, determined not to rouse Murong Qingyu. If a farewell was necessary, the fervor of their previous night could serve as that goodbye. Leaving a note, and Moxie and Su Daji stealthily departed the Qingfeng battleship. After sending messages to Murong Yunhao and Song Sitong, the two arrived at the designated location provided by the academy. Upon their arrival, it was only natural that someone would be present to receive them. The designated coordinates led to a modest military district, which, if one were to highlight its uniqueness, would be the presence of a small teleportation array. After coordinating with the responsible instructor at the meeting point, and Moxie and her companions waited for a brief moment, and soon, everyone had gathered. Together, they stepped onto the diminutive teleportation array within the military district. During this time, Su Daji seemed to sense that Moxie's spirits were not particularly elevated, and thus she quietly took Moxie's hand, remaining by her side in silent companionship. Chapter 55. The training base hidden in the secret mountain. The crowd was indeed captivated by the stunning beauty of the two individuals. Yet there was no instance of foolish provocation, perhaps due to Moxie's overwhelming allure or some other reason. After passing through the teleportation array, a dizzying swirl of sensations enveloped them, and soon Moxie and her companions found themselves in an unfamiliar mountainous region. Before them loomed a majestic mountain, surrounded by a plethora of trees. Their instructor appeared, guiding them towards the imposing mountain ahead. This place served as a military base within the secret realm, where they would undergo a month-long intensive training. Ultimately, the most gifted among them would be crowned the Rookie King. Here lay their sole opportunity to effortlessly earn points. Upon entry, a dedicated instructor would elucidate the details. "Now, follow me in," the middle-aged instructor announced, floating through the air, leading the group towards the mountain. Indeed, this instructor was clearly of the king level or higher, as aerial flight was a hallmark of such prowess. This revelation astonished the students. It was evident that even the most casual instructor at the Divine Academy was of a minimum king level, underscoring the institution's formidable reputation. As they approached the mountain, the rock face unexpectedly extended outward and shifted to the sides, revealing a mechanical door 10 meters high and 5 meters wide. Inside lay a technologically advanced base, its walls forged from an unknown alloy, exuding an aura of unparalleled sturdiness. Several figures stood within, and a tall, rugged man stepped forward to greet them. Instantly, a palpable aura of menace, mingled with the scent of blood, wafted towards the students. Most of the trainees visibly paled, yet Moxie, Su Daji, and a handful of others remained unfazed. "Greetings, little rascals. Welcome to hell. I am your hand-to-hand combat instructor for the next month, Lu Wudi. You may call me Teacher Lu, though I prefer the term melee. True combat is all about the clash of fists and flesh. Feel free to inquire about various techniques involving punches, palms, elbows, legs, and feet, among others. Following this, there will be an assessment. Should any of you endure for 10 minutes under my onslaught, I shall award you a grade of A, survive for half an hour, and you shall receive an S grade. These ratings are crucial for earning points." With that, the instructor stepped back, arms crossed, emanating an aura of terror merely by his presence. Next, Another female instructor stepped forward, adorned in a blue floral cheapao, her golden locks cascading elegantly, her features exquisitely defined. With a tall, curvaceous figure, her long legs were encased in black stockings, accentuated by high-heeled shoes. Hello, I am your talent instructor, Bai Ji. My ability is simulation. I can replicate your talents and am well-versed in various questions regarding them. Should you achieve an A rating under my guidance, you will earn 500 points. An S rating will grant you 1,000 points. After delivering her introduction, she too stepped back. Another female instructor approached, her long hair styled in a spirited high ponytail. Her delicate visage reminiscent of a high school girl, exuding purity and charm. Clad in a pristine white t-shirt that accentuated her figure, and fitted denim jeans that showcased her curvaceous hips, she walked with a lively sway, her feet adorned with white sneakers. One might easily mistake her for a fellow student rather than a teacher, were it not for her recent emergence from the faculty's quarters. Greetings, everyone. I am your weaponry instructor, Bai Chi, proficient in the art of various weapons, including but not limited to swords, guns, spears, axes, halberds, hooks, forks, whips, maces, hammers, and claws. Recently, I have also stumbled upon a fascinating martial art known as the 18 Styles of Awe, which I am currently exploring. My weapon of choice is the longsword. As for assessments, you are invited to challenge me using your preferred weapon, and I shall match you with the same. A 5-minute bout will earn you an A grade, while a 15-minute engagement will qualify for an S grade. With that, Instructor Bai Chi turned back to join her fellow teachers, prompting the leading instructor, Lu Wudi, to step forward once more. Indeed, you can acquire points not only through challenges against us, but also by utilizing various apparatuses in the training area, such as strength tests, reaction tests, and physical endurance tests. Exceptional performance will yield commendable scores. Additionally, we have a ranking system. Consultation with us is not without cost. To ascend the leaderboard, one must strive to hunt extraordinary beasts. Every Monday at noon, the leaderboard resets, and the top position grants you 3 consultation opportunities with each instructor, along with a reward of 1,000 points. The second position earns 2 consultations and 800 points, and so forth. Those ranked beyond the top 3 will receive only 1 consultation, regardless of instructor, and gain 300 points. The 4th place receives 200. The 5th 100, while those ranked 6th to 10th will only have 1 consultation opportunity without points. Tomorrow marks the beginning of a 3-day intensive training session, after which you will be free to showcase your abilities. Furthermore, be reminded that among the over 500 of you, the bottom 5 on the leaderboard each week will face elimination, losing the chance to enter the ranks of divine scholars. Now, you are dismissed. The map has been transmitted to your wristwatches for your navigation. With that, Lu Wudi and the instructors took flight, leaving the students in a state of shock. After all, their teachers were no less than kings in their prowess, and even the might of their instructors failed to astonish them, unless they were of imperial caliber, an unlikely prospect. Gradually, the students dispersed in small groups, following the directions provided by their wristwatches to locate their living quarters. And Mo Shi and Su Daji wandered through the military district, discovering that the area was quite expansive, seemingly carved out of an entire mountain to establish this base. They soon found their designated living quarters, which were decent enough. Each student had a private room, spacious enough to accommodate a bed, a desk, a chair, a bookshelf, and a wardrobe, nothing more. Fortunately, the room is equipped with a private bathroom, which is quite pleasant, as it eliminates the need to search for a place to bathe. In Mo, she retrieved linens and bedding from her space to make the bed, and then proceeded to fill the bookshelf to the brim with her collection of books. The shelf boasted a diverse array of literature, encompassing works from before and after the dawn of the new century, as well as those she acquired aboard the Qingfeng warship, which she meticulously transcribed after having been scanned by the ship's system. In Mo, she's favorite pastimes are limited to 3 pursuits: cultivation, reading, and sleeping, and by sleeping, I mean genuine rest. So let there be no misinterpretation. Just as she was about to lie down for a moment of respite, a knock echoed from the door. Chapter 56. The arrival of Bijia in this moment, and Moxie found herself in the company of only Su Daji, as she recognized no one else. The only person likely to knock on her door now was indeed Su Daji. Upon opening the door, and Moxie did not even glance back, turning instead to step into her room directly. She chose not to recline on her bed, but rather seated herself at the writing desk, picking up a book to peruse, casually stating, "Come in, what brings you here?" The woman at the door stood momentarily dazed, gazing blankly at Moxie. This was none other than Bijia, the gifted instructor who had returned to guide them. Had she foreseen my arrival? Bijia mused silently before following Moxie into the room. As Bijia entered, her golden hair shimmered brilliantly under the sunlight, and a unique fragrance wafted through the air, filling the room with a gentle allure. Meanwhile, Sudaji was engaged in a fierce struggle with her bedding, grappling with the sheets and blankets that seemed determined to elude her grasp. As she pulled at one corner, another would escape, provoking her to grit her teeth in frustration. Seated in her chair with her legs crossed, Moxie was engrossed in the book before her, which was a collection titled 300 Tang Poems, containing a myriad of exquisite verses that captivated her heart. The reason for Bijia's return was her prior knowledge of the extraordinary talent possessed by this year's top scholar. According to reports, his ability was one of devouring. However, during the entrance examination, he had not utilized this talent. Instead, he had harnessed a peculiar energy. Bijia had viewed the examination footage and was now intrigued by Moxie. Upon entering Moxie's room, she noted that it had been tidied up in a short span of time, with the bookshelf brimming with volumes. As the instructor, she was aware that the dormitories did not provide an abundance of books for the students. Thus, these must surely belong to the young man before her. Are you a dual-talented individual? Bijia's cool voice resonated in the air, and Moxie was momentarily taken aback, turning to find the golden-haired beauty, clad in a qipao, perched on her bed. Regaining her composure, a sense of vigilance arose within her. Why do you say that, Teacher Bijia? During your entrance examination, you did not employ the devouring talent, did you? To my knowledge, while the devouring ability may manifest in various forms, it does not allow for transformation. Bijia sat gracefully on the bed, her flawless legs crossed elegantly, illuminated by the light in a way that made them difficult to gaze upon directly. The contrast of her fair skin against the black stockings was utterly enchanting. And Moxie, however, did not look up but remained focused on her book, lazily replying, Teacher Bijia, you overthink. What I utilized was not a talent but a unique technique, one that, when fully cultivated, can bring about significant transformations to the body. Oh, is that so? Bijia responded, skepticism lacing her tone. While some techniques might induce various reactions in the body, they could not fundamentally alter one's abilities. The dark energy Moxie had wielded was certainly not something mere techniques could reshape. In the shadows, Bijia clandestinely employed her innate talent to simulate the abilities of Moxie. This ability allowed her to replicate any individual's powers. Against the weak, she could swiftly eliminate them, while with the strong, she could engage in an even contest, provided her physical strength matched theirs. Even in the presence of a deity, she would dare to challenge, maintaining a balance. Before long, Bijia successfully simulated one of Moxie's talents, which transformed her own ability. However, it was not the thought of divine demons, but rather the indestructible body. In an instant, Bijia comprehended the significance of this newfound talent. And Moxie's expression shifted as he turned his gaze towards Bijia. In that fleeting moment, he experienced an unusual sensation. Recalling Bijia's earlier explanation that her talent was one of simulation, therein lay the truth. Her simulation ability could emulate any talent. With keen eyes, Moxie noticed the black patterns creeping over his skin, hidden beneath his garments. His muscles tensed, ready for battle or a hasty retreat. After all, his talent was exceedingly formidable, capable of devouring everything, including the abilities of others. He was uncertain what consequences awaited him if discovered, and the thought of being subjected to dissection for research was daunting, prompting him to proceed with caution. Bijia also observed Moxie's tense demeanor and, upon regaining her composure from the initial shock, chuckled softly. You need not be so anxious. Every student at the Academy of the Gods possesses unique attributes, and the institution refrains from prying into the secrets of its pupils. I am merely here out of curiosity, as I delve deeply into the study of various talents. Instances of dual talents have indeed occurred before, with a smile that seemed to melt the ice between them. Bijia's beauty was reminiscent of a captivating phrase Moxie had once read, a smile that captivates a city, a grin that enchants a nation. He felt that this saying perfectly encapsulated the situation. However, Moxie remained silent. Bijia continued, you are indeed shrouded in secrets, which only heightens my curiosity about you. Very well, I shall not intrude further. Should you have any queries regarding today's encounter, feel free to visit me at my residence. I shall be glad to provide clarity. As she spoke, her delicate hand glided across her leg, adorned in black silk, accompanied by a playful smile that stirred Mashi's blood. Subsequently, she rose and exited the room, prompting Mashi to finally set down his book and stand up. Watching Bijia's departing figure, Mashi fell into deep contemplation. He was unaware of which of his talents Bijia had nearly replicated, yet the thought of her successfully mimicking his devouring ability filled him with trepidation. He whispered a hope that it was not the case. Closing the door behind him, he lay upon his bed, oblivious to the fact that Bijia had indeed come perilously close to simulating his devouring talent, only to be thwarted by a mysterious force that obscured it, rendering Bijia's simulation ineffective. As he lay in bed, Mashi gradually succumbed to sleep, accustomed to maintaining his body in peak condition at all times. Sleep, he believed, was the finest method of rest, yet even in slumber, every movement around him remained under his vigilant observation. Awakening at any moment, one does not succumb to deep slumber, for in the ancient ruins, should one fall into profound sleep, the ability to awaken becomes a matter of uncertainty. And Moxie has consistently upheld this commendable habit. As the twilight descended, a knock echoed at the door, prompting Moxie to awaken instantly, devoid of any lingering drowsiness. Upon opening the door, she beheld Su Daji standing outside, her countenance rather disheveled, her hair slightly tousled, resembling a kitten that had just tumbled about on a bed. Without waiting for Moxie to utter a word, Su Daji swiftly entered her chamber. Chapter 57. Oh, what a stench gazing upon Moxie's room, impeccably organized. With her bed meticulously arranged, devoid of any wrinkles, a slight indentation on the soft pillow indicated the spot where Moxie had just rested her head. Yet to regain its original shape, Su Daji, without hesitation, sprawled across Moxie's bed. After spending an afternoon tidying up her own room, only to find her bedclothes in disarray, she had rushed to Moxie's room without tending to the rest. The remaining luggage was stored in her own space, which proved to be a more convenient option. At this moment, lying on Moxie's bed and inhaling the unique fragrance that belonged solely to her, a smile finally graced Su Daji's face. He. Uncontrollable tears streamed from the corners of her mouth as she rolled around the bed, clutching the comforter. Her laughter resonating like that of a lovesick girl engaged in some unspeakable antics. And Moxie, observing the antics of the increasingly erratic Su Daji, felt a mix of bemusement and exasperation. The bed she had meticulously arranged would require reorganization once more due to Su Daji's playful disruptions. Sitting in a chair, she glanced at her wristwatch, noting that it was already past 7 in the evening, dinner time. Watching Su Daji continue to giggle and roll on her bed, Moxie resignedly picked up a book to read, deciding to wait a little longer to address the situation. Once Su Daji grew tired from her frolicking, Moxie took her by the hand and led her to the dining hall. The meals served in the dining hall were quite lavish. Though they may not have appeared exquisite, the dishes were substantial, crafted from genuine exotic beast meat, and the flavor was commendable. However, they offered no additional benefits. The dining hall also provided other complimentary meals, including a blood replenishment set for 10 points, made entirely from high-quality exotic beast meat, which could mildly enhance vitality and was, naturally, far superior in taste to ordinary exotic beast dishes. The second option consisted of spiritual cuisine crafted from royal-level beast meat, mixed with various spiritual herbs and rare ingredients. Priced at 100 points. The chefs who prepared such exquisite dishes were no ordinary individuals. The least among them were royal-level spiritual chefs. Such meals, prepared by royal chefs, were exceedingly rare outside, and purchasing them at the Academy of Gods would cost 500 points, 5 times the price. However, on the first day, everyone was without points and could only partake in the complimentary fare. After finishing dinner and returning to her room with Su Daji, Moxie had just opened the door when Su Daji darted inside, immediately resuming her position on Moxie's bed, clutching the comforter. Upon removing her shoes, she revealed her delicate feet clad in white stockings. Today, Su Daji wore white stockings paired with black boots, a charming JK skirt, and a shirt, her twin ponytails swaying as she rolled about. Yet, perhaps due to the stuffiness of her boots, a distinct odor wafted through the room as Su Daji removed them. She extended her slender hand to rub the white stockings between her toes, then brought her hand to her nose, instantly invigorated by the scent. Oh, what a stench! With a dismissive flick of her hand, she placed her delicate feet upon the bed. As Moxie entered the room, closing the door behind her, she was greeted by the sight of Su Daji having already removed her boots. A pungent aroma wafted into Moxie's nostrils, causing her to wrinkle her brow. Observing Sudaji's dainty feet clad in white stockings, Moxie remarked, "How revolting. Shouldn't a little fairy's feet be fragrant? Go wash them immediately. The room has become unbearable." As she spoke, Moxie exaggeratedly covered her mouth and nose with her hand. She then tossed Sudaji's boots into the shoe cabinet in the bathroom and activated the cleaning function. Truth be told, Sudaji's feet did not truly smell. They merely bore a hint of sourness from a day spent in confinement, accumulating a bit of sweat. Ridiculous. They do not stink. Come and sniff for yourself. Sudaji raised her porcelain foot towards Moxie. Seizing the opportunity, Moxie playfully scratched the sole of her foot, eliciting a peal of melodic laughter from Sudaji as she rolled on the bed, struggling beneath the covers. "Ha! No, ha! Stop! Ha! I was wrong, I'll wash them." Ultimately, this playful skirmish concluded with Sudaji's surrender. Pouting adorably, she huffed softly before retreating to the bathroom to wash her feet. After smoothing the bed linens, Moxie activated the air purification system in the room. Soon, the unpleasant odor dissipated, replaced by a subtle fragrance. Meanwhile, in the bathroom, Sudaji, pouting her lips, lifted her leg to cautiously sniff again, detecting a faint sourness that made her delicate brows furrow slightly. She discarded her white stockings, revealing her long, slender, flawless legs. After tossing the stockings onto the floor, she pondered for a moment before deciding to remove her clothing entirely and began to bathe. The sound of water cascading echoing in the air as droplets glided down her fair skin. With a cheerful hum, Sudaji sang, "Hum, I love bathing. My skin feels splendid. Ah, I adore bathing. My skin feels exquisite." Her bright melody revealed her joyful mood. Moxie, seated at her desk, resumed reading a book she had previously started. Moments later, Sudaji emerged from the bathroom clad in an adorable fox-themed nightgown, complete with fluffy fox ears perched atop her head and trailing 9 plush tails behind her. Noticing Moxie engrossed in her reading, Sudaji playfully clung to his back. "Hee, darling, don't you think my nightgown is lovely?" Moxie swatted her mischievous hand away, casting a sidelong glance. He couldn't deny that the outfit suited Sudaji remarkably well. Her innate charm and captivating fox-like eyes were utterly enchanting, reminiscent of a fox spirit. Nevertheless, he feigned indifference, replying, "It looks nice. Now, please return to your room." He knew that if he did not adopt such a demeanor, she would undoubtedly take advantage of the situation. And with training scheduled for the next day, frivolity was not an option. Unfazed by the playful reprimand, Sudaji leaped down from Moxie's back, her bare feet touching the floor. With a leap, she dove into the bed, exclaiming, "No, I refuse. My dear husband, I have recently been diligently studying. Why not test the fruits of my labor?" As she spoke, she playfully extended her tongue to lick her petite nose, revealing a surprising length that had gone unnoticed before. She, undeterred, continued to immerse herself in her book, while Sudaji circled around her, unfazed by the lack of response. As the evening wore on, after several unsuccessful attempts to dissuade Sudaji from clinging to the bed like a raccoon, she resigned herself to her presence, though she issued a gentle warning. "No fidgeting tonight. Be good and sleep. We have training to attend to tomorrow." "All right." Upon hearing she's consent for her to stay, Sudaji sprang from the bed, striking a victorious pose. "Hurry and lie down. I'm turning off the lights." With that, she lay back, embracing Sudaji as the lights in the room dimmed. Once darkness enveloped them, Sudaji began to stir restlessly, her small hand wandering across she's form. The night was tranquil, with a few clouds drifting lazily across the sky, the moon shyly retreating behind them, as if blushing at the scene unfolding within the room. Chapter 58. Indeed powerful the myriad of techniques, such as ice and fire, and the nimble moves of Tiantian Mitong and Guodong truly left Moxie utterly overwhelmed. The following morning, Sudaji lay soundly asleep in Moxie's embrace, exhausted from their fierce battle the previous night. She had relentlessly attacked Moxie, and after an entire night of combat, she ultimately succumbed to defeat. No wonder Sister Qingyu remarked on his strength. It was indeed formidable. Upon awakening, Moxie glanced at his wrist. It was 6:50 a.m., and the assembly time was set for 8 o'clock a.m. He gently tapped Sudaji, who was sprawled atop him. The curve of her figure was delightful to the touch. Sudaji stirred awake, her eyes still heavy with sleep, and rubbed them as she sat up. Is it morning already?" she murmured, her drowsy demeanor adding to her charm. All right, rise and shine. Let us have breakfast before the assembly, and Moxie encouraged. After both freshened up in the bathroom and donned their attire, they made their way to the cafeteria for a complimentary breakfast. By 7:40 a.m., and Moxie sat patiently waiting for Sue Dodgy to finish her meal. Once she had, she playfully pecked his lips, inciting envy among the onlooking single observers who instantly turned into sour lemons. And Moxie paid little heed to their envious gazes as he took Sue Dodgy's hand, helping her remove a grain of rice that had lodged itself at the corner of her mouth. He consumed it himself and then playfully brushed her little nose, saying, "Mind your eating, you've got food on your lips." Hee, I was just too hungry and rushed a bit, Sue Dodgy pouted adorably. And Moxie contemplated the events of the previous night, but chose not to comment further. The couple's affectionate display felt like a mouthful of dog food, impossible to avoid consuming. As they departed the cafeteria and arrived at the assembly ground, a steel-forged indoor arena awaited them. The entire space gleamed with a silver luminescence, and the ground was cushioned with rubber flooring. With about 10 minutes until assembly, several instructors had already arrived. G discreetly winked at Moxie, though no one noticed. He did not respond, merely standing in line with Sue Dodgy. Indeed, the students who made it to this point were far from ordinary. With just 5 minutes remaining until the assembly, 500 students had gathered, forming neat ranks. The caliber of those who came here, both in quality and talent, marked them as the elite of their cohort. After all, the students trained by the Academy of the Gods were destined to become the pillars of the future Shamlan continent. Of course, exceptional talent was not the sole criterion. Character was equally paramount. It would be a misfortune to cultivate a talent only to discover they were rebellious in nature. Thus, every student admitted to the Academy of the Gods had undergone meticulous scrutiny regarding their background. Even their lineage was investigated thoroughly. Any blemish would result in disqualification. In the initial stage, the participants found themselves unable to progress, and the current setting wherein Moxie and her companions resided was indeed the second stage. As long as they managed to endure until the end without being eliminated, they would gain entry into the realm of the divine scholars. Every Monday, a points-based elimination would take place, consisting of 3 rounds. The first round would see 5 eliminated, the second 10, and the third 15. Ultimately, 30 individuals would face elimination. While 30 out of 500 may seem a modest number, it is essential to consider the caliber of individuals involved. All present were prodigies of the same cohort. Hence, the intensity of competition would be exceedingly fierce, compounded by numerous covert elimination rules. For instance, should one fall to a beast during the hunt, they would undoubtedly be regarded as eliminated, would they not? At precisely 8 o'clock, Lou Woody emerged, his imposing figure instilling a profound sense of pressure among the crowd. He calmly addressed them. "Very well, none of you have arrived late. You should indeed feel fortunate for adhering to the rules. Otherwise, this morning, you would have been the first to face elimination." After surveying the assembly, he continued, "Shortly, a life and death agreement will be sent to your wristwatches. During the special training, you are to enter the secret realm to hunt beasts, but do be aware, you may also fall prey to them. The roles of hunter and quarry can shift in an instant, and death is an inevitability. If you feel prepared to embrace this fate, you may proceed to sign the agreement. However, if you lack the confidence, now is the time to step forward and choose to withdraw." Upon concluding his remarks, Lou Woody fell silent, and the 3 instructors remained equally mute, standing before the students. And Moxie glanced at her wristwatch and indeed found a life and death agreement awaiting her signature. Without a moment's hesitation, she signed it. Sue Dodgy, standing beside Moxie, observed this scene and, despite her initial hesitation, was inspired by Moxie's decisive action, promptly signing her own name as well. While some signed with resolve, others exhibited indecision. In a brief moment, a young man stepped forward, declaring, "I withdraw." His voice trembled slightly, and upon Lou Woody's gesture, he moved to stand on the opposite side. Perhaps emboldened by this first declaration, others soon followed suit, ultimately resulting in 159 withdrawals, leaving 341 participants remaining. It was evident that other elimination rules were at play, as all remaining individuals signed the life and death agreement. Lou Woody waved his hand, and individuals were promptly dispatched to escort the withdrawing students away. For them, perhaps opting for a tranquil life at an ordinary academy was the preferable choice. "Excellent," he proclaimed. "The rest of you have prepared yourselves for the inevitability of death. Engaging in combat with beasts will invariably lead to such outcomes. You have 3 days to seize the opportunity to challenge us. Any future challenges will only be permissible upon the conclusion of your special training. Today marks the first day, and I shall lead you. Each of you will have the opportunity to challenge me today, receive a rating, and thereby earn points. Subsequently, Beiji and Baichi departed, and I shall now elucidate some fundamental principles of close combat. Lu Wudi stepped before the assembly, and thereafter, the group demonstrated 2 techniques. Channeling their vitality into their arms and fists. With a swift strike, this punch was executed solely through sheer physical strength, devoid of any spiritual energy. Remarkably, the blow produced a sonic boom, and the force of the punch surged forth, colliding violently with a nearby steel wall. A depression formed upon impact, resonating with a thunderous sound that left the onlookers momentarily dazed. At times, engaging in close combat proves to be more advantageous than wielding a weapon, particularly in environments where the use of arms is impractical. Chapter 59. Iron Bull, a man of raw strength in this world. One's physical form is the only aspect one can wholly trust. In close combat, the body serves as a valve, allowing the vital energy to flow like gas. By channeling this energy into the fists, feet, elbows, and knees, one can unleash a powerful surge of force by momentarily opening this valve, achieving an element of surprise and significantly amplifying the strength of the attack. You may wish to try this technique. Thus, Lu Wudi shared numerous insights on close combat before commencing the challenge. He further declared, "During your attempts, I will restrain my own realm and physical prowess to match yours. You need not fear engaging with me, yet do not expect any leniency." A muscular student stepped forward, seemingly in his mid-teens, yet sporting a long beard. His hair, wild and abundant, was tied back with a small elastic band. "Teacher Lu, I am Iron Bull, here to give it a try." Towering and robust, his taut muscles glistened under the light, his dark skin contrasting sharply with his physique. Lu Wudi assessed Iron Bull with a nod, recognizing his potential as a formidable close combatant. "Ah, Iron Bull, you are indeed a man of raw strength. Please bear with me," he replied with a hint of amusement. With that, Iron Bull charged at Lu Wudi, roaring like a rampaging bull. The two clashed fiercely, their energies erupting violently. "Good lad, you truly embody the strength of a bull. This power is quite remarkable," Lu Wudi mused, maintaining his composure. They exchanged blows. Iron Bull, with his immense strength, managed to hold his ground against Lu Wudi for a while. However, after a brief struggle, he was ultimately defeated, his dark arms hanging limply as if dislocated. Yet, he earned an A-grade score, which sparked a sense of confidence among the onlookers, prompting many to believe they could achieve similar feats. Soon, numerous students, brimming with self-assurance in their physical capabilities, rose to challenge Lu Wudi. However, most were unable to withstand a single punch from him, as his formidable strength shattered their arms with ease. The spectators pondered the true nature of Iron Bull, wondering what kind of creature he was. Fortunately, the training uniforms worn by the students were crafted from special materials, ensuring they remained unscathed. Observing the dwindling willingness among the students to challenge Lu Wudi, and Mashi stepped forward, his sturdy physique accentuating the training attire. "Teacher Lu, please enlighten me," he said, cupping his fists in respect before taking a stance. "Come forth, young man," Lu Wudi replied, standing firm without any defensive posture. "Pardon me," and Mashi declared, channeling his energy as he launched himself forward, leaving a blur in his wake. He materialized before Lu Wudi, his energy coiling into his fist. A thunderous roar of air following the explosive impact. The force of his punch rivaled that of Lu Wudi's earlier demonstration. Yet, Lu Wudi was no mere spectacle. He raised his arm, utilizing technique to deflect the force. His palm struck in Mashi's wrist, skillfully dissipating the power in a maneuver known as palm defense. Easily evading the punch thrown by Moxie, Lu Wudi swiftly counterattacked. And Moxie, having anticipated this, dove low to avoid the strike and retaliated with 2 rapid punches directed at Lu Wudi's side. Unfortunately, these punches lacked power due to their hasty execution. Lu Wudi merely let out a soft grunt before leveraging his waist to launch a powerful swing towards Moxie, demonstrating his learned skills. And Moxie deftly parried the force of the blow and executed a side kick that appeared aimed at Lu Wudi's leg, only to suddenly alter its trajectory. The kick landed squarely on Lu Wudi's waist, this strike far more potent than the previous ones. The force surged through him like a roaring dragon, causing Lu Wudi to stagger back a few steps while rubbing his side. "You little rascal, quite cunning," But I admire that, he remarked, as he strove to control the surging energy within him, guarding his waist. Around them, the other students stifled their laughter, their faces flushed, torn between amusement and restraint. They silently resolved that this young man was indeed quite devious. Lu Wudi charged at Moxie with an aggressive demeanor, his fists enveloped in a layer of vital energy, indicating his seriousness. Yet Moxie remained undaunted, confident in his close combat advantage. With a leftward dodge, Moxie was well prepared this time, infusing his fist with vital energy. This energy transformed into a sharp spike, and without hesitation, he struck Lu Wudi's waist. The spike collided with Lu Wudi's protective barrier, shattering it. And Moxie's own spike dissipated as well. Nevertheless, the vital energy contained within his punch remained intact. He delivered a heavy blow once more to Lu Wudi's waist, the pain forcing Lu Wudi to clutch his side and step back. "You slippery little eel. Why do you insist on targeting my waist?" Lu Wudi exclaimed, a mix of irritation and astonishment evident in his voice. After years of teaching, he had never encountered a student quite like this one, who not only made him look foolish but also evaded his strikes with such agility while persistently assaulting his vulnerable spot. "My apologies, it's just a habit." And Moxie casually waved his hand, admitting that he indeed had a tendency to strike at his opponent's weaknesses. His initial success in targeting Lu Wudi's waist set the tone for their ensuing exchanges, as he continued to press the attack. Once again, Lu Wudi, having regained his composure, charged at Moxie. The mere sight of Moxie made Lu Wudi acutely aware of a lingering pain in his waist. The two resumed their fierce confrontation. And after Moxie landed another 2 blows to Lu Wudi's waist, the pain visibly altered Lu Wudi's expression. "Enough. Let's face off directly now, no more dodging," Lu Wudi, vexed and slightly embarrassed, declared, resorting to a more straightforward approach. "Very well," and Moxie replied coolly, accepting the challenge as they resumed their fierce engagement, this time without any evasive maneuvers. Instead, she engaged in a fierce confrontation with Lu Wudi, relishing the exhilarating sensation of each punch landing with force. Nevertheless, Moxie relentlessly targeted Lu Wudi's midsection. "Indeed, I had merely agreed to a formal duel, but I never stated that I would refrain from striking your vulnerable areas." Braving Lu Wudi's assaults, Moxie concentrated her vital energy into her fists, persistently battering his sides. It was not a matter of malicious intent on Moxie's part. Rather, deviating from her current strategy would jeopardize her ability to endure the fight. As they momentarily separated, Lu Wudi clutched his midsection, moving gently. Meanwhile, Moxie initially stood calmly in place, only to suddenly convulse as if her entire body were cramping. Chapter 60. The test of physical strength, continuously massaging the bruised areas of his body that had been struck by Lu Wudi, where the muscles ached and the skin had turned a shade of purple, Moxie steadied himself once more. This time, he took the initiative to strike. Hey. Hold on. Kid, you're quite impressive. I'll give you an S rating," Lu Wudi interjected, halting the fiercely charging Moxie in front of him. He promptly assigned the score, concerned that if Moxie continued to attack with such vigor, his kidneys might be in jeopardy. "Isn't that a bit excessive, Teacher Lu?" Moxie inquired hesitantly, pausing. "Not at all. They have no objections. This is what you deserve, wouldn't you agree?" Lu Wudi replied, glancing at the other students. Upon meeting Lu Wudi's fierce gaze, the students quickly nodded in agreement, indicating they had no objections. Goodness gracious, who would dare to voice any dissent? Moxie then suggested, "Perhaps, Teacher Lu, let us reconsider. I believe I could achieve an even better score." With that, he adopted an aggressive stance once more, preparing to strike. Stop. I'll give you an SS rating. I can't give you any higher." Meanwhile, Lu Wudi inwardly grumbled that if it weren't for the need to suppress both his strength and physique, this young man would surely seize the opportunity to unleash a fierce assault on him. Since Teacher Lu was so enthusiastic, to refuse would be impolite. "I wonder how many points the SS rating is worth." Moxie retreated, aware that his current performance was made possible only by Lu Wudi's dual suppression of strength and physique, allowing him to confront Lu Wudi with his own formidable body. 5,000 points. Now scram. Lu Wudi's mood was rather irritable, and he spoke to the cunning Moxie with a tone lacking in warmth. "All right, thank you, Teacher Lu." Moxie clasped his fists and returned to his place, having successfully earned an SS rating and 5,000 points, which he took in stride. He joyfully returned to Su Daji's side. Lu Wudi, observing Moxie, Couldn't he help but smile softly and murmured, "Good lad, with such a disposition. You will surely survive." He then raised his voice and proclaimed, "You little rascals, disperse. We'll reconvene at 2 in the afternoon for the physical strength test." With that, Lu Wudi covered his ribs and swiftly departed. The students exchanged glances, stifling laughter, but as Lu Wudi left, the laughter erupted. And Moshi chuckled as well and said to Sudaji, "Come, I'll treat you to a grand feast." He led her toward the cafeteria, where he promptly ordered 2 lavish meals worth 100 points each. Transferring the points via his wrist device, he found a spot to sit. Soon after, cafeteria staff delivered 2 fragrant dishes. With 5 dishes and a soup, each plate was a feast for the senses, and the pure white soup wafted a delightful aroma. An mo she merely inhaled, and soon she felt the stirring of her internal energy and blood. Indeed, this meal was extraordinary. Under the envious gazes of the crowd, an mo she and Sudaji savored the sumptuous dishes with delight. On this day, only a handful of individuals, merely a few dozen, earned points, and thus, only they were privy to such lavish cuisine. Iron Bull, in a cheerful mood, indulged in a luxurious meal worth 100 points, blissfully devouring it without a care in the world. The remaining few who had gained points chose not to spend them, opting instead to save their rewards. Meanwhile, an mo she, having amassed 5,000 points, felt no need to hoard them like the others. Iron Bull, blissfully oblivious, continued to feast. After lunch, an mo she lay on her bed, preparing to rest, as it was already 12:30. They had taken nearly an hour for the meal, with the gathering having disbanded around 11. Just then, Sudaji leaped onto her, planting a tender kiss on an mo she's lips, intending to descend further. An mo she swiftly embraced her, saying, "We still have training this afternoon. We are running out of time." After a moment's contemplation, Sudaji reluctantly relented, albeit with a hint of dissatisfaction. "Fine." Holding the now docile Sudaji, they rested for about an hour, guided by her wristwatch. They proceeded to the physical strength testing area, where several individuals had already gathered. With 3 minutes remaining until the assembly time, a few chatted amiably. Lu Wudi noted the group had assembled but remained inactive until the clock struck 2. He then spoke. "This afternoon's training involves entering the testing apparatus to assess your physical strength. A robust physique will earn you points and serve as an excellent opportunity to enhance your physical abilities. Typically, entry requires 100 points, so cherish this rare chance." His gaze lingered meaningfully on an mo she before announcing the commencement. One by one, the students queued to enter. Scores varied widely. Some received Fs, some Ds, those majoring in the spiritual realm, while others specializing in physical training garnered higher scores, including As and even Ss. Soon, it was Sudaji's turn. She entered the apparatus and emerged about 10 minutes later with a score of B. Although her primary focus was on mental prowess, her experiences during the last examination had evidently prompted her to bolster her physical training. No wonder in mo she had felt her abdominal muscles last night. Though she did not receive points, Sudaji's physical improvement brought an mo she great satisfaction, as it is well known that a stronger body equates to better stamina. When it was an mo she's turn, she entered the apparatus, where the internal pressure gradually escalated. She realized this was akin to a gravity chamber. Utilizing gravitational forces to alter pressure, as time progressed, the gravity intensified. Feeling the surrounding pressure mounting, an mo she sensed it had likely reached double the normal gravity. She then positioned herself on the ground and began performing push-ups. And Moshi felt as though the very air surrounding her was incessantly compressing against her body. After half an hour, she sensed the rigidity beginning to encase her form. At this moment, the gravitational force must have escalated to twice its normal intensity. Yet, Moshi did not halt her push-ups. Another 30 minutes elapsed, during which her capillaries began to rupture, and thin streams of blood seeped forth. The gravity now seemed to have reached approximately 5 times its usual weight. The surrounding gravitational force continued to amplify, reaching 6 times, and Moshi found herself overwhelmed. After all, aboard the Qingfeng battleship, she had only acclimatized to a gravitational force of 9 times. It was not that she could not persevere further, but rather that the gravity chamber aboard the Qingfeng battleship was limited to a maximum of 9 times. Chapter 61. Breaking through to the initial stage of the candidate level as the gravity intensified to 8 times its normal weight. And Moshi had transformed into a figure drenched in blood, yet he persistently continued performing push-ups. Despite the tremors coursing through his arms, he remained steadfast, executing one push-up after another. The gravitational force continued to rise steadily, while Lu Wudi observed Mashi from outside, murmuring to himself, "What a remarkable talent! Such unwavering perseverance indeed marks a promising cultivator." At 9 times the gravity, Mashi clung to his willpower to continue, though his pace had noticeably slowed. With the pressure escalating, it eventually reached 10 times the normal weight. In an instant, the sound of cracking bones echoed, and with a resounding thud, Mashi collapsed to the ground, unable to support his own body any longer. 10 minutes later, Mashi could no longer endure. The hatch opened, and he emerged, visibly fatigued and covered in blood, presenting a rather disheveled appearance. Yet, he exuded a unique aura. Indeed, under the immense pressure, Mashi had broken through, successfully entering the initial stage of the candidate level. Finally achieving this breakthrough, Mashi was unaware that among the gathered trainees, several had already reached the candidate level. However, no one was privy to the specifics of each other's realms, as none would disclose their levels. Soon, the results were announced. Ding. Trainee Mashi sustained a time of 3 hours and 21 minutes in the testing chamber. Gravity level, 10. Initial stage of the candidate level physical rating, SSS. Congratulations. You have earned 10,000 points. Upon the announcement of Mashi's score, the entire venue was enveloped in astonishment. A physical score of SSS was awarded merely due to his recent breakthrough upon exiting. Had he not achieved this breakthrough, one could only imagine how terrifying the score might have been. Even Lu Wudi gasped in surprise, contemplating, "This boy possesses such formidable strength. No wonder he could withstand my attacks that day. Little brat, now that your score has been revealed, you should hurry back and take a shower," he thought, choosing to ignore Mashi thereafter, still feeling a bit vexed. Mashi curled his lip and walked outside. He noticed that the other trainees who had completed their assessments had already departed, leaving only Su Daji waiting for him. Upon seeing Mashi emerge, drenched in blood, Su Daji approached him with a hint of concern, exclaiming, "How did you end up covered in blood? Where are you hurt? Let me see." She began to scrutinize his body, discovering no visible wounds. She then prepared to lift Mashi's shirt to check for injuries that might be concealed beneath. Before Mashi could respond, a sudden cough interrupted from nearby. "Ahem, we won't interfere with your little romantic moment, but it would be best if you return to your room," came the voice. Su Daji's face flushed slightly as she realized her actions were rather inappropriate. At this moment, Mashi remarked, "It's not an injury. Rather, it's blood seeping from the pores. Let us return swiftly." As she spoke, she glanced down to find numerous droplets of blood scattered on the ground, revealing that she was not the only one to leave a trail behind. It seemed many others possessed remarkable resilience, striving for excellence while simultaneously honing their physical prowess. Upon returning to her room, Mashi entered the bathroom to cleanse the bloodstains from her body. Emerging afterward, a wave of fatigue washed over her, leaving her too weary to engage in reading. Silently, she approached the bed and lay down. Su Daji, ever understanding, refrained from speaking and quietly began to massage Mashi's muscles. Yet, why did the smile on her face seem somewhat askew? The following day, as they arrived at the cafeteria, it was bustling at 7 in the morning, and Mashi, unperturbed, brought Su Daji to their designated window and ordered 2 sumptuous meals, savoring every bite. The onlookers, filled with envy, felt as if they could gnaw their bowls in frustration. How could he enjoy the company of a beauty while indulging in such lavish feasts? A wave of jealousy surged through the crowd. A cacophony of grinding teeth echoed in the morning air, and Mashi and Su Daji, under the scrutiny of many, seemed unconcerned about the other's satisfaction, almost as if they were shoving a mouthful of dog food down their throats. They soon returned to a familiar place, where today's instructor was a well-known figure. Bai Ji, the gifted teacher. Bai Ji donned a vibrant qipao, her golden hair dancing in the breeze, framed by black-rimmed glasses and red high heels. "All right, everyone is here," she announced. "My class will not involve combat. Rather, we will focus on your mastery of innate abilities. The more adept you are at controlling your talents, the greater your combat prowess. To achieve better control, one must possess refined spiritual strength." Bai Ji proceeded to demonstrate her control over mental energy. Holding a pre-prepared glass orb, she infused it with her spiritual force, revealing a golden energy within. Under her guidance, the energy morphed and sculpted her figure, which danced gracefully within the orb. Bai Ji explained, "This glass sphere is a special artifact that materializes mental energy. Mastery over this energy allows for various forms to be manifested. If control is lacking, it will disintegrate like scattered sand. Now, you may all give it a try. With a wave of her hand, she levitated several fist-sized glass orbs before the students. And Mashi caught one, marveling at its crystal-clear purity, devoid of any impurities. The object felt warm to the touch, reminiscent of a fine jade, its surface exquisitely smooth. She attempted to infuse her spiritual energy into it. Her spiritual energy was a deep crimson, akin to fresh blood. Initially, it manifested as a perfect orb. As she ventured further, she endeavored to exert control over her spiritual energy, but after a brief moment, a miscalculation caused it to disperse. The blood-red energy spread through the clear spring like a drop of blood, rippling outward in layers. At that moment, a gentle voice resonated from behind her. Do not rush. Steady yourself, and refrain from attempting to force control. Bai Ji had appeared behind her, offering patient guidance. Upon hearing this, she calmed her mind and began anew. She infused her spiritual energy once more, this time relinquishing the urge to impose control, and instead, she gradually began to manage the subtle infusion of her energy. After several attempts and failures, she ultimately grasped the key to success. Chapter 62. Astonishing mental talent. The subtle mental force became as intuitive as one's own arm. Witnessing Moxie grasp the technique and refine her control over mental power, BG stepped away, observing the crowd, nodding at some and shaking her head at others. Approaching Su Daji, she gazed at the glass orb in her hands, her face revealing an expression of astonishment. Within the orb, the figures of Moxie and Su Daji appeared, dancing joyously, full of life. This scene left BG utterly stunned. The young girl beside Moxie possessed such formidable talent. It was hard to discern whether this new cohort was exceptionally gifted or if those surrounding this prodigy were also extraordinary. Watching the ever-changing manifestations of mental energy, BG found herself numbed, choosing to divert her attention from Su Daji. Once the crowd had quieted, BG addressed them. If you believe you have mastered your mental power, you may come forth for assessment. I will evaluate your control over mental energy. An A grade yields 500 points, an S grade 1,000 points, an SS grade 5,000 points, and an SSS grade 10,000 points. There are even higher ranks, but those are said to exist only in legends. An SSSR grade with a potential score of 100,000 points. Casting a glance at Su Daji, she continued, however, such scores have not appeared in quite some time. Now, you may proceed. With that, BG extracted a sofa and a tea table, settling down to prepare a pot of aromatic black tea, elegantly sipping her morning beverage. After familiarizing herself with the process, Su Daji eagerly stepped forward to be the first to undergo the evaluation, feeling confident in her mastery over mental power. Teacher, I wish to take the exam, she stated before BG. Very well, you may begin, BG replied, lifting her delicate cup to take a sip of tea, a smile gracing her lips. Su Daji cradled the orb in her hands, channeling her mental energy into it. Each individual's manifestation of mental power was unique. BG's was a pure, golden hue, and Moxie's a blood red, and Su Daji's an enchanting orange. As Su Daji's mental energy flowed into the orb, it transformed into a lively orange fox, frolicking joyfully within. It then morphed into a figure resembling Su Daji, but adorned with a pair of orange fox ears, a mark on her forehead, and 9 plush tails. Surrounded by flickering foxfire, she then began to dance gracefully. The presence of 9 tails and fox ears imbued her with an irresistible allure. The innate charm radiated from her, captivating all. The combination of her dance nearly swayed BG, yet her composure as a royal-level adept remained intact, avoiding any embarrassment. However, who could have predicted that this young girl would possess such prowess? You have successfully passed the assessment, demonstrating a remarkably refined and agile control over your mental prowess, one that even I cannot replicate. I bestow upon you. With that, Bai Ji fell into silence, contemplating for quite some time before she spoke again. SSSR? What? Splendid! Su Daji exclaimed, leaping in excitement, only to notice that others were still engaged in their attempts. She quickly covered her mouth with a delicate hand, yet a smile lingered on her face. Until now, she had not acquired any points, feeling akin to a burden, continuously consuming Mashi's accumulated scores. However, now she had earned points herself, an impressive sum of 100,000. surpassing even Inmashi's total. From this moment forth, she could afford to support Inmashi. All right, please stand behind me, Baiji instructed, observing the exuberant little creature before her. Once Sudaji had calmed down, she complied, bouncing to take her place behind Baiji. Subsequently, others continued to undergo assessments with Baiji, resulting in varied scores. Some achieved high marks while others did not fare as well. A few even attained SS ratings. Soon after, Inmashi approached Baiji for her evaluation. Clutching the orb, Inmashi channeled her blood-red mental energy into it. Instantly, the crimson force within the orb shattered, dispersing and enveloping the entire sphere in a vivid scarlet hue. Baiji felt a twinge of disappointment. Was this a failure? Indeed, perfection is a rarity. Yet, in a fleeting moment, all the blood-red energy coalesced once more, transforming into a vast expanse of crimson terrain. A demon god erupted from the ground, surrounded by legions of warriors. Unfazed, the demon god struck down with a colossal arm, instantly decimating half of the army. Mortal beings, in their hubris, attempted to vanquish the demon god, only to be met with a surge of energy that obliterated countless soldiers. Ultimately, the demon god remained, engaged in battle, but suddenly, it disintegrated. The mental energy stained the orb a deep crimson once again. In the final moments, Inmashi faltered, her control still wavering. Ultimately, she received an SSS rating. Had she not stumbled at the end, she would undeniably have achieved an SSSR score. However, that last error caused her to narrowly miss the coveted points. Nevertheless, she felt content. After all, she had improvised at the last moment. If others were to hear her thoughts, they would surely brandish their knives in jest. Oh, so you wish to be humble, do you? A slice for you. You merely improvised, did you? A slice for you. You sought support at the last minute, did you? A slice for you. You forced yourself into this situation, did you? A slice for you. Yet, Inmashi graciously accepted her SSS rating, which still amounted to 10,000 points. Now, her total had reached 25,000 points, even after deducting 600 for meals, 3 meals, yesterday's lunch and dinner, and this morning's breakfast. Subtracting these expenses, she still had 24,400 points remaining. Moreover, she was expecting an additional sum of points from her enrollment in the academy. Before long, the morning had swiftly passed, and everyone had completed their assessments. Subsequently, Bijia announced a gathering at the mental strength testing area at 2 o'clock in the afternoon before strutting away. Sudaji bounded over to Inmashi, leaping onto her back and exclaiming, "Hee, darling, I have accumulated points too. I'll take care of you from now on." As she spoke, Sudaji waved her wristwatch in front of Inmaxi's face, revealing an impressive 100,000 points, surpassing her own. Well, my little heiress." Inmaxi responded without hesitation, and Sudaji eagerly pulled her towards the cafeteria. With a flourish, they ordered 2 extravagant full-course meals. Later, seated at the table, Sudaji patted her modest bosom and declared, "Eat to your heart's content. There's plenty." Gazing at the sumptuous feast before her, Inmaxi felt a surge of excitement. For some reason, she sensed that Sudaji was becoming increasingly enchanting and alluring. Chapter 63. Baichi's Trial. The sharpness of gun intent after lunch. Sudaji, exuberantly holding Inmashi's hand, skipped towards their room. Ever since Sudaji had tasted sweetness that day, she had not returned to her previous abode, resulting in the bed in that room being reclaimed. Thus, Sudaji took up residence with Inmashi. To celebrate her attainment of an SSSR rating, Sudaji rewarded herself with a delightful treat. As the afternoon assembly approached, she licked away the remnants of white milk from her lips, revealing a satisfied smile. The afternoon was poised for the commencement of testing. Both Sudaji and Inmashi had achieved an SSSR rating, their mental fortitude remarkably potent. Additionally, a young girl, who could be described as a loli, also earned an SSSR rating. The girl, clad in a Lolita outfit, stood approximately 1.6 meters tall, her pale pink dress accentuating her snow-white complexion. Her petite frame bore an unexpected poise, with long black hair styled into twin ponytails that danced in the breeze. Her adorable face, characterized by a delicate oval shape, featured large, sparkling eyes, a pert little nose, and a cherry-like mouth. She donned white stockings and a pair of charming black leather shoes. Though she was legally a loli, she could embrace happiness without concern. In the morning's mental acuity assessment, she achieved a double S rating, and in the afternoon, she soared to an SSSR rating. The following morning, it was Baichi's turn to impart knowledge. Today, She donned denim shorts and a white short-sleeved top, her hair styled in a spirited high ponytail. "Hello, everyone. It has been a while. Today, I shall be your instructor. And during the remaining time, you may challenge me. I will engage you with the same weapons, ultimately providing you with evaluations. Do you have any questions?" Bai Qi then elaborated on various weapons before commencing the duels. The first challenger was a youth wielding a large blade. The boy retrieved a flaming greatsword from his storage space, grasping its hilt with determination. The semi-curved sword exuded a commanding presence, though it was somewhat oversized. Indeed, it was excessively so. The blade measured over 3 meters in length, approximately 50 centimeters in width, and its thickness rivaled that of a thumb. Bai Qi smiled and produced a standard large sword, saying, "Come on, do not hold back." The boy, with a buzz cut, showed no restraint as his physique suddenly swelled, as if inflated by air, reaching a height of 5 meters and a shoulder width of 2 meters. The once massive sword seemed, well, harmonized in comparison. "Student Wang Ming, I seek your guidance." "Teacher," the imposing figure declared, clasping his fists before launching an attack with the great sword, which cut through the air with ferocity. Bai Qi, however, did not meet the blow head-on. Instead, she sidestepped to the left, narrowly evading the strike, which bore considerable force. Indeed, when an object is sufficiently large and coupled with inertia, its impact can multiply significantly. Do you not believe it? Upon observing the ground, one could see a deep gash cut into the plastic mat beneath. The alloy beneath was severed, with flames flickering around it. The mighty blade remained impervious to the chaos. "Alas, my classmate," I remarked, "while great strength is indeed an asset, your failure to wield it adeptly results in a lack of agility. Furthermore, despite the advantages of a larger physique, the drawbacks are equally conspicuous." White Qi's innate martial prowess surged forth, enveloping the blade in a shroud of dark energy, transforming it entirely black. Effortlessly, White Qi raised the formidable weapon, directing his gaze towards Wang Ming. Quick as lightning, Wang Ming lifted his own blade, using it as a shield to ward off the impending strike. A resounding thud reverberated as the powerful force transferred through the blade into his hands. Wang Ming felt the weapon tremble, his grip nearly fracturing under the strain. Having withstood the blow, he hesitated no longer. The best defense is a vigorous offense. He raised his sword high and executed a sweeping slash, with White Qi standing resolute, refusing to evade. The ebony blade met the descending weapon with a fierce clash. This time, there was no retreat. He met the challenge head-on. The crisp sound of steel colliding echoed in the air as White Qi merely tilted his weapon slightly. The colossal flame-infused blade was deflected, sliding down the dark blade under the immense pressure before ultimately falling to the ground beside White Qi. Lifting his weapon, White Qi poised it just inches away from Wang Ming's chest, a mere breath separating life from death. Fear enveloped Wang Ming as his massive sword clattered to the ground. His technique lacking coherence, rated a mere D grade. Suddenly, White Qi's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness, only to revert to a mischievous grin moments later. Wang Ming reflected on the preceding encounter, sensing the palpable aura of death. It was a genuine intent to kill. Cold sweat drenched his back as he recoiled, retreating to his position, unable to meet White Qi's piercing gaze. The White Qi before him was a stark contrast to his earlier self, radiating a murderous intent that momentarily transported Wang Ming to a realm of carnage. Before him, White Qi stood as a sovereign amidst a sea of corpses, brandishing a dark crimson longsword, his eyes glowing like rubies as they bore into Wang Ming's soul. Under that gaze, Wang Ming felt as though the scythe of death was poised at his throat, rendering him breathless. Only after distancing himself from White Qi could he finally draw breath. One by one, other students approached to compete, while those specializing in spiritual matters, who did not wield weapons, chose to forego this assessment entirely. Soon, Enmashi approached White Qi, gripping the long spear Mingjun. With a playful smile, White Qi produced a standard long spear of his own. Enmashi's warm smile, akin to a gentle spring breeze, radiated charm, her black eye mask replaced by round, dark sunglasses, concealing her azure-hued pupils beneath. "Teacher, please," Enmashi requested politely, standing tall like a steadfast pine. "Hee, what a well-mannered child you are. Come now, do not hold back. Unleash your spear upon me with fervor." Bai Qi stood in place, casually twirling the spear in her grasp before firmly planting it on the ground. "Teacher, please be cautious." With that, and Mashi slightly crouched and then, in an instant, vanished from sight, her spear resembling a venomous dragon. The intent of the spear clung to its tip, brilliance scattering in an instant. The spearhead emitted a radiant beam, surging forth with the might of a tempest towards Bai Qi. "Ah, you've mastered the intent of the spear. Hee, come forth. Let me witness the extent of your strength," Bai Qi declared, as her spear surged with formidable energy, the tip imbued with powerful intent. Chapter 64. The Rising Dark Dragon. The two warriors clashed their long spears together, producing a sharp, resonant sound as they collided. The spears seemed to be extensions of their own bodies, exhibiting unparalleled agility in their engagements. In an arena devoid of spectators, they relentlessly exchanged blows, the intent of their strikes reverberating against the ground. Each impact left a dent in the earth, accompanied by explosive echoes. Both fighters were consumed by the fervor of battle, oblivious to their surroundings, although Bai Qi's strength was subconsciously restrained. At this moment, their contest transcended mere physical struggle, evolving into a display of martial prowess. After their spears briefly separated, she retreated, putting distance between herself and Bai Qi. With a flourish, she twirled her spear before darting forward once more. Their weapons clashed again, and she deftly evaded, launching another strike. She built her momentum, layering her power, 1 layer, 2, 50, 99, until it reached 100. With her strength fully amassed, she suddenly appeared behind Bai Qi, her spear slicing through the air, conjuring a colossal dark dragon that emerged from the weapon's trajectory. Dark Luo. Yellow Springs. The dark dragon rises. With a swift upward thrust of her spear, Bai Qi attempted to parry, but Shi's force was overwhelming, sending him hurtling through the air. The dark dragon followed the spear's direction, propelling Bai Qi forward before raising its head dramatically. With a resounding roar, the dragon ascended skyward, only to viciously crush Bai Qi in its jaws after a brief ascent. The dragon let out a triumphant cry, but in an instant, it shattered into countless droplets that rained down upon the earth. Meanwhile, Bai Qi found himself suspended in the air, urgently channeling all his energy into his spear intent. Like a relentless grinder, he shattered the dark dragon into fragments. Infusing his spear with spiritual energy, he descended with formidable force. The intensity of his spear intent coalesced, enveloping the weapon as it fell like a comet from the heavens. Shi, witnessing this spectacle, chose not to confront it head-on. She swiftly retreated a few steps, while Bai Qi was determined to press on. His spear struck the ground but failed to connect with Shi. Instead, he swung his spear in a wide arc, unleashing a fierce wave of intent directed at her. Now only 3 meters apart, Shi was within the range of his assault. She stood her spear upright, bracing for impact. The tremendous force struck her spear, propelling Shi back several meters, leaving a fissure in the ground where the spear tip had grazed the earth. With a sudden surge, Shi withdrew her spear and lunged at Bai Qi, who effortlessly parried her attack. Shi then spun her spear in a wide circle, her intent manifesting a sharp, cutting force. An empty space appeared within the circle, prompting Bai Qi to leap away with great agility, narrowly evading her strike. Yet Shi was relentless, pursuing him with her spear darting forward like an elusive serpent. With a flick of her waist and a grip akin to pincers, she aimed precisely, her spear striking forth with the precision of a shooting star. Bai Qi responded with deft footwork, continuously deflecting her thrusts while creating a slight distance between them. Shi followed closely, her spear weaving through the air with a serpentine grace. After Bai Qi withdrew, he suddenly raised his spear, turning his entire body to launch a counterattack. Thrusting towards Moxie with a swift motion, Moxie deftly evaded the strike, narrowly escaping as several strands of white hair fell delicately through the air. Just moments after dodging this perilous blow, she crouched low and swept her spear in a wide arc. Bai Qi retracted his spear and leaped backward, executing a sweeping motion. His spear struck the ground, deflecting Moxie's spear as she attempted to strike again. Immediately, he swung his weapon in a wide arc towards her, Moxie raised her spear, using the butt end to block the incoming attack. She then engaged her spear with Bai Qi's, employing a technique that involved connecting their weapons. This technique, known as sticking the spear to the flesh, was not something Bai Qi would allow her to execute easily. He entwined his spear around his waist. A violent tremor resonated through the air, forcefully sending Moxie's spear flying. Bai Qi, seizing the moment, launched an aggressive counterattack. After dislodging Moxie's spear, he swiftly swung his weapon towards her. And Moxie positioned her spear defensively, feeling an immense force as it collided against her side. The impact resonated painfully against her waist, confirming the adage, "Those who strike at the waist shall be struck in return." Gritting her teeth against the pain, she shook her spear to dissipate the force, and with a swift kick, her weapon flew back into her grasp like a dragon emerging from the earth. And Moxie unleashed her spear with formidable strength, forcing Bai Chi's weapon aside. In a display of raw power, her spear pressed against Bai Chi's fair neck. Bai Chi, surrendering his weapon, raised both hands in acknowledgement. And Moxie retracted her stance, drawing her spear back, and addressed him, "Teacher Bai Chi, my apologies. You truly are a remarkable opponent. Even I find it challenging." Bai Chi's arms rested at his sides, a trickle of blood seeping from his palm. However, as he relinquished his suppression over her, he quickly regained his composure. He pulled out a handkerchief to wipe away the blood. Once again, this young one has been making quite the stir lately. Among the crowd, a young boy was chatting with a few close companions. "What's wrong? Is our esteemed young Master Long feeling displeased? Perhaps we should devise a plan to get back at him?" remarked a boy who resembled a rat. His posture hunched and his eyes shifty, with a few long whiskers sprouting from his lips. Young Master Long, drawn by the comment, turned to him and asked, "Oh, rat, do you have a plan to deal with him?" "Heh, it's quite simple, but not just yet. Let's bide our time until tomorrow. He possesses quite a considerable amount of points," the rat replied, a greedy glint flashing in his eyes as he fixated on Moxie. The surrounding individuals continuously chimed in, expressing their agreement. "Indeed, I currently possess no more than 1,000 points. Even when dining, I must be exceedingly frugal. Indulging in a lavish meal is simply out of the question." In response to their consensus, the mouse spoke once more, "Young Master Long, do not fret. Tomorrow, when we venture forth to hunt the exotic beasts, we shall execute our plan." With a grand gesture, young Master Long entrusted the matter to the mouse, feeling a profound sense of confidence in him. It was the mouse who had devised strategies while they wreaked havoc in the Shanshan domain. Once the task was accomplished, it was, of course, the family behind young Master Long that would ensure resolution. Chapter 65. Sweeping through various testing areas despite Long Dashao's lack of ambition. He remains the sole heir of the Long family, cherished as a treasure. Whenever misfortune befalls him, his family is quick to tidy up the mess. Especially considering his commendable talents, it is no surprise that he received an acceptance letter from the Academy of the Gods. In the afternoon, he granted everyone a day off, allowing them to rest. Although it was meant to be a single day for each person, Bai Chi, feeling rather lazy, decided to disperse the group, opting not to lead them that afternoon. In MO, she received an SSS rating once more, adding 100,000 points to her score, especially after having bested the instructors. It would be quite unreasonable not to award her an SSS rating. After enjoying lunch with Sudaji, she proceeded to the speed testing area. This area comprised various sections, including physical tests, mental tests, reaction tests, speed tests, and strength tests, all of which could yield scores. To be candid, in MO she was not particularly familiar with the method of speed testing. Upon entering, she encountered a racetrack, approximately a kilometer long, with speed testing devices positioned alongside it. "Please prepare, the test is about to commence." With a swift push off the ground, in MO she propelled herself forward, swiftly reaching the opposite end. Ding! The kilometer was completed in 3.5 seconds, earning an SSS rating. Congratulations on receiving 10,000 points. The next challenge will require 500 points. And should there be no improvement in rating, points will not be awarded. Having verified her points, in MO she departed and arrived at the strength testing area. In a spacious hall, numerous testing devices were arranged in the center, all crafted from alloy, capable of recording the marks only a divine being could leave behind. However, these devices appeared brand new. In MO, she mused on the improbability of divine beings finding amusement in strength testing. Standing before one of the devices, she swiped her wristband across it. A flash of light ensued, and the machine emitted a synthesized voice. "Ding! Student, in MO you are entitled to a complimentary strength assessment, currently with no prior records. Would you like to begin?" "Initiate. Students, please prepare. The assessment begins now." Instantaneously, black patterns emerged across an MO's body, and 8 arms manifested. Channeling the 8-armed Yama body, a fierce aura surged forth. With all 8 arms, she struck the device simultaneously. The sound of a tremendous sonic boom echoed as her fists collided with the apparatus, producing a resounding roar that reverberated throughout the vast hall. Yet, despite such overwhelming force, the device bore no marks. As an MO, she retracted her 8-armed Yama body. She surveyed the device. At that moment, the hall was largely empty, with individuals either resting or wandering about aimlessly. Ding. Student, an MO she has received an SSS rating for strength. Congratulations on acquiring 100,000 points. Your complimentary challenge opportunity has been exhausted. The next challenge will require 500 points, and should there be no record improvement, points will not be awarded. An MO she, filled with satisfaction, exited the strength testing area and once again arrived at the reaction testing zone. Indeed, this afternoon, an MO she intended to sweep through all the challenges, harvesting every possible point available. The reaction testing zone was a room of approximately 300 square meters. Its walls adorned in pristine white, dotted with numerous tiny holes. Even the ceiling and floor bore similar perforations. Just as an MO she pondered the method of this reaction assessment, a mechanical synthesized voice suddenly resonated. Ding. Participant, an MO she. You are eligible for a complimentary experience of the reaction test. No current records available. Would you like to proceed with the assessment? Commencing now. Participant, please prepare. We shall begin. An MO she remained vigilant, acutely aware of the surroundings, when suddenly, a plastic bullet shot forth at an alarming speed toward her. Swiftly, she evaded, watching as the bullet dissipated upon striking the wall. Immediately after, bullets were fired from 2 directions. An MO she deftly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the projectiles that whizzed past her. Then, bullets were unleashed from 3 angles, cunningly obstructing her escape routes. In response, an MO she resorted to her agility, employing the 9 Palaces Flying Stars technique. In an instant, her form became ethereal. She vanished from her original position, reappearing elsewhere, successfully evading the 3 incoming plastic bullets. As the barrage of bullets intensified, it became clear that this was not merely a test of speed and strength. It was a challenge that demanded both attributes in equal measure for an MO she to succeed in an instant. However, this test required considerable time. As she continued to evade, she refrained from relying solely on the Flying Stars technique. Each position she occupied seemed to be immediately targeted by the plastic bullets. Thus, an MO she began to rely on her agility, her silhouette darting unpredictably like a wraith, shifting high and low, left and right, eluding the bullets that could not touch her garments. After half an hour had passed, an MO she began to feel fatigued. Several times, she barely managed to evade the onslaught. Reluctantly, she activated her heavy pupils, instantly transforming her sky-blue eyes into a blood-red hue. Suddenly, the surrounding bullets seemed to slow significantly. With newfound ease, she navigated through the air, evading the approaching plastic bullets at astonishing angles. Yet, at that moment, the speed of the bullets escalated, akin to being caught in a hail of gunfire, as the holes in the walls relentlessly discharged plastic projectiles. Abruptly, a fierce volley of bullets surrounded an MO she's lower position, compelling her to leap. She had no choice but to jump, and indeed, the next moment brought more bullets raining down upon her, effectively encircling her. With all her might, she activated her heavy pupils, discovering a narrow path of escape. However, the position she had leaped to was miscalculated, rendering it unreachable. Bullets advanced rapidly from all directions, and ultimately, an MO she could not evade them. The plastic bullets struck her form. An MO she remained unscathed. Upon impact, the bullets that struck him dissipated into nothingness. Subsequently, all surrounding projectiles vanished, accompanied by a mechanical synthesized voice announcing, "Ding, participant, an MO she, duration of persistence, 2 hours and 50 minutes, rating, SSS. Congratulations, you have earned 10,000 points. Your complimentary challenge opportunity has been exhausted. The next challenge will require 500 points. If the record is not surpassed, points cannot be accrued." With a smile gracing his countenance, an MO she reveled in this newfound joy, while a multitude of onlookers began to venture into various testing zones. However, upon their initial glance, they discovered a panel displaying a leaderboard. Indeed, each testing area boasted its own ranking system, aside from the physical and mental testing zones. Every other category featured but a single name at the top. It was none other than an MO she's name, which adorned each leaderboard. Though the spectators were taken aback, they soon proceeded to engage in their own testing endeavors. Chapter 66. The Pool of Blood of the Marquis level. After a brief moment, an individual emerged from the testing area, only to discover the remarkable score that Moxie had achieved. The leaderboard, however, revealed only rankings without disclosing scores. Initially, it was presumed that Moxie occupied the top position merely because he was the sole participant, but it became evident that his capabilities were indeed substantial. As Moxie exited the reaction testing zone, he stretched languidly before retreating to his room. Upon entering, he found Sue Dodgy clad in a delicate, sheer nightgown, reclining on the bed and playfully swinging her feet while fiddling with something in her hands. Hearing the door creak open, she hastily concealed her screen, her demeanor betraying a hint of apprehension upon noticing Moxie's arrival. You're back," Sue Dodgy said, her cheeks tinged with a rosy hue, which Moxie merely acknowledged with a glance, showing little concern. "Yes, I shall take a shower first. I have to step out again this afternoon," he replied, entering the bathroom as the sound of running water filled the air. Sue Dodgy patted her chest and retrieved her screen once more, confirming her earlier findings before stowing it away. When Moxie emerged from the shower, changed into fresh attire, he felt vastly improved, the remnants of sweat washed away. "I am heading out. I might return a bit late this afternoon," he remarked, donning his round-framed sunglasses as he addressed Sue Dodgy. "Shall I wait for you to have dinner?" she inquired. "No need. If you are hungry, feel free to eat first. I am off to the blood pool," he replied. With Sue Dodgy's acknowledgement, Moxie opened the door and departed. Upon arriving at the blood pool, he found the area devoid of both students and staff. The entire facility was under the control of the intelligence system, with personnel only present in the cafeteria. Elsewhere, everything was managed by the AI. The absence of students was due to the timed nature of entry into the blood pool. Depending on the realm of blood within, the required points varied. For instance, the Marquis level blood pool demanded 3,000 points per hour, while the Marquis level required 10,000 points for the same duration, and the King level necessitated a staggering 100,000 points per hour. Currently, most students lacked such an abundance of points. Even those who did would be reluctant to enter the blood pool, as it primarily enhanced physical prowess and the density of spiritual energy. For those seeking spiritual energy, the cultivation tower was a far superior option, where one could obtain a 15-fold increase in spiritual density for a mere 10,000 points. The spiritual energy, akin to a dense mist, lingered, while the blood pool predominantly fortified physical strength, rendering it less appealing to the majority who were not solely focused on physical enhancement. Upon entering the empty chamber and swiping his card, Moxie heard the mechanical, synthesized voice of the intelligence system. "Beep. Student, Moxie. Which level of blood pool would you like to choose? Marquis, King, and Emperor levels are temporarily unavailable. If needed, please proceed to the Academy of Gods to access the blood pool." Seeing the 3 available levels, Moxie felt a wave of astonishment. The talents possessed by the beasts of the King level were derived from their bloodlines, exhibiting extraordinary innate abilities. "I choose the Marquis level blood pool," he declared. "One must savor each bite of food and tread carefully along the path. For one's current capacity to endure the ferocious energy of royal blood essence is likely quite limited. Even the blood pool of a requires a robust physique and the innate talent of the yin-yang fish to assimilate the energy gradually. Otherwise, attempting to consume the entirety of a blood pool in one go would challenge even the mightiest of royal beings to digest." "Very well. Having selected the blood pool, 50,000 points will be deducted. Please be mindful of the time. Should your stay exceed 1 hour, the timer will continue, and if it falls short of an hour, it will still be counted as a full hour. Once the 50,000 points are exhausted, the process will cease automatically. The intellect system will deduct a portion of your points in advance to prevent exceeding the time limit. Should the preemptively deducted points be depleted, the supply of blood essence will halt. Thus, if you linger for an hour and 1 minute, you will incur a deduction of 20,000 points, with the remaining points refunded to you." Following the instructions, Moxie arrived at the entrance of the blood pool. After swiping her wristwatch at the door, it verified her identity and promptly opened with a soft beep. This door remains impervious to all but her. Even instructors cannot access it. Upon entering, the familiar, sanguine sweetness filled her nostrils. Pushing the door open revealed a pool before her, from which a continuous stream of blood essence surged forth, the internal temperature exceedingly high. The blood essence boiled vigorously, prompting Moxie to strip off her clothing. Time was of the essence, as the cost was exorbitant. Her total points would only afford her a little over 20 hours in this sanctuary. As she stepped into the pool, the intense warmth scorched her skin. The blood pool was a far cry from the previous one she had immersed herself in. Once submerged, and Moxie felt the wild energy rampaging within the blood pool. Shadows of otherworldly beasts flickered, roaring at her ferociously. These were remnants of the strange beasts, capable of disturbing human consciousness and potentially inflicting harm if one's mental fortitude was insufficient. Behind Moxie, the formidable presence of her demonic shadow emerged, growling at the blood pool, causing the echoes of the remnants to fall silent. And Moxie then fully submerged herself in the blood pool, channeling her yin-yang fish talent to its fullest. A powerful suction enveloped her, and the blood essence was continuously devoured, transforming into pure energy. The talent was assimilated by Moxie, the energy coursing through her body like hammers striking against her very being. The blood essence within the pool diminished at an observable rate, prompting the supply pipes to resume their flow, ensuring the pool remained adequately replenished. Time flew swiftly, and soon the door of the blood pool swung open, allowing Moxie to emerge. A vibrant, invigorating warmth enveloped her. This absorption had proven exceedingly fruitful, and Moxie continued to refine and compress her talent further. The data pertaining to the innate abilities is as follows. The Eternal Demon Body possesses passive attributes that grant immunity to 50% of water-based attacks, 50% of fire-based attacks, 50% of earth-based attacks, 50% of metal-based attacks, and 50% of wood-based attacks. It also provides immunity to the majority of toxic assaults, immunity to control effects, and achieves 30% immunity against mental attacks, along with a reprieve from mental control. Furthermore, it can engender the sacred wings of the demon, enabling swift flight through the skies, while its attacks inherently carry the effects of demonic corruption and divine slaughter. Chapter 67. The enigmatic Su Daji proactively activated her immunity to lethal attacks, entering a state of immortality for 1 hour. During this period, her physical strength doubled each minute, with a maximum potential increase of up to 100 times. However, once this extraordinary ability, the Eternal Demon Body, expired, she would succumb to a month-long weakness during which she could not reactivate her talent. Furthermore, she possessed the ability to manipulate space within her body. She could conjure a miniature world that would evolve with her cultivation level. This granted her spatial capabilities, enabling short-range teleportation and leaving spatial imprints to instantaneously reach distant locations. Her prowess extended to the creation of demon servants, allowing her to inscribe the mark of life and death upon living beings. For those stronger than herself, consent was required. Yet for the weaker adversaries she defeated, she could forcibly inscribe them, rendering them her devoted servants. Such servitude would incite an unwavering faith, compelling them to offer everything to her, forever bound to her will, with her being their deity. This talent could significantly facilitate the establishment of a faction loyal solely to her. Moreover, her mental acuity was greatly augmented, enabling her to wield her psychic energy with exquisite precision, achieving the ability to manipulate objects remotely. She could inscribe psychic marks upon items, allowing for complete control, unaffected by barriers of space, time, or distance, with a temporary capacity to inscribe 4 marks at once. The duality of yin and yang was another remarkable aspect of her power. Yin could devour the energies of all things, enhancing her own strength, while yang allowed her to merge the advantages of multiple entities, purging their flaws. In this instance, Enmashi's physical form successfully transcended, reaching the initial stage of the king level. Although her cultivation still lagged behind, it was sufficient for her to engage in fierce exchanges with high-ranking marquises. Despite a reduction in the number of her talents, her combat prowess had more than doubled. With a tremor, the sanguine aura surrounding Enmashi dissipated. Her stature increased slightly, her physique becoming more robust, with her blood surging like a raging bull, her muscle density fortified. At this moment, Enmashi stood at an impressive height of 1.85 meters, weighing over 700 pounds. Her powerful frame accentuated her appearance, resembling a masterpiece wrought by the heavens. Surrounded by a palpable aura of vigor, Enmashi had just emerged from the blood pool and struggled to fully control her overwhelming presence. Yet, as she took a step forward, the once dominant aura transformed, rendering her akin to an ordinary individual of striking beauty. The sharpness that once defined her demeanor softened into an elegant charm, disarming those around her and inviting a sense of intimacy. Upon stepping outside, Enmashi realized she had spent 3 hours within, precisely timing her emergence. After deducting 30,000, the intelligence system refunded her 20,000, leaving her with a balance of over 210,000. While this sum appeared substantial, entering the academy would soon reveal it as merely a morsel, as acquiring battle armor would consume vast resources. Should she choose to pursue a secondary vocation as an armorer, she could craft her own armor, potentially retaining a portion of her wealth. However, should you opt to purchase the components directly or enlist a master to forge your battle armor, one would find that a sum of at least 100,000 credits is indispensable. Conversely, crafting the armor yourself not only allows for considerable savings, but also enables customization according to one's unique circumstances. And Moxie has long been prepared to forge her own battle armor, having previously gathered ample resources. Within Moxie's space, there exists a plethora of tomes on armor forging. Master armorers must possess a mastery of various skills, including metallurgy and mechanics. However, with the assistance of Qing Feng, Moxie can forge her battle armor with relative ease. Although it may seem premature to ponder such matters now, the accumulation of credits must commence immediately. Otherwise, it would be rather late to begin saving once entering the academy. As Moxie tempered her presence and stepped outside, the twilight had begun to settle in. A glance at her wristwatch revealed it was already past 7. Rather than heading straight back to her room, she made her way to the dining hall, rushing to the counter for the popular meal set. "Hey there, I'll have 2 portions now. Make it 3 of the special set. Hurry, I'm famished." The person in charge of the meal counter was a jovial, portly middle-aged man, his round face perpetually adorned with a warm smile, exuding a friendly demeanor. In recent days, Moxie had been visiting with Su Daji daily, partaking in the special set without fail, which had made her increasingly recognizable to the amiable gentleman. "Well now, why isn't your girlfriend with you today?" the jovial man inquired, engaging Moxie in light conversation. "I just finished training in the blood pool. She didn't accompany me," Moxie replied. "Oh, it seems you've made some physical breakthroughs. Don't worry, I'll add a little extra for you. But keep it discreet." The man lowered his voice, leaning closer to Moxie. In response, Moxie simply raised her wrist and gave him a thumbs up in appreciation. "All right, take a seat, and I'll bring it over shortly," he said before turning to head into the kitchen. Moxie casually sought out an unoccupied seat and settled down. Meanwhile, Su Daji was in her room, unwrapping a package. Inside lay a set of delicate black lace lingerie. After trying it on, she quickly donned her clothes again. Her cheeks flushed and continued to retrieve various items from the package. After a brief wait, the jovial man emerged from the kitchen, carrying 3 generously filled meal sets. Each set boasted 9 dishes, 3 soups, and 5 portions of starry rice, all brimming with abundance. Moxie wasted no time, eagerly accepting the meals and diving into her feast. She savored the dishes with rice, pouring the flavorful broth over the rice once the dishes were finished. The man watched her relish her meal with a smile before returning to his counter. Once Moxie had finished her meal, she patted her satisfied belly and gazed at the now empty plates on the table, feeling a profound sense of contentment. After exchanging pleasantries with the jovial man, she returned to her room, immediately sensing a peculiar odor that lingered within. However, she paid no heed. After glancing at Su Daji, who was reclining on the bed, toying with her watch, Moxie turned and directly entered the bathroom. She first rinsed her body before sinking into the bathtub filled with water. At this moment, Moxie finally exhaled, closing her eyes and leisurely floating in the water. As she soaked in the warm embrace of the water, she reached a state of ultimate relaxation. Unbeknownst to her, Moxie gradually drifted into slumber, finding herself in a realm of darkness in her dreams. All around her was an impenetrable blackness, and Moxie stood still, gazing into the void. She attempted to move, but found herself unable to advance, rooted to the spot. Chapter 68. Interstellar Clan War. Annihilation of your kind. Moxie relinquished all hope as the surrounding scenery began to shift. Suddenly, a woman clad in a form-fitting dress, tall and exuding an air of elegance, appeared beside her. Yet, the features of this woman were obscured, resembling a mosaic, rendering her visage indecipherable. One thing was certain, she was not human. The woman bore 2 silver horns atop her head, a trait unattainable by any human. Her skin was strikingly pale, with long white hair intricately styled. She walked barefoot through the void, advancing toward a towering figure ahead. This figure, standing approximately 2 meters tall, also possessed 2 silver horns. Clad in a dark battle robe, his features were similarly indistinct. The woman approached him and appeared to speak, but Moxie could not comprehend their exchange. The scene shifted once more, transporting us inside a warship. Within, the horned man sat in a commanding position, surrounded by the vastness of the starry expanse outside. He was animatedly conversing, while the people beneath him kept their heads lowered, not daring to look up. A leader among them uttered something, provoking the man to slam his palm forcefully onto the armrest of his chair, leaving an imprint as if it were crafted from an unknown material. The imagery transformed again, revealing thousands of warships soaring through the cosmos. The man donned a suit of jet black armor, adorned with pulsating red lights that flickered across its surface. He wielded a halberd, the dark weapon absorbing the light that illuminated it. With a sweeping motion, he activated the warships, propelling them swiftly into the distance. Soon, numerous enemy vessels appeared on the horizon. The man infused his armor with dark matter, triggering the emergence of nanomechs from the void. His head was enveloped, including the silver horns, while a radiant silver halo manifested behind him, serving as the armor's energy conversion device. This halo continuously transformed dark matter into energy, distributing it throughout his armor. A crimson glow flickered in his eyes as the armor emitted a series of mechanical clicks, sealing off various compartments. He swung the halberd, instantly appearing within the depths of space. The warships behind him gathered energy, unleashing a powerful energy cannon that obliterated an enemy vessel in an instant. The blast swept through, causing a chain reaction that destroyed several other ships in close proximity. The enemy fleet was considerably outnumbered and dwarfed in size compared to the man's forces. The clash of battle loomed as numerous warships amassed energy to fire colossal energy cannons. Additionally, many vessels opened their hatches, unleashing warriors clad in blood-red armor. These individuals bore the same distinguishing feature as the man. Their heads were encased in armor, adorned with horns. Behind them, crimson halos appeared as their armor activated, emitting clouds of white mist before sealing shut. They stood in formation behind the man, each wielding an array of weapons. Suddenly, a figure clad in battle armor soared forth, encircled by a green halo. Intriguingly, atop this armored figure's head sprouted a tuft of green hair. The man spoke, his words incomprehensible in their language, yet his emotions were palpably fervent. He paid little heed to the green-haired individual, calmly uttering a phrase before gesturing with his hand. The battleships behind him resumed their assault, enveloped by a protective shield that rendered them impervious to incoming attacks. With his halberd in hand, the man led his followers forward, obliterating laser cannons that obstructed their path. The green-haired leader rallied a multitude of warriors adorned with similar green tufts to engage in combat. There was no retreat for them, as their very race loomed behind them. Soon, the battle erupted with ferocity. The man, as though traversing an uninhabited realm, split an enemy battleship in twain with his halberd. The green-haired warrior approached, brandishing a long knife to confront the man, yet it was evident that the man's strength far surpassed his own. Flames engulfed the halberd, resembling the sun itself as the man swung it fiercely towards the green-haired foe. The latter hastily defended with his blade, but the overwhelming force sent him hurtling back, crashing through several battleships. Before he could regain his footing, the man vanished from sight, releasing his halberd as he unleashed a torrent of searing flames from his fist, striking the green-haired warrior in the abdomen. The halo on the warrior's back flickered, as if severed, before returning to its former state. The green-haired combatant ascended once more, only for the man to reappear above him in a flash. A swift kick sent the green-haired warrior tumbling through the air. Eventually, the man appeared to tire of the skirmish. Seizing the armored warrior by the head, he dragged him back to the battlefield like a lifeless dog. The conflict had reached its zenith, and the man uttered another command. The warriors intensified their assault as he crushed the green-haired warrior's skull. Once the enemies were vanquished, a colossal flagship loomed behind the man. He gazed upon a verdant planet before seemingly issuing a command. The flagship's front opened, revealing a massive cannon. The surrounding dark matter spiraled into a frenzy, surging into the cannon's maw. In no time, a brilliant radiance coalesced at the cannon's tip. With a thunderous roar, an immense energy wave radiated outward. The dark matter cannon unleashed its fury, distorting and fracturing the very fabric of space as it passed. Rifts tore through the cosmos, creating a tremendous gravitational pull. The colossal dark matter projectile struck the planet, penetrating its core and the impacted areas soon glowed crimson. Ashes began to disperse, and in the next moment, a cataclysmic explosion resounded. The entire planet detonated, dissolving into the void of the cosmos. The sound of rushing water echoed, awakening in Moxie from her dream. Rising from the bath, she stood in a daze, contemplating the dream she had just experienced, her eyes gradually igniting with brilliance. Could it be? This is the universe? How astonishingly magnificent. In the blink of an eye, an entire planet and its civilization could be reduced to nothingness. How breathtakingly grand. The light in Moxie's eyes could not be concealed. She possessed her own warship. Although it paled in comparison to those main vessels, her Qingfeng battleship was undoubtedly more formidable than that of the green-haired adversary. Furthermore, it seemed that many aspects of her ship bore a striking resemblance to the craftsmanship of that man's vessel. Chapter 69. A variety of intrigues. Could it be that one's battleship originates from a certain civilization, yet possesses some distinctions from those vessels? Shaking her head, and Moxie resolved to cease pondering. For one day, she too would venture into the boundless cosmos, aspiring to become a sovereign of her own realm. Though Moxie found herself unable to comprehend, it did not hinder her eyes from sparkling with yearning for the vast universe. After cleansing her body, Moxie stepped out of the bathroom to find Su Daji clad in a black lace bodysuit. With bare feet and legs crossed, she sat gracefully upon the bed, adorned in a form-fitting cosplay ensemble reminiscent of a black leather bunny girl. Her head was crowned with a pair of fluffy cat ears, and around her neck lay a sleek black collar, from which a delicate chain dangled onto the bed, accompanied by several fluffy tails, striking poses that exuded allure and charm. Upon noticing Moxie's emergence, Su Daji swiftly retrieved a remote control and pressed a button. Instantly, the lights in the room dimmed, and a soft, rosy glow illuminated the head of the bed. A spherical device emitted a warm pink light, casting an intimate ambience. Su Daji reclined, her legs elegantly entwined, with her delicate fingers playfully nibbling at her lips. Moxie was momentarily taken aback by the scene before her. However, she could not deny the appeal of it all. Su Daji then rose, gliding towards Moxie with a seductive gait. Her supple form swayed gracefully, as if devoid of bones, performing an enchanting dance. She pressed against Moxie, guiding her to the edge of the bed. Complying, Moxie lay down, and Su Daji draped herself over Moxie's chest, exhaling softly as she nestled close. Her lips whispered warm breaths against Moxie's ear, filling her mind with a singular thought, that a person could indeed be harder than stone. Moxie wrapped her arms around Su Daji's slender waist, feeling the waves of softness that enveloped her, granting an overwhelming sense of security. Su Daji, sprawled atop Moxie, reveled in the powerful rhythm of her heartbeat. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as they fervently sought each other. Their fiery lips engaged in a passionate exchange, with Su Daji's delicate tongue vying for dominance. Moxie showered her with kisses across her lips, cheeks, earlobes, neck, collarbone, and the unique features of the one-eyed bunny. With her eyes tightly shut, Su Daji savored the tantalizing yet exquisite sensations of Moxie's kisses upon her skin. Moxie lifted her gaze to meet the closed eyes of Su Daji, leaning down to press her lips against Su Daji's crimson ones, as they became entwined in a tender embrace. As night fell, the room was suffused with a soft, romantic pink glow. The sounds of insects chirping and animals scurrying echoed through the dense forest, until the moon, weary from its journey, gradually descended into the mountains. The activities within the room finally ceased. Su Daji lay atop Moxie like a satiated little wildcat, content in her embrace. She gently caressed Su Daji's hair, and then noticed the fine beads of sweat that had yet to dissipate from her forehead, tenderly wiping them away. Su Daji lay tightly embraced in Moshi's arms, her face adorned with an unceasing smile of bliss, her lips curving into an exquisitely sweet grin. However, if one were to overlook Su Daji's wild antics from the previous night, they might indeed perceive her as a cherubic angel. Yet, the indelible impression of that enchanting little sorceress lingered profoundly in Moshi's mind. One could not deny it was quite the frenzy, intoxicating and smooth. Moshi resolved to offer an exceedingly high appraisal, especially considering the tattered remnants of Su Daji's black stockings, riddled with countless holes, revealing her fair, delicate legs. Draped across Moshi like an octopus, she held him closely. Finding a comfortable position, she succumbed to slumber once more. She placed a gentle kiss upon Su Daji's forehead, cradling her in his embrace as he too gradually drifted into sleep. The following morning, she awoke around 10 o'clock, the day devoid of mandatory gatherings, leaving the remaining time to the self-discipline of his companions to accrue points. While one might not reap abundant rewards through sheer effort, a steady stream of gains was assured for those of formidable prowess. Of course, this was contingent upon one's strength. For the less capable, misfortune could lead to dire consequences. She awoke feeling refreshed. Truth be told, he had only just begun to savor such sweetness. This was a time of yearning, yet Murong Qingyu was not by his side. He had to endure until the previous night, when he had finally unleashed the pent-up energy that had accumulated over time. As for whether he felt weary after laboring so late, she, now at the initial stage of the level, could easily forego sleep for a month without issue. Gently extracting his hand, he lifted the cat-like Su Daji and shifted her position, as the remnants of last night's chaos occupied a portion of space. Su Daji, oblivious to her sleeping arrangement, had found herself sprawled amidst the disarray upon waking. She covered her with a blanket and left her a note before stepping out of the room to partake in a meal at the dining hall, which had already reached 11 o'clock. As he exited, Su Daji opened her eyes. She fiddled with her wristwatch, and soon enough, she's voice echoed from the room. There's nothing pressing today, rest well. I'm off to hunt exotic beasts in the secret realm and shall return to take you with me. A smile graced Su Daji's face, but a sudden pang of discomfort shot through her lower body, causing her brows to furrow. You rascal, she murmured before shifting to a more comfortable position on the bed, sinking back into a deep slumber. Chapter 70. The Tale of Mbappe and the Pursuit of the Foolish Birds last night. Moxie experienced a significant enhancement in both her realm and physical prowess. Her combat capabilities had naturally multiplied several times. Although Su Daji made slight progress in her own level, she was left utterly exhausted after a night of turmoil instigated by Moxie, still adorned in her alluring attire. The black lace pantyhose were tattered, revealing patches of her fair legs, particularly in the center where they had been torn apart, transforming into a rather risque garment. Emerging from the base hidden within the mountains, Moxie glanced at the secret map displayed on her wristwatch. A pair of wings materialized on her back, expansive and ebony, spanning nearly 3.5 meters. While one wing radiated with holy light, the other exuded an evil aura, creating a striking contrast. With a vigorous flap, she ascended into the sky. As Moxie took flight, numerous aerial beasts quickly took notice, screeching and charging towards her. Among them were golden eagles, hawks, and various other flying creatures, each measuring around 7 to 8 meters in size. Observing these foolish birds approaching, Moxie felt no fear, having once been the prey. It was now her turn to hunt. Raising her palm, she concentrated her spiritual energy, conjuring a long spear imbued with spatial force and crackling with thunder. The spear, transparent at its core and enveloped by a layer of shimmering lightning, was hurled forth with the precision of a javelin. In an instant, it traversed space, materializing behind a massive eagle with a wingspan of approximately 10 meters. The power of thunder enhanced its penetrative force, allowing it to pierce through effortlessly. This weapon was a manifestation of Moxie's innate talent, derived from her eternal demon god physique, which not only granted her immunity to various elemental assaults, but also enabled her to wield these elements. With the integration of her innate 5-element cycle into her eternal demon god form, she could readily command these forces. Under her mental guidance, the spear continued to harvest the lives of the flying beasts, which, despite their relatively low ranks, merely initial to mid-tier, served to nourish the verdant expanse within her spatial domain. If need be, she could also consume them directly. After all, they were her kills. She would not forego the benefits beyond mere points. As she continued her rampage, the slain beasts merely served to bolster her experience. However, Moxie soon faced the repercussions of her arrogance. Her indiscriminate slaughter incited the wrath of a jade-green golden-headed eagle, whose feathers shimmered in shades of green, save for a tuft of golden plumage atop its head. This creature, measuring over 50 meters in length, cast a shadow over the ground as it soared towards her, emanating a powerful aura characteristic of a mid-tier king-level entity. The royal bloodline is indeed extraordinary. Swiftly approaching Moxie, approximately 1,000 meters away, numerous diamond-shaped jade stones began to materialize around it, glinting with a piercing cold light as they surged towards Moxie. Upon noticing this, Moxie commenced her escape, deftly evading the oncoming jade projectiles. Some of these jade darts vanished without a trace, while others struck a colossal tree, transforming it entirely into jade. The innate ability of the jade golden-headed eagle was to transmute stone into jade. Anything that succumbed to its attack would be petrified, losing its vitality. As Moxie maneuvered gracefully, she seized the moment to launch 3 spatial lightning spears behind her. A metallic clash resonated as the spears struck the jade golden-headed eagle, followed by a chilling screech. The spears breached its defenses, and the overwhelming power of spatial cutting penetrated its form. Subsequently, the force of lightning surged into its body, leaving the jade golden-headed eagle momentarily paralyzed. A peculiar sensation of both discomfort and fleeting relief coursed through it, yet its feathers, as unyielding as steel, bristled in response. The jade golden-headed eagle found itself briefly incapacitated, plummeting earthward, prompting Moxie to glance back at the unfolding scene. However, the eagle soon regained its flight, propelled by a fierce gale, its speed now even more formidable. Its furious eyes seemed to blaze with fire as it emitted a piercing cry, instantly appearing behind Moxie, beak agape, ready to tear flesh from her form. Should it land this blow, given the formidable physique and robust beak of a royal beast, Moxie surmised that survival would be a mere stroke of luck. Activating spatial traversal, Moxie reappeared 100 meters away just as the beak was about to strike. She caught a whiff of the foul stench emanating from the eagle's beak. With a swift motion, she unfurled her demonic wings, dark yet imbued with a sacred luminescence. Propelling herself into the sky, the jade golden-headed eagle, thwarted in its assault, let out an enraged cry, transforming into a streak of green light, relentlessly pursuing her in the wake of her dark brilliance. "Foolish bird, how dare you resort to ambush? If you can chase me, then allow me to entertain myself." Moxie taunted, reveling in the eagle's futile pursuit. As she gathered her strength, she spat a glob of saliva, which was carried by the wind and landed squarely on the eagle's head. The jade golden-headed eagle felt the thick droplet land upon it, and, upon realizing the source, erupted in even greater fury. Yet, Moxie still felt a sense of unresolved resentment. Had she reacted even a fraction of a moment slower, she would have been compelled to activate her eternal demon body merely to preserve her life. Otherwise, she would have at least lost half her life. It was clear she was no match for the creature. Otherwise, she would have roasted that colossal bird without hesitation. Suddenly, an enraged voice erupted from behind her. "Human brat, you have gone too far. While it is one thing to slaughter my kin among the flying beasts, it is utterly despicable to. Ancestor, I demand your death." The furious roar resonated in Moxie's ears, leaving her perplexed as she turned to face the foolish bird behind her. She observed that the foolish bird's eyes were nearly bursting with rage, situated right behind her. Given their comparable speeds, she realized that escape was futile, yet the creature could not overtake her. Moxie, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Foolish bird, are you the one speaking? Foolish bird? You. Two-legged sheep, who are you calling foolish? You shall perish." The jade-headed golden eagle opened its beak, and a beam of golden light erupted forth, hurtling toward Moxie. Fortunately, her focus remained on the foolish bird. Although she was uncertain of the nature of the golden light it emitted, she felt a deep sense of apprehension. Swiftly, she evaded the attack, spiraling through the sky, while the jade-headed golden eagle relentlessly pursued her from behind. Chapter 71. The Affection of a Foolish Bird. From time to time, a brilliant golden light erupted, illuminating areas as if they had been scorched by fire. The ground melted away, and great trees turned to ashes. This was the second innate ability of the azure jade golden-headed eagle, scorching radiance. Moxie, witnessing this spectacle, felt an increasing sense of trepidation. Yet he was even more perplexed by the fact that this azure jade golden-headed eagle possessed 2 talents. Not everyone has the devouring gift like his. Could it be that it is a prodigy among the exotic beast clan, awakened with dual abilities? "Ah, foolish bird, since you cannot catch up with me, how about I offer my apologies, and we can turn our significant matters into trivial ones?" The azure jade golden-headed eagle paid him no heed, but still responded to indicate its stance. It unleashed several beams of scorching light along with a flurry of jade darts. That day, a marvel appeared in the sky, a black radiance, embodying both purity and malevolence, soared ahead, closely pursued by a blue light. Periodically, golden rays shot forth, accompanied by hundreds of emerald beams aimed at striking down the black light. However, all were evaded, with some landing on the ground, leaving scorched earth in their wake. A few unfortunate exotic beasts were struck by the descending jade, instantly transforming into exquisite jade sculptures. This provoked the wrath of the beasts on the ground, several formidable creatures. Their fur mottled and resembling burnt flesh emerged. Each of these leading beasts shared a common trait. They had all attained the rank of kings, whether in the initial or intermediate stages. A nine-headed lion king leaped forth, roaring at the sky, its 18 eyes fixated fiercely on the azure jade eagle. The anger in its gaze was palpable, as if it could manifest physically. One of its heads bore a prominent patch of darkness, and its body displayed areas that had been petrified. Once resplendent, its mane was now patchy, stripped of the dignity befitting the king of beasts, rendering it rather comical in comparison to its other 8 heads. As the saying goes, you can judge a product by its peers. Comparing people can lead to demise, which made it appear even more absurd. This is the confession of an adorable little lion. I was basking warmly on a stone in my territory when suddenly, a beam of golden light and numerous jade stones rained down upon me, obliterating my once magnificent mane. Those detestable jade stones even petrified my once supple fur. I was napping, caught off guard, when one head audaciously ambushed me, an ancient beast with 9 heads, showing no martial integrity. I hastily summoned my comrades to pursue, only to discover that I was not the sole victim, or rather, that I was not the only beast affected. Through dialogue and information exchange, we discovered that this creature is, in fact, the azure jade golden-headed eagle residing on the neighboring mountain. How audacious it is to trespass into our territory and even dare to launch a surprise attack while I slumber. I am determined to pluck every feather from this insolent beast until its demise is assured. Roar, roar, roar. The cacophony of growls erupted from the horde of beasts, led by the formidable 9-headed blazing lion, flanked by 4 other extraordinary creatures. Among them is the giant tusked sword boar, a creature of initial kingly rank, with enormous saber-like tusks extending 3 meters from either side of its lips. Its massive form stretches 20 meters in length, 8 meters in width, and stands 12 meters tall. It effortlessly demolishes any trees obstructing its path, causing colossal trunks with a diameter of 5 meters to splinter and fly as it charges forward. Next is the long-armed mountain-shaking ape, also of initial kingly rank, standing a remarkable 15 meters tall. Its elongated arms support its weight as it gallops across the ground, occasionally leaping onto the giant trees to somersault and bound. The ice-scaled giant spirit python, likewise of initial kingly rank, measures an impressive 30 meters in length, with a girth exceeding 3 meters. As it slithers along the earth, an icy path forms beneath it. In the skies, the adversarial white tiger with wings, at mid-level kingly rank, soars gracefully. Its snowy wings beat rhythmically, and the striking black character of a king emblazoned on its forehead exudes an air of dominance. With a body length of several dozen meters and a wingspan of 5 meters, it transforms the celestial trails into a trio of radiant streaks as it pursues the azure jade golden-headed eagle. The 9-headed blazing lion, with a body length of 20 meters, thunders across the ground, each landing sending tremors akin to a dragon's awakening. Were it not for the bald patch atop its central head, it would appear even more imposing. Its kingly mid-level power fuels the crimson flames engulfing its body, a testament to its high-temperature resistance. Otherwise, the equal-ranked azure jade golden-headed eagle would have surely crushed its skull with a single ambush. Leading the pack, the lion sporadically launches massive crimson orbs toward the azure jade golden-headed eagle. The situation escalates into a relentless chase, with the eagle evading the flames and the fierce assaults of the white tiger. An Mo-She, sprinting ahead, occasionally turns to fire a shot, while the giant tusked sword boar and the long-armed mountain-shaking ape coordinate their efforts, hurling trees into the air with chaotic precision. The ice-scaled giant spirit python, with an alarming drop in temperature, conjures shards of ice that dart toward the azure jade golden-headed eagle. At this moment, the azure jade golden-headed eagle can only lament, "Mother, I wish to return home." In a brief span, it has sustained numerous wounds. Sensing that the eagle's focus has shifted away from her, she retrieves the soul reaper from her spatial domain, realizing she cannot afford to linger. Instead, she decides to seize a solitary target among the beasts below. With the spatial mark inscribed, She commands the Soul Reaper to feign an attack, aiming it towards the Azure Jade Golden-Headed Eagle. The Jade Golden Eagle deftly evaded the attack of the Underworld Lord with a graceful flip, as if it had merely pierced through the void. It soared towards the distant flying shield and ultimately halted behind the herd under Moxie's command. "Heh, silly bird, Grandpa won't play with you anymore. Farewell. And by the way, I had a splendid time," and Moxie remarked as she activated the spatial imprint. After a ripple of spatial fluctuation, she vanished without a trace. In the next moment, and Moxie reappeared behind the herd, mercilessly eliminating any solitary beast that lagged behind the main group, thus commencing her opportunistic hunt. However, the very next instant, a furious cry erupted from the Jade Golden Eagle, compelling her to look up. The Jade Golden Eagle, witnessing this scene from above, let out a wrathful screech. "After chasing for so long, you really are here playing with the silly bird." Chapter 72. He soared ever farther in that fleeting moment. The dual-winged white tiger seized the opportunity, its pristine wings flapping as razor-sharp feathers shot forth like daggers. The Azure Jade Golden-Headed Eagle, still in a daze, was struck by a barrage of feathers, instantly reduced to a bedraggled state. Its once resplendent plumage was now marred by blood, interspersed with the snowy feathers of the dual-winged white tiger. Meanwhile, the flames engulfing the colossal nine-headed blaze lion surged dramatically, enveloping its entire form in a tempest of fire. With a thunderous roar, the magnificent creature leaped into the air, its enormous jaws agape, aiming to sink its teeth into the Azure Jade Golden-Headed Eagle. Having just recovered from the initial onslaught, the eagle felt the searing heat beneath it. Glancing down, it was nearly paralyzed by fear. In a frantic attempt to evade, it flapped its wings, but the nine-headed blaze lion had already unleashed its overwhelming might, making escape nearly impossible. The lion's massive jaws clamped onto the eagle's rear, tearing away a vibrant tuft of azure feathers. The eagle felt a sharp, searing pain, and as it ascended to the heights, it discovered a chunk of its plumage had been bitten off. Looking back at the nine-headed blaze lion, the creature crashed to the ground, causing a tremendous tremor that created a crater, fracturing the earth around it. The lion, having spat out the eagle's plucked feathers, summoned a lesser beast that promptly devoured the remnants. The beast cast a glance at the Azure Jade Golden-Headed Eagle, as if to convey, "This bedraggled creature is hardly a feast fit for me. I shall bestow it upon my underlings." An MO, she observed, indifferent, continuing to linger at the rear of the beast horde. The anger of the Azure Jade Golden-Headed Eagle simmered, as the sovereign of the skies. It would not languish beneath others for long. It circled above, unleashing a beam of golden light that forced the dual-winged white tiger back. Surrounding it were countless azure spiritual lights. Upon rough estimation, there were thousands. The eagle transformed into a formidable fighter jet, releasing a flurry of azure beams that rained down. While these attacks were negligible against the few king-level beasts, they inflicted considerable damage on the lesser ones, turning many into exquisite statues of jade. This provoked the wrath of the king-level beasts below, who believed the Azure Jade Golden-Headed Eagle was preparing for direct confrontation. The eagle unleashed more golden rays, once again pushing back the dual-winged white tiger while deftly avoiding its counterattacks. After circling once more, azure luminescence enveloped it as its enormous wings beat powerfully. Turning to face the throng of beasts, its voice cold and commanding, "Are you ready to meet your demise?" With that, it soared toward them. The myriad of beasts stood solemnly, intimidated by the recent display of the jade-headed eagle, believing it was prepared for a desperate fight. They braced themselves. Even the white tiger with dual wings kept its distance, wary of approaching too closely. After all, engaging in a life-or-death struggle at their level could lead to severe injuries. The outcome would be no different from death itself. Did they truly believe that the denizens of this mountain were benevolent creatures? No, they were formidable beasts. The jade-headed eagle accelerated rapidly, soaring directly over the heads of the assembled beasts. They remained poised, anticipating a potential charge from the eagle, fearing it might be gathering strength for a devastating blow. However, the jade-headed eagle transformed into a streak of green light, soaring farther away. And the beasts belatedly realized they had been deceived. There was no fight to the death. It was merely a display of bravado to facilitate an escape. "Roar!" After it, bellowed the nine-headed blazing lion, leading the pack of beasts in pursuit of the jade-headed eagle's flight path. If they couldn't eliminate it today, what face would they have left in this secret realm? Meanwhile, Moxie concealed herself in the shadows, watching as countless beasts stood petrified in jade. A cursory glance revealed that hundreds, if not thousands, of beasts at the general and commander levels had been turned to stone. She pondered whether shattering these jade creatures would count towards her points. Regardless, devouring them would still be advantageous. Once the nine-headed blazing lion and his companions charged towards the jade-headed eagle, and Moxie quietly emerged and struck a jade-sculpted beast beside her with a powerful fist, shattering it effortlessly. She glanced at her wristwatch and confirmed her score had indeed increased. The beast she had just vanquished was a high-ranking general, granting her 5 points. The scoring system for beasts was as follows. Mid-level generals earned 1 point, high-level generals 5 points, initial stage commanders 100 points, mid-level commanders 500 points, high-level commanders 5,000 points, initial stage kings 10,000 points, mid-level kings 50,000 points, and high-level kings 300,000 points. While the kings offered high scores, one must possess the capability to defeat them. And Moxie smiled as she gazed upon the scattered jade sculptures. Allow me to help you escape this plight. 9 ethereal spears of spiritual energy materialized around her, and with a mere thought, they launched forth, shattering the jade sculptures on the ground. Following this, she activated her energy to consume the shattered jade, transforming it into pure energy. Her yang energy also operated to absorb any unnecessary talents, converting them into energy. 10 minutes later, the once jade-laden ground was entirely cleared, transformed into pure energy that refined in Moxie's physique. Although her cultivation had slightly improved, she had not yet reached the king level. However, trailing behind the main group to collect spoils was indeed delightful. Everyone despised the one who lingered, yet everyone became that very one. Through this opportunistic endeavor, and Moxie amassed a total of 130,000 points. Adding to the score acquired from previously vanquished flying beasts, she now approached a total of 190,000 points, nearing the coveted 200,000 mark. And Moxie followed the trail left by the herd of beasts, encountering a few slower creatures that had fallen behind the main group. Being the benevolent individual she was, she would surely offer them a helping hand. Without hesitation, send him to meet the beast god. Embrace new ideologies, strive to be the new youth, and perform good deeds without seeking recognition. And she arrived softly and departed just as gently, waving her sleeves to escort these extraordinary beasts to their divine entity. Such benevolent souls are indeed rare. Did you not observe how those creatures wept with gratitude? The beasts exclaimed, "What a day this is!" Not only were we dragged around all day, but in the end, we were separated from the main group and fell victim to humans due to exhaustion. Curse it all. And she, with a cheerful demeanor, continued to trail behind the main party, maintaining a respectful distance, adhering to the 3 guiding principles of non-involvement, non-rejection, and non-responsibility. Chapter 73. The Beast Tide provoked by one to avoid detection by the royal tier beasts, one must not approach the horde of alien creatures uninvited. However, we should extend warmth to those stragglers who lag behind due to their lack of speed or dwindling stamina. We bear no responsibility for any adverse events that may occur after these tasks are completed. Gradually, the number of lower-tier beasts within the horde diminished, while the royal-tier beasts remained fixated on the azure gold-headed eagles soaring ahead, oblivious to the losses. For them, the absence of a few was merely the result of slower pace and fatigue. After all, many within the horde were not adept at speed, and those lost were precisely those lacking in swiftness or endurance. Originally, the giant-toothed sword pig belonged to this category, yet it managed to keep pace due to its royal-tier strength, albeit laboriously, gasping for breath with every step. Suddenly, the ice-scaled giant python approached the 9-headed fiery lion and remarked, "Lion King, if we proceed any further, we shall reach the lair of the azure gold-headed eagle." The elder beasts among the flying ones should not be underestimated. The 9-headed fiery lion, gazing at the azure gold-headed eagle that was navigating towards a towering peak, coldly asserted, "Humph. It matters not. Even if those ragged feathers come out in full, we shall not be afraid. Today, we hold the advantage." Reassured by the lion's words, the ice-scaled giant python felt a sense of relief. With 2 mid-tier royal beasts and 3 low-tier royal beasts, their collective strength was formidable. As long as the high-tier royals did not intervene, they were certain to reign supreme in this forested domain. Contemplating this, the ice-scaled giant python flicked its forked tongue, exuding a chilling aura, and gazed towards a majestic peak that towered over the secret realm. It was here that the only high-tier royal beast resided. With this in mind, The main force continued to follow, although the azure gold-headed eagle flew, compelling the others to traverse mountains and valleys. Thus, the dual-winged white tiger led the way, with the other beasts following closely behind, gradually closing in on the azure light on the horizon. Ultimately, the azure gold-headed eagle alighted upon the peak, which was adorned with numerous nests, home to its clan. With no time to rest, it approached the clan elder. There were others of royal tier presence within the tribe. The vast azure gold-headed eagle clan boasted several low-tier royal beasts, and though none were mid-tier, their combined strength was still formidable. This was how the azure gold-headed eagle's clan came to dominate this airspace. The beasts slain by Moxie were merely the underlings of their faction. The elder of the azure gold-headed eagle had been nearby at the time of the incident, caught off guard by the unfolding events. It was imperative to gather several low-tier royal elders to resist the encroaching horde. If they could vanquish the white tiger, the remaining beasts could be methodically eliminated, relying on the aerial advantage of the azure gold-headed eagles. Despite the clan consisting of only around 1,000 members, they had maintained control over this airspace in recent years. Leveraging their ability to soar, they procured a plethora of rare treasures from the heavens and the earth, which in turn gave rise to 5 king-level initial stage beasts. Soon, 1,000 jade-headed golden eagles assembled, with the 5 king-level initial stage eagles taking the lead. At that moment, the beasts below had also reached the base of the mountain. "Children, follow me into battle. Repel these ground-dwelling creatures," commanded the venerable elder jade-headed golden eagle. With this command, the 5 king-level initial stage eagles led the charge skyward. Upon returning, the elder had consumed several rare treasures, and while most of his wounds had healed significantly, the gaping wound inflicted by the 9-headed blazing lion remained only partially scabbed. The once resplendent feathers were now entirely diminished, inciting a profound sense of indignation within him. Flying beasts, particularly avian species, are known to cherish their plumage, as it represents their beauty. To have lost his once pristine feathers to the 9-headed blazing lion was irksome enough, but to have a portion of his own rear taken as well was intolerable. After a furious cry, he ascended into the air. At this juncture, the 2-winged white tiger was surveying the mountain's landscape, catching sight of thousands of jade-headed golden eagles taking flight. Although many possessed relatively low realms of power, their ability to fly and their sheer numbers were formidable. Under the guidance of the elder jade-headed golden eagle, all the eagles swiftly approached the 2-winged white tiger. The tiger felt the bristling of its fur, akin to a cat startled by an explosion. Turning to flee, it realized that the elder jade-headed golden eagle would not allow such an opportunity for escape. The 5 king-level initial stage eagles pursued relentlessly. Having returned to the mountain peak and consumed a significant amount of rare treasures, even though they were not at their peak condition, they had recovered substantially. Meanwhile, the 2-winged white tiger remained alert in the sky, unable to afford a moment's respite, and its condition was far from optimal. The tiger aimed to escape towards the herd led by the 9-headed blazing lion, but those jade-headed golden eagles seemed reckless in their pursuit. Bathed in a radiant blue glow, they moved with astonishing speed, quickly closing the gap between them and the 2-winged white tiger. As they approached within 100 meters, the tiger grew even more anxious and let out a fearsome roar. With a powerful flap of its snowy wings, it surged towards the beast herd. At that moment, there was still a distance of 1,000 meters to the herd, and the creatures on the ground were keenly aware of the unfolding drama. Under the command of the 9-headed blazing lion, enormous trees and boulders were hurled towards the sky. Even if they could not slay the jade-headed golden eagles, they aimed to rescue the 2-winged white tiger. However, the eagles swiftly evaded the projectiles with mere turns, suffering no damage whatsoever. Then, under the leadership of the elder jade-headed golden eagle, all the eagles glimmered with ethereal blue light. Streams of jade flew forth, shattering the stones, and trees launched from the ground. Subsequently, all the jade projectiles were directed towards the 2-winged white tiger. Witnessing this spectacle, the tiger realized that there was no escape left. With such a multitude of jade projectiles, evasion was no longer an option. Summoning her innate talent, the snow-white feathers upon her wings continuously burst forth, conjuring a tempest of snowy plumes. She confronted the jade-hued adversary head-on. However, a single tiger could scarcely contend against 6 birds. Countless feathers transformed into jade-like stones, cascading to the ground, some embedding themselves in trees, while others settled upon the earth. Soon, the winged white tiger sensed her diminishing strength. as the feathers she launched grew increasingly sparse. Initially, the formidable projectiles of colossal trees and stones from the ground, combined with her feathers, maintained a semblance of balance. Yet now, the great trees had all been hurled, and the stones had vanished. Her feathers, too, gradually dwindled, ultimately proving insufficient to withstand the onslaught. Chapter 74. The Fall of the White Tiger amidst the chaos of attempting to mediate. And Mashi watched as the white tiger's dual wings flailed, releasing a piercing wail before it transformed into a lifelike jade sculpture, crashing heavily to the ground. Observing this scene, tears welled in the 9 eyes of the 9-headed blazing lion. No, the anguished roar resounded, but it was to no avail. The white tiger had already metamorphosed into jade and fell with a resounding thud. A fierce blaze ignited upon the immense form of the 9-headed blazing lion. Manifesting as a colossal creature, its fiery tail morphing into a serpent that exhaled wisps of flame. Instantly, its figure swelled several times, as the enraged eyes of the 9-headed blazing lion fixated upon the azure, jade, golden-headed eagle soaring above. Its massive body surged across the ground, causing tremors, before it leapt towards a towering tree. Gaining momentum from the tree, it ascended high, aiming to seize a nearby rank 1 azure jade golden-headed eagle. The other eagles swiftly evaded, while the one previously struck cried out in alarm, "Get away!" However, the elder of the azure jade golden-headed eagles did not retreat and was caught in the jaws of the 9-headed blazing lion, struggling in vain. The sharp talons of the eagle clutched at the flaming body of the 9-headed blazing lion, causing no harm. Instead, the claws were scorched, releasing a fragrant aroma. The eagle's feathers ignited, and as the lion's heads clamped down, the azure jade golden-headed eagle was torn apart without a sound. Blood gushed forth, yet much of it vaporized under the intense heat before it could even touch the ground. The 9-headed blazing lion landed, flames engulfing its form, scorching the earth beneath its feet and leaving behind blooming flames resembling red lotuses. Witnessing the fury of their 9-headed blazing lion, the surrounding beast horde surged forward to attack. A myriad of assaults ascended into the sky, targeting the azure jade golden-headed eagles above. The rank 1 azure jade white-headed eagles cried out and flapped their wings, dispersing the surrounding attacks. Then, in a furious bellow, one declared, "Old 5. How dare you? I shall transform you into jade sculptures atop the mountain." With azure luminescence enveloping its being, it directed an assault towards the 9-headed blazing lion, which stood its ground, unflinching. The distant azure jade golden-headed eagles hastened to join, though most were at the level, leaving the remaining high-ranking ones in their nests, the future of their clan. Upon arrival, they unleashed their talents, emitting azure and golden lights towards the ground. All 9 lion heads opened wide, conjuring clusters of fiery red lotuses. With a powerful thrust of its claws, the flames surged skyward. The azure jade golden-headed eagles evaded before the fire lotuses could reach them, activating their talents and releasing azure luminescence. As the 9 fire lotuses reached a certain distance, they exploded with a resounding force. Petals of lotus flowers burst forth, triggering yet another explosion. The strike barely harmed the regal Qingyu golden-headed eagles, leaving them only somewhat dazed from the blast. However, the lower-ranked nobles were not so fortunate. Many petals detonated around them, reducing entire eagles to mere clouds of crimson mist. The less fortunate lost a wing, plummeting to the ground where numerous alien beasts feasted upon them. Witnessing this scene, the ancestral figure of the Qingyu golden-headed eagles was filled with rage, emitting a call that prompted the other eagles to retreat. He resolved to confront the threat himself while instructing the others to eliminate the lesser beasts. Soon, the ancestral eagle radiated a brilliant azure light, surrounded by shards of jade brilliance, while golden rays erupted from its beak, launching an assault on the 9-headed blazing lion. The battlefield erupted into chaos, with an array of spiritual lights flashing, accompanied by ice, flames, jade, golden light, boulders, and creeping vines. Unbeknownst to all, a spiritual spear maneuvered through the fray, drawing near to the jade sculpture of the dual-winged white tiger. The air shimmered with subtle ripples, akin to water disturbed by a drop. An she emerged from the void, swiftly ensnaring the dual-winged white tiger's jade form within her miniature world. She vanished once more, reappearing at a considerable distance from the battlefield. The petrified beasts and humans did not meet immediate death. Rather, they retained their consciousness. While the jade continued to absorb their life force and spiritual energy, nourishing the Qingyu golden-headed eagles. This terrifying ability of the Qingyu golden-headed eagles to transmute stone into jade was indeed formidable. Gazing upon the jade-formed dual-winged white tiger, she wore a gentle smile. Whispering, "Do not fear, I shall liberate you from this suffering." She then unleashed a powerful punch, radiating a halo of sanctity, while dark tendrils coalesced upon the jade. This effect embodied both annihilation and corruption, as she activated her innate talent to consume it. Yet, she preserved its essence. Knowing there would be no time to evaluate these talents until after the chaos subsided, returning to the outskirts of the battlefield, she continued to gather the jade-formed beasts into her small world, subsequently devouring their remains. Occasionally, she intervened in skirmishes, as the balance of power was not always even, requiring her mediation. Of course, the most straightforward and effective resolution to a conflict was to eliminate both parties. Without beasts, there could be no battle. A busy figure emerged on the battlefield, she, appearing first at the west, then at the east. Engaged in her tasks, her significant movements did not go unnoticed by other students. Many had initially observed the scene, but upon witnessing the clash of the titans in the center of the battlefield, they promptly turned and fled. After all, while scores were important, what use were they if one's life was lost? Did you not notice how the esteemed kings in the midst of the fray have turned crimson with rage? Even if they managed to successfully vanquish a portion of the monstrous beasts, should they attract the attention of a royal creature, the consequences would be dire. It would be far wiser to steer clear of this region and seek out other locales to hunt these beasts. The reality is that among a horde of these creatures, should one dare to enter, emerging unscathed would be a remarkable feat, with perhaps only one survivor out of 10. Although there exist rivalries among the beasts themselves, they show no hesitation in eliminating a human intruder before resuming their own mortal combat. This is the terrifying nature of the beast tide. However, it poses no challenge for Imashi. She inscribes her spatial marks around her, and should she find herself outmatched, she can swiftly retreat without hesitation. Chapter 75. A mutual demise if only one could prevail. Ah, how delightful it would be to play the peacemaker, urging everyone to embrace harmony. Alas, they were all heedless of counsel, leaving Imashi with no choice but to reluctantly intervene, attempting to quell the tumult. Once again, the diligent Imashi embarked on the noble path of righteousness, as the arena of conflict dwindled. In the end, only a few frenzied king-level beasts remained, with 3 of the 9-headed blazing lions still standing. Among them were the formidable 9-headed blazing lion, the ice-scaled giant python, and the long-armed mountain-shaking ape. Yet, they too were not unscathed. The flames upon the 9-headed blazing lion had dimmed, and the ice-scaled giant python was encased in layers of ice armor, its once smooth azure scales marred by charred wounds, revealing the severity of its injuries. The long-armed mountain-shaking ape was similarly afflicted, its fur a patchwork of darkness. Wielding what appeared to be a small tree in its grasp, gazing up at the sky with eyes gleaming with fervor. Originally, 6 king-level azure gold-headed eagles had taken flight, but now only 4 remained. Aside from the venerable ancestor, 3 fledgling king-level eagles were left, all adorned with various injuries, some even missing a claw. The battle had transformed into a fierce spectacle, with the remaining beasts driven to a bloodthirsty frenzy, each longing to devour their adversaries. Yet, in a corner, the ice-scaled giant python exhibited a glimmer of cunning in its eyes, seemingly deep in thought, unnoticed by the others. Perhaps it was the nature of the cunning serpentine creature to conserve its strength, stealthily avoiding confrontation. Imashi observed this subtle evasion but found herself powerless in the face of such formidable foes, each possessing considerable combat prowess. Engaging directly would be perilous, leaving her no choice but to remain a mere spectator, content to watch the unfolding drama from the shadows. As twilight descended, the ethereal light of the spirit energy danced through the air, rivaling the beauty of fireworks. With the battle raging on, both sides began to wane in strength. The azure gold-headed eagles showing signs of fatigue. 9-headed blazing lion, you have gone too far, the ancestor of the azure gold-headed eagles exclaimed. Initially, he sought only to amuse himself by pursuing that human youth, never anticipating that it would lead to such a grand conflict. All the azure gold-headed eagles he had brought had perished, and though the opposing side fared little better, the vibrant feathers he cherished had been bitten away. A source of great pride now lost. Though he yearned for revenge, He realized that continuing this battle would leave his clan severely weakened, even if they emerged victorious. You struck me first, subsequently annihilating numerous subordinates. Even the White Tiger fell victim to your onslaught. I demand retribution for this blood debt. As he spoke, the malevolent aura surrounding the nine-headed blazing lion surged dramatically, compelling it to activate its second innate ability. One of its lion heads ignited the ability All-Consuming Flame, sacrificing a head in exchange for a twofold increase in combat prowess, albeit at the cost of entering a state of weakness for a year until the head would regenerate. The nine-headed blazing lion typically refrained from employing this talent due to the exorbitant price, which halved its power for a month and necessitated a year for recovery of the lost head. However, this action demonstrated the lion's unwavering resolve to engage in a fight to the death. Flames erupted anew, morphing from crimson to a brilliant blue-white hue. Its fiery form expanded to a staggering 30 meters in height, and the remaining 8 lion heads unleashed torrents of blue-white flames. With a powerful leap, it expelled a fiery lotus towards the azure golden-eyed eagle. The searing heat distorted the very air as it surged rapidly toward its target. The azure golden-eyed eagle, momentarily caught off guard by the sudden escalation in the nine-headed blazing lion's power, flapped its wings in an attempt to evade, but it was a moment too late. Flames ignited upon its wings. In an instant, the entire avian creature was engulfed in blue-white fire, emitting a heart-wrenching cry. The fiery lotus continued its trajectory, detonating beside another azure golden-eyed eagle, which was soon transformed into a fiery apparition, flailing helplessly in the air, its strength insufficient to alter its fate. Ultimately, it succumbed, plummeting to the ground, where it was gradually consumed by the blue-white flames, leaving naught but a pile of ashes. The elder of the azure golden-eyed eagles, encased in flames, yet possessing the mid-tier royal level of power, grimaced in defiance. A green light enveloped him, momentarily staving off the flames' ravages, before he ascended into the sky, transforming into a streak of azure light that descended with remarkable speed. Like a falcon diving for its prey, he seized the shoulder of the long-armed mountain ape, lifting it effortlessly. In an instant, flames enveloped the ape, reducing its staff to cinders. The creature emitted a piercing scream, attempting to muster spiritual energy for defense. However, the azure golden-eyed eagle grasped him and ascended to a height of 10,000 meters, releasing him from its talons. The overwhelming sensation of weightlessness, compounded by the burning sensation of the flames, elicited frantic cries from the ape. Ultimately, it plummeted toward the nine-headed blazing lion, which retaliated with a fiery paw formed from concentrated flames, pulverizing the long-armed mountain ape into a mist of blood. This vaporous essence ascended into the sky, and the nine-headed blazing lion remained unfazed, yet both sides suffered further losses. Only the nine-headed blazing lion and the ice-scaled giant python remained. However, where had the ice-scaled giant python gone? One of the lion's heads turned back, searching for its companion, but the serpent's presence was nowhere to be found. Meanwhile, the elder of the azure golden-eyed eagles and 2 other members of the azure golden-eyed eagle clan soared above. In truth, even before the ice-scaled giant python made its hasty retreat, and Moxie had already taken notice. However, she lacked the confidence to wholly detain it, and moreover, the weather had turned increasingly dim. Numerous exotic beasts had emerged in search of sustenance. It seemed more prudent to remain and witness this unfolding spectacle. The trio of fiery nine-headed lions exhibited no fear whatsoever, while the venerable Qingyu golden-headed eagle had already reached the limits of its strength. Having been tainted by its own crimson-blue defeating flame, every fleeting moment now consumed a fragment of its life. Although it could momentarily withstand the onslaught due to its formidable power, with the passage of time, its demise became inevitable. Chapter 76. The Jade Transformation. I have but a short time left to live. If that is the case, then let us face this together. The eyes of the Jade Golden Eagle were filled with madness as it summoned its innate ability, turning stone into jade, transforming its entire form into jade. This was a desperate gamble, a willingness to embrace death in the hopes of victory, for without temporarily entering this jade state, it would have no chance against the nine-headed blazing lion. Yet, once the jade transformation was initiated, it became an irreversible phenomenon, indicating that the Jade Golden Eagle was truly prepared to perish alongside its foe. If you remain obstinate, then let us meet our end together. The Jade Golden Eagle's form shifted, becoming transparent and solid jade, enveloped in blue and white flames, presenting an exceptionally striking appearance. An Moshi, observing the spectacle, commented incessantly from the sidelines, savoring a slice of watermelon, exclaiming how death could inspire such beautiful moments. Truly delightful. Ancestor. The two surviving elders of the Jade Golden Eagle clan uttered mournfully, their hearts heavy with reluctance. The gravity of their leader's potential demise weighed heavily, for even in victory, the Jade Golden Eagle clan would face a long period of despondency. The elder made no reply. Instead, he dove downwards. In an instant, the eagle and the lion were locked in combat. The eagle's sharp beak aimed at one of the lion's heads, piercing through the blue and white flames and shattering it. Simultaneously, its jade claws seized two of the remaining lion heads and crushed them. In that fleeting moment, the nine-headed blazing lion lost 3 of its heads, leaving it with only 5. However, the loss was not without consequence. The remaining 5 heads retaliated, sinking their teeth into the Jade Golden Eagle's form. A cacophony of cracking sounds resonated as fissures appeared on its jade body. Realizing it could no longer maintain aerial superiority, the eagle relinquished its advantage, its jade wings slicing through the lion's flesh like steel blades. The sound of flesh tearing echoed as their fierce struggle continued. The other 2 Jade Golden Eagles, witnessing the fray, attempted to distract the 9-headed blazing lion with their jade luminescence, but their efforts were in vain, failing to breach the outer layer of flames. They could only circle in the sky, growing increasingly anxious. Unless they too were willing to sacrifice their own bodies to become jade and fight to the death. Below, the 2 beasts trembled as the Jade Golden Eagle elder gradually found himself at a disadvantage. The 2 clan elders exchanged glances, ultimately deciding to sacrifice themselves. They soared into the air, transforming into translucent jade, radiating with golden light, like swords aimed at the remaining 5 heads of the 9-headed blazing lion. They did not seek death. Rather, they understood that should the Jade Golden Eagle elder fall and the 9-headed blazing lion survive, their clan would face relentless retribution once the lion regained its strength. Even after the formidable Qingyu golden-headed eagles meet their demise, they may temporarily succumb to despair. However, through gradual development, they can regain their previous state, perhaps even thriving in environments previously dominated by powerful beasts that have since perished. Yet, what awaits the Qingyu golden-headed eagles is a bleak abyss devoid of hope. Below, the 9-headed blazing lions engage in a fierce battle with the ancestral Qingyu golden-headed eagle. Oblivious to the descending figures of 2 elder eagles, akin to arrows piercing the sky. This oversight grants the elder eagles an opportunity to strike, their razor-sharp beaks slicing through the flames that envelop them. Subsequently, the 9-headed blazing lions suffer the shattering of 2 more heads, leaving them with only 3. The agony prompts a deafening roar from the 9-headed blazing lions, momentarily dazing them and affording the ancestral Qingyu golden-headed eagle a fleeting respite. Seizing the moment, the 3 Qingyu golden-headed eagles launch a counterattack against the now diminished 3-headed blazing lion, which could perhaps be referred to as a 3-headed entity at this juncture. Plunging into a brutal melee, chunks of flesh are sent flying amidst a flurry of jade-like fragments. With the addition of 2 more Qingyu golden-headed eagles to the fray, the tide shifts, turning the 3-headed blazing lion from an advantageous position to a disadvantaged one. The 3-headed blazing lion, having lost all rationality, reverts entirely to its primal instincts, unleashing its innate ability, Jade Stone Conflagration, sacrificing 2 of its heads in the process. With only 1 head remaining, its flames transform into a chilling white hue. The escalating temperature warps the surrounding air, yet the 3 Qingyu golden-headed eagles, now encased in jade-like forms, remain unperturbed by the heat. They soar upward once more, their wings slicing through the air like blades, relentlessly striking at one of the blazing lions. However, this time, their efforts fail to penetrate the defenses, merely generating sparks upon impact. Unbeknownst to the 3 Qingyu golden-headed eagles, their jade forms begin to gradually melt away. The flames surrounding the blazing lion coalesce into solidified forms, its claws extending over 3 meters, resembling sharp blades. Its fiery mane billows in the air, and its eyes, now blood-red, stand in stark contrast to the surrounding cold white flames, appearing incredibly vivid. The remaining lion head seizes one of the elder Qingyu golden-headed eagles, its mouth agape, filled with fiercely concentrated flames and jagged fangs. It bites down, severing the head of the elder eagle with a single chomp, then swings its massive paw, shattering another elder into fragments, scattering them like rubble. The flying jade shards possess tremendous force, creating deep craters upon impact with the ground, penetrating even the robust trees above. The blazing lion then turns its gaze toward the remaining ancestral Qingyu golden-headed eagle, its blood-red eyes igniting with a predatory glint. The elder eagle, now in a state of diminishing vitality, displays cracks upon its jade-like form, with fragments falling to the ground. Its eyes blaze red, and even its once unyielding beak now bears fissures. A blazing lion propelled itself from the ground, its powerful hind legs launching it forth, while the ethereal white figure of the ancient azure golden eagle unfurled its wings, resembling twin blades slicing through the air. With great effort, it elevated its body into the sky, its talons aimed menacingly at the lion's head. At that moment, as the two beasts engaged in fierce combat, Enmashi felt a profound realization emerge within her heart. Although the fierce contest between the blazing lion and the ancient azure golden eagle seemed evenly matched, she understood that this was merely a fleeting resurgence of vitality. Soon enough, the ancient eagle would succumb to its inevitable demise. Chapter 77. A true man never looks back at explosions, gazing upon the shattered corpses of the two jade-headed eagles strewn across the ground. One could not help but ponder their worth. If it were merely those two broken bodies, then indeed, it would be a futile endeavor. However, Enmoxie was also contemplating the corpse of the mid-tier royal jade-headed eagle, which, though still alive, had already begun to capture her interest. There was, of course, another approach, namely, devising a means to slay the one remaining fiery lion. Yet this method posed a greater challenge. Regardless of its feasibility, Enmoxie resolved to give it a try. She cast a glance at the fierce battle unfolding not far away between the two beasts. With determination, she conjured a spear of spiritual energy, imprinting a spatial mark upon it before swiftly sending it forth into the unknown. Subsequently, she established another spatial mark at her location, confirming its accuracy. Everything was in place. Enmoxie exhaled softly, retrieving her underworld monarch and inscribing it with a spatial mark as well. With her mind, she guided the underworld monarch stealthily towards the battleground of the two beasts. Currently, the two beasts were locked in a relentless struggle, oblivious to the approach of the underworld monarch amidst the chaos of their battle. Soon, she reached the periphery of their conflict, standing quietly at the brink. The fiery lion and the jade-headed eagle were entirely unaware of the unfolding scene. Although both were mid-tier royal beasts, the fiery lion had significantly enhanced its strength by sacrificing several of its heads through its innate ability. The jade stone burns together. While it had not yet ascended to high-tier royal status, it had nonetheless taken a formidable step towards that realm. This advancement rendered the jade-headed eagle, despite activating its jade form, unable to mount a sufficient defense. At that moment, the jade-headed eagle found itself pinned beneath the fiery lion, which relentlessly pounded its claws upon the eagle's body. Shards of jade flew as cracks multiplied on the eagle's form, threatening to shatter at any moment. The jade-headed eagle now had only two claws remaining. Its wings had been torn away by the fiery lioness claws and were lost to the fray. Yet, the two remaining claws did not relent, inflicting bloody gashes upon the fiery lion's torso. The fiery lion was now covered in wounds, its blood flowing in crimson rivulets, resembling writhing caterpillars upon its body. With a roar, the fiery lion unleashed a torrent of flames and sank its jaws into the jade-headed eagle's head. The remaining head of the lion viciously tore and thrashed, dragging the eagle along the ground. The claws of the jade-headed eagle clutched at the fiery lion's chest, and as the lion swung its head, a piece of flesh was ripped away, exposing the heart within. At that moment, a portion of the fiery lion's heart was torn away, blood gushing forth from the wound, only to evaporate quickly in the heat, rising in billowing mist. And Moxie, fully focused, recognized that this was indeed a fortuitous opportunity. And Moshi retrieved an object from within the spatial realm, casting a lingering glance at it before reluctantly employing her spiritual essence to guide it stealthily into the heart of a blazing flame lion. Nestled within its chest by the talons of the jade-headed golden eagle, she intended to leave herself a contingency. Ideally, it would not be needed, yet a safeguard was essential. As the flame lion writhed incessantly, the eagle's talons gradually succumbed to weakness, ultimately drooping helplessly. Seizing the moment, Enmoshi swiftly conjured 5 thunderous spears, directing them towards the lion's eyes, chest, body, hind paws, and vulnerable rear. However, as the ethereal spears approached, they were incinerated into nothingness by the overwhelming flames, never reaching the lion. Sensing the imminent threat, the flame lion lifted its head, its crimson eyes locking onto Enmashi's position. The sheer force of its presence sent chills down her spine, conjuring the image of 9 majestic flame lions in their prime, unleashing a deafening roar. Enmashi felt golden sparks flash before her eyes, her consciousness wavering, and her breath becoming labored. Was this the chasm of disparity in strength? The potent mental shock caused blood to flow from her nostrils. Feeling the warmth of blood trickling forth, Enmashi gritted her teeth, her eyes aflame with determination. She removed her sunglasses, and a torrent of scorching demonic energy mingled with radiant light enveloped her. The eternal demonic form awakened. Fortune favors the bold. Enmashi commanded the Reaper to swiftly advance towards the flame lion. As they neared, the Reaper's spiritual power radiated outward, splitting into 2, then 4, then 8. Simultaneously, Enmashi hastily infused her energy once more, inscribing 7 spatial seals upon it. Subsequently, the spears surged forth from all directions, aimed at the lion's chest. The flame lion raised its body, its forepaws crashing down onto the ground, stirring up a whirlwind of dust as it roared. The sound reverberated like thunder, unleashing a powerful gust of wind. All the spears were violently repelled, crashing to the earth and dissipating into ethereal energy. Yet, astonishingly, all 8 spears vanished into the void. Where was the Reaper? At that moment, the Reaper had stealthily burrowed beneath the surface, emerging directly beneath the lion. Now, it burst forth from the ground, not formed from gathered spiritual energy, but rather enduring the intense heat as it approached the lion's heart. Enmashi activated the spatial seals, vanishing from sight, only to reappear amidst the cold white flames, gripping a spear tightly. She thrust it fiercely towards the lion's heart, her 8 arms manifesting, each grasping a spear. Veins bulged along her arms like azure dragons spiraling around her limbs. Yet, a resounding impact echoed as a protective barrier of concentrated spiritual energy enveloped the lion's heart. Enmashi appeared to have anticipated this, immediately triggering the hidden object concealed within the lion's body. Subsequently, the spatial imprint was activated, vanishing from its original location, only to reappear atop a mountain. She held the Lord of the Underworld in one hand, standing with an air of nonchalance, when suddenly, a tremendous explosion resonated. A brilliant white light gradually illuminated the surroundings, and amidst the haze, she seemed to hear a phrase, "Art is." Patrick Star. Following this, a sound akin to the collapse of the heavens echoed, causing all the extraordinary beasts within the secret realm to gaze in that direction. Even the teachers within the base turned their attention skyward, observing the celestial star's ascent, and collectively, they felt that this year's newcomers were indeed remarkable. Such a commotion could hardly be borne even by that ancient lizard. In no time, the white Patrick Star rapidly expanded, leveling the ground beneath it to a mere plain. A true man, never looking back. Oh dear. She was still posturing, but before he could fully maintain his facade. Chapter 78. The ashes are yours to scatter. A tremendous gust of wind swept him off his feet, causing Enmoxie to lose her balance and nearly tumble to the ground. In a moment of urgency, she unfurled her wings, flapping them vigorously until she regained her equilibrium. With a sigh of relief, she glanced around, grateful that no one had witnessed her plight. Turning her gaze to the rear, she beheld the aftermath of the explosion, which resembled the impact site of a comet. The ground had morphed into a semi-spherical crater, with surrounding peaks and trees vanished without a trace. Oh no! The carcass of the king-level beast. Enmoxie sank to the ground, her eyes vacant as she stared into the abyss of the crater. Despite her despair, she was determined to investigate. Approaching the epicenter of the blast, she detected a lingering scent of scorched air, the heat still palpable. She landed and scoured the area, only to find that it had been utterly flattened, as if swept clean. Checking her wristwatch, she noted an increase of 50,000 points. Well, at least there were still points to be had. Enmoxie pressed her forehead in dismay, her heart aching at the loss. Spreading her wings, she soared back to the base, returning to her room moments later. As she contemplated her next move, she realized she needed to leave a spatial imprint in her room for easier travel. This would facilitate swift escapes in times of danger. And as for those who dared to pursue, would they truly challenge the instructors stationed at the base? The beasts attacking the base would have to contend with the defenders. Yes, let them come. They would be scattered to ashes. With this resolution, and Moxie set her plans in motion. After indulging in 2 hearty meals at the cafeteria, she felt satiated. Upon returning to her room, she found the disarray tidied up by Sue Dodgy, who lay on the bed, eyes closed, still recovering from exhaustion. And Moxie entered the bathroom quietly, filling the tub with water, allowing herself to sink in and relax. Just as she submerged, the bathroom door creaked open. Sue Dodgy peeked in, her curiosity piqued upon seeing Moxie lounging in the tub. She tiptoed closer, having been awake since Moxie entered the room. Careful not to disturb her. A warm feeling enveloped her heart, brimming with joy and happiness. She reached out to poke Moxie's chest playfully, but her wrist was suddenly seized by Moxie. Throughout the day, aside from mealtime, Sue Dodgy had not ventured outside. Even her meals were taken back to the room. And after tidying up, she donned a light, sheer garment, her delicate white stockings still intact as she reclined on the bed, now clothed in a cool, purple sheer robe that revealed a transparency of 70%. The single-eyed rabbit beneath it was captivatingly visible, drawing the eye. The young girl unexpectedly exhibits an understanding beyond her years. After a long day spent outdoors, her weary body suddenly feels invigorated. What are you up to? She grasped Sue Dodgy's delicate wrist, a teasing smile adorning her face. Sue Dodgy, resembling a mischievous child caught in a moment of mischief, surrendered to her whims. She leaped into She's embrace, her single-eye rabbit colliding with She's chest, sending splashes of water all around as she nestled against her. I missed you, she murmured, her body playfully rubbing against She's, inciting a stir of excitement within her. Noticing the change, Sue Dodgy's cheeks flushed with color. Drawing a deep breath, she surrendered to the moment. As she reclined in the bath, her gaze wandered, evoking a line from an ancient poem. Viewing the mountain from the front appears as a peak, while from the side it seems a ridge, near or far. High or low, all is different. The true visage of Mount Lu remains unknown, for one is merely ensconced within its embrace. Moonlight streamed through the bathroom's single-pane window, illuminating Sue Dodgy's damp silk garments, clinging to her fair, smooth calves. Their fingers entwined. The wall of the bathroom cast shadows of the two, one belonging to me, the other also mine. After a considerable time, Sue Dodgy lay across She's chest, her gaze intensely fixed upon her face, brimming with unspoken emotions. As she beheld the enchanting figure in her arms, she gently pressed her lips against Sue Dodgy's cherry blossom-like mouth, tenderly cradling her. The sound of splashing water filled the air. After placing Sue Dodgy on the bed, her complexion was flushed, her alluring eyes continuously scanning She. The graceful form lay serenely on the bed, her porcelain-like feet nestled in She's palm. After assisting her in shedding the damp silk, the tension reignited. Hours later, Sue Dodgy rested in She's embrace, contentedly drifting into a deep slumber. Her skin radiated a rosy hue, her alabaster legs draped over She, with 2 rosy blushes gracing her cheeks. She activated the room's cleaning system, engaging the ventilation feature, as a particular floral fragrance lingered in the air. Without refreshing the atmosphere, restful sleep would be elusive. Subsequently, She nestled into the bed, embracing Sue Dodgy's form, and succumbed to sleep. The following morning, She awoke to find Sue Dodgy had already risen. After a restful night, her body had fully recovered. Such is the advantage of being a cultivator. Not only is their stamina formidable, but their recuperative abilities are unparalleled. Were she an ordinary girl, 2 consecutive nights of such activity would likely leave her bedridden for 3 to 4 days. She rose, revealing her bare upper body, and casually donned a black sweatshirt paired with comfortable pants before proceeding to the bathroom to freshen up. After brushing her teeth, the sound of running water filled the air as she splashed her face. At that moment, the sound of the door opening reached her ears, and she sensed Sue Dodgy's return. Glancing at the bed, Sue Dodgy, hearing the splashing from the bathroom, knew she was awake. Husband, hurry and wash up. Once you're done, come out for breakfast. I have prepared a meal for you. Sue Dodgy placed the fried dough sticks and soy milk she purchased from the cafeteria on the table, then removed her shoes, revealing her delicate feet clad in white lace stockings, gracefully touching the floor. She emerged from the bathroom just as Sue Dodgy finished arranging the breakfast. Upon noticing Enmashi's presence, Sudaji swiftly approached him, wrapping her arms around his neck and bestowing a gentle kiss upon his lips. Chapter 79. The foxfire unleashes its might. Did that little fool just attempt to ambush me? Enmashi exclaimed, embracing Sudaji's delicate waist. A playful smile gracing his lips as he gazed at her exquisite visage. So, what shall you do to me? Sudaji queried, her finger poised on her lips. Casting a seductive glance at Enmashi, unfazed, Enmashi leaned down and pressed his lips against her cherry-red ones. After a brief moment of surprise, Sudaji retaliated with her tender tongue, initiating a passionate duel of lips and tongues. 15 minutes later, they released each other, Sudaji's face adorned with a hint of rosy hue. Both being cultivators, holding their breath for such duration was merely a trifling feat now. Sudaji appeared somewhat drained. Her entire being slumped against Enmashi. You rascal. She playfully pouted, delivering a couple of feeble punches to his chest. Enmashi smiled gently, lifting her and placing her in a chair, only releasing her once she was securely seated. Settling across from her, Enmashi took a sip of soy milk and suggested, "Join me for an outing this afternoon. After a day of rest, it's time to catch up on your scores, or else you may face elimination." "Sure," Sudaji replied, dipping a youtiao into the soy milk, waiting for it to soak up the golden liquid. With a flirtatious glance at Enmashi, she then took a bite. The youtiao, infused with the rich flavor of soy milk, was far more delectable than when consumed alone. Breakfast staples, soy milk and youtiao, were simply delightful. Accidentally, some soy milk dribbled onto her lips, giving her a rather endearing appearance. Enmashi reached out, gently wiping the soy milk from her mouth, cautioning, "Eat slowly. You are not a child anymore. Look at the mess you're making." Sudaji nodded, lifting her bowl to sip more soy milk. After finishing their breakfast, they stepped out of the base, glancing at the scoreboard. Enmashi was currently ranked first, boasting over 350,000 points. The annihilation of the 9-headed blazing lions had not only vanquished them, but also wiped out several exotic beasts in the surrounding forested mountains, solidifying his top position. The second-place contender was still far behind with less than 30,000 points, a vast chasm of 100,000 points separating them. After all, yesterday had been monumental, eradicating 2 beast clans, including the clan of the Jade Golden-Headed Eagle. During the fierce battle, the dark matter annihilation had leveled the very mountain where the clan resided. Such a high score was not exaggerated. With Sudaji by his side, Enmashi contemplated heading in the opposite direction of yesterday's path. As that area had already been thoroughly explored, it would prove challenging to find exotic beasts. Thus, they decided to venture in the contrary direction. For this secret realm was immense, nearly equivalent to the size of a domain. This time, they refrained from flight. The memory of yesterday's battle was vivid in Enmashi's mind. With Sudaji accompanying him, he had to exercise caution. After all, it's better to be safe than sorry. She retrieved a motorcycle, the latest marvel produced by Alpha Technology. Prior to their arrival, Morong Qingyu had prepared it for him, ensuring it was nestled within his small world. The sleek black motorcycle, with its flawless aerodynamic design, rested upon 2 tires that kissed the ground, its body glinting with a cold shimmer. Its rear boasted 3 engines capable of achieving astonishing acceleration. The specially designed off-road tires facilitated traversing rugged terrains with ease. She mounted the bike, donning a helmet that was far from bulky, reminiscent of a fishbowl. Instead, it was expertly crafted to fit the contours of his head. The helmet featured no lenses, but rather a display interface that conveyed real-time information. Inside the helmet resided a supercomputer, functioning rapidly to determine optimal routes. "Get on." She turned and patted the seat behind him, his voice transmitted through the helmet's transformation. Sudaji, elated, settled behind him, accepting the red helmet she offered. Upon wearing it, she transformed, clad in a striking red and black form-fitting battle suit. As she embraced she, her exuberance surged, pressing against his back. With a gleeful exclamation, "Let us go," she shouted. She twisted the throttle, and flames erupted from the motorcycle's rear. The roar of the engine resonated, igniting a rush of adrenaline within both of them. Shifting gears beneath their feet, the motorcycle surged forward with a thunderous roar, zipping across the ground. The 3 engines at the back belched flames, while a blue protective shield gradually enveloped them, safeguarding both the motorcycle and she. Soon, a thunderous sound erupted from behind a dirt slope, as the duo in black and red soared forth atop the massive black motorcycle, landing heavily before racing away into the distance amidst the engine's growl. From the slope emerged a plethora of exotic beasts, most at the level of advanced realms, but diverse in species. Among them were golden fawn wolves, with spirit apes, shadow cats, arrow shadow snakes, and many more. Atop the motorcycle, Sue Dodgy nestled in an Moshi's embrace, their chests pressed closely together. In Mo, she expertly maneuvered the bike, while Sue Dodgy activated her innate talent, gathering a sphere of foxfire in her hands. Like a machine gun, bursts of foxfire shot forth, striking the beast horde. Those beasts touched by the foxfire howled in agony, ceasing their pursuit and collapsing to the ground in a struggle. Some unfortunate creatures, engulfed by the foxfire, writhed in despair, but fortunately, the foxfire did not burn the mundane. It merely scorched the souls of the living, alleviating any concerns of igniting a forest fire. Thus, the duo harmonized in their efforts. The thunderous roar of the motorcycle attracting low-tier beasts, which ultimately fell victim to Sue Dodgy's foxfire. Swiftly harvesting points. Ahead lay a vast plain wherein Moshi executed a deft drift, bringing the motorcycle to a steady halt. Sue Dodgy leapt from her grasp, landing gracefully on the ground, her hands gathering foxfire that swirled around her. A blade of foxfire coalesced in Sue Dodgy's hand, transforming into a straight sword that she wielded against the horde of monstrous beasts. Her figure danced through the throng like a butterfly flitting among flowers, weaving effortlessly amidst the creatures. The foxfire surrounding her spread rapidly at the mere touch of the beasts. With each strike of the blade of foxfire, a beast fell, succumbing to its inevitable fate. Sue Dodgy unleashed her formidable prowess, reaching the pinnacle of her elevated realm, her strength undeniably formidable. The talent of foxfire proved to be exceptionally troublesome for her adversaries. Chapter 80. Sue Dodgy battles the striped giant tiger as the flames of the fox engulf a soul tainted by its fire. It is akin to kindling being cast into a blazing inferno. No, rather like being doused in accelerant, causing an explosive surge. The flames envelop the individual until the very essence of their soul is consumed, at which point the foxfire dissipates of its own accord or is summoned back by Sue Dodgy. In the nascent stages of one's innate abilities, the potential is but a seed waiting to be nurtured through exploration, comprehension, and mastery of mental prowess, allowing the true force of one's gifts to flourish. For instance, Bada previously exhibited an advanced understanding of his own talents, enabling him to achieve a fleeting elemental transformation, evading significant physical assaults. However, while Sue Dodgy's foxfire is indeed formidable, those with superior realms or sufficient mastery of mental energy can forcibly dispel it or employ clever techniques to counter it. Yet, confronted with this assembly of formidable beasts, even those of merely the initial stages of the general rank are scarcely a match for her. Upon vanquishing these creatures, Sue Dodgy merrily bounded back to Enmashi's side, teasingly inquiring, "Am I not impressive, dear husband? Do you not intend to reward me?" She removed her mask, revealing a visage of exquisite beauty, her smile radiant as she addressed him. Enmashi playfully pinched her cheek and replied, "The prospect of a reward can be discussed later. For now, let us embark. Your current score necessitates further effort." Indeed, from the recent skirmish with the beasts, Sue Dodgy had merely accrued a few hundred points, far from commendable, leaving her languishing at the bottom of the leaderboard. Hearing Enmashi's words, Sue Dodgy giggled and resumed her previous position in his embrace. The surrounding beasts were of significantly lower ranks, yielding scant points. Most were merely mid-level general rank creatures, offering only a single point. Being a day behind in this contest, the prospect of slaughtering them seemed a never-ending task. As they ventured deeper, the ranks of the beasts gradually increased in stature, eventually revealing none at the general rank, but rather a multitude of noble rank beasts. Enmashi led Sue Dodgy to a secluded valley, first assisting her in incapacitating the surrounding monsters before allowing her to deliver the finishing blows. However, he deliberately captured a low-tier noble beast to serve as practice for Sue Dodgy. While he could indeed aid her in acquiring points, it was essential that Sue Dodgy also cultivate her own formidable strength. This sentiment was wholeheartedly shared by Sue Dodgy. She was unwilling to merely be a decorative figure, seeking to be of assistance to Enmashi. She understood that she must grow stronger, ensuring that she was not merely a trophy but a true ally. After dispatching the beasts, Enmashi released a majestic striped tiger that had been serving as a cushion beneath him. This magnificent creature boasted vibrant colors, with a regal emblem of a king emblazoned upon its brow. The moment it was freed from Enmashi's grasp, it lunged forward. Enmashi had deliberately chosen a deep valley with only two paths, one leading to himself and the other to Sudaji. The striped giant tiger cast a fearful glance at Enmashi before turning to face Sudaji. With a fierce roar directed at her, it unleashed its innate ability, King's Fury, its form expanding with an imposing grandeur. The character inscribed upon the forehead resembled flames fiercely ablaze, while the hair bristled and writhed as if animated by an unseen wind. The hue of the hair deepened to a crimson shade, akin to the fury of an inferno. A colossal tiger claw descended upon Sudaji, embers of fire seemingly erupting from its talons. The claw struck down with tremendous force, prompting Sudaji to leap backward, executing a graceful somersault to evade the attack. In her grasp materialized a blade forged from gathered foxfire, encircled by wisps of the same ethereal flame for protection. She then lunged at the resplendent tiger, her blade trailing a fierce blaze of foxfire. The tiger roared ferociously, the sound waves causing Sudaji's vision to shimmer with golden stars. The magnificent beast pivoted, its tail whipping like a whip towards Sudaji, who had no choice but to parry with her blade. The tail collided with the weapon, sending forth sparks of foxfire and propelling Sudaji several meters back. She toyed with a small stone in her hand, tossing it into the sky only to catch it once more, repeating the action with a nonchalant demeanor. Yet, her gaze remained fixed upon the movements of the resplendent tiger, ready to hurl the stone at a moment's notice should Sudaji find herself in peril. The energy infused within the stone would morph into a spear, aimed directly for the tiger's life. After withstanding the tiger's attack, Sudaji initiated her own offensive, her footwork shifting deftly. As the eldest daughter of the Su family, her martial arts and agility were undeniably refined, if not the very pinnacle of excellence. With nimble steps, ethereal little spirit foxes manifested where she tread. This was the spirit fox technique. Sudaji's presence became elusive, the spirit foxes transforming in the eyes of the tiger into countless iterations of herself. The spirit fox technique possessed an enchanting quality. Each step created a spirit fox that would take on the user's likeness, beguiling the enemy. These illusory foxes, embodying Sudaji, spread out, each wielding a long blade conjured from foxfire, surging toward the resplendent tiger from all directions. Before long, the tiger found itself surrounded by a throng of Sudaji, who raised its formidable claws to strike, but only met empty air, for these manifestations were mere illusions conjured by the fox technique, ensnaring its mind in a web of deception. In a state of panic, the tiger roared continually, its claws striking the ground and sending forth a tumult of dust and debris. Suddenly, it felt a sharp pain in its hind leg as the foxfire rapidly engulfed its body. The agony, emanating from its very soul, drove it into a frenzy. With a primal roar, the beast unleashed its royal fury, a red aura igniting around it like flames. Its eyes glowed crimson as it entered a state of berserk rage. The more enraged it became, the greater its strength surged, albeit at the cost of its rationality, transforming it into a savage beast. With a deafening roar, the tiger leapt high into the air, landing with a force that trembled the earth beneath it, cracking the ground and causing the surrounding terrain to upheave. Unfortunately, due to her lack of combat experience, Sudaji was unable to evade in time, and she was violently flung away by the impact. The magnificent tiger, driven solely by its primal instincts, disregarded the ethereal foxes that had transformed into Sudaji, relentlessly pursuing the fallen Sudaji. At times, the instincts of an animal proved to be more reliable than mere vision. In this moment, the tiger was acutely attuned to the lethal intent directed towards it. As Sudaji crashed to the ground, a powerful tremor caused her internal organs to shift unnaturally. A coppery taste flooded her throat, and she spat forth a mouthful of blood. The crimson liquid splattered on the earth, leaving a trace of red at the corner of her mouth. With a blade propped against the ground, Sudaji rolled aside, narrowly evading the tiger's ferocious leap. Chapter 81. Each flower has its own fragrance. Each mountain and water has its own spirit. With a swift motion, the blade in hand was reversed and slashed, leaving yet another wound on the vibrant giant tiger's body. The ethereal fox fire surged, eliciting another roar from the magnificent beast. Though it had lost its rationality, the sensation of pain persisted, particularly from the soul-searing foxfire. This flame, emerging from the depths of its very essence, wrought exceptional agony, and the tiger's crimson eyes sparkled with fierce intensity. Its claws extended, reaching for Sudaji, who countered with a strike of foxfire. The lethal claws collided with the ethereal flame, resulting in a dazzling explosion of fire that scattered upon the ground, incinerating within moments. Sudaji's combat prowess was not particularly formidable. She relied steadily on the properties of the foxfire to gradually wear down the vibrant giant tiger. As the battle progressed, the cold white foxfire continuously engulfed the tiger, ultimately rendering it powerless as it collapsed onto the ground. Indeed, it was wise to leverage one's strengths rather than engage the tiger in a head-on struggle. In future encounters, one must fully exploit their advantages in combat. Only when absolutely necessary should one engage enemies without retaining a path for retreat, for that is the most foolish of tactics. She crushed the stone in his hand, releasing the spiritual energy within. "I understand, dear husband," Sudaji cheerfully exclaimed, bouncing over to cling to she, her rosy lips playfully kissing his cheek. She supported Sudaji's pert form, preventing her from sliding down, while she naturally wrapped her legs around his waist. As they separated, a glimmer of brilliance danced between them, conspicuously bright in the sunlight. "All right, you mischievous girl, our hunt has only just begun. We must continue to strive forward," she remarked, giving Sudaji's shapely rear a gentle yet firm pat, sending an astonishing rebound sensation through his hand. Sudaji let out a soft hum and suddenly leaned in to passionately kiss the crook of she's collarbone. Moments later, she lifted her head, leaving a strawberry mark upon his skin. "What was that for?" she inquired with a teasing yet puzzled expression. "Hee, just giving you a stamp," Sudaji declared, playfully stepping down from she and standing with her slender legs in her fitted leather attire. "I shall return the favor and give you a stamp as well." She leaned close to Sudaji's ear, his warm breath brushing against her earlobe. Sudaji's delicate visage flushed a rare shade of crimson, perhaps lost in an unexpected thought. The following day, the duo swiftly swept through several packs of exotic beasts, with Sudaji becoming increasingly adept at dealing with them. Facing initial stage mark-level beasts no longer invoked the same trepidation as when she confronted the vibrant giant tiger. She could now deftly exhaust them, as if flying a kite. Upon returning to the base, they first visited the cafeteria for a meal, where she noticed his appetite had grown considerably. The array of delicacies continues to expand. "Today, I indulged in 3 servings of the exquisite 100% set meal. Perhaps as my physique grows increasingly robust, I find myself relying on the absorption of the ethereal energies of heaven and earth to sustain my daily expenditures. Nonetheless, she remains inclined to satiate her culinary cravings, not to mention that partaking in the 100% set meal enhances one's vitality." After a sumptuous feast, the two of us returned to our chamber and entered the bathroom, where we meticulously washed each other's bodies in the vast bathtub. However, Sudaji proved to be rather mischievous, unveiling her equipment, and once again, the duality of ice and fire emerged. She closed her eyes, shedding the fatigue of the day, reclining in the tub while relishing Sudaji's ministrations, alternating between the chilling and the fervent. Suddenly, a wave of excitement coursed through, as Sudaji diligently gathered her spoils, gazing at she with a bewitching, dreamy allure. Indeed, Sudaji is a diligent learner. While her current skills may not reach perfection, they leave she utterly enraptured. Furthermore, Sudaji and Murong Qingyu embody distinct floral fragrances, each mountain and stream harboring its own spirit. Murong Qingyu represents the gentle, understanding older sister type, capable of supporting she from behind. Exuding a graceful and intellectual demeanor, though at times somewhat bashful, hesitant to unlock new experiences. In contrast, Sudaji is remarkably proactive, offering her all to she, introducing him to many novelties he has yet to encounter, and her cooperation provides him with unparalleled experiences. Their personalities are, indeed, starkly opposed. As the bathroom door swung open, she embraced Sudaji, gently placing her upon the bed. Within her petite form lies immense energy, and after expending it, it is time to recharge her, lest tomorrow's performance be adversely affected. Bathed in the soft glow of the peach-colored ambience light, shadows of the two danced upon the walls. After a considerable time, Sudaji, with a rosy complexion and a contented, blissful smile, nestled in an Mo's embrace, drifted into a deep slumber. He pressed a gentle kiss upon her forehead before succumbing to sleep himself. The following days unfolded with tranquility. During the day, an Mo's guided Sudaji into the secret realm to accumulate points, and by nightfall, after a hearty meal, they returned to their chamber to complete their tasks. Over these days, with an Mo's assistance, Sudaji's complexion transformed to a fair and rosy hue, shedding her previously juvenile demeanor for a distinctive femininity. This little sprite is indeed a captivating enchantress. Each night, she is thoroughly overwhelmed, yet the following evening, she relentlessly returns for more. Her practical experience grows increasingly formidable, and let it be noted, this experience is entirely legitimate. Those with impure thoughts shall be confined to a small dark room for reflection. Her proficiency with Foxfire has become more adept, effortlessly engaging in battles with 2 initial stage beastly opponents without losing her ground. Dear friends, although I have been quite occupied these past few days, I have not been idle. An exceptionally significant character, one whom I hold in high regard, shall soon make an entrance. This character is quite eccentric, and I have meticulously crafted their persona. However, I find myself struggling to settle on a fitting name. I would greatly appreciate your assistance in this matter. I will select a name that resonates with me. Allow me to provide you with a brief overview of this character's attributes. They possess a striking elegance intertwined with a hint of madness. I envision a name that embodies sophistication, one that upon hearing, one would instantly recognize them as a delicate scholar, highlighting their high intellect. This character is not a villain. Rather, they simply occupy a different perspective. Should you have any brilliant ideas or suggestions, please feel free to share them with me. Additionally, should you have any thoughts or opinions, do not hesitate to reach out to the organization. Organization name: Ghost Prison Membership Requirement, Friends of Shanlin. Password: Shanlin Note 97883078. Chapter 82. The 8-legged centipede, even capable of playfully winking at Moxie and throwing flirtatious glances. Sudaji would even conjure a heart with her foxfire. This behavior incensed Moxie, who scolded her sharply. During the reprimand, Sudaji keenly sensed Moxie's ire. Having known her for so long, she recognized that Moxie had always been gentle and accommodating, never displaying anger until this moment. Faced with Moxie's fury, Sudaji dutifully lowered her head, resembling a child caught in wrongdoing, her delicate fingers entwined nervously. Following this incident, Sudaji ceased to be distracted during battles, fully immersing herself in the fight, though that is a tale for another time. Distraction in combat is a grave taboo. A single misstep could lead to the loss of life, which was the root of Moxie's anger. After emphasizing this point several times, Sudaji listened attentively, nodding earnestly. In the aftermath of this event, life settled into a tranquil rhythm. For 3 consecutive weeks, rewards from the leaderboard graced the beginning of each week. However, apart from the first week when Moxie accompanied Sudaji into the wilderness, the subsequent 2 weeks saw Sudaji venturing out alone. Though her scores were modest, she steadily climbed the ranks, averaging around 7th or 8th place. On the 6th day of the final week, Moxie ventured once more into the depths of the secret realm. After marking Sudaji with a spatial imprint, Moxie could instantly reach her side should she find herself in danger. Over these 2 weeks, Sudaji had exhibited remarkable steadiness, encountering no unforeseen incidents. Today, Moxie planned a significant move, having discovered, during her reconnaissance of a distant cave, a severely injured king-level initial stage 8-legged centipede. This presented a fortuitous opportunity, one that Moxie had stumbled upon while hunting strange beasts the previous day. As usual, Moxie had been diligently accumulating points when she sensed a potent surge of spiritual energy emanating from the cave. Instantly, she recalled the Tao Enlightenment Lotus she had discovered last time, her excitement palpable. However, before she could delve any deeper, tremors echoed from a distance. The small stones on the ground began to dance, prompting Moxie to swiftly conceal herself. Recklessly charging into the unknown could easily cost her life. After masking her presence, Moxie realized that her concealment was still insufficient. She contemplated the necessity of honing her stealth abilities for the future. Yet, in the current predicament, distant waters could not quench nearby fires, Moxie retreated further, perching herself upon a sturdy tree. This vantage point afforded her a clear view of the cave, and from her perch, she observed a centipede measuring 10 meters in length and nearly a meter in width. its countless legs moving in a synchronized cadence towards the cave entrance. Its dark red exoskeleton gleamed ominously, while its two ebony mandibles opened and closed rhythmically. As the black legs trod upon the earth, and Moxie finally understood the source of the earlier tremors. 8 blood-red eyes symmetrically adorned the colossal head of the centipede. However, Moxie noticed that the centipede's body had been severed in half, leaving only the lower half, stained with dark green ichor. Its exoskeleton bore numerous scratch marks. Suddenly, the 8-eyed centipede turned its head towards the giant tree wherein Moxie was crouched. Its blood-red eyes seemed to sense something, yet upon looking, it found nothing but trees. The centipede thought it might be overthinking, contemplating that after healing from its injuries, it would wait for the rare treasure to mature before consuming it to teach its longtime rival a lesson. It then slithered into the cave with its enormous body. And Moxie, hiding behind the tree, patted her chest, still shaken by the close call of being discovered. However, her thoughts soon shifted to that rare treasure. Based on the spiritual energy she had just sensed, its quality was undoubtedly superior to the Tao Enlightenment Lotus she had discovered previously. With a leap, she perched on a branch, observing the cave, which was eerily quiet at that moment. And Moxie speculated that the 8-eyed centipede must be asleep, and given its serious injuries, such an opportunity was rare. Not all exotic beasts would engage in a life-and-death struggle upon encountering one another, especially high-tier beasts like the royal grade, which were adept at self-preservation. If the beast horde had not been driven by rage last time, and if the 9-headed blazing lion had not seen the dual-winged white tiger fall before its eyes, it would not have recklessly activated its devastating talent to fight fiercely against the jade gold-headed eagle. Although Moxie was unaware of the intricate relationship between the 9-headed blazing lion and the dual-winged white tiger, she certainly sensed that it was not merely a typical predator-prey dynamic. Yet, with a lion and a tiger involved, and Moxie could only exclaim how chaotic such a world could be. Shaking her head, she dismissed those convoluted thoughts, and in her hand appeared a strikingly cool firearm. The Star Element gun, which she had yet to wield since acquiring it, now seemed the perfect opportunity to test its power. Being a product of the cosmos, it was likely to possess formidable strength. Moreover, the Star Element gun's might grew with the amount of spiritual energy infused. And Moxie gripped the Star Element gun, elegantly performing a spin before placing it on the ground. She infused a small amount of spiritual energy into it, and then pulled the trigger. A beam of silver energy shot forth, instantly penetrating the cave. And Moxie began channeling spiritual energy into the gun, preparing to surprise the 8-eyed centipede upon its emergence. Soon, a sharp shriek echoed from the cave, reminiscent of nails scraping against a chalkboard, producing an ear-piercing sound. Following this, the ground trembled violently, and Moxie realized the 8-eyed centipede was about to emerge. She hastened to channel energy into the Star Element gun, and before long, a third of her spiritual energy had been infused. The Star Element gun began to transform. Its barrel rotated 45 degrees, splitting into 4 segments, with a fist-sized opening at the center, while the gun body shimmered with twinkling starlight. Spiritual energy coalesced rapidly, forming a glowing sphere. Before long, the enormous silhouette of the 8-eyed centipede appeared in the cave, its exoskeleton marred by a penetrating wound. The dark green liquid dripped incessantly, producing a rhythmic patter as it flowed forth. Previously, Moxie had not observed it closely from a distance. Now, she beheld the dark green fluid from the 8-eyed centipede descending to the ground, rising tendrils of black smoke in its wake. The ground was continuously eroded by this corrosive liquid, leaving behind numerous pit-like depressions. This dark green essence contained formidable corrosive properties. Upon witnessing the emergence of the 8-eyed centipede, Moxie wasted no time. She promptly pulled the trigger, unleashing a beam of light as thick as her arm. Chapter 83, A Brief Respite. No title. The 8-eyed centipede seemed to sense impending danger, forcibly shifting its head aside as its entire body executed a peculiar somersault, narrowly evading a fatal strike. Ultimately, the shot struck the centipede's form, instantly creating a gaping hole. What began as a beam of light the thickness of an arm resulted in a penetration wound the size of a head. This astonishing blow left Moxie momentarily astounded. She had expected merely to breach the creature's exoskeleton, yet here it was, leaving behind a gaping orifice. However, before Moxie could fully contemplate the gravity of the situation, she felt an intense gaze upon her. The centipede's 16 blood-red eyes fixated on her, and suddenly, It expelled a stream of greenish phlegm from 1982, hurling it in her direction, and Moxie quickly took a step back, causing the ground to shatter beneath her, propelling her upward. She leaped gracefully onto a nearby tree, witnessing the vile phlegm splatter onto the ground, eroding it into a dark, gaping pit. Remarkably, the surrounding flora began to wither at an alarming rate, visibly succumbing to decay. The eight-eyed centipede possessed a unique ability known as deathly poison. Its blood, saliva, and attacks all carried this deadly toxin, which rapidly corroded flesh and drained vitality, leaving desolation in its wake. The mere thought of coming into contact with even a trace of it sent shivers down in Moxie's spine as she stole a glance at the centipede. Raising her star element gun, and Moxie swiftly aimed and fired 3 shots in quick succession. The beams shot forth in a triangular formation towards the centipede's head, effectively sealing off its escape routes. Yet, the creature's 8 pairs of crimson eyes glimmered ominously, and to her astonishment, the 3 energy beams were rendered immobile in midair. The centipede's secondary ability, Ghostly Eye, endowed its blood-red gaze with formidable ocular techniques, capable of immobilizing attacks within a fixed space. It could forcibly anchor an opponent's form, accompanied by a hint of illusionary prowess. Those whose mental fortitude was lacking might find themselves ensnared in a phantasm. The immobilization of her attacks was a testament to this ability, which boasted an almost invincible defense, a slight exaggeration, perhaps, as it only encompassed the attacks within its line of sight. With its attention locked on the 3 energy beams, the centipede deftly maneuvered its multitude of legs to evade the assault, subsequently retracting its ghostly eye. The 3 attacks missed their mark, embedding themselves into the ground and leaving behind deep, cavernous impressions. And Moxie was left dumbfounded by the spectacle. It was as if a young cow had inverted itself to attract lightning. Truly impressive indeed. Just as she prepared to raise her weapon once more, she suddenly found herself inexplicably frozen in place. This was not mere control, but rather a spatial locking. And Moxie was taken aback. After all, her eternal demon body possessed formidable immunity against various forms of control. Yet, here she was, suspended in midair, utterly unable to move. The only means to achieve such an effect lies in the confinement of space or the suspension of time. It is quite unexpected that the extraordinary talent of the 8-eyed centipede encompasses powers of space or time, developed to such a remarkable extent. As Enmashi found herself suspended in midair, the 8 pairs of eyes of the centipede fixated intently upon her. Subsequently, it opened its mouth and spat forth a viscous green phlegm, drenching Enmashi from head to toe. Observing her plight, the 8-eyed centipede turned to retreat into its cave. Cursing as she broke free from the confinement, Enmashi swiftly stowed away her star element gun and activated the eternal demon god body. Instantly, 8 arms manifested behind her, and black patterns emerged upon her skin, transforming her into a being reminiscent of an ancient demon, exuding a divine aura of demonic energy. The eternal demon god body grants passive immunity to toxins. Thus, the deadly poison posed little threat to Enmashi. It was merely exceedingly repulsive. Indeed, it was utterly nauseating to be sullied by that foul saliva. The sticky sensation and the noxious stench that invaded her nostrils were intolerable to anyone. And although the poison did not inflict substantial harm, it still caused her skin to feel an agonizing sting, slowly corroding her epidermis. Nevertheless, Enmashi had discerned the nature of the 8-eyed centipede's abilities. While both talents were formidable, she held no fear for anything beyond the spatial confinement of its ghostly vision. Furthermore, her physical form had reached the initial stage of the king level, rendering her even more powerful when combined with the eternal demon god body and the dual activation of 8-armed Yama. Even without stepping into the mid-tier of the king level, she was nearly there. With a decisive leap, Enmashi expelled the dark green phlegm from her body, using her spiritual energy. Unbeknownst to the centipede, she mounted its head, a position that rendered her immune to the spatial confinement of its ghostly vision, as it could only restrict space under direct gaze. With a firm grip from her 8 arms, she began to unleash a relentless barrage upon the centipede's head. The sound of metal clashing echoed as her fist struck with thunderous force. The 8-eyed centipede, sensing the intense pain, writhed violently against the ground. Enmashi clung tightly to its head with 4 arms, while the remaining 4 pounded the junction between its head and body, where the exoskeleton was not as fortified. In fact, that area was particularly soft to allow for easier movement of the head. Each blow caused a dent, intensifying the centipede's struggle and agony. Channeling spatial power into her fists, Enmashi enveloped them in a layer of thunderous energy, forming a drill-like force capable of penetrating armor. With a single punch, lightning erupted, illuminating the surroundings as the brilliant blue light flickered. The ambient light seemed to dim, leaving only the dazzling blue lightning in their midst. The thunderous drill whirled incessantly, drawing more energy to its tip. Gradually, it began to breach the eight-eyed centipede's defenses at that pliable yet resilient connection point. The drill pierced directly through, severing the head from the body. After the decapitation, the mandibles of the eight-eyed centipede continued to open and close incessantly. Its remaining half-torso writhed upon the ground, stirring up clouds of dust. She leaped aside, observing the contorting form of the eight-eyed centipede, channeling spiritual energy to extract the dark green fluid from its body. After a fleeting glance, she proceeded deeper into the cave. Chapter 84. Enduring Trials. She understands hygiene following her discovery of the Enlightenment Lotus. Moxie diligently immersed herself in the study of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. These treasures are classified into 9 grades, with the first being the lowest and the 9th the highest. Each grade is further divided into upper and lower tiers based on their medicinal potency and various peculiar effects. The Enlightenment Lotus that Moxie found previously is classified as a 7th grade lower tier treasure. Originally, it belonged to the 6th grade, but due to its ability to enhance comprehension and its unique attributes that facilitate a deeper understanding of the Tao, its classification was artificially elevated. Its scarcity adds to its value, rendering it a coveted item in the market. Otherwise, it would merely be regarded as a 6th grade upper tier treasure, a distinction also influenced by its exceedingly harsh growing conditions. As she approached the cave, Moxie could sense a profound aura of spiritual energy even before entering, invigorating her spirit akin to a refreshing breeze on a sweltering summer day. Upon stepping inside, a chill enveloped her, causing her to shiver slightly. The cave was shrouded in darkness, but fortunately, Moxie's dual pupils remained unaffected. Steadying herself, she retreated slightly and activated her innate ability to devour, consuming the corpse of the eight-eyed centipede. She felt a surge of powerful energy flow into her body, prompting her to exhale a breath of stale air. After circulating within her, this energy settled in her lower abdomen, gradually dissipating as her body absorbed it. Entering the cave with purposeful strides, Moxie noted the dampness of the shadowy interior. The cave extended deeply, twisting downwards into the earth, its end obscured from view. She marveled at the extraordinary tunneling abilities of this creature, questioning whether it was a centipede or a rat. With a sigh, she continued to sense the fluctuations of spiritual energy as she ventured deeper into what could no longer be termed a cave, but rather a subterranean labyrinth. As she delved further into the winding passages, the cave resembled a maze, compelling Moxie to rely on her mental acuity rather than her sight. Closing her eyes, she extended her mental energy, grateful for her innate talent, which had significantly enhanced her mental faculties, allowing her to manipulate her perception with finesse. The world she perceived through her mental energy transformed into a spectrum of colors. All else remained gray, while various elements shone in their respective hues: gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. To her astonishment, the air itself was infused with a white essence, swirling like sand and flowing like water, devoid of a fixed form. It dispersed with the slightest breeze, eluding her grasp. Yet, Moxie could distinctly sense their presence. It was pure spiritual energy, untainted by any attribute enhancements. Following the rich trail of this energy, she continued onward, eyes closed, steering towards the most concentrated path. Fortunately, the centipede's body was sufficiently large, otherwise, Moxie would have had to laboriously excavate a passage for herself to proceed. At long last, Moxie had lost track of time, having ventured deep underground. Much of her time had been squandered on discerning the correct path, as some areas bore resemblance to wind tunnels. The rich spiritual energy was dispersed, scattering around and muddling Moxie's judgment. The spiritual essence, blown away by the wind, made several forks appear deceptively correct, saturating the vicinity with abundant energy. After a series of trials, Moxie finally stood before 3 passageways, fortuitously situated at a wind tunnel, where the spiritual energy swirled chaotically, each path infused with a profound essence. Curious, she stepped into the rightmost passage, only to be met with a squishy sensation beneath her feet. Gazing inward, She found it resembled a mire, foul mud accompanied by a nauseating stench that led her to believe a lavatory had exploded. The odor was truly unbearable, stinging her eyes and forcing her to retreat a few steps from the entrance before she felt somewhat better. It seemed to be the centipede's restroom. Raising her gaze, she noticed several small holes above, the howling wind whistling through them. This wind tunnel served yet another purpose. How astonishing it was. And Moshi was taken aback. If even centipedes had the decency to relieve themselves properly, why should anyone else not do the same? Returning to the matter at hand, she promptly dismissed the right path, for such a hygienic creature could hardly have its restroom amidst the growth of rare materials. She directed her attention to the central passage, shrouded in darkness, where only the faintest cool breeze caressed her skin. The spiritual energy here was not the most potent, yet the moist air suggested that the wind had scattered the essence. After a moment's hesitation, Moshi stepped inside, only to find her foot slip into emptiness, followed by the crisp, melodious sound of water. Moments later, she emerged, drenched, realizing she had stumbled into an underground river. No wonder it was so dark, as the water itself was pitch black. For a moment, Moshi wondered if her dual pupils had malfunctioned. It appeared this was the centipede's bathing area. Her gaze shifted to the leftmost path, the only one she had yet to explore. It seemed to be the answer she sought. Channeling her spiritual energy, she dried her clothes before proceeding down the remaining passage. This time, Moshi was more cautious. She picked up a stone from the cave wall and tossed it into the darkness. When nothing unusual occurred, she leaned in to peer inside. The ground was adorned with green plants emitting a glow akin to fireflies, faintly illuminating the interior. Venturing deeper into the cave, she noticed a path devoid of any vegetation. Following this trail, she observed numerous decaying plants at the end and faintly discerned a long, sunken shape. Finally, she had located its lair. "Come forth, little treasure. Let me see where you have concealed yourself." As Moshi approached the lair of the eight-eyed centipede, a pungent odor of decaying vegetation wafted into her nostrils. Braving the stench, she commenced her search. In a fleeting moment, she unearthed the nest, painstakingly constructed by the eight-eyed centipede, which had accompanied her through countless days and nights. Had the centipede been able to witness this scene, it would surely have wept in agony. Alas, it was deprived of that chance. There was no longer even a corpse, as Moshi had consumed it entirely with her innate powers. Chapter 85. A surprising discovery. She sat cross-legged against the cave wall, pondering if she had overlooked something. The cave, inhabited by the eight-eyed centipede, had been turned upside down, yet no treasures of heaven and earth were in sight. Only a nest constructed from decayed branches and dried grass remained, leaving she perplexed. She scanned the centipede's nest once more, but to no avail. Feeling somewhat helpless, she wondered about the situation. Suddenly, she rose to her feet and closed her eyes, extending her mental energy outward. She soon realized that while the area possessed spiritual energy, it was far from the level of high-grade treasures. Instead, it seemed to be primarily composed of the energy condensed from the low-grade luminous grass scattered on the ground. Low-grade treasures could restore a small amount of spiritual energy when consumed, and perhaps their efficacy would be enhanced if made into potions. Yet who could truly ascertain this? In times of scarcity, one could not afford such luxuries, and presently, she had no need for them. Nevertheless, even the most insignificant of gains were still gains. Adhering to the principle of not letting waste linger, she proceeded to collect every last bit of luminous grass, planting them within her miniature world. Once she had finished gathering the grass, she gazed at the now desolate nest, which was left with only a few rotting leaves, and felt a twinge of melancholy. Where were the treasures of heaven and earth? How could such a grand treasure simply vanish? At that moment, She's heart felt as cold as the heavy snow of midwinter, a chill settling in as the surrounding spiritual energy dissipated. Reluctantly, she stepped out of the eight-eyed centipede's lair, glancing back with lingering reluctance. Upon exiting, she was once again enveloped by a surge of potent spiritual energy, turning in astonishment to investigate its source. To her surprise, the energy did not emanate from the centipede's den. Closing her eyes to focus intently on the spiritual energy, she directed her gaze toward its origin, confirming that it was indeed the pathway on the far right, specifically the centipede's restroom, the foul cave from which the rich spiritual energy emanated. She could hardly believe it. She had rummaged through one cave for quite some time, only to discover the source was in another. It was one thing to find it elsewhere, but to have it located within the restroom? Was this for real? I take back what I said, an MO, she muttered to herself, frowning as she prepared to enter the stench-filled cavity. The pungent odor assaulted her senses, nearly causing her to faint. Gritting her teeth, she steeled herself for the ordeal ahead. Taking a deep breath and holding it, she closed her eyes as if facing a perilous trial, which was, in truth, far more daunting than any metaphorical mountain of blades or sea of flames. With a determined step forward, she unleashed her mental energy, seeking the unknown treasure hidden within. As her energy expanded, a white mist, symbolizing spiritual power, enveloped the entire cave, swirling gracefully through the air. The psychic energy of Enmashi steadily diffused, quickly saturating the entire cavern. The area with the most concentrated spiritual essence happened to be the place with the greatest accumulation. Suppressing her revulsion, Enmashi summoned her mental power to clear away the pile of filth, revealing the vibrant green leaves beneath. She continued to wield her mental energy to eradicate the surrounding impurities, subsequently uncovering a root that resembled pure white jade. Without pausing to examine it closely, Enmashi swiftly extracted the entire root and brought this rare treasure outside. Taking several deep breaths, she savored the fresh air, feeling as though she had truly come back to life. With a wave of her mental force, she summoned the precious herb before her. It must be said, the notion of emerging untainted from the muck was embodied in this very specimen. The herb bore no foul odor. Instead, it exuded a delicate fragrance. Upon closer inspection, Enmashi identified this extraordinary material. It was a 7th-tier upper-grade herb, known as Qingyu Lu, which could enhance the strength of one's meridians and had a slight chance of allowing a king-level individual to break through a small realm. If concocted into a potion, the absorption effect could reach an impressive 50% probability of achieving such a breakthrough, contingent on the alchemist's skill. Alchemist expertise is categorized into 5 distinct levels: rough, ordinary, exquisite, perfect, and legendary. Each level's efficacy is straightforward. A rough-grade potion is commonplace, yielding only a 10% increase in absorption efficiency, while an ordinary-grade potion offers a 25% enhancement. Exquisite-grade potions can amplify absorption by 60%, and perfect-grade potions achieve a remarkable 100% efficiency. As for the legendary potions, they exist solely in tails, promising a 200% absorption rate. Thus, this 7th-tier upper-grade Qingyu Lu would only allow others to absorb 50%, or at best, 60 to 70%. However, if one were to have a legendary alchemist concoct a potion, they could absorb 200% in addition to their innate capacity. Consuming one dose would equate to what others would need 4 or 5 doses to achieve. Regrettably, legendary alchemists are mere myths on Shirlin continent. There exists only one alchemist capable of crafting perfect-grade potions. A few years ago, this alchemist departed for the vast cosmos in search of knowledge to ascend to the legendary realm. Presently, only a handful of alchemists capable of producing exquisite-grade potions remain on Shirlin continent, each revered as esteemed guests among various families, all vying to secure their services like prized treasures. Contemplating her future endeavors, Enmashi resolved to venture into the cosmos as well, considering the cultivation of a trustworthy team. She carefully stored the Qingyu Lu and planted it with utmost care in her small world before hastily departing from the cavern. Upon emerging, she noted that darkness had already enveloped the sky. After a moment's thought, she dismissed the idea of wandering back and activated her spatial mark, instantaneously appearing in her room within the base. As soon as Enmashi entered the room, she was greeted by the sound of water cascading from the bathroom. Glancing at the clothes strewn carelessly across the bed, she discerned that Su Daji had returned. She shed her garments and opened the bathroom door, revealing the magnificent expanse of her body. The droplets of water cascaded continuously over Su Daji's pristine form, while her delicate arms, reminiscent of slender white lotus stems, gently caressed her skin. With each motion, the unrestrained waves of her figure danced gracefully. Su Daji turned her head, her autumn-like eyes alluringly gazing at Enmashi, each smile and frown tugging at the strings of Enmashi's heart. Chapter 86. Good brothers, let us go at this moment. It seemed as though peculiar characters had sprung forth above Enmaxi's head. Rationality minus 99, rationality minus 99, rationality minus 99. Evil fire 99, evil fire 99, evil fire 99. Unable to endure any longer, Enmaxi unleashed her innate talent, starving tiger pouncing on prey. This activation of her talent passively enhanced her attack speed, swiftly followed by unyielding grip, serpent's embrace, black tiger's hard extraction, mighty strength, desperate battle, cutting off the fuel, and fishing the moon from the bottom of the sea, among other formidable techniques. Tomorrow would be the final day. It was time for one last excursion to the testing area. And Moxie raised her arm, bringing her fingers together. Feeling the power within her, she believed she could elevate her scores significantly this time. A final harvest of points before her departure seemed reasonable. Subsequently, she lay down and drifted into a deep slumber. The next morning, after enjoying breakfast brought back by Sudaji, and Moxie set off. With only one day remaining, there was no need to hunt in the secret realm anymore. She first arrived at the leaderboard's location, which was entirely open to the public. Situated in a large square at the forefront of the testing area, a massive light screen displayed the rankings. Below it, several machines were available for students to check their scores, while the grand screen showcased only the top 10 rankings. Thus, any significant changes in points would immediately draw everyone's attention. As time passed, people became aware of Moxie's presence. She was approachable, and thus her reputation remained largely favorable. Of course, should anyone insist on querying why not everyone adored her, and Moxie could only respond, "I am not a score. It is impossible to please everyone." Along the way, she encountered many individuals, all greeting her amiably, to which she responded with a warm smile. Upon reaching the central square, she noticed her name prominently occupying the first place on the light screen, while Sudaji held the 8th position. A quick glance at the rankings revealed no significant changes. She was in first place, followed by Long Hao, whose awakened talent was the incredibly powerful dragon transformation. However, this dragon was not a traditional Eastern divine dragon, but rather a Western-type great lizard. In the wake of the new era, the distinction between the two had become less rigid. Yet with the awakening of the Eastern divine dragon talent, people began to differentiate them once more. The celestial dragon and giant dragon thus delineated the East-West divide. After all, with Blue Star no longer existing, such distinctions seemed moot. Activating her talent allowed her to transform into a 100-meter giant dragon, though her current strength had not yet reached such heights, permitting only partial dragonization of her form. Nevertheless, even this was formidable, otherwise, she would not have secured second place. The third place was occupied by Chi Ran, whose talent appeared to be related to swords. A remarkably dashing young woman, she carried a sword sheath on her back, and according to Moxie's sources, no one had ever witnessed her setting her sword sheath down. She was an exceedingly enigmatic lone wolf, indeed, a figure shrouded in mystery. The fourth contender is quite intriguing. In MO, she has had several encounters with a delightful little girl named He Qian Kai. According to her own account, she is a pharmacist, though in MO she believes a more fitting title would be Poison Master. Indeed, her ascent to this ranking is solely attributed to her own prowess, rather than mere assistance. Although, one could argue that her assistance may indeed be laced with toxins. She confided in an MO, that her talent lies in the domain of fields. To be honest, in MO she was initially skeptical, but during one of their interactions, she witnessed a circular aura emanating from He Qian Kai, extending about 10 meters. To her astonishment, all the beasts within that circle collapsed within mere moments. This revelation compelled an MO to reconsider her doubts. After several subtle inquiries, an MO eventually invited her to the cafeteria for a drink of beast milk, which, astonishingly, left her intoxicated. Yes, you heard it correctly. Beast milk was the source of her inebriation. An MO vividly recalls that He Qian Kai, cradling a bottle in one hand and draping her arm around her shoulder with the other, proclaimed, "Good buddy, let us have a toast." An MO could only feel a black line forming on her forehead, yet ultimately, she managed to extract the information she sought. Her talent is akin to a flawed amplification domain, aptly named Dominion. At first glance, it sounds formidable, elegant, and grand, exuding an aura of cool superiority. The specifics reveal, however, that the passive effect hastens the growth of rare herbs and enhances the success rate of potion crafting. The active effect allows her to select an object as a medium, spreading either an amplification or negative effect to all creatures within a 10-meter radius. At first glance, it may seem ordinary, but upon closer inspection, one might be inclined to exclaim in frustration, "This does not distinguish between friend and foe." Imagine in the heat of battle, she amplifies an effect, only for the enemy entering the radius to also benefit. Conversely, should she impose a negative effect, her allies within the area would similarly suffer the consequences. It truly evokes a sentiment of exasperation that one might hesitate to voice. Nevertheless, her vocation as a pharmacist commands an MO she's respect. Coming from a lineage of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners, she has learned much about pharmacology from her grandfather since childhood, and has continuously studied under her father's tutelage. Her grandfather was a renowned figure who departed from the Shanlin continent in search of the legendary pharmacist elixirs said to exist only in myth. Her father is among the select few capable of crafting superior quality potions. Naturally, she has followed in their footsteps to become a pharmacist herself. Although her innate abilities may be somewhat, shall we say, complex and difficult to articulate, her prowess as a pharmacist is undeniably formidable. At such a tender age, she has already mastered the creation of ordinary quality potions and is now on the brink of achieving the status of an exceptional pharmacist, merely a step away from success. As the saying goes, a tiger father does not raise a dog's son. With 3 generations of pharmacists, all possessing such remarkable talents, an MO she cannot help but contemplate the foundations she must prepare, planting a seed of ambition deep within her heart. With that thought, she decided to bypass the rest and proceed directly to the testing area. First, upon entering the strength testing area and submitting 500 points, and Mashi commenced the test. With her center of gravity lowered and arms coiled with energy, a surge of vitality coursed through her veins. In an instant, her fist launched forth like a dragon emerging from the depths, creating a tumultuous upheaval akin to the roaring sea. Utilizing her waist to propel her shoulders, she unleashed a punch that generated a sonic boom, instantly transforming the surrounding air into a vacuum. Chapter 87. The caregiver who cannot distinguish between friend and foe. With a thunderous roar akin to a dragon's cry, a fist struck fiercely against the testing apparatus. The resounding boom erupted like an explosion, reverberating through the air. In an instant, a phenomenon resembling an air barrier emerged within a 10-meter radius, intercepting the commotion generated by the blow. The powerful shockwave met this barrier and dissipated into nothingness, as if swallowed by the abyss. Those outside the testing zone remained oblivious to the tumult, engrossed in their activities, which is one of the functions of the testing area. Otherwise, the presence of physically formidable individuals would attract undue attention with such overwhelming noise during their assessments, and the potential destruction of flora and fauna would be most unfortunate. Moreover, the areas encircled by these air barriers appeared pitch black from the outside, allowing visibility from within while concealing the interior from external view. Of course, one should not entertain the notion of indulging in playful antics within, as the space is equipped with surveillance devices. It can be asserted that every action and movement is recorded for posterity by the Central Intelligence. Any sign of damage or misconduct would trigger an alarm. One should not underestimate this capability, for there once was an individual who paid dearly for such audacity. A video of that incident still circulates on the forum of the Academy of Gods. Having received an SSR rating, an MO, she no longer lingered on other matters and promptly made her way to the next testing area. Throughout the morning, an MO, she traversed all testing zones, achieving SSR ratings across the initial tier of the realm. Why the initial tier, you may wonder. The testing zones assess ratings based on an individual's realm, computed by the Central Intelligence. Otherwise, if all realms were tested under a singular intensity, those of lower realms would be unable to attain any meaningful ratings. At noon, an MO, she accompanied Su Daji to the cafeteria, where most individuals had accrued some points and were no longer as frugal as when they first arrived, reluctant to splurge even on the basic meal set. Furthermore, the meal sets available for purchase now were significantly cheaper than those within the academy, making the opportunity too enticing to resist. After all, once this chance passes, it may never return. The queue for the meal sets stretched with dozens of people waiting. An MO, she instructed Su Daji to find a place to sit while she joined the line at the back. At the counter stood the familiar figure of Uncle Methreya. "Uncle, the usual, please, for meal sets," she called out. Uncle Methreya wiped his hands on his apron, his demeanor as warm as ever. "All right, little one. You're eating more and more these days. Find a seat. I'll bring them over shortly." After jotting down the order with a cheerful smile, an MO, she exchanged a brief greeting with him before turning to seek out Su Daji. Not far ahead, she spotted Su Daji standing before an empty table, waving her hand enthusiastically. An MO, she waved back to indicate her presence and made her way over. As soon as she arrived, Daji leaped into her embrace like a fledgling returning to its nest. The two engaged in a casual conversation when suddenly, a petite girl of about 1 meter 60, with her short legs in motion, approached them. Her 3,000 strands of hair were tied into two playful pigtails, dancing with her every step. She donned a striking black and red Lolita dress, captivating all who beheld her. What was particularly astonishing was the massive lantern she carried, an incongruous burden for her delicate frame that elicited a sympathetic gasp. Her round, cherubic face was irresistibly adorable, adorned with exquisite features and amber-hued, sparkling eyes that blinked with lively curiosity, a perfect blend of youthful charm and impressive allure. Upon spotting Moxie, her vibrant gaze lit up with excitement. "Xiaoxi, Daji. Is anyone here? If not, I'll take a seat." Without awaiting a response, she confidently approached and settled down opposite Moxie. Although Moxie had limited interaction with Kai, Daji had become more acquainted with her, often encountering her while Moxie was diligently working long hours. Far more industrious than the typical 996 worker, Daji would occasionally take a day off, during which Moxie had struck up a somewhat unusual friendship with the pharmacist. Now seated, there was little Moxie could say. At that moment, their ordered meal arrived, and Moxie handed Daji a portion before preparing to dig in. However, before she could take a bite, a fervent gaze fixed intently upon her. Looking up, she found it was none other than the little girl, Kai. Her amber eyes sparkled like autumn waters, fixated on Moxie with an almost luminous intensity, making her feel somewhat bashful. "It's all right, Xiaoxi, go ahead and eat. Kai has ordered her meal, but it will take a while. She is not hungry, so you can eat first." Even as she spoke, that unwavering gaze never faltered. Daji, beside her, stifled a giggle, fully aware of Kai's endearing yet mischievous charm. After all, this little sprite was utterly irresistible. The intensity of that gaze proved overwhelming for Moxie, who tentatively pushed a portion of food towards her. "Would you like some?" Kai, quick as a flash, accepted the meal offered by Moxie, fearing that she might retract the offer at any moment. How could she refuse? Despite her polite words, her hands were far from hesitant, leaving Moxie feeling a flurry of black dots appear before her eyes. Shaking her head, she noticed Daji, who was chuckling beside her, gently ruffling her hair before continuing her meal. Soon, Kai's own meal arrived, which she promptly pushed towards Moxie. Moxie, unreserved, continued to eat, and the three engaged in a light-hearted exchange, with the empty bowls and chopsticks beside Moxie multiplying. 1 portion, 2 portions, 3 portions. After finishing the third serving, Moxie leaned back contentedly in her chair, gazing at the petite and charming girl across from her, alongside the captivating Daji. "Ah, what bliss! If only Murong Qing you were present, it would have been even more perfect." After finishing lunch, it was a rare opportunity to relish the leisurely afternoon. Regrettably, there were no recreational facilities within the training base. Ultimately, after considering the suggestion of the charming and persuasive Kai, it was decided to venture into the wilderness for a picnic. Once we ensured that we had all the necessary items, the three of us set off empty-handed. Kai produced a vial of potion that enhanced speed and recovery, invoking her innate talent, dominance. In an instant, a faint green aura expanded outward, enveloping all three of us. It is worth noting that, aside from combat situations, Kai's ability proved to be quite advantageous. However, during battle, the inability to distinguish friend from foe became a critical flaw. Chapter 88. I quite fancy this. However, mastery over one's talents will gradually develop with understanding. She has secretly identified this little nurse, as her team is currently lacking a potion master and support. Of course, it is not solely due to the girl's youthful visage and ample bosom. The sheer abundance she exudes leaves no room for doubt regarding her nurturing capabilities. Moreover, why delay in seizing such a ripe opportunity? Should one wait until the little nurse is whisked away by someone else? With a clear target in mind, she has devised a plan, though the timing for action is not yet optimal. Patience is required until they enter the Academy of the Gods. Furthermore, the timeline for her journey to the cosmos remains undetermined, likely several years away at the earliest. She must first elevate her abilities to divine or saintly levels. Only then can she hope to touch the very foundations of the universe. Otherwise, upon entering, she might face an untimely end, with no fanfare to mark her demise. The trio discovered a picturesque platform amidst the mountains, where they set down their belongings. An Mo, she then conjured a campfire. For what is an outing without the warmth of a fire? Sudaji and Kai removed their shoes and approached a nearby brook. This stream cascaded down from the mountain's peak, winding and disappearing from sight. Its source remains a mystery, as does its destination. Sudaji and Kai revealed their delicate, rosy feet, with toes tentatively dipping into the water's surface. The cool spring water met their sensitive skin, causing them to shudder and quickly retract their little feet. Kai, with her amber eyes twinkling mischievously, extended her small hand. Seizing the moment while Sudaji was distracted, she playfully pushed her into the water. The sudden force caught Sudaji off guard, and she tumbled into the brook, flailing her arms in a panic until she grasped Kai's hand, which had not yet been withdrawn. With a splash, both girls fell into the stream. The brook was not deep, merely around 3 feet, its crystal-clear waters revealing the sandy bottom. With a splash, Sudaji emerged, her garments soaked, her alluring form partially obscured, yet undeniably captivating. Following her, Kai, the petite girl, also stood up in the water, her small stature submerged up to her waist. The damp fabric clung to her skin, accentuating her figure in a rather revealing manner. Sudaji, having identified the instigator of her misfortune, wasted no time in retaliating. With a graceful flick of her wrist, she splashed water towards Kai, creating a cascade of droplets that struck her squarely in the face. The moment Kai stood up, she was met with a wall of water, plunging her back beneath the surface. The pitiful crane, Kai, had scarcely risen to her feet when she was once again engulfed by the waves, gulping down several mouthfuls of water. The little girl, now determined to shed her modesty, aimed to demonstrate to Sudaji the true essence of a petite frame housing immense energy. With a leap from the water, she splashed down with 2 resounding thuds, sending ripples across the surface. Truth be told, Sudaji felt a twinge of regret. Observing the towering waves before her, she surrendered to the moment, arms outstretched, choosing to embrace the experience rather than resist it. As a shadow enveloped her, all that remained on the water's surface was the joyful laughter of the little girl. On the shore, Moxie watched the two frolicking with delight, marveling at the charming spectacle before her. However, joyous moments are fleeting, and soon the sky began to darken as the trio gathered their belongings and returned to their base. Having skipped a meal while out, they headed straight for the cafeteria upon their return. After an afternoon of merriment, the bond between Sudaji and Kai had noticeably strengthened. Arriving at the cafeteria during peak hours, they found a considerable line of patrons. Glancing at the ever-enthusiastic Kai, Moxie realized that the little girl intended to join them for a meal. She then spoke, "You two go ahead and find a place to sit. I will fetch the food." "All right." Sudaji obediently released her hold and moved forward in search of a seat. Behind her, Kai peeked out with her adorable little head, smiling, her sparkling eyes forming crescent moons as she said, "Hee, then I shall trouble you, shall she?" With that, she skipped along, following Sudaji's figure. Left alone, Moxie shook her head and made her way to the end of the queue, embarking on her journey of waiting. As everyone placed their orders, the cafeteria robots swiftly delivered the meals to their respective tables. The robots operated based on wristwatch locations, ensuring no mix-ups occurred. After about 10 minutes, it was finally in Moxie's turn. "Uncle, I would like an extra portion today. Please make it 5 servings of the percentage meal." With that, she swiped her wristwatch across the machine, transferring her points to the cafeteria's payment device. "Ah, the little one is becoming quite the eater. It is indeed a blessing to eat well," Uncle Methriau remarked with his customary warm smile as he processed her points. "Oh, it's not that I'm eating a lot. It's just that we have an extra person today." And Moxie replied, "All right, Uncle, you continue with your work. I shall head over now." "Indeed, it is a bit busy at the moment. You can go ahead, and I will be with you shortly." Uncle Methriau waved her off, gesturing for her to proceed. As Moxie turned to leave, she noticed the line had grown to include dozens more, prompting her to reflect on how, in the beginning, she seemed to be the only one ordering the percentage meal. Humming a little tune, she began searching for Sudaji and Kai within the crowd, spotting them almost immediately. At that moment, Sudaji and Kai were engrossed in a conversation, leaning closely together, whispering secrets, and occasionally erupting into peals of laughter like silver bells. The surrounding individuals frequently cast glances at the two beautiful women, yearning to approach and engage them in conversation. hoping to acquire their contact information. However, many were well acquainted with Sudaji and were aware of her relationship with Imashi. They were not the type to foolishly approach and declare, "Beautiful lady, I am quite fond of you. Might we exchange contact information?" Taking their seats opposite the two, they noticed that the ladies were engaged in an intimate whispering session, which ceased only when Imashi sat down, prompting them to stop their hushed conversation. Both women gazed at Imashi with cheerful smiles, causing her to feel somewhat uneasy. "What are you discussing that brings such joy?" Chapter 89. The test concludes and Moxie fully embodies the essence of an exemplary student. The principle is simple. If one does not understand, one must inquire. And nothing. Sudaji stammered, her nervousness evident as she finally managed to utter a sentence. It was Qiankai who, quick to respond, spoke up directly. "We are discussing the notification that was just sent. Teacher Lu Wudi has instructed us to assemble tomorrow morning. We have passed the trial." In truth, Qiankai was also quite flustered, unable to admit to Moxie that she was discussing his combat prowess with Sudaji. Indeed, it was the very aspect of combat capability that they were talking about. Oh, and Moxie remained skeptical, but chose not to delve further into the matter, recognizing that probing too deeply might not be appropriate. She raised her arm to check her wristwatch, seeing that the conversation had been skillfully navigated. Both Sudaji and Qiankai breathed a sigh of relief. It was, after all, Qiankai who had insisted on asking Moxie about his combat abilities, suggesting that if he was lacking, she could recommend a potion to ensure he would be at his peak. Despite her reassurances that it was unnecessary, Qiankai had not been convinced, and somehow their discussion had taken a rather unexpected turn. Indeed, a letter from the base, signed by Lu Wudi, had arrived, stating simply that they were to gather at 8 o'clock in the square to proceed to the Academy of the Gods. The message was brief and devoid of superfluous remarks, consistent with Lu Wudi's usual straightforward manner. When the meals were delivered, one portion was handed to Sudaji and another to Qiankai. Sudaji, inexplicably wearing a mysterious smile tinged with a hint of blush, accepted her meal and began to eat in silence. Qiankai, with a beaming smile, expressed her gratitude to Moxie. "Thank you. You're welcome." Observing Qiankai's smile, which appeared to be exceedingly polite and innocent, Moxie could not shake the feeling that something was amiss, as if there were an underlying tone to her expression. The meal was relatively pleasant, though Qiankai occasionally cast ambiguous glances at Moxie, which occurred frequently enough that he began to wonder if something was amiss on his own face. After the meal, they parted ways, and Qiankai returned to her room. After escorting Sudaji back to their quarters, Moxie went straight to the bathroom for a shower. Strangely, Sudaji did not intrude this evening, allowing Moxie the luxury of a proper wash. Upon finishing and returning to the bedroom, he found Sudaji already asleep in bed. It seemed she was exhausted, and Moxie chuckled softly, shaking his head, and then climbed into bed, wrapping his arms around Sudaji as he drifted into a deep slumber. Unbeknownst to him, after he fell asleep, Sudaji slowly opened her eyes, feeling the warmth of his embrace, and with a smile, she too slipped into dreams. The night passed without incident, and on the following morning, sunlight filtered through the layers of leaves, streaming through the window to illuminate Moxie's face. Having not enjoyed a proper rest in quite some time, Moxie relished the comfort of a night free from homework. When he opened his eyes and glanced at the time, it read 6:57. He then looked down at the small lazy cat nestled in his arms, still blissfully asleep, her delicate face radiant as an angel, adorned with a gentle smile as she lay peacefully in his embrace. Gently, I tapped Sudaji's pert form, then leaned closer to her ear, whispering sweetly, "Little lazy cat, it's time to rise." Sudaji stirred, evading Moxie's playful gesture at her ear, and replied, "No, just 5 more minutes, please. Are you all guilty of lingering in bed? All right, quickly get up, otherwise we shall miss breakfast." Moxie's affectionate face was pressed against hers, their noses nearly touching. With sleepy eyes barely open, Sudaji greeted, "Good morning, dear husband," her drowsy voice delightfully charming. She then placed a gentle kiss on Moxie's lips. Those with girlfriends will surely understand this feeling. As their lips parted, Moxie tenderly tousled Sudaji's hair before rising to dress. Like a small kitten, Sudaji stretched luxuriously and looked at Moxie, saying, "Hug me, dear husband." Moxie couldn't shake the feeling that Sudaji was becoming increasingly attached to him. Nonetheless, he considered it a wonderful thing. "All right, my little fool," he said, approaching her after donning his attire. Sudaji, resembling a small raccoon, clung to Moxie's body as he lifted her up. After a moment of intimacy, they tidied themselves and made their way to the cafeteria, where they fortuitously encountered the little lowly Hichien Kai. Together, they enjoyed breakfast, and by the time they finished, it was already 7:50. The three of them strolled leisurely to the square. Many people had gathered, yet those they had encountered upon entering the base were nowhere to be seen. The only familiar figure was the robust, dark-skinned youth, Tainyo. Long Hao, the young master, seemed solitary without his usual entourage. It remained uncertain whether his companions had been eliminated or had succumbed to the harsh realities of this merciless realm. Long Hao had evidently undergone significant transformation. The air of a spoiled heir had been replaced by a semblance of grit. Upon seeing Moxie, he displayed little emotional response, suggesting that many events had transpired during their separation. Now, only a little over 100 individuals remained. As they entered the group, several greeted Moxie, who returned their smiles graciously, finding his place between the petite Hichien Kai on his left and the enchanting Su Daji on his right. Those around them instinctively cleared a space, creating a slight vacuum in the crowd. And Moxie smiled at everyone in gratitude while maintaining a focused gaze ahead. As the clock struck 8, the mentor team, led by Lu Wudi, appeared before the gathering. After scanning the crowd, pausing briefly on Moxie, Long Hao, and Tainyo, he boomed, "Hello, little rascals. First, congratulations to all of you who remain. You have passed the trial and become part of the Academy of the Gods. However, do not be deceived into thinking that this marks the end. The competition within the Academy of Gods is no less fierce than that at the training base. Rather, it is even more intense. Do you believe you have escaped the depths of hardship? No. I must inform you that the true contest has only just commenced. Yet, the rewards are indeed plentiful. The moment you become a cultivator, I am confident that your hearts are already prepared. This path is akin to navigating upstream. If one does not advance, one inevitably regresses." Chapter 90. Farewell. The fierce competition has yielded unimaginable progress. Without being pushed to your limits, you would remain unaware of the vastness of your potential. Each of you is a prodigious talent from your respective regions. However, this is not a justification for arrogance. I have encountered many whose innate gifts surpass yours. True genius is nurtured through growth. Those who falter halfway become nothing. No one will remember a fallen genius. Only those who endure will be remembered. Therefore, strive to live on. Soon, the Academy's representatives will arrive to guide you to the institution. You little rascals. If all goes as planned, we shall never meet again. Yet, I hope that the next time I hear of you, it will not be tales of who has fallen or gone missing. Do you understand? As he spoke, the eyes of Lu Wudi glistened with unshed tears, and the teachers behind him exhibited a similar emotion, yet they stood tall and steadfast like ancient pines. They had witnessed too many such farewells, having seen numerous cohorts depart. Some became renowned and powerful, while others faded into oblivion, forever lost in battles, leaving behind only gray files. We understand. The crowd echoed in unison, their voices tinged with emotion. Perhaps influenced by the atmosphere, many students felt their eyes welling with tears. Although they had spent merely half a month together, they had profoundly sensed the affection their teachers held for them. At that moment, a wave of melancholy washed over them, and the atmosphere turned somber. And Moshi's spirits also sank. Despite having minimal interaction with the students and teachers, he detested this feeling of parting. It reminded him of the time when his grandfather had departed, enveloped in a similarly heavy ambience, leaving him to bid farewell in solitude. Yet now, things were different. Feeling the warmth in his palm, Moshi instinctively tightened his grip, holding the small hand more firmly. Sudaji seemed to sense something as she turned, smiling at Moshi. Though she did not speak, her unspoken encouragement buoyed his spirits. At that moment, a brilliant beam of light soared into the sky from the center of the square, abruptly pulling Moshi from his reverie. Turning to witness the spectacle, he saw energy radiating outward before rapidly contracting, coalescing into a colossal portal. Standing 50 meters tall, several figures gradually emerged from within. 5 silhouettes stepped forth, 3 men and 2 women. One towering figure led the group, instantly captivating everyone's attention. He was clad in a black and red casual outfit, his robust physique stretching the fabric taut. Most striking was his bald head, which gleamed like a spotlight. Following him were 2 men. One was as slender as a reed, resembling a walking skeleton, while the other remained obscured. Dressed in a casual ensemble of deep black, The man's visage leaves a lasting impression. His gaunt cheeks and prominent cheekbones frame eyes that appear deeply sunken, reminiscent of shadows that threaten to manifest as tangible dark circles. The aura he exudes is akin to that of a wayward soul. Beside him stands a tall and well-proportioned gentleman, with golden hair and striking blue eyes. His chiseled features embodying a handsome countenance. His golden locks are parted down the middle, cascading gracefully to his shoulders, and he is impeccably attired in a tailored blue suit. Behind them are two female instructors. One, exuding a mature allure, resembles a perfectly ripe peach, ready to yield at the slightest touch. She dons a lovely skirt paired with a white blouse underneath, topped with a casual blazer, a true embodiment of refined elegance. The other is a diminutive girl, seemingly no more than 10 years old, standing at a height of approximately 1.30 meters. She is clad in a delicate pink dress and carries a charming pink bear backpack. With a playful bounce, her twin ponytails sway as she skips along. And one cannot help but note that twin ponytails are often synonymous with youthful charm. A lollipop perched in her mouth lends a roundness to her exquisite little face, her large eyes sparkling as they survey the gathering of students, complemented by a petite nose tinged with a hint of pink. Could she also be an instructor? A curious student gazes at the lively little girl and voices the question that lingers in everyone's minds. Alas, no one is inclined to answer him. The man, known as Lu Wudi, hastily wipes his face and strides towards the group. Approaching the leader, he raises his arm and playfully punches the man's chest, exclaiming, "Why do you always arrive at this hour? Can't you wait until I've finished?" The man chuckles heartily, replying, "I wish I could, but every time I come, I see you, old chap, getting all sentimental. It's quite the eyesore." The two share a light-hearted camaraderie as they walk side by side, exchanging pleasantries about recent happenings and the promising talents among the current students. Leading the 5 individuals to the forefront, he addresses the crowd. "These are your 5 mentors." Upon concluding, Lu Wudi steps back, ceding the stage to the mentors. "I am your instructor, known as Jiqiang. Feel free to call me Min or Chong. The two behind me are Helion and Ingin," he states, gesturing towards the golden-haired gentleman and the skeletal figure. The man referred to as Helion scans the audience with a dismissive glance, showing little interest in the assembly. In contrast, the slender Ingin manages a friendly smile, waving to the crowd, though if one could overlook his brooding aura, he might be deemed quite amiable. "These two are Qin Jing and Uxin. Should you have any inquiries, we shall address them within the academy," Jiqiang remarks, indicating the poised sister and the charming little girl. Qin Jing greets the audience with a warm smile, while the sprightly Uxin bounces alongside her, cheerfully waving to everyone. Jiqiang turned to face Lu Wudi and remarked, "We shall take our leave now. You are well aware of the immense consumption associated with such large-scale teleportation arrays, so we will not linger." "Humph," Lu Wudi scoffed, his tone laced with disdain. "Every year, it's the same tired rhetoric. Just leave, quickly." With that, Lu Wudi turned away, accompanied by several mentors from the base, departing in a state of dejection, evoking a sense of melancholy akin to the chilling winds of the Yishui River. Jiqiang sighed with resignation, then addressed the students. "All right, let us proceed." She gazed at Lu Wudi's retreating figure before following Jiqiang and the others into the teleportation array. As the world spun around them, they opened their eyes once more to behold a vast, magnificent square. Chapter 91, Direct Allocation, My Little Mentor. Before us stands a towering cliff, intricately carved with a magnificent statue. This entire mountain range is none other than the hallowed grounds of the Academy of the Gods, and we currently find ourselves atop one of its peaks. On this summit, a platform has been constructed, facing an even grander mountain peak adorned with numerous edifices that, from a distance, resemble ants scurrying about in their construction. "Welcome to the Academy of the Gods." A robust figure, arms outstretched in an embrace, stands before the crowd, his voice resonating with enthusiasm. The Academy comprises several peaks: the main peak, the initiation peak, the living peak, the armoring peak, the alchemy peak, and the task peak. Here, you shall also gather your points. However, it is important to note that each month, students will have 100 points deducted. Failure to maintain this balance will regrettably result in expulsion. Allow me to elucidate the roles of each peak. The main peak serves as the residence for the various mentors and the dean, as well as a venue for convening urgent meetings during significant events. However, such emergency meetings have only been summoned 9 times since the Academy's inception, so generally, there is little cause for concern. Yet, should you receive a summons to attend an urgent meeting at the main peak, be forewarned. Any student who fails to appear will face expulsion. Next is the initiation peak, which houses all the resources and facilities you require for your training, contingent upon possessing sufficient points. The living peak is your abode, where you will reside. Each student is entitled to a month of free accommodation in a shared apartment. Subsequent months will require the expenditure of 500 points. Your living options extend beyond shared apartments to include single apartments at 1,000 points per month, mid-range apartments at 1,500 points, upscale apartments at 2,000 points, and villas at 3,000 points. With ample points, you can indulge in a lifestyle of comfort, as the living area encompasses all aspects of your daily needs, including food, clothing, and leisure. The armoring peak is the domain of the auxiliary profession of armorer. Shortly, your wristwatches will automatically connect to the Academy's network, providing you with all pertinent information. You have now reached a level where you can pursue the profession of armorer, either crafting armor yourself or commissioning others to do so in exchange for points. The alchemy peak, also known as the rejuvenation peak, is where the auxiliary profession of alchemist resides. Alchemists possess the ability to concoct various potions, the practicality of which I need not elaborate. The task peak is home to the Hall of Tasks, which is also one of the venues where you will earn points. In the future, most of your points will be accrued from this location. Now, you may select one among our 5 as your mentor. However, this is not a unilateral decision. It necessitates mutual consent. This means that while you choose a mentor, the mentor must also be willing to select you. We have observed your performances in the secret realm, and upon selecting your desired mentor, you may approach them. If the mentor nods in acknowledgement, you will then stand behind them. After a brief moment, Jiqiang summoned a list from his watch. Subsequently, he called out the names, instructing those mentioned to step forward. Long Xiao was momentarily taken aback, glanced at Moxie, and then stepped out of the line to stand before Jiqiang. And Moxie felt a slight jolt at Long Xiao's gaze, pondering their lack of familiarity. What Moxie was contemplating was unknown to Jiqiang, who then called out the next name. He Qian Kai. Su Daji. Upon hearing her name, Su Daji stepped out from the line and approached Jiqiang. Lastly, in Moxie, she emerged from the group and stood beside Jiqiang, aligning herself next to Su Daji. The 4 of them, and Moxie, Long Hao, Su Daji, and He Qian Kai, were directly assigned to the mentorship of Uxian. All right, proceed quickly. The remaining individuals may choose their mentors autonomously. The 4 exchanged glances before turning to the little girl at the end of the line, casually enjoying a lollipop. Uxian. A hint of curiosity lingered in their hearts, yet they did not reveal it and obediently moved to stand behind Uxian. Uxian, resembling a curious child, examined the group with wide-eyed wonder, eventually positioning herself in front of Moxie. Why are you wearing sunglasses? Aren't you afraid of not seeing the path clearly? She inquired, her lollipop in tow and her expression filled with intrigue. And Moxie felt a wave of sweat, but patiently explained. My eyes have a slight abnormality that I prefer to keep private. May I see? Upon hearing this, Uxian's curiosity deepened, and she leaned in closer, though the disparity in their heights posed a challenge. And Moxie bent down slightly, while Uxian stood on her tiptoes, gazing up with unabashed curiosity. This might be a bit inconvenient, and Moxie replied awkwardly, brushing her hair behind her ear as she hesitated. Oh, is that not allowed? The little girl's mood seemed to dampen, causing Moxie to feel slightly exasperated. Is this mentor merely a child? Suddenly, Uxian appeared to recall something, her face brightening as she waved her hand at Moxie. Come, lower your head. With a sigh of resignation, Moxie crouched down, thinking it best to prevent any tears from the little mentor. Leaning close to Moxie's ear, Uxian looked around furtively, as if sharing a secret, and whispered, How about this? I'll trade you something, and you can quietly show me a glimpse. Before Moxie could respond, Uxian hurriedly continued, I'll exchange a villa with you. Then you won't have to pay housing points every month. After saying this, she looked at Moxie with eager anticipation. The 3 others behind them watched with curiosity as Moxie and Uxian engaged in their whispered exchange. Feeling the weight of Uxian's gaze and the curiosity of the trio behind her, Moxie ultimately yielded, deciding to humor the little girl for the moment, though she held no expectations that the child would genuinely offer her a villa. Very well, however, let us wait until everyone returns before I show you, all right? Moxie spoke in a tone reminiscent of soothing a child. Indeed, let us make a promise. Those who deceive are akin to little dogs. Uxin, with utmost seriousness, extended her pinky finger and declared earnestly, "Yes, indeed, a promise sealed with a pinky. Those who deceive are little dogs." And Moxie intertwined her pinky with Uxin's. Only then did Uxin relent, joyfully bouncing and standing before the others. And Moxie exhaled a sigh of relief, having successfully navigated the situation, though a lingering doubt remained about the reliability of this Academy of Gods. Chapter 92. The Mentor transforms from a 1.3-meter child to a full-fledged sister? With a sweeping glance at the assembled group, Uxin cleared her throat, feigning a serious demeanor. She intended to deliver a speech, but seemed to recall something. With a wave of her hand, a tall stool materialized before her, and she struggled to climb atop it. An Mo-Shi, concerned for her safety, stepped forward to assist her in ascending. Once Uxin steadied herself on the stool, she pretended to wipe non-existent sweat from her brow and flashed a charming smile at an Mo-Shi, sweetly expressing her gratitude. "Thank you. You're welcome." An Mo-Shi replied with a smile before rejoining the small group of just 4. Ahem. Uxin coughed lightly, adopting a serious expression before continuing. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Uxin, and I shall be your mentor from this point forward. If there are no objections, I will proceed to assign the dormitories, after which you may return to your quarters. During our time here, we will not have regular classes. Instead, we rely on self-study. We firmly believe that reading countless books pales in comparison to traversing great distances. Mere rote learning is futile. Thus, the rules of the Academy of the Gods lean heavily towards combat. Listening to lectures is no substitute for engaging in battle. Of course, if you have any questions, feel free to add my wristwatch or visit me at my residence on the main peak for guidance." With that, Uxin waved her hand, and several beams of light emanated from her pink wristwatch, darting towards the wristwatches of the 4 individuals. "Are you joking?" At that moment, a thunderous voice erupted. It was Long Hao, the young master of the Long family, his veins prominent as he visibly struggled to contain his frustration. "I went through arduous trials to reach the Academy of the Gods, only to be taught by a child who stands less than 1.3 meters tall." Long Hao's agitation was palpable as he pointed an accusatory finger at Uxin. Although the other 3 were equally perplexed and contemplated seeking out a more formidable mentor afterward, Long Hao's outburst directed at Uxin made them uncomfortable. "Oh, so you do not acknowledge me. And I am indeed 1.3 meters tall." Uxin's tone suddenly turned icy, causing the temperature around them to drop several degrees. "Humph." Long Hao seemed to realize his folly, choosing to remain silent, merely snorting in annoyance. He had indeed let his anger cloud his judgment, directing his ire at the young girl. He turned to seek a stronger mentor to voice his grievances, but as he took a step forward, he found himself frozen in place, unable to move. "Where do you think you are going? Come here, and let us discuss how I am worthy of being your mentor." Her previously charming and melodic voice transformed into that of an imposing sister. And Mo-Shi, Su Daji, and He Qian Kai stood rooted in disbelief. What they witnessed was beyond comprehension. The petite girl, who had just stood at 1.3 meters, was enveloped in a radiant white light and transformed into a statuesque figure of 1.7 meters. Her pink dress, now accentuated by her newfound stature, clung to her curves enticingly. Her long, straight legs and cascading hair completed the stunning transformation. Who could possibly believe such a metamorphosis? Would you believe it if you were in their shoes? A young girl suddenly transformed into an alluring and commanding figure. Just then, a voice jolted the 3 from their reverie. A low growl echoed, and Long Hao's body surged to 3 meters in height, his back tearing through his clothing to reveal 2 openings. A pair of enormous fleshly wings unfurled, and black scales emerged upon his skin. A tail, 1 meter in length, lashed out, creating a crater upon the ground. His hands morphed into claws, and his shoes were rent asunder, his clawed feet firmly planted on the earth. His eyes transformed into emotionless bronze vertical pupils, while 2 razor-like dragon horns sprouted from his head. Talent, dragon transformation. However, even in this half-dragon form, he found himself unable to move. "Ah, dragon transformation, how intriguing. Let me see what you're truly made of." With the chilling voice of the commanding figure, Long Hao's restraints were suddenly lifted. The commanding figure, Uxin, placed a finger to her lips, gazing at Long Hao with keen interest. Due to inertia, Long Hao stumbled and fell to the ground with a thud. With a flap of his wings, he ascended into the air, his emotionless vertical pupils locked onto Uxin. The commotion successfully garnered the attention of the surrounding students and the other 4 mentors, who turned their gazes towards the unfolding scene. Don't you think it's rather unfortunate for the students that we never inform them of these matters? Qin Jing approached Ji Chong, her voice gentle as she inquired. Oh, what is there to pity? None of the mentors in the Academy of the Gods are easy, and besides, a little hardship now is beneficial. It's certainly better to stumble now than to falter in a life-and-death battle later. Ji Chong chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. Come on, look. It's about to begin. He then focused intently on the battle before him. Sighing, Qin Jing acknowledged the truth in Ji Chong's words. Returning to the fight, Long Hao opened his mouth wide, unleashing a searing breath of dragon fire aimed at Uxian. Yet, she merely smiled faintly, standing her ground and watching as the fiery breath approached. Parting her cherry lips slightly, she uttered, "Oh, I forgot to mention, my talent is time." In the next moment, the dragon fire was sent hurtling back, re-entering Long Hao's throat. This spectacle left the onlookers in utter shock. It was not a mere rebound or any other talent, but a genuine time-based ability, time reversal. Instantly, the crowd erupted in astonishment, pondering how such an extraordinary talent could be countered. Long Hao, having uncontrollably swallowed his own dragon fire, was taken aback yet remained undeterred, swiftly directing his dragon wings towards Uxian. Like a heavenly eagle, he attacked with unwavering resolve, his claws glinting with sharpness. Slow, far too slow. Just as his claws were about to grasp Uxian, her figure vanished and reappeared beside him effortlessly, dodging the strike with a teasing tone. This maneuver left Long Hao feeling as though he were being toyed with, igniting a surge of fury within him. He transformed into a streak of black light, relentlessly charging towards Uxian. However, the dragon transformation, characterized by its formidable physical prowess and its lamentably singular AoE ranged attack, has now been thoroughly countered. At this moment, it appears as though he is but a child, utterly devoid of any capacity to react to the circumstances. In truth, when the captivating lady utilized her temporal talent, he realized that he stood no chance against her. Yet, he remained undeterred and made an attempt nonetheless. Suddenly, Long Hao halted, dispelling his dragon transformation. The recent transformation had rendered his garments tattered and torn, hanging from him like mere rags. Chapter 93. The proud and delicate little dragon Hao Uxian gazed with keen interest at the transformed dragon Hao, pondering what mischief this young man might be up to. Dragon Hao strode confidently to Uxian's side, seemingly having made a significant resolution. He bent down with a humble demeanor and said, "Mentor you, I was wrong. You possess the strength to guide me. I was too arrogant, and I apologize." His words were stammered, yet his attitude was exceedingly sincere. Suddenly, without anyone noticing, Uxian reverted to her youthful form, preparing to speak, but seemingly aware of something else. She pointed at Moxie and then at her own stool. Once Moxie confirmed she was indeed being addressed, she walked over to move Uxian's stool beside her. Subsequently, she lifted Uxian up, earning a look of approval from Uxian. Standing on the stool, she was now slightly taller than the bowing Dragon Hao. Uxian affectionately ruffled Dragon Hao's hair, her demeanor adorably playful as she remarked, "Ah, recognizing one's mistakes and correcting them is truly commendable. It is good that you understand your error. Now please rise." "Thank you, Mentor you." Upon standing, Dragon Hao immediately turned his head away, inadvertently facing Moxie, who was the only one to notice his blushing embarrassment. Well, who would have thought this little proud lord could be somewhat endearing, she mused. Their eyes met, and Moxie smiled warmly at him, causing Dragon Hao's face to flush even deeper, yet he found himself unable to look away, especially with so many onlookers nearby. Fortunately, Moxie offered him a gentle smile before turning to Uxian, lifting her down and holding her small stool. "Very good, little Moxie, you are quite thoughtful. From now on, I shall look after you." Uxian gave Moxie a thumbs up, pulling out a lollipop, unwrapping it, and delightfully popping it into her cherry-red mouth. "Does anyone have any questions?" she asked, lollipop in mouth, casting a fierce glance at the group. He Qiankai and Su Daji quickly shook their heads, knowing better than to provoke her wrath. "All right, since there are no objections, you may proceed to the living area to find your accommodations. Our class is located in Area A of the living zone. The address is on your wristbands, and the locks have been updated with your wristband data. Simply use them to gain entry." With that, she clasped her hands behind her back and sighed dramatically. Alas, today's youth is increasingly challenging to manage. Although the others understood that Yu Xian's youthful appearance was due to her temporal talents, they couldn't help but find it peculiar. Suddenly, Yu Xian turned on her heels, causing everyone to stiffen up as if standing at attention. "Little Moxie, come along. Hurry. Do you remember our promise?" she exclaimed, bouncing over to Moxie's side with her short legs. Taking Moxie's hand, Yu Xian led her away. And Moxie, slightly dazed from the recent events, soon recalled their agreement. "Ah, my eyes. Yes, let us hurry. I'll take you to see the villa." With that, her short legs moved rapidly, her large eyes squinting into crescent shapes. Thus, Moxie was pulled away by Yu Xian, stepping out of the crowd's gaze. Qian Kai, bewildered, nudged Su Daji and inquired, "What is going on?" "I'm not sure either, but rest assured, Moxie will handle it well." "Let us first find out where Area A is," responded Su Daji, grasping Qian Kai's arm as they headed towards the residential area. Meanwhile, Long Hao found himself under the scrutiny of numerous students and mentors. "Humph," he snorted before departing. All right, disperse. Those who need to choose mentors, do so. Others, carry on with your business," Ji Chang called out, forcing a cheerful smile as he addressed the crowd. After all, with the others gone, what was there left to see? "Sigh, let us finish selecting mentors and leave. I'm truly exhausted." Rubbing his bald head, he pondered what to eat next. A student approached Ji Chang, who didn't even glance at him but nodded, still lost in thoughts about lunch. The student suddenly empathized with Long Hao's earlier feelings. However, recalling Yu Xian's formidable prowess, he resolutely reaffirmed his conviction. This mentor must surely be a low-key powerhouse, perhaps even stronger than Yu Xian. With this thought, he straightened his posture and stood behind Ji Chang, awaiting his turn. After this brief interlude, the students swiftly completed their mentor selections. Observing this, Ji Chang turned to Ingyan and said, "Ingyan, please arrange the students for me. I can hardly bear my hunger. I'm off now." Without waiting for a response, he vanished, leaving behind the echo of his voice. "Finally done. What shall I have for dinner?" This left the remaining students with grim expressions, realizing that their mentor was not merely unreliable, but genuinely so. "Is it too late to switch mentors now?" they lamented. "Ah, not again." Ingyan scratched his head in distress before reluctantly approaching the students who had chosen Ji Chang. "Come with me." Grouping the two sets of students together, nearly 100 in total, it was clear not everyone aimed to teach the most talented like Yu Xian. Annually, around 200 students passed the assessments, with Yu Xian selecting a few, while the rest would be assigned to others. With a 60% elimination rate, the high standards of the Academy of Gods were evident. Yet, Ji Chang had always been like this. Once the mentor selection process concluded, he would promptly disappear. Fortunately, the mentors at the Academy of Gods differed from those at ordinary institutions. They were not required to conduct classes, but merely needed to clarify some fundamental knowledge about the Academy before being free of further obligations. Gathering nearly 100 students together, they commenced to elucidate some fundamental knowledge pertaining to the Academy. She was led by Yu Xian to a majestic peak, where all the structures were splendid villas. Yu Xian guided him directly towards a row of villas perched atop the mountain. Standing before this elegant row, Yu Xian appeared to be in deep contemplation, holding an emoji in place for approximately 3 minutes before finally resolving to make a decision. With determination, she led an emoji to a villa on the left side of the center, swiping her wristwatch before ushering him into the courtyard. Chapter 94. The view beyond the window. The courtyard is expansive, adorned with lush greenery, flanked by 2 maple trees. The vibrant plants are meticulously arranged, indicating regular maintenance and care, creating an atmosphere rich in vitality. Upon reaching the entrance and checking my watch once more, the grand door swings open, revealing a vast living room decorated in an elegant European style. A carpet runs from the entrance to the staircase, accompanied by a leather sofa, while deep brown bookshelves brimming with books surround the room. However, it appears these volumes have remained untouched, as pristine as if they were newly acquired. "Do you like it? I heard from Bijia that you enjoy reading, so I specifically chose this villa for you," said the spirited voice of Yusin. The first floor comprises a grand hall, a reception area, and several guest rooms. Bijia, the gifted mentor of the base? She was still murmuring to herself when Yusin playfully tugged her forward. "All right, don't just stand there. Let us explore the second floor." Despite her youthful appearance, Yusin possessed an unexpected strength, making it impossible for she to resist being led along. Upon reaching the second floor, Yusin began her tour. "Over there is the study." and there's a private cinema. As they approached a door, Yusin swung it open, and a refreshing breeze rushed in. This is the swimming pool. From here, you can behold the most magnificent views of the 10,000 Great Mountains. Indeed, the majestic peaks towered, shrouded in ethereal clouds, with cranes soaring gracefully between them, reminiscent of a realm inhabited by celestial beings. An overwhelming sense of grandeur surged within Moshi. Her mind momentarily blank. She was jolted back to reality when Yusin gently tugged at her sleeve. What do you think? Are you awestruck? Yusin beamed, her delight unmistakable. Indeed, it's breathtaking. Moshi's gaze remained fixed on the distant mountains, a profound sentiment suddenly stirring within her. At that moment, she recalled a line from a poem she had once read. In the vastness, the birds have ceased their flight, and the multitude has faded into oblivion. Observing the mountains cloaked in mist, illuminated by the sun, she witnessed a wondrous phenomenon, the mountains aglow in sunlight. All right, we'll have plenty of time to admire this later. Let me take you to the 3rd floor. With that, Yusin eagerly pulled Moshi along once more. She cast a lingering glance at the enchanting scene, wishing to share this breathtaking vista with Murong Qingyu and Sudaji. She yearned to bring them along to witness the beauty of the universe, proclaiming, "I shall come. I shall witness. I shall conquer." Being whisked away by Yusin to the 3rd floor, they entered a vast, open space housing a grand bedroom at its center, dominated by a sumptuous bed that appeared irresistibly soft. Directly opposite the bed was a colossal floor-to-ceiling window, offering yet another stunning view of the outside world. Beyond it lay a balcony furnished with well-placed rattan chairs and a tea table beneath a sunshade, providing a perfect spot for leisurely afternoons. The skylight serves as a window to the heavens, capable of transitioning between 2 modes: the closed mode, where it envelopes the space in a somber hue, and the open mode, allowing the starry ceiling to reveal itself in transparency, offering a direct view of the vast night sky adorned with countless stars. On one side, a concealed wardrobe boasts ample capacity, though Moshi seldom finds it necessary to utilize. Opposite stands a row of bookshelves, brimming with an array of ancient texts, alongside a mahogany writing desk and a matching chair. Upon the desk rests a pen holder, containing several exquisite fountain pens, a rarity in this era where most individuals rely on advanced technology, rendering paper currency nearly obsolete. Leading Moshi to a wall, a concealed door swings open with a gentle push. Pulling her inside, they enter the villa's control room, where every aspect of the residence can be managed through the intelligence system. Moshi gazes at the sleek, silver-hued chamber, its futuristic ambience leaving a profound impression, particularly appealing to the young man beside her. Ethereal blue lights cascade around the corners, flowing like water, while the lustrous silver walls faintly reflect silhouettes. At the center lies an elliptical, semi-sloped platform, illuminated by shifting lights, accompanied by the cold hum of machinery. A display screen flickers to life, revealing an array of garbled text. Ding. Welcome home, miss you. How may I assist you today? There's no need. You may withdraw. Uxian dismissively gestures for the intelligence system to step back. Shifting her demeanor, her eyes glimmer with excitement as she turns to Moshi, inquiring, "What do you think? Do you like it? May I see your eyes now?" Moshi glances briefly before bending down to Uxian, saying, "You mentor. Please, don't call me mentor. It sounds too formal. Just call me Uxian," she interjects, encouraging Moshi to continue. Then, "Uxian, may I ask if you know Mentor Biji?" Moshi finally poses the question she had long contemplated, recalling Uxian's earlier mention of Biji. "Of course, we are close friends. She has spoken of you," Uxian reveals candidly, without hesitation. Upon hearing this, Moshi understands and, without further delay, gracefully removes her sunglasses. Slowly, her tightly shut eyes open to reveal mesmerizing dual pupils, exuding an aura of intensity that commands attention. They radiate a faint glow reminiscent of ancient monarchs, illuminating the dimly lit control room. Her gaze meets Uxian's, causing her to momentarily freeze in astonishment. The dual pupils resemble a profound abyss, akin to the cosmos, encompassing all within their depths, dazzling, beautiful, and awe-inspiring, drawing one in as if to ensnare their very soul. Uxian stands captivated, unable to tear her gaze away from Moshi's slowly swirling eyes, as if they possessed the power to mesmerize and ensnare the spirit. Standing there in a daze, with a mind utterly blank, Uxian, who had seen much of the world, found herself profoundly shaken by Moxie's gaze. And Moxie smiled gently, her expression reminiscent of a warm spring breeze, radiating comfort to the heart. Closing her eyes, she donned her sunglasses once more and playfully shook Uxian's hand, saying, "Is that sufficient?" It was only then that Uxian regained her senses, hastily grasping in Moxie's hand. I just want to take one more look. Just one." "No, you promised to only take a glance," and Moxie replied with a smile, her voice soft. "But I am merely glancing, really just a fleeting look. I couldn't see clearly just now." Uxian suddenly adopted a playful tone, completely at odds with her role as a mentor, though perhaps it never truly suited her anyway. Chapter 95. The Invincible Lowly, whining and acting cute very well. I shall merely take a glance. But you must keep it a secret and not speak of it to anyone. And she ultimately yielded, despite her unusual eyes that draw attention. All right. Xiao Uxian replied excitedly. P.S. Uxian possesses the gift of time, but when she awakened it at a tender age, she was unable to fully control her abilities, resulting in a lingering affliction. Her body remains forever frozen at the age of her talent's awakening, causing her temperament to also be perpetually trapped in that stage. The mature Uxian temporarily maintains her grown-up form by harnessing her time manipulation abilities. Yet this demands constant use of her spiritual energy, so she typically refrains from embodying this form unless engaged in battle. In she felt no particular concern. She merely wished to avoid standing out, which is why she often wore an eye mask or sunglasses. Indeed, the charm of a lowly acting cute is truly unparalleled. Upon removing her eye mask, Xiao Uxian once again succumbed to a state of infatuation, as if her very heart and soul were drawn into the whirlpool of she's alluring eyes. After a minute of waiting, she closed her eyes once more and donned her sunglasses. Xiao Uxian gradually regained her composure, yet still found herself lingering in desire. However, to ask for more would be excessive, so she could only gaze longingly at she's sunglasses, hoping to catch a glimpse of her enchanting eyes through the lenses. She busied herself tidying up her clothes in the bedroom, with Xiao Uxian trailing behind. She flipped through her books, and Xiao Uxian continued to follow closely. When she settled on the balcony, Xiao Uxian remained at her heels, her unabashed gaze causing she to feel a touch of shyness. "Is there something you need?" She, feeling uncomfortable under the scrutiny, subtly issued a dismissal. Xiao Uxian, oblivious to the hint or genuinely unable to comprehend, kept her gaze fixed and replied, "Not at all. The mentors at the Academy of the Gods do not need to teach like those at other institutions. We merely provide the best resources, and the rest relies on the student's self-study. Thus, mentors generally have little to do." "Oh," she said, wiping away non-existent sweat, and then shifted the topic, inquiring, "Would you kindly elaborate on the profession of armorer within the Academy?" Upon hearing she broach a serious subject, Xiao Uxian's intense gaze softened slightly. She replied casually, "Oh, are you interested in pursuing the armorer profession as a secondary vocation?" "Yes, I have such intentions," she replied vaguely, offering no definitive answer. The profession of armorer is indeed quite sought after during university years, yet few succeed in mastering it. The role is more arduous than that of an apothecary, and most students abandon it after a short while. While becoming an armorer does not require extraordinary talent, it necessitates a willingness to endure hardship, and high-ranking armorers are in high demand. Engaging them to forge external combat armor is no trivial matter. They are not short on funds. The Academy of the Gods boasts a high-ranking armorer, though his personality is somewhat reclusive and eccentric. Upon reaching this point, Xiao Uxian seemed to have recalled something, her delicate brows furrowing in contemplation, while Moxie quietly listened from the side. "As for his origins, I remain in the dark. He arrived even earlier than I did, and has long served as the master of the armory peak within the Academy of the Gods. However, he tends to be indifferent to most matters, preferring to seclude himself in a small courtyard, forging iron. Whenever he requires resources or items, he issues tasks, offering armor or weaponry as a reward. This individual, while somewhat enigmatic and reclusive, possesses unparalleled craftsmanship in forging armor, unrivaled by anyone else in the Academy of the Gods. Should you wish to learn, I could prepare a letter of recommendation for you, allowing you to seek his tutelage." Xiao Uxian spoke with eloquence, recounting these details as if sharing treasured memories. I think I would like to give it a try." After a moment of thoughtful contemplation, and Moxie arrived at her decision. Chapter 96, Epilogue 1. The infant beneath the night sky on a night enveloped in darkness. A capsule-like structure cradled an infant swathed in a blanket, whose feeble cries echoed through the desolate ruins. Perhaps due to a prolonged absence of nourishment. The infant's wails were faint and frail, yet their piercing timbre broke the stillness of the night, drawing the attention of several ravenous wild dogs that circled menacingly. Their claws scraped against the capsule's surface, and with jaws agape, they sought to pry it open and devour the enticing, delicate-skinned child within. Suddenly, a jarring, muffled gunshot shattered the silence of the night. An elderly man, stooped with age and adorned with a mane of white hair, raised an antiquated double-barreled shotgun towards the sky. Swiftly, he pivoted the weapon towards the wild dogs. The sound of the gun sent the creatures into a panic. Tails tucked, they scattered like leaves in the wind, disappearing into the shadows. The old man, still clutching his shotgun, surveyed the surroundings with vigilance until he was assured that the wild dogs had fled. He then approached the capsule, where the infant appeared startled by the thunderous report of the gun, gazing out with large, misty eyes. This old man, a scavenger by trade, typically roamed the peripheries of the ruins but had unwittingly ventured deep into their heart. Realizing the encroaching darkness, he hastily sought a familiar path back to his shelter. Fully aware that, at his advanced age, survival in the depths of the ruins during the night was a daunting challenge, even with his trusty firearm. As fate would have it, while passing through this forsaken place, he had heard the faint cries of the infant mingling with the growls of the wild dogs. The old man understood the harsh truths of survival in the ruins. One should refrain from meddling in affairs that do not concern them, for those who do seldom live long. He contemplated circumventing the area quickly, yet the infant's increasingly frail cries tugged at his heartstrings. Having never married nor sired children, the elderly man found himself scavenging for survival within the ruins in his twilight years. Clenching his trusty firearm, he summoned a newfound resolve, leading to the moment that had just transpired. Through the scratched glass of the capsule, he beheld the infant within. The child's skin was fair, and their large, glistening eyes held a hint of lingering mist as they curiously regarded the old man who had appeared so suddenly. The infant's cherubic face, round and endearing, was captivating, but it was the shock of white hair and the two cerulean pupils within the child's enchanting gaze, like vast oceans of stars, that ensnared the old man's spirit. As the old man observed the infant, their eyes met, and in a delightful gesture, the child extended a tiny hand to press against the glass. A melodious giggle erupted, prompting the old man to place his weathered, calloused hand against the glass, aligning it with the infant's small palm. A smile, born of warmth and tenderness, graced his weathered features, bridging the chasm of their disparate worlds. The old man removed his hand and began to search for a button to open the capsule chamber. Soon, he discovered a concealed compartment beside the glass. With a firm press and a push upwards, the compartment revealed itself, housing a button within. The old man pressed the button, and after a series of hissing sounds, the door of the capsule chamber slowly opened. He did not dare to linger. Cradling the infant within his arms and glancing around to confirm there was nothing else inside, he hastened to leave. The baby was remarkably docile, not crying or fussing, and would occasionally doze off in the old man's embrace. When the infant finally stirred, it was already the following morning. Outside the ruins, in the scavenger camp, what was once a desolate town had been discovered by scavengers who settled there. Although most of the buildings were in disrepair, it provided a semblance of shelter, sparing them from the uncertainty of wandering aimlessly. As more scavengers arrived, a camp gradually formed. Despite their inability to find residence within the city, the camaraderie amongst the inhabitants was commendable, fostering a harmonious coexistence. Within the camp, any form of troublemaking or brawling was strictly prohibited. Those who transgressed would face expulsion from the community. The old man held a respectable position within the camp, walking through the dilapidated yet tidy streets with the infant in his arms. Most of the people he encountered wore worn but clean clothes, their respect for the old man evident as they greeted him warmly. "Old sir, where did you find that child?" one asked. "I accidentally ventured deep into the ruins yesterday and found him there. Is Wang's wife around? I need to borrow some milk, or this child will surely starve." The old man soothed the baby as he inquired. "She should be at home taking care of the child. I had arranged to go for a stroll around the outskirts of the ruins with Brother Wang today. Let's go together." With that, the individual fell back half a step, accompanying the old man towards the home of the aforementioned Brother Wang. This brother Wang, named Wang He, had resided in the area for many years and was considered an elder. Known for his kindness and easygoing nature, his wife had recently given birth and was still nursing, making her assistance vital for the old man to ensure the infant's hunger was abated. Brother Wang, the old sir seeks your help. Upon reaching Wang's abode, the old man had yet to speak when the other shouted, pushing open the worn door and stepping into the modest courtyard. Before the disaster, this town was characterized by its individual homes with courtyards. Although many buildings collapsed during the catastrophe, some could still be inhabited after repairs. The little courtyard before them was one that Wang He had patched up himself. The old man, holding the increasingly distressed child, felt the infant's cries growing weaker. Having gone a night without nourishment, with little time to spare, he hurried inside after the other. The small courtyard, though modest in size, is meticulously clean and inviting. The ground is swept to a pristine condition, and within the yard stands a solitary tree, beneath which are placed several stone benches and a stone table, likely remnants from the previous owner of the property. Eldest daughter of the Wang family, hurry, feed the child some breast milk. However, the elderly man had little time to attend to the details of the courtyard, his entire focus devoted to the child. Upon entering, he called out loudly. In the courtyard, Wang He and his wife were already present, listening to the tale of a young boy they encountered on the road, known as Xiao Yozi, an orphan who had wandered into the scavenger camp. Chapter 97, Side Story 2. You shall be named in Mashi. Ultimately, with the assistance of everyone, they managed to settle down. At this moment, Xiao Yozai was engaged in conversation with Wang He, who, the more he listened, found himself increasingly perplexed. Only grasping one fact, the old man had returned with a child he found. Just then, he witnessed the old man entering, cradling a child in his arms. Disregarding Xiao Yozai's words, he hastened to stand before the old man. Wang He was a towering figure, approximately 6 feet tall, with a robust physique and a countenance that exuded sincerity and honesty. He was dressed in a black t-shirt and a pair of well-worn jeans that had faded over time. Beside him stood Wang He's wife, who, while not conventionally beautiful, possessed the charm of a rural woman, her eyes sparkling with warmth, instantly making one feel at ease in her presence. Noticing the child's cries as the old man called out, Wang He's wife handed the infant she held to her husband. As Wang He took the child from the old man's arms, he made his way into the house to tend to the baby's needs. Seizing this opportunity, Wang He sought to inquire about the events that had transpired with the old man. Seeing the child being taken into the room by Wang He's wife for nursing, the old man let out a sigh of relief, grateful that she was able to provide nourishment. Otherwise, the child would be left wanting. In this scavenger camp, there were no animals capable of producing milk, necessitating a trip to the base city for sustenance. Whether they could afford it was a separate concern, but the journey itself could prove perilous for the child. Seated on a stone bench in the yard, the old man took a sip of water from a chipped bowl and recounted the events of the previous night to the two. Only then did they grasp the situation, albeit with curiosity about how an infant had mysteriously appeared amidst the ruins. Regardless of their thoughts, the old man had made his decision to adopt the child. Having lived a life devoid of offspring, the encounter felt like a fated blessing. After a brief discussion among the three in the yard, Wang He's wife emerged cradling the now content infant. Having been well fed, the child had ceased to fuss, gazing up with wide, sparkling eyes, exploring the surroundings. Old man, this child's eyes and hair seem quite unusual. Why does it have 2 pupils? Wang He's wife had noticed this peculiar trait while nursing, but had kept it to herself until now. Eager to resolve her curiosity, she turned to the old man for answers. As soon as the little one spotted the old man, it waved its tiny hands, its eyes squinting into crescent moons, and let out a series of delightful giggles, reaching out for him. The old man quickly rose, his eyes twinkling with joy, and carefully took the child from Wang He's wife. This must be a case of heterochromia. I read about it in a book. According to the text, those with dual pupils are often regarded as natural saints. As for the specific implications, I cannot say. My dear girl, this child may require your guidance in the future. Old sir, what are you saying? This child is so fair and lovely. I am quite fond of him. Moreover, my little Bao cannot finish his meals. And since you often assist us, this is no trouble at all. The daughter-in-law of the Wang family said with heartfelt laughter as she received the child from her husband. Old sir, have you named the child yet? Calling him little one for an extended period is not suitable. Wang He, who appeared rugged yet possessed a meticulous nature, embodied the notion of a fierce tiger with a delicate nose for roses. Ah, I have yet to bestow a name upon him. Let me see if there are any remnants from his birth parents, the old man mused, gently unwrapping the child from the small quilt. He noticed a jade pendant around the child's neck and picked it up for a closer inspection. One side of the pendant bore the character for peace, while the other showcased a vividly depicted five-clawed dragon, its body coiled atop the jade. The imposing dragon's head faced forward, its eyes seemingly capable of piercing through one's soul. Peace. That must be the surname of the child's biological father, the old man began to mutter softly. As he fell into contemplation, the others remained silent, allowing him the space to think. Then this child shall be named Anmashi. Mo signifies my hope that this child will excel in his studies, and should his talents not be exceptional, he can still pursue a career in the civil service. Unlike us, she expresses my wish for him to become a master of his own destiny. The great rock soars, rising with the clouds. From this sentiment, I propose the name Anmashi. What do you think? The old man's eyes sparkled with wisdom as he looked at the others. Anmashi, a splendid name indeed. Wang He agreed, acknowledging his rough demeanor and the honor of having the old man name his child. Truly, the old man is a man of knowledge. The daughter-in-law of the Wang family chimed in. Had I known, I would have asked the old man for a name as well. Now everyone simply calls me Little Liuzi. Little Liuzi murmured, though it was too late for a change since the name had been in use for many years. From now on, you shall be called Anmashi. The old man pointed a finger towards the little one, who giggled and grasped the old man's finger with both tiny hands. With sparkling eyes gazing at the vast expanse of the starry sky, the child's thoughts were unknown, drifting somewhere far away. Soon. Next year my Mashi will be able to attend school, and when that time comes, the old man began, only to be interrupted by a sudden fit of coughing. And Mashi quickly supported him, helping him to sit up. The old man held a piece of cloth as a makeshift handkerchief to his mouth, and Mashi squatted beside him, her face etched with concern, gently patting his back. After a heavy sigh, the old man glanced at the cloth in his hand, revealing a stain of blood upon it. Chapter 98, Extra 3, The Origin of the Federation 5 years later, on the rooftop of a shanty in the scavenger camp. An elderly man cradled a child in his arms as they lay gazing at the night sky. It was the old man and Enmoxie. Over the course of 5 years, Enmoxie underwent significant transformation. His once youthful visage had blossomed, now adorned with a delicate layer of baby fat and skin as pure as jade. Complemented by his charmingly youthful features, he exuded an irresistible allure, leaving an indelible impression of beauty and cuteness on anyone who beheld him. The passage of time, however, had rendered the old man even more frail, with the marks of age etched clearly upon his face. Yet, his eyes remained bright and spirited, as if illuminated by an inner light. If one were to overlook the wrinkles that lined his face and the increased stoop of his back, it seemed as though time had not claimed much from him. On that rooftop, the old man engaged in lively conversation with the adorable Enmoxie. Their days lacked entertainment, and Enmoxie eagerly anticipated the evenings when the old man would hold him close and share tales of unknown wonders. Tonight, he was to recount the origins of the new era. In the year 233 of the stellar calendar, humanity had officially connected with the cosmos for 233 years, having long since developed its own galaxy. Yet, such matters were of little concern to ordinary people like them. The genesis of it all could be traced back to a cataclysmic event a century prior, an encounter with celestial beings that brought both disaster and opportunity. In the year 2060 of the Gregorian calendar, Blue Star detected an approaching unknown massive planet in space, projected to collide with Blue Star within a year. The roots of the world tree entwined the fractured continents like a coiling dragon, creating a magnetic field that drew the shattered pieces of Blue Star together. With seas encircling the land, this phenomenon came to be known as the World Tree. The continents were cleaved apart, giving rise to the Mountain Lin continent, with the Federation delineating the 6 broken segments into distinct domains. The Mountain Lin domain, home to the Mountain Lin Federation beneath the World Tree, alongside the domains of the Demon Concubine, Kanglin, Qinglin, Deserted Sands, and Mountain Sea. Under the guidance of the Mountain Federation, the surviving remnants of humanity swiftly unified. Civilization had been devastated, with only a mere fraction of the population surviving. Less than 3 billion souls remained. While inspecting the World Tree, the first leader of the Mountain Lin Alliance inadvertently discovered that the World Tree could communicate with them, revealing its extraordinary powers. The world tree conveyed that it harbored no malice and that the cataclysm it had wrought was not its intention. It disclosed that humanity was not the sole intelligent race in the vast cosmos, and that, in the grand scheme, humanity occupied a position of lower civilization rather than being an advanced one. The world tree required to take root in the mountainland continent, promising to bring benefits to the land in return. The two parties reached an agreement. The world tree would grant a century of protection and development to the Shanshan continent, while also bestowing technological civilization and awakening the latent talents within humanity. Their relationship was one of mutual benefit and assistance, marking the official commencement of the Star Era, a period of rapid advancement for humankind. This, indeed, is our origin. Regrettably, my grandfather achieved little in his lifetime. Despite his relentless cultivation, he remained stuck at the soldier rank. However, our dear Moxie is destined for greatness. When she comes of age, I shall send her to the academy in the city. Moxie, remember, only through learning can one become formidable, and it is only within the school that we can undergo our awakening. Awakening to exceptional talents will empower us to seize our own destinies. The old man, with a gentle expression, stroked in Moxie's white hair. His voice filled with great expectations, and Moxie, smiling brightly, stood up, her azure eyes shimmering with light as she gazed at the sky. In her sweet, youthful voice, she declared, "Grandfather, rest assured, I will undoubtedly become an unparalleled powerhouse, protecting you and everyone, so we can live a good life together." Turning to look at the old man, her large, sparkling eyes shone with determination. "And I will ensure you have a good life and honor you well." Ha ha ha, indeed. My Moxie will surely become a strong one. Grandfather awaits your filial piety. I must live a few more years to see you married and to help raise your children. The old man stood, lifting in Moxie into his arms as they both looked up at the vast, starry sky, filled with longing in Moxie's eyes. 3 swift years passed, and Moxie was now 8 years old. The boy from the Wong family, who was a few months older, had just turned 9. Tomorrow marked the day he would start school, and Moxie would have to wait another year, for education in this world began at the age of 9. To be precise, it was only after turning 9 that children were deemed truly ready for cultivation. At this age, children possessed clear minds and self-awareness, preventing them from descending into madness. However, this did not apply to the children of wealthy families, who began their training from a young age. Their elders would safeguard them and provide extraordinary treasures to protect their minds, ensuring they did not fall into chaos. The night was profoundly silent as the old man lay on the rooftop with Moxie, still beneath that endless starry sky. The difference was that the wrinkles on the old man's face had multiplied, his vitality had waned significantly, and his once clear eyes had grown murky. In stark contrast was the 8-year-old boy beside him, and Moxie, who was beginning to exhibit a refined demeanor. Stray locks of hair framed his sharp brows, and his peach blossom eyes sparkled like stars. He had a tall nose, lips as smooth as jade, and skin as fair as porcelain. He was renowned as a striking youth, the object of admiration for girls in the scavenger camp, often the subject of their dreams. "Grandfather, tomorrow Bayer Gu will start school. When will I be able to go to school?" Chapter 99, Side Story 4. The narration of the elder hastily concealing what he had tucked into his pocket. He cast a glance back at Moxie, and upon confirming that the boy remained oblivious, he let out a sigh of relief. "My time is fleeting. In the twilight of my years, to have encountered you is a serendipity. I have always believed you to be a divine redemption bestowed upon this old man, and indeed, you are. Your obedient and gentle demeanor resembles that of an angel, rekindling a passion for life that had long since dulled. Alas, my frail body cannot endure for much longer. My only regret is that I will not witness the day you establish your own family. Yet, I ponder, once I am gone, how will you navigate this harsh world?" Observing the young boy soothing his own back, the elder found himself reflecting with rare sentiment. "I remember the day I found him, so small and prone to tears. Now, in the blink of an eye, he has grown so much. Before meeting you, my existence was a haze of indifference, merely waiting for death to arrive. However, since our paths crossed, I yearn to live a few more years, to witness you build a life, to see you surrounded by your own descendants. Regrettably, it seems I am destined not to see that day. Moxie, my dear, do not worry about me. Come here, let me have a good look at you." In an instant, my little Moxie has grown into a fine young lad. The girls in our camp are quite fond of you. I wonder if you have someone special in mind? Do share with your grandfather. The elder smiled benevolently as he embraced Moxie, causing the boy's cheeks to flush a vivid pink, his previously fair complexion now adorned with a rosy hue, his ears turning a delightful shade of red. "Grandfather, I'm still young. How could I have someone I like?" "Ha ha." The elder erupted into hearty laughter at Moxie's adorable demeanor, only serving to deepen the boy's shyness. Yet, before Moxie could respond, a piercing alarm rang out. Woo woo woo. The shrill sound of the air raid siren was unfamiliar to Moxie, but the elder stood up with grave seriousness, gazing towards the direction of the scavenger camp's entrance. There, he could see several flickering flames and shadows engaged in a frantic chase. The flames had been ignited by the guards, and the alarm had likewise been triggered by them. Our home is situated close to the camp's entrance, but due to the encroaching darkness, only shadowy figures could be discerned in the flickering light. The appearance of such a situation could only mean one thing: a beast had breached the camp's defenses. It remains uncertain how many creatures have infiltrated, but in a place like the scavenger camp, even a single beast could wreak havoc and cause significant casualties. Most inhabitants lack cultivation or possess only rudimentary skills. The only one of intermediate rank is the elder himself. "Moxie, stay hidden at home. Do not come out. Grandfather will go see what is happening." With that, the elder lifted Moxie and leapt down from the rooftop, landing with grace upon the ground. He entered the room and pushed aside the bed, revealing a steel-forged shelter concealed beneath. The refuge lies concealed beneath the wall, presenting merely as an unremarkable facade to the outside observer. However, a discerning eye would note the discrepancy between the internal and external wall positions. Below the wall exists a space approximately 1 meter wide, within which the refuge is ingeniously hidden. This sanctuary is stocked with provisions and water, equipped with ventilation systems, and features monitoring devices or observation ports for external surveillance. Despite the scavenger camp's impoverished state and lack of advanced technology, each household possesses such a refuge, albeit in varying locations. Mine is situated directly beneath this very wall. "Grandfather." "No, I wish to accompany you," pleaded Moxie, resisting the urge to be confined within the refuge, struggling to escape the grasp of her grandfather. Although he appeared frail, he was, in truth, a seasoned mid-level cultivator, far beyond Moxie's ability to break free. "Moxie, be obedient. Grandfather will just take a quick look and return shortly. Besides, there are monitors inside the refuge. You will be able to see me," he assured her as he swiftly placed her inside the sanctuary, closed the door, and returned the bed to its original position. Ignoring Moxie's persistent knocks, he seized a double-barreled shotgun hanging on the wall and retrieved a formidable black blade from beneath a floor tile, striding purposefully towards the camp's entrance. Inside the refuge, Moxie listened to her grandfather's footsteps gradually fade away, feeling somewhat indignant as she struck the door with a forceful thud. Turning around, she activated the surveillance system. A cascade of blue screens illuminated before her, revealing real-time footage from various locations within the camp. Soon, Moxie spotted her grandfather's silhouette. He was cradling the shotgun, his back adorned with the dark blade, fleeting across the screen before vanishing, only to reappear in the next frame. The time taken to secure her within the refuge and arm himself at the camp's entrance was a mere 3 minutes, a stark contrast to his usual frail demeanor. "Wow, such speed. Grandfather is quite the expert. How could he have kept this from me?" And Moxie's cheeks puffed up in indignation at the revelation. When her grandfather returned, she would undoubtedly demand an explanation for his secrecy. As he approached the camp entrance, shotgun in hand, he was met with the sight of 9 ferocious demon wolves mercilessly attacking the guards and newcomers alike. Leading the charge was a silver-maned wolf king, its form almost a blur as it weaved through the crowd. Each time it vanished, another life was extinguished. With his eyes aflame, the old man steadied his shotgun and aimed at the silver-maned wolf king, pulling the trigger. Unfortunately, the antiquated weapon proved ineffective against such a formidable foe. The shot barely grazed the creature's hide, yet it succeeded in capturing the Wolf King's attention. Instantly, the Wolf King's hind paw crushed a man's skull, its body twisting in midair with astonishing agility as it lunged toward the elder. The individual crushed beneath the silver-maned Wolf King's paw had his head burst open like a water balloon, splattering a gruesome mixture of white and red across the ground. Not even a scream escaped his lips before he succumbed to his fate, becoming a headless corpse lying lifelessly on the ground. Witnessing this harrowing scene on the surveillance footage left my face ashen. Though the old man had always provided me with excellent protection, this was my first encounter with death. and even through the screen, the impact was overwhelming, rendering me momentarily speechless. Nonetheless, I steeled myself against the discomfort and fixed my gaze intently on the screen before me. The old man, upon witnessing this moment, appeared ready to explode with rage, yet he could not afford to dwell on the fallen individual any longer. The silver-maned Wolf King was now lunging towards him, and any distraction could prove fatal. A palpable sense of crisis enveloped the scene. The old man, disregarding everything else, swung his shotgun at the oncoming beast and rolled away to the side. Watching this unfold on the monitor, I couldn't help but break into a cold sweat for him. The silver-maned Wolf King, deprived of leverage in midair, could only swipe its claws, effortlessly shattering the flying shotgun. Upon landing, it offered the old man no opportunity to react. With a powerful thrust of its front paws, it pivoted and drifted, leaving deep claw marks on the ground as it shed the momentum of its forward lunge. Then, with a burst of speed akin to lightning, it charged at the old man once more, a mere silver blur in motion. Chapter 100, Epilogue 5. The silver-maned demon wolf grandfather. Quickly, take cover. I grasped my hands tightly, my heart racing as I watched the silver-maned Wolf King draw nearer to my grandfather. In my moment of panic, I momentarily forgot that he could not hear my pleas. The old man stood his ground, unwavering, as he unsheathed the black long sword from his back. Now, I could scrutinize the weapon more closely. It was entirely black, with a blade that measured about 3 fingers wide at the hilt, gradually widening to 4 fingers at the tip, its edge glimmering ominously. As he gripped the longsword, a crimson light flared in his eyes, and a faint red mist enveloped his form, a manifestation of his blood vaporizing within him. Even the blade was shrouded in a layer of this crimson haze, which filled me with an unsettling dread, as if I were on the brink of losing something precious. Yet, I was powerless, merely a spectator through the screen, fervently praying for my grandfather's safety. His once gentle and kind demeanor had vanished, replaced by an unwavering intent to kill, an indomitable aura radiating from him, his eyes reflecting sheer brutality. It was only later that I learned of his innate talent, the bloodthirsty demon. It sounded formidable, yet it was a lowly gift, burdened by an irreversible flaw. Each use of this ability consumed the user's blood, lifespan, cultivation, and vitality, anything that could burn, resulting in a temporary surge in strength. Once the effect wore off, the user's cultivation would diminish, and their lifespan and essence severely depleted, leading to irrevocable consequences. Each invocation was a gamble with life itself. Otherwise, my grandfather would not have fallen to such depths given his prowess. On one occasion, I overheard Uncle Wong mention a past my grandfather preferred to keep buried, though he never divulged the specifics to me. That brief remark revealed to me that my grandfather was indeed a man of stories. Aside from its life-consuming nature, this talent was rather impressive, especially with its visually striking effects. As the faint red mist enveloped him, my grandfather advanced rather than retreating, sheathing the black blade at his waist. With a light push of his toes against the ground, he launched himself forward. The silver-maned Wolf King, taken aback by the audacity of this human to confront him head-on, bared its vicious fangs, intent on delivering a fatal blow. At the moment of their collision, my grandfather swiftly drew his sword, unleashing a blood-tinged arc aimed at the wolf's midsection. Wolves, akin to dogs, possess a sturdy frame but a vulnerable waist. Despite the silver-maned Wolf King's confidence in its strength, it hesitated to meet this strike head-on. With claws as sharp as blades, the wolf lunged, colliding with the dark blade, the clash producing a cacophony of sparks that danced upon the ground. My grandfather, surprised that his strike was thwarted, attempted to withdraw his sword. The silver-maned Wolf King would not easily allow the elder to depart. With increased force in its claws, the elder, despite having activated his innate abilities, found himself somewhat lacking in strength due to his age. He was directly struck by the silver-maned Wolf King's paw, his body colliding with a wall, causing it to collapse. The refuge chamber I occupied trembled in response. The very wall that had fallen was the one housing our shelter, and unbeknownst to either the elder or the beast, they had inadvertently fought beside my home. Fortunately, the refuge was situated about a meter below the wall, remaining concealed. However, the elder was entirely buried beneath the rubble. The scene unfolded too swiftly for me to comprehend. I stared blankly at the monitor. My body swayed precariously, nearly tumbling to the ground. And after a brief moment of confusion, tears began to flow unbidden as I cried out, yearning to reach my grandfather and ascertain his condition. Yet, Before me lay only the luminous screen, and I leaped forward, only to fall into emptiness. I crashed to the ground, my sobs escaping uncontrollably, tears cascading down like a broken string of pearls. Glancing back at the screen, I disregarded the pain from my recent fall, my scraped knees and elbows, for my thoughts were solely focused on my grandfather. Thankfully, under my watchful gaze, movement began to stir amidst the fallen debris. The bricks and rubble were gradually pushed aside. The elder emerged, his clothing tattered, bloodied, and with the knife clattering to the ground, he labored to lift himself. His bloodshot, murky eyes fixed upon the silver-maned wolf king, which approached him with deliberate calmness. Wang He and a few others, witnessing this grim tableau, braced themselves against the silver-maned wolf and charged forward, wielding a dark iron rod. Leaping high, they brought the rod down with force toward the silver-maned wolf king. Wang He, no? The elder cried out in warning, but it was too late. The silver-maned wolf king didn't even spare a glance at Wang He, swatting him aside effortlessly. Wang He crashed heavily to the ground, his body slamming multiple times before falling silent, the iron rod flying from his grasp. Uncle Wang, I howled, my voice tearing through the air. He was the one who had treated me with kindness next to my grandfather. With Wang He's restraint gone, the remaining individuals faced an intensified assault from the silver-maned wolves, resulting in escalating casualties. The wolves, having slaughtered those around them, surged into the camp. The elder, struggling to lift his knife against the silver-maned wolf king, found himself unable to stand firm. Were it not for the black blade supporting him, he would have already collapsed. The silver-maned wolf king circled around the elder, seemingly in no rush to grant him a swift end, as if awaiting something. Soon enough, I understood what it awaited. The silver-maned wolves that had just invaded the camp were busily searching for something, their black noses sniffing the air intently. Soon, they discerned their objective. The razor-sharp claws of the wolves shattered the wall concealing the refuge, revealing its interior, crafted from steel or other robust materials. With ease, their formidable talons sliced through the steel of the shelter, mercilessly dispatching the adults within, while seizing the children to carry back to the entrance of the camp. Placed before the silver-maned wolf king and the elder, it became evident to the elder what intentions these beasts harbored. Chapter 101, Epilogue 6, The Bloodbath of the Wolf Pack Indeed. The Compendium of Monstrous Beasts records that the silver-maned demon wolf is a creature of ruthless and violent temperament, with a penchant for feasting upon the young and mercilessly slaughtering humans. Despite its low rank, it is exceedingly savage, rendering it a most repugnant entity. Before the old man, the silver-maned wolf king approached the children, and a small stone struck its body. Bayer, with bloodshot eyes brimming with hatred, fixated fiercely on the silver-maned wolf king. A primal fear gripped him, causing his legs to tremble uncontrollably, yet he clenched his teeth, suppressing the terror within. Just moments ago, he had witnessed his mother's life extinguished before him, her throat savagely slashed by the claws of a silver-maned demon wolf. That horrific scene was etched indelibly in his mind, the crimson blood gushing forth from her severed throat. His mother had tried to convey something to him, yet all he could see were her lips moving in vain. Desperate to assist her, he attempted to stanch the flow of blood, but was seized by a demon wolf. Dragged to the entrance of the camp, his final glimpse was of his mother lying in a pool of blood, her lifeless eyes gazing back at him. He hurled the stone in his hand toward the silver-maned wolf king, but even with all his might, he was but a child. A mere stone could scarcely harm a creature immune to gunfire. Yet, the intensity of his hatred had clouded his reason, allowing him to forget his fear. In that moment, his only focus was on the pack of demon wolves that had claimed his mother's life. Bayer, retreat, the old man called out, desperately attempting to pull Wang Bayer away. However, his frail body was failing him. A moment of distraction nearly caused him to stumble. He could only support himself with the hilt of his knife. For the first time in 8 years, the sight of tears streaming down the weathered face of the old man struck Bayer profoundly, revealing a stubborn silhouette in his murky eyes. Tears cascaded down his wrinkled cheeks uncontrollably. As a stone approached, the silver-maned wolf king neither dodged nor evaded. With a swift leap, it pinned Wang Bayer to the ground, its massive paw pressing down on his shoulder, its gaping maw dripping with glistening saliva. The sudden assault left Bayer momentarily stunned, the sharp pain radiating from his shoulder awakening him to the warm drool coating his face. "Do not harm these children. Come for me, you beast," the old man cried out in a frenzy, yearning to advance. Alas, having just exhausted his abilities, his life force and vitality were depleted, and he was on the brink of death. Previously, he had managed to hold himself upright with the sword, but now, any movement caused him to collapse to the ground. No, don't come closer. Please, don't eat. His final words were cut short as blood gushed forth. Lying on the ground, Wang Bei'er was rendered a headless corpse. The children, who had been softly weeping, could no longer withstand the overwhelming terror. They erupted into a cacophony of cries. The old man stared intently at the lifeless body on the ground, his eyes gradually losing their luster. Bei'er, in the refuge chamber. I gazed in disbelief at the unfolding scene, murmuring unconsciously. Yet, before I could ponder further, the 8 silver-maned demon wolves, witnessing their leader had begun to feast, surged forward in a frenzy, devouring several children. Blood splattered like confetti, severed limbs scattered across the ground, and the scene was reminiscent of hell itself. The silver-maned wolf king gradually consumed Wang Bei'er's lifeless body, and after swallowing the final morsel, it lifted its blood-stained head, its icy wolfish eyes locking onto the old man. Noticing the old man lay motionless, his eyes vacant like a lifeless dog, the beast seemed to lose interest and slowly approached him. Raising its forepaw, it pressed down on the old man's head, and with a resounding crack, the old man's skull shattered, sending red and white matter spraying in all directions. In that final moment, I glimpsed a flicker of light in the old man's once vibrant eyes, his lips parting to utter a faint whisper. I knew he implored me to promise him, to live well and not to follow his path. No. Within the refuge chamber, I observed this horror through the surveillance monitors, my eyes rapidly filling with crimson veins as the azure hue of my irises transformed. The blood vessels surged into my deep-set pupils, shifting their original blue to a blood-red hue, the black and white inverted, the scare darkening. Outside, the silver-maned wolf king, hearing the sound, swatted the old man's corpse aside and began to dig at the crumbling wall with its sharp claws. 2 streams of blood tears cascaded down my face. A faint black mist swirling around me, my blood boiling within, and strange patterns appeared and vanished swiftly across my back, as if they had never existed. Simultaneously, in the vastness of outer space, a drifting warship, its exterior shimmering in dark gold, bore signs of past battles with its pockmarked hull. From what appeared to be an abandoned ship, a series of beeping sounds emanated from the captain's cabin, followed by glowing lights illuminating the space. An emotionless voice intoned, "Beep." Fluctuations detected. Initiating coordinate lock. Planning course. Engine severely damaged. Entering drift mode. Calculating remaining energy. Beep. Insufficient energy. Deleting all data. Retaining course. Preserving master identity. Clearance complete. Entering hibernation mode. Conserving energy. Master, Qingfeng has arrived. As commands were executed, the warship's battered engine slowly ignited, propelling it toward a singular direction, vanishing into the vast expanse of the cosmos. A grating sound echoed as the silver-maned wolf king effortlessly unearthed the hidden refuge chamber, its claws slicing through the steel plating to reveal the boy within. At that moment, the boy's silver hair floated eerily, enveloped in an aura of endless black mist that continuously billowed upward. At the moment the silver-maned wolf king cleaved through the iron sheet, the youth lifted his head. Within his blood-red, heavy-lidded eyes, it appeared as though mountains of corpses and seas of blood surged relentlessly. His pitch-black gaze resembled a stagnant pool, eerily tranquil and void of ripples, creating a stark contrast with the vibrant crimson of his other eye. The boy's face, tender and fresh like a newly shelled egg, bore traces of tears, and his lips curled into an unseemly smile. Though devoid of any cultivation, he exuded an immense sense of pressure that weighed heavily upon the silver-maned wolf king. The wolf king, upon closer inspection, recognized that this child was merely an ordinary person lacking any prowess. Observing the youth's delicate skin, he mused that it must possess a delightful flavor, for after all, he was a lowly beast devoid of any intelligence. Chapter 102, Extra 7. The enigmatic dual pupils with a powerful thrust of my legs. I transformed into a gust of wind, propelled by immense strength, leaping into the air as my figure vanished from sight. I disappeared before the silver-maned wolf king, and in that fleeting moment, the ground I had just pressed down upon caved deeply, resonating with a thunderous roar. In the next instant, I materialized before the silver-maned wolf king, retracting my legs to deliver a swift kick to its head. A sharp crack echoed as the force sent the silver-maned wolf king soaring dozens of meters before crashing heavily to the ground. Emerging from the shelter, I gazed blankly at the lifeless, headless form that lay before me. Memories flooded my mind. Grandfather, did you not promise to wait for me to honor you? Rest assured, I shall persevere. I lifted my gaze towards the inky night sky, my eyes devoid of emotion. A few silver-maned wolves, noticing my daze, circled behind me, seizing the opportunity to launch a surprise attack. Without turning to look, I executed a swift kick, striking one wolf squarely on the head, causing its skull to explode in a mist of crimson. Following through with the momentum, I turned and delivered a punch to another silver-maned wolf's midsection, resulting in a gaping wound that sent it hurtling away, its anguished cries fading into silence. Harnessing the remaining inertia, I performed a spinning kick, obliterating a third wolf that lunged at me. Upon landing, I bent low to evade the pounces of two more silver-maned wolves. As they found no purchase midair, I supported myself with my hands and delivered a sharp kick to their lower abdomens. A chilling crack echoed as bones shattered, and the two wolves fell to the ground. Motionless, utilizing the force from my hands, I executed a swift maneuver, rising to my feet, facing three remaining silver-maned wolves, including the severely weakened silver-maned wolf king. Without a moment's hesitation, I charged towards the remaining wolves. With a delicate tap of my toes on the ground, I vanished like a specter, reappearing at the side of one wolf. Due to its shorter stature, I delivered a knee strike to its abdomen, and with concentrated force, it disintegrated into a cloud of blood mist. Once again, I vanished, exerting pressure underfoot, causing the ground to cave as I left behind a mere shadow. Materializing next to the two remaining wolves, clenching my fist, I gathered strength and swung, striking one wolf on the head. Its skull shattered into a mist of blood, and as my fist continued its trajectory, I struck the second wolf, having already expended much of my force on the first. This punch did not obliterate the second wolf's head, but resonated with a sharp crack, causing blood to flow from its orifices, sending it flying to the ground, where it lay still. Remarkably, despite having not engaged in battle prior, I found myself moving with an unparalleled fluidity, my actions akin to a masterful dance, as if rehearsed countless times, now ingrained in muscle memory. In this moment of conflict, inhaling the metallic scent of blood in the air, I felt no unusual reaction. Rather, a flicker of excitement coursed through me. Turning to gaze at the silver-maned wolf king, sprawled on the ground like a lifeless dog, I noted that he was still alive but utterly incapacitated. I approached him step by step, observing the once majestic wolf fur around his neck now marred with stains, rendering it filthy, while the rest of his coat lay drenched in blood, resembling a stray dog. The fierce spirit he once possessed had vanished entirely. As I advanced, the silver-maned wolf king raised his head slightly, emitting whimpering sounds, his hind legs clutching his tail, bowing his head as if in a plea for mercy. How absurd, I thought, that this beast could feel fear and seek to beg for its life. I regarded him mockingly, inching closer as he had once approached my grandfather. Each step I took was deliberate and unhurried, yet I noticed my cheeks had become damp with tears that fell to the ground. A peculiar smile, rigid and unnatural, adorned my lips as I finally stood before the silver-maned wolf king. I lifted my foot and pressed it down upon his head, applying only minimal force, trembling as I controlled myself, fearful that I might accidentally crush his skull. How could I allow him to perish so easily? 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. The wolf's whimpers transformed into wails, until silence enveloped the air. His head became a pulpy mass, merging with the mud beneath. At that moment, I could no longer contain myself and knelt upon the ground, weeping bitterly. The once clear night sky was suddenly swept by a fierce wind, dark clouds obscured the stars, and a torrential rain poured down. The following morning, a ray of sunlight fell upon my pallid visage as I rose slowly, akin to a living corpse. After a night of sorrowful weeping, my emotions had shifted from profound pain to numbness, and the strange visions in my eyes faded. My mascara returned to white, and the blood-red hue of my eyes shifted back to a dull blue, lacking their former luster. I made my way to an open space within the camp and began to dig a grave. I excavated a sizable pit, laying the bodies of my companions within, some dismembered and unrecognizable, so I placed them together. Then, I covered them with earth, adhering to my grandfather's teachings that when one passes, they should return to the ground, buried deep within the earth. That night, a great fire erupted, and the scavenger camp was forever etched into the boy's memory amidst the flames. His silhouette wavering in the glow as he ventured deeper into the ruins alone. In the days that followed, I struggled to recall much of that day, only remembering the intense heat of the flames, the clarity of the night sky, and the irrevocable loss of my grandfather and others. During the subsequent days, I wandered through the depths of the ruins, and without my grandfather, I found it difficult to sleep at night, often plagued by nightmares. Even the slightest sound could rouse me from slumber. Until a month later, the days of my nomadic existence were transformed. On that day, as I wandered through the ruins as usual, the sky, tranquil as a still lake, suddenly rippled with disturbance. With vacant eyes, I looked up to behold a colossal warship descending at an astonishing speed. No, it seemed to be plummeting. In that moment, a spark of life ignited in my eyes, and I swiftly darted behind a relatively intact structure nearby. Chapter 103. Side Story 8. Treasure in the ruins. Shadows enveloped me as I pressed my back firmly against the crumbling wall, half of which had already collapsed, awaiting the sound of the colossal object's descent. However, after an extended period of silence, I heard no heavy thud. I lifted my head and peered cautiously from behind the wall, which stood merely a meter high. To my astonishment, the warship had halted precisely where I had been standing moments ago, its hatch tightly sealed, devoid of any movement. Calming my racing heart, I summoned my courage and approached the imposing vessel. The dark, golden warship stretched several hundred meters in length, causing the ground beneath it to sag slightly, revealing the immense weight it bore. I surveyed this unexpected celestial arrival, entirely oblivious to the encroaching danger. Just as I found the entrance to the warship, a figure loomed behind me, blocking the sunlight. The shadow enveloped me, and before I could turn to look, I felt a fierce wind rush toward my temple. Instinctively, my body reacted before my mind could catch up. I crouched to evade the oncoming punch, regaining my balance as I supported myself with one hand, while my right leg propelled me off the ground with a powerful kick. Seizing the moment when my assailant's energy had waned, I delivered a swift kick to his temple, using his head as leverage to perform a backward somersault, creating distance between us. I remained in a semi-crouched position, my lower body tensed and ready to unleash explosive power, whether in combat or in retreat. It was then that I truly noticed my attacker, a tall, dark-skinned man, approximately 6 feet in height, clad in a leather jacket, with a prominent scar slicing across his broad face. The impact of my kick had left him spitting blood, his body swaying as if intoxicated. His eyes quickly filled with disbelief as he staggered backward, tripping over his own feet, and collapsed to the ground, lifeless, his eyes never closing. In that moment of my first kill, I could not articulate my feelings. There was a complexity to it, especially since merely a month prior, I had ended several lives myself. Yet those had been mere beasts. Now, I had taken a human life. A part of me longed to sit and reflect, but reality demanded otherwise. One by one, figures began to emerge from all directions. I surmised they were drawn by the warship's descent, as this desolate ruin often attracted inexplicable space debris. Among them were undoubtedly treasures of considerable value, as the old man had informed me. Their gazes were fixated on the warship behind me, akin to hunters eyeing their prey, completely disregarding my presence. I could have easily slipped away in the ensuing chaos, yet I chose not to. On one hand, I am reluctant to relinquish this warship, while on the other, their disdainful gazes ignite an inexplicable anger within me. Perhaps it is their condescending demeanor, which dismisses my presence entirely, that irks me the most. I have come to realize that the first to discover an unclaimed object is entitled to it, a principle imparted to me by the old man, known as the law of ruins. However, it is evident that the old man, in his desire to shield me, omitted the darker aspect of this law. The first discoverer may indeed claim the object, but should they eliminate you, the item reverts to being unclaimed once more. I am not foolish. Rather, I possess a keen intellect. Their intentions are transparent, treasure hunting. Aware of their designs, I refuse to remain idle, waiting for them to strike first. Maintaining a crouched position, I exert force through my calves and propel myself forward like an arrow loosed from a bow. I launch an assault on the individual nearest to me, showing no mercy. He wields a weapon, a knife, the very one belonging to the old man, buried alongside him. Without it, I can only imagine he would feel quite lonely down there. Thus, my immediate objective is to seize a blade. For possessing a knife is far more expedient than relying on mere fists to dispatch an opponent. My speed is remarkable, Before he can react, I have closed the distance between us. Standing at just over a meter, I find it challenging to strike a lethal blow. My mind races. Strategizing as I approach this nearest man, I leap onto his knee for leverage, grasping his shirt with my right hand, my movements akin to that of an agile monkey. I vault onto his back, locking my legs around his head and using my core strength to twist my body. With a deft application of the principle of leverage, I send him tumbling to the ground, his head spinning a full 180 degrees, eyes bulging in shock as he collapses, silenced. As I confirm the effectiveness of my maneuver, I swiftly detach from his shoulder, flipping onto the ground with my hands, landing gracefully. This single action seems to unleash chaos akin to opening Pandora's box. As the delicate balance of the scene shatters, plunging everyone into disarray, each person strikes at another in a frenzy. I hasten to the side of the man I just felled and retrieve the knife that has fallen to the ground. Composed of an unknown material, the blade is remarkably light, its thin edge perfect for my grip. Were it a heavier weapon, my physique might struggle to wield it effectively. With the thrill of having taken a life coursing through me, I experience an exhilarating rush, to the extent that my hand trembles slightly around the hilt of the knife. I lift the blade and survey my surroundings, choosing to navigate toward the periphery of the melee. Though I have dispatched two foes with relative ease, I remain acutely aware that surviving the full force of their assault is anything but guaranteed. The tumultuous fringes of battle suit me perfectly, enabling me to swiftly acclimate to the state of combat while simultaneously adjusting my mindset. I am acutely aware that my trembling hands can lead to unforeseen accidents in a confrontation. Clutching my blade, I navigate the periphery, soon drawing the attention of others. After all, a child with white hair stands out remarkably amidst the chaos, despite my earnest attempts to diminish my presence. A blade arcs towards me, its sharp glimmer stinging my eyes. I instinctively lower my body and retreat, a maneuver known as a dive roll in combat, employed to evade attacks. Do not inquire as to why I possess such knowledge. It is purely a reflex, perhaps inextricably linked to the events that transpired a month prior. As I evade the descending blade, I hesitate not for a moment, shifting my weight downward and launching a counterattack from the side of my assailant. The blade cleaves through flesh without resistance, the keen edge effortlessly bisecting the man, severing him in twain. Chapter 104. Extra 9, Chaos Warm. Vibrant blood splattered across my cheek, starkly contrasting with my pallid complexion. In that moment, it felt as though I had been injected with a potent stimulant, filling me with an exhilarating fervor. Sensing a fierce gust approaching from behind, I instinctively rolled to the side, evading the imminent danger. Just as I regained my footing, a flash of steel sliced through the air where I had just stood, revealing a dagger embedded in the ground. Turning to look back, I beheld a slender figure adorned with an array of tattoos, his eyes dark and foreboding, standing there with a wicked grin upon his lips. He, little one, this is not a playground for you, he taunted, advancing towards me step by deliberate step, revealing a mouth full of jagged, ebony teeth, his forked tongue flickering ominously. With a serpentine motion, he entwined the dagger with his tongue, drawing it into his mouth before extracting it once more, slick with his saliva. A wave of revulsion washed over me, yet that was but a minor concern. What truly alarmed me was the layer of a sinister green substance coating the blade, suggesting it had been poisoned. Indeed, after merely a few steps, the man began to froth at the mouth, his gaze suddenly fixating on the dagger in his hand. He lifted his head to regard me once again, mumbling incoherently, "Geneva, I perish by the hand of the independent." And with that, he collapsed to the ground. I stood there, momentarily stunned. What was unfolding before my eyes? Could he be the embodiment of that old adage about the fool summoned by a monkey? How had such a being managed to survive in the depths of this ruin? Shaking my head to clear my thoughts, I realized I was at a loss for what to do next, still reeling from the bizarre scene I had just witnessed. The dire battle around me was gradually revealing its true nature. The outer circle had been largely decimated, leaving only 10 contenders in the final showdown, myself included, making for a total of 11. Blood pooled together on the ground, forming a crimson mire in the low-lying areas, amidst the scattered remnants of limbs and bodies, rendering it impossible to discern who belonged to whom. From 100 participants, only this handful remained, each one a formidable foe, their bodies drenched in blood, covered with myriad wounds that did not hinder their movements. I understood that the final confrontation was imminent, yet I had little time for contemplation. The surviving 10 soon noticed my presence, Among them was a man with a cruel visage and slanted eyes, who murmured, "There's still one straggler left. Whose child are you? Wandering into this den? Slay him, and we can divide the spoils of this warship among ourselves." As he spoke, he brandished his sword, flicking the blood from its blade as he approached me. The only woman among the 10 then spoke up, clad in form-fitting leather that accentuated her voluptuous figure. She exuded a fierce allure despite her pockmarked complexion. She cooed, "Be swift and decisive. Once he's dealt with, we can explore this warship thoroughly. Delays may bring unforeseen complications." With that, she and the remaining 8 turned their attention to the interstellar vessel, while the man known as she continued to close the distance between us, a predatory glint in his eyes. The warship appeared to have weathered an intense battle, and it was likely devoid of any occupants. However, it remained uncertain whether it had been completely looted. If it were empty, that would indeed be a significant loss. A stout, bald man, his head nearly gleaming, remarked with a simple-minded honesty, "Tisich, you can tell by your naivety that you lack experience. Even if this warship has been plundered, the remnants left behind could still yield a handsome profit on the black market." The woman stretched languidly, her exquisite curves drawing the attention of the other men, who, though partners, were merely engaged in a temporary alliance. The vastness of this interstellar vessel was beyond the capacity of any single one of them to consume alone. Just moments ago, there had been a multitude, and without collaboration, even the broth would have eluded them. This group of 10 had collaborated before, possessing a modicum of trust, albeit limited. After a brief observation, impatience crept into the woman's voice as she queried, "What is that fellow, Inshi, doing? Is he relinquishing his share?" Just as she intended to turn, a youthful voice echoed behind them. "No need to wait. His share is destined to be unattainable, just as yours will be." Startled, the woman and her companions turned to see me emerging from behind, gripping a bloodied knife. Though a sudden ambush typically held the potential to eliminate an adversary, my circumstances had altered. The man named Inshi approached me. I had planned to take him by surprise, holding back my actions until he drew nearer, intending to strike decisively. As anticipated, he closed the distance, raising his sword to slay me. With a powerful thrust, I darted forward, the 1-meter gap feeling all but conquered. Confidently, I swung the knife downward, aiming for his neck, intent on decapitating him. The blade glimmered like a fleeting shadow, poised to descend upon him. Unbeknownst to him, my sudden assault caught him off guard, but it was too late for him to thwart the force of my strike. Just as I believed victory was within my grasp, I encountered an unexpected force that halted my blade, the clash of metal resonating in the air. Surprised, I beheld what had impeded my knife, a vibrant green serpent. Its jaws clamped firmly around the blade, its sharp fangs resolutely blocking my attack. "Impressive, kid. It's a pity you crossed paths with me." Inshi chuckled, one hand covering half his face. Soon after, another serpent erupted from within him, lunging towards me with blinding speed, akin to a gust of wind, leaving me no time to evade. "Do you know why they call me Inshi?" The serpent bit into my neck, a sharp sting followed by a wave of numbness. Inshi, undeterred by my silence, continued, "Did you think this was merely a superficial nickname? No. It is simply due to my inherently ruthless disposition, coupled with the serendipitous gift of being a serpent spirit. Dealing with someone as insignificant as you is utterly effortless." The serpent that had been clamped onto my shoulder gradually released its grip, slithering back into the depths of the shadowy serpent's being, while another relinquished its hold on the blade, retreating into its own form. I felt a tingling sensation at the nape of my neck as the serpent venom coursed through my veins, swiftly merging with my blood. It was as if my very blood had been ignited, rendering my entire body ablaze with an intense heat, as it began to boil and reverse its flow. Chapter 105. Epilogue 10. Counterattack. I lay on the ground in agony, reminiscent of the last time when my blood reversed, yet I felt no pain. This time, for reasons unknown, it felt as though numerous heavy hammers were relentlessly pounding my body, fracturing each of my bones. The shadowy serpent seemed to revel in my suffering. Crouching close to me, its triangular eyes fixed intently on my writhing form, delight glimmering for an extended moment. In the chaos of battle, I had lacked the time to observe my opponent's torment. Now, having seized this rare opportunity, the serpent was unwilling to relinquish it easily. My internal energy surged violently, rapidly flowing back to my heart, causing my eyes to redden with blood. When I closed my eyes, my pupils transformed into a crimson abyss. the whites of my eyes turning as dark as an impenetrable night. The serpent remained by my side, scrutinizing my suffering. Suddenly, I opened my eyes wide. In the instant it was caught off guard, I extended my hand and grasped its throat, exerting a slight pressure. In disbelief, the serpent's gaze faltered as I crushed its neck. This moment was surreal. In this state, I inexplicably chose not to adopt a cautious approach, but instead opted for a head-on confrontation. During the previous melee, I had barely engaged in combat, wasting precious time acclimating to the situation. By the time I had adjusted, the battle was already over. Now, all I longed for was to experience a battle that could quell the boiling blood within me. I fervently hoped that the remaining few would satiate my inner fervor. This fellow is rather sinister. Let us take him down together and finish this swiftly, declared a fierce-looking man who had remained silent until now. As he lunged towards me like a leopard, the other 8 also remained silent, converging upon me in unison. 9 figures approached from all directions, sealing off my escape routes. However, retreat was never an option for me. The towering man charged at me from the front, his fingers flickering, revealing a sharp blade that he aimed at me. I tightened my grip on the knife in my hand, slashing it backward to deflect his strike, then swiftly pivoted and kicked him squarely in the chest. He was sent hurtling backward. The blade I had positioned behind me just in time intercepted the dagger thrust by a woman, producing a resonant clang. Her face was a mask of shock. She had initially exuded confidence in her strike, being a master of stealth, perfectly suited for assassination. Moreover, she had once stumbled upon an extraordinary opportunity, acquiring a technique that allowed her to become nearly invisible upon activating her talent. Since obtaining this technique, she had never failed in her assassinations. Yet today, this young man had thwarted her full-force attack while turned away, leaving her momentarily dazed, unable to retreat immediately. Assassins typically possess high attack power but low endurance. Since she hesitated, I would not show her mercy. I sidestepped and raised the blade that had blocked the dagger, striking downwards, severing the woman's arm cleanly. The sting jolted the woman back to reality, yet it was too late for her to flee. In the end, all she perceived was her gaze soaring high, witnessing a familiar figure plummet to the ground, shaking off the blood that clung to the blade. I swiftly evaded a man's attack, barely managing to counter. A tingling sensation coursed through my scalp, and every hair on my body stood on end. Without a moment's hesitation, I relinquished the opportunity to strike and instead sought refuge behind the man. Before me charged a colossal figure, wielding a massive axe. His muscles bulging like those of a bull, the dual-edged weapon crackling with electricity, descending with a thunderous roar as if to cleave the very mountains. Had I hesitated even for a moment, that brute would have surely split me in twain. This serves as a reminder not to be greedy for an attack. In that instant, sheltered behind the man, I anticipated that the muscular giant would hesitate, sparing his ally from harm. Indeed, he refrained from attacking, and an unseen long sword sliced through the air, cleaving the man behind me in half. I desperately twisted my torso, using every ounce of strength to roll to the side. The good news was I had evaded the worst. The bad news was that I had not escaped entirely unscathed. As I hit the ground, a chill coursed through my back, followed by a searing pain. Reaching back, my hand came away stained with blood. My back was soaked in crimson, mingling with the cold sweat that drenched me, as perspiration seeped into the wound, sending waves of agony that sharpened my focus. I realized I could no longer remain passive. If I continued to be on the defensive, I would ultimately perish by their hands. They could not afford to outlast me. And neither could I. Rising to my feet, I steeled myself against the direction from which that invisible sword had struck. Although I was uncertain of its nature, it was undoubtedly a manifestation of someone's formidable talent. If I did not neutralize this threat, I would remain perpetually distracted by the impending danger. For that unseen blade posed a lethal threat, especially wielded by a ruthless individual. Moments ago, I had aligned my stance with that of their ally, who showed no hesitation in attempting to eliminate both me and the one who had just fallen. Had my reflexes not been swift, my fate would have mirrored that of the unfortunate soul, perhaps the only difference being that while he was bisected, I would have met my end at the chest. Noticing my intentions, several of them charged towards me, seeking to obstruct my path. Their motion was a signal. I quickly spotted a figure cloaked in black, standing motionless at a distance, eyes glinting with malice, fixated on me. The invisible sword silently approached, striking out with deadly precision. The air around me shifted, and I sensed the change. Without time for contemplation, I rolled to the side, employing a tactical maneuver to dissipate the force. In that instant, I caught sight of the muscular giant once more, raising his dual-edged axe for another strike. Rather than retreating, he pressed forward, wielding a weapon that thrived on broad, sweeping motions. Ironically, should I close the distance, his weapon would become significantly less effective. As I faced the descending blade of the axe, my speed had reached its zenith. At that moment, evasion was no longer an option. I could only lean back, shifting my center of gravity. With a perilous slide, I narrowly dodged the strike, the axe's edge narrowly missing my cheek by mere inches. Through the glint of the blade, I could distinctly discern my own reflection. I maneuvered deftly beneath the brute's dual-headed axe, slipping through his legs without a moment's hesitation. In the instant I passed beneath him, I unleashed a swift strike. In my mind's eye, I envisioned the giant being cleaved in two, his insides laid bare. Chapter 106. Side Story. The Annihilation of 11 Yet. What reached my ears was a resounding clash. A violent recoil surged through the blade and into my arm. I darted past the burly man's waist, and, as if defying gravity itself, propelled myself upward using this very momentum. Turning to glance back, I beheld the imposing figure of the giant, encased in a layer of gray stone armor that accentuated his towering stature and exuded an aura of intimidation. In that critical moment, he activated his innate ability, transforming his skin into stone armor, which, while not extraordinarily strong, effortlessly withstood an M.O.'s recent strike. I observed the giant, entirely enveloped in stone armor, then shifted my gaze to his rear. With determination, I brandished my blade and dashed towards him. The giant's previous swing had been excessively forceful, causing his axe to become lodged in the ground, leaving him momentarily incapacitated. Seizing this opportunity, I crouched down and, gripping the hilt of my knife, thrust it fiercely toward the giant's vulnerable spot. The blade glided in with an unsettling smoothness, penetrating deeply. A cacophony akin to the wailing of a slaughtered pig erupted as the giant, startled, dropped his dual-bladed axe and leapt into the air, hands clasped over his rear, hopping about and howling in agony. The distraction caused by his dispersed focus resulted in the dissolution of his stone armor. With the knife firmly in hand, I swiftly approached him and, with a powerful leap, severed his neck, granting him respite from his suffering. Glancing at the bloodied blade that had just penetrated the giant, I wiped it disdainfully on his body. Suddenly, an immense force surged from my abdomen, propelling me through the air like a shrimp. I felt my stomach churn violently, as if this blow had nearly expelled my bile. Before I could even touch the ground, another powerful strike landed. A man delivered a whip-like kick to my waist. I soared upward before crashing heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Cradling my abdomen, I lay there, then coughed up a mouthful of blood, gradually regaining my composure to stand. Before me stood two men sporting flamboyant, spiked hairstyles, clad in identical outfits, spiked shoulder pads and torn jeans, with dark sunglasses perched on their noses. They looked almost indistinguishable, and had it not been for one wielding a claw-like weapon, I might have thought I had suffered a concussion from the recent blows. It appeared I faced a pair of twins. Feeling the genuine pain coursing through my body and witnessing their mocking demeanor, I spat out a mouthful of blood-tinged saliva and wiped the remnants from my lips. I fixated on the duo, recalling that my previous performance in such a state had been markedly superior. At last, I discerned the source of my current predicament. Drawing a deep breath, I concentrated on tightening the muscles surrounding my heart, which began to thrum with intensity. I must swiftly eliminate this little brat. I can manage only 2 more strikes. The cloaked figure lurking in the background finally spoke, his stance wavering. Although I was unaware of his innate talent, it was evident that it demanded significant energy. Haha, watch me closely. A man, with dark skin and sharp features, approached me with a furtive gait. His form rapidly morphed, his incisors elongated with alarming speed, gray fur sprouted across his body, and a slender tail emerged, transforming him into a grotesque anthropomorphic rat. He scurried towards me on all fours. Coughing, I thought to myself, had it not been for his innate ability to metamorphose into a golden rat, I would have dispatched him long ago. He always lurked in the shadows during battles, only to emerge afterwards to reap the spoils. The man, clad in leather and scent flying by my kick, approached slowly, nursing his chest while muttering curses. Come now, let us not be so harsh. We still need him to breach a hole in this warship. Without his razor-sharp teeth capable of gnawing through metal, our efforts would be in vain. Let us show a bit of forbearance. The twin, who had been using his legs, spoke slowly, hands clasped behind his head, looking on with amusement. The man with the tiger claws searched the ground intently, soon locating his quarry. He scampered over, triumphantly hoisting a headless corpse with an impressive physique. What a pity. Why did they have to sever the head? Thankfully, it's still warm. We can make use of it shortly. He retreated into a corner with the body, which happened to be the only female among the 9. Hey, aren't you going to keep an eye on your brother? This is a corpse. I know your brother has a weakness for women, but this is just bad luck, headless and handless. The leather-clad man retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his inner pocket, lighting one and taking a deep drag before exhaling. No need. This is just his little hobby. Should I stop him? That would be quite inhumane. The younger brother, seemingly uninterested in his sibling's antics, expressed indifference to the scene unfolding before them. The rat man dashed towards me, but something felt increasingly amiss. Initially, there was a faint thumping sound, which gradually intensified. He initially attributed it to the rapid heartbeat of the frightened child nearby. However, it was more than that. It was profoundly unsettling. Run, run. A thought surged through his mind with the ferocity of wildfire. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and fled. The relentless thumping echoed behind him, hauntingly reminiscent of a nightmare. Why is the rat coming back? The smoking man squinted at the figure referred to as the rat. The younger brother and the man in black also turned their gaze in that direction. Just then, before their eyes, the rat's head exploded, red and white matter splattering like water from a burst balloon. The rat's body continued its forward motion for a few steps before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. The figure that had been obscured by him finally emerged before the 3 of us. This is bad. There is something unusual about this fellow. The man in the black robe exclaimed, as an invisible sword aura sliced toward me. In an instant, I was cleaved in 2. What is so strange? This is alarming. Beware, it is merely an afterimage. Just as the younger brother of the killer began to speak, his legs transformed into a mist of blood, and he collapsed to the ground, wailing in agony. Unbeknownst to me, I had already appeared behind him, delivering 2 swift kicks to his legs. Chapter 107. Side Story 12. Cardiac Overload. Urgent peril. With a swift motion, I seized the neck of the man in the black robe, applying pressure until he succumbed without a struggle, his body falling limp. The cigarette clenched between the lips of the man in the leather jacket slipped from his grasp, tumbling through the air. I reached out, deftly catching it in the middle, untouched by either end. I gently raised my hand, presenting it before him. Thank you. The leather-clad man extended a trembling hand, accepting the cigarette from me and inhaling deeply. In response, I delivered a sharp slap to his face, causing his head to explode into a mist of crimson. I slowly advanced toward the fallen figure of the younger brother of the man I had just dispatched. He struggled desperately, calling out for his brother, clawing at the ground in a futile attempt to distance himself from me. His severed legs dragged behind him, leaving trails of blood. Unfortunately, his efforts were in vain. His brother, wherever he was hiding, offered no solace. In 2 strides, I reached his side, placing my foot squarely upon his heart. With a single step, I crushed through his chest, creating a gaping hole, his heart reduced to a puddle of gore. Raising my gaze, I surveyed the surroundings and quickly pinpointed a direction. Several hundred meters away, the elder brother of the fallen man was perched upon a headless corpse. Oblivious to my presence behind him, I unleashed a powerful punch, turning away to stride towards the interstellar warship. The elder brother heard only a resounding boom, followed by the taste of blood trickling from his lips. In disbelief, he glanced down to find a gaping wound in his abdomen. As I approached the colossal vessel, I began to examine its imposing structure. Unbeknownst to me, I had emerged from that peculiar state. My heart, under immense strain, beat weakly, as if it had just returned from a mystical experience. Oblivious to any irregularity, I sought an entrance into the ship. Curiously, I explored the warship, glancing left and right. Suddenly, a hissing sound echoed, and I turned to see a steel door slowly creaking open. Without hesitation, I stepped inside. The interior was modest, roughly 3 square meters in size. Upon entering, I heard a faint sound behind me and turned to see the hatch I had just entered beginning to close. I dashed forward, remembering my promise to the old man to live well. I had no desire to perish in this confined space. Yet, the door was swifter than I. Just as I made my escape, it shut behind me. Frustrated, I struck the door with my fist, but it remained unyielding. The impact sent a jolt of pain through my hand, as if it had shattered. I began to bounce around the cramped quarters, a haunting sound resonating in the air. Upon detecting the Master S entry, the DNA sequence was confirmed, energy fluctuations aligned, and the bloodline validated. The iris and fingerprint were being recorded, and the mental connection was underway. Please do not leave the Qingfeng battleship. Subsequently, I felt a heaviness in my head, as though something had penetrated my mind through my third eye, leaving me somewhat dazed. "Welcome back, Master," echoed the voice repeatedly, intensifying my bewilderment. Although I could comprehend terms like DNA sequence, energy fluctuations, and bloodline, their convergence rendered me perplexed. Before me, a door slowly slid open, allowing me to regain some clarity in my hands. I gazed down the corridor and then back at the sealed hatch, realizing I had no alternative but to proceed forward. The predominant hue was silver. The interior was predominantly composed of silver steel, devoid of any extraneous colors. Cold, white light streamed from above, illuminating the entire passage. I continued forward along the corridor, passing numerous rooms, each secured by metallic doors I could not fathom how to open. After considerable contemplation, I could only persist along the passageway. Soon, I encountered a spiral staircase ascending before me, and I climbed it. What awaited me was a cozy lounge, which, if likened to a house, could be termed the living room. In the center of the lounge, a circular arrangement of sofas encircled a round glass coffee table, which housed a mesmerizing display of flowing galaxies, as if the universe itself resided within. It appeared dreamlike and stunningly beautiful. Additionally, the lounge featured an open kitchen and a bar counter, the wall behind it adorned with an array of bottles. I mused that it seemed this battleship did not lack for libations. Approaching to examine, I observed that the bottles were firmly secured in transparent crystal bases, explaining why they remained intact during the ship's voyage. I leaned closer to the nearest bottle, a transparent glass adorned with a lid shaped like a majestic dragon head. The bottle bore inscriptions resembling arcane symbols, which I scrutinized, ultimately concluding that I was unfamiliar with these characters. Turning my gaze back to the bar, I noticed neatly arranged utensils, presumably for mixology. Exiting the bar area, I resolved to continue exploring the corridor, curious about where it would lead. However, after taking but 2 steps, darkness enveloped my vision, and my balance faltered as I reached out to steady myself against the bar. I felt a liquid trickle to my lips. Upon tasting it, I detected a metallic tang with a hint of sweetness. As I touched the liquid, a vivid crimson hue caught my eye, and while pondering its origin, I heard the rhythmic drip, drip, drip of blood falling to the ground, resembling the blossoming of a strikingly red spider lily. An unparalleled silence enveloped the surroundings, punctuated only by the rhythmic drip of blood cascading onto the ground. At that moment, a slow, feeble voice pierced the stillness. This voice struck a familiar chord within me, yet I could not recall where I had encountered it before. Struggling to prop myself up at the bar, I turned my gaze towards the liquor cabinet, behind which lay an object reminiscent of a mirror. Through its reflection, the source of the blood became evident, as did the origin of that hauntingly familiar sound. In the mirror's reflection, I beheld a visage from which blood flowed incessantly from 7 orifices. The breathtaking beauty, now juxtaposed with the gory crimson, rendered it grotesque, akin to a malevolent spirit emerging from the depths of hell. The pallid face devoid of color contrasted starkly with the vivid red of the blood, creating a dissonance both striking and unsettling. Suddenly, a deafening roar reverberated in my mind, accompanied by a persistent buzzing in my ears. I could no longer muster the strength to support my body, and I collapsed heavily onto the ground, my vision succumbing to darkness. Am I to perish? Amidst the ringing in my ears, I thought I discerned that ethereal voice once more, but before I could ponder further, my consciousness plunged into an abyss of blackness. Drip, drip, drip. A notification sounded. Life force of the host is rapidly diminishing, with significant fluctuations posing a life-threatening risk. Initiating emergency rescue. In a corner of the warship, 2 towering capsules suddenly stirred to life, revealing wheels beneath and mechanical arms extending from either side. A pair of sentient electronic eyes emerged, and as the 2 robots collided, they connected with 2 parallel rods, forming a stretcher. The wheels beneath them spun into motion, propelling the robots swiftly through the corridor until they reached an Mo-She, who had already been stripped of her clothing by mechanical arms that descended from the ceiling. Upon the arrival of the robots, they gently lifted an Mo-She onto the stretcher, executing the entire process without any jostling. Once she was securely positioned, the robots hastily returned to the chamber from whence they had come, a room filled with pod-like capsules. The robots placed an MOSHI within one of the capsules, which soon sealed shut, filling rapidly with a transparent healing liquid. Enveloped in this substance, I was conscious of it all, and under the influence of the healing liquid, my physical condition began to restore swiftly. The beeping sounds from the surrounding instruments faded away, signifying that I had emerged from danger. The following morning, a clear, melodious voice announced, "Mental link established." Thus concludes this epilogue. The narrative continues, and we eagerly anticipate the unfolding of this captivating tale. Chapter 108. The Recommendation Letter. Steal of the Stars. Soon, Zyok Sinkson began to fiddle with her wristwatch, and approximately 5 minutes later, a recommendation letter was dispatched from it. The recipient, of course, was the eccentric high-ranking armorer, whom Zyok Sinkson referred to as somewhat peculiar. "Well, this is as much as I can assist you. However, do not harbor excessive hopes, for he may not even glance at this letter." Zyok Sinkson reclined on the sofa, her slender legs rhythmically swinging up and down, amusing herself with glee. "Thank you, Minter. You may leave now." I observed Zyok Sinkson attempting to linger, but the task was complete. A man must possess a modicum of detachment. With that, I disregarded her reaction and grasped the nape of her neck, ushering her out the door. There were many matters at hand. I intended to peruse some texts by the armorer before awaiting news from Zyok Sinkson. Abandoned outside, her expression one of bewilderment as she watched me close the door. She seemed to have made a resolute decision, her stride confident. "Damn, wrong scene. Anmachi, you scoundrel." What followed was a series of vigorous knocks on the door. Thud, thud, thud. Yet Anmachi had long ascended to the second floor, finding a spot on the balcony with a view of the picturesque mountains, engrossed in his reading. As the saying goes, when one's heart is devoid of women, one reads with unmitigated focus. Before long, the knocking outside ceased, and I surmised that Zyok Sinkson had realized I would not open the door and had departed. Time swiftly passed, and before I knew it, evening had arrived. After a light meal and a quick wash, I prepared for sleep. Strangely, I wondered about Murong Qingyu's whereabouts. After the training session concluded, I had messaged her, yet she had not responded. Lying in bed, I closed my eyes, ready to drift into slumber, when a soft chime emanated from my silent wristwatch. With a mere thought, a blue luminescent screen materialized before me. The energy of Qin Feng was ample, effortlessly connecting my consciousness to the watch. Under the guidance of my mental prowess, I could issue commands to Qin Feng directly or easily manipulate the watch. A message appeared on the blue screen from an unfamiliar number. "Tomorrow, 9 a.m., Academy Armoring Department. Mentor Courtyard Number 1, testing your eligibility to become my disciple, Oming Yin." A simple sentence devoid of embellishment. It must be the peculiar armorer Zyok Sinkson had mentioned. Clearly, if he held Zyok Sinkson in high regard, he must possess genuine skill, being a senior armorer. Contemplating this, I dismissed the luminescent screen and soon succumbed to sleep. As night gradually dissipated, a beam of dawn pierced the darkness, heralding the morning. I groggily propped myself up, stretching my arms and yawning before rising slowly, rubbing my bleary eyes as I made my way to the bathroom. Moments later, the sound of running water filled the air. In the bathroom, I brushed my teeth and called upon Qin Feng to display the time, 6:30. After tidying myself, it was already 6:50. I descended the stairs and entered the kitchen, opening the refrigerator. Indeed, it is quite commendable that the refrigerator is perpetually stocked. Unbeknownst to me, each morning at 5 o'clock, a robot efficiently removes any unfresh vegetables and replenishes the refrigerator with an array of items. Bread, milk, eggs, vegetables, raw meat, and beverages are all readily available. This privilege is exclusive to the Villa District, unavailable to the other students. However, I remain oblivious to this fact, knowing it changes little, as I simply relish the experience. I prepared 2 eggs, 2 slices of bread, and a glass of milk to satisfy my hunger. After finishing my meal early, I made my way to the study to immerse myself in the intricacies of armor casting theory. It was only at 8:30 that I ventured out, mentally summoning the map of the Academy of Deities, quickly locating the department of armor casting. 20 minutes later, I arrived at the armor casting department, specifically at the residence of my instructor in Courtyard Number 1. While it is referred to as a courtyard, it resembles a standalone villa, comparable in size to my own, though its decor is notably austere. Devoid of any ostentatious embellishments, its red walls and green tiles exude simplicity, with a modest lawn gracing the yard. Outside the door, I rang the bell, and it was promptly answered. The clanging of metal echoed from within, yet no voice greeted me. I introduced myself, stating my purpose. Greetings, instructor. I am Inmashi, as introduced by Instructor Yusin. Come in. The voice, though not particularly magnetic, possessed a unique and memorable quality, such that one would instantly recall it upon hearing it again. The iron gate before me slowly opened, allowing me to step into the courtyard. As I approached the door, it automatically swung open. I knocked twice as a courtesy before entering the room. The white decor was strikingly minimalist, and upon entering, the unforgettable voice resonated once more. I am in the casting room on the basement level. You may come directly. After that, silence enveloped me, causing me to break into a slight sweat. Could it be that the instructors at the Academy of Deities are all somewhat eccentric? Nevertheless, I obediently descended to the basement level, which had been entirely transformed into a casting room. Upon entry, I beheld a towering man, approximately 6 feet 3 inches tall, his physique a striking display of muscle, resembling steel itself. He wielded a hammer, and before him lay a piece of glowing red-hot steel. Due to my recent study of armor casting knowledge, I instantly recognized the material. It was star steel. In its ordinary state, it bears no distinction from regular steel, yet under the cloak of night, it emanates a soft luminescence akin to that of stars. The very nature of star steel renders it challenging to forge, while it appears resilient. The carbon elements within are remarkably susceptible to damage. Should the integrity of these carbon elements be compromised, a chain reaction ensues, leading to a catastrophic failure of the carbon structure, transforming it into ordinary steel. The carbon elements housed within star steel are, indeed, its fundamental constituents. The ability to emit a gentle luminescence at night is attributed to the unique structure of carbon elements within the celestial steel. However, once this remarkable material is forged, it becomes an exceedingly rare treasure, invaluable whether utilized for crafting armor or forging weapons. The term armorer is, in fact, a broad designation. It does not imply that an armorer solely specializes in the creation of armor. Each individual who attains the title of armorer possesses, at the very least, the foundational skills of both armor crafting and weapon forging. Weapons are often designed to complement armor, intricately incorporated within it, thus justifying the collective term armorer. Of course, bespoke weaponry can also be tailored independently. Chapter 109. The forging of swords for a warrior in need of a specialized weapon. It is imperative to communicate effectively with the armorer prior to the crafting process. The steel of the stars, once forged, exhibits exquisite patterns on both armor and weaponry, reminiscent of a vast sea of stars. These patterns are not merely aesthetic, they confer unique advantages, enhancing the wielder's power during use. The inherent amplification of potency, coupled with the superior conduction of spiritual energy, renders this material exceedingly sought after. However, due to the challenges involved in its forging, finished weapons and armor crafted from this material are quite rare. Forging star steel requires precision in every strike. Each blow must be executed with the utmost accuracy and strength. As the hammer descends, it must strike the precise spot, continuously repairing the carbon elements on the verge of collapse. Any deviation, even by a fraction of a second or a minuscule miscalculation, could lead to catastrophic failure of the internal carbon structure. Upon entering the workshop, I refrained from interrupting, instead choosing to observe quietly from the sidelines. The man wielding the hammer delivered each strike with remarkable precision, landing perfectly on the fragile carbon elements, thereby stabilizing their structure with impeccable force. The intervals between his strikes rarely exceeded 1 second, with some occurring within mere fractions of a second. Judging by the level of craftsmanship, the piece of star steel in his hands had already undergone 100 perfect forges. If he were to shape it now, it would at least achieve the status of a refined weapon, and if crafted into armor, it would result in a one-character battlesuit. In the realm of armorers, weapons are categorized into various tiers. The mundane grade, divided into upper, middle, and lower levels. The refined grade, also categorized into upper, middle, and lower levels. The spiritual grade, the soul grade, the kingly grade, the divine grade, each further divided into upper, middle, and lower levels. Specifically, anything below 100 forges is considered mundane. 100 forges result in refinement, purging the material of all impurities and leaving only the purest essence, thus achieving the refined grade. 1,000 forges imbue the material with spirit, creating a spiritual weapon by infusing it with a trace of spiritual energy with each strike. 10,000 forges grant the metal life, resulting in a soul weapon, while 100,000 forges elevate it to the status of a kingly weapon, transforming the previously lifeless metal into the king of weapons. 1,000,000 forges bestow the title of emperor upon the material, marking a qualitative change. This is an emperor weapon. Lastly, 10,000,000 forges reach the divine level, a state of existence scarcely documented, with only scant references found in ancient texts. As for armor, it is classified according to a series of character-based tiers: 1-character battle armor, 2-character battle armor, and so forth, up to 7-character battle armor. Each tier corresponds to a specific forging standard. 1-character armor must be composed entirely of refined materials, 2-character armor of spiritual materials, 3-character armor of soul materials, and 4-character armor of kingly materials. The materials for the 5-character battle armor are of the royal forging grade. The materials for the 6-character battle armor are of the imperial forging grade. The materials for the 7-character battle armor are of the legendary divine forging grade. Currently, this man aspires to elevate the forging grade of the starry steel to the spiritual forging level. As the man strikes down with each hammer, the starry steel draws ever closer to achieving the spiritual forging status. Thus, time flows, minute by minute, half an hour, 1 hour, 3 hours, 4 hours. At last, at the stroke of 1, the forging grade of the starry steel successfully transitions into spiritual forging. With each hammer strike, a wisp of spiritual energy penetrates into the depth of the starry steel. Once the inner essence of the starry steel is established, the man swiftly begins to shape it. With each hammer blow, his strikes become mere shadows, and soon a sword blank emerges in his grasp. After placing it into the cooling liquid, a hissing sound ensues, vapor rising as the sword blank cools. Though the task at hand is complete and a brief respite might be warranted, the man shows no inclination to rest. He inspects the sword blank, noting its vertical alignment, devoid of any deviation, and places it on the apparatus to polish the blade. Once polished, the surface gleams brilliantly, yet the edge remains unsharpened. Continuing to refine the blade on the grinding machine, he subsequently retrieves a massive black whetstone. For a master blacksmith, the sharpening process necessitates manual work with the whetstone, ideally infused with blood during the process. Holding the blade at a 45-degree angle against the whetstone, a resonant sound echoes with each precise strike, the force and angle remaining consistent. The keen double-edged blade gradually takes form, its sharp edge glinting under the light. The man deftly flicks the blade with his fingertip, blood cascading onto the edge, tracing down the blade's length. Slowly absorbed as a flicker of crimson light dances across the blade. He resumes polishing the sword blank, and after 20 minutes, he lifts the blade, supporting it with one hand before his eyes, scrutinizing the straightness of the blade. The sharp blade gleams with a chilling light. The man reintroduces the polished blade into the furnace, adjusting the flames, and moves aside to prepare a certain liquid, intended for quenching. The benefits of quenching are manifold. It imbues the blade with exquisite patterns and enhances its strength. Once the liquid is prepared and the sword blank in the furnace glows a fiery red, the man employs steel tongs to extract the incandescent sword blank, swiftly submerging it into the prepped quenching liquid. With a hiss, vapor rises, and a plume of flame surges from the water's surface, a fleeting spectacle of brilliance. Following the quenching, the man takes a piece of black peach wood and begins to assemble the hilt at the base of the sword blank. Once the hilt is assembled, he secures it with rivets and applies a special adhesive to perfectly bond the seams. After the adhesion process is complete, he resumes polishing the sword blank once again. Soon, this final step was accomplished. A sword measuring 7 feet in length, its blade a lustrous silver adorned with patterns reminiscent of the stars, stood before him. The hilt, crafted from ebony peach wood, provided a striking contrast to the gleaming blade. The guard was fashioned from a golden metal, radiating like the blazing sun at its center, while the pommel at the end of the grip resembled a silver crescent moon. At the tip of the sword, an eye was fashioned, adorned with a white tassel. He retrieved a gray scabbard and approached the workbench, where he tapped his wristwatch. The wall before him ascended, revealing a concealed chamber hidden behind it. Chapter 110. 4-character battle armor. Night. The interior of the dim chamber is adorned with transparent glass display cases, some of which remain unoccupied while others house meticulously crafted battle armors alongside their corresponding weaponry. This collection showcases all the armors and weapons I have forged, comprising 13 sets of 1-character armor, 9 sets of 2-character armor, 3 sets of 3-character armor, and a singular set of 4-character armor. The sword before me, named Starlight, is accompanied by a set of 2-character armor, the Moonlight armor. After my arrival, the man finally spoke his first words to me. Are these all the battle armors you have crafted? Remarkably, there exists a 4-character armor. May I take a look? My excitement was palpable. 4-character armors are the creation of a master blacksmith. Feel free, but do not tamper with them. Even for someone recommended by UXIN, I shall not show leniency. He replied, then proceeded deeper into the room, revealing the significant influence of UXIN. Scratching my head, I ventured inside, wandering amidst the array of completed armors. The outermost layer consisted of 1-character armors, followed by the 2-character armors, while the innermost case housed the coveted 4-character armor. A sleek, obsidian full-body armor stood silently in the display case, its introduction affixed to the glass. This armor, named Night, was forged from the ethereal gold by a master blacksmith, infused with a substance known as Dawnstone, which significantly enhances its flexibility. Employing spatial technology, once bonded to its master, it creates a miniature space within the consciousness. When donned, it can be instantaneously worn, providing comprehensive protection from all angles, equipped with an independent intelligence system for real-time analysis and optimal selection, alongside a self-repair function that activates as long as it is not entirely shattered. Additionally, it incorporates an advanced spiritual energy conversion feature, capable of absorbing and refining the spiritual energies of the world for storage. Armor Technique Concealment allows for 30 minutes of invisibility at the cost of 10% energy. During nighttime, this duration extends to 1 hour with the same energy expenditure. The armor's energy reservoir is at full capacity, sustained by the absorption of worldly spiritual energy. After 30 minutes of use, a cooling period of 1 day is required. Any forced usage may result in significant damage to the mechanism. Backstab consumes 50% of energy to activate spatial abilities, allowing the user to appear behind the enemy for an attack, with energy consumption have under the cover of darkness. Silent Domain consumes 100% of energy per second, enveloping all enemies within a kilometer radius in a state of sensory deprivation, rendering them devoid of hearing, touch, and sight. Within the Silent Domain, the master receives a 30% speed enhancement. The armor technique is a characteristic of 2-character armors, typically possessing a single technique derived from the unique properties of the materials combined with the distinct craftsmanship of the blacksmith and the integration of spiritual patterns with technological intelligence. A 2-character armor possesses 1 technique, a 3-character armor possesses 2 techniques, and a 4-character armor crafted by a master blacksmith can hold 3 techniques. The armor before me, known as Night, is undoubtedly a paragon among 4-character armors, as not all 4-character armors are capable of manifesting domain techniques. This endeavor transcends mere fortune. It necessitates an unparalleled level of expertise from the armorer. The intricate processes of forging, crafting, engraving patterns, and connecting circuits, alongside the strength of the cognitive core, are essential. Upon hearing the term armorer, one might envision the cold armors of a bygone era. Yet this is a misapprehension. It is more fitting to describe these creations as battle armors, akin to external mechanical exoskeletons. The crafting process is not only complex, but demands a remarkably high degree of skill. Each armorer, when considered individually, possesses extraordinary talent, as the foundational skills they must master encompass forging, armor crafting, equipment casting, pattern engraving, mechanical assembly, circuit integration, and cognitive programming. Should one falter in any of these disciplines or fail to attain a level of proficiency, they are unworthy of the title armorer. Talent is but one aspect. The pursuit of this craft is exceedingly arduous, fraught with hardship and fatigue. While others rest, you are hammering away. While they indulge in leisure, you toil at armor crafting. While they engage in training, you focus on equipment casting. While they take respite, you engrave patterns. Regardless of what others are occupied with, you are piecing together battle armor, integrating circuits, and programming the cognitive core. The difficulty inherent in this profession is precisely what renders it so coveted, leading to a sustained demand, thereby elevating the status of armorers. However, many falter at the initial step of forging, resulting in a significant attrition rate. Do not be deceived by the prowess of practitioners. They are human, enduring hours of relentless hammering. Some may question, isn't it just hammering for a morning? But the hammer wielded by a master is far from simplistic. If it were merely a weight of 10 or even 100 pounds, it would not suffice to forge starlit steel. Moreover, during those hours, one cannot afford a moment's pause. As the saying goes, a slight deviation can lead to a great failure. A mere second of hesitation could result in the ruin of the material, demanding a level of stamina that surpasses imagination. The battle armor is adorned with two black golden crescent blades, their streamlined forms and curved edges glimmering with a cold light, reminiscent of a crescent moon suspended in the sky. A sharp blood groove runs along the edge, designed for the armor's stealth attack capabilities. Accompanied by a weapon description, royal weapon, dawn weapon type, crescent blade forged predominantly from black gold, supplemented with lunar iron and other materials such as black stone and thousand waters. Black stone possesses the ability to absorb blood, effectively drawing from the enemy, while thousand waters create an impact effect, generating a unique shockwave upon attack that rends the enemy's wounds to the utmost, like a blade piercing the darkness at dawn. Indeed, this is a formidable explosive-type battle armor, where the armor and blade complement each other seamlessly. Turning to glance at the man placing weapons into the display case, I felt an unspoken admiration arise within me, solidifying my resolve to seek him as a mentor and master the art of armor crafting. After meandering through the exhibition hall and surveying all the battle armors, I finally stepped out, somewhat reluctant to leave. The man had been standing there waiting for me. Upon seeing me emerge, he turned and strode forward, leaving behind a brief command, "Follow me." Without glancing back, he continued ahead, seemingly indifferent to whether I would keep pace. Perhaps he even thought that should I fail to follow, it would spare him a considerable amount of time. Although he did not articulate this sentiment, it was nonetheless palpable. Chapter 111. The test. I hurriedly quickened my pace, closely following in his wake. He is truly a master. If I were to falter over trivial matters and fail to gain his acceptance, I would have nowhere to lament my misfortune. I shall present you with two tests, one theoretical and the other practical. To embark on the path of a blacksmith, one must possess a comprehensive understanding of the processes involved, every step, and the purpose behind each action. Now, recount the steps I employed while forging the sword. The man approached the workbench, methodically tidying the items scattered upon it and placing them in their rightful places. He appeared indifferent, yet unbeknownst to me, the first test had already commenced. In truth, this initial assessment began the moment I crossed the threshold, but fortunately, my diligent study of the 4 books and 5 classics had equipped me with a solid grasp of the theoretical knowledge pertaining to blacksmithing. Though I may not have mastered it entirely, I was quite well versed. As I observed the recent sword forging with rapt attention, I found the first question to be rather straightforward. After mentally reviewing everything the man had done since my arrival, I organized my thoughts and articulated the details of his every action in the forging process, even enumerating the number of strikes of the hammer and explaining the significance of each motion. This elicited a raised eyebrow from the man. Initially, he had merely agreed to this encounter out of obligation, having owed a favor to a friend who recommended me. He had anticipated a lackluster performance, but was instead pleasantly surprised by my fluent discourse and clear comprehension of various techniques, indicating a solid grasp of theoretical knowledge. Yet, he remained uncertain about my practical skills and resilience. If I proved capable, perhaps taking me as an apprentice would not be amiss. This marked the first moment the man truly regarded me. Prior to this, he had barely acknowledged my presence, seemingly intent on dismissing me as soon as possible. Upon the conclusion of my explanation, a subtle smile crept across his lips, though it quickly vanished. "You've passed this stage. Next comes the practical operation. Follow me," he instructed. With that, he turned towards a nearby metal door, and I closely trailed behind him. After a moment's hesitation, I inquired, "Master, may I ask your name?" The man forcefully pushed open the iron door, which collided with the wall, producing a resounding crash. He glanced back at me and slowly replied, "If you wish to know my name, you must first pass this test." With that, he stepped through the doorway, and I hastily followed. As I passed through the iron door, I took a moment to examine it. It was an impressive 10 centimeters thick, and I was unsure of its material. I attempted to push it shut, but the door remained steadfast, leaving me astonished. Though I had not exerted my full strength, I had applied at least 500 kilograms of force. Yet, the man had effortlessly opened it. What material is this door made of? And what strength does this man possess? With determination in my heart, I exerted all my strength until the door began to move slowly only after I had utilized my utmost effort. After closing the door, I found my face slightly flushed due to my earlier exertion, and once I regulated my breathing, I had the opportunity to survey my surroundings. The walls, composed of an unknown material, gleamed with a bright silver hue, and the interior space was approximately 200 square meters, furnished with a cast iron platform, a forging table, a furnace, and various materials leaning against the walls. The man observed my previous effort to push the door and nodded subtly to himself. If one lacked even such basic strength, it would be better to leave. This was a modest forging chamber, fully equipped with all necessary tools, and the walls were adorned with numerous beginner materials sufficient for my use. The task was to forge a mundane knife that would meet his satisfaction. With a time limit of 3 hours, failure to impress would mean returning from whence I came. Upon concluding his instructions, the man leaned against the wall, arms crossed, and retrieved a small silver flask from a storage space. Upon opening it, a rich aroma of alcohol filled the room, revealing it to be a drinking vessel. Allow me to clarify why the task involves crafting a mundane item rather than a finely honed weapon. Achieving a weapon of 100 or even 1,000 temperings demands unique forging techniques, and only a skilled blacksmith would be capable of producing such refined items. With the time constraint looming, I dared not squander a moment. Nodding at the man, I turned my attention to the material rack, which displayed an assortment of minerals of various sizes. After a cursory glance, I quickly envisioned the design for my weapon and swiftly selected a piece of bright silver iron, or known as white crystal Oregon. Upon melting, it yields a nearly transparent substance. However, that is but a superficial quality. In truth, this material is ideal for novice smiths, not because it is the easiest to forge, but due to its remarkable versatility and resilience, provided that my forging process is executed flawlessly. Simultaneously, I picked up a small piece of pristine white mineral. Having chosen my materials, I directly opened the furnace and began to communicate with Qing Feng in my mind. Soon, a detailed blueprint materialized in my thoughts, revealing a flawless white longsword adorned with patterns reminiscent of ice crystals. Since satisfaction was the goal, both the aesthetics and practicality of the sword must be impeccable. As the furnace ignited, a wave of heat washed over me, causing me to instinctively take a step back as the temperature within the enclosed space rapidly escalated. Yet, I could not afford to be distracted. I grasped the materials with tongs and placed them into the furnace, then closed its door before turning to the area designated for the hammers. On a wall-mounted rack, a variety of hammers were neatly arranged. I calculated the force required and began to select one, ultimately choosing a hammer weighing 300 kilograms. As I hefted it in my hand, the muscles in my arms bulged with definition, resembling a sculpted form. Unbeknownst to me, approximately 3 minutes had elapsed, and the temperature within the room had escalated to over 60 degrees. A bead of sweat began to form upon my brow. With a swift motion, I cast aside my shirt, revealing a torso that, while not overly muscular, possessed a certain appeal. Turning with purpose, I strode confidently toward the furnace, retrieving 2 pieces of material that had already begun to glow a fiery red. I selected the smaller piece, placing it upon the anvil, and raised my hammer, striking down with force. The resounding clang echoed through the air, and sparks erupted like a dazzling display of fireworks. Chapter 112. Test 2. However, I scarcely had a moment to appreciate my surroundings. The hammer in my hand struck relentlessly against the material held firmly in the vise, persistently forcing out impurities. Gradually, the originally irregular piece began to take shape, transforming into a flattened iron block, approximately 1 finger's width and 10 centimeters long. After allowing it to cool and placing it aside, I turned once again to the forge, where the temperature now neared 1,000 degrees, perhaps even exceeding 10,000 degrees. As I approached, beads of sweat trickled down my skin, evaporating in the air before they could even fall. I hesitated no longer and retrieved the incandescent white crystal ore, weighing about 100 pounds. The ore bore no resemblance to its former self. It now resembled a transparent crystal, a reflection of its name. In its solid form, the glowing, transparent crystal appeared akin to a colossal ruby, with what seemed like flames flickering within. Gazing at this material, akin to a work of art, my passion for the craft of the blacksmith intensified. I lifted my hammer and brought it down with a resounding thud, sparks flying as the shape of the white crystal ore began to shift under the force. With each strike, the ore swiftly transformed in my hands into an elongated shape, enveloping the previously hammered piece within its core. One strike after another, they melded together, awaiting the cooling process before being returned to the furnace. Once it glowed red-hot again, I retrieved it and struck down once more, a single blow, then 100, then 1,000. The impurities within gradually diminished, and once they ceased to surface, I commenced shaping the blade itself. I exchanged my hammer for a smaller one, weighing 150 kilograms, to begin molding the blade blank. Swiftly, under my meticulous strikes, the blade blank took form, a width of 2 fingers and a thickness of 3 centimeters. As the blade blank solidified, I was drenched in sweat. Yet fatigue eluded me. My eyes sparkled with fervor. Growing increasingly exhilarated, once the blank was completed, I immersed it in the cooling liquid. A hissing sound echoed as the cooling process concluded. Instead of sharpening the blade's edge, I lifted the blank with one hand, squinting at the edge, and found no deviations or flaws, which filled me with great joy. After calculating the time, I realized I still had 2 hours. Having utilized only 1 hour for the previous forging, I began carving at the gauntlet position. The man leaning against the wall showed no signs of sweat, appearing almost comfortable in this heated environment. He sipped from a silver flask without making any movement, his eyes fixed intently upon my actions. I picked up my carving tools and began to engrave the gauntlet. The design I chose was not the typical assembled type used by common soldiers. Rather, it was an integrated gauntlet, fused with the blade itself. This method was reserved for weapons of superior quality, as exemplified by the sword he had just forged. Soon, the gauntlet was meticulously engraved, and 20 minutes had swiftly passed. I began to hone the edge of the sword, arriving at the iron casting table where a whetstone lay before me. Drawing upon the theoretical knowledge in my mind, I reflected on the technique employed by the man as he sharpened his blade. Grasping the sword blank at a 45-degree angle, I commenced the process of sharpening the edge upon the whetstone. In that moment, my figure appeared to merge with that of the man. Our actions synchronized as if we were one. The subtle movements and focused expression mirrored his precisely. However, the man soon lost his composure, watching my actions with a look of astonishment in his eyes. Yet, he quickly reverted to his stoic demeanor, leaning against the wall and taking a sip from his flask. Nevertheless, the slight dilation of his pupils betrayed a tumult of emotions beneath his calm exterior. Unfazed by his reactions, I remained wholly absorbed in the task of refining the sword's edge. Once I had completed the sharpening, I returned the sword blank to the furnace and turned back to the iron table to seek materials for assembling the hilt. After some contemplation, I selected 2 pieces of 1,000-year-old snow wood, characterized by its pristine white hue. In spring, it flourishes with vibrant green leaves, while in winter, it blooms with flowers as white as snowflakes, exuding a delicate fragrance. This wood was undoubtedly suitable for crafting the hilt. Without delay, I placed the prepared snow wood on the iron table and began to concoct the quenching liquid, an essential step in the process. Should the quenching fail, the anticipated snowflake pattern could become distorted. Soon, I had mixed the necessary quenching liquid in the appropriate proportions and set it aside. Approaching the furnace, I opened it to inspect the sword. It glowed a fiery red. Without hesitation, I extracted the incandescent blade and plunged it into the quenching liquid with a sizzling sound, a plume of flame rising from the surface. Once the quenching was complete, I took a cloth to wipe the blade clean. At this juncture, the forging of the sword was nearly finished, with just under an hour remaining. I grasped the long sword and returned to the iron table to begin assembling the hilt. After securing the snow wood to the hilt with rivets, I meticulously polished it, then affixed the prepared sword pommel, and finally adorned it with a cascade of white tassels. Typically, after crafting a sword, a blacksmith would embellish it with tassels, leaving the choice of retention to the buyer. Once this step was completed, the long sword was forged. Yet time remained ample. I decided to polish the blade further, placing it beneath the polishing machine until its surface gleamed. Once polished, I took the sword in hand and swung it a few times, feeling its balance and ease. Approaching the man, I presented my work. "Master, I have completed the forging. The primary material used is white crystal ore, supplemented with azure silver to enhance its resilience and sharpness." The man, without uttering a word, stowed away his flask and, gripping the hilt, flicked the sword into the air. The blade performed several rotations before falling into his grasp, which he raised to the light for inspection. The transparent blade is adorned with a silver hue that extends seamlessly to the hilt. The surface of the sword is etched with patterns reminiscent of delicate snowflakes. The hilt features an integrated design, crafted with exquisite artistry, showcasing a lifelike phoenix poised elegantly at its base. The pristine white feathers of the phoenix exhibit an unparalleled level of detail, though the absence of advanced forging techniques renders this weapon merely mundane. Additionally, impurities within the white crystal or remain, yet the achievement of such craftsmanship without sophisticated metallurgy is commendable. What is the name of this sword? Chapter 113. The Snow Phoenix Sword. Young man, remember this. I am Ouyang Mingyan. The snow-white feathers of the phoenix are exquisite in every detail. However, due to the absence of forging techniques, this sword remains an ordinary weapon, and the impurities within the white crystal or have yet to be entirely eliminated. Nevertheless, achieving such a level of craftsmanship without forging skills is indeed impressive. What is the name of this sword? The man inquired, his gaze fixated on the blade without turning around. His question left me momentarily stunned, for I had been so engrossed in the sword-making process that I had not given it much thought. Gazing at the translucent long sword illuminated by the light, the white hue in the center stood out strikingly, reminiscent of a snow phoenix yearning to soar over the towering mountains. The white gleam at the sword's center resembled a majestic peak, while the guard of the hilt depicted a snow phoenix striving to take flight beyond the looming mountain. The snowflake patterns on the blade mirrored the flurries of a heavy snowfall. Master, let this sword be named the Snow Phoenix. I hope its wielder embodies the spirit of the phoenix, refusing to succumb to fate, striving to break free, and achieving the belief that my destiny is mine to command. You little rascal, remember my name, Ouyang Mingyan. Attend class punctually at 8 tomorrow morning, and now, if there's nothing else, be off with you. What kind of sword is this? Not even reaching the level of a fine weapon, and yet you expect its user to seize their destiny. With that, the man turned and strode towards the door, sword in hand. I awkwardly scratched my head, realizing this might be my acceptance as his disciple. Master, I shall return tomorrow. With that, I faced the man's retreating figure, or rather, Ouyang Mingyan's silhouette, and knelt down, bowing 3 times. Although he did not look back, a slight smile graced his lips, though I failed to witness it. After finishing this simple act of apprenticeship, I turned and exited the villa. After I left, Ouyang Mingyan took the sword to the basement. Unveiling the exhibition hall, he placed the Snow Phoenix sword, which I had forged, next to the display case of the 4-character battle armor. With meticulous care, he affixed a label that read, from Ouyang Mingyan's disciple, Anmashi, forged during the apprenticeship. Named the Snow Phoenix sword, an ordinary weapon, with the hope that its master will embody the spirit of the phoenix, refusing to yield to fate, striving to break free, and achieving the belief that my destiny is mine to command. Signed, Ouyang Mingyan. After placing the sword in the display case, Ouyang Mingyan exited the basement with a smile upon his face. Upon leaving the first courtyard, I noticed the time was still early and decided to explore the school, as I had yet to familiarize myself with the surroundings. The gentle breeze greeted me, and the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow on the clouds, reminiscent of a girl blushing in embarrassment. As I strolled along, I passed by numerous individuals, relishing the occasional tranquility and leisure. Suddenly, a familiar voice broke through the calm. Honey, honey. Turning towards the source of the voice, I spotted a girl bounding towards me in the twilight, followed closely by a little girl clad in a Lolita dress. Who else could it possibly be but Sudaji and Hichinkai? What a delightful coincidence to encounter them here. Husband. Sudaji leaped directly into my arms, her exuberance palpable. I embraced her, gently setting her down once she regained her balance, and playfully tapped her smooth forehead with a smile gracing my lips. Silly girl. So hasty. What would have happened if I hadn't caught you? Hee hee, that would never happen. I will always believe in you, my husband. Sudaji replied, linking her arm with mine. Goodness, have you two just met and already begun to flaunt your affection? How are we single ones supposed to endure this? Hichinkai chimed in with a teasing grin as she approached. Well, you should find someone too. Surely, there are many suitors vying for your attention, I suggested. Uffed. I wouldn't look at them even if they were the last on earth. A bunch of misfits and frogs dreaming of swan meat. If I were to seek someone, it would be a man like you. Hichinkai playfully tossed a glance my way. Having spent considerable time with Hichinkai, Sudaji found no offense, merely engaging in their usual playful banter. Your standards are indeed high. Alas, a fellow like me is unlikely to catch your eye. Ha ha ha, I quipped. Daji, look at him. Hichinkai pouted adorably, seeking Sudaji's sympathy. Husband, how can you say that? Though Chinkai is indeed petite, with shorter legs and a flatter chest. Still, Sudaji attempted to defend her friend, but her words faltered, resembling a duet of banter. Ah, so you two are united in teasing me, HM? Hichinsai's expression shifted, initially hopeful for a turnaround, but ultimately deflated as Su Daji could not find the words to support her. Her face puffed up adorably like a pufferfish. Haha. All right, you two must be starving, yes? Come, allow me to treat you as an apology. I affectionately ruffled Su Daji's hair, my face radiating tenderness. Su Daji beamed with joy, relishing my affection. Humph, extravagant husband, I shall ensure you spend all your wealth. Let us go to the 7th floor of the cafeteria, where the meals are notoriously pricey, requiring points for consumption. A single meal costs over 1,000 points, with an average starting at 300. Do you have enough points? We wouldn't want to end up washing dishes to cover the bill. Fear not. I've accumulated plenty of points from the training camp. Eat to your heart's content without concern for me. Even if you were a pig, I'd make sure you were well fed. I declared grandly, for indeed, my time at the training camp felt akin to a lucrative venture, especially with the ample records I had accumulated, ensuring my points could sustain me well even if I chose to laze about until graduation. However, it is imperative to undertake tasks, for they serve as the fundamental means to secure my cultivation resources. When it comes to the more precious or rare cultivation materials, one must expend a significant amount of points. Relying solely on the points I possess would likely be insufficient to cover the expenses of learning the art of armoring, which demands substantial resources. Primarily, one must possess a robust physique, followed by a collection of rare materials. Generally, individuals seeking the services of an armorer prepare 2 sets of materials, regardless of whether the endeavor succeeds on the first or second attempt. Any surplus materials are rightfully claimed by the armorer. However, should both sets be exhausted without success. Chapter 114. Only food and love should not be disregarded thus. It is imperative for the armorer to procure their own materials for forging, as one's skills may not yet be refined enough to rely on others. Nevertheless, most armorers can typically ensure success on their first attempt. The additional material serves as a precaution against failure and as a form of compensation for the armorer. Consequently, each armorer possesses a considerable stock of materials. Though truly precious, ones remain scarce. Upon accepting a new commission, the armorer must complete the armor and deliver it to the client. One should refrain from taking on tasks they are not confident in, for as the saying goes, one should not attempt to handle delicate porcelain without the right tools. Once a commission is accepted, completion is obligatory. Failure to do so would tarnish the armorer's reputation, resulting in no future clients seeking their services. With that settled, the trio set forth towards the cafeteria on the 7th floor of the academy. Their splendid company inevitably attracted the attention of passers-by, handsome men, beautiful women, and an adorable little girl. Envious glances from men and infatuated expressions from women followed them as they walked. Before long, they arrived at the academy's cafeteria, ultimately deciding against dining on the 7th floor, as He Qian Kai had merely suggested it. The points accumulated by each student were exceedingly valuable. A meal on the 7th floor would entail a significant expense, equivalent to an entire month's worth of training resources for a student. Ultimately, in MO she opted to dine on the 5th floor, spending 700 points and ordering an extravagant array of dishes, all composed of meat from formidable beasts. The ambience on the 5th floor, while not as opulent as the 7th, was still a setting that ordinary students could scarcely afford. The 5th floor featured cozy private rooms where the three engaged in lively conversation. It wasn't too long before their feast arrived. I want tea hold back then. Xiaoxi, you're quite generous, exclaimed He Qian Kai as she eagerly seized her chopsticks, embodying her philosophy that only food and love are worthy of devotion. I smiled quietly, choosing instead to serve a piece of chicken leg to Su Daji. You should eat as well. Su Daji responded, reciprocating by offering a piece of meat to an Mo Shi. Observing this exchange, He Qian Kai's enthusiasm for the food before her waned, and with a pout, she lamented, "Hey, we're eating here, not sharing love declarations." All right, I want tea." Su Daji chuckled as she placed a piece of meat on a He Qian Kai's plate, eliciting a grin from her. With a touch of pride, He Qian Kai remarked, "Now that's more like it." As the trio savored their meal and shared stories, time slipped away unnoticed. During the course of conversation, I inquired about their living arrangements and felt reassured to learn that the two were co-renting a 2-bedroom apartment. I then recounted the events of the previous day, revealing that Unearthed had gifted me a villa, which left both of them utterly astonished. Wow, a villa! The rent costs 3,000 points a month, and purchasing it would require over 1,000,000 points. For Mentor Unearthed to give it to you so generously, it's simply extravagant. It was rather unexpected. I had never anticipated that my mentor would actually gift me a villa. I had merely intended it as a jest, yet here I stand, the proud owner of such a grand estate. I had initially envisioned inviting Sudaji to reside in the villa, considering its vastness, which could comfortably accommodate 5 or 6 individuals. However, Sudaji has already entered into a shared lease with Hichien Kai for an apartment. It would be rather awkward for me to extend the invitation directly, as this young caretaker possesses remarkable potential with a bit of guidance. After all, in the vast expanse of space, a ship's doctor is an indispensable role. Yet, inviting both women to the villa would be even more inappropriate. While it appears to be a kind offer, it could lead to misunderstandings, especially since my relationship with Sudaji is romantic in nature, which is entirely acceptable. However, Hichien Kai is still an unmarried young lady, and such an invitation could be misconstrued. As the three of us shared laughter, our meal concluded swiftly. Sudaji intertwined her arm with mine, while Hichien Kai followed closely behind. "What are your plans next?" I inquired, as I intended to return home for some rest. After carrying a hammer throughout the afternoon, I had not felt any discomfort until now, when the weight began to strain my hand. My efforts at blacksmithing this afternoon were devoid of any technique. It was sheer brute force that propelled my strikes. Naturally, I lacked the knowledge to dissipate the recoil, and while a few instances may be insignificant, the cumulative effect of countless impacts has rendered my right hand nearly unrecognizable. "We have no specific plans," replied Sudaji, who was still clinging to my arm. "Chien Kai and I merely intended to dine and then return home." "Very well, I shall escort you back. It will serve as an early introduction," I declared. "What do you intend to do with this introduction? Are you planning to stealthily abduct us, Daji?" Hichien Kai interjected with playful sarcasm. "Indeed, I intend to secretly carry Daji away under the cover of night," I responded earnestly, as if I truly harbored such intentions. "Humph, I shall not allow you to succeed," Hichien Kai retorted, defiantly clutching Sudaji's other arm. "Rest assured, I will safeguard Daji." In a light-hearted manner, we soon arrived at the base of the apartment building where Sudaji and Hichien Kai resided. I politely declined their invitation to join them for a drink, watching as their figures disappeared into the building before turning to make my way back. Upon returning to the villa, I eagerly shed my garments and filled the bathtub with water, adding a selection of medicinal herbs. Almost instantaneously, the water transformed into a deep crimson hue, reminiscent of blood. This was a precious treasure I had exchanged with my points, known as blood lotus seeds. Rich in vitality, it could be consumed directly or used for a therapeutic soak. While I could have utilized my devouring talent to convert it into pure energy, this treasure possesses a unique property. It alleviates fatigue, soothes muscle injuries, revitalizes muscle cells for rapid recovery, and fortifies the skin, endowing it with resilience. From this perspective, it is evident that the benefits and effects of the immersion in medicinal baths far outweigh the alternatives. Furthermore, it aids in alleviating the residual shock my arm sustained during today's casting, allowing it to be free from discomfort. Submerged in the crimson liquid within the bathtub, I slowly settled at the bottom, adopting a cross-legged position to channel my devouring talent. After 10 minutes, the water in the tub had regained its clarity. Emerging from the bath, I felt revitalized after absorbing the blood lotus seeds, with my internal energy and vitality significantly replenished. Following a brief drying off, I made my way to the bedroom and collapsed onto the bed. "Qingfeng, initiate a video call with Qingyu," I commanded in my mind. Chapter 115, The Enormously Heavy Hammer in the Armory. "Good master, Qingfeng is currently initiating a video call with Murong Qingyu and is awaiting connection. Please hold on." Ding. The call has been connected. Soon, a cerulean light screen appeared before me, revealing the exquisite visage of Murong Qingyu. At this moment, she was clad in a set of black battle armor, accentuating her alluring figure to perfection. It seemed she was no longer in the role of a teacher. "Qingyu, where are you?" "Oh, Emoshi, how could you call me? I am clearly in the military district. This place should block all external signals." Murong Qingyu tilted her head adorably, her expression one of delightful confusion. Seeing her charming demeanor, I could not help but smile gently. "Have you forgotten about Qingfeng? She can transmit signals directly to your wristwatch, and she is an enigma of civilization, with technology surpassing that of Blue Star. Many of the scientific tomes within her possession are unlike anything I have ever encountered." "Hee, I did forget. Wasn't I supposed to surprise you?" "After you left, with my father's assistance, I returned to the army and rejoined my former squad. I certainly do not wish to be a mere ornament. I want to be able to assist you when you need it. Seeing you grow stronger, on the verge of surpassing me, I must strive harder. Murong Qingyu's smile was radiant, her large eyes narrowing into crescent moons, utterly enchanting. Now that you are in the military district, will there be any danger? I inquired with some concern. After all, if she desired a stable environment, I would protect her well. Yet if she had made her decision, then my role should be to provide ample support and respect her choices. Do not worry. I will take good care of myself, and my current strength surpasses yours. What danger could there possibly be? Murong Qingyu's face glowed with a bright smile, yet the longing in her eyes seemed to seep through the screen and into my heart. When will you have time for me to visit? The Academy of Gods is relatively relaxed, with no mandatory courses, and the students enjoy considerable freedom. Murong Qingyu suppressed her yearning, as did I. Since we met, we had never been apart for such a lengthy duration. If she had the time, I would certainly wish to see her. A flower is not dear. I shall bring her a bouquet when I come. Well, I need to wait until I complete this mission. We are about to embark on a task that will take approximately a month. Once I return, I will message you, and I should be able to rest for about a week. Murong Qingyu projected a light screen, glancing at it before speaking. All right, once you finish this mission, let me know, and I will come to find you. By the way, I will have Qing Feng send a signal source to your wristwatch so that I can track your location in real time without interference. Should you find yourself in danger, send a distress signal to Qing Feng. As I mentally conveyed instructions to Qing Feng, a signal source was implanted in Murong Qingyu's wristwatch, and a precise location materialized in my mind. Rest assured, I am embarking on a mission now. I will see you upon my return, and I miss you dearly. With these words, Murong Qingyu abruptly ended the call. Gazing at the now darkened screen, I whispered softly, I miss you too. After the call was terminated, I transported myself into the Qing Feng battleship, instantly finding myself in the operations room. Before me, several large screens prominently displayed a map featuring a bright red dot, which represented the location of Murong Qingyu. A glance revealed that it was situated in a military district to the south, the red dot gradually moving across the map, indicating the commencement of her mission. No longer fixated on the screens, I peered through the vast display to observe the clouds outside, resembling cotton candy, while the moonlight cascaded down like a silvery river. The Qing Feng was currently enveloped in the clouds. Having activated its cloaking mode, it remained undetectable by radar. Stepping out of the operations room, I descended to the first level of the Qing Feng battleship, which housed numerous chambers. I recalled that one of these was a forging room. Following the directions provided by Qing Feng, I soon found the forging room, which was not only equipped for forging but also adjacent to a medical room, a training room, a gravity chamber, and a combat simulation room. Previously, I had entered the training room, but at that time, I had not noticed the adjacent forging room or medical room. Of course, even if I had, it would have been of little consequence, as I had no knowledge of forging or potion making. The training room, gravity chamber, and combat simulation room would offer me some assistance. I could later experiment with the gravity chamber and the combat simulation room's effects. My current objective was the forging room. Upon arriving at its entrance, the door slid open automatically, and I stepped inside. The interior was sparsely furnished. A massive cast iron platform, a large wrought iron platform, and 3 furnaces stood side by side against the wall. Nearby, 6 racks displayed tools arranged in pairs across 3 rows, with ample space in between for 2 individuals to pass side by side. Beside the cast iron platform lay a set of black hammers, meticulously arranged from largest to smallest. Approaching the rack of hammers, I prepared to lift a larger one. The hammer's handle was about 1 meter long, while the head measured approximately 15 centimeters in length and 8 centimeters in width. I aimed to test its heft. However, I found it arduous to even lift the hammer. In my hands, it felt exceedingly heavy, and merely holding it was exhausting. The last time I emerged from the training camp, I had performed a strength test, delivering a punch with nearly 10 tons of force. Although strength cannot be directly converted in such a manner, I should be capable of easily lifting objects weighing at least 5 tons. Yet, this hammer felt as if it weighed nearly 10 tons or even more. Setting down the long-handled hammer, I picked up a slightly smaller one to test its weight. It was approximately 5 tons, yet still somewhat taxing to manage. After much deliberation, I grasped a small hammer, approximately the length of my forearm. The ebony surface was adorned with enigmatic patterns, and despite its weight of 2 tons, I could effortlessly wield it in my hand, perfect for the art of blacksmithing. After all, I was soon to embark on my journey as a metalworker. How could I possibly lack a hammer of my own? Fixating on the tool before me, I issued a command to my companion, Qingfeng. Qingfeng, commence scanning. Ding. Please hold on, Master. Qingfeng is currently conducting the scan. Chapter 116, Blood Oath of Allegiance. Kanglin Domain. Qingfeng possesses a scanning function, capable of utilizing instruments aboard the warship to conduct analyses. Alternatively, through a mental connection, it can scan the objects perceived by Moxie's eyes, thereby providing precise information. Unfortunately, due to unforeseen circumstances during battle years ago, Qingfeng's stored data has been entirely lost. Fortunately, it remains connected to a network, allowing for the retrieval of item information through this interface. Soon, the data materialized before my iris, a direct projection facilitated by neural linkage, rendering the holographic display upon the crystalline surface of my eye. I had the option to either summon the hologram before me or project it directly onto my iris. The hologram presented details regarding a formidable hammer. Item, Meteor Hammer. Grade, Imperial Artifact, capable of uniting into an Emperor's weapon, crafted by a master blacksmith. This set comprises 10 meteor hammers, divine tools for forging, distinguished by their sequence from 1 to 10. A blood oath is required for allegiance. Once bound, they can be nurtured within the ocean of the world, each hammer possessing unique characteristics, and together they can form an Emperor's weapon. To my astonishment, this represents a complete set of Imperial artifacts, which, upon unification, transforms into an Emperor's weapon. Regrettably, it is not primarily a weapon for assault, yet it is certainly preferable to having nothing at all. As I spoke, a black spear materialized in my hand. I gently pricked the spear's tip with my fingertip, causing a droplet of blood to emerge. Before I could let it fall upon the meteor hammer, it was absorbed by the spear in my grasp. In the next moment, an inexplicable sensation coursed through my mind, as if the spear had become an extension of myself, achieving a true unity of man and weapon. The gun intent, which had been stagnant at the entry level, seamlessly advanced to a minor mastery. So, your name is Juyo, is it? I should have realized this sooner. Gazing at the black spear, now aptly named Juyo, I understood it was no ordinary weapon, requiring a blood oath for allegiance. Had it not been for today's unexpected turn of events, I might have continued to regard Juyo as merely an ordinary weapon. Nevertheless, I resolved to attend to the matter at hand first. I would explore Juyo's attributes later. I enveloped Juyo within my consciousness for nurturing, and, from the wound I had recently sustained, I extracted a droplet of blood. The blood bead fell from my fingertip onto the meteor hammer, blooming in a spray before being entirely absorbed by it. The sensation I experienced when Juyo recognized me as its master returned, now intertwined with the 10 meteor hammers in a deeply mysterious way. As I lifted the hammer once more, I noticed it had become significantly lighter, no longer a burden, allowing me to wield it effortlessly. I absorbed the meteor hammer into my sea of consciousness and proceeded to claim the remaining hammers, from 2 to 10. To my surprise, there were additional advantages to this allegiance, and I understood that these benefits were just the beginning. With the remaining 9 meteor hammers secured within my consciousness, I focused my gaze upon the materials at hand. A glance confirmed my expectations. Although many materials were unfamiliar to me, several of those I recognized were exceedingly rare, the kind that, if cast into the market, could fetch an astronomical price. Qingfeng, initiate the scan. The materials I am acquainted with represent but a mere fraction. The vast majority remains an enigma, only discernible through the scans of the Qingfeng. Beep. Scanning reveals minerals, star cores, elemental ores, millennia deep sea essence, tears of the spirits, moon silver, sun crystals, and a plethora of other rare materials, many of which I have only read about in texts, believed to exist solely on unique celestial bodies. Such materials are utterly absent from the Shanshan continent. Among them, the star core and elemental ores are paramount. The star core embodies the essence of a planet's civilization, signifying a once thriving world. Elemental ores, formed exclusively in elemental star systems, arise in a locale situated tens of thousands of light years from the Shanshan continent, beyond even the solar system. Their formation is an arduous process, occurring within a unique space created by 5 planets representing metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Sustained by the diverse attributes of these celestial bodies, elemental ores come into being. If utilized for forging battle armor, supplemented by a star core as an energy conversion device, I am certain that we would at least achieve armor of the 5th tier. The fact that these exceedingly rare materials, scarcely found even throughout the universe, lay before me only deepens my yearning for the cosmos mysteries and kindles my curiosity regarding the origins of this warship and why it has chosen me as its master. According to my plans, I must gather sufficient allies within 5 years and embark into the universe. The allure of the enigmatic depths compels one to explore its secrets. After familiarizing myself with the Juyo and the meteor hammer in the armory, I ventured to the chamber that had accompanied me through countless days and nights. Upon entering the captain's quarters, I beheld the familiar surroundings, unchanged save for the addition of garments belonging to Murong Qingyu and Su Daji in the wardrobe. Everything else remained as it was. I settled beside the bed, enveloped in a profound sense of safety. In truth, anywhere but this grand bed in the captain's quarters, I would feel a sense of peril and unease that, while not severely impairing my sleep, rendered me uncomfortable. Only within the confines of the Qing Feng, lying on this bed that had witnessed countless nights, could I drift into a peaceful slumber. As I lay there, I soon succumbed to sleep. Meanwhile, in a colossal aircraft, 5 armored individuals sat against the walls, eyes closed in repose. Among them was Murong Qingyu. The aircraft glided smoothly, devoid of turbulence. After approximately 10 minutes, a woman clad in a professional yellow skirt suit emerged from the front. We are currently soaring over the Kanglan domain. In about 5 minutes, we shall arrive at the largest mountain range within it. Our target is an exceedingly dangerous individual. A decade ago, a remarkably gifted youth awakened a cerebral enhancement talent, resulting in an overload of his brain. This extraordinary gift bestowed upon him unparalleled simulation and computational abilities, rendering him an entity unmatched even by the most formidable intellects of his time, and indeed, of the present. He ascended to become the most talented scientist on the Shanin continent, earning an exceptional admission to the Federal Research Institute, where he made groundbreaking contributions. However, it was soon discovered that he had transgressed the taboos of the scientific community by engaging in human experimentation. Chapter 117, Codename Peerless, The Fugitive Jun Shangshu. What was once a promising talent has now spiraled into madness. Had there been no missteps, our technological advancements might have reached new heights. Yet, the line between genius and insanity is perilously thin. After undergoing human experimentation, he transformed, descending into a frenzied state where he relentlessly abducts ordinary individuals for his twisted trials. Such transgressions warrant the death penalty, but his mentor, the head of the research institute, pleaded fervently for his life, resulting in his expulsion from the scientific community, forbidding him from further research endeavors. 3 years ago, a surge of mysterious disappearances surfaced. Through relentless investigation, we pinpointed the perpetrator, the once celebrated researcher, Jun Shangshu. We issued a warrant for his capture, but he has evaded us time and again. His audacity has only grown, with tens of thousands now unaccounted for. The higher-ups have designated him with the codename Peerless. Our mission is to apprehend him. You have all reviewed his dossier, and the coordinates have been transmitted to your wrist devices. Are there any questions? The woman enlarged the holographic display, projecting it onto the wall of the craft for all to see, then gazed expectantly at her team. No questions. The 5 individuals in the cabin responded in unison, their eyes narrowing like hunters fixating on their prey as they studied the visage of the man on the screen. Good. We have 1 minute and 30 seconds. Check your gear and prepare to descend into the Kanglan Mountains. Understood, Commander. The team members inspected their equipment from within their spatial rings and swiftly moved to the rear of the cabin. Open the hatch. At the command of the female leader, the hatch they surrounded began to open slowly. The helmets of the 5 warriors activated, encasing their heads, a flash of red light illuminating their eyes as combat mode engaged. With their battle suits now operational, they propelled themselves from the hatch, activating thrusters on their feet and backs to soar through the air. As they received the transmitted coordinates, they locked onto their target's direction and flew deep into the mountains. Concerned about preemptive detection, the squad leader, Iron Man, spoke up. Target locked to the southeast. Lower altitude. Conceal ourselves among the trees to avoid detection. Our adversary is formidable. We must exercise caution to prevent his escape. Acknowledged. Came the responses through the team's communication channel. The 5 swiftly descended, seamlessly blending into the forest, nearly invisible to the untrained eye. Moron, take position at the rear of the formation. If the target attempts to flee, eliminate him immediately. Werewolf on the left flank. Wind Maiden on the right. Shorty, wait for my command to approach and activate the jamming device to thwart any detection instruments the target may possess. Received, Captain. Soon. A man donned in yellow armor took his place on the left flank. Commander, Werewolf is in position. He was the man known as Wolf in the Channel, clad in azure battle armor that swept through the right flank like a gust of wind. Captain, the Wind Maiden is in position. The diminutive figure, dressed in white battle armor, was a hacker within the squad, whose expertise was often crucial during missions. Captain, the hacker is ready. The black armor seemed to merge with the shadows of the night, rendering him nearly invisible. Soon, he arrived at the rear of the team. Captain, Murong is in position. A flash of crimson light darted by, leaving a shimmering trail as it slowed down to closely follow the team. Upon deceleration, it became evident that the red glow emanated from the eyes of the battle armor. The four formed a protective formation, encircling the hacker, who, being no professional combatant, had relatively lower combat capabilities. The squad comprised 5 members, each with distinct roles. If one were to liken them to a game template, the captain, Iron Man, assumed the role of the tank, absorbing damage and leading the charge. Wolf was responsible for frontline damage output, embodying the Berserker class. The Wind Maiden focused on healing and support, akin to a nurturing healer. The hacker specialized in electronic interference, breaching energy shields, password doors, and all things digital. Functioning as a supportive role, Murong, or Murong Qingyu, was tasked with swift assaults and harvesting, fitting the role of an assassin within the game's framework. Of course, the team's composition was not strictly defined. One could assemble a squad of 5 warriors or 5 support characters. However, such unusual arrangements were rare, as each mission involved dancing on the edge of mortality, where a single misstep could lead to dire consequences. All right, everyone, pick up the pace. Once we capture him, we must escort him back to the mountain forest realm for interrogation and judgment. After this mission concludes, we will have about a week of respite, and I shall treat everyone to a delightful outing to unwind, Iron Man announced in the team channel. Recalling the records that indicated the fugitive possessed little offensive capability beyond his speed. He might be manageable against ordinary individuals, but not against them. Sounds good, Captain. I want to soak in a hot spring. I've heard that the snowy mountains in Qinglin Domain have discovered hot spring sources. We could relax there, enjoying the scenery while soaking in the warmth amidst the snowy landscape. Ah, just thinking about it is delightful, the Wind Maiden exclaimed. Her spirits lifted at the prospect of the outing, especially with the captain promising to treat them. That sounds splendid. Count me in, Wolf added with a smile. TCH, boring. It's not as interesting as my anime. The hacker interjected from the center of the group, disinterested in the conversation. A devoted otaku. His interests lay solely with anime and electronic devices. At that moment, he was secretly watching a series through the holographic mode of his battle armor. Cough, Captain. I shall refrain from joining you. I have grown closer to my boyfriend, and after completing our task, he intends to visit me. I wish to keep him company. Murong Qingyu interjected somewhat shyly, interrupting the discussion among the others. She did not wish to dampen their spirits, but the desire to be within Moxie outweighed her inclination to venture out with the team. After all, it had been nearly half a month since they last saw each other. If longing could manifest into a tangible form, Murong Qingyu would be utterly enveloped by it at this moment, rendered immobile. Oh, it seems I have overheard quite the revelation. Our team's stunning beauty, Murong, has a boyfriend? Why have I never heard you mention this before? Chapter 118. I am not insane. As soon as Murong Qingyu finished speaking, Feng Nu eagerly inquired through the team's communication channel. Before Murong Qingyu had a chance to respond, a wail echoed. Ah, does this mean I have no chance anymore? My goddess has a boyfriend? Boo-hoo, I could just die. The werewolf immediately lamented in the chat, though his tone dripped with exaggeration and jest. Indeed, Murong, we have never heard you mention anything about your boyfriend. Did you perhaps find him during those years you were away? You returned without even introducing him to us. This feels rather ungracious, does it not? Tai Nan joined the fray, and even the usually silent dwarf, engrossed in his anime, turned down the volume. His attention now fixed on the unfolding drama. Yes, do tell us how you met. How long have you been together, and when will you introduce him to us? Feng Nu chimed in, pressing Murong Qingyu for answers. Ultimately, under the collective pressure of her companions, Murong Qingyu slowly recounted how, after a period of rest at home, she could no longer remain idle. She used her connections to secure a position as a junior teacher at a university in the Demon Wife domain, where he happened to be one of her students. Coincidentally, they were in the same class due to a recent reorganization. There was quite a comical misunderstanding at first. His eyes were somewhat unusual, covered by a black cloth band, which drew her attention. She initially believed him to be a physically challenged student from a poor background and often looked after him. You wouldn't believe how adorable he was back then. And he is quite handsome now. Although I took him in out of pity, I regarded him as a younger brother. He grew up in the ancient ruins of the Demon Wife domain, having been adopted by an elderly man. He later told me that not long after, the old man passed away, surviving alone in such perilous ruins. Hearing this nearly brought me to tears. I could not allow him to live there alone. It was far too dangerous. Thus, I brought him into my home. However, my parents seemed to misunderstand and believed I was grooming a child husband. Ultimately, through my parents' dismissive efforts, he truly became my child husband, but I assure you, that was never my initial intention. Murong Qingyu shared the intricate details of her acquaintance with Imashi, captivating her teammates, who listened intently without interruption. The mission briefing clearly indicated that the target was a defenseless research personnel, so the team did not take it too seriously. Capturing a researcher with a small squad was hardly a challenge. Little did they know, danger was stealthily approaching, as a tiny insect, no larger than a mosquito, hovered not far above them, closely following their every movement, its gaze fixed on the 5 figures. Upon closer inspection, what may initially appear to be mere mosquitoes are, in fact, flying surveillance devices. Within the expanse of these mountains, there are no fewer than hundreds of thousands of such monitors flitting through the forest, comprehensively observing every movement throughout the range. Inside one of these mountains, the entire peak has been hollowed out and transformed into a vast experimental base. At this moment, a strikingly handsome young man, with pale skin and a slender figure, swirls a glass of red wine in his hand, his gaze intently fixed on the silhouettes of 5 individuals displayed on a monitoring screen. A smile plays upon his lips as he murmurs to himself, "Just wait. The show is about to begin. I shall prove that you are all mistaken. I am the one who is right." With that, the man rises, crushing the wine glass in his grip, and lets out a maniacal laugh, exclaiming, Just wait, old man. I will demonstrate my brilliance. I am a genius, not a madman. You all are the true lunatics. Do not dare label me as insane. I am a genius." His frenzied screams suggest a mind teetering on the brink of madness, as he repeatedly bangs his head against the table, causing it to tremble and the items upon it to teeter precariously. Suddenly, he stands upright, brushing back his disheveled hair, blood streaming from a wound on his forehead, staining his hair as he carelessly sweeps it back. Despite the blood marring his cheek, he appears oblivious, a deranged grin on his face as he waves his hand, conjuring a vast light screen filled with an overwhelming amount of information. Among it, the profiles of the 5 individuals are prominently displayed, with the data concerning Murong Qingyu at the center, surrounded by a ring of crimson light, detailing everything about her, including her family background. Information regarding Murong Yunhao and Murong Yunlong is also present nearby. His eyes, glowing with a sinister red hue, replay the plan in his mind. This deranged figure is none other than the notorious fugitive codenamed Peerless, Jun Shangshu. A monumental conspiracy looms over everyone, and just then, dark clouds gather in the sky, obscuring the moonlight, enveloping the world in darkness, as if a colossal hand lurks within the mist, orchestrating it all. Why has the sky suddenly turned dark? Feng Nu muses, unease creeping into her heart. Well, perhaps it is fortuitous. It suits our mission perfectly. Let us all remain vigilant. We must apprehend Peerless and discuss matters on our way back. We cannot allow this individual to escape. Iron Man glances up at the cloud-covered sky, feeling no sense of foreboding. Rather, he believes it enhances their mission's suitability. After rallying the group, they proceed towards their target, their figures seamlessly blending into the forest as they stealthily approach the red dot marked on the map. The elusive fugitive, codenamed Unparalleled, lies hidden within the mountain marked on our map. However, due to the potentially intricate conditions within the mountain's interior, we must conduct a meticulous search, leaving no stone unturned in our pursuit of even the faintest clues. The intelligence provided by the military district contains revelations about the concealed location of the Unparalleled. Captured by the Interstellar Observatory, the data has now been disseminated among you all. According to the analysis from the military district, The unparalleled has remained a solitary figure throughout the years, suggesting that his hiding place is undoubtedly within this cave. Chapter 119, The Hollow Within the Mountain. No retreat. The dwarf transmitted a video to everyone's wristwatch, which then streamed into the battle armor. Through the holographic display of the armor's visor, a furtive figure could be seen cautiously glancing over his shoulder before entering a cave. However, due to the angle, the interstellar surveillance was unable to capture him further. With rapid advancements, the Shanshan continent had long since detached from satellite monitoring, now under constant surveillance by interstellar eyes surrounding its periphery. Should a wanted individual be detected, an automated alert would be triggered, recording the fugitive's every move. The paired reconnaissance units would then deploy to apprehend the identified target. Yet, every time the eyes detected Jun Shangshu, by the time the investigators arrived, they found nothing. He had vanished without a trace. After deliberation, it was concluded that Jun Shangshu had likely developed a device capable of circumventing the surveillance systems, allowing him to wander brazenly in plain sight, even committing abductions of ordinary citizens under the very gaze of the interstellar eyes. The investigators were unable to capture him, and due to the peculiar nature of Jun Shangshu, civilian adventurers could not be dispatched either. Ultimately, the task fell to the military's mission board, which was taken up by Murong Qingyu's team. Soon, they arrived at the cave entrance captured by the surveillance. Proceed with caution, Iron Man declared as he led the charge inside. The entrance was merely 1 meter wide and 2 meters high, allowing only a few to enter at once. The werewolf followed closely, the dwarf in the middle, while Wind Girl and Murong Qingyu brought up the rear. Once inside, they found themselves enveloped in darkness, where visibility was non-existent. Thankfully, the battle armor's night vision function mitigated any hindrance to their sight, illuminating everything as if it were day. As they ventured deeper, they discovered that the cave was exceedingly profound, extending endlessly, twisting as if it penetrated the very heart of the mountain. The depths remained uncertain, prompting the dwarf to test for other exits. Upon hearing Iron Man's words, the dwarf raised his arm, revealing an opening in the mechanical shell of his forearm. A small orb, about the size of a thumb, emerged and hovered in the air. Invisible waves of light radiated outward, and shortly after, the orb returned, presenting a map of the cave's internal environment before the dwarf's eyes. The displayed interior revealed a vast expanse that seemed to expand deeper within. The dwarf furrowed his brow. Captain, the internal space is immense. It cannot be solely the work of Jun Shangshu. It appears as though the entire mountain has been hollowed out. We must proceed with caution. This mission may be based on erroneous information. The wisest course would be to report to higher authorities and await further instructions. Is it possible this could be a natural cavern? Iron Man inquired, his brow furrowed in contemplation. The likelihood is exceedingly low, the dwarf replied. According to the internal map just obtained, the chances of this being a natural cave are minimal, though not entirely impossible. The diminutive figure gazed upon the internal schematics, observing how the entire peak appeared to be hollowed out like a funnel, with a path plunging deep into the mountain's core. Since certainty eluded them, they resolved not to report their findings unless absolutely necessary. If it were merely a natural cavern, their strenuous efforts would amount to naught. For now, they would delve deeper into the investigation. Should they uncover any anomalies, they would then proceed to report them. Iron Man made the decision, leading the group further into the depths, silently wishing it were a natural cave. The diminutive figure murmured a wish and continued to follow in the midst of the team. The five continued their exploration of the cavern. After approximately 5 minutes, the increasingly spacious cave suddenly transformed into a vast chamber within the mountain, revealing a colossal empty space before them. As they entered, they meticulously surveyed their surroundings. The walls were entirely forged from steel, the floor of the chamber remarkably level, and the ceiling resembled an inverted hemisphere resting upon the ground. As they examined their environment, the entrance through which they had just entered abruptly sealed shut. Massive steel doors surged from either side. The sound of gears whirring echoed, firmly blocking the newly entered passage. In that moment, Murong Qingyu reacted swiftly. A flash of crimson light revealed a pair of small daggers in her hands, their pure black blades shimmering with an eerie red glow as she brandished them. Her figure darted to the side of the steel door, and the sharp daggers struck its surface, sending sparks flying, yet failing to leave a mark on the formidable barrier. Murong, step aside. The voice of the werewolf boomed. Without hesitation, Murong Qingyu evaded to the side, as a yellow figure surged past her, wielding a colossal, unwieldy sword devoid of an edge. Crash! The sound of impact resonated as the heavy sword collided with the steel door, leaving only a faint scratch upon its surface. Diminutive 1. Establish contact with the higher-ups and report our current situation, Iron Man commanded, observing that the werewolf strike had proven ineffective. Without delay, he instructed the diminutive figure to reach out to their superiors. At that moment, the diminutive figure, with a troubled expression, spoke up. Captain, as soon as the exit was sealed, I attempted to contact our superiors, but it seems our communications have been intercepted. The signal cannot be transmitted. Are you implying? Iron Man's unspoken words hung in the air as the gravity of their isolation became apparent. The group's expressions shifted to concern. The mission had taken a troubling turn, and the logistics department's information had proven inadequate, if not outright erroneous. Suddenly, a brilliant light erupted from the apex of the chamber, illuminating the space. Can you hear me? A voice resonated from above, echoing throughout the empty expanse. Greetings, esteemed guests. Welcome to my domain. Oh, how remiss of me. I ought to begin with an introduction. Ahem. I am the illustrious Jun Shangshu, the most eminent scientist and inventor of the Shanshan continent. Fear not, for you are about to witness the marvels of scientific advancements that transcend this era. Surely, this is an honor bestowed upon you. The voice of Jun Shangshu reverberated, while a few individuals remained on high alert, huddled together, cautiously surveying their surroundings, ever vigilant against potential threats. Chapter 120. The Wise One. Can you penetrate the signal jamming and establish contact with the outside world? Iron Man inquired softly through the team's communication channel, addressing the dwarf. Captain, it's hard to say. All I can do is give it a try. Very well. With that, the group shifted their formation, 3 individuals positioning themselves on the periphery, shielding the Wind Girl and the dwarf within their protective circle. Iron Man, the werewolf, and Murong Qingyu remained vigilant on the outer edge, their eyes scanning the surroundings with acute awareness. Ah, are you contemplating a breach of my interference system? Haraha. Kekekek. Minister Jun seemed to have stumbled upon something amusing, bursting into laughter. If you could indeed dismantle my interference system, I would let you leave, but frankly, it would be a waste of time. You might as well feast your eyes upon my proudest invention. Come forth, my darlings, and let them behold. As Minister Jun's voice echoed, numerous hatches in the surrounding steel walls swung open, revealing expressionless figures being propelled from circular capsules. A hasty count revealed over 1,000 of these individuals, their faces devoid of expression, eyes tightly shut, seemingly in a deep slumber within the liquid of their containers. Hee. Are you shocked? I have succeeded. Behold my greatest invention, the true intellect. Initially, I discovered that machines alone could not replicate the response and computational prowess of an intellect. The body could not withstand it, failing to achieve the reflexes and combat capabilities of a practitioner. In my despair, I sought solace in drink, but found only deeper sorrow. Fortunately, fate did not allow such a genius as myself to languish in obscurity. By serendipity, I uncovered the intricate nature of the human brain, whose myriad neurons are akin to the circuits of an intellect. By merging the human body with the intellect and excising the amygdala, I could create a perfect human, unbound by emotional control. By removing the thalamus, individuals would be devoid of pain, and through the delicate refinement of the brain, I could transform it into an intellect. Thus, I experienced an epiphany, unveiling a new world. Indeed, the human body is the most sophisticated machine in existence. Why should I forsake the essence for the trivial? I initiated human experimentation, initially confining my trials to cadavers. However, corpses could not yield the desired results, compelling me to opt for living subjects. Through relentless experimentation, I discerned the correctness of my path. Yet, before I could achieve significant scientific breakthroughs, that detestable old man discovered my endeavors. I knelt and pleaded, but he reported me, leading to my expulsion from the research institute. Nevertheless, I did not abandon my experiments. I ultimately triumphed. I am a genius, and I am right. I shall unveil the truth to those around me, demonstrating that only the wise shall be humanity's ultimate evolutionary goal. Indeed, I have yet to introduce to you the remarkable beings that stand before you. These are the enlightened ones, transformed through my ingenuity. They possess neither emotions nor pain, but rather astonishing reflexes and formidable offensive capabilities. They represent the pinnacle of robotics in our world and the ultimate evolution of humanity. Ha 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 ha. The minister has not engaged in conversation for far too long, and at this moment, his desire to share his scientific achievements compels him to confide in several individuals. This man is truly mad. To claim they are enlightened, the ultimate evolution of humanity. This is no longer human. Iron Man expressed his indignation within the communication channel. However, as soon as he uttered those words, an abrupt silence enveloped the scene. The previously loquacious minister suddenly ceased his chatter. "Captain, something is amiss. Prepare for battle." Murong Qingyu's warning was left unfinished when a sound of shattering glass rang out. Immediately following was the minister's anguished roar. "No, this is not it. I am not mad. I am a genius. You do not comprehend my brilliance. You are the mad ones." Ah! The furious howl subsided, replaced by heavy breathing that gradually faded. Just as the group was engulfed in confusion, the minister's voice emerged, calm yet chilling. "Eliminate them. Spare Murong Qingyu." And then, the minister's voice vanished. The enlightened ones abruptly opened their eyes, a flash of crimson illuminating their gaze. As thousands of pairs of eyes fixated intently on the 5 individuals below, an overwhelming sense of pressure descended upon them. The enlightened ones uttered no words. With a sudden tremor of their hands, razor-sharp blades emerged from their fists, glinting ominously. In the next moment, they leaped in unison, charging towards the 5. Witnessing this spectacle sent shivers down their spines, yet Iron Man, embodying the responsibilities of a captain, shouted fiercely, "Fight!" He then positioned himself at the forefront, bracing against the most ferocious onslaught. However, their position was near the steel gate, and the enlightened ones continuously descended from above. In an instant, the group was scattered. The 5 separated, surrounded by thousands of enlightened beings relentlessly launching their attacks. Beneath their skin lay unyielding steel, and they charged fearlessly. Soon, the group found themselves encircled. Murong Qingyu, Iron Man, and the werewolf fared relatively well, but the dwarf and wind girl, being support types, were ill-equipped for combat. Under the assault of several enlightened ones, they were swiftly dismembered, leaving no intact remains, blood splattering, limbs flying in chaos. Dwarf, wind girl, Iron Man wielded a massive wolf-tooth club, measuring 2 meters in length, adorned with sharp white fangs upon a black shaft. At this moment, enlightened beings swarmed over him. Under their keen blades, his armor seemed as fragile as paper, effortlessly breached, leaving a myriad of wounds upon his body. "Get away!" With a fierce roar, Iron Man unleashed a wave of sound that seemed to take on a tangible form, activating his innate sacred soul shield. Golden shields materialized around him, annihilating all nearby sages. Like a raging bear, he charged towards Murong Qingyu, utilizing the protective shields surrounding him. Along with a massive wolf-toothed club, he effortlessly breached the space beside Murong Qingyu. He bestowed upon her his own sacred soul shield, reducing the 5 shields he originally possessed to 4. This innate ability could be shared with others, albeit at the cost of diminishing his own shield count. Moreover, this power did not offer comprehensive protection. Only the shields could absorb damage, and he could extend his protection to a maximum of 5 individuals concurrently. Chapter 121. Crisis. The distress signal from Murong Qingyu. The battle commenced with an alarming abruptness, leaving no time for him to activate his abilities. The duo of the diminutive figure and the Wind Maiden had already fallen victim to the onslaught of the sages. "Murong, follow me as we charge forth to join the werewolves." With that, Iron Man surged ahead, wielding his spiked club like an apocalyptic artifact, sending sages flying with each swing. With Iron Man clearing the path, Murong Qingyu found the space to maneuver. He darted behind Iron Man, each strike resulting in a sage's head being pierced by his sharp dagger. The sages, now devoid of their heads, soon lay motionless on the ground. After all, their heads housed their intellect, and shattering that meant reducing them to mere husks. "Captain, their weakness lies within the intellect housed in their heads. Shatter it, and they shall be rendered inoperable." Yet, a glance back revealed that Iron Man had no need to target their heads. With a single blow, a sage's entire body was reduced to a pulp, rendering their heads utterly obliterated, leaving no intact fragments behind. The duo coordinated seamlessly. Iron Man forged ahead, while Murong Qingyu guarded against ambushing sages. They swiftly approached the werewolves, who had abandoned their ground skirmish. The propulsion systems in their battle armor activated, aiming to ascend into the skies, yet the relentless sages thwarted their ascent. The sages, too, possessed the ability to soar. Their armor's propulsion systems ignited, and hundreds of sages launched into the air, encircling the werewolf and forcibly dragging it back down to the ground. Once on the ground, even more sages pounced, quickly overwhelming the werewolf. Upon reaching the scene, Iron Man, through the holographic display of his armor, observed the werewolf's life signs plummeting, leaving no room for hesitation. Like an enraged bear, he charged forward. Fearing injury to the werewolf, he sheathed his spiked club in his spatial ring and resorted to hurling sages aside with his bare hands. However, this was a futile endeavor. Murong Qingyu could not withstand the relentless assaults of the remaining sages alone. His talent, obliteration, allowed him to coat his weapons with a layer of black substance. Any wound inflicted would decay at an alarming rate unless he deactivated his ability, ensuring certain death. Yet in this dire situation, his ability proved ineffective. These sages lacked any sense of pain or fear, rushing at him in overwhelming numbers. Soon, Murong Qingyu bore numerous wounds, and his armor suffered significant damage. A few sages managed to subdue the incapacitated Murong Qingyu, while the multitude of sages directed their assaults toward Iron Man's back. One sage, its hands enveloped in flames, lunged toward Iron Man's vulnerable spot. A golden shield materialized to intercept the attack, but upon contact with the fiery sage's palm, the shield shattered instantly. Enveloped in flames, the hand of the fire sage pierced through the iron armor of the Iron Man, embedding itself deep within his being. Retrieving his hand, the fire sage held in his grasp a still-beating heart. As the heart rapidly lost vitality amidst the flames, it transformed into a charred remnant, disintegrating into dust with a gentle squeeze. Turning to glance at the subdued Murong Qingyu, a bittersweet smile graced the Iron Man's lips, while a tear threatened to spill from the corner of his eye. Boom! The fire sage unleashed a devastating punch, his fiery fist echoing with thunderous roars, obliterating the Iron Man's head in an instant. The grievously injured Murong Qingyu, under control, called out weakly to her teammates, "Captain, Werewolf, Wind Maiden, Dwarf," but alas, no one responded. Following the battle, 2 sages adorned her neck with a black iron ring, causing her to feel the life force within her dissipate. Panic surged within Murong Qingyu, yet she found herself powerless to act under their control. "Send a signal through the wristwatch I entrusted to Qing Feng. In case of danger, you can alert him for help." An Mo-Shi's voice resonated suddenly in her mind. Seizing the moment when the 2 sages were distracted, she willed the wristwatch to transmit a distress signal to Qingfeng's warship. Now, it seemed the 2 sages intended to present her to the so-called wanted military official, and indeed, guided by them, Murong Qingyu soon encountered a delicate-featured man with long hair. "Ah, at last we meet, granddaughter of Murong Yunlong, Murong Qingyu." The military official greeted her with a sunny smile, which, if one overlooked the bloodstains on his face, indeed portrayed a rather cheerful demeanor. "You know my grandfather." Murong Qingyu's vision blurred as she struggled to discern the man's features, her growing fatigue causing her eyelids to tremble uncontrollably. "Of course, I am quite familiar with your grandfather. Sleep now, sleep. When you awaken, you shall see him. Perhaps it might even be your father who comes, or both could very well appear." As his words trailed off, Murong Qingyu opened her mouth to inquire further. However, the weight of her eyelids proved too great, and they succumbed to closure. The 2 sages who had brought her there included one endowed with mental abilities, capable of weaving dreams for others and forcibly drawing them into those dreamscapes. Regrettably, his skill was not sufficiently developed. He could only ensnare those who were unable to resist. If the target was not in a state of exhaustion or tranquility, the ability was likely to falter. However, with extraordinary calculation, he could seize the fleeting moment of distraction to draw a target into a dream. In certain respects, the transformation of the sages represented a remarkable scientific success, albeit one shrouded in inhumanity, destined to be misunderstood by the world. "All right, ensure our little guest is well taken care of. We are ready to depart for the Shanlin domain, the research institute." "Yes, master," 2 sages responded in unison. And soon the mountain peak began to tremble violently. The center of the peak gradually parted, revealing a colossal object, a 100-meter-long flying vessel. The craft descended slowly in a vertical manner, and upon reaching a sufficient altitude, its rear thrusters ignited, vanishing in a swift blur. Meanwhile, at the Academy of Gods, Mo-Shi remained immersed in slumber, until the sudden voice of Qing Feng jolted him awake. Chapter 122. The grand performance is about to commence. Beep, beep. Master, awaken swiftly. Do not linger in slumber. A distress signal from Matriarch Murong has been received. She is in peril. The crisp yet urgent voice pierced the silence, jolting Mashi awake, who promptly executed a graceful roll off the bed. Locate Qingyu's real-time position. Before Mashi could finish her thought, a holographic image materialized before her, and Qingfeng's voice resonated. The Master, the opposing party, is currently situated at the intersection of the Kanglan region and the Shanlin region. Following data analysis, the deduced route suggests their destination lies within Shanlin region or perhaps traverses its skies. Master, chaos ensues. Everything is in disarray. The positioning suddenly vanished, and Qingfeng's previously confident tone was now laced with panic. And Mashi glanced at the holographic projection, and indeed, the once prominent light point had disappeared. Qingfeng, contact father. Next, Qingfeng initiated a call to Murong Yunhao. Meanwhile, on the other side, Jun Shangshu sat leisurely in his chair, entirely absorbed by the holographic image before him. It appears that someone has breached the interference system I established and pinpointed my location. How intriguing, truly fascinating. This must be the result of technology that surpasses the continent's capabilities. What exactly is this object? After extensive research, I have yet to fully comprehend it. Jun Shangshu's slender, fair hand cradled a black cube, adorned with ethereal blue luminescence that continually emanated from within. The cube, perfectly cubic, featured 9 squares on each face. He toyed with it in his hand, incessantly manipulating it. Yet every side remained identical, devoid of any discernible change, regardless of his efforts. However, as Jun Shangshu extended one hand, the cube levitated in his palm, each small square seemingly influenced by an unseen force. They dispersed, revealing a swirling mass of blue light at the center, pulsating with waves of energy. It was this extraordinary cube that enabled Jun Shangshu to elude Qingfeng's pursuit. This cube was discovered during a moment of despair after he had been expelled from the research institute, found in a place of utter desolation. And it was through this cube that he successfully escaped. After acquiring this miraculous object, Jun Shangshu resumed his research endeavors, ultimately harnessing its power to achieve his scientific aspirations. He managed to grasp a fraction of the cube's capabilities, yet even this partial mastery took him years of relentless effort. Fortunately, the heavens do not forsake the diligent. For years, he had lived like a rat in the sewers, and now he had triumphed. Not only had he gained formidable power, but he had also accomplished a feat that was deemed impossible on the continent, at least at this level of scientific advancement. How could he not seize the opportunity to showcase this? Thus, everything had been meticulously orchestrated, including his deliberate disclosure of his whereabouts. Though he had not anticipated reeling in such a substantial catch. The granddaughter of Murong Yunlong, the daughter of Murong Yunhao, this would certainly provide him with leverage in negotiations. Though he might appear somewhat deranged, he was far from foolish. On the contrary, his mind was exceptionally astute. For one must possess intelligence to gain admission to the Federal Research Institute. Today, the Research Institute of Shanlin Domain will inaugurate an exhibition, showcasing a series of scientific endeavors, a veritable display of prowess. However, it is evident that the stage is destined solely for him. An aircraft streaks across the horizon, soon vanishing from sight, and as the sun ascends, the Institute's exhibition is poised to commence. The spectacle is about to unfold. Father, Qingyu is in danger. As soon as the call connected, and Mashi exclaimed anxiously, Qingfeng was swiftly calculating, analyzing the scant route data to discern the possible outcomes. Yet, this was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Should the adversary detect their pursuit and successfully conceal themselves, it would indicate that their technological capabilities were on par with, if not superior to, their own. Furthermore, if the opponent had already sensed their tracking, they could easily alter their course, rendering all efforts futile. What? Mashi, do not panic. Speak slowly. What has happened to Qingyu? Are you not at the academy? How do you know she is in danger? The holographic projection of Murong Yunhao suddenly turned grave, his eyes betraying an uncontainable fury. He had just received news that the team to which Murong Qingyu belonged had lost contact during their mission. All 5 members of the team were missing, and there was no trace to follow. Without hesitation, Murong Yunhao issued orders for other teams to investigate. Upon their arrival, the other teams discovered nothing but a hollowed-out mountain peak. They found the DNA of 4 team members and severed limbs, yet there was no sign of Murong Qingyu. Enraged, Murong Yunhao commanded all available teams and military forces to mobilize, vowing to retrieve Murong Qingyu, whether alive or dead. The order was swiftly executed, and the military units began to operate like a finely tuned machine. Teams departed in search of clues, while the logistics department endeavored to compile existing data to pinpoint possible locations of Jun Shangshu, though information regarding him was exceedingly sparse. Consequently, progress was painfully slow, yielding nothing of significance, merely trivialities. "Father, here is the situation," and Mashi recounted how she had sent a distress signal to Murong Qingyu and the abrupt cessation of tracking. "I have already initiated actions concerning Qingyu," Murong Yunhao replied. "I will inform you as soon as there is any news. If you can manage to trace Qingyu's location, notify me immediately." "Understood." The call ended, and Mashi activated the holographic projection and sent a message to O Mingyan and Xiao Yuxin, informing them of her current predicament and her intention to leave the Academy of Gods. Soon, both replied, granting her request to leave and offering assistance if needed. Before their responses arrived, and Mashi had already issued commands to Qingfeng. "Immediately proceed to the most promising route among those recently analyzed and await further developments. Even if the adversary alters their course, they are bound to pass nearby." At times, the absence of action breeds greater anxiety. The colossal Qingfeng has the capacity to alter its trajectory, descending through the atmosphere into the mists, initiating propulsion to swiftly vanish from its original position, transforming into a fleeting shadow of light, leaving no trace behind. Chapter 123. The crisis at the exhibition hall due to the secret technology of the Qingfeng battleship, which surpasses the technological capabilities of the continent. Various anti-aircraft weapons in the sky were rendered ineffective, unable to detect the presence of Qingfeng. Neither the small-scale anti-aircraft laser beams, the trajectory-detonating missiles, nor the large-scale ground-based ion cannons could sense Qingfeng's silhouette. In no time, Qingfeng reached the boundary of the Shanlin domain. As the radar was activated, an invisible wave of light emanated in concentric circles from the center of Qingfeng, locking onto every creature or aircraft that traversed within its range. Even a mosquito entering the area was detected. However, until the sun rose, there was no sign of the aircraft where Murong Qingyu was previously locked onto. At 9 o'clock, news arrived from Murong Yunhao, indicating that Murong Qingyu had been spotted at the exhibition area of the Research Institute in the Shanlin domain. The situation was urgent. Murong Qingyu had been taken hostage, and Murong Yunhao advised him to return to the academy, assuring that he would handle the matter concerning Murong Qingyu. Yet, how could Mashi return to the academy? She immediately issued orders to Qingfeng to swiftly head towards the exhibition area of the Research Institute. As the morning sun rose at 8 o'clock, everything at the Research Institute's exhibition area was unfolding in an orderly fashion. Most of the federal high-ranking officials had come to visit. This exhibition was primarily directed towards them, with only a small portion intended for ordinary citizens. After all, the funding for the Research Institute this year hinged on the success of this exhibition. If research products were not showcased, how could the federal authorities justify allocating funds? No one would support them without cause. The same money could instead be invested in warriors, producing thousands of powerful cultivators. At 8:50, as everyone was touring the exhibition and the federal live broadcast commenced, a massive aircraft suddenly appeared in the sight of the crowd. It descended rapidly, but fortunately, the exhibition hall was constructed with first-grade protective glass, typically installed on interstellar battleships, and thus the minor wind pressure caused no harm. When the aircraft made its appearance, the security personnel and military officers responsible for the exhibition quickly sensed something was amiss. They immediately donned their battle armor and surrounded the aircraft. However, before the aircraft touched down, the rear hatch opened, and over 100 figures clad in blue battle armor emerged. Without uttering a word or heeding the security personnel's warnings, they launched a direct attack, unleashing various elemental assaults upon the security forces below. In an instant, hurricanes, flames, ice shards, boulders, wooden spears, and even those with unique abilities, shockwaves, sword energies, blade winds, gun flashes, and energy waves, descended upon the security personnel and military troops. The guards and soldiers were caught off guard by the attackers' decisiveness. By the time they attempted to mount a defense, it was already too late. They could only strive to activate their own abilities in retaliation. Nevertheless, due to the surprise assault, their numbers were halved in an instant, leaving the remaining personnel heavily wounded or injured. The wise men under the command of Jun Shangshu effortlessly seized control of the battle hall, swiftly eliminating the security personnel and soldiers who were captured. A circular aperture opened beneath the aircraft, and Jun Shangshu emerged from a small flying disc, closely followed by another craft bearing the unconscious Murong Qingyu. Ah, my esteemed friends. What a pleasure it is to see you all again after such a long time. How have you been? He exclaimed with a light-hearted tone. Is that Director Li Hao I see? And Director Wang Kai as well? What a delightful reunion. I have missed you all dearly. Jun Shangshu greeted the assembly below, many of whom he had known during his time at the Research Institute. Jun Shangshu, what is your intention? A venerable old man with a pallid countenance and white hair stepped forward. He was the president of the Research Institute and Jun Shangshu's mentor. Ah, old sir. It is wonderful to see that you remain as robust as ever. I have come today because I heard the Research Institute is hosting an exhibition. Naturally, I am here to partake in it. Have you become muddled in your old age? I bring with me our most esteemed research product and invite everyone, as well as all the continent's populace, to witness it. Zero, come forth and present yourself to the audience. Jun Shangshu declared, looking down upon the crowd. Several wise men promptly approached the broadcasting equipment, cradling it in their arms, forcibly switching the live feed to manual mode, directing the lens towards Jun Shangshu. Suddenly, as if recalling something, Jun Shangshu's gaze fixed on the broadcasting device, and he spoke slowly. Do not even think about severing the live feed, for if you do, none here shall leave alive. A chilling glimmer flashed in his eyes as he uttered these words. Among the viewers of the broadcast were leaders not affiliated with the humanities. The Federal High Command was divided into two categories: the humanities leaders, responsible for political, logistical, and financial matters, and the military leaders, overseeing military districts, adventurers associations, and combat teams. Today's research exhibition was attended solely by the humanities leaders, whose awakened talents bore no relation to combat. It is no exaggeration to say that even a common soldier from any army could easily overcome 10 of them. After the guards and military personnel designated for protection were all annihilated, there was no one left capable of resistance. A wise man clad in obsidian battle armor soared from the warship, towering at 2 meters in height. His physique was muscular, and he wielded a hefty obsidian sword. The battle armor, akin to a divine warrior descending from the heavens, radiated a formidable aura that unequivocally testified to his status as a pinnacle emperor-level powerhouse. Should he choose to, he could reduce everyone present to ashes in an instant. This is my most satisfactory creation, the talent of the Obsidian Shilin, a complete emperor-level powerhouse, possessing the swiftness and agility of the human body while retaining the ability to continue cultivating and enhancing one's prowess. Furthermore, it boasts the computational capabilities of a top-tier intellect, enabling it to slay foes of even higher tiers. Simultaneously, I excised the amygdala from his brain and removed the posterior thalamus. This may sound perplexing to many, but through my research, I have discovered that the human brain is the most intricate instrument imaginable, unparalleled by any other. By severing the amygdala, which governs emotions, I stripped away superfluous feelings. Furthermore, by eliminating the posterior thalamus, he would be devoid of unnecessary emotions and fear, transforming him into a flawless warrior. As the esteemed Lord Shang was incessantly expounding upon his scientific endeavors above. Chapter 124, The Ultimate Punishment. Live dissection. A man referred to as Wang Kai stealthily approached an exhibition cabinet, within which lay a weapon known as the Black Core Particle Annihilation Device. Inspired by the concept of black holes, this weapon possessed characteristics akin to those celestial phenomena. Upon being discharged, it would create a miniature black hole at its target, consuming everything in its vicinity and annihilating them in an instant, leaving no trace behind. Although currently showcased in the exhibition, it remained a prototype, as the formation of a small black hole could lead to uncontrollable consequences. However, Wang Kai was unperturbed by these considerations, for his sole focus was on eliminating Jun Shangshu, trusting that others would handle the ensuing chaos of the runaway black hole. The attention of the crowd was fixated on Jun Shangshu, allowing Wang Kai to maneuver unnoticed amidst them. Yet, unbeknownst to him, the wise observers surrounding him had already taken note of his furtive actions, while Jun Shangshu had commanded them to disregard him. Simultaneously, he discreetly instructed Zero to eliminate Wang Kai the moment he acquired the weapon. Leaning against the cabinet housing the Black Core Particle Annihilation Device, Wang Kai cautiously presented his identification, carefully extracting the device. In a swift motion, he aimed it at Jun Shangshu, prepared to activate it. However, as he turned around, he was met with the sudden approach of a dark jade sword, plunging him into darkness. The abruptness of this event startled everyone present. The wise observer, Raylene, waved his hand, conjuring a magnetic field that caused the jade sword to levitate back into the grasp of Zero. Fear not, dear friends. As long as you refrain from any reckless actions, I assure you I shall not engage in indiscriminate slaughter. This individual seeks to harm us all. However, should anyone wish to follow in his reckless footsteps, I would welcome such a challenge, Jun Shangshu declared. A mischievous glint in his narrowed eyes as he regarded Zero and surveyed the crowd, his tone dripping with mockery. Among the spectators, an elderly man, unable to contain his outrage, stepped forward from the throng, trembling finger pointed accusatorily at Jun Shangshu. Jun Shangshu, you madman. I took you under my wing, recognizing your exceptional talent, and brought you into the research institute, only to see you transform into this devil. It enrages me beyond measure. Had I known you would become such a person, I would have never taken you as my disciple, nor would I have pleaded for your cause. The elderly man, the director of the research institute and Jun Shangshu's former mentor, stood with a face pale with fury, his body shaking. He recalled the time he had taken Jun Shangshu under his guidance. The boy had once shone with promise, diligently working for the betterment of the Federation. How had he devolved into a remorseless killer? I am not a madman. Jun Shangshu's voice erupted in a primal scream, his crimson eyes locked onto the director, as if he were a predator ready to devour his prey. The heavy breaths of the onlookers echoed in the tense atmosphere, while a young girl beside the director tugged at his sleeve, urging him to refrain from provoking Jun Shangshu further. However, the director of the research institute paid no heed whatsoever. With a dismissive wave, he brushed off the girl clinging to his garment and strode forward, exuding an air of confidence before the multitude of sages gathered. He raised a finger, pointing directly at Minister Jun, continuing his tirade with an unrelenting fervor, his words flowing like a Gatling gun, never pausing for breath. You ambitious wretch, was it in this manner that I took you on as my disciple? Or has all that I taught you been devoured by dogs? Are you even human? To conduct experiments on your own kind, are your veins devoid of warmth? Humanity, precisely because of its emotions and fears, has ascended to the pinnacle of evolution on the continent of Mount Lin. Yet you audaciously seek to strip humans of their emotions and fears. You are truly deranged. It is through the instinct of self-preservation, guided by fear, that we navigate peril. If it were as you propose, how could it be deemed perfect? You are a disgrace to the Research Institute, a shame to the scientific community, a blight upon humanity itself. You, ungrateful and treacherous, with a heart as cold as a wolf and a spirit as vile as a dog, are nothing but a complete waste and a madman. While there is still time, turn back, abandon your resistance, and accept the judgment of the Federation. The director grew increasingly impassioned as he spoke, while Minister Jun, who had begun with fury and madness, his visage twisted in rage, gradually found a semblance of calm. A chilling smile gracing his lips as he raised his hands to applaud the director. The one constant was the crimson glow of his eyes, a predatory gaze that seemed poised to rend the man before him, wishing for nothing less than his utter annihilation. To witness his most cherished scientific achievement so utterly demeaned was intolerable. Very well, very well. Since my mentor holds such convictions, let us now proceed. I invite you to offer your body as a vessel for the demonstration of the computational abilities and stability that my sages require. No sooner had Minister Jun spoken than two sages advanced, seizing the director and levitating him into the air. The director struggled valiantly, but his efforts were futile. Another pair of sages restrained his legs, rendering him helpless. Others present wished to speak, but as they met the glare of Minister Jun's blood-red eyes, they instinctively recoiled, too intimidated to approach. Even some apprentices within the institute trembled at the murderous intent emanating from those eyes, their legs quaking with fear. A yellow liquid trickled down between his legs, soaking a considerable portion of his garments, filling the air with an acrid stench. Minister Jun frowned momentarily but quickly relaxed his features. Next, I shall demonstrate something beyond the realm of human capability, he declared. This is a weighing instrument precise to the milligram, 0. My esteemed mentor has made a sacrifice, and now it is your turn to showcase your prowess, 10 grams. The crowd, initially bewildered by Minister Jun's proclamation, soon grasped its meaning. The sage known as 0 soared to the side of the Research Institute's director, who, in a state of terror, watched as the sage raised the obsidian sword high above him, poised to deliver his fate. Amidst the agonized cries of the director of the Research Institute, A sharp blade effortlessly sliced through a portion of flesh from his body. With a flick of the wrist, the bloodied piece fell onto the weighing scale before Minister June. The scale's readings fluctuated rapidly before finally stabilizing, registering precisely 10 grams, neither more nor less. Under the astonished gazes of all present, Minister June slowly began to speak. Some may consider this a mere coincidence. Thus, let us proceed once more. 5 grams. Chapter 125. The rescue mission for the Fanged Hunter. The blade of the Zero Sage once again descended, cleaving through a slightly smaller piece of flesh. With a deft flick, the blade returned to the weighing apparatus, registering a fluctuation that settled at 5 grams. Amidst the astonished and fearful gazes of onlookers, the blade continued its grim task, methodically slicing away the flesh from the body of the Institute's director. Despite his weakening breaths and the anguished cries that filled the air, the elderly man remained alive, brutally dismembered as his blood and flesh were severed in measured portions of 5 and 10 grams. Upon receiving a message from Murong Yunhao, Enmashi disregarded his counsel and promptly issued commands to Qing Feng, directing them towards the location of the Research Institute's exhibition hall in the Shanshan domain. Given the circumstances, how could Enmashi simply return to the Academy of the Gods and await the outcome? As Enmashi made her way to the exhibition hall, Murong Yunhao had already arrived at the scene and commenced preparations. The exhibition hall was situated in a bustling urban area, where it was imperative to avoid any violent confrontations that might endanger the surrounding residents and structures. The vicinity was dotted with skyscrapers, offering both advantages and disadvantages. While they facilitated the positioning of snipers for ambush, any fierce battle involving cultivators and the Minister June would inevitably impact the nearby buildings. The immediate priority was to evacuate the surrounding populace. Following the orders given, a well-trained contingent of soldiers dispersed to clear the area of residents and passers-by, establishing checkpoints along the route to prevent any incursions that could lead to collateral damage. Snipers were dispatched to occupy elevated positions, wielding technologically advanced weapons known as the Eyes of Destruction. Once in position, they swiftly locked onto the figure of Minister June, yet refrained from taking any action without explicit orders, continuously aiming at his head. The moment the command was issued, they would pull the trigger, unleashing a lethal beam akin to the wrath of Yama, obliterating Minister June's head as if it were a watermelon struck with great force. The team formed a surrounding perimeter around the entire Research Institute exhibition hall. At a single command, all units could surge forward, breaching the premises. However, the situation was complicated by the presence of numerous hostages in Minister June's possession. High-ranking officials of the Federation, along with his own daughter, Murong Qingyu, were in his grasp. A reckless assault could indeed result in seizing Minister June, yet the risk of jeopardizing the lives of the hostages loomed large. Moreover, the skies were patrolled by individuals clad in blue battle armor, ensuring that the exhibition hall was heavily fortified from above. Although they remained cautious, every action of Enmashi and her team was under scrutiny, and it was likely that Minister June was already aware of their arrangements. The movements outside were conveyed to him through the sage's perceptions, ensuring he was acutely informed of the unfolding events. He exuded an air of unparalleled arrogance, dismissing the arrangements made by Murong Yunhao outside as inconsequential. In his eyes, the presence of hostages in his grasp rendered any rash actions from the outside impossible. Moreover, the commanding figure beyond was none other than Murong Yunhao himself, and he held Murong Yunhao's daughter, Murong Qingyu, as a hostage, leading him to firmly believe that Murong Yunhao would not dare to act impulsively. The advantage lay with him, orchestrating his plans with deft precision, fully confident in his control over the situation. Murong Yunhao, too, had taken note of the unconscious Murong Qingyu through the live broadcast. A black collar encircled her fair neck, and while its nature remained uncertain, it was undoubtedly something sinister. There was a strong possibility it was a bomb, further dissuading Murong Yunhao from making any hasty moves, leaving him in a state of anxiety outside. He was not without attempts, having tried to deploy a drone into the fray, but it was shot down by those clad in blue battle armor before it could even enter. There was no opportunity to speak of, and the dispatch team returned empty-handed. They could only watch in distress as Jun Shangshu spoke eloquently during the live stream. An Mo Shi, aboard the Qingfeng battleship, was also apprised of the situation through the live broadcast. The battleship remained concealed above the Research Institute's exhibition hall, preparing to find an opportunity to infiltrate. However, After Qingfeng's analysis, it became evident that the outer defenses were comprehensive and devoid of any weak points, rendering entry impossible. It was no wonder that elite squads had failed to penetrate. Even Qingfeng could not identify any possible entry points, let alone those specialized teams. After all, Qingfeng's technological prowess was unparalleled across the continent. Thus, one more anxious individual emerged, an Mo Shi, who, upon glimpsing the unconscious Murong Qingyu through the broadcast, felt a worry that rivaled that of Murong Yunhao. Yet, sitting idly was not a solution. She could only wait aboard the Qingfeng battleship for a chance to rescue Murong Qingyu. Finally, during the live stream, the head of the research institute was brutally executed, and the federal authorities continued to exert pressure on Murong Yunhao. The situation escalated to the point where it reached the ears of the venerable Murong Yunlong, who called to inquire about the unfolding events. After Murong Yunhao explained the circumstances to his grandfather, the elder was left with a headache. Knowing his beloved granddaughter was a hostage, along with several high-ranking officials of the Federation, leaving him with no viable options. As seconds ticked away, Jun Shangshu concluded his presentation of findings, and the outside world grew increasingly frantic. If the matter were not resolved swiftly, it could incite widespread chaos among humanity. Ultimately, after consulting with his grandfather, Murong Yunhao summoned a special task force led by his brother, the Hunter Tooth Squad. Minutes later, Murong Yunxian arrived with the Hunter Tooth Squad, consisting of 5 adept individuals clad in black and gold battle armor, known only by their code names, 1 through 5. Murong Yunxian was designated as 1, while the second member was a strikingly tall woman, her waist adorned with a black and gold curved blade. Number 3 is a robust man, bearing a formidable Taotai shield upon his back, complemented by a colossal black and gold hammer. Number 4 is a petite figure, shouldering a disproportionately large black and gold heavy sniper rifle that towers over her stature, accompanied by a pair of pistols at her waist. Number 5 presents a standard, tall physique, adorned with a hefty broken blade that is riddled with cracks, seemingly on the verge of shattering. Number 1, Murong Yunxian, carries 2 short blades at his waist, clad in black and gold armor that envelopes his form, with a helm obscuring his facial features. Chapter 126, The Team of Ambition. Manifesting the might of the wise, yet the palpable aura of murderous intent surrounding them unmistakably indicated that none of the 5 individuals were ordinary. Each bore the weight of numerous lives claimed. They were an extraordinary squad, having emerged from a sea of corpses and blood. Brother, what is the current situation? Murong Yunxian descended from the sky, landing outside the exhibition hall, establishing contact with Murong Yunhao through holographic projections. His anxious tone revealed his deep concern for Murong Qingyu, the sole child of the Murong family, who was cherished beyond measure. In her younger days, Murong Qingyu had been akin to a shadow, persistently trailing behind him. Their bond had always been strong, but since his enlistment in the Hunter Squad, his engagements and missions had diminished their interactions. Murong Qingyu, in turn, had joined a military unit, aspiring to follow in his footsteps. Murong Yunhao swiftly briefed his brother on the current circumstances. Once Murong Yunxian grasped the situation, he began strategizing with his teammates on how to execute the rescue. Soon, their tactics were formulated. They resolved to launch a surprise attack. With the 5 of them infiltrating the area, the outer squad, upon receiving the signal, would coordinate with the Hunter Squad to dismantle the arrangements of Lord Jun. With the aim of minimizing losses, they would capture Lord Jun in one decisive stroke. The operation commenced swiftly. The Hunter Squad vanished from sight, seamlessly blending into their surroundings as they sought a vulnerable point in the defenses. Clutching 2 short blades, Murong Yunxian materialized like a wraith behind a sage, whose royal-level prowess rendered him oblivious to the impending doom until the black gold dagger severed his head. The remaining teammates quickly followed suit, dispatching several nearby sages. In that fleeting moment, Lord Jun became aware of the situation. Though the specifics eluded him, he was certain that Murong Yunhao could no longer remain passive. With a wave of his hand, Murong Qingyu appeared on the live broadcast interface, and Lord Jun brandished a short dagger, jesting, "Ah, my esteemed Commander Murong. It seems you are not so patient after all. Look who we have here. Surprised, are we? Fear not. I have no intention of harming your precious daughter, yet." Despite inflicting no harm upon Murong Qingyu, several sages dragged 5 high-ranking federal officials into the live stream. Without hesitation, Lord Jun raised his dagger and plunged it into one individual's temple, violently twisting it. Yinxian, halt the operation and await further instructions. The other 4 high-ranking officials gasped in shock, utterly powerless to resist, ensnared by the sages, their eyes wide with the terror of impending death. Losing control of their bodily functions, a foul stench emanating from them. I surmised that only a few special teams could execute such silent and unseen eliminations of my sages. Let me venture a guess. Those eager to act must be none other than your Murong family, specifically led by my dear Commander Murong Yinxian. With a swift motion of his short blade, he dispatched the remaining 4 high-ranking officials, casually discarding their lifeless bodies aside before cleansing the aircraft where Jun Shangshu stood. Rest assured, my commander, Lord Murong, you may allow them entry. I shall not permit the sage to obstruct them, nor will I harm others. The world has already borne witness to the sage's cerebral prowess. Now it is time to unveil his combat capabilities. Upon hearing these words, Murong Yunhao's expression darkened considerably. Analyzing Jun Shangshu's statements, it was evident that he had anticipated the arrival of a special squad, even foreseeing which one it would be. His intention was to utilize the special squad to showcase the sage's martial prowess to all. Yet, with the arrow knocked, it could not be unloosed. After informing Murong Yunxian of the situation, Murong Yunxian, without the slightest hesitation, acquiesced, subsequently revealing their presence and entering the exhibition hall openly. The interior of the hall was vast, spanning several thousand acres, with all attendees gathered at its center, where a massive open area lay devoid of exhibits and display cases that had mysteriously vanished. This space had been cleared for combat, and all were urged by the sage to encircle the area, preparing to witness the imminent battle. Upon entering, the hunting Fong squad was taken aback by the sight within. The hall was teeming with tens of thousands of sages, some soaring through the air, while others controlled the visitors on the ground. When Jun Shangshu arrived for this event, he had summoned all sages from various domains back to this location. Now, the number of sages within the hall, combined with those stationed outside for vigilance, reached a staggering 30,000. Each sage possessed at least a marquis-level prowess, with some at the advanced stages of the Lord level and dozens at the King level, while the one standing beside Jun Shangshu was a complete Emperor level. Should Jun Shangshu unleash these sages upon the city, the resulting destruction and casualties would be harrowing to contemplate. An exceptionally intelligent fugitive wielded such power, established right under their noses. If this opportunity to eliminate him was missed, he would undoubtedly become a significant threat to humanity in the future. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome our savior, Fong, and the hunting Fong squad to the stage. Jun Shangshu proclaimed dramatically, pointing towards Murong Yunxian and his 5 companions. Murong Yunxian snorted softly but still led his squad to one side of the open area. Clad uniformly in black and gold battle armor, with weapons secured at their waists or on their backs, their faces obscured by the armor. They exuded an unmatched aura with each step, as if 1,000 troops marched behind them. Next to take the stage was our sage number 0. Stepping forward, Sage No. 0 descended to the ground, his emperor-level aura radiating outward, startling those in proximity into retreat. Stepping into the void, he advanced towards the Hunter Fong squad, with each stride augmenting the intensity of his presence. Behind him, a shadowy figure of a black jade Qilin emerged, its gaping maw letting forth a low, menacing growl directed at the Hunter Fong squad. Suspended in midair, several inches above the ground, he stood opposed to the Hunter Fong squad. The magnificent black jade Qilin beside him exuding an air of authority as it gazed intently at their adversaries. Form ranks, intoned the wise one, his voice deep and resonant. As his command echoed, from the colossal flying vessel behind him emerged another figure clad in azure battle armor, adorned with scale-like patterns. A pair of horns crowned his helmet, and he wielded a green dragon crescent blade with dexterity. Chapter 127, The Hunter's Fong Squad vs. The Sages with a commanding shout. An imposing aura surged forth as the first sage stepped forward. A majestic azure dragon spiraled from his form, its piercing gaze fixed upon the 5 members of the Hunter's Fong Squad, accompanied by a resounding dragon's roar. Form ranks to the east, Azure Dragon, heed my command. With unwavering resolve, the first sage, clad in dark jade armor, stood resolutely beside the magnificent black jade Qilin, declaring the presence of the Azure Dragon. Second sage, a man adorned in white armor with black patterns emerged, a regal black crown emblazoned upon his helmet. An aura of lethal intent radiated from him as he wielded a chain-linked spear. Form ranks to the west. White Tiger, heed my command. A thunderous tiger's roar echoed through the air as the spectral form of a fierce white tiger materialized. Its sharp eyes locked onto the hunter's Fong squad. Clad in tiger-themed armor and brandishing a soul-snaring chain, the second sage positioned himself to the left of the black Jade Qilin, declaring the arrival of the white tiger. Third sage. A female sage stepped forth from the flying vessel, clad in fiery red battle armor, adorned with swirling flames at her waist. A phoenix crown graced her helmet, accentuating her striking figure, with 2 crimson pistols hanging from her side. Form ranks to the south. Vermilion bird, heed my command. A spectral vermilion bird soared from her being, circling gracefully in the air, accompanied by a melodious phoenix cry, hovering behind the third sage. She took her place in the rear of the black Jade Qilin. Fourth sage. The fourth sage, a towering figure clad in dark armor, exuded an aura of strength akin to a 2-meter-tall giant. His back bore the imposing visage of a formidable tortoise shell, within which lay a serpentine spear, its tip resembling a forked serpent's tongue, its blade curving like a serpent's body. As he stepped forward, a massive spectral figure of the black tortoise emerged behind him, the divine creature supporting a stone tablet, upon which coiled a formidable serpent. The fourth sage unsheathed his weapon, wielding a dark shield in his left hand and a spear in his right, his formidable presence commanding respect. Form ranks to the north. Black tortoise, heed my command. At this moment, all 5 sages had assembled, their combined aura surpassing that of the Hunter's Fong squad. The Hunter's Fong squad, taken aback by such overwhelming presence, realized they faced formidable adversaries. A fierce battle loomed ahead. Yet Murong Yunxian stood undeterred. Prepare for battle. With a rallying cry, the members swiftly adjusted their positions. The third sage raised the colossal shield of Tao Tai in his left hand, gripping the warhammer in his right, advancing to the forefront to confront the black tortoise. The clash of energies ignited a spark in the air. The second sage, a fiery femme fatale, unsheathed her curved blade, positioning herself alongside the third sage, concealing herself behind his formidable frame. The fifth man drew forth a fractured blade from his back, its heavy form creating a tremor in the air as he swung it nonchalantly beside the third individual, showing no signs of preparation, merely gripping the broken weapon. The fourth, a petite girl, concealed herself behind the trio, brandishing twin pistols from her waist, her delicate visage imbued with a serious demeanor, hands poised and ready to fire. Murong Yunxian retreated, clutching his short blade and blending into the shadows at the rear of the group, striving to diminish his presence. Haha, the battle is about to commence, and there is no need for you to fight in vain. Should you emerge victorious, you may take all these worthless beings with you. Quite a deal, I assent it. Jun Shangshu chuckled, perched on the flying craft as he hovered over the battlefield, regarding the members of the Hunter Fong squad as mere refuse, indistinguishable from the dregs of society in his eyes. Let the battle begin. As Jun Shangshu's words echoed, both sides surged forward like a tempest, their figures darting towards one another. The fourth girl did not hesitate. She raised her twin pistols and pulled the triggers in rapid succession, unleashing a barrage of bullets that spiraled through the air, creating a formidable encirclement. The wise Xuanwu disregarded the incoming projectiles, charging fearlessly ahead. Meanwhile, the Southern Guardian, Zhu Ke, ignited her twin pistols in flames and, without reservation, squeezed the triggers, the gun muzzles exhaling tongues of fire. She intercepted the flying bullets mid-air. They collided and were compressed into flat discs, clattering to the ground. Zhu Ke lifted her long legs, and the white tiger, as if sensing her intent, slightly bowed before her. Zhu Ke leapt onto the white tiger's shoulder, using the momentum to vault upward, while the white tiger propelled her into the sky. In midair, Zhu Ke aimed her twin pistols at the back of the third individual, her hands seemingly capable of endless ammunition. She fired several rounds towards the second, fourth, fifth, and Murong Yunxian, who was still hiding behind the third. Murong Yunxian's voice crackled over the squad's communication channel. Scatter. The members of the Hunter Fong squad, who had been sheltered behind the third, instantly dispersed, opting for a more flexible formation rather than remaining clustered. Receiving the command, the fourth girl adeptly dodged the attack, positioning herself behind the others before flicking her wrist and firing a shot. From that angle, it appeared impossible to strike the enemy, yet the bullet veered mid-flight, evading Xuanwu's massive shield, and hurtled towards the rear, aimed at Qinglong. Without a moment's hesitation, as if everything had been meticulously calculated, Qinglong positioned his crescent blade to intercept the projectile. The bullet struck the blade's edge, splitting into 2 fragments that fell to the ground. This exemplified the terrifying computational prowess of the intelligence system, with every detail on the battlefield under its control. Jun Shangshu observed this scene with a subtle smirk, a sofa materializing on the flying craft, where he reclined languidly, his phoenix eyes narrowed as he scrutinized the unfolding events. After the Hunter Fong squad dispersed, the Wise Beast squad also scattered. The Azure Dragon dragged the Azure Dragon crescent blade along the ground, sparking embers as he swiftly charged towards Hunter Fong No. 5. Observing the formidable approach of the Azure Dragon, Hunter Fong No. 5 brandished his broken blade, which suddenly radiated a brilliant azure light, transforming into a complete heavy sword. Grasping the heavy sword, his speed surged dramatically, his figure darting forth like a streak of light. The heavy sword, imbued with the momentum of flowing light, descended powerfully upon the Azure Dragon, who responded by sweeping upward with his crescent blade. The mid-tier Royal Hunter Fong No. 5 faced off against the high-tier Royal Wise 1, the Black Tortoise. The Ink Jade Qilin brandished his Ink Jade Great Sword, charging toward the second lady. Just as the second lady intended to engage him, Murong Yunxian appeared, transforming his short blade into a colossal black-gold sword, clashing with the Ink Jade Great Sword. Chapter 128, Talent, Emperor Jiang. The clash of metal reverberated, sparks flying as the black-gold giant sword collided with the Ink Jade Great Sword. Despite a slight disparity in their realms, the two combatants were evenly matched, entangled in a fierce struggle. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged thousands of blows, their figures moving with the swiftness of lightning. The black-gold giant sword and the Ink Jade Great Sword whirled with ferocious vigor, their sword energies slicing through the air, leaving the ground beneath them pockmarked from the aftermath of their battle. The Imperial High-Level Hunter Team Leader No. 1 faced off against the Sovereign Perfect Sage, Rui Lin. Meanwhile, Hunter No. 3 clashed with the Sage Xuanwu, their massive shields colliding with a thunderous bang. The explosive impact resonated, yet the two seemed utterly unfazed. With one hand, No. 3 swung the colossal hammer toward Xuanwu, who was equally unyielding, instantly meeting the hammer's descent with his spear. Another resounding boom echoed as they grappled fiercely, neither yielding an inch. Little 4, a petite girl armed with dual pistols, continued to fire rapidly while deftly rolling to evade the fiery bullets from her opponent. Zhuke, also wielding twin guns, engaged in a dynamic exchange of fire while continuously repositioning themselves. Their dazzling gunplay was a spectacle, with bullets seemingly guided by their will, striking precisely where intended. Even Newton would be compelled to rise from his grave, though it would be futile, for the Shanin continent was no longer under his dominion, but rather governed by his brother, the formidable Niobai. The duel between Hunter No. 4 and the Sage Zhuke resembled an exquisite performance, filled with elegance as bullets traced beautiful arcs through the air, ultimately falling short of their targets. Neither could claim victory, yet their combat remained a stunning display. After being driven away by Murong Yunxian, the imposing second-in-command engaged the solitary white tiger. In her hand, a blade as bright as the moon transformed into fleeting shadows, cleaving through the air and deflecting the chain blades hurled by the white tiger as she swiftly closed the distance. The white tiger ceased his projectile attacks, merging the two chain blades into a double-headed sword, charging toward the second-in-command, whose blade met the oncoming strike with a resounding clash. The white tiger exerted force, pushing her curved sword back, then with lightning speed, reversed the double-headed sword's trajectory. The opposing blades surged forth, forcing the second-in-command to retreat. Gathering her spiritual energy, she unleashed a crescent-shaped slash that interrupted the white tiger's relentless assault. The two blades met once more, entwined in a fierce struggle, where the white tiger seemed to gain an upper hand intermittently, only to have the second-in-command regain her footing swiftly. Emperor Jiang, Murong Yunxian bellowed, summoning forth a phantom resembling a yellow pouch, radiant as fire, formless yet powerful, born with 6 legs and 4 wings. The headless apparition let out a furious roar, its wings vibrating as it melded into Murong Yunxian's being. A ring of silver light enveloped him, his eyes transforming into silver orbs as he raised his giant sword to strike at Rui Lin, the blade slicing through the air as if tearing through the very fabric of space. In the blink of an eye, Rui Lin, wielding his sword, attempted to block the impending strike, only to realize that the black-gold great sword passed through his own blade as if they existed in separate realms. Indeed, this was the case. Murong Yunxian possessed the ancient talent of the Emperor Jiang from the 12 Witches of Antiquity, granting him the power to manipulate space. At the moment he activated his ability, Murong Yunxian concealed himself within a subspace, thus placing the two combatants in entirely different dimensions. As the blade descended upon Rui Lin, Murong Yunxian utilized his gift to materialize the black-gold heavy sword. Rui Lin's intellect analyzed the situation, concluding that he could successfully raise his sword to block the attack. According to the data, a perfect defense was possible, followed by a counterattack. However, the shock was overwhelming. By the time his intellect formulated a new action plan, it was too late to raise his sword in defense. Ultimately, he could only watch helplessly as the sword fell, the spatial power slicing through and severing one of his arms. Originally aimed at his head, the attack was thwarted only by Rui Lin's instinctive evasion, minimizing the damage to the loss of his arm, thereby avoiding a fatal blow. As the shadow of Rui Lin emerged, he roared and surged back into Rui Lin's body, emanating a gentle golden light. With a sword held in one hand, he lightly tapped his feet, and with each step, the ground beneath him erupted with massive stones to elevate him. Leaping from the stones, the blade in his hand glimmered with a sanctified radiance akin to judgment, as it cleaved toward Murong Yunxian. However, Murong Yunxian chose not to confront him directly. With a flash, he manipulated the spatial disturbance to appear behind Rui Lin, delivering a heavy kick to his lower back. The great sword, imbued with spatial power, descended toward Rui Lin's head. In a critical moment, a brilliant light enveloped Rui Lin, manifesting an ethereal kirin that roared, intercepting the assault, before thrusting its majestic antlers toward Murong Yunxian. Yet, the attack passed straight through Murong Yunxian's form. Despite Rui Lin's newfound awareness of Murong Yunxian's concealment in subspace, he could not breach the spatial barrier. Unable to harm Murong Yunxian, the latter exploited this advantage, flitting effortlessly within the subspace, evading attacks as if he were a slippery eel, leaving Rui Lin exasperated and powerless. Murong Yunxian offered no respite to Rui Lin, nor any time to contemplate a solution. With the black-gold heavy sword in hand, he stepped forth, triggering spatial fluctuations that made him vanish from sight, only to reappear behind Rui Lin, his sword thrusting mercilessly toward Rui Lin's head. Rui Lin sought to evade, but the space-shattering assault was too swift and relentless to escape. The blade pierced through his skull, severely damaging his intellect, rendering it inoperative. With no support, Rui Lin's body collapsed, akin to a golden chalice toppling over a jade pillar. A cloud of dust was stirred up. Number 2 engaged in fierce combat with the White Tiger, their curved blades clashing incessantly. After their brief exchange, both combatants swiftly retreated. Behind Number 2, an ethereal figure emerged, possessing the visage of a human and the body of a serpent, its crimson form emanating an ominous aura. With a low growl, the apparition surged into Number 2's being, awakening an extraordinary talent, the Candle of Nine, the primordial deity governing time. With a mere gesture, the flow of time around him decelerated, while Number 2 remained unaffected, moving with astonishing speed, akin to a flash of lightning. The White Tiger let out a furious roar, as its own spectral counterpart materialized behind it, bellowing as it merged with the White Tiger, the embodiment of ruthless slaughter. The chains in its grasp split apart, effectively intercepting the incoming curved blade of Number 2. Chapter 129. A display of divine might. Another chain hook swung twice in the air before being hurled with great force, intending to serve both offense and defense. Should the second party insist on striking down with her blade, she would find herself ensnared by the chain hook. Yet, all of this proved to be futile. To the second party, everything unfolded as if in bullet time. She deftly sidestepped the embarrassing chain hook, her curved blade, originally aimed at her neck, pivoted to cleave the White Tiger in two from above. In a flash of steel, the second party reappeared, now behind the White Tiger, brandishing her weapon with a flourish, flinging away the blood, and confidently advancing forward. Meanwhile, the third party's colossal hammer clashed with the Xuanwu's halberd, producing a resonant clang. The immense strength of both combatants caused their weapons to emit a fierce hum upon collision. Rather than retreating, they pressed forward, simultaneously retracting their massive shields and colliding heavily. Xuanwu was surrounded by ripples that dissipated the vibrations from the impact. The third party absorbed the shock waves generated by their clash. With each engagement, the ground trembled thrice, echoing cataclysmic sounds. Their confrontation was not akin to that of others, but rather a brutal exchange of raw power. The collision of their shields forced both warriors to stagger back a few steps, while Xuanwu radiated waves akin to a disturbed water surface, dispersing the force. The third party absorbed the entire shock, swiftly countering the backlash, and swung the hefty hammer toward Xuanwu. At that moment, Xuanwu was still dissipating the shock waves, leaving him with no choice but to raise his shield in defense. The mighty hammer descended with unmatched force, creating a thunderous roar as it struck the Xian shield, reverberating like a gong. A tremendous explosion resonated, unleashing a wave of wind pressure that dramatically altered the atmosphere. The circular pressure surged outward, uprooting everything in its path. The ground beneath Xuanwu cracked, centered around his position. The immense force nearly overwhelmed Xuanwu, threatening to drive him to his knees. Surrounding him, a shadowy giant tortoise emerged, its spectral form roaring skyward, sending intense ripples radiating outward. With a powerful surge, Xuanwu raised his shield and, reversing grip, thrust his halberd towards the third party. The third party could only withdraw his assault, using the Taotai shield for protection. Xuanwu's thrust represented his full might. The spearhead sliced through the air with a piercing shriek, striking fiercely against the Taotai shield. Although the black gold shield was penetrated, it did not shatter. However, the force transmitted by the spear tip radiated outward like ripples, akin to Xuanwu dissipating shockwaves. The immense power expanded from a point, fracturing the Taotai shield from within. Though the Taotai shield was broken, it successfully absorbed the blow. Yet the force still surged into the third party's body, causing cracks to appear in his black gold armor. A trickle of blood seeped from his lips. But since the onset of their battle, he had absorbed all the force directed at him. A resounding roar echoed, and from behind number 3 emerged a colossal phantom. Its visage grotesque, with piercing eyes radiating an intense brilliance and a prominent nasal bridge. Atop its head, a pair of sinuous beastly horns twisted in unpredictable directions, curling inward like ram's horns or outward akin to bull's horns. Its gaping maw revealed serrated teeth, the curvature of its mouth suggesting a predatory stance. Its body arched with its head lowered, either touching the ground or enveloped in vaporous clouds, flanked by a pair of formidable claws reminiscent of canine or feline appendages. On either side, fleshy wings resembling ears unfurled. The crimson eyes, akin to blazing infernos, fixated intently upon Xuanwu. After a thunderous roar, it surged violently into number 3's form. It is widely known that the Taotai can consume all, yet few realize it can also regurgitate what it has devoured. The innate talent awakened within number 3 was that of the Taotai. The earlier tremor had not dissipated but had instead been harnessed by number 3, who absorbed it within, and now released it in full force, causing his stature to dramatically rise as his muscles swelled. The black gold battle armor, composed of an unknown material, remained unaffected, adapting seamlessly to number 3's expanding form. In his grasp was a massive hammer, with flames dancing in his eyes as if striving to materialize, even penetrating the visor of his helmet. His scarlet gaze remained locked on Xuanwu, mirroring the phantom of the Taotai. Unfazed by fear, Xuanwu, after the analytical assessment by its intelligence core that it could not withstand the impending strike, attempted to retreat behind its shield. However, number 3 would not grant such a concession. With a mighty swing of the hammer, the sheer force warped the surrounding space. In 2 powerful strides, he leaped high, channeling the might of an army as he swung the colossal weapon. Xuanwu, realizing evasion was futile, let out a furious roar as its phantom materialized, the battle armor disassembling, rippling like water, encasing Xuanwu within a sphere of water as it prepared for the imminent impact. Once the aqueous shield dissipated, a colossal tortoise, approximately 5 meters in size, emerged, bearing a stone tablet upon its back. Without hesitation, upon fully transforming, Xuanwu withdrew into its shell, generating a massive water shield for protection. As the hammer struck the water shield, a deafening crash resonated, devoid of any embellishment. The shield shattered, disintegrating into droplets that scattered across the ground. The hammer continued its descent, obliterating everything it encountered with unparalleled force, reducing them to dust upon impact. With a single strike, Xuanwu was reduced to a pile of ashes. while its intelligence core crackled with embers. Number 3, having unleashed this blow, felt the repercussions, spitting forth a mouthful of blood to absorb such energy. His ability required direct contact, and the shockwaves had inflicted considerable damage within him. Meanwhile, Number 4, a petite girl, fired 2 shots, aiming at the incoming bullets. Upon collision, the bullets transformed into iron discs that plummeted to the ground. As she deftly maneuvered, several more shots were released, tracing unpredictable arcs in the air toward Juke. The thrusters behind Juke ignited, allowing her to shift sideways to evade the assault. Yet, unexpectedly, the 2 bullets collided mid-air, forcibly altering their trajectories. One was deflected, while the other barreled directly toward Juke. With the intelligence core's precise calculations, Juke activated her thrusters in that fleeting moment, leveraging the momentum to leap and deftly dodge the oncoming projectile in midair. In the hands, dual guns unleashed fiery tongues, with bullets soaring forth like a multitude of tiny firebirds, aimed at the petite figure known as Number 4. Behind the little girl emerged an ethereal apparition, upon which was mounted a beast of contrasting black and white, possessing the visage of a bull and adorned with wings. This was none other than the demon god general, Chiyu, with a firm squeeze of his legs. He urged the black and white beast to roar and charge into the body of the little girl. Behind her, a portal resembling a golden bronze mirror manifested. With a graceful wave of her hand, pure golden weapons erupted forth, glimmering with an otherworldly radiance. They whistled through the air towards the vermilion bird, and the tiny firebird was struck down mid-flight, as the golden weapons continued their relentless assault towards the majestic creature. Chapter 130. Amongst the myriad of weapons, none inflicts deeper wounds than the scars of the past. Blades and spears abound. As the vermilion bird descended, it beheld a chaotic scene. With the agility of a nimble rabbit, it evaded the incoming onslaught, igniting a blaze around its form. A pair of fiery wings unfurled behind it, and as the thrusters beneath its feet roared to life, its figure vanished from sight, reappearing instantaneously in the heavens above. In the air, the vermilion bird's armor dissipated, revealing its ethereal visage. Enveloped in flames, it transformed into a magnificent bird measuring approximately 10 meters in length, fully embracing its bestial form. The armor reshaped itself, morphing into a protective shell that shielded its head, chest, abdomen, claws, and feathers. With a vigorous flap of its fiery wings, numerous fireballs emerged, hurtling towards the petite girl. The weapons that the vermilion bird had deftly dodged seemed to possess a homing instinct, curving back to pursue it once more. Fireballs were cleaved apart, sword energy surged, gunfire erupted, and the brilliance of blades and halberds expanded as an array of divine weaponry assailed the vermilion bird. In this moment, it found itself overwhelmed, while the shimmering portal behind the girl continued to manifest an incessant stream of weapons. These were not limited to mere cold arms. Astonishingly, an amalgam of firearms began to emerge. After thousands of blades, spears, and halberds had been unleashed, handguns, machine guns, and heavy artillery followed suit from the luminous gateway. This golden portal resembled a veritable armory, continuously dispensing an assortment of advanced weaponry. Death rays, starfire fire-chilling cannons, ion energy cannons, proton disintegration beams, and annihilation infernos. Upon their emergence, these firearms did not drift away from the girl. Instead, they hovered around her, unleashing a relentless barrage of fire. In an instant, the volume of firepower rivaled that of a fully equipped modern military legion, if not surpassing it. Explosions and beams soared through the air, as energy cannons and armor-piercing shells wreaked havoc. Initially flustered by the sheer number of cold weapons, the vermilion bird sought to repel the surrounding attacks with its flames. As it folded its wings, a dense concentration of fire elements began to brew. Just as the various assaults closed in within mere millimeters, the vermilion bird took flight once more, unleashing a spherical expanse of high-temperature flames. Yet, contrary to the envisioned scene where all attacks would be reduced to ashes, the weapons cleaved through the flames, advancing undeterred. The vermilion bird was caught off guard, swiftly overwhelmed by the relentless barrage. Its head became a hive of chaos, and its cognitive core announced its demise. Indeed, all fear stemmed from an inadequate firepower. Its innate talent was that of the weapon master Chiyu. Upon activation, this talent allowed it to summon all known weapons into reality from the golden portal at its back. These weapons, imbued with a semblance of sentience, obeyed military commands with precision. A mere thought sufficed for control. However, the more complex the manifested weaponry, the greater the consumption of spiritual energy. Behold, on either side of Unit 4 stood colossal laser cannons, designed to bring down aerial warships. The recent explosions had been triggered by these behemoths. The heavy blade in Unit 5 collided with the crescent blade in Unit Qinglong's grasp. Upon contact, they parted swiftly, their edges dancing like phantoms, exuding an aura of formidable prowess. Inch by inch, strength accumulates. The glaive in the hands of the Azure Dragon is nearly as long as the broken blade wielded by the fifth, despite the latter having restored its length. However, the myriad of cracks upon it raises concerns that it may shatter into fragments upon the next clash. With a fierce roar, the Azure Dragon summons a spectral image, which merges with its form. The battle armor enveloping its body dissipates into a shimmering aura, and as the Azure Dragon bellows once more, its physique undergoes a remarkable transformation. Dragon scales emerge, horns sprout from its forehead, and in the blink of an eye, it morphs into a 10-meter-long Azure Dragon. The battle armor transforms into beastly armor, the headpiece becoming a dragon's head adorning the Azure Dragon, while its torso is enveloped in this armor, and its limbs take on the shape of formidable dragon claws. As the Azure Dragon emits a resounding roar, clouds and mist swirl around it, embodying the spirit of the dragon and the wind of the tiger. At this moment, the Azure Dragon is entirely beastified. The prowess of the Hunting Fong squad is indeed legendary. The talents of individuals 1 through 4 are exceedingly extraordinary. Notably, the abilities of 1 and 2 allow them to manipulate space and time. The likes of Rui Lin and the White Tiger had no chance to fully unleash their beastification before being vanquished. Such feats are beyond human capability unless one possesses overwhelming superiority in realms. Upon the Azure Dragon's complete beastification, a glimmer of excitement appears at the corner of Fifth's mouth. The blade in his hand trembles incessantly, emitting a crisp humming sound. He positions the blade before him and strikes its side with his palm, causing the edge to shatter. Yet, the fragments do not fall. Instead, they hover around him. Thousands of shards float in the air, radiating brilliance akin to a resplendent galaxy. This blade embodies Fifth's talent, the god-slaying ability. With a single stroke, one can slay deities and Buddhas. Fifth closes his eyes, an overwhelming force surging forth, extinguishing all in its path, as if his gaze harbors the essence of annihilation. The blade's edge is an unstoppable force, even causing Murong Yunxian to evade its brilliance. Among all weapons, none inflict deeper wounds than those of the past. The swift wind still holds a path of return, grasping the hilt. Fifth raises the bladeless edge to the heavens. The shattered remnants of the blade, as if commanded soldiers, circle and return to the hilt. A cold light flickers within the cracks, and the once meager blade, of only 1.2 meters now ascends in radiance, enveloped by gusts of wind that seem endless. In the next moment, all light converges upon the broken blade. Fifth's tightly shut eyes snap open, revealing a flicker of crimson light within. A gentle breeze sweeps by, and Fifth's figure vanishes from sight. With a swift strike of the blade, he stabilizes his stance behind the Azure Dragon, slowly sheathing the broken blade. As the blade returns to its scabbard, a violent explosion erupts from behind. The Azure Dragon, freshly beastified and clad in armor, is cleaved in two, confusion evident in its eyes. At the very moment before the fifth eruption, the intellect within Qinglong's mind struggled to comprehend how this seemingly unremarkable man could unleash such formidable power. As the sword was sheathed, a gentle breeze encircled the blade before fading away, embarking on its journey home. The 5 warriors nearly simultaneously concluded their battles and reconvened, gazing at the figure of Lord June, who stood upon the flying vessel. Lord June appeared to be documenting something. Every detail of the recent skirmish was meticulously recorded by him. "You have triumphed. You may take these hostages with you, but not the one beside me," he declared, gesturing towards the aircraft at his side. Chapter 131. The Mysterious Cube, Reversal. Yet, where are the people on the nearby aircraft? Murong Qingyu, bound within, had long since vanished, and Moxie emerged from the void, cradling Murong Qingyu, and stood amidst the 5 members of the Hunter Fong team. The 5 displayed no surprise. They had collaborated countless times before and were intimately familiar with their captain's spatial abilities. Just moments earlier, the captain had already signaled them. Jun Shangshu gazed at Moxie, who appeared among them, holding Murong Qingyu, with a hint of anger. Time rewinds to the commencement of the battle, where Jun Shangshu was wholly engrossed, scrutinizing every movement and analyzing the current deficiencies of the sages. And Moxie seized the moment, following the route of the Hunter Fong team, to infiltrate the scene. Given Moxie's stealth capabilities, detection was inevitable. The first to notice him was Murong Yunlong, who caught sight of Moxie's silhouette as he stealthily entered. Though angered, he contacted Murong Yunxian, who promptly cloaked Moxie in a spatial veil, concealing him within another dimension. Once Moxie donned the spatial veil, he sensed its presence, glanced back at the battling Murong Yunxian, and hastened to evade the surrounding sages, reaching the aircraft where Murong Qingyu was held. Upon Moxie's arrival, Murong Yunxian multitasked, fighting while simultaneously lifting parts of the spatial veil from Moxie. With his hands returned to the primary space, and Moxie rescued Murong Qingyu and pulled her into the secondary dimension, vanishing once more. The eruption of battle amongst the five was spurred by Moxie's successful retrieval of Murong Qingyu, allowing them to unleash their full potential against the sages before them. Though the sages were slightly more powerful, the combat prowess of the group far surpassed that of those who merely calculated. The reason they had not directly eliminated the five, Raylene, Qinglong, Baihu, Zhu Ke, and Xuanwu, was due to Murong Qingyu being in Jun Shangshu's grasp. Now that she was rescued, the Hunter Fong team brimmed with confidence, assured they could safeguard the numerous hostages under Jun Shangshu's command. This confidence stemmed from the strength of their specialized team. This was not blind bravado, but rather a self-assuredness born of their formidable abilities. Ah ha ha ha, splendid. I kick you into my heart, and you kick me into the abyss. Is that how we play mind games? Jun Shangshu exclaimed, tousling his disheveled hair, his gaze reflecting a frenzied madness. Outside, the team witnessed the battle's conclusion. The situation now under control, they swiftly eliminated all surrounding sages and charged in, encircling Jun Shangshu. Abandon resistance and accept the judgment of the Federation. It may grant you a swift end. Ha 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 ha, judgment. Swift end. You rejoice too soon. Jun Shangshu retorted, producing the enigmatic cube in his hand. With a manic laugh, he opened his palm, causing the cube to shatter and reveal a swirling orb of energy within. The energy cluster radiated a fierce wave of energy, and the black ring around Murong Qingyu's neck suddenly flickered with red light. The recent energy wave seemed to have triggered some resonance. As the cube in Jun Shangshu's hand continuously infused energy into the ring around Murong Qingyu's neck, the immense energy wave repelled everyone surrounding Murong Qingyu, with Moxie and others being pushed back 3 meters by the force. Murong Qingyu's body floated mid-air, cradled by the energy, enveloped in a luminous energy shield. As she lay suspended, her body gradually straightened, and the black ring at her neck transformed into nano-armor that slowly encased her form. Just as the helmet was about to envelop her completely, Murong Qingyu's eyes snapped open, revealing a pair devoid of emotion. She cast a cold glance over all those present before the helmet sealed shut, concealing her exquisite visage. Jun Shangshu had transformed Murong Qingyu into a sage upon capturing her, implanting the most satisfactory chip he had developed through the cube into her intellect. The violent, mysterious energy fluctuations caused a momentary malfunction in the armors of those present, sparking as all squads lost their transformation capabilities. The 5 members of the Hunting Fong team experienced chaotic spiritual energy within them, rendered unable to utilize their talents. Their faces pale as they knelt, hands braced against the ground to avoid collapsing. Everyone was affected. Even the administrative higher-ups felt their spiritual energy surge chaotically, rampaging within them. For a fleeting moment, everyone appeared as helpless lambs, incapable of resistance. However, as the energy wave swept through Moxie's body, a peculiar force within his blood shielded him, preventing the mysterious energy from breaching. While all others fell to the ground, and Moxie remained standing, bewildered, Jun Shangshu cast a deep, meaningful glance at Moxie before summoning the cube back. Raising his hand once more, a golden chip emerged from the remnants of the mythical beasts, Qinglong, Baihu, Zhu Ke, and Xuanwu, floating into Jun Shangshu's grasp. We shall meet again. For now, enjoy the gifts I have left for you. With the cube and chip in hand, Jun Shangshu turned and stepped aboard the flying vessel, which soon vanished from sight under the protection of the remaining sages. Jun Shangshu departed right beneath the watchful eyes of the crowd, yet none could impede his exit, and Moxie desperately sought to approach Murong Qingyu. But the mysterious force erupted violently whenever he drew near, sending him flying several meters back. Qingyu. Murong Yinxian gazed at the floating Murong Qingyu, his expression complex and filled with concern. Suddenly, a tremendous shockwave erupted, hurling all nearby individuals and objects away. And the Hunting Fong team was struck with such intensity that they struggled to stabilize their inner spiritual energy. After crashing heavily to the ground, the 5 individuals simultaneously coughed up a mouthful of blood. The fiercely approaching Moxie was once again sent flying by the shockwave. When he looked back, his face covered in dirt and dust, he discovered that the energy surrounding Murong Qingyu had been entirely absorbed into her body. With a flicker of crimson light in her eyes, Murong Qingyu drew a black longsword from within her armor, her gaze immediately fixated on the only one standing before her. Moxie. Chapter 132. The Wise One. A sudden crimson glow erupted in Murong Qingyu's eyes, and the blade in his hand shimmered with a red light. As his body instantaneously vanished from sight, the sword was raised, devouring the black energy, and a resounding explosion echoed forth. In the blink of an eye, Murong Qingyu reappeared before Moxie, striking downward with his sword. The crowd heard a resounding thud, and amid the dust raised by the sonic boom, a figure was sent hurtling backward. It collided heavily against the wall, which crumbled, burying the figure beneath the rubble. Murong Qingyu showed no intention of halting. Instead, he lifted the sword, which split in the middle, revealing an energy cannon that advanced forward. The spiritual energy within him surged into the sword as if it were limitless, coalescing into a brilliant crimson glow. In the next moment, the energy cannon, charged for 3 seconds, unleashed its devastating power. A terrifying shockwave exploded through the air, as a streak of crimson light, trailing like a comet, shot toward the location where Moxie lay buried. This was a lethal strike, devoid of mercy. If this shot connected, even a royal-level expert would suffer grievous injuries, let alone Moxie, who had only just ascended to the candidate level. No miracle occurred. Amidst the thunderous roar, Murong Yinxian stared at the collapsed wall, his mouth opening as if to utter something, but the explosive noise drowned out his voice. As the shot landed, the crimson light flickered, and a colossal explosion ensued. A chasm appeared, obliterating everything behind the wall that Moxie had crashed into. Countless individuals were caught in the aftermath, perishing without awareness. The devastation stretched for dozens of miles. Buildings, vehicles, and lives were annihilated before they could even react to the onslaught of the red energy cannon. As the dust settled, Murong Qingyu, calculating through his intelligence system, confirmed that the human he had struck down was indeed deceased. He turned, raising his sword to slay the remaining onlookers. Just as the dust dissipated, his intelligence system emitted a piercing alarm, prompting him to glance back. Amid the clearing haze stood a strange man, bare-chested and clad in tattered trousers, his sunglasses lost to the chaos. His flowing white hair danced in the wind, and a silver crystal of an unknown material protruded from his chest. The intricate design of a grand city adorned his back, while black patterns extended from the center of his chest down his arms. Gripping a black spear, his dual-colored pupils spun rapidly, merging into an abyssal black, with 2 silver horns jutting from his forehead. Upon closer inspection, this unfamiliar man bore a resemblance to Moxie. Yet he astonished all present. For at that moment, Moxie's aura surged dramatically. Initial royal tier, mid-royal tier, high royal tier, royal perfection, imperial level. Stabilizing at imperial perfection, just a step away from the divine level. The resounding thump of a colossal heartbeat echoed, as Moxie's blood surged in reverse. The latent potential hidden within his veins was awakened in this life and death crisis, the ferocious energy coursing through his meridians, shattering them in its wake. The bloodline fully awakened, exhausting the body's potential, initiating self-preservation, and plunging consciousness into slumber, allowing the body to eliminate all threatening entities. In this moment, Moxie was devoid of awareness, with the singular intention remaining, to eradicate all threats and ensure the host's survival. All talents capable of enhancing combat prowess were activated, potential surged forth, and the bloodline talent of the eternal demon body manifested. Moxie radiated an aura of palpable pressure, and with the spear in hand, it struck forth like a dragon, her figure seemingly disappearing from the spot like a flash. Murong Qingyu's body felt as though it had been struck by a tremendous force. The armor enveloping her began to fracture from the chest, and she was propelled away, still in the air when a heavy kick struck her back, sending her soaring towards the sky. The intelligence system could not analyze Mashi's movement. She forcibly activated the thrusters on her armor's feet and back to stabilize herself. Bewilderedly scanning her surroundings, she noted the presence of enemies, yet their speed was too swift for the system to lock onto their figures. Suddenly, a shadow darted past not far behind her, charging toward her at an alarming velocity. Murong Qingyu raised her longsword, and the spirit energy within her surged forth, flooding into the blade, coalescing into a crimson beam at its core. The brilliance erupted, shooting toward the black shadow. The shadow moved with remarkable speed, evading the beams that continually missed its mark. Each strike that landed in the city caused violent explosions, claiming countless lives. The shadow twisted and turned in the air, skillfully dodging the rays before launching itself skyward with a swift leap. It quickly approached Murong Qingyu, and with a mere flick of the spear, a dark lance of energy shot forth, piercing through her chest. Murong Qingyu had been transformed into a sage. As long as the intelligence core remained intact, there was little to fear elsewhere. Within the core resided the wondrous energy bestowed by the enigmatic black cube held by Lord Jun. At this moment, that energy coursed through Murong Qingyu's body, mending the gaping hole in her chest created by the spear's strike. Flesh and tissue grew visibly, and in the blink of an eye, the wound was restored to perfection. Yet, Mashi remained unfazed, driven solely by the subconscious command to eliminate all threatening individuals and safeguard the host's security. Spirit energy surged within her, flowing into the spear, from which a dark flame began to rise. From the azure heavens to the yellow springs of the underworld, the river of the netherworld. As the spear pierced forth, a murky, yellow river materialized behind Mashi, surging through the void. With the thrust of her spear, the rushing yellow spring transformed into a malevolent dragon of the underworld. Following closely behind, the intelligence system issued commands, prompting Murong Qingyu to raise her longsword in defense. Mysterious energy surged around her, forming a shield that enveloped her entirely. In an instant, the spear collided with the barrier of the Nine Nether, and her longsword shattered like glass under immense external force. Yet its momentum did not wane as it struck against the mysterious energy shield. A mysterious shield, composed of ethereal forces, rippled momentarily before dissipating the impact of a fierce strike. However, the ensuing assault from the malevolent dragon of the underworld collided with the shield, shattering it into myriad fragments of energy that scattered across the heavens and earth. Although the dark dragon had already expended considerable strength, it still bore immense power, sending Murong Qingyu hurtling backward. As she descended at an angle, she resembled a shooting star, crashing forcefully to the ground. In the distance, the esteemed Jun Shangshu, having positioned a reconnaissance robot at the original site, observed this unfolding spectacle with keen interest. Chapter 133. The tyrannical mysterious energy. Observing that Murong Qingyu was no match for Moxie, and realizing that continuing in this manner would merely deplete energy in vain, I decided to act without delay and issued an instruction to Murong Qingyu. Absorb the mysterious energy stored within the intelligence core. The armor of Murong Qingyu lay shattered upon the ground, leaving only remnants clinging to her form. Had it not been for this armor absorbing the majority of the assault, that last strike would have obliterated her on the spot. Lying in the deep pit, Murong Qingyu felt an incessant influx of mysterious energy filling her body, rapidly elevating her realm until all the energy within the intelligence core was consumed. Her realm ascended to the initial stage of divine level. However, such an intense surge of energy was beyond her control, causing her body to gradually deteriorate. Cracks resembling fractures spread from her fingertips along her arms, emanating a terrifying white energy. Murong Qingyu's physical strength was insufficient, or rather, she existed in a different realm compared to the mysterious energy, rendering her flesh incapable of withstanding this force and leaving her in a state of imminent collapse. Yet, the intelligence core within Murong Qingyu felt no pain, nor did it comprehend the dread of bodily disintegration. There was only the command issued by Jun Shangshu to eliminate everyone present. With her realm elevated to divine level, the spiritual energy within Murong Qingyu transformed into that mysterious energy. Surrounded by a soft blue glow, her tattered clothing fluttered in the wind beneath the broken armor, along with her flowing hair cascading like a waterfall. In an instant, Murong Qingyu vanished from her original position, coalescing the faint blue energy in her hand, exuding a fearsome might as she appeared beside Moxie, launching a powerful punch with her elbow drawn back. And Moxie hastily raised the spear in his hand to block. But in a moment of instability, the spear was sent flying from his grasp, under the tremendous force. And Moxie was propelled back hundreds of meters before barely regaining his footing. He attempted to summon Juyo back, but how could Murong Qingyu grant him such an opportunity? She advanced directly, her fists radiating brilliant blue light. And Moxie had no choice but to abandon the retrieval of Juyo, sidestepping to evade Murong Qingyu's left hook. The black patterns on her fists exuded a fierce aura, resembling a pair of black gloves. With a swift elbow strike, she hit the crook of Murong Qingyu's arm. The other hand gathered momentum and unleashed an upward dragon rising punch. Murong Qingyu, too close to evade, was struck squarely on the chin. Fortunately, the mysterious energy enveloping her body absorbed much of the impact, preventing her from being knocked out. Disclaimer: please do not attempt this in reality. A punch delivered with full force to a person's chin can cause a concussion or even result in them becoming a vegetative state. A single punch may seem like a superhuman feat, but the aftermath could lead to significant financial repercussions. Having mitigated much of the force, Murong Qingyu utilized the momentum from the punch to soar upward, channeling the pale blue energy as she delivered a knee strike to Moxie's nose. A resounding explosion erupted behind Moxie, causing the bridge of his nose to fracture, and crimson blood trickled slowly from his nostrils. Acting on sheer muscle memory, he extended his hand, seizing the calf of Murong Qingyu, and spun through the air like a whirlwind. He then hurled her downwards with tremendous force. Just as the squad, having subdued the chaotic energy within, emerged to assess the situation outside, they beheld a shadow plummeting from the sky like a missile, descending with such speed that it created successive shockwaves in the air. Caught in the throes of panic, the team activated their armor's thrusters and fled swiftly into the distance. A thunderous roar ensued, as dust billowed and the ground buckled beneath them. Buildings tilted precariously under the onslaught. The squad, having barely escaped, felt an immense force propel them from behind, sending them crashing against a wall. And Moxie raised his hand in a commanding gesture, summoning the black spear, Juyo, which soared into his grasp. With the spear in hand, a colossal phantom materialized behind him, mirroring his stance and wielding a long black lance. Grasping the spear with one hand, Moxie drew back his arm and hurled it forward. The phantom followed suit, casting its spear in unison. Juyo merged with the apparition, and the enormous lance pierced through the air, descending with the ferocity of a world-ending weapon. In an instant, the lance struck the ground with cataclysmic force, reverberating as if heralding a natural disaster. The spear embedded itself deep within the earth, vanishing from sight. Yet, as the dust settled, Murong Qingyu stood unscathed. Beside her stood the captain of the hunter squad, Murong Yunxian, whose visage was pallid, a trace of blood staining the corner of his mouth. Murong Yunxian had been the first to dash out of the exhibition hall upon hearing Murong Yunhao's warning that Moxie was engaged in a confrontation with Murong Qingyu. He had already notified the elder to investigate the situation. Upon his emergence, he witnessed a familiar figure plummeting from the sky. Without time to ascertain the identity of the person, he hastily entered the subspace to avoid being crushed by an unknown assailant. Once others emerged, they immediately began their retreat, while Murong Yunxian remained in the subspace, gazing upwards to discern who was descending. As Murong Qingyu approached within 100 meters of the ground, he recognized her and rushed forward, intending to catch her. However, she slipped past him, crashing heavily onto the ground, prompting him to recall that he was still within the subspace. Realizing the urgency, he crouched to assess Murong Qingyu's condition. At that moment, a wave of trepidation washed over him. Peering through the haze, he saw a massive black spear hurtling toward them. Rising to her feet, Murong Qingyu raised both hands, channeling a surge of intense energy into her palms, determined to confront the spear. Yet, the lance surged forward like an unstoppable force, piercing through the energy wave she had unleashed, unrelenting in its trajectory toward the two of them. In an instant, disregarding all else, Murong Yunxian activated his innate abilities at the critical moment, enduring the backlash to forcibly draw Murong Qingyu into the alternate space, for she was now of divine caliber. The long spear pierced through their bodies, embedding itself deep into the ground, its destination unknown. As the dust settled, Murong Qingyu immediately extended a hand towards Murong Yunxian's neck. Sensing the lethal intent behind the strike, Murong Yunxian reacted swiftly, employing his innate talent for ethereal travel, causing his figure to vanish from the spot. Chapter 134. She is my entire world, my pillar of strength, and my salvation in the vastness of the void. One can traverse through the abyss, reaching distances in an instant. Murong Qingyu, existing in the subspace, seized the opportunity and disregarded the vanishing Murong Yinxian. With a fierce tearing motion, a violent fluctuation rippled through the space, and in the next moment, Murong Qingyu rent asunder the barrier separating subspace from the primary realm. Emerging from the subspace, she emanated a powerful aura, enveloped by an energy akin to a shroud of black mist. In an instant, this black mist coalesced into a long sword, which Murong Qingyu grasped firmly. In a flash, she propelled herself towards Enmashi at a speed surpassing that of light. Enmashi, unable to summon her spear in time, felt the dark patterns on her hands solidify into sharp, menacing claws. She reached out, attempting to grasp the long sword with her bare hands. The blade, forged from Murong Qingyu's innate talent of obliteration, was distinctly different, invigorated by a mysterious energy. Although Enmashi's fingers managed to clutch the sword, they were swiftly pierced by its razor edge, as the power of obliteration surged into her body like a piranha drawn to blood. This force corroded her palm, rendering her grip futile, and her fingers were effortlessly severed. With her hand consumed by the obliterating energy, the sword plunged deep into Enmashi's chest. The blade pierced through her heart, protruding from her back. The searing pain shattered Enmashi's self-preservation instinct, restoring clarity to her gaze. She looked upon the fractured visage of Murong Qingyu, half concealed by her shattered mask, and reached out to caress her cheek, tears streaming down her face. Yet her lips maintained a faint smile. Qingyu. In response, Murong Qingyu showed no sign of reaction. Instead, she twisted the sword embedded in Enmashi's heart with fervor. The agony drew a sharp gasp from Enmashi, her mind flooded with vivid memories. The scavenger camp, the old man, Brother Wang, Aunt Wang, Daba, the faces of those she cherished appeared before her. Then came the harrowing night when the camp was ravaged by beasts, flames, blood, severed limbs, as loved ones fell one by one before her eyes. Next, the school came to mind, where Wu Chaojie and Ma Xiaoyao stood shoulder to shoulder in front of her. Hey, when are you coming back? Let us go drink together. Suddenly, a woman's figure intruded upon her thoughts. Say something sweet. Mashi, dinner's ready. Mashi, hurry up, you'll be late for school. Mashi, your parents want to see you. Hey, you look so handsome. Scenes flashed before her. The woman who had abruptly entered her life, transforming her existence. Murong Qingyu. The one who rekindled the essence of family in this frigid world, igniting a sense of belonging and hope. She was more than just a sister or a lover. She was Enmashi's entire world, her unwavering pillar of strength. Another girl appeared, unexpectedly, during their first encounter. She struck her own back, pressing herself down, her eyes brimming with unshed tears. When the insect horde arrived, she was utterly at a loss, knowing full well her inadequacy in strength. Yet she vowed to protect her back at all costs. Although she had been given a chance to flee, she foolishly returned. Had it not been for the fact that he had already dealt with the insect swarm, neither would have escaped. He had urged her to run, yet her actions seemed so naive. Images flashed before Enmaxi's eyes, one after another, as figures greeted him. It was not until Murong Qingyu appeared, framed by the backdrop of the demon concubine domain where they resided, that he truly recognized her. She wore that familiar nightgown and reached out her hand, softly murmuring, "Honestly, how could you fall asleep on the sofa again? Aren't you afraid of catching a chill? Come on, wake up and eat." Though her words bore a reproachful tone, they were imbued with such tenderness. And Moxie strained to grasp her hand, yet found only emptiness. The silhouette behind him faded, and the Murong Qingyu who chided him in her nightgown gradually merged with the one before him. The damaged half of Murong Qingyu's mask fell away, revealing her complete visage. Now a sage, her eyes shimmered with a rising mist, devoid of spirit and emotion, yet tears began to cascade down her cheeks. And Moxie wiped away the tears and embraced Murong Qingyu, resting his chin wearily on her shoulder. His lips brushed against her ear as he whispered faintly, "This time, let me walk ahead of you. Thank you for being here. I'm so tired, I need to rest for a while." As Moxie's eyelids gradually closed, his arms fell limply, his body leaning against Murong Qingyu. She was already in tears, her once vibrant eyes now overflowing with sorrow. Yet, her body still withdrew the long sword that had pierced Moxie's chest, pushing him away. high above, and Moxie's figure plummeted through the air, his white hair whipped by the raging winds. Murong Qingyu's sword dissipated, and her tears flowed unceasingly. Far away in another domain, Jun Shanshu observed the sorrowful silhouette of Murong Qingyu amidst the ethereal lights, a smile gracing his lips as he murmured, "Indeed, the human body is the greatest mystery of scientific inquiry. Even stripped of emotions and the capacity for fear, under the control of the intelligence core, the body can still exhibit emotional responses. Is this what heartbreak feels like? Ha ha ha, truly fascinating. Retrieve that man's body and return." Murong Qingyu faltered, her form beginning to crumble as she received Jun Shanshu's command, descending towards the spot wherein Moxie had just fallen. Upon reaching the ground, however, she found no trace of him. As she searched, Murong Yunhao, Murong Yulong, and several others emerged from the shattered space. Upon their swift arrival, the expressions of the group were far from pleasant as they beheld the distressed Murong Qingyu. After receiving the notification from Murong Yunhao, the venerable elder Murong and the enigmatic old Yu tore through the fabric of space to reach the military district, expediting their journey to this location in a mere 10 minutes. Yet, within this brief span, they encountered the current scene. Upon learning the unfolding events from Murong Yunxian, Elder Murong extended his consciousness to pinpoint Murong Qingyu's whereabouts. He tore through space to her side, only to find no trace of Enmashi. Instead, he was met with the sight of the tearful Murong Qingyu, lost in her search. "Qingyu." Murong Yunhao called her name, yearning to embrace her. But Elder Murong intervened decisively. "The girl's condition is not right." Old Yu brandished his long spear, a formidable aura radiating from him, revealing the unmistakable presence of a high-tier deity. Chapter 135. The Vanished Corpse. Old Master Murong regarded his granddaughter with a grave expression. After Murong Yunhao was halted, he regained his composure, recalling his brother's words, observing his daughter, who appeared dazed, her body resembling a fragile porcelain doll on the verge of shattering. "Father, what has happened to Qingyu? And where is Moxie?" he inquired of the elder. Without waiting for a response, Murong Qingyu unleashed her power, dark mist coalescing into a blade as she lunged at the three like a leopard. The old master repelled Murong Laogui, raising a hand as if to anchor Murong Qingyu in place. Her body froze, immobile, as the surrounding space became sealed. The aura she emitted during her attack revealed that the old master had attained the pinnacle of divine level. Qingyu's current state resembled that of a mindless being, her physical form fracturing, likely due to the absorption of some violent energy that forcibly elevated her to the initial stage of divine level. "I do not know where Moxie is. Perhaps inquire with Yin Qian when we return," the old master said, waving his hand to tear through space, vanishing with the others. Once they departed, a small insect flew from a distance, allowing Jun Shanshu to witness the scene. Unable to locate Moxie's corpse and seeing Murong Qingyu taken away by the old master, his expression darkened. He commanded the surveillance robots to collect samples of Moxie's blood before shifting his focus elsewhere. The reason the divine-level experts failed to detect Jun Shanshu's surveillance robots was that this insect was genuinely alive, or rather, a bioengineered intelligence crafted by Jun Shanshu himself. It possessed the essence of life, the only difference being that it had an intelligence chip implanted in its mind. The insect flapped its wings, heading towards the location where Murong Qingyu and Moxie had battled, collecting Moxie's blood before soaring into the distance. After reuniting with Murong Yunxian, the old master and his companions learned the specifics of the situation, yet they remained oblivious to Moxie's whereabouts. Expanding their divine sense yielded no traces whatsoever. Yu Laogui produced a wine flask, his demeanor somewhat despondent. Though he had not interacted much with Moxie, he found this exceptionally gifted child quite endearing. She was his only disciple. Now, however, she was missing, her fate uncertain. Taking a hearty swig of wine, Yu Laogui, with a somber expression, bid farewell to old Master Murong, offering assistance should it be needed. After all, he could not be of much help in the current predicament concerning Murong Qingyu. Too many people would only create chaos. It was better for him to remain quiet and seek information regarding Moxie. Nightfall enveloped the Murong estate in the Shanlin region. Upon returning home, old Master Murong attempted to cleanse the brutal energy within Murong Qingyu, but as his spiritual energy surged within her, it was swiftly devoured by the mysterious force, exacerbating her physical disintegration. Even after sealing the space, he could not contain the energy within Murong Qingyu. They seemed to disregard the constraints of space, continuing to dart chaotically within Murong Qingyu's body. Observing her lack of improvement, the elder Murong's face fell further as he sought help from everyone he could find. Yet, whether they possessed healing talents or merely had the skills to treat ailments, all who beheld Murong Qingyu's condition shook their heads in despair. As night fell, the Murong family gathered in a single room where a treatment pod lay. Within it, Murong Qingyu lay, her body gradually undergoing repair, only to shatter and collapse once more. Murong Yunhao, the elder Murong, and Murong Yunxian stood vigil at her side. While Mother Song, upon receiving the grim news, fainted and has yet to regain consciousness. Murong Qingyu's eyes were vacant as tears streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks. The sole glimmer of hope came when the elder Murong managed to summon a retired luminary from the research community. Although this expert could not remedy Murong Qingyu's physical state, he was capable of severing Jun Shangshu's control over the intellect brain. With the elder Murong's assistance, after an hour of diligent work, the luminary successfully extracted the chip implanted in Murong Qingyu's mind by the intellect brain. Following alterations to the program, Murong Qingyu regained her autonomy and consciousness, albeit devoid of emotions and plagued by fear. This brought immense gratitude from the elder Murong. As she lay in the treatment pod, Murong Qingyu reflected on all that had transpired. The disintegration of her body, due to severed pain nerves, went unnoticed. Yet, at this moment, she felt a suffocating sensation. Pain radiated intensely from her heart, a contradiction to the absence of pain she should have felt. Why, then, did her heart ache so painfully? The agony rendered her breathless, causing tears to involuntarily cascade from the corners of her eyes. What kind of torment was this? Why did I feel such anguish? Who was the man I killed? And why did his demise weigh so heavily upon me? A relentless ache throbbed at her heart, leaving her bewildered. Stripped of emotions, she perceived everything as inconsequential, even her family before her. Yet why did the act of taking that man's life evoke such suffocating pain? Tears continued to flow, her body quaking with silent sobs. The suffocating torment forcing her to curl into herself, yearning to bury her being within her own embrace. However, this movement hastened her physical disintegration. Flesh crumbled. Vitality drained from her muscles, transforming into carbon remnants that settled at the bottom of the treatment pod. Outside, the elder Murong Yunhao, and Murong Yunxian watched this heart-wrenching scene, filled with sorrow yet powerless to intervene. Suddenly, Murong Qingyu reached out and tapped on the pod's door. Under the watchful eyes of the elder Murong and Murong Yunxian, Murong Yunhao opened the door. With a hoarse, tentative voice, Murong Qingyu spoke, "Father, could you please, after my death, find Mo Shi's body and bury us together?" Murong Qingyu was puzzled by her own thoughts, yet she longed to be united with an Mo Shi, even in death. "Silly girl, do not speak of death. We shall undoubtedly save you. The absence of Mo Shi does not necessarily signify his demise. He may well have been rescued by someone. Just lie still, and rest assured, Father will rescue you." As he spoke, Murong Yunhao's shoulders trembled uncontrollably, his fierce eyes glistening with unshed tears. Though his voice quavered, he resolutely finished his words. "Promise me." Murong Qing's stubborn desire for an answer was palpable. At least for this moment, she refused to return to the healing chamber without one. Chapter 136. I once caught a beam of light and returned it to the sun at dusk. Grandfather promised you, if you truly perish, he will take it upon himself to lay you to rest together. The old man's tone was gentle and calm, yet the slight tremor in his hand and the reddening of his eyes revealed a heart far from tranquil. Having received the answer she sought, Murong Qingyu obediently reclined back into the healing chamber. As the chamber door slowly closed, she cast a puzzled glance at the three individuals. But recalling their agreement to her request and the response from the intelligence core, she mustered a stiff smile and uttered a thank you through the transparent barrier of the healing pod. Soon, a heaviness enveloped her eyelids, and after gently closing her eyes, silence fell upon her. The vitality within her muscles swiftly dissipated, her body disassembling like molecules. Murong Yunhao lunged toward the healing chamber, and in that moment, this man who had lived most of his life without shedding tears was overtaken by grief. A closer look revealed strands of gray at his temples. He had lost his only daughter. Tears flowed incessantly from Murong Yunxian's eyes as well. This man, who had faced death countless times while executing perilous missions, now wept openly. The old man could no longer maintain his composure. His fierce eyes were bloodshot, and tears streamed from the corners of his eyes. His aura was tumultuous, as if he were a lion on the brink of rage. Grandfather raised his hand to lock the space within the healing chamber. Although the molecular structure within Murong Qingyu would continue to deteriorate, this at least ensured that her remains would be preserved. What are you crying for? Is this the time for tears? Eldest, take the second to find Emo Shi. We must see the living or the dead. I will summon that group of old fools for a meeting. Upon hearing grandfather's words, the two brothers wiped their tears and steeled themselves, responding affirmatively before setting out to seek an Emo Shi. Now that their daughter was gone, they had to find an Emo Shi, not only due to her lingering concerns, but also because he was the son-in-law of the Murong family, akin to a beloved son. Once the brothers departed, the old man sat firmly in a chair, gazing at the figure within the healing pod. Qingyu, rest assured, grandfather will bring Emo Shi back and provide you with an explanation. With that declaration, the old man's figure flickered and vanished from sight. Murong Yunhao and Murong Yinxian quickly retrieved combat footage from the Heavenly Eye system, dispatching a team for extensive search and rescue efforts. In a dimly lit room, grandfather sat at a round table, with the remaining seats conspicuously empty. Suddenly, several holographic images appeared, occupying the vacant positions. There were 5 individuals at the table, each overseeing military, political affairs, healthcare, economy, and logistics. The 5 attendees represented the highest authority in the entire Shanlin continent. All were gray-haired, their faces lined with wrinkles, bearing the marks of advanced age and a few age spots. However, the spirit and vitality were remarkably high. While the holographic projection representing the economy depicted a man in his 20s or 30s with a rebellious demeanor and a gloomy expression. His resolute face, thin lips, and fox-like eyes were complemented by a well-tailored suit that accentuated his impressive physique, resembling a perfect mannequin. Yet, the aggressive glint in his gaze exuded a sense of menace. The 4 elderly gentlemen sat upright, their age notwithstanding, still emanating a formidable aura of authority. In stark contrast, the young man lounged in his chair, legs propped on the table, arms crossed defiantly. He exhibited a nonchalant and arrogant demeanor. Ouyang Shower, mind your posture. The elder Murong, already in a foul mood, found himself directly confronted by this insolent youth. Nevertheless, Ouyang Yao displayed no hint of submission, instead casting an irritated glance at the elder as he leisurely retrieved a cigar, clipped it with a cutter, placed it in his mouth, and lit it, inhaling deeply. The smoke swirled in his mouth before he exhaled, obscuring his face in a haze. Old Murong, how I choose to sit is my affair, not yours to dictate. Since my father entrusted this position to me before his passing, it affirms my right to occupy it. We stand on equal footing. Do not use your additional years of life to impose upon me. Rather than meddling in my personal conduct, perhaps you should elucidate the events occurring in the Shanlin domain today. His voice was steady and unyielding, devoid of respect, instead bearing an accusatory tone. The elder was momentarily taken aback, his countenance darkening further, yet he managed to respond. This incident is a lapse on the part of the military. I will address it. The purpose of convening this meeting is to discuss it. The mastermind behind the terrorist attack is not trivial. I am here to communicate with you regarding the military's operations to apprehend the notorious Jun Shangshu. This meeting, as always, signaled significant actions that would impact the entire Shanlin continent. The elder's desire to mobilize the military to capture Jun Shangshu was not a unilateral decision. Any military operation, be it a large-scale search or a comprehensive deployment to apprehend Jun Shangshu, necessitated political backing, logistical support, and the financial allocations from the economic department managed by Ouyang Yao. Without provisions for the soldiers, it would be futile to expect them to carry out their duties effectively. It is unreasonable to expect a horse to run without feeding it grass. Upon hearing the elder Murong's words, the elder statesman fell into contemplation, while Ouyang Yao abruptly stood, slamming his hands on the table with a resounding thud. Excuse me, but may I interject? Is this truly necessary? Ouyang Yao's voice was low and strained, the veins in his temples visibly throbbing, his previously handsome face now contorted in a fierce grimace. You intend to unleash the full might of the military to pursue a mere fugitive? A petite fugitive incited chaos in the heart of the city of Shanlin, ultimately eluding capture while inflicting extensive damage to buildings. The number of victims soared into the hundreds of thousands, with fatalities tragically exceeding tens of thousands. This is the result of your actions. This is a testament to your negligence. To regard the lives of hundreds of thousands as mere collateral damage is unconscionable, especially when many among them included high-ranking officials from our logistical, economic, and governmental sectors. Now, you dare to dismiss it all with a mere acknowledgement of negligence. Chapter 137. House arrest. According to my understanding, your granddaughter, along with that in Moxie, is indeed the principal culprit behind the extensive destruction in the city following the escape of the so-called wanted criminal, resulting in the tragic loss of countless lives. Each word uttered by Ouyang Yao pierced through Old Master Murong's heart like a needle, leaving him unable to refute. For who could have anticipated that a wanted criminal devoid of any combat prowess could incite such chaos? Ultimately, it was indeed his own granddaughter, and in Moxie, who caused the widespread devastation and fatalities. Listening to Ouyang Yao's words, the others turned their gazes towards Old Master Murong, awaiting his response. A surge of emotions welled up within the old man, constricted and unresolved, his fists clenched tightly, veins bulging on his arms. On one hand, there was his granddaughter, and on the other, the accountability owed to the people of the entire Shanlin continent. After a deep exhalation, he seemed to have aged by decades. His once upright posture now hunched, and the vigor within him appeared to have diminished significantly with that breath. Once this matter is resolved, I shall resign from my position to provide an explanation to the people of the continent. However, the apprehension of Minister Jun shall proceed regardless of your opinions. Old Master Murong's eyes were bloodshot, resembling a frenzied lion, his aura escalating uncontrollably. The other elders, who had not participated in the discussion, shifted their gaze back to Ouyang Yao, awaiting his indication. We have no objections to the apprehension of Minister Jun. However, this pursuit warrant requires an addition. Please take a look at this. As he spoke, a holographic projection materialized before everyone, displaying the information recently conveyed by Ouyang Yao. Is this real? The elder responsible for political affairs inquired uncertainly. Indeed, this data was derived from blood samples collected by the logistics department on site. Once this statement was laid bare, the room was engulfed in a profound silence, the sound of a thunderous ringing echoing in their ears. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Old Master Murong's bloodshot eyes fixated on Ouyang Yao, desperately searching for a hint of evasion, a glimmer of panic within his gaze. Yet, to his dismay, Ouyang Yao's eyes displayed no sign of retreat, brimming instead with confidence and certainty. Whether you believe it or not, this is the truth. The blood test report reveals that the individual named in Moxie is not a native of the Shanlin continent, but rather an extraterrestrial being. His genetic makeup wholly distinct from that of humanity, hailing from another civilization. Furthermore, it is highly probable that all that has transpired in Shanlin today was orchestrated in collusion between him and Minister Jun. Minister Jun has conspired with this alien, betraying humanity. And Moxie's objective may well be that of a scout dispatched from an extraterrestrial world to assess our situation. Thus, I agree to initiate a comprehensive manhunt, targeting both in Moxie and Minister Jun. Should they resist, they may be shot on sight. Ouyang Yao reclined elegantly in his chair, his hands resting upon his knees as he spoke with poise and decorum. According to the information at hand, your family shares a close relationship with Enmashi. Therefore, to avoid any semblance of impropriety, I must request that you remain at home for the time being, while I take command of the operation to apprehend them. The heads of the three departments, politics, medical, and logistics, exchanged glances before the political head was the first to voice his agreement. The political department consents. The leaders of the medical and logistics departments promptly followed suit. The medical department agrees. Logistics consents. Very well, the meeting is adjourned. Old Master Murong, I implore you to refrain from leaving the Murong residence until the apprehension is completed. I fear Enmashi and her companion may act out of desperation, posing a danger to you. I shall arrange for military protection around your home for you and your family. Upon concluding his statement, Ouyang Yao deactivated the holographic projection. The other three men shared a glance with the dazed Old Master Murong seated in his chair, but said nothing further before shutting down their holograms as well. That day, the Old Master lingered in his room for quite some time, until dusk, when the brothers Murong Yunhao and Murong Yunxian rushed about in search of their grandfather. Upon locating him within his chamber, they cautiously knocked on the door. Come in, what is it? The Old Master's deep, raspy voice beckoned them inside. Once they entered, the brothers noted the Old Master's somber mood. They exchanged glances, and ultimately, Morong Yunhao hesitantly stepped forward to his grandfather's side and whispered, "Father, my position has been revoked, and Yunxian's squad has been sent to the hospital under the guise of treatment for surveillance. The entire Morong family is now surrounded by military forces. We are under house arrest. Yes, for the time being, stay obediently at home. You may leave now." The old master's spirits were low. He was unsure how to convey the news of his granddaughter's passing, nor that the betrothed grandson-in-law was of another civilization. "Oh, father, what about Mashi?" Morong Yunhao ventured to inquire. "You need not concern yourself with that. Ensure the family behaves themselves. It has been quite some time since you devoted quality time to sighting. Take this opportunity to spend time with her, and Yunxian is no longer a child. Arrange a few blind dates for him during this period." "Understood. We shall take our leave." Once outside, Morong Yunxian's expression transformed into one of dismay. "Brother, why has father suddenly insisted I go on blind dates? Is he disregarding Mashi's situation?" Morong Yunhao, lost in contemplation, wore a troubled expression, having overlooked his brother's query. After a moment, Morong Yunxian, realizing his brother was unresponsive, stepped in front of him to block his path. Morong Yunhao collided gently with his brother, finally lifting his gaze. "Brother, why has father suddenly ceased to care about Mashi's affairs and instead directed me towards matchmaking and you to accompany sister-in-law? Because something has transpired above, which is precisely why father does not wish for you to enter into politics. Your impulsiveness and lack of cunning in the game of intrigue are concerning. My official position has been revoked, and you have been granted leave to return home for rest. All members of the squad are under supervision, and the Morong family is encircled, likely related to the affairs concerning Moshi. Even if I were to explain it to you, it would not resonate. For the next few days, heed your father's advice and remain at home." Morong Yunhao clapped Morong Yunxian on the shoulder, then continued onward. "Oh," Morong Yunxian replied reluctantly, following closely behind Morong Yunhao. Once the two departed from the room, Morong Yunlong pondered deeply for a considerable time before rising to utilize his innate abilities, vanishing from the chamber amidst a ripple of spatial distortion. Chapter 138. The golden scales opened to the sun. In the corridor outside, Morong Yunxian sensed a disturbance in the space and gently tapped Morong Yunhao on the shoulder, signaling that the old master had departed the room. He was not naive, merely lacking the guile that often accompanies cunning. After all, every movement of the Morong family might be under surveillance, necessitating caution, for walls have ears. Morong Yunhao turned to glance back. The unspoken understanding between the brothers was palpable, and with a nod, he silently indicated to proceed without drawing attention. Morong Yunxian followed closely behind, their synchronization so seamless that it appeared as though nothing had transpired. Amidst the fluctuations of the void, the old master of the Morong clan reappeared within a weapons shop. A robust man, with thick brows and large eyes, his bald head adorned with a beard, stood before a counter that seemed diminutive in comparison to his towering stature of nearly 2 meters. He was engrossed in examining a holographic display, leaning over the counter. Without lifting his gaze, he called out, "Welcome. Feel free to browse, but do not touch anything recklessly." As ominous clouds loomed, foreboding the fall of the city, the old master remained stationary, uninterested in the weapons displayed. With a single wave of his hand, he established a spatial barrier to isolate the area, then uttered a cryptic phrase. Upon hearing this, the burly man raised his head, exclaiming, "The golden scales opened to the sun. Golden armored guards. Master." He vaulted over the counter, landing before the old master and kneeling on one knee in a gesture of utmost respect. "Locate the individuals from the records and bring them to me, before the Federation does," he commanded. "Understood." The man bowed again, awaiting a response, but after a prolonged silence, he cautiously lifted his head only to find the old master had vanished, leaving behind a small orb that contained a storage device. The man crushed the orb, grasping the storage device in his hand as the surrounding space emitted a wave. The spatial barrier set by the old master dissipated into nothingness. The Golden Armored Tower is a unique entity, founded solely by Morong Yunlong, providing refuge for orphans since the inception of the Federation. Answering only to the head of the Morong family, it can be regarded as the private army of the Morong clan, yet this force is distinctly different. Initially comprising hundreds of orphans from the calamity, they were nurtured and trained by Morong Yunlong, who provided them with resources for cultivation. These individuals did not disappoint his expectations, each one achieving a level of mastery. Subsequently, Murong Yunlong issued a directive. The small should hide in the wild, the great should conceal themselves in the city. Thus, the members of the Golden Armored Tower dispersed, blending into the fabric of society. They took in orphans as Murong Yunlong had once done for them, nurturing these children. And those willing to join the Golden Armored Tower became Golden Armored Guards, while those who chose otherwise were not coerced. With all knowledge of the Golden Armored Tower carefully erased, once they reach an appropriate age, they are bestowed with a sum of money, allowing them the freedom to grow and flourish independently. However, there are those who, unwilling to join the Golden Armored Tower, accept the funds only to indulge in a life of leisure, squandering their fortune on extravagant pleasures. When their wealth is depleted, they shamelessly return to seek financial support from their foster parents, embodying the archetype of the ungrateful opportunist. For such scoundrels, there exists a method of resolution, the specifics of which remain unknown. Yet, it is said that these ingrates ultimately vanish without a trace. The Golden Armored Tower, which has persisted for centuries, has grown to a scale that even Murong Yunlong, the current leader, cannot fully comprehend. Nonetheless, he possesses unwavering confidence in the tower's capabilities. In fact, he remains oblivious to the exact number of individuals within its ranks. And the location he utilizes to communicate with the tower is the original stronghold from which it was established. Each successive leader ensures that guardians are stationed here, awaiting contact from the tower's master. While every member of the Golden Armored Tower is aware of the existence of a leader, the identity of this individual remains a mystery. From a young age, those who aspire to join the Golden Armored Guards are instilled with a sense of loyalty to their leader, who becomes their guiding faith. Murong Yunlong's initial intention in founding the Golden Armored Tower was to provide a home for orphans, a goal he never anticipated would evolve into such a formidable institution. It is no exaggeration to assert that, over the course of centuries, the tower's influence has permeated various sectors, with its members embedded in all walks of life. The Golden Armored Tower also boasts its own industries, particularly in assassination and intelligence, which are its primary enterprises. Although the tower currently lacks the strength to rival the Federation, it stands as one of the most powerful factions within the civilian sphere. The man, undeterred, secured the shop before turning to enter a hidden chamber, where he encrypted the data and transmitted it, ensuring that individuals across the continent received this information. Subsequently, the data was decrypted, re-encrypted, and sent out multiple times, setting in motion a vast and formidable force. Among them were individuals akin to the owners of weapon shops, adventurers, and affluent business magnates. At this moment, they were all engaged in a singular pursuit, leveraging their resources to locate the two individuals mentioned in the data. Seasons changed, and time passed swiftly, with a year slipping by in the blink of an eye. In a secluded and yet-to-be-unveiled mystical realm, at the foot of a mountain, stood a thatched cottage. In the distance, a man clad in animal hides approached, shouldering a plump, rosy orb as he made his way toward the cottage. This man was Enmashi, who had once unleashed the latent potential of his bloodline, resulting in the shattering of his meridians and ultimately being pierced through the heart by a sword wielded by Murong Qingyu, leaving him on the brink of death. Just as Enmashi descended rapidly, Qingfeng utilized spatial transition to bring him into this uncharted realm of mystical beasts. The transition consumed the energy stored within Qingfeng, leaving him utterly depleted and succumbing to slumber upon entering this new domain. After lying on the ground for 3 days, Enmaxi finally awakened. The internal systems of the Qingfeng, depleted of energy, were rendered inoperative. Although the hatch could be opened manually, it served little purpose. Fortunately, endowed with the eternal demon god physique, Enmaxi's meridians gradually began to mend, albeit at a sluggish pace. Upon regaining consciousness, she endured excruciating pain as she rose to her feet and retrieved a bottle of water from her spatial ring, drinking it in one swift motion, which allowed her to exhale deeply and feel somewhat better. Over the course of the year, combined with various elixirs, treasures of heaven and earth contained within her spatial ring, and the continuous restoration afforded by her eternal demon god body, Enmaxi's meridians had nearly recovered. However, due to the severance of her meridians, her cultivation had dissipated entirely, necessitating a complete rebuilding from the very beginning. Chapter 139. The Water Curtain Cave. Placing the golden-feathered porcupine, which he had carried on his shoulder, onto the ground, its delicate, rosy flesh bore no resemblance to that of a typical porcupine. This transformation occurred because, in the heat of battle, The golden-feathered porcupine would launch the golden feathers from its back like spears. The combination of its own projectiles along with those plucked by Moxie resulted in its current tender appearance. After taking a dagger to meticulously prepare the golden-feathered porcupine, he sliced off a piece of meat, igniting a fire to roast it. Once skewered and placed over the flames, the meat began to sizzle and exude oil, soon turning a glorious golden hue. The outer layer of skin crisped to a delightful crunch. After removing the roasted piece, Moxie proceeded to carve the entire porcupine, placing it back over the fire to cook slowly. With the perfectly roasted meat in hand, he savored it heartily. In the initial days, Moxie had been unable to hunt due to the severing of his meridians, remaining vigilant against the attacks of ferocious beasts. However, as his body gradually healed, he ventured out to hunt, capturing a golden rabbit on his first attempt. Without the time to cook it, he skinned it and consumed it raw. Upon devouring it, he discovered that the beasts in this realm contained a unique energy within their flesh, capable of enhancing one's physical form and augmenting vitality. The beasts dwelling in this secret realm possessed remarkably robust physiques. Fortunately, despite his meridians being severed and his cultivation dissipated, Moxie retained the formidable strength of an emperor-level physique. In the days that followed, he relied on his physical prowess to hunt. After a year of feasting, Moxie's body had attained a strength akin to that of an initial stage divine being. Yet he had not even reached the initial stage of a soldier in terms of cultivation. Tonight, he anticipated the restoration of his meridians. Chewing the morsel in his mouth before swallowing, Moxie grasped the roasted porcupine, embracing it as he continued to feast. After thoroughly consuming the entire 900-pound porcupine, he tidied up the bones and turned to walk towards the rear of his thatched hut. As his physical strength increased, so too did his energy consumption. However, without the ability to cultivate, he could not absorb the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth, nor could he utilize his innate devouring talent, forcing him to rely solely on sustenance to stave off hunger. After walking for about 5 minutes, he encountered a breathtaking waterfall cascading down from a towering mountain, reminiscent of the Milky Way descending from the heavens. This waterfall poured from a peak that seemed to pierce the clouds, its summit hidden from view. Initially, Moxie contemplated ascending to explore, but the mountain was not only steep. With each few steps climbed, the gravitational force he felt intensified exponentially. Moxie had attempted to scale this mountain on more than one occasion, but to no avail. During his last endeavor, he found that the overwhelming gravity threatened to crush him into paste, rendering even his divine physique incapable of reaching the summit. Such a phenomenon seemed utterly impossible within any secret realm of the mountain forest continent. As the energy he had absorbed over the past year remained dormant in the Azure Peak, Moxie was left unable to ascertain the nature of this place. Nor could he discern the true essence of the mountain before him. Yet, each exploration did not leave Moxie entirely empty-handed. During the arduous ascent, the gravity she encountered was far more formidable than that within the gravity chamber, and with every climb, her physique would fortify incrementally. Today was also intended for scaling that lofty peak. However, with her meridians expected to fully recuperate, Moxie resolved to engage in cultivation instead. Possessing a robust physique, yet lacking any substantial cultivation, she found herself unable to fully harness her physical prowess. Moxie unbound her hair, letting her silvery tresses cascade down her back, with a few stray strands veiling her eyes. She leaped into the pool below, swimming towards the waterfall, having previously stumbled upon a concealed cave shrouded in mist beneath it. The cave bore the inscription Water Curtain Cave. The interior was spacious and dry, though not easily accessible, prompting Moxie to reside in a thatched cottage outside. Yet, with her meridians restored today, she prepared for cultivation and deemed it prudent to guard against any unwelcome beasts disturbing her practice. Thus, she sought refuge within the Water Curtain Cave. The torrent cascading from the mountaintop bore the weight of 1,000 pounds as it crashed upon her, yet it merely transformed into a spray of water. Moxie extended her hand before the waterfall, parting the cascading waters as if they were a curtain. Stepping through, she was greeted by the dimly lit cave, where above the entrance, a series of crooked characters were inscribed, though not of human script, for some inexplicable reason, Moxie understood their meaning. Venturing deeper into the cave, she found the air thick with spiritual energy, crisp and dry, the ground level and smooth, adorned with stone tables and other furnishings. Further inside lay a vast plaza, surrounded by intricately carved stone pillars, with a staircase ascending on one side. leading to a stone-carved throne at the summit. The throne radiated authority, and as Anmashi gazed at it, she momentarily envisioned a monkey king with a shaggy visage seated upon it, clad in resplendent golden armor and a gleaming crown, brandishing a golden staff and stepping upon cloud-like shoes. His peculiar eyes sparkled like stars, his ears long and robust, and his presence commanding, resonating with a voice as loud as a gong. The Monkey King's gaze met hers, and with a sly grin, he twirled his golden staff, which swiftly diminished in size before he tucked it into his ear, his figure fading from the throne. I shook my head abruptly, searching for any trace of the Monkey King, yet the vividness of that encounter felt strikingly real, devoid of illusion. Approaching the elevated platform, Anmashi stood before the throne, her hand brushing against its surface, cold and devoid of warmth. Taking a deep breath, she dispelled her doubts. Her previous explorations of this cave had revealed no other inhabitants. She sensed that beneath the throne lay a spiritual nexus, a continuous flow of spiritual energy emanating from it. Without overthinking, Anmashi turned and seated herself upon the throne, crossing her legs to cultivate her spirit, awaiting the complete restoration of her internal meridians. Unbeknownst to her, Anmashi found herself drifting into a dreamlike slumber, wherein she transformed into a naturally born stone monkey, frolicking joyfully across the verdant grass, indistinguishable from her fellow monkeys. One fateful day, an elder monkey discovered a cavern hidden behind a waterfall, proclaiming that whoever ventured within would ascend to the throne of the Monkey King. One by one, the monkeys stepped forth to attempt this feat, only to be met with the relentless torrent of the waterfall, emerging drenched and bedraggled, akin to a sopping wet chicken. Chapter 140. A dream of 1,000 years. At that moment, I emerged, calling out with a high-pitched voice, "Here I come, here I come." I had become the Monkey King. To fail in this role meant certain death. With that, I took several steps back, using both hands and feet to swiftly leap forward, the cascading waterfall crashing down upon me with tremendous force. Yet, rather than being swept away by the torrent, I embraced the impact and plunged into its depths. I had ascended to the status of Monkey King, and all the monkeys cheered for me. In time, I led my troop into this new domain, where we established our abode. Days passed in blissful ignorance and carefree joy, until one fateful day, I witnessed the life of my beloved Monkey King come to an end. In pursuit of immortality, I set sail, leaving home to seek the secret of eternal life. Adrift on the ocean for an indeterminate span, I consumed all the peaches I had brought and drained the fresh water. Eventually, hunger rendered me motionless, lying on the bamboo raft, my vision blurring. In a daze, I thought I heard the voice of my great-grandmother calling me to join her. Though I acquiesced, I had no great-grandmother. Thus, in a state of confusion, I drifted for another day, feeling as though my very life was ebbing away. With great effort, I propped myself up and was astonished to see land appearing before me. Like a moment of clarity, I rubbed my eyes to confirm that it was not an illusion. My heart soared with joy. I had escaped the fate of drowning in the ocean. Seizing a makeshift paddle, I hastily maneuvered the bamboo raft toward the shoreline. Upon arrival, I encountered several lowly structures. Numerous vessels were anchored along the beach, and I noticed creatures resembling me, standing upright, yet devoid of fur. I was perplexed. How could they withstand the cold without fur? While I pondered this, the raft reached the shore, and I joyfully leapt from the vessel, chattering excitedly to greet them. However, they shrieked in fear and scattered in all directions. This bewildered me. Could I truly appear so fearsome? As I contemplated this, I spotted fish strewn upon the ground. It dawned on me that the fishermen had abandoned them in their haste. Famished, I paid no heed to their flight, and without further thought, I lunged for the fallen fish, stuffing one into my mouth. With a fierce bite, I tore off a chunk and chewed voraciously. Before long, I had devoured one, then two, then three fish. Just as I sought to gather more, I suddenly heard a commotion emanating from the village. A group of men, armed with pitchforks, spears, and hoes, rushed towards me. In my bewilderment, the foremost fisherman hurled a pitchfork in my direction. It sailed through the air, grazing my cheek before plunging into the ground beside me. A sharp pain coursed through my face as I touched it, feeling the warm trickle of blood. With a frantic cry, I turned and fled along the shoreline, unable to comprehend why they sought to harm me. Panic surged within me as I ran. The fishermen in relentless pursuit, launching their pitchforks and spears, leaving gashes upon my arms, shoulders, and legs. I am engulfed in fear and panic, yet I dare not glance back. Ultimately, humanity cannot outpace the monkeys. Ahead, I behold the mountains, and though the humans behind me have been distanced somewhat, they persistently pursue. Without hesitation, I plunge into the forest, scaling the trees and leaping from branch to branch, my silhouette soon vanishing from sight. As the humans can no longer see me, they retreat. That night, I perched on a branch, cradling my battered body, gazing at the luminous moon in the sky, feeling a profound sense of grievance. Why do they wish to take my life? I have done nothing wrong. A seed of hatred has begun to sprout within my heart. I spent the night without sleep, and come morning, I set out to seek higher ground. After relentless effort, I discovered a Taoist temple. The journey was fraught with challenges. Yet I became a disciple of the sage within. After 3 years of mastering the art of immortality, I was cast out for flaunting my skills before my fellow disciples. Witnessed by my master, he commanded me to return from whence I came. I did not plead, but bowed 3 times before his door before departing the temple. I prepared to return to the Water Curtain Cave, my birthplace. On my way back, I passed a village that felt eerily familiar, the very village where they once sought to end my life. I descended from the sky, and in an instant, dark clouds obscured the sun, waves surged upon the sea. I exacted my vengeance using the skills I had acquired. After my departure, that village lay in ruins. Upon returning to the Water Curtain Cave, I found that several of my beloved monkey kin had vanished, leaving me with a sense of loss. However, having attained the art of immortality, my remaining monkey companions rejoiced, producing monkey wine and fine peaches, and we celebrated for 3 days and nights. Creatures from all directions came to pay their respects, and I forged brotherhood with several kindred spirits among the great demons. After indulging in wine and delicacies, I felt a slight intoxication and reclined upon my throne, gradually drifting into slumber. Just as I succumbed to sleep, 2 shadowy figures, one black and one white, sneaked to my side, fastening a chain around my wrist and pulling me into an unfamiliar realm. Dazed, I was led along a narrow path, across a grand bridge, and into a city. The name emblazoned upon its gate, Fondue City. Dragged by the 2 shadows, I arrived at a grand hall filled with peculiar individuals. A man with a dark visage sat high upon the dais, striking the table with a piece of wood, producing a sharp crack. Do you know your crimes? I am inebriated. Who do you look down upon? Nay, continue drinking, you little rascal. Boldly speaking, Sun Wukong, your time on earth has expired, and you are to face reincarnation. However, due to your excessive sins, having annihilated an entire village, you shall descend through the 18 layers of hell. With that, the black and white specters grasped me, attempting to drag me away, and I awakened at the sound of my time being up. Yet, before I could act, the grand doors of the hall were kicked open, and a bald monk stormed in, cursing as he entered. Yama, I have returned for reincarnation. The last prince was utterly dull. This time I want to be a wealthy young master. Make sure I look handsome, or else I'll be strutting through the brothels. Hurry up. The delicate young monk entered with no hint of courtesy. JNCHNZ, you may proceed directly. I shall confer with the individuals below. The king of hell instantly changed his demeanor, his previously stern expression morphing into a jovial smile directed at the entering young monk. Indeed, splendid. Do ensure that the allotted lifespan is not inscribed too generously. Approximately 30 years will suffice for my enjoyment. The young monk, having uttered these words, turned and exited the hall of Yama, his figure vanishing in the blink of an eye. Why is it that he does not need to descend into hell, but can instead reincarnate directly and even express his wishes? I inquired, perplexed, of the king of hell. Chapter 141. Gratitude to the esteemed brother Sun Wukong for bestowing the fiery golden battle armor. He, a distinguished disciple of Buddhism, has no need to descend into hell. His reincarnations are but a playful charade, merely for the sake of enjoying the mortal realm. Alas, what am I even discussing with this simian? You too, take him down. Yama, weary, leaned against his chair, exuding a certain melancholic aura. Yet, I paid him no heed. With a forceful shake, I shattered the chains binding me. With a punch and a kick, I sent the 2 approaching spectral figures flying. In a single bound, I leaped onto the table before King Yama. You old man, how unreasonable you are. I have already achieved the status of a true immortal, transcending the mortal coil. How could my lifespan be at an end? Come now, let me see. With that, I snatched the book of life and death from his grasp. Yama paused, taken aback for a moment, then instinctively attempted to reclaim it. I meticulously examined the tome, turning my gaze away just in time to land a punch squarely on his face. With a cry of pain, Yama clutched his nose. Yet the book remained in my possession. He summoned his strength, preparing to demonstrate the treachery of the human realm. After gathering his energy, a pitch-black hand of force surged toward me. Without raising my head, I delivered a punch, a simple strike. In an instant, that dark energy dissipated into nothingness. Yama stood frozen in place, hesitant to move. His full might had been rendered ineffective by my singular blow. Later, I seized a pen from the judge's hand and crossed out both my name and that of the Monkey Clan. Ignoring Yama's pleas, I turned and departed, as if resolved to an unwavering determination. Upon returning to Flower Fruit Mountain, I lived each day in carefree bliss with the monkeys. One day, after indulging in peaches and wine, I reclined upon a tree to take a nap. Suddenly, droplets of water fell upon my cheek. I opened my eyes to a clear sky, devoid of rain. As I attempted to rise, I realized I was trapped beneath a massive mountain. I was dead, long dead, perished beneath that mountain for 5 centuries. Since the moment I was bound by Tang Sing's golden hoop, I am the great sage equal to heaven, not the victorious fighting Buddha. I am the untamed great sage equal to heaven. Such thoughts echoed in my mind as I opened my eyes to the dimly lit cave, raising my hand to find it devoid of fur. What was that? Just as confusion set in, my internal meridians completed their restoration, and the water curtain cave became a realm unto itself. The spiritual energy beneath the throne surged forth like a tidal wave, coalescing into a milky liquid upon the ground. Moreover, my meridians not only healed but became broader and more resilient than before, shimmering with threads of crimson gold light. She immediately closed her eyes, invoking her innate ability to greedily absorb the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The meridians within the body resembled a parched desert, rejuvenated by the influx of ethereal essence from the heavens. This vital energy coursed through every limb and sinew, facilitating a steady ascent in Moxie's cultivation, advancing from the initial rank of a warrior to the intermediate and then to the advanced stages, ultimately reaching perfection and beyond. Within the water curtain cave, the celestial energy was rapidly absorbed, yet it was continuously replenished by the enduring spiritual eye beneath the throne, resulting in an ever-increasing abundance. Time flowed like a river, and before one knew it, 7 days had slipped away unnoticed. And Moxie had completely absorbed the spiritual essence within the cave, and the spiritual eye beneath the throne seemed to have exhausted itself, occasionally releasing wisps of energy to nourish this secret realm. With a sudden opening of tightly shut eyes, a fleeting glimmer of crimson golden light flickered within his unique pupils. Exhaling a breath of turbid air, and Moxie felt clarity return to his gaze. Not only had he restored his cultivation during this seclusion, but he had also ascended to the initial stage of divine rank. Fortune often hides behind misfortune. Sitting upon the throne, and Moxie reveled in the immense spiritual energy coursing through him, feeling an inexhaustible power, as if he could part the mountains of the Lin continent with ease. Before him, gilded characters materialized in the void. Young man, after 10 years of icy restraint, do not let your fervor wane. Stay true to your heart. I, the old Sun Wukong, have high hopes for you. This blazing golden armor is bestowed upon you. Do not let me down. The characters danced with elegance and brilliance, their sharpness evident as if one were meeting the author in person. Gazing at these words, and Moxie was reminded of the majestic Monkey King seated upon the throne, proud and defiant, overlooking the world. The gilded script transformed into golden light, soaring through the air before embedding itself into the stone wall behind the throne. Once the golden light dissipated, the stone wall receded, revealing a hidden compartment measuring 1.5 meters in width and 2 meters in height. Inside lay a set of gilded armor engulfed in crimson flames, reminiscent of the battle gear worn by warriors from centuries past, predating even the modern era. The armor comprised 3 parts: the golden chainmail, the purple gold crown with phoenix wings, and the lotus silk boots. As Moxie pondered how to don this ancient attire, the armor began to morph before his very eyes. The chainmail, crown, and boots coalesced into a beam of golden light, enveloping Moxie entirely. When the radiance faded, the original pieces transformed into a contemporary battle suit, with the crimson flames trailing behind him like a scarlet cloak. Intricate patterns of black and dark hues adorning the gilded armor. A reactor was emblazoned on his chest, while a concealed energy converter was integrated into the back, hidden within the suit. As Moxie channeled his spiritual energy into the converter, it activated instantaneously, manifesting a golden halo of blazing light behind him. The faceplate enveloped his head, projecting a holographic interface that mirrored his surroundings, granting him an unobstructed 360-degree field of vision. The ignition of the radiant golden armor has been successfully initiated, adapting to contemporary advancements, upgrading by harnessing the nuclear reactor and modifying through battle armor runes. It absorbs energy converters, replacing them with celestial energy conversion formations, transforming spiritual energy into celestial power, and incorporating holographic imagery alongside intelligent technology. Supplanted by the spirit of the armor, the radiant golden armor is now fully loaded. Ding! The master has absorbed the chaotic essence left by the former owner, completely purging impurities from the body, restoring it to its innate state. The energy within has undergone a transformation into the power of chaos, capable of absorbing all energies from the universe and converting them into chaotic force, thereby attaining the indomitable primordial divine body of chaos. Ding! The radiant golden armor is now fully activated. I am the spirit of the armor, Little Jean, here to safeguard your battles. The radiant golden battle armor. With Little Jean online, we'll protect you. She lowered her gaze at the armor adorning her, while the holographic imagery provided an analysis. A three-dimensional silhouette emerged within the holographic display, mirroring an She, while the above indicated the operational status of the radiant golden battle armor. She noticed a cloud-like entity beside her and, intrigued, attempted to engage it with her thoughts. Suddenly, a rift tore open in the void beside her, and a cloud-like mass surged forth from within. Chapter 142, At the Pinnacle of the Mountain, Proud in the World. Its appearance bore a striking resemblance to the fiery golden armor, adorned with the same gilded hues and accented by dark stripes. The tail of the cloud resembled a flame trailing behind it. What is this, Little Jean? She gazed at the suddenly manifested golden-hued cloud before her, unable to resist the urge to reach out and touch it. It was large, soft, smooth, and exceedingly comfortable. Her hands could barely grasp it. This is the Nimbus Cloud, a vehicle linked to the blazing golden battle armor, capable of traversing vast distances in the blink of an eye, though one should not take that too literally, for the energy consumption could be immense, potentially draining one to the marrow. Nevertheless, the speed is indeed remarkable. You may wish to give it a try. Wicked grin. JPG, the top-ranked brother is impressive. How does one operate this? Do I simply mount it? After fidgeting for a while, she found herself at a loss for the correct position and could not help but inquire again. How foolish. The manner in which you ride is entirely at your discretion. Whether you wish to ride standing, lying down, or even in a prone position is all up to you. A knowing smile graced She's face, and then she leapt up to stand atop the Nimbus Cloud. With a mere thought, the cloud transformed into a streak of crimson gold, soaring from the water-curtain cave and tracing an arc across the sky. As the wind howled past her ears, she let out a triumphant roar. Since her arrival in this secret realm, she had suppressed her emotions for far too long, and now she was finally liberated. A formidable aura radiated from her, causing the beasts below to emit low growls, curling their tails and lying flat against the ground, hoping desperately to avoid attracting the attention of the demon above, lest they become delectable roasted meat. After reveling in the skies for a while, she guided the Nimbus Cloud back to the ground, stretching her limbs as the blazing golden armor dissipated. The Nimbus Cloud returned to the storage space of the armor. After a prolonged period of restraint, a smile finally blossomed on She's face. Her cultivation had not only been restored, but had also ascended to the initial stage of divine rank. Furthermore, she had acquired the ancient primordial divine body, the indestructible chaotic body, capable of resurrecting with a drop of blood, with her soul everlasting and her flesh immortal. Once again, she turned her gaze towards the towering peaks behind her, resolutely deciding to scale the mountain once more before departing this realm. Channeling her spiritual energy, she rose into the air beside the mountain, intending to fly directly upward. However, to her surprise, as she approached the mountain, it felt as if the spiritual energy within was sealed. Unable to summon even a fraction of her internal energy, she plummeted from midair, crashing into the ground and creating a crater, dust-covered and disheveled. She stood up and brushed off the dirt. Unexpectedly, this divine mountain possesses a binding effect on one's cultivation. Previously, I had not perceived it because my meridians were severed, rendering me devoid of cultivation. Since I must rely solely on my physical prowess, let us see if my current body can conquer you. After loosening her limbs, she surged towards the mountain. As she stepped into the mountain's domain, she immediately sensed a slight alteration in the surrounding gravity. Though subtle, it was enough for her to quicken her pace, allowing her to swiftly reach the mountainside. With both hands gripping the protruding stones of the rocky cliff, she cautiously ascended step by step towards the summit, where the gravity was approximately 1,000 times greater. Although it was not as effortless as at the base of the mountain, the impact on Moxie was minimal. She gazed at a prominent stone slab above her and tested its stability with her feet. A careful glance around revealed that aside from this jutting rock, there were no other footholds available. Peering down, she noted that the trees below had diminished to mere specks. During her previous climb, it was at this very spot that Moxie had been halted, lacking the cultivation she possessed now and with a physical form far weaker. She had refrained from taking risks. However, circumstances had changed. With her cultivation restored and her physique considerably strengthened, she felt no hesitation. Tensing her calves, she lowered her center of gravity slightly before leaping. In midair, she seized the moment and grasped the stone slab, which fortunately remained steadfast. Using this leverage, she deftly flipped onto the slab. The stone slab was approximately 50 centimeters wide, seemingly a segment of the mountain itself. Yet it resembled a colossal stone modestly embedded within the mountainside. As soon as she landed on the stone, Moxie sensed a sudden and profound change in the surrounding gravity. The weight that had previously been 1,000-fold now doubled, imparting a slight pressure upon her. Looking upward, she estimated that she still had about half the height to ascend. She flexed her wrist, which had grown stiff from gripping the stone wall, to promote blood circulation before continuing her climb. As she neared the mountain's pinnacle, the gravitational force intensified. At the summit, surrounded by swirling clouds, it felt as if she had ascended to the heavens. The peak presented a flat expanse, as though the tips of the mountain had been cleaved away by a mighty sword. At its center lay a serene lake, encircled by flourishing peach trees. Due to the altitude, a layer of glistening frost adorned the ground. Yet intriguingly, the lake's waters remained unfrozen, exuding a continuous mist reminiscent of a hot spring. The surrounding peach trees were in full bloom, their branches heavy with vibrant pink blossoms. A remarkable scene unfolded beside the hot spring. A majestic peach tree towered over a resplendent structure of jade and marble, which housed 5 stone benches and a stone table. Upon this table rested a black crystal, gleaming with an enigmatic allure. Amidst the snow-clad summit, a hand emerged from below, grasping the ground for support. Subsequently, a figure with cascading white hair and striking features, eyes as radiant as stars, each adorned with 2 azure orbs, was revealed. Standing at an impressive height of 1.85 meters, he donned a cloak crafted from the pelt of a striking black and white striped tiger, complemented by a matching skirt. The cloak billowed in the fierce wind, while his long hair danced in the air. Though his attire was wild, there was an unmistakable elegance about the youth, an ethereal quality reminiscent of a celestial being exiled from the mundane world. Should he don a white hanfu beneath, this impression would be further amplified. This individual was none other than Moxie, who had persevered in her ascent for quite some time. Standing atop the mountain, Moxie turned to gaze behind her, through the layers of clouds revealing the diminutive forests below. As she cast her eyes toward the seemingly endless expanse in the distance, a surge of exuberance welled up within her heart. Unable to restrain herself, she yearned to compose a verse. Alas, in this moment of profound sentiment and breathtaking scenery, she found herself lacking in literary prowess, resorting only to a playful exclamation, "What a sight! Incredible!" A light-hearted jest to uplift the atmosphere. She then prepared to showcase the artistry of ink and water nestled within her soul. Chapter 143, Gratitude for the Crystal of Realms. Otherwise, one might genuinely question my passion for reading, as I, and Moxie, turned to face the snow-blanketed ground, leaving a trail of footprints as I journey towards the ethereal tower. Each step leaves an indelible mark, with the mountain's gravity weighing heavily. Yet it seems to only affect living beings. The peach trees in my flowing cloak remain unaffected, dancing gracefully amidst the tempestuous winds. Traversing a mere 100 meters takes me nearly half an hour, my muscles taut, veins in my arms and calves protruding like coiled dragons. Upon entering the celestial tower, My gaze is irresistibly drawn to the black crystal resting upon the stone table. I reach out to grasp it, pondering its significance atop this mountain. Surely, it must be a treasure, for it cannot be that this peak holds only a hot spring and a grove of peach trees. As my fingers brush the obsidian stone, it suddenly springs to life. The hexagonal crystal transforms into 6 beams of black light hurtling toward me with astonishing speed, catching even my divine realm off guard. By the time I react, the crystal has already melded into my consciousness, coiling within my mind, where the meteor hammer had resided. Upon its arrival, the black crystal forcefully nudges the meteor hammer aside, which appears momentarily vexed but soon retreats to a corner in submission. Tom, the nine hells is bullying me. And now that it's gone, having been plunged into the earth during battle and yet to be retrieved, another menacing stone arrives to torment me. I possess a royal weapon, albeit not for combat. Must I endure such indignities? Yet, the black crystal pays no heed, settling in the center of my consciousness and beginning to rotate, creating unique spatial ripples that radiate outward like waves. Soon, I discern the nature of this black crystal. It is a crystal of realms, a key to this secret little world. To possess this crystal is to claim ownership of this realm, for it serves as the vessel of this hidden space. In that instant, I realize that my benefactor has once again bestowed a gift upon me. Fortuitously, I chose to scale the mountain. Otherwise, having acquired power, I might have departed, never to find this secret realm again. Entering an unawakened secret world is nearly impossible, for these realms drift aimlessly amidst spatial turbulence. Without specific coordinates, one could traverse through the chaos of space for a lifetime without encountering such a hidden world. By a stroke of fortune, and Moxie found himself transported into this miniature world through a casual spatial leap initiated by Qingfeng. Had the attempt failed, the consequences would have been unimaginable. At this moment, with the crystal of the realm recognizing its master, this small world had become utterly sealed, no longer adrift in the chaotic currents of space. Accompanying the realm crystal within Moxie's sea of consciousness meant that he now carried a small world with him. Initially, Moxie pondered that once he descended, Qingfeng's energy might not be sufficiently replenished, leaving him in slumber. Although he had already attained a preliminary divine level capable of tearing through space to escape, he could not abandon Qingfeng here. However, with the small world now entirely his, he felt a surge of relief. With a mere thought, the surrounding gravity immediately normalized. Possessing the realm crystal, Moxie was akin to a deity within this secretive world. Having come to this realization, Moxie ceased his overthinking. After a prolonged period of maintaining a single position, his muscles felt somewhat rigid, and his circulation had slowed. There was a natural hot spring nearby, and he decided to indulge in it to alleviate his discomfort. He removed his heavy cloak, placing it on a stone table, and shed his animal skin skirt. There, he approached the spring and leaped in, sending forth a cascade of water. The temperature of the spring varied, and upon entering, Moxie discerned that the water was approximately 150 degrees, with bubbling steam rising continuously. However, for Moxie's current physical resilience, this temperature felt merely like a warm bath. Reclining against the edge of the spring, he closed his eyes to rejuvenate his spirit. Yet as he did, thoughts of Murong Qingyu intruded upon his mind. He wondered how she was faring. Surely, his father assured her safety. But would she be startled upon seeing him again once he emerged? Lost in such musings, Moxie relaxed in the spring, oblivious to the fog gradually enveloping the surroundings. Thick mist rose, obscuring the peach trees, the ethereal towers, and everything else nearby. Sensing something amiss, Moxie opened his eyes only to find a wide expanse before him, filled with swirling vapor. Rising from the spring, he stepped out, puzzled, and attempted to navigate toward the location of the ethereal towers, but after just 2 steps, the spring was also consumed by the fog. Standing amidst the white haze, he surveyed his surroundings, yet nothing was visible. The world had transformed into a blank canvas of mist. Perplexed by the sudden onset of such thick fog, Moxie resolved to explore, hoping to locate the ethereal towers. Even if he tumbled from the mountaintop, it mattered not. Gravity would allow him to soar. As he wandered aimlessly, a figure suddenly emerged from the mist ahead, Moxie instinctively lowered his steps, quickening his pace in cautious curiosity. How could there be another person here? As he drew closer and the fog thinned, he discerned the identity of the figure. It was none other than Murong Qingyu. Qingyu, what brings you here? and Moxie exclaimed in astonishment, hastening forward to envelop her in his embrace. Yet, I found myself acutely aware of the distance that lay between Murong Qingyu and me. Murong Qingyu turned to gaze at Enmashi, her eyes, akin to autumn waters, brimming with misty emotions. In the blink of an eye, that little one has grown so much. I still recall our first encounter, when you barely reached my chest, and now, without my noticing, you have surpassed my height. My dear, I am truly delighted to have crossed paths with you. Back then, I had not yet fully blossomed, had I? Chapter 144. Returned to the Shangquan continent, and Moxie gently touched her nose and solemnly declared, I am equally delighted to have encountered you. However, what prompted you to bring this up all of a sudden? Come with me. There is a particularly soothing hot spring nearby that I would like to share with you. As Moxie spoke, tears streamed down Murong Qingyu's face like pearls unstrung, glistening as they traced her delicate features before falling from her chin. Little one, I can no longer accompany you in your mischief. You must remember to take good care of yourself. Hee, my days with you have been filled with happiness. I feel so reluctant to part. I haven't yet walked with you to the end or given you a child. As she sobbed through her fragmented words, fissures began to appear on her body, soft blue light emanating from the cracks. And Moxie sensed something amiss. Suddenly, a gentle breeze swept through, clearing the mist, revealing Murong Qingyu wiping away her tears. Cracks marred Murong Qingyu's form, which gradually transformed into a wisp of energy. Beginning to dissipate, her gentle eyes, reminiscent of autumn waters, gazed upon Moxie's face, as if she yearned to see this once youthful boy one last time, imprinting his visage deeply in her memory. Qingyu, what is happening to you? And Moxie cried out, frantically racing towards Murong Qingyu, wishing to envelop her in his embrace, to inquire about her grievances, to understand her plight. Yet, as he beheld her fading figure, the reflection of his own form shimmered in her tender gaze, and Moxie's heart ached intensely, as if it were being cleaved by a blade. At that moment, the distance between them felt insurmountable. Regardless of how fervently he ran, he could not catch up to Murong Qingyu's vanishing presence. Qingyu, do not leave me, Qingyu. Watching as Murong Qingyu gradually dissipated before him, and Moxie leapt forward, yearning to grasp the fading essence of Murong Qingyu, but instead, he passed right through her ethereal form. Qingyu, and Moxie bellowed, springing to his feet, his eyes bloodshot as he stood abruptly. His tempestuous emotions summoned dark clouds to envelop the small world, thunder and lightning crashing as if heralding the twilight of the gods. The overwhelming pressure provoked a chorus of low growls from the beasts within this realm, filling the air with their anguished cries. The wind howled ferociously as Moxie rose and entered the Jade Tower, retrieving the sole intact outfit he possessed. Initially, he had several garments in his storage space, but after frequent wear during his escapades in the forest, they had become tattered. Eventually, he resorted to crafting a cloak from the hide of a striking black and white striped tiger, draped in the last remaining outfit. And Moxie adorned himself with the tiger skin cloak and ascended the mountain peak, casting a glance at the azure warship below. A bolt of lightning illuminated the ground, and a dark figure descended from the sky with astonishing speed. In the next moment, the fabric of space tore, and the man vanished into the rift. The weather swiftly cleared, and all seemed as if nothing had transpired, akin to a fleeting dream. Within the tumultuous currents of space, a flicker of blazing flame manifested upon Enmashi, as the resplendent golden armor of fire gradually materialized. A streak of light surged rapidly from the distance, and Enmashi alighted upon the somersault cloud, swiftly navigating through the chaotic spatial turbulence. Utilizing the approximate spatial coordinates provided by her wristwatch, she locked onto her location and forcefully shattered the fabric of space before her. In a snow-laden mountain range, a significant upheaval in space occurred, as if violently fractured by an unseen force. Suddenly, a figure clad in resplendent golden armor appeared, standing upon a cloud of blazing flames. As the shattered space behind him began to close, the armor upon the man's form flickered and vanished. After surveying the surroundings, Enmashi confirmed that this was indeed the location corresponding to the distress signal she had received from Murong Qingyu. Channeling her spiritual energy, Enmashi took to the skies, setting her course towards a determined direction. You have indeed survived. I have finally awaited your return. A man in the Shanin realm gazed intently at the holographic projection emitted by the alarmed celestial eye system, a sly smile gracing his lips. In utter silence, military squads, law enforcement teams, and the assembled forces sprang into action, deploying numerous flying vessels, while armored squads ascended into the heavens. Their singular target was the man who had just appeared so mysteriously. At this moment, Enmashi was following the navigation of her wristwatch towards the nearest city. Though she could have flown directly into the Shanin realm, the risk of being shot down by anti-aircraft weaponry was considerable. While death was unlikely, serious injury was almost certain. Moreover, once she entered the city, traveling by train or flying vessel would not significantly lag behind her own speed. As Enmashi approached the central city of the Kanglan region, she suddenly sensed numerous unfamiliar presences encircling her, heightening her vigilance. She was just about to investigate when an energy cannon from a flying vessel was fired in her direction. Caught off guard by the unexpected assault, Enmashi was struck directly by the energy blast. In the following moment, a torrent of attacks descended upon her, relentless and overwhelming. After approximately 10 minutes, the barrage gradually ceased as the energy cannons aboard the vessels began to overload. The onlookers directed their gaze towards the location of the recent assault, where smoke still lingered, and a fleeting golden light flickered briefly. Enmashi, surrounded by numerous warships and squads, with a pallor of anger upon her visage, inquired, "What is the reason for this unprovoked attack? If there is no explanation today, then—" Before she could finish her statement, a massive hatch on a flying vessel swung open, and a man clad in obsidian armor soared forth. Clapping his hands in approval, he remarked, "Impressive, impressive. Truly, the physique of an advanced civilization is remarkably formidable. Enmashi, you are now suspected of colluding with the codename Peerless, endangering the safety of the Shanin realm's inhabitants, and attacking the Federal High Command. You have the right to remain silent, but anything you say may be used as evidence against you. Engage with lethal force. Leave no survivors." The man issued his command softly, and the surrounding squads, eager for action, approached Enmashi, weapons in hand. What is the connection to an unparalleled conspiracy? Surely, there must be some misunderstanding. An MO, she evaded the assault, eager to offer an explanation. A misunderstanding? There is no misunderstanding. The man wore a cold smirk, observing an MO as she dodged about like a monkey. The threat in the air was too great, compelling an MO to land on the ground, thus requiring her only to guard against attacks from above and all around her. Chapter 145. The bounty. Though the individuals surrounding him were not of high rank, their incessant buzzing was as bothersome as that of mosquitoes. A throng surged from all directions, and in a moment of carelessness, Enmashi was struck by an attack, followed by an unrelenting barrage of blows. At last, Enmashi's fury ignited, the pressure of a divine being emanated from him, coalescing a formidable energy within his chest. "Huh!" Enmashi bellowed, unleashing the energy that radiated outward in all directions. Every surrounding team was sent flying by this wave of energy, collapsing to the ground in a state of unconsciousness. Enmashi immediately sought to summon his Nimbus cloud to vacate this place, intending first to locate the Murong family before addressing any further matters. Yet, a figure as dark as obsidian emerged. Ouyang Yao, who had been seated high above, now stood before him, delivering a punch imbued with a unique energy that left Enmashi profoundly alarmed. Obsidian battle armor. With no choice, he summoned chaotic power to form an energy shield before him. Ouyang Yao's punch collided with the shield, shattering it like fragile glass. The force continued unabated, aimed squarely at Enmashi's face. Enmashi raised his arms in a defensive posture, absorbing the blow, though his body involuntarily stumbled backward. Just as Enmashi believed the ordeal to be concluding, ready to counterattack, the armor suddenly shattered, and his arms erupted into a mist of crimson. Ouyang Yao's innate ability, magnetic storm resonance, allowed him to attach a magnetic tempest to his hands, creating a violent resonance that disintegrated the molecular structure of his adversary's body upon contact. The excruciating pain caused veins to bulge on Enmashi's forehead. He activated his innate ability to devour, drawing in the surrounding spiritual energy that surged into him, transforming into chaotic power, enabling his arms to rapidly regenerate. The fiery golden armor also rejuvenated swiftly with the infusion of chaotic power. As long as there was sufficient chaotic energy, the armor could perpetually restore itself. Oh, a rapid recovery capability? I wonder if shattering your skull will allow for such a recovery. Ouyang Yao observed Enmashi with keen interest, an aura inadvertently emanating from him that revealed he too was a divine being, and of the mid-tier rank no less. Enmashi flexed his arms, scrutinizing the man clad in obsidian armor before him, while Ouyang Yao also assessed him in return. In the next instant, amidst a surge of energy, Moshi vanished from his position. Simultaneously, Ouyang Yao charged toward him. The two rushed at one another like old friends, instinctively in sync. One fist bore the power of nuclear magnetic resonance, while the other was infused with chaotic energy. In the following moment, their fists collided, unleashing a cataclysmic force that upheaved everything in the vicinity, even tearing up the ground beneath them. A powerful explosion ensued, enveloping the world in blinding white light, as the teams that had fallen were reduced to ash, scattered by the fierce winds of their clash. A pentagram-shaped cloud slowly ascended, and amidst the void, a voice seemed to resound. "Art is. Starfish. Everything within the battlefield has been affected. Even the airships soaring in the sky were not spared from calamity." After exchanging a swift punch, the two quickly retreated. In Moshi harnessed the chaotic energy within, expelling the resonant force that had infiltrated his arm to repair it. Ouyang Yao shook his arm, utilizing his innate talent to dissolve the chaotic energy within through nuclear magnetic resonance. To his astonishment, this energy was not spiritual in nature and was exceedingly domineering, requiring considerable effort to dissipate. They exchanged glances of mutual respect, simultaneously enveloping themselves in energy to safeguard their bodies from further intrusion. In the next instant, the ground beneath them cracked, and the two shot forth like arrows released from a bow. In the air, Ouyang Yao adjusted the thrusters of his battle armor, his body tilting slightly as he approached an Moshi, delivering a powerful kick akin to a cleaving axe aimed at an Moshi's head. An Moshi extended his arm to catch Ouyang Yao's axe-like strike effortlessly, as if he were catching a feather drifting downwards. With a firm grip on Ouyang Yao's ankle, an Moshi slammed him down onto the ground. Treating Ouyang Yao like a toy, he hurled him repeatedly, the sounds of impact echoing around them, leaving multiple impressions on the ground, reminiscent of the Hulk smashing Loki. Enough! A violent wave of nuclear magnetic resonance erupted, radiating from Ouyang Yao's center, attempting to push an Moshi back. However, fortified by chaotic energy, an Moshi remained unaffected and intensified his assault. Bang! I said you. Bang! Let go. Bang! Let go of me. Ouyang Yao gasped intermittently, struggling desperately to break free. An Moshi was too engrossed in his exertions to pay him any mind. "You scoundrel!" Ouyang Yao cursed angrily. After a moment of silence, just when an Moshi believed Ouyang Yao had succumbed, a tremendous explosion erupted. The intense energy of nuclear magnetic resonance detonated, leveling everything within 100 miles. In the mountain forest domain, the Ouyang family's metallic chamber slowly opened. A figure emerged, clad in a black shirt and tailored trousers, the shirt neatly tucked in. His meticulously styled slicked-back hair complemented by a single dragon whisker that hung down from the left side of his forehead. He exuded the air of a carefree, charming rogue, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses perched upon his prominent nose, while a titanium wolf's tooth necklace rested around his pristine neck. His striking features seemed to embody the term debonair scoundrel as if tailored specifically for him. "Don't you dare die so easily. I still wish to play with you." Ouyang Yao chuckled as he stepped out of the chamber, glancing back with a slight smile before departing the room. In the mountain forest domain, the Murong family awaits. Suddenly, the venerable Murong Yunlong discovered a fluctuation emanating from the sensor he had left at the Golden Armor Tower. This was a small device crafted using his spatial affinity, designed to convey messages from the Golden Armor Tower by inscribing them upon a letter, which would then be placed within the black box he had left behind. Inside this diminutive black box resided a power of spatial energy infused by the old master. Any item inserted into it would be directly transported into his spatial ring. Just moments ago, he sensed that a paper letter had materialized within his spatial ring. After sealing the surrounding space, he cautiously retrieved the letter. Chapter 146 traces the proactive communication from the Golden Armor Tower undoubtedly pertains to news regarding an Moshi. Although the method of writing letters may seem antiquated, it serves as a means to evade the surveillance of the Ouyang family. Presently, the Tianyan system is under the Ouyang family's control, and with the Federal Intelligence Brain rebooted, no information within the network escapes their scrutiny. Only the age-old practice of letter writing remains unmonitored by the reboot. Coupled with my spatial abilities, I can effortlessly deliver letters in silence. Master, an Moshi has appeared in the Kanglan Domain's Kangi Mountain Range at precisely 3:57 in the afternoon. The Tianyin system has detected him, and Ouyang Yao from the Ouyang family is already leading a military team to capture him. Should the Golden Armor Guards be dispatched to rescue him? As he read the letter, Murong Yunhao's brows furrowed slightly, channeling his spiritual energy. He caused the letter in his hand to disintegrate into ashes. The elder then retrieved a fresh sheet of paper and began to write. Engage and observe the situation. If an MO she is apprehended by Ouyang Yao and his men, take immediate action to assist in his escape. If he remains unharmed, guide him towards the Kanglan domain and into the Golden Armor Tower. Regardless of the means, ensure he reaches the headquarters of the Golden Armor Tower in the Shanlin domain. After folding the paper, the elder placed it into his storage ring, using his innate ability to send the letter to a small black box. In the Kanglan domain's Kangyi mountain range, amidst the battlefield, the smoke from explosions gradually dissipated with the wind. A figure emerged from the chaos, where the intense heat from the blast distorted the air, and the ground had transformed into molten rock, emitting waves of scorching heat. This figure was an Mo-Shi, whose expression was grim as he found himself inexplicably branded as a fugitive and subjected to brutal pursuit. Removing his blazing golden battle armor, an Mo-Shi exhaled deeply, surveying the desolated landscape where trees had been flattened for miles. He turned towards the depths of the mountain range, contemplating how to reach the Shanlin domain. Given the recent confrontation with the man he had fought, it was evident that he was now a wanted man, making it improbable for him to access the city to board a flying ship or train. Flying directly to the Shanlin domain was not an option, as the domain's air defense systems would not show him mercy, especially considering his status as a fugitive. They would likely unleash their full firepower, reducing him to ashes in midair. He could not afford to wait for Qingfeng's energy to recover and awaken from its dormant state. That could take an eternity. Just as an Mo-Shi departed the area, the ground at the explosion's edge suddenly shifted, and a short man clad in black armor emerged from the earth. Cursing under his breath, he lamented the destruction wrought by the two killing gods, which had leveled the surrounding area. Fortunately, his quick thinking had allowed him to burrow underground. Otherwise, he would have been reduced to mere bone fragments, with no need for a funeral pyre. Glancing back, he realized an Mo-Shi's figure had vanished. Panic surged within him. Oh no, where did that guy run off to? The man hastily sprang to his feet, scanning the surroundings for any sign of an Mo-Shi. At this moment, an Mo-Shi ventured into the forest and was suddenly struck by a realization. This watch served as a connection to the network of the mountain forest continent. Wearing it was akin to donning a colossal locator. With this thought, an Mo-Shi removed the watch from her wrist, recalling that it had been a gift from Murong Qingyu. Rather than discarding it outright, she cast it into a miniature world, believing that being in a different realm would render its tracking capabilities futile. However, after disposing of the watch, an Mo-Shi was beset by a headache. Under the current circumstances, with a full-scale manhunt underway for her, having just incapacitated several teams, albeit without causing any fatalities, she felt the weight of the consequences bearing down upon her. Additionally, she had slain a formidable being of divine caliber. After a moment of contemplation, an Mo-Shi resolved to journey to the ruins within the Kanglan domain, a place that was almost a lawless zone where she had grown up amidst the remnants of destruction. It was a locale with which she was intimately familiar, and perhaps she might unexpectedly discover a means to infiltrate the city. Once she had made her decision, an Mo-Shi obscured her visage and set forth towards the ancient ruins of Kanglan. Shortly after her departure, a cloaked figure, prone on the ground and equipped with an unusual device affixed to his nose, began to sniff around the spot where an Mo-Shi had recently stood. He then proceeded in the direction she had taken. 30 minutes later, an Mo-Shi arrived at the largest ruin in the Kanglan domain, a chaotic haven teeming with fugitives wanted by the Federation, as well as murderers who had fled after wreaking havoc in the city. Among them was a man who, upon discovering that his wife had betrayed him, had endured the agony of raising 3 children only to find that none were his own. In a fit of rage, he imprisoned both the woman and her lover, subjecting them to days of starvation. Eventually, he resorted to slicing the flesh from the lover's body and feeding it to the woman. Initially, she resisted vehemently, but as hunger gnawed at her, she became indifferent to the nature of the meat, ravenously devouring it while blood dripped from her lips. After her gruesome feast, the woman descended into madness, her sanity unraveling. No longer resistant, she savored each morsel as the man kept her lover alive, forcing him to witness the horror of his own consumption. Ultimately, as the lover was reduced to mere bones, The woman became afflicted with a virulent disease, emanating a foul stench that was repugnant to all. Driven to the brink by the sight of the deranged woman, the man could no longer bear the torment. He seized a knife and plunged it into her repeatedly, all the while clutching her body and howling in despair. "I loved you so dearly. Why did you betray me? I love you so much, so much." In the end, the man's cries drew attention, leading to their discovery. By that point, the woman had succumbed to death, her body punctured by hundreds of stab wounds, reduced to a grotesque pulp. A man, having evaded pursuit, sought refuge beyond the city limits, ultimately entering the ancient ruins. Through sheer ferocity and a reckless disregard for his own safety, he carved out a modest reputation within the desolate expanse, commanding a small entourage of 3 or 4 subordinates. An Mo-Shi, with a swift kick, sent the kneeling man sprawling to the ground. "Tell me, who reigns over these ancient ruins? Who has given you permission to regale me with tales? Please, take it easy. It hurts," he exclaimed. "I will tell you. The leader of the ancient ruins is named Mo Wu-Qing, commanding thousands of skilled subordinates. He operates a black market at the heart of the ruins. If you seek him, you might find your fortune at the black market." Chapter 147. The Ancient Ruins in the Desolate Expanse of the Ancient Ruins. A man lay prostrate on the ground, fearing that Moxie might deliver a kick to him. In a flurry of words, he hastily divulged all he knew. Why wait until after receiving a beating to speak? Is that not a sign of foolishness? With that thought, Moxie rose and ventured deeper into the ruins. "Boss, should we?" One of his subordinates gestured sharply at his neck, a glint of ferocity flashing in his eyes. As the man pondered his subordinate's words, Moxie unexpectedly turned back. "Brother, I didn't mean it, I swear." The man, seeing Moxie return, quickly resumed his position on the ground, eager to explain. Without uttering a word, Moxie delivered another swift kick to the man's abdomen. In an instant, the man writhed on the ground, clutching his belly, resembling a wriggling maggot. After landing another kick on each of the 2 subordinates, Moxie finally spoke. "Next time, refrain from such idle chatter. Not everyone possesses my benevolence." With that, he turned and walked away, leaving behind the 3 writhing on the ground. Moxie held no intention of taking their lives. He merely sought to impart a lesson. After all, the trio had initially intended to rob him and had not yet sensed the lethal aura surrounding him. Ultimately, Moxie, having grown up amidst the ruins, understood that while those who survived there could be ruthless, they were often pitiable souls, driven to desperate acts merely to endure. If survival could be assured through honest means, who would choose to navigate the treacherous remnants of a bygone era? Disregarding the 3, Moxie pressed further into the depths of the ruins, occasionally encountering individuals unexpectedly emerging from the shadows, wielding rusted blades in attempts to ambush him. Moxie spared no mercy for such assailants, shattering their blades with a single punch and casually tossing any would-be attackers into the sky. If they survived the fall, they were merely fortunate. If they perished, it was their fate. Yet, how could those of the lowest realms survive a descent from thousands of meters high? It was laughable. The remnants left behind would scarcely be worthy of even the most unrefined culinary endeavors. The 3 individuals outside resembled the most ordinary of scavengers, akin to the elders of the ancient ruins, relying on the remnants of the past for sustenance. However, these 3 were somewhat misguided, opting to rob rather than collect useful items. Why not pursue storytelling instead of petty thievery? Such talent deserves a grander stage. As Moxie journeyed deeper into the ruins, a peculiar individual equipped with strange instruments trailed behind him, sniffing the ground as he followed. The 2 moved in tandem, with Moxie leading the way. Perhaps due to Moxie's path-clearing presence, the man behind him encountered no obstacles, except for the occasional collision with stones or trees of his own making. Were Moxie to witness this scene, he might commend the man for his dedication, as he remained fixated on tracking the scent, oblivious to the perils posed by the rocky terrain. After colliding, the man rubbed his head and continued to pursue the scent ahead, completely oblivious, wholly focused on the aroma of an Mo-Shi. Upon venturing deeper, it was uncertain whether there were no ambushers lying in wait for an Mo-Shi, or if those individuals had received word of this formidable presence and thus retreated, for no reckless souls emerged to challenge him. Soon, an Mo-Shi arrived at the depths of the ruins, where the so-called black market lay. At the entrance stood a tall and voluptuous woman, resembling a ripe peach, seemingly awaiting someone. As an Mo-Shi approached, the woman took a step forward, her chi-pow accentuating her figure exquisitely as she slinked closer, her waist twisting like a water serpent. As she neared, a delightful fragrance wafted into an Mo's nostrils. The woman halted gracefully before him and, with a charming demeanor, addressed him. "I am Feng Wuxia. Observing your extraordinary bearing, you must be the distinguished guest my master spoke of. I have been awaiting your arrival for some time. Please, enter. My master has prepared food and drink in anticipation of your presence." Her voice was enchantingly mellifluous, as if it could ensnare one's very soul. She raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing the woman before him. Based on her aura, she was merely an ordinary high-level candidate, yet amidst these ruins, the presence of a candidate-level powerhouse intrigued him regarding her master. However, as for the woman before him, She's heart was set on returning to the Shanlin domain to meet Mu Rong Qingyu, leaving him no inclination to observe her further. "Lead the way," he replied coolly, maintaining an air of composure. Feng Wuxia was taken aback by She's calm demeanor. In the past, men who beheld her would typically be consumed by desire. Yet this youthful lad, not yet in his 20s, bore eyes devoid of any impurity, showing no interest in her at all. Could it be that this gentleman was indifferent to women? Contemplating this, Feng Wuxia stepped forward to guide him, declaring, "This way, esteemed guest." With her shapely form leading the way, she kept a distance of merely half a step ahead, signaling that she was merely a guide, while simultaneously showcasing her perfect curves to She. Regrettably, She remained oblivious, his curiosity piqued only by the surroundings. Numerous scavengers were seen setting up stalls with their wares scattered upon the ground. As they proceeded, the stalls dwindled, giving way to shops that opened their doors for business. Noticing She's keen interest in the black market, Feng Wuxia took the initiative to offer an introduction. What we just passed was the periphery of the black market, where all scavengers can set up stalls to sell their unwanted goods. However, they are required to pay 5% of their earnings to the black market. There are often scavengers who find it inconvenient to enter the city or opt for bartering, conducting their transactions on the outskirts. Naturally, some individuals choose to sell their items directly to our treasure trove in the black market. The prices we offer are approximately 10% lower than those within the city. However, this method does not entail any taxation on profits. Although the prices may be slightly lower, the turnover is swift, and the rates are comparable to those of personal sales. Many individuals in need of resources or funds prefer to sell their goods directly to our treasure trove, which not only allows for the sale of their items, but also provides a variety of other services. Chapter 148. The Treasure Pavilion. Within the Treasure Pavilion, one can procure an array of necessities, be it healing potions, elixirs for cultivation, or formidable weaponry. It is a veritable cornucopia of goods. Furthermore, the pavilion hosts an auction every month, featuring items consigned by patrons as well as rare treasures from its own inventory. The most recent auction is scheduled for the evening 2 days hence. Should the gentleman be intrigued, he may wish to attend. As we recently passed by 2 storefronts, they were establishments run by individuals amidst the ruins. The portions of cake served are substantial, and should my master consume them all, it would undoubtedly incite discontent among others. Although my master's influence is considerable, should the other leaders within the ruins unite against him, it would pose a significant challenge. Thus, it is prudent to lease these shops. The establishments the gentleman just observed are among those, and they are required to remit rent to my master monthly. Ahead lies the abode of my master, situated at the very heart of the black market, from which the entire market radiates outward. Before us stands an ancient wooden courtyard, exuding an aura of antiquity, with a grand entrance crafted from rosewood, imbued with a sense of history. At this moment, the door swings open, and Feng Wuxia steps inside, awaiting Moxie's entrance. Currently, Moxie possesses a divine initial stage of cultivation, augmented by a transcendent physique. In the realm of Shanshan, there exists no individual capable of threatening his life. Thus, he harbors no concerns of scheming adversaries as he strides over the threshold and enters the quaint courtyard. Inside, a gentle stream meanders over pebbled paths, flanked by verdant lawns, while a corner of the courtyard is adorned with a serene bamboo grove. Following the cobblestone path, one encounters an artificial hillock nestled amidst a lotus pond, beside which stands an ancient tree, its branches adorned with silver blossoms. Beneath it, a cool pavilion invites respite, where a strikingly handsome, yet unpretentious man reclines. On the stone table before him lies an array of exquisite delicacies, accompanied by several fine jugs of wine. The man, clad in a fitted black attire, rises with a smile upon seeing Moxie, led by Feng Wuxia, and approaches to welcome him. As Moxie arrives at the pavilion, the man gestures for him to take a seat, subsequently returning to his previous position. And Moxie, feeling at ease, adjusts his tiger skin cloak before settling in. Feng Wuxia, you may withdraw. I wish to converse with this young master, he states. Certainly, Feng Wuxia replies, stepping away to leave only the two men in the courtyard. May I inquire your name, young master? What brings you to my black market? Mo Wuqing, now unpretentious after Feng Wuxia's departure, sits casually, pouring himself a cup of wine while gesturing towards the jug in front of Moxie, encouraging him to partake freely. And Moxie, reciprocating the gesture, opens the wine jug and fills his own cup, downing it in one go. Unable to contain his delight, he exclaims, "What a splendid wine!" The wine is velvety upon entry, leaving an indelible aftertaste that lingers in the mouth, rich with its intoxicating aroma and a hint of sweetness. Yet, as it flows down the throat, it feels akin to sipping a warm potion in the biting cold of winter, providing a swift warmth that envelopes the body without any burning sensation. Mo Wuqing, as if encountering a kindred spirit, placed his wine glass down and gazed at Moxie with sparkling eyes. "My brother, do you possess an understanding of wine?" And Moxie, setting down his cup, refilled it leisurely and replied, "I possess but a modest knowledge. To speak candidly, my name is Moxie. I have been unwittingly placed on the federal wanted list. Yet I must venture to the Shanlin domain. It is only upon hearing of your esteemed name that I have come seeking your assistance." The indomitable chaos body heightened all his senses, enabling him to discern the subtleties of the wine with ease. Should Moxie choose to explore culinary establishments, he could, with his enhanced perception, deduce the recipes with remarkable accuracy. Well then, the day is waning. Let us drink for now. Tomorrow, my brother shall devise a means to escort you into the city. Mo Wuqing filled his glass to the brim and raised it in a toast to Moxie. After some contemplation, Moxie acquiesced, recognizing he was on another's territory and that Mo Wuqing had extended him considerable courtesy. "Then I shall not decline." And Moxie lifted his glass, and the two indulged in their libations. As they conversed about myriad topics, their rapport deepened, and they continued drinking well into the night, beneath a sky adorned with stars and a moon hanging high above. Eventually, they were compelled to conclude their revelry under the watchful gaze of Feng Wuxia. Mo Wuqing escorted Feng Wuxia back to her quarters, while he arranged for Moxie to have a room in the courtyard for rest. After bidding farewell with a smile to Mo Wuqing and Feng Wuxia, Moxie did not retreat to his room, but instead gracefully leaped onto the rooftop, clutching a jar of unfinished wine to drink alone. His heart was tumultuous. The alcohol had slightly dulled his senses, providing a means to vent his pent-up emotions. Reclining on the eaves, with legs crossed and one hand grasping the wine jug, he gazed at the moon, occasionally sipping from his drink. The moonlight cascaded down, draping the eaves in a silvery veil. As Moxie beheld the luminous orb in the sky, he instinctively raised his wine jar, murmuring, "I raise my cup to invite the bright moon, and with my shadow, we become three. In the midst of flowers, a jug of wine. I drink alone without a companion. I raise my cup to invite the bright moon, and with my shadow, we become three. The moon does not comprehend drinking, and the shadow merely follows my form. For a time, I accompany the moon and shadow. To enjoy life must be in spring. I sing as the moon hovers. I dance as the shadow sways. When sober, we rejoice together. When drunk, we scatter apart. May we eternally bond in carefree wanderings, with a promise that transcends the distant Milky Way." With that, Moxie drained the contents of his wine jar and succumbed to a deep, serene slumber atop the eaves. This sleep was remarkably restful, the sweetest he had experienced in a year. Throughout the past year, his nerves had been tightly wound, ever vigilant against potential beastly ambushes. And during the stillness of the night, a dense yearning would envelop him, almost palpable in its intensity. The following morning, Moxie slowly rose from the eaves, stretching languidly before noticing Mo Wuqing seated beside him. "Good morning, brethren." Mo Wuqing greeted cheerfully, clutching a jar of wine as he indulged in solitary libations. Moxie, enveloped in a state of relaxation, had been oblivious to Mo Wuqing's arrival. "Ah, brethren, you truly know how to enjoy life. Drinking alone beneath the moonlight. Alas, I have indulged that one at home too much. How could I leave you alone yesterday? Upon my return, I ensured she understood who truly holds authority in this household. As Mo Wuching passionately expressed his thoughts, reveling in his own bravado, he suddenly noticed that Moxie's gaze was rather peculiar. Chapter 149, Boarding the Ship, Departing from the Kanglan Domain. In an instant, an air of tension enveloped the atmosphere, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. "Brethren, what does that look in your eyes signify?" Mo Wuching inquired, her voice tinged with apprehension. And Moxie remained silent, merely gesturing subtly behind him. Mo Wuching's complexion paled further, her body stiffening as she turned to behold a familiar silhouette. Who could be more familiar than that lithe figure? With a rigid demeanor, Mo Wuching turned back to Moxie, forcing a smile that resembled a grimace more than a grin. "When did she arrive?" "She came during my solitary revelry beneath the moonlight." After speaking, Moxie feigned interest in the scenery, turning away. Feng Wuxia stepped forward, grasping Mo Wuching by the nape of her neck, her exquisite features adorned with a menacing smile as she addressed Moxie. "Please allow Master to sit for a moment. I have matters to discuss with the boss." Moxie sensed the chilling intent in Feng Wuxia's gaze and, recognizing the gravity of the situation, promptly acquiesced. He ignored the pleading look from Mo Wuching and instead admired the grand tree in the courtyard. Moments later, Mo Wuching was dragged into the room by Feng Wuxia, and soon after, anguished cries echoed from within. Truly, it was a lamentation that would tug at the heartstrings of any listener. Moxie quietly closed off his senses, fixating on the tree in the courtyard as if nothing had transpired. Half an hour later, Feng Wuxia emerged from the room, a smile gracing her lips, followed 10 minutes later by Mo Wuching, who emerged with one hand covering her face, leaning against the wall for support. Observing this scene, Moxie waited until Feng Wuxia's figure had receded into the distance before lightly leaping down from the rooftop, landing as softly as a feather. "Brethren, your lack of consideration is truly disheartening." Before Moxie could speak, Mo Wuching cast him a resentful glance, prompting him to notice the dark circles under her eyes. "Oh, forgive me. I have undergone special training, and laughter rarely escapes me. Unless," he chuckled, "unless I simply cannot contain myself." "Ha ha." And Moxie burst into laughter. And Mo Wuching's expression grew even more mournful, akin to a forsaken woman cast aside by Moxie. "Ha ha, this is hardly my fault. I have warned you several times, but your enthusiasm rendered you oblivious to my reminders." And Moxie clutched his stomach, nearly doubled over with mirth. "Well, regarding the matter you entrusted to me yesterday, I can indeed assist you. To be candid, my talent lies in the art of disguise, enabling me to alter appearances. Thus, aiding you in entering the city should pose no challenge. I will also have my subordinates procure your tickets in advance. You need only board the ship when the time comes. However, you must promise to visit me often. You cannot fathom the tedium I endure in this place." Mo Wuching sighed in resignation, pondering the complexities of relationships, while she rubbed her eyes, addressing Moxie with a hint of exasperation. "Naturally, once matters are resolved, Mo she will once again pay his respects to Brother Mo, and at that time, we shall indulge in a hearty celebration together." And Mo she immediately clasped his fists in gratitude, expressing his joy. "Very well, I understand that Brother is preoccupied with pressing matters, so I shall not detain you further. My ability will alter your appearance, rendering your aura that of an ordinary individual devoid of any cultivation. Should you utilize your talent or employ spiritual energy for disguise, it will inevitably falter." As he spoke, Mo Wuching raised his hand and waved it before Mo Shi. A peculiar energy enveloped him, and in the next moment, Mo Shi's visage, along with his aura and attire, began to transform gradually. Before long, he had morphed into an unremarkable man, the kind who would easily be overlooked in a crowd. "Thank you, Brother Mo. Once matters are settled, I shall certainly bring my wife to express our gratitude. Who knows, my wife may even become close friends with your esteemed lady." And Mo she expressed his heartfelt thanks. "Very well, I shall await your visit with your wife, Brethren. Knowing you are in a hurry, I shall not keep you. Here is your plane ticket. You may head directly to the airport for boarding. As long as you do not actively dispel the disguise, I am confident that no one will see through it." Mo Wuching produced a paper ticket and handed it to Mo Shi. Although boarding could typically be accomplished via wristwatch, Mo Shi's device was currently under surveillance. Moreover, using the wristwatch would result in a mismatch of information, hence the necessity of a paper ticket. "All right, I shall not be courteous any longer. Until we meet again. Brother Mo." Mo she accepted the card-like ticket from Mo Wu Qing, exchanged pleasantries, and then strode towards the courtyard exit. Shortly after Mo she departed, a short man clad in black emerged from the shadows, standing beside Mo Wu Qing. The diminutive figure had removed the device from his face, revealing a nose that was red and swollen, as if stung by a bee. If I had known he was coming here, I wouldn't have had to chase after him for so long. Oh, my poor nose. The man lamented, wincing in pain as he rubbed his nose. Tu Xing's son, cease your lamentations. Have you relayed the message to the golden armored tower in the Mountain Rain domain? The tower master is awaiting your report. If you delay the master's affairs, you may find yourself facing consequences upon your return, Mo Wu Qing teased, casting a playful glance at the man referred to as Tu Xing Sunday Humph. I would never forget the tasks assigned by the tower master. The message has already been dispatched. Now that I've made the effort to come here, do open a couple of jars of your fine wine. I could use a taste, Tu Xing's son declared, turning to dash towards the courtyard. Hey, don't touch my wine, Mo Wu Qing called out, hurrying after him. Unbeknownst to them, Mo she arrived at the city's edge 10 minutes later. His straightforward approach had not triggered the surveillance system. Once inside the city, Mo she made a beeline for the airport. After passing through security, he entered the waiting area and reclined comfortably in a chair, resting against the backrest. Her eyes and consciousness were constantly surveying the surrounding environment, her body taut with tension. At the slightest hint of trouble, Maksu would swiftly extricate herself from the crowd. Fortunately, all was well. After waiting anxiously, she successfully boarded the airship with her ticket in hand. To her surprise, Mo Wu Qing had booked her a seat in business class, a privilege she accepted without objection. Calmly entering the business class cabin, she located her seat, reclined it comfortably, and leisurely settled in, her gaze fixed on each individual who entered the cabin. Chapter 150. Murong Manor. Only after the airship had truly taken flight did Moxie finally exhale in relief. Prior to takeoff, the potential for any eventuality loomed large, and thus, vigilance was paramount. Once airborne, however, Moxie observed that there were no suspicious individuals in the business class cabin, allowing her to recline in her seat and await her destination. The journey from Kanglan Domain to Shanlin Domain spanned 3 hours, and by the time they arrived in Shanlin, the afternoon was drawing near. On board, Moxie requested a glass of milk and some snacks from the flight attendant. After indulging, she closed her eyes to rest. Indeed, the business class experience was remarkable. The flight attendant was striking, her slender legs clad in black stockings, her figure accentuated by a snug skirt, and her waist so narrow it could be grasped with one hand. The deep V-neckline of her blouse hinted at lace-trimmed undergarments, which made Moxie blush and think it best not to stare. Each flight attendant had been meticulously selected for their physique, beauty, and even their melodious voice. Particularly in business class, the attendants were exceptional, leaving Moxie quite impressed. Yet, as the thought of meeting Murong Qingyu soon filled her mind, her interest in the attendants swiftly waned. She sat with her eyes shut, envisioning the moment she would reunite with Murong Qingyu. The journey aboard the airship progressed smoothly, and as Moxie disembarked, she stretched her limbs. At the airport, she hailed a cab casually, opting not to mention the Murong family estate, instead instructing the driver to drop her off nearby. The driver, glancing at Moxie, did not dwell on her appearance. The affluent area was not simply accessible to anyone with wealth, but also required a degree of influence. Curiosity piqued. He speculated that this unassuming individual might be a scion of a wealthy family, yet he soon dismissed the thought, focusing instead on the road ahead. Comfortably seated in the back, Moxie gazed at the familiar scenery until she remembered an important detail. She was currently a wanted person, and her wristwatch was rendered useless. This predicament meant she was unable to pay the driver, which was rather awkward. Had she known, she would have chosen to walk. As they approached the destination, Moxie retrieved a small, valuable crystal ore from her spatial ring. Timing her movements carefully, she swiftly exited through the window. This all transpired in an instant. The driver was entirely oblivious to the disappearance of his passenger, engrossed in steering the cab. Upon reaching their destination, he announced, "Sir, we have arrived. Thank you for your patronage. The fare is 150 federal points." After waiting for a moment without any response from the back seat, the driver assumed Moxie had dozed off. Smiling, he turned his head to say, "Sir, the total is." Yet, upon looking back, he found the rear seat empty, save for a piece of yellow crystal ore. Recognizing the type of ore in his hand, he pondered its worth. Huangjing, in the market. is valued at approximately several thousand yuan per gram, and this piece weighs around 10 grams, thus worth over 10,000 yuan. Not to mention the fare. Even purchasing this second-hand flying shuttle would suffice. After glancing cautiously around, the driver secured the Huangjing, pressed the accelerator, and the flying shuttle sped away into the distance. As for Moxie's whereabouts, he was indifferent. Approximately 20 minutes after the driver departed, Moxie strolled leisurely from afar, familiar with the surrounding roads. Moxie naturally wound his way toward the vicinity of the manor. Just as he was about to enter, he suddenly noticed a small patrol outside the manor, with hidden sentinels lurking in the shadows. This was not Moxie's first visit. Although there were sentinels at the Murong residence last time, they were certainly not as numerous. Nor were their troops patrolling so ostentatiously. Something was amiss. Moxie concealed himself, observing the situation at the Murong manor, noting their patrol routes and timings, and identifying the locations of the sentinels. He then chose a higher vantage point from which he could see the manor, deciding to rest momentarily. He planned his approach for the night. Although he could proceed now, disturbing the patrolling troops would be undesirable. Leaning against a large tree, Moxie closed his eyes to gather his thoughts, simultaneously strategizing his course of action for the night and contemplating what to do if discovered. Time slipped away like sand through fingers, and at 1 o'clock in the morning, Moxie abruptly opened his eyes. 1 o'clock is when fatigue weighs heaviest upon a person, naturally rendering one's spirit the weakest. Moxie descended from the tree with the grace of a swallow and stealthily approached the Murong manor, merging with the darkness and minimizing his presence. Although he could not utilize his cultivation, his indomitable chaotic body was not to be underestimated. Relying on his physical prowess, Moxie moved with the lightness of a feather, gracefully leaping hundreds of meters. Upon reaching the periphery of the manor, he discovered that the troops were indeed still patrolling, and he had already discerned the positions of the sentinels. Accordingly, Moxie sought out the previously identified weak points. As two patrol teams turned their backs, heading in opposite directions, Moxie transformed into a shadow, slipping into the manor like a whisper in the wind. Once on the ground, Moxie pressed against the wall, his eyes keenly observing the surrounding environment. Fortunately, the patrols were confined to the exterior, and there was no one within the manor. He stealthily approached the main entrance, pushed open a crack, and slipped inside, closing the door behind him. After entering, Moxie intended to ascend to Murong Qingyu's room to inquire about the situation outside. But upon turning around, he was taken aback to find an elderly man, his hair and beard completely white, seated on the sofa in the dimly lit living room, seemingly having waited for quite some time. Moxie felt a flicker of familiarity upon seeing the old man, and after a careful examination, he realized it was none other than the venerable Murong patriarch. The appearance of the Murong patriarch had changed significantly in the past year. His hair had turned completely white, and his cheeks were adorned with numerous wrinkles. Even age spots had begun to spread across his skin. Now that he had returned, he beckoned me to follow him. Lord Murong's voice was gentle as he rose and made his way upstairs. It was only upon his rising that I noticed his once erect posture had inexplicably succumbed to a stoop, his back hunched as if burdened by the weight of the past year. Chapter 151, The Light of the World, has vanished. As I felt the weight of his rigid spine bend beneath the pressure, I noticed that the venerable Mr. Murong showed no inclination for conversation. Thus, I trailed behind him as we ascended the stairs. Grandfather, who are those patrolling outside? What has transpired this past year to cause such a profound change in you? My curiosity got the better of me, and I whispered my inquiry to Mr. Murong once we reached the second floor. He chose not to illuminate the room upon my entry, but instead spoke softly, indicating that he too wished to keep our conversation hidden from those outside. This alone confirmed that they were certainly not allies. To understand the gravity of our situation, we must go back a year. After your disappearance, one of the highest authorities in the Federation presumed you to be an accomplice of Lord Jun and consequently placed you on the wanted list. I was rendered powerless, and I no longer held sway over the military district. The Murong family has seen all its positions of power stripped away, and those outside are agents dispatched by the current military district leaders to monitor our family. Mr. Murong's voice remained calm and unwavering, as if he were merely recounting a tale from a distance, devoid of any emotional upheaval. And what of Qingyu? Is she unharmed? My mind raced, grappling with the implications of our predicament. Surely, with the entire Murong family under siege, she must be safe. Upon hearing her name, Mr. Murong's body momentarily stiffened, But he quickly composed himself and continued forward, speaking gently. You shall see her soon. His voice trembled slightly. Yet my excitement at the prospect of reuniting with Murong Qingyu overshadowed any concerns I might have had. Thank goodness she is well. Mr. Murong walked ahead, his back to me, which prevented me from noticing the tension in his clenched jaw or the bloodshot gaze in his eyes. Once more, an eerie silence enveloped us, as the elder and the youth proceeded towards a room. Upon reaching its threshold, Mr. Murong hesitated, but my impatience compelled me to open the door beside him, disregarding all decorum as I stepped into the chamber. However, upon entering, I was struck speechless. The room belonged to Murong Qingyu, adorned in a manner I recognized well. Cold white light illuminated the space, and at its center lay a crystalline coffin surrounded by pristine white flowers. Everything else was achingly familiar, yet the sight of the woman resting within the coffin filled me with an unsettling strangeness, a disbelief that rendered me almost paralyzed. Mr. Murong stood at the doorway, refraining from entering, and observed my stunned figure without interruption, gently closing the door behind him. In the shadows, Murong Yunhao and Murong Yunxian approached from the opposite end of the corridor. Father, what of Emoshi? Murong Yunhao began, his gaze fixed on the closed door, eager to inquire further, but was interrupted by Mr. Murong. Say nothing. Let the child have her peace. With a heavy sigh, Murong Yunhao directed his gaze back toward the door, his heart heavy with unspoken words. The three men departed from the room, and before leaving, Murong Yunxian cast a spatial barrier around it to muffle any sounds from within, preventing Moxie's emotions from spiraling into an outburst that might disturb those outside. At that moment, Moxie stood before the ice crystal coffin, her expression one of profound desolation as she gazed at the familiar figure within. Lying quietly in the coffin was Murong Qingyu, her exquisite features unchanged, giving the impression that she merely slumbered. Yet the ravaged skin, the nearly vanished feet, and the motionless chest were undeniable evidence of her lifeless state. Tears streamed from Moxie's eyes, trailing down her cheeks to drip onto the floor, while a sharp pain radiated from her heart, a heart-wrenching agony that left her breathless. Her eyes, vacant and hollow, her cheeks rigid, and Moxie could scarcely fathom the reality. Why had Murong Qingyu died? Mechanically, she approached the ice crystal coffin, extending her hand to touch the face of her beloved. Yet she encountered only the frigid, piercing surface of the coffin. Stunned, Moxie sank beside it, her empty gaze fixed upon the lifeless Murong Qingyu. It felt as though something within her was gradually collapsing, while simultaneously, the small world of the Qingfeng battleship awakened suddenly. The control room illuminated by multiple screens flashing a blinding crimson. The incessant blaring of alarms pierced the air. Amidst the turmoil in her mind, fragments of memories regarding Murong Qingyu flooded back. Their first meeting, the initial acquaintance, and her endearing innocence, all of which soon disintegrated into dust. A thunderous sound reverberated in Moxie's mind, akin to the shattering of glass, as cracks spread and ultimately led to a complete collapse. Her eyes now shone with a deadened light, resembling those of a corpse. At that moment, Moxie's heart was extinguished, her mental realm crumbling the instant she beheld Murong Qingyu. Thus, she sat in silence beside the coffin, neither weeping nor smiling, resembling a stone statue, her gaze fixed on the serene form of Murong Qingyu within. The room fell into a profound silence. As time slowly passed, Murong Laozi, Murong Yunhao, Murong Yunxian, and Song Sidu came to check on Moxie, urging her to step outside for a meal. Yet, she remained as still as a corpse, her eyes devoid of life, perpetually shedding tears. Their concern mounted, but they were powerless to intervene. It was as if Moxie's body had taken root in the ground, resisting all attempts to move her. Ultimately, they could only return each day to monitor her condition, fearing for her well-being. Time flowed like water, winter gradually yielding to early spring, and 3 months slipped by in the blink of an eye. One evening, Murong Laozi entered the room to see Moxie. For him, those 3 months felt akin to 3 years. Compared to 3 months ago, the kindly old man appears even more aged, his frame resembling desiccated bones enveloped in a mere layer of skin. It is difficult to fathom how a once vibrant individual could undergo such a dramatic transformation in just over a year. When one examines photographs from more than a year prior, it is hard to believe they depict the same person. His once robust physique now resembles a deflated balloon, emaciated and tightly clinging to his skeletal structure. His eyes, deeply sunken, are clouded and bloodshot, and what was once a towering height of nearly 6 feet 3 inches now forces him to stoop, relying on a cane for support. Chapter 152. Even in death, I shall ensure the Ouyang family's annihilation. The venerable Master Morong, cloaked in his robe, entered the room to gaze upon me, as well as to see his beloved granddaughter. Countless nights had been spent in silent sorrow, lamenting his inability to protect her and avenge her suffering. Father, news regarding Lord Jun has emerged from the golden armored tower, Murong Yunhao announced, pushing the door open gently, yet his voice was laced with unmistakable excitement. After a year and a half, at last, there was a lead on that wretched individual, and the opportunity for vengeance for his daughter was finally at hand. As soon as Murong Yunhao uttered those words, I, who had felt as lifeless as a corpse, ignited with a burning flame in my eyes upon hearing the name of Lord Jun. An overwhelming force of hatred surged through my mind. A dark crystal began to emerge from my chest, its inky tendrils spreading across my body, while two protrusions formed on my forehead, as if something formidable was striving to break free. Master Murong and Murong Yunhao, consumed by the revelation about Lord Jun, were so enthralled that they failed to notice my transformation. Is it truly so? What did they say at the golden armored tower? The elder, now standing with fervor, leaned heavily on his cane, his fierce gaze radiating an intensity of barely contained wrath. Recent observations from the golden armored tower revealed a troubling pattern. Numerous bodyguards and soldiers had gone missing from the Ouyang family estate. Sensing something amiss, they dispatched personnel to investigate. Although they could not penetrate deeply, the reports of these disappearances were indeed authentic, with the lost individuals being skilled bodyguards and soldiers. The sole commonality among them was their entry into the Ouyang estate, after which they vanished without a trace. Thus, I absorbed the information regarding Lord Jun with clarity. Regardless of the unsavory dealings or illicit transactions between him and Ouyang Yao, I was indifferent. In the next moment, a tempestuous aura radiated outward from me, the dark patterns enveloping my body and extending across my left cheek. My pupils reflected a tumultuous world, darkness unfurling like an endless abyss within my gaze. Two elongated horns gradually sprouted from my forehead, reaching about 10 centimeters in length, while the chaotic energy within the black crystal in my chest surged forth. This violent aura caught the attention of Master Murong and Murong Yunhao, who turned to witness the fierce momentum emanating from me. With a shared gasp, realization dawned upon them, and they rushed to halt my advance. However, in the next instant, my figure flickered and appeared in the sky above the courtyard, offering them no chance to intervene. Raising my right hand, I clenched it in the void. In the very spot where the last battle in the mountain forest domain had transpired, the ground trembled violently. The illuminated cityscape was abruptly punctured as a spear, seemingly birthed from the depths of the underworld, erupted from the earth, soaring towards the heavens. In the next heartbeat, the spear returned to my grasp, and the resplendent fiery golden armor began to materialize upon me, adorning my chest, shoulders, thighs, arms, calves, hands, feet, and ultimately enveloping my head. The dark crystal nestled perfectly against the energy conversion device on the breastplate of the armor, emanating a brilliant black glow. Such a commotion naturally alerted the military squad stationed below. The patrolling teams remained silent, while the hidden sentinels in the shadows locked their sights upon me. Ascending into the sky, clad in their armor, they wore expressions of greed, for the demise of Moxie would elevate their ranks, granting them power and wealth, and allowing them to rapidly enhance their strength, achieving a status above others. Casting a glance at the sentinels below, Moxie hesitated not for a moment. A faint, grayish light flickered at the tip of her spear. With a gentle sweep of her weapon, the armored figures hovering in midair felt their consciousness gradually unraveling. A crimson line appearing above them, their bodies cleaving in two around this sanguine seam, even their armor rent asunder. A cataclysmic explosion ensued, incinerating them in a fiery inferno. Their ashes and remnants whisked away by the fierce winds aloft. Having obliterated those who pursued her, Moxie oriented herself towards the Ouyang family estate, her cloak of blazing fire billowing in the wind, with the concealed thrusters igniting. The void beside her fractured, and the nimbus cloud emerged, landing at her feet, vanishing into the horizon in a flash, leaving behind a dazzling trail of golden light. Once Moxie's figure faded, the surrounding space rippled, and the venerable Mr. Morong materialized within the void. This child, how could the Ouyang ancestral home be so easily breached? Alas, matters have escalated to this extent. If we are to charge forth, then this old man shall accompany you into the fray. Yunhao, summon all the members of the Golden Armor Tower to assemble at the Ouyang family estate today. I demand an explanation from them. If not, I shall ensure that the Ouyang family is eradicated from the Shanshan continent, even at the cost of my own life. The old man's form stood resolutely in the void, his once bent body now straightened, as if all the pent-up frustration of recent days had erupted. His eyes, though still clouded, gleamed with a fierce brilliance. It is high time things were set right. Murong Yunxian, the second son, shattered the void to appear in the courtyard, his face alight with excitement. He had felt stifled for days, subjected to a series of arranged marriages, and no matter where he went, he sensed eyes watching him from the shadows, as if even the color of his undergarments was under scrutiny. The suffocation was unbearable. All right, father. Murong Yunhao slowly emerged from the main entrance, impeccably dressed in a suit, exuding a robust aura akin to a sword poised to soar. In the next moment, the news spread forth, and all the golden armored guards in the Shanshan domain converged upon the Ouyang family, while those outside the realm hastened through various means to reach the vicinity of the Ouyang estate. Today, the Mountain Lin domain appears particularly tranquil, as if it senses the chilling aura in the air, perhaps the calm before the impending storm. Nevertheless, this day is destined to be anything but serene. Under the cloak of night, and Moxie and the venerable Lord Murong arrive almost simultaneously at the Ouyang ancestral home. Ouyang Yao is nowhere to be found, and in Moxie, unable to remain composed while waiting for his arrival, envelopes her spear in chaotic energy, which suddenly transforms into an immense lance. The spear's tip glimmers with a cold, lethal radiance, as if poised to annihilate all existence. Without a moment's hesitation, Moxie raises the spear and hurls it forth. The colossal lance soars through the sky, manifesting as a shadow that obscures the sun, swiftly descending upon the Ouyang ancestral residence. Chapter 153. Confrontation with Ouyang Yao. Just as the long spear threatened to demolish the ancestral home of the Ouyang family, a protective energy shield materialized. An Mo Shi, filled with fury, unleashed a strike that could rival the peak of divine mastery. The spear plunged heavily into the energy shield, causing it to emit violent tremors, teetering on the brink of collapse as if it might shatter under the immense pressure at any moment. The dark spear radiance surged forth, and the energy enveloping the spear dissipated at a breathtaking pace. The shield grew almost imperceptibly transparent, and ultimately, the last vestige of energy from the spear pierced through the barrier, leaving a pristine white point in its wake. With a swift gesture, she summoned the spear back into his grasp, and in the next instant, the energy shield shattered like fragile glass, disintegrating into a radiant white light that vanished without a trace. She readied himself to launch the Jiu once more when the elder Murong swiftly intervened. Shi, hold your horses. I will have Ouyang Yao come forth to discuss this. If Lord Jun is indeed within the residence, I shall ensure that the Ouyang family is eradicated from this world, Murong Yunlong asserted, positioning himself in front of an Shi. At present, they had only received news of a possible presence, but should an Shi annihilate the Ouyang family without confirmation, he would find no refuge on the entire Shanlin continent. What audacity! You dare bring a wanted criminal to the ancestral home of the Ouyang family and demand an explanation from Ouyang Yao? To threaten the annihilation of the Ouyang family is indeed a grand show of power. Do you truly believe that the Shanlin continent is your Murong family's playground? Before the elder Murong could finish his retort, a figure clad in obsidian golden armor emerged from the shadowy entrance. His voice chillingly indifferent, yet laced with a hint of mockery. Murong Yunlong immediately recognized that this individual was not Ouyang Yao, but rather reminiscent of the strategist encountered during a previous assault. You Ouyang family. The elder Murong's words were abruptly interrupted as Ouyang Yao's voice resonated forth. As you have seen, the Murong family has allied with the wanted criminal Mo Shi. Furthermore, those I dispatched to protect them near the Murong estate have perished, and the Tianyin system has clear records indicating that the fugitive Mo Shi emerged from the Murong family. Not only did the Murong family conceal this knowledge, but they also harbored the criminal. I hereby authorize an immediate arrest. Ouyang Yao was evidently engaged in communication with several heads of various factions. The evidence was irrefutable. I concur. Alas, I concur. Despite one individual being closely associated with Murong Yunlong and wishing to counter the claims, they found themselves unable to voice their thoughts. The other two agreed, leaving him to sigh deeply and acquiesce. Very well, gentlemen, please terminate the call. I shall take charge of the apprehension, Ouyang Yao declared, abruptly severing the communication. A fang-tipped halberd materialized in his hand, emanating an aura that soared to celestial heights, revealing his divine mastery. Ouyang Yao, you vile wretch. Lord Jun is undoubtedly concealed within your Ouyang family residence. The truth shall be unveiled upon our search. Should we find nothing, I, the elder of the Murong family, shall surrender unconditionally. Dare you accept this challenge? Elder Murong stood in the void, his eyes ablaze with fury as he bellowed. Humph. A virtuous heart fears not the shadows it casts. What is there to fear? However, this is the ancestral home of the Ouyang family. If you wish to search, you may do so, but I shall enter alone, leaving the rest suspended in the air. Otherwise, allowing so many outsiders to roam freely within the Ouyang family estate would surely render us the laughingstock of the realm. Ouyang Yao stood at the threshold, unflinching, and replied, Very well, I shall enter alone, for I am of the same generation as your father. There can be no objection to my search. Elder Murong cast a glance at Murong Yunhao, Murong Yunxian, and Enmashi behind him, signaling them to remain at ease. He then gradually descended, making his way towards the entrance of the Ouyang estate. Ouyang Yao, standing firm at the door, gestured for the elder to proceed. As their figures briefly overlapped, those behind could not discern clearly. All they witnessed was that at the moment the two figures intertwined, a violent spatial disturbance erupted, sending Ouyang Yao hurtling backwards. A grotesque gash appearing on his battle armor, revealing the intricate circuits within, with sparks flickering ominously. What is the meaning of this, old man? Yes, there have been some frictions between us. My venerable father has passed, and the family position has been entrusted to a mere youth. Your lack of recognition is inconsequential. Yet, I have consented to your request to search my ancestral home, and you dare to strike me? You cannot collude with criminals just because of our discord. Seeking to plunge the entire Shanshan continent into chaos, inviting the civilization wherein Mashi resides to invade. You are condemning the entirety of human civilization. Ouyang Yao's eyes glinted with malice as he glared at Murong Yunlong, as if he intended to devour him whole. The elder was momentarily taken aback. Just as their figures crossed, Ouyang Yao had whispered something to him. What are my plans? Indeed, Lord Jun is hidden within my Ouyang family estate, but alas, you shall never gain entry. I had considered sparing your life if you behaved, yet since you insist on courting death, do not blame me. By the way, everything is being broadcast live across the continent. In the next moment, a silver sphere appeared in Ouyang Yao's hand. Upon shattering it, a spatial slash was unleashed, striking Ouyang Yao's chest and sending him flying. No. This is all a scheme of his. Lord Jun is within my Ouyang family estate. The elder had not anticipated such a maneuver, caught off guard. Yet, no matter his explanations, the onlookers would only believe what their eyes had witnessed. Everything unfolding was captured by the viewers in the live broadcast, and what they perceived was the elder suddenly erupting as he passed Ouyang Yao, hurling him away. In that instant, the crowd could only trust their own eyes, and the live chat exploded with fervent commentary, accusations flying thick and fast, as vitriolic words poured forth. I never anticipated that Murong Yunlong could be such a person. Previously, I held him in high regard as the guardian of the continent, but now, upon reflection, I find myself feeling quite repulsed. It is unjust to thrust humanity into peril for one's selfish desires, merely because young Master Ouyang is young and does not conform. We have truly been blind. It is astonishing that the individual lauded as the guardian of the continent, Murong Yunlong, is so petty-minded, resorting to actions against young Master Ouyang out of personal grievance, and even colluding with other civilizations to jeopardize the entirety of human civilization. Chapter 154. Untitled: The integrity of the upper beam affects the lower beam. It appears that the Murong family merits a thorough investigation, as there may be countless unsavory deeds concealed within. Young Master Ouyang is truly unfortunate, having already exercised restraint by allowing a search of the ancestral home. Yet he still suffered harm at the hands of the Murong clan. Young Master Ouyang's nobility is indeed remarkable. In a fleeting moment, rumors surged across the internet, all directed at condemning the Murong family, while keyboard warriors seemed to seize the opportunity, their fingers poised to strike with fervor. Observing Ouyang Yao, old Master Murong realized he had fallen into a trap. He remained oblivious to the events unfolding in the livestream. However, one certainty dawned upon him. Minister Jun must be within the Ouyang ancestral home, and once he was located, Ouyang Yao's deceit would unravel effortlessly. Disregarding the onlookers, the old man hastened toward the Ouyang family estate. Just as he stepped over the threshold, a shadow darted from the dark corridor. A dagger glimmering with an eerie green light piercing through his chest without hesitation. A swift kick followed, propelling the old man backward as the dagger was withdrawn. A slight figure, clad in black armor that melded with the darkness, stood poised before him, having struck true before vanishing into the shadows once more. The old man had solely focused on entering the Ouyang ancestral home in search of the truth, entirely unaware that he faced an adversary of extraordinary skill. Within the Ouyang estate emerged a succession of formidable experts, 3 of whom were at the pinnacle of divine mastery alongside Ouyang Yao, while the remainder consisted of a mix of advanced and intermediate divine practitioners, with not a single novice among them. Gradually, around 20 individuals emerged from the shadows, encircling Ouyang Yunhao, Ouyang Yinxian, and Enmashi. Upon witnessing their father's assault and the grievous wound to his heart, the brothers were consumed by rage, yearning to rush to his aid, but were thwarted by 5 high-level divine experts and 15 mid-level divine practitioners, rendering them unable to approach their father. Enmashi, equally infuriated, brandished her spear, stepping forth to shield the 2 brothers from these divine masters. Yet, Ouyang Yao, accompanied by a fully realized divine expert, intercepted her, while another adept in assassination lurked in the shadows, watching intently. Now, do not rush. Come, let us practice. Ouyang Yao taunted, wielding a halberd that shimmered with a cold gleam. Get away. Enmashi cried as she unleashed a violent tremor through her spear, lunging toward Ouyang Yao. He raised his halberd high, and with a thunderous force, struck down upon her spear, shattering it. The gray chaotic energy clung to the remnants of the spear, propelling Enmashi forward like a laser, her weapon aimed directly at Ouyang Yao's throat. Ouyang Yao remained stationary, a mocking smile playing upon his lips, revealing no sign of alarm. Just as the long spear was about to pierce Ouyang Yao, the 2 godly figures sprang into action. One drew a long blade enveloped in flames, while the other wielded a fan. The one with the blade swung it, unleashing a torrent of fiery energy. The fan-wielding deity gently waved his fan, summoning a tempest that intertwined with the blazing sword aura, causing the flames to expand with the force of the wind. A fiery whirlwind formed, blocking the strike aimed at Enmashi. The whirlwind swirled, dissipating the power of the spear, before hurtling directly towards Enmashi. In response, Enmashi twirled her spear, retracting it as an endless yellow river appeared behind her. It seemed to be filled with wailing souls, the river surging and converging upon her spear. Bilua Wanquin. Enmashi shouted in fury as a radiant golden light erupted from her blazing golden battle armor. The black stone on her chest emitted a blinding glow, and the chaotic power within her surged to its zenith. She thrust her spear forward, carrying the torrent of yellow river water behind her. The moment the spear met the whirlwind, the flames within the tempest extinguished as if confronted by a formidable foe, vanishing under the might of Bilua Wanquin. The whirlwind shattered like paper, dispersing into a gentle breeze amidst the cosmos. Yet, Bilua Wanquin continued its relentless advance towards the 2 figures. After analysis, the 2 concluded that evasion was futile, and thus, the one with the fan and the one with the blade braced themselves. The man with the blade began to spin in place, the surrounding air gradually heating up. Flames enveloped his body as he accelerated, reaching speeds that raised the temperature to over 100 degrees. In the blink of an eye, the elegant man with the fan fanned it rapidly, forming a towering hurricane hundreds of meters high. The whirlwind surged towards the man spinning with the blade, yet he remained unharmed, merging with the tempest, transforming into a colossal fiery tornado. The flames swelled with the wind's momentum, melting the ground into magma. The man with the blade spun at the center of the eye of the storm, while the man with the fan directed the fiery tornado towards Enmashi. Standing behind, Ouyang Yao lightly waved his Feng Tianhua halberd, sending a blood-red lightning bolt into the fiery tornado. The crimson lightning crackled within, expanding and gradually revealing a terrifying thunderous power within the whirlwind. The blood-red lightning fused with the fiery tornado, transforming into a cataclysmic thunderflame vortex that surged towards Enmashi. The ground it traversed melted into magma, white smoke billowing as the crimson lightning erupted, scorching the earth into charred fragments. The moment in Moxie's Biowanquin came into contact with the Thunderflame vortex, it was immediately absorbed, adding a water attribute to the previously tri-elemental whirlwind. The crimson tornado of flames spiraled ceaselessly, incessantly drawing the waters of the yellow springs behind Enmashi into its vortex. Within the sanguine visage of the tornado, a faint hue of yellow gradually emerged. As this delicate yellow deepened, the waters of the yellow springs were entirely consumed, causing the tornado, originally spanning 100 meters, to double in size. Beyond the tempestuous elements of thunder, fire, and wind, an additional stream of yellow water imbued with a sense of devastation manifested within. Chapter 155. Confronting Ouyang Yao within the tempest, haunting wails echoed, reminiscent of souls enduring unspeakable torment. Occasionally, malevolent apparitions emerged, their visages twisted in agony, eyes ablaze with hatred. These were the tormented spirits ensnared in the waters of the underworld, capable of devouring human souls. In Mo, she retreated a few paces to evade the onslaught, her weapon poised like a quill in her grasp. Suddenly, a sinister figure materialized behind her, an ominous judge clad in robes of the netherworld, a beard framing a fierce countenance. In his left hand, he held the Book of Life and Death, while his right wielded a brush, poised to inscribe fate. A surge of chaotic energy coursed through her. As the judge's hand began to move with deliberate grace, sweeping across the pages of the book, a voice resonated through the void. Book of Life and Death. Decree life and death. Death. A singular character, representing death, leapt from the judge's tome, hurtling towards the swirling vortex of the underworld. The immense force of the decree shattered the tempest, striking a man directly between the brows. His internal spiritual energy spiraled into chaos, his body contorting grotesquely, veins protruding as if he were a demonic entity emerging from the depths of hell. In an instant, he erupted, transforming into a crimson mist that dissolved into the winds. The judge of the underworld wielded a fragment of rule that could transcend most barriers, ruthlessly assaulting the soul, shattering it into fragments. A torrent of spiritual energy exploded from within, and should the physical form prove insufficient, it would result in a cataclysmic implosion, manifesting as a cloud of blood. Though this strike was formidable, it exacted a toll on an Mo Shi, depleting a significant portion of her chaotic energy. Seizing the opportunity while Ouyang Yao remained momentarily dazed, she prepared her spear, propelling herself towards him with the swiftness of light. Nether Dragon. With a surge of chaotic power, a fierce dragon's head materialized between her hands, a manifestation of her might. With a thunderous roar, she unleashed it, the dragon soaring through the air, akin to a primordial beast, intent on ensnaring the man wielding the iron fan. As the man fanned the air, a gentle breeze enveloped him, and in an instant, he leaped backward with an almost weightless grace, deftly avoiding the dragon's grasp. Yet, the nether dragon was relentless, its massive form coiling and its jaws parting to release a terrifying breath. A dark torrent erupted from the dragon's maw, carving a deep trench into the ground, leaving a desolate, charred landscape in its wake. The man, his expression grave, activated the energy converter at his chest, a vibrant azure light emanating from his fan. With a swift flick, he sent forth a beam of blue energy from the fan, which enveloped him in a protective aura. The fan ascended, hovering above the nether dragon, its ribs unfurling to unleash tendrils of azure light that wove into a formidable net, ensnaring the dragon as the ropes constricted rapidly. From time to time, the infernal dragon found itself ensnared, its breath striking the protective barrier, which only slightly impeded its assault before dissipating into pure energy across the heavens and the earth. The black dragon's breath swiftly enveloped the man, infiltrating his body through every orifice and pore. His muscles began to wither at an alarming rate, as if 1,000 silver needles were incessantly piercing his mind. He let out a blood-curdling scream, clutching his head and writhing in agony upon the ground. At that crucial moment, the fan completely subdued the infernal dragon, compressing the colossal creature into a singular mass. Unable to withstand the pressure from all directions, it ultimately transformed into energy and vanished. As the dragon's breath dissipated, the man knelt on the ground, his flesh and blood having withered away, leaving only skin draped upon his bones. Having cast aside the infernal dragon, she no longer paid heed to the man. With her spear resembling a bolt piercing through the fabric of space, she aimed directly for Ouyang Yao's throat. In response, Ouyang Yao brandished his halberd horizontally, lightly tapping the ground beneath him, causing the earth to fracture and collapse with a resounding boom. He transformed into a streak of obsidian light, charging towards an Mo-Shi. The clash of metal rang out as her spear met the sweeping arc of Ouyang Yao's halberd. Sparks flew, and an Mo-Shi crouched, supporting herself with one hand on the ground, launching a sweeping kick aimed at Ouyang Yao's calf. Ouyang Yao leapt into the air, executing a roll to evade an Mo-Shi's attack, landing deftly behind her. The halberd sliced through the air, carving a circle as it descended towards an Mo-Shi with lethal intent. Leveraging her strength against the ground, she performed a handstand and flipped backward, narrowly avoiding the deadly arc of the halberd. It grazed her lower back as she evaded. Upon landing, an Mo-Shi twirled her spear, akin to a venomous serpent emerging from the sea, piercing through the air towards Ouyang Yao's brow. The halberd in his grasp transformed into a blur, spinning to intercept her thrust. The spear tip was jolted to the left by the impact, but an Mo-Shi, harnessing that momentum, propelled her spear forward again. It bent slightly, the elasticity allowing it to rebound with vigor. Ouyang Yao, evidently unaware of this, attempted to sever an Mo-Shi's head with his halberd. Yet, in the next instant, the spear rebounded fiercely, striking him squarely, sending him hurtling backward, where he stumbled several paces before regaining his footing. With her left hand gripping the spear's shaft and her right hand positioned at the tail, an Mo-Shi thrust towards the newly steadied Ouyang Yao. Compelled to defend, he raised his halberd, accurately blocking her assault. The spear tip met the side of the halberd with a sharp clang. Both warriors felt the reverberation, yet neither took it to heart. An Mo-Shi swiftly withdrew her spear, launching another thrust. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of strikes flew forth, their figures entwined in a dance of shadows, rendering them nearly indistinguishable even to the observers in the live stream. An Mo-Shi, after retracting the long spear, refrained from thrusting it again. Instead, she stepped forward, her right hand maneuvering the spear into a graceful rotation. The force was transmitted to the spearhead, which began to whirl like a vortex. As an Mo-Shi extended the spinning weapon towards Ouyang Yao, the enigmatic trajectory rendered evasion nearly impossible. Although Ouyang Yao managed to deflect a considerable number of strikes, several still found their mark upon him. Fortunately, the force of the rotating spear was not overwhelming. Chapter 156. The chaotic true body upon the obsidian battle armor. Only a scattering of white stars remained. Yet, the force transmitted through the armor struck Ouyang Yao with considerable impact, causing a surge of heat to rise within him and a trickle of blood to seep from the corner of his mouth beneath the visor. No longer entangled in hesitation, Ouyang Yao expended a significant amount of spiritual energy, his Feng Tian Hua Ji spinning in his hand like a wheel of wind and fire. A crimson lightning bolt manifesting in his grasp. This electric arc entwined around the spear, crackling and sparking as it coursed through an moxie, momentarily paralyzing her body and slowing her reactions. In the next instant, Ouyang Yao pointed the Feng Tian Hua Ji skyward, the entwined lightning transforming into a streak of electricity that soared into the heavens. Clouds gathered ominously, dark and billowing, seemingly brewing something malevolent, with flashes of red lightning flickering within. Gripping the Feng Tian Hua Ji with both hands, he cleaved downward, bellowing, Blood River Thunder Prison. As the spear descended, it appeared as though a pool of crimson lightning surged within the dark clouds above. An endless torrent of thunder broke through the sky, pouring down like rain, illuminating the air with streaks of blood-red light, rendering movement sluggish as electrical particles filled the atmosphere. In the blink of an eye, and Moxie, regaining her senses and feeling the weight of being locked in place, understood that evasion was futile. Thus, she summoned the full power of the chaotic immortal body. A mist of ashen energy enveloped her, coalescing into a form adorned with black and gold runes, exuding an aura of profound mystery. Her fingers transformed into sharp claws, and her body became encased in scales, each shimmering with intricate black and gold symbols. At first glance, it appeared as if she were cloaked in a dark golden hue, with twin horns sprouting from her head and her raven hair swirling wildly in tandem with her burgeoning power. Her visage remained obscured within a shroud of black mist. In the next moment, this figure transformed into a swirling cloud of gray mist. The chaotic true body, a 2-meter-tall phantom enveloped in Moxie, for without shattering this Blood River Thunder Prison, her escape was impossible. Gazing upward, She infused her spear with chaotic energy, her arm muscles swelling to nearly double their size, the veins standing out prominently. Grasping the spear firmly, she braced herself as lightning rained down, crackling against her form. With her legs bent and the Jiuyo spear in hand, the chaotic true body affixed to her, she soared upward like a rocket piercing the sky. Ouyang Yao sensed her intent and sought to control the sanguine lightning, striving to bring her crashing down. However, the crimson lightning shattered upon contact with Moxie as she surged against the tide of the blood-red lightning sea. With a fierce grip, Ouyang Yao summoned the roiling liquid lightning from the thunder pool, countless arcs intertwining to form a blood-red thunder dragon. The dragon emitted a low growl as it emerged from the pool, writhing toward Moxie with fierce determination. She, undaunted, aimed her spear directly at the thunder dragon. In the next moment, the two collided, unleashing a blinding brilliance that rendered the world before her a crimson haze. The spear pressed against the thunder dragon's brow, while her chaotic true form transformed into a humanoid shape, extending a hand to grip the spear. An unparalleled force erupted, causing the thunder dragon to succumb to the overwhelming power, fissures appearing across its form. The spear then pierced the thunder dragon's brow, as if unlocking some hidden gate. It penetrated the creature's body, causing it to shatter into arcs of lightning that scattered across the ground. With the spear firmly in hand, Mo's propulsion device erupted with crimson flames, nearly staining half the sky with its hue. The spear tore through the thunder pool, and she soared from beneath it, emerging above the tumultuous waters. The shattered sections of the pool began to flow with a red liquid thunder, the breach widening. In an instant, the thunder pool ruptured, the thunderous liquid cascading down. She lifted a hand, and a black vortex materialized in her palm. The falling liquid transformed into pure energy, which she consumed, converting it into chaotic power to replenish her energy expended in battle. The Blood River Thunder Prison had been shattered by an Ouyang Yao's complexion turned ashen, under the operation of the thunderous power. The surrounding air crackled with blood-red arcs of lightning. He ascended into the air, his Fong Tian Hua Ji adorned with several strands of crimson lightning, surrounded by thunder like a king of storms, charging toward an. The propulsion device behind an suddenly surged with power, generating immense thrust. Her figure almost turning into an afterimage, the blazing flames behind her billowing like a blood-red cloak in the wind. The gray chaotic energy enveloped the spear in her hand, while her chaotic true form adhered to her, enhancing her already formidable presence. In the void behind her, a pair of colossal eyes emerged, within which the realms seemed to invert, black and white exchanged, cold and devoid of emotion, fixated intently upon Ouyang Yao. Under the gaze of these eyes, Ouyang Yao's body suddenly stiffened in place. An Mo's figure, akin to a fleeting beam of light, vanished and reappeared instantaneously upon the ground. The spear in her hand slowly withdrew behind her, and Ouyang Yao's form abruptly exploded in midair, flames bursting forth like fireworks. This was a method of utilizing that an she had recently discovered. However, it demanded immense mental energy. Only with the presence of her chaotic true form did she dare to employ it, for otherwise, she would be left defenseless after a single use. In the underground of the main residence, Ouyang Yao furiously pounded the control cabin, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead. It felt as though those eyes had penetrated the depths of his soul, instilling an unshakable dread within him. Now realizing his folly, he was infuriated with himself for allowing a mere youth to instill such terror. As the cabin door opened, Junshang Shu stood outside with a smile, observing Ouyang Yao. A flicker of disappointment crossed his eyes, yet he held no interest in alliances. After showcasing his work to the world, Junshang Shu's sole focus lay in scientific research and the enigmatic cube. Ouyang Yao and Lord Jun, the Minister of State, had conspired together several years prior. Even Ouyang Yao's father was a victim of their collusion. After the elder's demise, Ouyang Yao eagerly assumed his father's position, becoming the head of the Ouyang family. Those who dared to resist have long since vanished from this world. I still recall the words Ouyang Yao spoke when he first approached me. Chapter 157. The true understanding of the void. My aspirations shall not be confined to the mere expanse of the mountain forest continent. I, Ouyang Yao, am destined to become the sovereign of the universe, standing above all beings. Join me, and I shall bestow upon you wealth, power, women, and formidable strength. At that moment, Jun Shangshu found himself in the depths of despair. Recently acquiring a mysterious cube, he lacked even a place to conduct his experiments, barely meeting his daily sustenance. Witnessing the ambition in Ouyang Yao's eyes, Jun Shangshu resolved to collaborate with him. Ouyang Yao provided him with financial resources and manpower, facilitating the construction of a laboratory within the heart of the Great Mountain. Without this support, Jun Shangshu could never have achieved such a feat on his own. Consequently, he harbored a certain loyalty towards Ouyang Yao. While it may not have been profound, he was determined to assist in the pursuit of Ouyang Yao's dreams, at the very least safeguarding his life. After all, it was during his own darkest hour that Ouyang Yao had appeared, granting him funds and establishing a laboratory for him. In essence, Ouyang Yao had gifted him a second chance at life. Otherwise, even possessing the mysterious cube would have led him to perish in the wilderness without a place to conduct research. Moreover, Jun Shangshu was intrigued by the world beyond the mountain forest continent, yearning to explore the other civilizations within the universe. Do not be so rash. The 5 of them have now completed their upgrades and are capable of storing mysterious energy, successfully elevating their realms to the pinnacle of divine mastery. Together, they possess the potential to surpass the strength of the mountain forest continent, breaking through its limitations. The 3 of them cannot hold out for long. Jun Shangshu observed in Moxie, Murong Yunhao, and Murong Yunxian through the holographic screen. As for why the old master Murong was absent, well, that was another matter. Having gained control of the mysterious cube, Jun Shangshu's power had significantly increased. He was no longer the defenseless researcher of old. His senses had been greatly enhanced, and with the awakening of his cerebral talents, his mental strength surpassed that of the average individual by a considerable margin. By releasing his consciousness in the underground laboratory, he could accurately perceive movements within 100,000 meters. In his awareness, the old master Murong had long ceased to emit any signs of life. The upgrades are complete. Ha ha ha, fortune favors me. As long as I eliminate them, the mountain forest continent will be entirely within our grasp. Gradually, we shall transform everyone into wise beings, accumulating power. And once we reach the universe, we shall emerge as a formidable force. Ouyang Yao gazed at the holographic projection, a cold smile gracing his lips. Outside, and Moxie wielded her spear with fluid grace, her figure vanishing like a specter. With a series of precise thrusts, she dispatched 20 of Murong Yunhao and Murong Yunxian's men, their heads pierced and lifeless bodies collapsing to the ground. The brothers, Murong Yunhao and Murong Yunxian, were likewise battered and bruised. Yet, they paid little mind to their injuries, hastening towards the fallen old master. And Moxie, having already sensed the old man's condition, refrained from pursuing them, instead suppressing her fury as she made her way towards the ancestral home of the Ouyang family. Father! The angry roars of the Murong brothers, Yunhao and Yunxian, echoed behind them. Upon lifting the lifeless form of their esteemed grandfather from the ground, they quickly realized he had ceased to breathe. The burdens he had borne over time had become insurmountable, a stark contrast to his former self. The 2 sons could only watch helplessly, as the demise of Murong Qingyu had stripped their family of its status, leaving their home under constant surveillance, rendering them incapable of fulfilling even the promises made to their granddaughter. Many a night, their grandfather had contemplated abandoning caution, rallying the golden armored tower to instigate a rebellion, capturing Jun Shangshu to exact a slow and agonizing revenge. However, such actions would undoubtedly incite a fierce conflict, resulting in the deaths of countless innocents and plunging the Murong family into crisis. As a soldier, he understood his duty to obey orders. Yet, torn between his beloved granddaughter and his obligations to the people he had served throughout his life, he found himself ensnared in a web of guilt and conflict. With no news of Moxie until her long-awaited return, as circumstances began to improve, he awaited the moment when the Ouyang family would apprehend Jun Shangshu, restoring Moxie's honor and concluding this tumultuous chapter. He envisioned reclaiming Jun Shangshu with relative ease, relishing the prospect of tormenting him until he wished for death. Yet, fate intervened. Jun Shangshu had been lurking beneath his very nose, and to his dismay, within the Ouyang ancestral home. Though he had often found Ouyang Yao's demeanor to be presumptuous and erratic, the fact that he had ascended to the position of family head indicated a degree of capability. Ultimately, it was a bitter revelation that this young man was complicit in shielding Jun Shangshu. Until his final moments, the old man struggled to comprehend it all. Yet, he found a semblance of peace, his last thoughts resting on his granddaughter. My dear, grandfather is coming to join you. I have failed to avenge you. Please do not hold it against me when I arrive. In that moment, Murong Yunhao and Murong Yunxian gazed upon their grandfather with grief that rendered them nearly voiceless. Their eyes ablaze with fury. The architects of their profound sorrow were ensconced within these very walls, and the brothers simultaneously turned their gaze toward the Ouyang ancestral residence. Gently placing their grandfather's remains into a spatial ring, Murong Yunhao murmured to himself, "Rest in peace, father. My brother and I will ensure that Ouyang Yao and Jun Shangshu meet you again." Overwhelmed by rage, it was as if a shackle had been released from Murong Yunhao's being, causing the surrounding void to twist violently, a silver phantom materializing behind him. His innate gift, the void true resolution, had fully awakened, an extraordinary talent within the Murong lineage, even surpassing that of Murong Yunxian, who had awakened the powers of the space which ancestor, Emperor Jiang. Yet, this remarkable gift bore its own burdensome complexities. Such strength is formidable. However, if one wields it without the requisite power, it may lead to dire repercussions. Thus, Murong Yunhao has remained in a state of confinement ever since the awakening of his abilities. Recently, he has taken the initiative to unbind this seal. The dormant power has surged forth, yet once this moment passes, Murong Yunhao shall inexorably plunge into the abyss of death. Chapter 158. Emotionless Yunxian. Depart. For you are the last hope of the Murong family. Return and take care of your sister-in-law. Even if I perish today, I shall ensure the Ouyang clan vanishes from this world. Murong Yunhao declared as the shackles upon him were completely released. His aura surged, rapidly ascending to the pinnacle of divine power within mere seconds. With a single hand raised, he reversed the void surrounding the ancestral home of the Ouyang family, causing it to warp. In the next instant, it appeared as though the very fabric of space was compressing towards the Ouyang ancestral residence. The structure was relentlessly constricted, ultimately reducing to the size of a speck of dust, which landed upon the ground, eliciting a tremor beneath. The Ouyang residence did not cease to exist, rather, it was incessantly compressed by formidable spatial forces, until it was ultimately diminished to a mere particle of dust. Brother, cease your pleas. You know I shall never retreat. Today, in vengeance for our father and for Qing Yu, I must personally slay those two scoundrels. You rascal! Murong Yunhao could only exclaim in exasperation, then turned his gaze to an Mo Shi. When an Mo Shi met his eyes, she responded with unwavering determination. Silence spoke volumes. Very well, since you shall remain, let us upheave the Ouyang clan. With that, Murong Yunhao immersed himself in the void, stepping forth as if treading upon solid ground, causing the space beneath him to ripple gently. Like waves across a tranquil surface, the disturbance spread towards the Ouyang ancestral home, while the subterranean steel laboratory appeared to be expelled from the earth itself. Gradually, it floated into the air, continually pressed by the surrounding space. The massive steel structure began to warp, its walls bending inward. Murong Yunhao stood resolutely in the void, extending a hand as if grasping at something intangible. As his fingers tightened, the steel laboratory was incessantly compressed. He spoke slowly, "Ouyang Yao Jun Shangshu, will you not reveal yourselves?" With that, he abruptly clenched his fist, and the spatial forces surrounding the laboratory intensified, causing the steel to contort further until the once vast structure was reduced to less than 100 square meters. Just as Murong Yunhao pondered whether the two had fled, a gaping hole suddenly tore through the warped walls of the steel laboratory. 5 figures emerged, hovering in the void, gazing down upon Murong Yunhao, Murong Yunxian, and an Mo Shi. In the center stood Rui Lin, flanked by the Azure Dragon and White Tiger on the left, and the Vermilion Bird and Black Tortoise on the right. The aura radiating from these 5 was undeniably at the divine level, their armor significantly enhanced, while the chips within their intelligent cores had been modified using the latest technology developed by Jun Shangshu with the aid of a mysterious cube. The upgraded version 1.0.2, devoid of emotions, possessed capabilities nearly equivalent to those of humans, with attributes magnified thousands of times. Their terrifying computational, simulation, learning, and analytical abilities allowed them to pinpoint their enemies' vulnerabilities and weaknesses with remarkable precision. Within the body, spatial technology serves as a conduit, linking to the enigmatic cube, enabling an incessant draw of the unique energy contained within. Although there are limitations, The recent upgrades have resulted in a nearly exponential enhancement of the combat prowess of the five warriors. The Azure Dragon wields a crescent blade, adorned with a faint blue energy that subtly forms the visage of a fierce dragon, roaring in defiance. The White Tiger has opted for dual blades, similarly imbued with a soft azure glow, emanating a terrifying pressure. The blades resemble the claws of a tiger, their sharp essence almost palpable, sending chills down the spine. The Black Tortoise brandishes a shield in his left hand and a spear in his right, a perfect amalgamation of offense and defense. The azure energy on the shield manifests as barbed spikes, while the spear's blade appears as a menacing serpent head, flicking its tongue, with hidden serpent eyes poised to deliver a lethal strike. In his grasp, the Black Tortoise transforms his dual pistols into a slender sword engulfed in flames. The azure energy entwines with the crimson fire, merging gradually into a pale flame, as a pale fire phoenix dances upon the blade. The sword's edge, reminiscent of the wings of the fire phoenix, features segmented blood grooves, adorned with the pale flames that would surely inflict great pleasure upon a successful strike. The auspicious Qilin wields a long spear measuring over 3 meters, where the azure energy mingles with a sacred radiance, imparting an inviolable aura. The spear is intricately carved with Qilin patterns, as if the mythical creature were about to leap into existence. A diminutive snow-white Qilin perches upon the spear, its holy light bestowing enhancements upon the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise, enveloping them in a sanctified glow. In an instant, their speed, strength, and mystical energies surged significantly. The propulsion devices behind them activated, creating a sonic boom in the void as they swiftly charged towards Moxie and her companions. And Moxie gripped her spear tightly, the power of chaos manifesting as it climbed the shaft towards the tip. Morong Yinxian unsheathed dual daggers, blending into the void, vanishing from sight. In the blink of an eye, the 5 warriors stood before Moxie and her ally. Morong Yunhao raised a hand, attempting to manipulate the space to ensnare the 5, but even with formidable spatial talents, controlling them proved exceedingly challenging. He could only manage to restrict 3 of them. As the Vermilion Bird, wielding the slender sword, and the Qilin, with the long spear, forcibly broke through the spatial barrier, charging towards Morong Yunhao. And Moxie leaped high, causing the ground beneath her to collapse. Her propulsion device ignited, unleashing a torrent of flames, propelling her like a beam of light as she swung her spear with ferocity. The chaotic energy spun rapidly, transforming the spear's tip into a drill that tore through space, hurtling towards the Qilin. Reluctantly abandoning Morong Yunhao, the Qilin raised his spear defensively. When the spear and the long spear clashed, the immense force sent the Qilin flying. The propulsion device behind Moxie erupted with fiery intensity once more, her figure following closely as she launched her assault against the Qilin. The long-suppressed fury finally found an outlet. Just moments ago, Ouyang Yao was easily defeated, vanishing in an instant. In the air, Moxie retracted the long spear in her hand, her true form of chaos manifesting as the chaotic power coalesced behind her into 6 formidable arms. The long unutilized 8-armed Yama was summoned forth by Moxie, empowered by the chaotic essence. The black arms gradually took on a tangible form, adorned with intricate black and gold patterns, reminiscent of the claws of her newly awakened chaotic essence. Chapter 159. She battles Rui Lin. A dazzling dark golden radiance erupted from the transformation wheel behind, igniting with chaotic energy as it commenced its full-speed operation. And She, arriving first, positioned herself beside Rui Lin. As Rui Lin was propelled backward by an overwhelming force, he swung the spear in his grasp. The air around it shimmered with potent energy, its destructive power causing the very fabric of space to warp slightly. Unfazed, She seized the spear with her 8 arms, bracing against the swirling energy, and exerted immense force to tear it apart. The once formidable spear began to splinter under her relentless grip, cracks appearing all over its surface. In the next moment, with another surge of strength, the energy shattered, and the spear disintegrated into countless fragments. She's 8 arms transformed into shadows, launching an onslaught toward Rui Lin's face. Thanks to his superior computational abilities, Rui Lin perfectly anticipated She's movements. Yet, reality proved that 2 fists were no match for 4 hands. She rained down blows upon Rui Lin, who could only deflect a fraction of the punches, The rest fell upon him like a torrential downpour. With a resounding crash, the two collided against a wall, which promptly exploded outward, debris scattering in all directions. A figure shot forth from the wreckage, closely followed by another. One of them executed a swift maneuver, landing before the retreating figure, using the powerful inertia to perform a 360-degree spin. The retreating figure, just adjacent, capitalized on the lingering momentum and unleashed a formidable kick, akin to a battle axe. In midair, the second figure adjusted their stance and countered with a kick of their own. The impact resounded with a thunderous bang as their legs collided, revealing that the one who had just been propelled backward was indeed Rui Lin. The sheer force reverberated through the ground. Rui Lin harnessed this kick to dissipate his backward momentum, curling his body and extending one hand to brace against an Mo-Shi's calf. He then executed a roll, landing behind her. As he descended from the air, his right leg soared high, aimed at an Mo-Shi's head. An Mo-Shi, having barely regained her balance under Rui Lin's pressure, sensed a fierce wind approaching from above. Without hesitation, she raised her hands, crossing them to shield her head just in time to block Rui Lin's descending kick. Grasping Rui Lin's leg with one hand, she forcefully hurled him toward the ground. Rui Lin was flung away but miraculously spun midair, regaining his balance as he landed firmly on the ground. An Mo-Shi, resembling a cannonball, charged toward Rui Lin, the dark golden patterns on her black arms pulsating with a lifeblood-like energy. She launched a punch, the sound of sonic booms accompanying the strike, which landed solidly upon Rui Lin's cheek. The freshly grounded Rui Lin was sent hurtling backward, his facial armor fracturing, revealing half of his face, disfigured, and exposing the internal circuitry that sparked ominously. A surge of pale blue energy coursed through, as Rui Lin soared backwards through the air, awakening his innate talent. His body underwent a partial beast transformation, with scales resembling those of a qilin emerging on his surface, and two antlers sprouting from his crown. He stabilized mid-air, activating his back thrusters, propelling himself forward towards an Mo-Shi without retreat. This spectacle was precisely to an Mo-Shi's liking. Her thrusters erupted in a blaze of fiery power as she charged toward Rui Lin. The two simultaneously unleashed a punch, colliding with a resounding impact, neither yielding ground. An Mo-Shi's remaining 6 fists sought to strike, but Rui Lin swiftly countered with a single hand, transforming it into a blade-like gesture that severed one of an Mo-Shi's illusory arms. The severed limb plummeted to the ground, morphing into chaotic energy that returned to an Mo-Shi's form. Though one arm was lost, the other 5 punches landed solidly against Rui Lin. He extended a hand, delivering a punch at an acute angle to her wrist, causing the remaining 5 arms to revert to chaotic energy and rejoin an Mo-Shi's body. Seizing the opportunity, an Mo-Shi intercepted one of Rui Lin's returning arms, skillfully striking the crook of his elbow. In an instant, that arm hung limply as if bereft of support, and an Mo-Shi would not squander such a prime chance. Transforming her fist into a palm, she deftly evaded Rui Lin's retaliatory punch and landed a heavy slap across his cheek. The force of the blow was tremendous, splitting the corner of Rui Lin's mouth and causing blood to spill forth, along with a few pristine white teeth. However, in the midst of this, Rui Lin retaliated with a punch to her shoulder, the immense force fracturing the golden armor briefly before it swiftly mended. Rui Lin leapt back, increasing the distance between them, and with the momentum from his jump, he dislocated his arm and audibly snapped it back into place without any external aid. An Mo-Shi advanced with a swift step, retracting her right arm to deliver a straight punch. Rui Lin, having reattached his arm, loosened it and swung it like a whip in a seemingly boneless manner. The pale blue energy within him fortified his strike, redirecting the force of an Mo-Shi's punch as it landed on her wrist. Following this, he crouched low, drawing near to an Mo-Shi, placing a hand against her chest, unleashing a tremendous wave of blue energy. An Mo-Shi deftly tapped the ground, leaping into the air and performing a front flip to evade the attack, landing behind Rui Lin. Her palm, now imbued with chaotic energy, transformed into a fearsome claw, and without hesitation, she struck at Rui Lin from behind. After a powerful swing, Rui Lin rolled forward on the ground, narrowly avoiding an Mo-Shi's claw, which grazed the edge of his armor, producing sparks and leaving 3 distinct scratches on its surface. As Rui Lin evaded, he leapt into the air, fully embracing his beastly form, transforming into a radiant white jade qilin. With a fierce roar directed at an Mo-Shi, he charged forth, causing tremors in the ground with each stride. While in MO, she grounded herself, settling into a stable stance with her center of gravity lowered. As Moxie attempted to intercept him, Rui Lin accelerated his pace, intent on crashing into her with lethal force. When Rui Lin charged forward, Moxie grasped his formidable horns with both hands. The immense power surged through her, causing her muscles to bulge dramatically, and the armor she wore appeared to expand slightly. Her feet sank into the ground, carving two deep ruts in the earth. As she successfully blocked his advance, a flicker of human confusion appeared in Rui Lin's eyes. Chapter 160. The Rending of Rulin. Life is quite pleasant. However, it wasn't long before the struggle began. According to the analysis of the intelligence core, failure to break free would likely result in being treated as a mere plaything. Thus, Rui Lin, like a furious bull betrayed by his wife, transformed into an enraged minotaur, kicking the ground in frustration and charging forward. And Moxie held tightly onto Rui Lin's horns, firmly controlling him. The two found themselves in a stalemate, with Moxie successfully intercepting Rui Lin, adjusting her stance into a bow stance. Her arms swelled with power, causing her armor to buckle and fly off. Her exposed arms were as robust as a mortal's waist, muscles resembling stone and veins twisting like dragons upon her limbs, drawing energy into her dantian. She anchored her lower body and propelled her torso, raising her arms with tremendous force. Like a crane, she effortlessly lifted Rui Lin off the ground. As Rui Lin found himself airborne, panic set in. He sought to escape Moxie's grip, but her hold on his horns was unyielding. Trapped in his beastly form, he could only flail helplessly in the air. Unfortunately, his struggles were futile, and Moxie's muscles were as solid as rock, clinging tightly to him as she forcefully pulled his horns apart. Sensing her intentions, Rui Lin's thrashing intensified, yet it failed to affect Moxie. As she exerted her strength, blood vessels appeared in her eyes. Her skin seemed to radiate crimson, and the veins on her forehead pulsated violently. The sensation of tearing from above compelled Rui Lin to instinctively fight back. With a fierce roar, Moxie tore Rui Lin asunder. Blood rained down like droplets, drenching her completely, and a small cube fell from the sky, revealing a glowing golden chip. Moxie's fist, imbued with chaotic energy, swung forth with tremendous force. Boom! The intelligence core shattered in response, and the chip disintegrated into dust, carried away by the wind. Meanwhile, after Moxie sent Rui Lin flying, Zhuke found herself ensnared by Murong Yunxian. However, the disparity in their realms was overwhelming, leaving Murong Yunxian under relentless assault by Zhuke. Numerous wounds adorned his body, and his armor lay in tatters, precariously half-kneeling on the ground. Zhuke, wielding a flame-ensconced slender sword, approached Murong Yunxian, executing a deadly slash aimed at his neck. Moxie stepped forward, activating the thrusters on her back. Flames roared as if to scorch half the sky, generating immense propulsion that caused the ground to cave in as she propelled herself like a dart. The long sword suddenly faced an overwhelming force, emitting a deafening hum before shattering into fragments. Just in the nick of time, Moxie arrived, delivering a punch that met the descending sword, blocking its path and obliterating it. A sharp, mournful cry echoed as a miniature fiery phoenix emerged from the shattered sword, soaring towards Zhuchue's form. In midair, Moxi's body executed a flawless 360-degree spin, from which several small thrusters ejected from the armor. Fiery flames erupted from them, amplifying Moxi's strength. After tracing a circular arc in the air, her palm descended upon the head of the Zhuke, grasping it tightly before forcefully slamming it into the ground. A resounding boom echoed as the ground collapsed inch by inch around the Zhuchue's head. Murong Yunxian, nearby, was startled, his body trembling violently, almost lifting off the ground. The Zhuchue's head crashed onto the hard surface, exploding like a watermelon, a crimson mist rising as its cerebral core was obliterated. Moxie gradually rose and approached Murong Yunxian, extending her arm towards him. "Are you all right? Don't worry, you won't die?" Murong Yunxian grasped Moxi's outstretched hand and was pulled to his feet, supporting him. Moxie intended to first place him in a safe location before assisting Murong Yunhao. However, after taking a few steps, Moxie suddenly sensed a searing wave of energy behind them, prompting both to turn around. To their astonishment, the previously shattered Zhuke was engulfed in flames, its broken head gradually reconstituting under the fiery essence, revealing a strikingly fierce visage. Spiritual energy from the surroundings continuously surged towards the Zhuke, which greedily absorbed it like a sea beneath the depths. Its body rapidly restored, the flames converged around it, and a colossal phantom of the Zhuke emerged behind, merging seamlessly with its form. A piercing phoenix cry resonated, a sharp sound that seemed to pierce the very soul, momentarily entrancing Enmashi and Murong Yunxian. Suddenly, a fierce wind swept past, snapping Enmashi back to reality as two crimson beams shot towards them. The Zhuchue's eyes flared open, unleashing the residual energy from its rebirth as two lethal attacks aimed directly at them. With no time to react, Enmashi instinctively hurled Murong Yunxian away, but could not evade the incoming assault herself, raising her arms defensively. An energy shield, forged from chaotic power, materialized before her to absorb the blow. Upon contact, the crimson beams bored two holes through the shield, barely hindering their trajectory as they penetrated Enmashi's armor, her arm, and ultimately her chest. An eruption of intense flames burst forth from Enmashi's body, transforming her into a fiery figure standing resolutely. The flames consumed her at an alarming rate, within mere moments leaving her charred form standing amidst the chaos. A gentle breeze swept through, and Enmashi's body collapsed like a mountain crumbling under pressure. Mashi, cast out. Murong Yunxian crashed to the ground, the pain seeping through his nerves before he regained his senses. Turning back, he beheld the moment when Enmaxi was struck by the crimson rays. The moment of rebirth drew upon a fragment of solar energy, harnessing the sun's formidable power to achieve resurrection. All wounds upon his body were mended, even those that were fatal. The two beams of light that had just scorched Enmaxi were the remnants of solar energy remaining in the vermilion bird after the completion of its rebirth. Should this power not be released promptly following the resurrection, it would linger within the body of the vermilion bird. Chapter 161, Nirvana. The annihilation of the vermilion bird. The act of nirvana would not only fail to benefit the vermilion bird, but would also erupt within it, causing its very form to burst asunder. This fate was far more tragic than that which currently befell Enmaxi. The force in question was immensely potent. Prior to undergoing nirvana, a unique energy within the vermilion bird would preserve the solar power. Once its corporeal existence ceased, or it sustained fatal harm, that energy would dissipate, triggering nirvana to automatically engage, thereby mending the vermilion bird's flesh through solar power. In essence, nirvana functioned as a passive skill, operable only in a reactive manner and not at will. When the energy capable of retaining solar power dissipated, it would require a year to recondense that special force, allowing for the subsequent harnessing of a portion of the solar power stored therein. Gazing at Enmaxi, who lay upon the ground, a chilling voice resonated. The enemy shows no signs of life. Death is confirmed. Annihilate the remaining foe and proceed to support the White Tiger trio. With that, she advanced towards Murong Yunxian, each step blossoming a fire lotus in the void. Die! Murong Yunxian expended his final strength, hurling the dagger towards the vermilion bird. As the dagger approached, it was repelled by a wall of flames. The vermilion bird then drew near Murong Yunxian, raising a hand to strike. In Murong Yunxian's obsidian eyes, a hand engulfed in roaring flames magnified before him. Rendered immobile, he instinctively closed his eyes, awaiting the arrival of death. However, seconds passed without its arrival, and even the scorching sensation faded. Before him, the vermilion bird was sent reeling backward, as a charred figure stood in its stead. The layer of carbonization slowly crumbled away, revealing the fair skin of a youth beneath. The pristine complexion, reminiscent of a newborn's, bore intricate black, demonic patterns that, rather than detracting from its allure, bestowed upon Enmaxi a wild beauty. His hair, white as snow, grew at a visible pace, cascading down to his waist in mere moments. As the fierce wind howled, his hair danced in the breeze, and Enmaxi donned a skirt fashioned from the hide of a white tiger. That recent strike had been terrifying. Were it not for Enmaxi's indomitable chaotic body, he would have undoubtedly met his end. Fortunately, as long as a single cell of Enmaxi remained intact, he could resurrect, rendering him nearly immortal. Yet, his garments, including the blazing golden battle armor, could not withstand the onslaught. They disintegrated to ash, while the armor sustained grievous damage, which he would later repair at his leisure. Clad in the tiger-skin skirt, with a mane of white hair billowing in the tempest, his robust physique showcased a sculpted musculature that seemed to be a divine masterpiece. Enmaxi, in his entirety, resembled a work of art. Crouching low, The muscles in his calves bulged as he propelled himself forth like an arrow released from a bow, appearing directly beside the still reeling vermilion bird. A punch hurtled towards the head of the vermilion bird. An alarm blared from the intelligence core within the bird's mind, accompanied by a sharp, piercing cry. Surrounding the vermilion bird, flames erupted violently, and as the fire subsided, a 3-meter-tall vermilion bird emerged. With a powerful flap of its wings, it soared into the sky, evading Enmashi's strike. Enmashi ascended into the air, closely pursuing the bird as it fluttered about, unleashing fireballs, each a meter in diameter, that rained down upon him. In the face of the approaching fireballs, Enmashi opted to obliterate them with a single punch. The fireballs disintegrated beneath the overwhelming force of his iron fist, which radiated a domineering aura, as if nothing could withstand his might in that moment. The fireballs could not impede his progress, and Enmashi's speed was astonishing. And he swiftly caught up to the vermilion bird. With his arm drawn back, his muscles surged, transforming him into a muscular titan, growing to 5 meters in height, resembling a small giant. The full potential of his physique was unleashed, and his colossal iron fist struck out, rendering the 3-meter vermilion bird as insignificant as a child before him. As the punch approached, the intelligence core within the bird emitted frantic alarms. Its eyes filled with red exclamation marks. Yet, there was no escape. It was struck directly, the force of the blow causing feathers to fall away in droves, its body becoming a streak of light as it ascended, only to descend even faster. It broke through the sound barrier amidst a cacophony of sonic booms. With a resounding crash, the vermilion bird collided heavily with the ground, its bones shattered, and its vibrant plumage reduced to mere remnants. Blood gushed from its beak as it struggled to lift its neck, attempting to support its own weight. However, Enmashi's 5-meter frame descended like a meteor, crashing down upon the vermilion bird. The impact was akin to a balloon bursting from an immense force, disintegrating into a mist of blood that vanished into the ether. Deprived of the power of the sun, the vermilion bird was irrevocably defeated, devoid of any chance for reincarnation. With a gesture, the intelligence core flew into Enmashi's hand. He clenched his fist fiercely, reducing the core to dust. Brushing off the remnants from his hands, he set his sights on Murong Yunhao. Following Enmashi and Murong Yunxian in leading away the Rui Lin and vermilion bird, the pressure on Murong Yunhao diminished significantly, allowing him to gain the upper hand. Although he could not immediately eliminate the 3 opponents, he effectively maintained dominance over them. In a battle of equals, one individual suppressing 3 was an extraordinary display of prowess. At that moment, the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, and Black Tortoise had all fully transformed into their beast forms, each standing 5 meters tall, entangled around Murong Yunxian. Yet, Murong Yunxian needed only to raise his hand or perform a simple gesture to invoke the power of the void to subdue them. With a swift motion, he unleashed several blades of void energy, targeting the 3 beasts with unparalleled precision and lethality. As long as they are in close proximity, injury is inevitable. Thus, the 3 beasts are diligently evading the blades of the void. The Azure Dragon and the White Tiger adeptly utilize their reflexes and remarkable speed to elude the attacks. However, the Black Tortoise, hindered by its sluggishness, can only retract into its shell, which, to its credit, boasts formidable defensive capabilities. It withstands multiple strikes from the void blades, merely leaving behind faint white marks, akin to ripples on water. The energy dissipates, allowing the shell to revert to its original state while simultaneously absorbing the overwhelming force. Chapter 162. The handcrafted White Tiger pill. Suddenly, a shadow descended from the heavens, bringing with it an overwhelming sense of pressure. A figure resembling a small giant unleashed a powerful punch upon the tortoise shell of Xuanwu, and Moxie fully awakened her bloodline, entering a demonic state. The immense force caused the ground to collapse, creating a deep indentation. Under the sudden assault, Xuanwu extended its head, and Moxie seized it with a firm grip. With her bloodline fully activated, she wielded Xuanwu like a meteor hammer, leaping out of the pit, concealed within Xuanwu's shell. The martial serpent seized the opportunity to launch a surprise attack, its icy white fangs gleaming like a spear as it shot forth from the shell. The fully beastified Ruijin lunged for Moxie's neck, but halted mid-flight, its head drooping weakly. In that instant of its launch, Moxie sensed its approach. Her extraordinary reflexes and speed allowed her to grasp the serpent by its vital point in midair. With a firm grip, She tightened her hand around its body, causing the serpent to writhe violently. As it turned its head to bite in Moxie's arm, a sharp crunch echoed, its fangs shattered upon contact, leaving merely 2 small white marks on her skin, with no blood drawn and no venom injected. In the next moment, Moxie crushed the serpent's body at its vital point, severing it in 2. The portion held in her palm disintegrated into a mass of flesh, which she carelessly discarded aside. Empowered by the dark crystal embedded in her chest, a tremendous wave of energy erupted, radiating like black flames along the intricate patterns on her skin, extending 5 meters around her. Standing there like a small giant, Moxie exuded an oppressive aura. In that moment, she resembled a demon lord, instilling fear in those who beheld her. The blood coursing beneath her skin surged like a dragon, reddening her complexion, while Moxie sensed a heritage of power entering her mind. Within her consciousness lingered a martial technique and a skill, but at that moment, she had no inclination to dwell on them, merely acknowledging their presence before dismissing them from her thoughts. A sinister smile crept upon her lips, and a white mist escaped from the corners of her mouth, the rising heat seemingly intent on incinerating everything in its vicinity. With the giant tortoise firmly in hand, Moxie tightened her legs, lowering her center of gravity, and then propelled herself high into the air, swinging the tortoise like a meteor hammer. She aimed a devastating strike at the Azure Dragon. The Azure Dragon, taken aback by Moxie's fierce approach, hastily attempted to evade. But that brief moment of distraction cost it the perfect opportunity to escape. Ultimately, while the upper half of its body evaded the blow, the lower half was brutally slammed into the ground by Xuanwu's shell, coupled with Moxie's superhuman strength. The lower half of the Azure Dragon was crushed into a pulpy mass, leaving the remaining part of its body unable to maintain its complete beastly form, reverting instead to a human guise. She seized the Xuanwu and, akin to a baseball player, struck the transformed Azure Dragon, sending it hurtling away. The already grievously wounded Azure Dragon succumbed to unconsciousness, utterly bereft of the capacity to resist. It fell to the ground, a mere puddle of flesh, lifeless and devoid of any vitality. Observing the formidable demeanor of Shi, akin to a reigning demon king, Mu Rongyunhao's lips twitched, and he hastily evaded the Xuanwu that Shi swung towards him, retreating to a safe distance while dispelling the void truth. This brat is surprisingly powerful. Mu Rongyunhao cursed as he exited the battlefield. Indeed, he resembles more a monster than a mere human. Mu Rongyun Qian limped to his brother's side, leaning against him and exhaling in relief. Shi paid no heed to their discussions. The Xuanwu meteor hammer in hand was swung once more, aimed at the white tiger. With the demise of the Azure Dragon, the white tiger transformed into the apex predator, stealthily approaching Shi from behind on its padded paws, leaping to bite at the nape of Shi's neck. Sensing a gust of malevolence behind him, Shi did not evade, instead pivoting and extending his hand to seize the white tiger by its neck. This sequence of actions flowed seamlessly, as if rehearsed countless times. Subsequently, with the white tiger in his left hand and the Xuanwu in his right, Shi swung the Xuanwu to strike the white tiger. Blood and flesh splattered, the ground shook, and before long, there was no trace of the white tiger. Only a pool of prime meat suitable for crafting handmade beef balls. The Xuanwu dangled from Shi's grasp, having been thoroughly dazed. Just as Shi prepared to crush its head, the creature, feigning unconsciousness, withdrew its head into its shell, catching Shi off guard. Cursing under his breath, Shi unleashed a forceful punch against the turtle shell, yet astonishingly failed to shatter it. The accursed shell bore a ripple-like energy that dissipated the force of his blow. Turning the Xuanwu over, Shi seized the cracks in its shell with both hands, his muscles visibly swelling, veins bulging, and skin reddening as if seared by a hot iron. With a fierce roar, Shi tore the Xuanwu's shell apart. Flesh and shell scattered across the ground, and with a simple punch directed at the now defenseless Xuanwu, he created no disturbance in the air. Yet it effortlessly pierced through the creature's body. He then clutched the Xuanwu's head, crushing its intelligence core in one swift motion. As he raised his gaze to the laboratory, now unrecognizable from its original state, he was about to enter when 2 figures emerged, one after the other, Ouyang Yao and Jun Shangshu. As the saying goes, enemies meet with increased hostility, and Shi did not grant the 2 an opportunity to speak. With a powerful stomp, he shattered the void beneath him. his form colliding with the air, causing the surrounding emptiness to collapse under the force of his overwhelming might. A terrifying aura of destruction emanated from the iron fists as they approached the two individuals. And Moshi's countenance twisted with rage as he unleashed a ferocious punch. The mysterious cube in Jun Shangshu's grasp suddenly expanded, releasing a surge of enigmatic blue energy that formed a protective shield, encasing the two within. And Moshi's fist collided with the shield, causing it to tremble faintly twice, while the violent gust from his punch obliterated everything behind them, leaving a deep pit in the ground that expanded toward the distance. This devastation was wrought by the force of an Moshi's punch. Wherever the wind of his strike passed, the ground and the steel laboratory alike were rendered to nothingness. Ouyang Yao wore a sinister smile as he regarded the nearby Moshi. And Moshi, seemingly possessed, ceaselessly battered the shield with his iron fists. Chapter 163. Come, kill me. With each punch delivered, ripples akin to those on water surged across the protective barrier, only to vanish almost immediately, apart from the ground surrounding them. The two within the shield remained unscathed. On Moxie relentlessly pounded the barrier with her fists, her eyes ablaze with fury and resentment. TSK, TSK, TSK. Such a terrifying gaze from this little one. Ouyang Yao teased, theatrically feigning fear as he curled his body and recoiled slightly. Poor little creature. You have thwarted my plans. It seems you are quite taken with that woman named Murong Qingyu, are you not? Saying this, Ouyang Yao pretended to glance around, cautiously leaning closer to Moxie, separated only by the barrier, and began to speak. Let me tell you. But in the next moment, his demeanor shifted to one of malice, his eyes narrowing as he glared at Moxie. In truth, it was I who guided her to accept that mission, and it was I who instructed Jun Shangshu to bring her forth, and furthermore, it was also I who urged him to transform her into a sage. Isn't it amusing to witness two lovers turn against each other? Ha ha ha. Ouyang Yao's laughter echoed, sickly and unrestrained, as he reveled in the chaos he had sown, observing Moxie's frantic yet helpless state with glee. Do you despise me? Do you wish to end my life? Ouyang Yao paused briefly, meeting Moxie's gaze, which was laden with an oppressive intensity, brimming with hatred and anger. Hee, I have gleaned my answer from your eyes. I too harbor hatred. You have disrupted my game, and I wish to kill you as well. Come, all that lies between us is merely the beginning. I shall wait for you in the cosmos. Come, kill me, and let us see who will triumph. I will surely kill you. I will undoubtedly kill you. And Moxie's demonic energy surged, her eyes ablaze with murderous intent as her arms thundered against the barrier, roaring with fury. I await your arrival. With that, Ouyang Yao cast a glance of disdain at Moxie, then turned to Jun Shangshu and declared, Let us depart. Jun Shangshu activated the mysterious magic cube, and in an instant, the space fractured, causing the two to vanish from sight. As they disappeared, Moxie sank helplessly to the ground, her once formidable form deflating rapidly, returning to her normal size. Murong Yunhao and Murong Yunxian, both dragging their injured bodies, approached Moxie to offer comfort, yet how could they not feel sorrow themselves? Murong Yunhao had suffered backlash from his own talent, initially wielding it with a conviction of certain death. Who would have thought Moxie would be this powerful? Shattering them all, he had managed to deactivate his ability just in time, resulting in only minor backlash, requiring a few days of recuperation. Murong Yunxian, on the other hand, had been struck by Zhu Ke. With the battle concluded, Murong Yunhao assumed the position of the elder Murong, beginning to tidy up the mess, while Moxie retreated to the Murong residence, isolating herself in Murong Qingyu's room, unwilling to engage with anyone. Witnessing this scene, Murong Yunhao, Murong Yunxian, and Song Situ could only shake their heads and sigh in resignation. As Murong Yunhao ascended to his predecessor's position, he meticulously eliminated all remnants left by Ouyang Yao and uncovered several other families that had maintained close contact with him. These individuals were embroiled in sordid dealings. Fully aware of Ouyang Yao's machinations, the more Murong Yunhao delved into the investigation, the greater his ire became. This was a conspiracy directed at the Murong family, with Ouyang Yao coveting their military power. In a fit of rage, Murong Yunxian led his troops into the strongholds of the other families, only to discover that their ranks had been significantly diminished, with only a few ineffectual members remaining, while the true leaders had vanished. It was evident that Ouyang Yao had spirited them away. Frustrated and enraged, Murong Yunxian apprehended all those still present, dragging them back to prison for interrogation. The outcome was predictable. Those who were supposed to be informed were aware of the dealings, while those who should have remained oblivious were completely in the dark, only cognizant of the transactions between their family and Ouyang Yao and their own complicity in his schemes. Ultimately, they were sentenced and cast into prison to face their fate. And Mo Shi's identity was rehabilitated by Murong Yunhao, who unveiled the entire truth. The revelations left the public in a state of trepidation and regret. Though some cynics viewed the conflict between the Ouyang and Murong families as mere mutual destruction, Murong Yunhao, preoccupied with more pressing matters, paid little heed to these sentiments. But the awakened populace was less forgiving. They began to condemn the individual who had spoken out, with some radical factions even resorting to doxing him. Eventually, this person's information was unearthed and disseminated online, inciting further inquiries into his actions, though these developments were mere side notes in the larger narrative. In the midst of this turmoil, a week passed in the blink of an eye, culminating in the time for the elder's burial. And Mo Shi finally emerged from her seclusion, joining the procession to the cemetery to lay the elder to rest. With Qin Yu gone, it was her responsibility to fulfill these rites. During her week of reflection, Mo Shi contemplated numerous possibilities and ultimately resolved to venture into the cosmos. Convinced that within the vast expanse of the universe, there must exist something, or someone, that could save Murong Qin Yu. As long as there remained a glimmer of hope, she would not relent, and she also harbored intentions to pursue Ouyang Yao. Among the throng, Mo Shi spotted the long-missing Yu Laogui. She deftly maneuvered through the crowd. Hastening to his side, "Master," she greeted respectfully. Yu Laogui merely patted her shoulder, a mix of joy and sorrow swirling within him. After her disappearance, he had tirelessly sought any trace of her, sensing spatial fluctuations at the sight of her vanishing. He had followed these disturbances, traversing mountains and rivers in relentless pursuit. However, Mo Shi had shifted to another dimension entirely, and Yu Laogui, lacking deep knowledge of spatial phenomena, ultimately found himself bewildered in his quest. Nonetheless, he remained undeterred in his search for her. As long as the body of Moxie remains unseen for a single day, nothing is truly settled. Thus, he traversed the entire realm from the Mountain Forest domain to the Kanglan domain, and from there to the Demon Wife domain, encircling the entire Shanshan continent. Just a few days ago, he received unexpected news. His old friend Murong Yunlong had passed away. The call was made by Murong Yunhao, who explained the situation to the old ghost and informed him that Moxie had returned. As for the delay in contacting the old ghost, it was revealed that the Murong family had been under the watchful eye of Ouyang Yao, who could intercept all their communications, which is why they had refrained from hastily informing the old ghost. Chapter 164. Tu Shan Qian, the control of the Shanshan continent, has once again returned to Murong Yunhao, allowing him to openly communicate with the old ghost. Now, only the Murong family remains among the 5 prominent families, as the others have been eradicated due to their collusion with Ouyang Yao. In truth, their families have already been rendered desolate, with only a few insignificant figures left behind. Once imprisoned, the Murong family stands unrivaled in the Shanshan continent. The old ghost had just returned to the Shanshan domain a few days prior. Upon receiving Murong Yunhao's message, he hurried back without delay. The elderly man's visage remained as benevolent as ever, yet the fatigue in his eyes was unmistakable, with additional wrinkles gracing the corners. It is a relief to be back. Joy mingles with sorrow. While Moxie has returned, the pain of losing a dear friend lingers. At his age, friends have become increasingly scarce. And as a solitary man without a wife or children, he finds solace only in his disciple, Moxie, and a few old acquaintances. Moxie followed closely behind the old ghost as they proceeded towards the cemetery. The sky was overcast, casting a heavy pall over the atmosphere, making it difficult to breathe. A muffled thunderclap resounded, illuminating the earth, while a gentle rain began to fall, further deepening the oppressive mood. Arriving at the cemetery amidst the drizzling rain, everything had been prepared for the interment of the elderly gentleman. At the forefront stood Murong Yunhao, Murong Yunxian, and Song Sitong, with Moxie taking the place that should have belonged to Murong Qingyu. Following them were the deceased's old friends, and then came the relatives and acquaintances. Once the funeral concluded, the attendees dispersed. Murong Yunhao had little time to mourn. He suppressed his sorrow and hurriedly made his way to the military district to address the remnants of Ouyang Yao's chaos. After exchanging brief greetings with Murong Yinxian and Song Sitong, and Moxie bid farewell to the old ghost and tore through the fabric of space to arrive at the Academy of the Gods. Following the battle, and Moxie's realm had directly ascended to the pinnacle of divine perfection during the bloodline inheritance, not due to an inability to advance further, but because of the constraints imposed by the Shanshan continent. A week had passed since Ouyang Yao's escape from the Shanshan continent, and the Qingfeng warship within the small world had awakened from its slumber. And Moxie sought to venture into the cosmos to attain a higher realm, while simultaneously pursuing Ouyang Yao and searching for the divine artifact that could resurrect Murong Qingyu. This visit to the Academy of the Gods was also to find Su Daji and He Qiankai, as well as to greet Wu Chaojie and others. Furthermore, she hoped to see if anyone would be willing to accompany her, as embarking on a voyage necessitated a crew. A space tour apart, and Moxie arrived above the Academy of the Gods, her form transforming into a streak of luminous light as she flew into the institution. Thanks to the verification from the students, she seamlessly passed through the defensive array. This array is designed to detect the identity of newcomers, should one fail to gain approval. They would be barred from entering the academy, requiring the notification of a teacher within to escort them in. If one were to forcefully intrude, it would trigger an alarm, and the Academy of Gods would enter a state of preparedness. And she did not return to her villa, as there was nothing of her own there. All her belongings resided aboard the Qingfeng battleship. She proceeded directly to the apartment where Su Daji had been taken, knowing the door number where Su Daji and her companion resided. Entering the elevator, she pressed the button for the 13th floor. The elevator was filled with gentle music, soft lighting, and an impeccably clean ambience. Upon reaching the door of 1314, she rang the doorbell. Inside, someone peered through the communicator to see who was outside, and upon recognizing the door opened with a click. He Qiankai peeked out, her head half visible, gazing at in disbelief. Cautiously, she inquired, You are Xiao? This left she momentarily flummoxed. Then are you an? You're not a ghost returned from the afterlife, are you? Oh no, I bear no grudges. He Qiankai, trembling, clutched the door, her apprehension evident. What nonsense are you imagining? I'm not dead. Where would a ghost come from? If you don't believe me, feel. With that, she extended her hand forward. It seemed that unless this young girl confirmed she was not a specter, she would not be granted entry. He Qiankai, with only half her head visible and most of her body concealed behind the door, cautiously reached out to gently poke she's arm. It was soft and warm. Ah, so you're not a ghost. He Qiankai relaxed instantly, and despite not having seen her for a year, she opened the door without a hint of wariness and turned to lead she inside. You must be here to see Daji. Come in. And please close the door. She entered with grace, shutting the door behind her, and finally beheld He Qiankai in her entirety. The little girl wore a languid pink nightgown, her hair cascading loosely, her feet adorned with pink pig slippers as she trotted over to the living room sofa. Treating she as if she were no stranger, she sprawled comfortably on the couch. A few snacks were laid out on the coffee table, and a holographic projection of a television program illuminated the room, indicating a leisurely atmosphere. Where's Daji? She inquired, taking a seat on the single sofa without hesitation, grabbing a pack of unopened snacks from the table. She tore it open, nonchalantly propping her legs on the coffee table, exuding an air of a carefree, ethereal gentleman who had descended from the heavens, tossing an unidentified snack into her mouth. He Qiankai paid no mind to her casualness, instead leaning back against the sofa and letting out a soft sigh upon hearing Su Daji's name. If only you had come a month and a half earlier. Daji is no longer on Shanlin continent. When she first heard of your death, she could hardly believe it. She said there was no body. How could that prove you were truly dead? Thus, she searched for you with fervor, following every rumor. Your whereabouts were incredibly valuable at that time, even tempting enough to draw in many who fabricated information about you. Some claimed to have seen you in a certain secret realm, others in a forbidden ground. And there were even absurd tales of having spotted you amidst the cosmos. After purchasing the intelligence from the informants, Daji embarked on a quest to locate you, even venturing into the cosmos with a warship she acquired from her residence. In the vastness of space, Daji encountered a band of roving interstellar pirates. Just as her life hung in the balance, she was rescued by a formidable entity from the demon clan, Tushan Qianqian, who held an alliance with the Human Federation. It soon became apparent that Daji possessed some extraordinary talent. Chapter 165, The letter as Hu Qian-kai rambled on. Her throat began to feel parched, as if it were on the verge of igniting. She took a sip of water from the cup on the tea table and, under the urging gaze of an Mo, she resumed her narrative with a hint of melancholy. Deji's innate talent was that of the nine-tailed fox, the most exalted gift among the fox clan. Though it resided within a human, it did not diminish the overwhelming power of the nine-tailed fox talent or the respect it commanded within the fox lineage. Naturally, Tushan Qianqian was reluctant to see Deji squander such a remarkable endowment. She aspired to take Deji as her disciple, but Deji was resolute in her desire to continue searching for your traces on the Shanlin continent. Tushan Qianqian, however, would not relent and sought to dissuade Deji. She argued that if you were dead, Deji's current strength would be utterly insufficient for avenging you. Conversely, if you were alive, even if Deji found you, what assistance could she truly offer? Thus, remaining on the Shanlin continent, regardless of your fate, would render her powerless to help. Through Deji's words, she gleaned insights into your talents, and Deji was acutely aware of the chasm between her abilities and yours. It was indeed true. Her strength was woefully inadequate to provide any meaningful aid, while you had been the one continuously aiding her. Observing Deji's wavering resolve, Tushan Qianqian pressed on, asserting that once you reached Tushan, your unrivaled talent would elevate you swiftly, eventually making you the queen of the Fox clan. In that scenario, with power and influence at your disposal, should your beloved indeed have perished, you would be able to pursue his assailant to the ends of the earth. If he were alive, your innate gifts would facilitate your entry into the vast universe, ultimately allowing for your reunion. Your newfound might would afford him extraordinary support, rather than relegating you to the role of a mere ornament by his side. Though her words struck a painful chord, they were undeniably the truth. In the end, under the enchantment of her silver tongue, Su Deji acquiesced and followed her to the demon clan's Tushan. By the way, this is a letter she left for you before departing. Hu Qian-kai retrieved an intact letter from her spatial ring. After an Mo, she was informed of the entire sequence of events. She couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for that foolish girl. With her intelligence, she clearly recognized the falsehoods in the messages, yet still sought you out, driven by a flicker of hope. Fortunately, she encountered no mishap. Instead, she stumbled upon a fortuitous opportunity. Otherwise, Mu Rongqing you would have already left her behind. And in Mo, she dared not contemplate the consequences had Su Deji met with trouble. Upon hearing of the letter left by Su Deji, in Mo she eagerly accepted it. As she gazed upon the delicate handwriting, a myriad of emotions swirled within her. To an Mo she, with affection, the envelope remained pristine, and the seal was unbroken, indicating that Hu Qian-kai had safeguarded it well. She carefully opened the envelope and extracted the letter within. My dearest husband, upon your reading of this letter, I shall feel immense joy, for its presence signifies that you are safe. Alas, we shall be apart for an extended period, as I am to follow my master away from the Shanshan continent. Qian-kai must have already informed you of this. Indeed, as my master has indicated, remaining in the Shanshan continent would render me unable to assist you. I would merely serve as a decorative vase by your side. I refuse to be a mere ornament, especially when danger looms over you, leaving me powerless to aid you. I long to walk in your footsteps. Rest assured, my master is a kind soul, and the destination we are heading to, is an ally of our human federation. Therefore, there is no need for concern on your part. Should you fail to see this letter, I must proceed to Tushan with my master. With my current strength, I cannot harness the true potential of the nine-tailed celestial fox. Thus, I shall strive to grow stronger, to avenge you, to ensure that those who have harmed you shall meet their end, even if they flee to the ends of the earth. My master has proclaimed that my talent is the most formidable among the fox tribe. Once I arrive at Tushan, the resources there will be directed towards me, facilitating rapid growth in my abilities and aiding me in mastering the gifts of the nine-tailed celestial fox. My beloved husband, it pains me deeply. I do not wish to part from you, yet I cannot bear to remain as a flower sheltered behind your protection. I shall await you at Tushan. With all my love, your devoted wife, Su Daji. The letter bore traces of tears, revealing the turmoil within Su Daji as she penned her words. That foolish girl. In Mo she gazed at the envelope, envisioning the scene of the tearful yet determined little fool diligently finishing her letter. Carefully, she returned the letter to its envelope and placed it back into her spatial ring. Once she composed herself, she raised her gaze seriously towards Qian-kai. Qian-kai, I am departing from the Shanshan continent for the cosmos. Yet my spaceship is in need of a ship's doctor. Would you be willing to take on this role? Fear not. I shall not take advantage of your service. I will assist you in mastering your own talents and exchange my academy credits to help you cultivate to divine level. Before an Mo she could finish, He Qian Kai eagerly interrupted, I am willing. I cannot bear to remain on the Shanshan continent any longer. My father has been incessantly introducing me to various suitors, and they are becoming quite bothersome. With excitement, He Qian Kai leapt from the sofa, exclaiming, and it is the cosmos. The starry rivers, how utterly enchanting and romantic. As she spoke, He Qian Kai impatiently inquired when they would depart. Patience, for I still need to find 2 more individuals. Prepare your belongings. We shall set sail for Port 1 in 3 days. Understood. I shall hurry. Just notify me when the time comes. Very well, I shall take my leave for now. I will contact you upon our departure. Do remember to inform your family. Absolutely, rest assured. And Mo she observed He Qian Kai's prompt agreement and turned away. Little did she know that He Qian Kai had not truly absorbed her words, instead greeting her foolish father. Humph, she thought. It would be better to address matters once they entered the cosmos. Moreover, now that they were venturing into the universe, there existed the possibility of encountering her grandfather. When that moment arrived, she would certainly report her foolish father's misdeeds. And Mo she had not anticipated that He Qian Kai's affairs would unfold so smoothly. After exiting the apartment, she contemplated her next move and made her way towards the small courtyard where Ming Yen resided. Over a year ago, she had become his apprentice, only to slip away the very next day. Chapter 166. Farewell. Although Ming Yen had not imparted much knowledge to me, he remained my esteemed master, deserving of a cordial greeting. However, I found myself bereft of the time needed to learn from such a venerable figure. Upon arriving at Ming Yen's modest courtyard, I intended to ring the doorbell, but to my surprise, the door swung open automatically, responding to recognition. It dawned on me that, on the night of my departure, Ming Yen had entered my information into his system, permitting me direct access upon my return. Stepping through the grand entrance into the courtyard, I noted that it appeared unchanged from a year ago. I proceeded into the house, yet the hall was devoid of any presence, save for the distant clanging of metalwork emanating from the basement. A glance in that direction prompted me to venture toward the source of the sound. There, as on our first encounter, I found Ming Yen diligently forging equipment. This time, however, he was crafting battle armor. I remained silent, standing by his side, observing as he struck the glowing iron, coaxing impurities from within, while inscribing runes upon the inner surfaces of the armor. The completed components were placed neatly aside. A profound tacit understanding enveloped us. Ming Yen meticulously fashioned each piece of armor while I quietly absorbed the scene. As time slipped by, dusk settled, yet I remained mute, eventually retreating silently. It was only after my departure that Ming Yen paused momentarily before resuming his focused labor. Though we shared no formal master-disciple bond, the title lingered between us, and my visit was, in essence, a farewell. Subsequently, I paid a visit to the petite instructor, Uxian. After bidding her farewell, I exchanged all the points I had accumulated for resources, including the coveted 9-turn demon marrow, a substance derived from the bones of fallen divine-level demon creatures. This marrow, extracted from their remains, was revered as 9-turn demon marrow. Additionally, I acquired 9-turn demon pills and 9-turn demon souls, originating from the bodies of these formidable beasts. These resources would assist me in swiftly ascending to higher realms once I entered the cosmos. However, it is essential to note that these 9-turn marrows and pills were sourced from demon entities that harbored animosity towards humanity, while a treaty existed between humans and demons, preventing indiscriminate hunting. The demon races were not monolithic. They comprised thousands of distinct species. Only about 100 of these had formed alliances with humanity, while many others were hostile or indifferent, much like the rebellious elements of the universe. After exchanging a portion of her points for the materials needed for her own breakthroughs, Enmashi directly opted to acquire the herbs and other precious resources required by He Qian Kai. She also procured some cultivation materials for Wu Chaojie and Ma Mingming. As night had already fallen, Enmashi made her way to the Murong residence. On the way, she took out her communication wristwatch to contact Wu Chaojie and Ma Mingming. Upon reaching Wu Chaojie, she discovered that the two were together. After a brief inquiry, she learned that they were in the Shanlin domain. Enmashi thought to herself that this was fortuitous, and she proceeded to discuss arrangements with them. agreeing to meet the following day at a designated place to discuss a matter of great importance. They also planned to share a meal together, and both readily consented. During the conversation, they inquired about Enmashi's previous wanted status, to which she could only provide a brief explanation. Once they grasped the situation, they exclaimed, "I told you Mashi is not that kind of person." Soon, Enmashi arrived above the Morong residence, and, after bidding them farewell with a promise to meet the next day, descended into the courtyard. Upon entering, she was greeted by Song Sitong, Morong Yunhao, and Morong Yunxian, who were awaiting her return at the dining table. Seeing her, Song Sitong promptly called out, "Mashi's back. Where have you been? You didn't respond to any messages. Hurry and wash your hands. Dinner is ready." "All right, Mom. I just returned from school," and Mashi replied, quickly washing her hands in the bathroom before hastening to her designated seat at the table. "Let us eat," Song Sitong announced. And only then did Morong Yunhao and Morong Yunxian, as if released from a spell, pick up their chopsticks and begin their meal, savoring the warmth of the moment. And Mashi refrained from breaking the silence. Instead, she picked up her chopsticks, served herself some dishes, and began to eat, cherishing the few remaining moments of this comforting atmosphere. Although each of them possessed considerable cultivation prowess and could survive without a meal, the warmth of human connection is what truly nourishes the heart. This was one of the few remaining instances of warmth in their home, which is precisely why Song Sitong insisted on waiting for Enmashi to return before they began their meal. The family gathered around the table, creating a lively ambience that infused the house with vitality, though an empty seat at the table served as a poignant reminder of the absence of two members. After Song Sitong served Enmashi a large chicken leg, she turned to Morong Yunxian and began her gentle yet pointed rebuke. "Yunxian, it's not that I'm criticizing you, but when will you bring a young lady home? Your elder brother was already married by your age, yet here you are, just meandering through life." Upon hearing his sister-in-law's words, Morong Yunxian donned a mask of anguish, silently enduring her relentless admonitions. Morong Yunhao, agreeing with his wife, chimed in, and together they playfully directed their banter towards Morong Yunxian. In an instant, the house buzzed with liveliness, dispelling the previously somber atmosphere that had lingered. The lively meal concluded, and Enmashi, seizing the moment while everyone was present, wished to convey her desire to venture into the starry sea. "Mom, Dad, Uncle, please wait a moment. I have something I wish to share with you." Just as Song Sitong was about to clear the dishes and head to the kitchen, Morong Yunho was preparing to ascend to the second floor, and Morong Yunqian, eager to escape his older brother and sister-in-law's lectures, all came to a halt. Observing Enmashi's earnest expression, the three uniformly returned to their seats. They exchanged glances, and ultimately, it was Morong Yunho who broke the silence with a question. Chapter 167, Confession, the Departure in 3 Days Speak. And Moxie observed the sudden seriousness etched on the faces of the three, and felt the once joyous atmosphere dissipate. Nonetheless, this matter must be addressed. She was undeniably set on venturing into the Star Sea, even if it was solely for the sake of Morong Qingyu. She felt compelled to explore the mystical artifacts that could potentially revive her. "I am preparing to leave Shanshan continent in 3 days to enter the Star Sea in search of a means to save Qingyu. Moreover, I must also deal with Ouyang Yao." At the mention of Ouyang Yao, a chilling aura emanated from Moxie, as if she longed to consume him whole, revealing the depth of her loathing. 3 days from now? Very well. Regardless of the outcome, always remember that the gates of Shanshan continent will remain open for you, and the Morong family will always be your home. Morong Yunhao stated after a moment of contemplation. Though reluctant, Song Situ understood the gravity of the situation. She could manage the minor affairs at home, but when it came to significant matters, she would never interfere with Morong Yunhao's decisions. A wise woman, she knew her role and executed her responsibilities diligently, refraining from meddling in what did not concern her, a consummate supportive partner. "Mom and Dad, you will always be my parents. I promise to bring Qingyu back with me, and then we shall honor you." Upon Morong Yunhao's declaration, the atmosphere grew heavy, and silence enveloped the room. After a brief pause, Morong Yunxian spoke up. "Eldest brother, we cannot allow Moxie to venture into the Star Sea alone. You must remain responsible for the affairs of Shanshan continent, and since you cannot leave, I shall take a few members of my team and join Moxie's fleet to accompany her to the Star Sea. This way, we can look after her, and you can rest easier." Hearing his brother's words, Morong Yunhao's expression darkened instantaneously, as if the beads of his abacus were about to burst forth from his face. Are you truly going to look after Moxie with your meager strength? Do you possess no sense of awareness? Morong Yunhao was tempted to dismantle his brother's calculations, yet upon reflection, he recognized the truth in his statement. He was indeed bound to Shanshan continent, and it would be unsettling to leave Moxie entirely unaccompanied. However, for reasons unknown, he was reluctant to permit Morong Yunxian to join her. Perhaps it was due to the fact that he, as the elder brother, had never embarked on a perilous adventure into the Star Sea. In his youth, Morong Yunhao had harbored an intense yearning for the Star Sea. Yet a woman's presence had tethered his heart firmly to Shanshan continent. He did not regret marrying Song Situ early, despite missing the opportunity to explore the Star Sea. What he had gained was far more precious than any adventure, a devoted partner who had stood by his side for decades. Very well, take your team. At least during critical moments, you may be able to assist Moxie. However, once you join Moxie's vessel, everything must revolve around her decisions. Should you act recklessly, I will not hesitate to contact the fleet stationed in the Star Sea to bring you back, confine you, and have you partake in daily matchmaking. Morong Yunhao has certainly seized upon Morong Yunxian's vulnerabilities. To confine him and subject him to daily matchmaking would be tantamount to a death sentence. Rest assured, elder brother, I shall dutifully obey orders and heed Moxi's words without any recklessness. Morong Yunxian shivered, immediately raising 3 fingers to the heavens in a solemn vow. However, my agreement alone holds no weight. We must ascertain whether Moxi consents. If she disapproves of your joining, what purpose does my agreement serve? Morong Yunhao nodded slightly, then directed his gaze towards an Moxi. Meeting Morong Yunhao's gaze, as well as the hopeful look from Morong Yunxian, she gently nodded and stated, Uncle, of course you may bring them along. Fortuitously, my warship is not heavily manned. You can inform your team members to prepare and see if they are willing to accompany us into the Star Sea. Fear not, they will undoubtedly be eager to go. Then it is settled. Brother, sister-in-law, I shall reach out to my comrades. Go ahead, but remember what I told you, in the Star Sea. Everything must be under Moxi's command. Understood, understood. You can count on me. With that, Morong Yunxian vanished in a flash. The members of Yunxian's team possess considerable talent. Once they enter the Star Sea, with diligent effort to elevate their realms, they will be capable of assisting you significantly. Since we shall depart in 3 days, you should have a word with your mother. I will prepare some items for you. With that, Morong Yunhao rose and headed towards the 2nd floor, leaving an Moxi and Song Situang on the 1st floor. The two conversed for an extended period, with Song Situang frequently imparting her advice to an Moxi. Your mother has always regarded you as her own son. If you find the outside world to be harsh, tiring, or unbearable, do return. I have already lost Qingyu. I cannot bear to lose you as well. This place will always be your home. Should you need anything while out there, speak to your parents. Although I may not fully understand, our Shanlin Federation does possess some influence within the human star domain. We have a voice among the human federation. Let your mother know what you need, and I will discuss it with your father to find a way to assist you. They chatted for a long time, until the late hours of the night, when Song Situang finally wiped away a tear from the corner of her eye, smiling as she urged an Moxi to return to his room and rest. An Moxi nodded, resolutely determined to revive Morong Qingyu, so that they could return together to honor their parents properly. If Morong Qingyu represents the beacon of salvation piercing through the darkness, then Morong Yunxian and Song Situang are the ones illuminating his entire world, akin to a beloved grandfather from his childhood. They have allowed him, a child bereft of parents and having lost his grandfather, to once again experience the warmth of familial love. Returning to his room, an Moxi's mind was a tempest, restless and unable to find solace. Gazing at the figure of Morong Qingyu lying within the ice coffin, an Moxi abruptly sat up, approaching the icy enclosure to quietly observe the slumbering form of Morong Qingyu, encapsulated as if in a tranquil slumber. As dawn broke, an Moxi exchanged greetings with Morong Qingyu before descending to greet Morong Yunhao and Song Situang. Upon noticing that the courtyard was devoid of anyone, an Moxi's figure vanished from sight. It was as if it had never existed, devoid of any spatial fluctuations, seemingly vanishing into thin air. Within the confines of the miniature world, an Moxi entered the Qingfeng battleship. At this moment, the energy within the Qingfeng battleship had partially rejuvenated, making it ready for entry into the Stellar Sea. Once they ventured into the Stellar Sea, The restoration of energy within the Qingfeng battleship would occur at a rate significantly swifter than that experienced on the Shanshan continent. Chapter 168. The chaotic star domain. In the vast expanse of the universe, there exists a unique form of energy drifting in the void, known as dark matter. This energy is far more abundant than the spiritual essence found on Mount Lin continent or in the smaller realms. In fact, spiritual essence is merely a simplified manifestation of dark matter, a secondary form of energy. Once one transcends to a realm beyond the divine level, the spiritual essence within transforms into dark matter. This transformation allows one to traverse the cosmic void, absorbing dark matter from the universe for cultivation, leading to a qualitative change in the energy within. The intensity of dark matter is geometrically superior to that of spiritual essence. To illustrate, one might liken spiritual essence to 92-octane gasoline and dark matter to 95-octane. The former cannot provide the same kinetic energy as the latter. The disparity between spiritual essence and dark matter is indeed far greater than that between the two grades of fuel. Thus, one individual's energy may be dark matter, while another's is merely spiritual essence. In the same realm, a person possessing dark matter energy can effortlessly defeat one whose energy is spiritual essence, exhibiting remarkable ease. The biological energy core, or biological engine, is inherently designed to absorb dark matter energy. However, if it were to absorb spiritual essence, the secondary form of energy, it would be akin to asking a person accustomed to feasting on gourmet meals to survive solely on plain rice. While it could be done, the energy provided by each is not comparable. Therefore, upon entering the star sea and activating the biological engine, one can swiftly acquire vast amounts of energy, ensuring that the energy within the Qingfeng battleship remains inexhaustible, thus eliminating the need for the cautious spatial leaps typical of Mount Lin continent. After spending an entire morning aboard the Qingfeng battleship researching data, Moxie gained a general understanding of the star sea's distribution and the nature of realms beyond the divine level. The star sea can be categorized into several major forces, including the enigmatic chaos region, which is said to harbor 9 chaos star beasts. These creatures have existed since the dawn of chaos, during the world's evolution, though they frequently remain in slumber for millennia, awakening only under extraordinary circumstances. Their true power is unknown, and those who might have knowledge of it have likely long since vanished. And Moxie gleaned only a modicum of information from the internet regarding these beasts. The 9 chaos star beasts are as follows. 1. The sky-swallowing star whale, a colossal entity traversing the star sea, exhibits a deep blue hue adorned with speckled silver starlight. It possesses the ability to consume entire star rivers. Its divine powers, innate talents, realm, and combat prowess remain shrouded in mystery. 2. The horned star ox, resembling a gigantic bull, bears a head reminiscent of both a tiger and a leopard, with a pair of horns, one gold and one silver. Its body is a tapestry of gold and silver hues, and its tail resembles that of a tiger, adorned with cloud-treading patterns on its hooves. Its divine powers, innate talents, realm, and combat prowess are equally enigmatic. 3. The primordial star tiger, one of the most mysterious of the chaos star beasts, is said to have been instrumental in the initial dispersal of chaos and the creation of the universe. Its appearance, divine powers, innate talents, realm, and combat prowess remain unknown, along with other details. The celestial dragon, resembling the mythical Eastern dragon, possesses 5 claws. Each observer reports a different appearance. Some claim to have glimpsed its colossal form, capable of enveloping an entire star system within its body, while others describe it as diminutive, akin to the size of a hand. These accounts, though varied, hold a kernel of truth, leading to speculation that it wields the power to manipulate its physical dimensions, with its abilities, talents, realm, and combat prowess remaining obscure. The 6-winged kuan, adorned with 3 wings and 6 appendages, resembles a turtle devoid of a shell, its body featuring spiny, keratinous protrusions. Its head mirrors that of a grand rooster, equipped with a sharp beak and fangs, yet lacking a comb. Again, its supernatural abilities, innate gifts, realm, and combat strength are shrouded in mystery. The star-eating beast, exhibiting a deep azure hue, bears a resemblance to a caterpillar. Its smooth exterior lacks limbs, propelling itself through the void using dark energy, moving with remarkable swiftness and effortlessly tearing through the fabric of space. It possesses 6 eyes, yet no mouth. and is drawn to the core energies of planets, often penetrating the void to rest beside a planet's core, slowly siphoning energy from it. Its divine powers, talents, realm, and combat capabilities remain undisclosed. The water-wand beast is rotund, reminiscent of a cloud, with 6 legs and a soft, cloud-white body. It delights in aquatic playfulness and harbors no malice towards any living beings. Notably lethargic, it often succumbs to slumber for millennia, exhibiting formidable defensive and restorative capabilities, as well as a robust vitality. Its supernatural abilities, innate gifts, realm, and combat strength are yet to be revealed. The can resembles a human, equipped with sharp claws and teeth, exuding aggression toward all life forms. Any creature encroaching upon its territory falls under its predatory gaze. It boasts exceptional physical prowess and possesses a pair of fleshy wings on its back, moving with incredible speed. Its form is primarily red and black, its skin armored with a layer akin to bone spurs, affording it considerable defense. Mastery of physical techniques, mental attacks, and enchantment is evident, though its divine powers, innate gifts, realm, and combat strength remain unknown. It can effortlessly annihilate starship fleets led by stellar-level beings, presenting an extreme danger. The can is clad in bony armor, resembling a swift horse with a protruding abdomen and a serpentine head adorned with sharp horns and formidable teeth. Its earthy yellow hue is complemented by eagle-like talons and a pair of fleshy wings. Its body is covered in earthy yellow scales, displaying no hostility towards nearby humans. Though caution is advised, it commands all earthen elements, capable of moving celestial bodies during its most potent manifestations. Its innate gifts, realm, and combat strength remain undisclosed. These are the 9 enigmatic chaotic star beasts concealed within the chaotic star domain. Moreover, during the previous infiltration of the Sherlin continent, the insect minion that sought to inflict harm during the competition originated from the following star domain, the insectoid star domain. This domain is exceedingly perilous, inhabited by creatures endowed with remarkable vitality and astonishing reproductive capabilities. A single insect queen can produce millions of eggs within a mere day, and these eggs can hatch within 3 days. Upon emerging from their shells, they are greeted by their initial brutal bout of cannibalism. The newly born require immense energy to sustain their bodies and ensure their survival. Ideally, the insect queen would allow the soldier insects to store food to nourish the larvae that have just hatched, yet they must first endure such a savage confrontation. Chapter 169. The Inheritance of Bloodlines. Thus, what remains are the exceptional insectoid beings, endowed with formidable talents and unparalleled combat prowess. Among the insectoid race, the newly hatched larvae are deemed the least valuable. The most powerful entity within the insectoid star domain is the insectoid queen, who reigns supreme over all her kin, followed by the royal lineage, her progeny. Beneath them are millions of insect mothers, each capable of laying millions of eggs daily. After the hatching process, the larvae engage in a brutal struggle, yet millions prevail. These elite larvae are entrusted to the command of the insect kings, who then distribute them among the insect generals, tasked with training them into formidable insectoid warriors, the insect soldiers. Those gifted with exceptional abilities may challenge the insect generals. Should they succeed in slaying one, they ascend to take the victor's place. The spoils of victory are then theirs to enjoy. Within the insectoid hierarchy, indiscriminate killing is prohibited. However, upon defeat and subsequent death, the fallen become trophies for the victor, who may dispose of them as they please. Typically, victors opt to consume their fallen foes immediately, thereby augmenting their own power. The stronger the insectoid, the greater the energy gained from such consumption. Ingrained with a voracious greed, the insectoid race finds the resources within their 5-star systems insufficient to sustain their vast numbers. Consequently, they embark on invasions, plundering resources from various star domains. The demon star domain, inhabited by the demon race, comprises 3-star systems. This powerful race has not entered into a covenant with the Human Federation, but does not harbor animosity toward humanity. They act according to their whims and are notably hospitable, maintaining a relatively amicable relationship with humans. Opposite the demon star domain lies the angel star domain, consisting of 9-star systems governed by 9 celestial entities, which encircle the insectoid star domain. Yet, despite the demonic energies cultivated by the inhabitants of the demon star domain, no grand conflicts have erupted. Perhaps only after the extermination of the insectoid race might these two factions, left with nothing better to do, engage in a so-called battle of righteousness against evil. For now, however, there exists a pact between them, aimed at restraining the insectoid race's escape from their domain. The Silver Moon Star Domain, containing merely 2 star systems, is home to the Silver Moon people, who differ in form from humans, appearing more as energy beings. Though their outward appearance resembles that of humans, they embody the essence of moonlight, favoring nocturnal excursions over daylight. The Elven Star Domain encompasses 5 star systems, with the most central region known as the Eternal Forest, which is the intended destination of an MOC. It is said that deep within the Eternal Forest lies a sacred spring capable of healing human injuries and even reconstructing the physical forms of living beings. This realm is governed by the enigmatic nature spirits of the elf race, about whom little is known. An MOC's quest is to venture into the Eternal Forest to seek out these nature spirits and restore Murong Qingyu's corporeal form. In the realm of the Demon Clan lies the domain of Su Daji's so-called master, Tu Shan Qianqian. This celestial territory comprises 8 star systems, with 4 of them aligned with the Peace faction, which has forged a pact with the human race, predominantly governed by the Tu Shan lineage. The remaining 4 star systems are dominated by the Radical faction, which has eschewed any agreements with humanity, aspiring instead to unify the Demon Clan and plunder the life forms scattered throughout the cosmos. Led by a so-called Demon King from the Batian Hu lineage. Adjacent to this is the Human Domain, encompassing 6 star systems inhabited by a multitude of races, including humans, dwarfs, halflings, and beastmen, among others. Within the vast universe, they constitute a formidable and substantial race. Though their combat prowess may not rival that of the celestial demon or angel races, they should not be underestimated. Upon entering this expansive cosmic sea, a new hierarchy of realms emerges. The lower realms mirror those of the Shanlin continent, while the divine levels above are sequentially classified as meteoric stage, satellite stage, planetary stage, stellar stage, kingly nebula, marquee star system, star domain sovereign, outer universe monarch, inner universe monarch, culminating in the legendary Sea of Stars Sovereign, also known as the Star God. An MOC's forthcoming breakthrough is into the meteoric stage, wherein each tier is subdivided into 9 transitions, with each transition representing a minor realm. As one ascends in rank, the disparities between each minor realm grow increasingly pronounced. In the lower realms, one might traverse several minor realms or even engage in battles across major realms, vanquishing foes with relative ease. However, upon entering the meteoric stage, the scenario shifts dramatically. Surpassing even a single minor realm in combat becomes a feat reserved for prodigies, let alone transcending a major realm. Yet, it is not an impossibility. The pinnacle civilizations possess their own bloodline inheritances, akin to a form of innate talent. Once a bloodline awakens, a bespoke path tailored to the individual is presented, akin to having sustenance delivered directly to one's lips. The higher the bloodline's rank, the more suitable the acquired techniques and martial skills become. Even a lesser bloodline surpasses the absence of one. Moreover, during the awakening of a bloodline, those with superior and rich bloodlines may even have the chance to awaken a unique divine ability exclusive to themselves. Reflecting upon her recent battles, an MO, she recalled the emergence of a new technique, a martial skill, and an extraordinary entity within her mind. A small, dark red orb, brimming with demonic energy, initially led her to believe that her murderous aura had intensified to the point of imminent madness. Yet, it has now become evident that this orb represents the legendary innate talent. After a moment of contemplation, an MO, she surveyed the interior of the Qingfeng battleship, but ultimately decided to venture outside to harness her newfound power. With a mere thought, a blood-red halo radiated outward, rippling like water. Wherever it spread, visions of mountains of corpses and seas of blood materialized. The sky darkened ominously, the sun transformed into a sanguine orb, casting a horrifying crimson light upon the ground, unsettling all who beheld it. Tendrils of blood-red smoke danced through the air, cackling with a sinister laughter, reminiscent of a chaotic demonic revelry. An MO, she stood at the center, feeling a surge of empowerment coursing through her, as a subtle smile graced her lips. The moment she unleashed her power within the sanguine domain, it seemed as though every beast within 100 miles sensed a foreboding aura of terror. frantically fleeing for their lives. Occasionally, the air was pierced by anguished cries, as an invisible tide of beasts coalesced, while those who lagged behind were ensnared by the crimson mist that enveloped them. Chapter 170, Bloodline Talent. The Dance of Demons with Bloodshot Eyes. The mindless beasts of the wild descended into a frenzy, launching assaults upon their fellow creatures without a hint of hesitation. Even when faced with more formidable adversaries, they showed no fear. A pig demon, upon encountering a colossal tiger demon, charged recklessly into its gaping maw, intent on causing the beast to choke. The tiger demon, its eyes ablaze with fury, savored the taste of the pig demon as it devoured it whole. Following this, its tail lashed out like a steel whip, obliterating several weaker beasts and scattering their remains into a crimson mist that filled the air. Thus began the brutal slaughter, unnoticed until it was fully underway. She surveyed her domain, which spanned approximately 100 meters in radius, 200 meters in diameter. With a thought, she vanished from her position, as though stepping from the external world into a realm of her own creation. In the next moment, she materialized at the boundary of her domain, which shifted in tandem with her movements. She then directed her domain forward, teleporting herself instantly to the opposite boundary. Within her domain, she could silently appear at any location, her own power magnified nearly tenfold, while her enemies found themselves subdued. After several instances of teleportation, she stood at the center of her domain, feeling a twinge of exhaustion as roughly a third of her chaotic energy had dissipated. Typically, such a domain could only be activated post the meteoric realm, yet her internal chaotic energy allowed her to forcefully wield it even at the divine level. Straightening her posture, she endeavored to explore another function of her domain, the Dance of Demons. A deep, resonant voice filled the entirety of her realm, and the swirling crimson-black energies in the sky seemed to respond to an unseen call, descending to the ground and transforming into a legion of fierce demons, each wielding an array of weapons. Like a battalion of expertly trained soldiers, they exuded an overwhelming aura of menace, each demon embodying a presence akin to an MOCS, fueled by the chaotic energy coursing through them. Upon invoking the Dance of Demons, she felt her physical strength surge exponentially, enhancing her capabilities to nearly 20 times their original power, not merely a simple addition, but a profound amplification of her already tenfold enhancement. However, such power came at a steep cost. Her chaotic energy flowed away like a rushing river, leaving her with barely 2/3 of her capacity. With little time to revel in her newfound might, she hastily retracted her bloodline divine ability, the Dance of Demons. Indeed, this was the name of her domain, the Dance of Demons. Within this realm, she stood as the Demon Lord, exerting absolute dominance over all beings of the demonic lineage and those who cultivated within the demonic system, while also imposing a fundamental suppression on ordinary life forms. This was the bloodline divine ability awakened through her ancestral heritage, which also contained a technique known as the Chaotic Seed Demon Lotus Method. There exists another martial technique known as the 6 Paths of Reincarnation Fist. The chaotic seed of the Demon Lotus is a wondrous fusion of the chaotic energy residing within Moxie and the awakened demonic aura stemming from her bloodline heritage, manifesting as a seed of lotus planted within her dantian, nourished by the demonic energy. Utilizing the chaotic force for maturation, a single lotus blossom can sprout 24 petals, each petal augmenting Moxie's physical prowess significantly. As the number of chaotic demon lotuses within her body increases, so too does the enhancement's potency, which is not linear. For instance, the first petal may bestow 1 million tons of strength, while the second could grant 2 million tons, resulting in exponential growth. However, this remarkable amplification demands an immense quantity of chaotic energy and demonic aura. As the number of demon lotuses rises, the cultivation process becomes increasingly arduous. A master at the first transition of the Falling Star realm typically achieves only 10,000 tons of strength, yet Moxie's current physical capacity far exceeds this threshold. Although her economic prowess has yet to catch up, this explains why she can effortlessly overpower formidable opponents like the Xuanwu and Baihu, akin to a child's play. The standard for divine level strength begins at approximately 10,000 tons, which allows for the easy cleaving of mountains and seas. The intermediate standard reaches 3 million tons, while advanced strength can attain 5 million tons, with perfection nearing 10 million tons. Presently, and Moxie's strength approaches 20 million tons, coupled with the chaotic seed demon lotus. Her physical resilience will only intensify. Each fully matured chaotic demon lotus will also enhance her cultivation speed, eventually ceasing to absorb Moxie's internal chaotic energy and demonic aura. Instead, it will draw from the external dark energy, transforming it into chaotic power and demonic energy to replenish her body. As the number of matured demon lotuses within her increases, so does her strength, making this technique tailor-made for Moxie. Others would find it impossible to cultivate. The primary prerequisite for mastering this technique is to possess chaotic energy and demonic aura within one's being, yet such chaotic energy vanished at the dawn of creation. Had Moxie not fortuitously stumbled upon the hidden legacy left by the great sage equal to heaven, the Monkey King, within the water curtain cave of a minor world. Acquiring the indestructible chaotic body followed by awakening her bloodline heritage and obtaining the pure demonic aura within, she would have been unable to cultivate this technique. Moreover, Moxie suspects a possible connection to the extraterritorial demon clan, which she intends to investigate further when time permits. The martial technique's 6 paths of reincarnation fist harnesses the power of the 6 realms, delivering strikes that can penetrate flesh and target the enemy's soul, even extracting it from their body. The 6 realms consist of 3 virtuous paths and 3 malevolent paths: the celestial path, the human path, and the azura path among the virtuous, and the hell path, the hungry ghost path, and the beast path among the malevolent. Each realm possesses unique effects, with the 3 virtuous paths available for Moxie's utilization, amplifying her formidable strength. The divine path embodies the essence of celestial power, capable of suppressing dark attributes, thereby rendering Moxie impervious to all evils. It purifies the divine altar, severs desires, and shields one from the temptations of lust, wealth, and power. It provides protection against all forms of mental manipulation and enchantment. Conversely, the human path signifies the strength of humanity, characterized by a righteous spirit. One should not underestimate this human power. In addition to the so-called righteous force, humanity often endures various tribulations and hardships. Chapter 171. The 6 paths of reincarnation fist the 3 sufferings: the suffering of suffering, the suffering of change, and the suffering of conditioning, and the 8 sufferings: birth, aging, illness, death, separation from loved ones, encounters with the hated, unfulfilled desires, and the proliferation of the 5 aggregates, are profound concepts. The 3 sufferings stem from causes such as cold, heat, hunger, and thirst. In contrast, the 8 sufferings are more familiar to humanity, as during a human's life, one inevitably experiences birth, aging, illness, death, separation from loved ones, encounters with the hated, unfulfilled desires, and the overwhelming presence of the 5 aggregates. The 5 aggregates, comprising form, sensation, perception, volition, and consciousness, constitute the essence of human existence, thus leading to various forms of suffering. When one is struck by the reincarnation fist in the human realm, one is tormented by the 3 sufferings and entangled in the 8 sufferings, trapped in a cycle of seeking life, yet finding none, longing for death, yet unable to attain it. The soul endures the torment of the 8 sufferings while the corporeal body bears the burden of the 3 sufferings, with vital energy rapidly depleting, leading to a plethora of ailments. The azura path represents the realm of the 9 hells, where beings are divided among the celestial, human, animal, and hungry ghost realms. Collectively, they are known as the azuras. The azuras are characterized by their unyielding desire for victory and constant conflict. And utilizing the azura path significantly enhances Moxie's combat prowess. The remaining 3 evil paths primarily serve to unleash chaos among the demonic realms. For instance, those within the animal path find themselves submerged in a tumultuous state, akin to being trapped in the animal realm. They may suffer from torment, be consumed, or face slaughter. They may even engage in mutual destruction, losing their rationality and becoming mere bloodthirsty beasts, posing a formidable challenge to the demon race. The hungry ghost path, in the context of chaos, influences the minds of beings, transforming them into eternally insatiable hungry ghosts, consuming everything in sight. The effects of this transformation persist even outside the realm, compelling them to remain in a state of perpetual hunger, ultimately leading to their demise through self-inflicted excess. After death, their souls return to the hell realm, where they endure eternal torment, subjected to the whims of the realm's master. with life and death resting solely in the Master's hands. Finally, there exists the Hell Path, which embodies the most profound suffering among the 6 paths. The Hell Path is characterized by its 5 heinous acts and 10 grave sins, encompassing blasphemy and the breaking of precepts. Although referred to collectively as hell, it can be divided into 8 hot hells, 8 cold hells, the adjacent hells, and the solitary hells. Except for the solitary hell, the other hells are manifestations of collective karma among sentient beings. The 8 hot hells are sequentially named the Thought Hell, Black Rope Hell, Pressing Hell, Crying Hell, Great Crying Hell, Burning Hell, Great Burning Hell, and the Avicii Hell. The 10 cold hells include the Thick Cloud Hell, the No Cloud Hell, the Laughing Hell, the Wailing Hell, the Sheep Crying Hell, the Suffering Hell, the Woe Hell, the Binding Head Hell, the Split Earth Hell, and the Pot Hell. The 16 hells encompass the Black Sand Hell, Boiling Excrement Hell, 500 Nails Hell, Hunger Hell, Thirst Hell, Single Copper Cauldron Hell, Multiple Copper Cauldrons Hell, Stone Mill Hell, Pus Blood Hell, Measuring Fire Hell, Ash River Hell, Iron Ball Hell, Axe Hell, Wolf Hell, Sword Tree Hell, and Ice Hell. In some of the hot hells, beings inflict wounds upon one another, yet do not perish, enduring the agony of being repeatedly slain for countless years, trapped in a cycle of suffering with no escape. In other realms of torment, souls may be subjected to fiery torture, with smoke emanating from their 7 orifices, or be dismembered, or even immersed in molten copper until their flesh is torn asunder. The path of hell is the most excruciating of all 6 realms, incomparable to that of the hungry ghosts, as it subjects its denizens to relentless suffering while transforming them into malevolent spirits to engage in battle for their master. Known as the Hell of Equal Living, it lies beneath the realm of Jambudvipa at a depth of 1,000 yojanas, spanning 10,000 yojanas in both length and width. The Black Rope Hell, situated beneath the Hell of Equal Living, inflicts pain tenfold that of its upper counterpart. The Pressing Hell, or the Hell of Assemblage, is located beneath the Black Rope Hell, causing suffering 10 times greater. Below that lies the Wailing Hell, which amplifies the agony tenfold compared to the Pressing Hell. Further down, the Great Wailing Hell inflicts a pain 10 times greater than that of its predecessor. The Burning Hell, or the Scorching Hell, is positioned beneath the Great Wailing Hell and is said to render torment equivalent to 10 times the sum of the previous 5 hells. The Great Burning Hell, lying beneath the Scorching Hell, intensifies the suffering to 10 times the sum of the first 6 hells. Finally, the Avicii Hell, with dimensions of 20,000 yojanas in length, width, and height, inflicts agony 1,000 times greater than that of the preceding 7 hells. There is no need to elaborate further. Those intrigued may seek additional information. The 6 paths of reincarnation encompass the 3 good paths as a holistic entity and the 3 evil paths as another, though it is not impossible to apply all these powers to oneself or to the realm. However, such an endeavor demands an excessive expenditure of chaotic energy. One must at least elevate Enmashi's realm to the satellite level to harness the domain's enhancement and to achieve a seamless overlapping of enhancements. One would need to ascend to the stellar level. Thus, while the potential exists, the prospect of layering enhancements within the domain remains a distant thought. This encapsulates the gifts bestowed upon Enmashi through the awakening of her bloodline. It is uncertain whether further awakenings will occur in the future. Yet, a vague intuition lingers within Enmashi, suggesting that the awakening of her bloodline has yet to reach its zenith. However, now is not the time for such contemplations. All preparations are in place, and the destination has been determined, so it is prudent to take one step at a time. The cosmic expanse of the starry sea is an entirely unfamiliar domain for Enmashi. Casting a glance at the time, she realizes, almost unaware, that dusk has arrived. Despite her belief that she had only just entered, the day has progressed from morning to afternoon and now to twilight. Enmashi refrains from dwelling on the vast amount of information. Comprehending it would require at least 3 or 4 days, or even a week. Fortunately, with Qingfeng providing explanations and the indomitable chaotic body augmenting her soul's strength, Enmashi is able to read with remarkable speed and retain information effortlessly. While such capabilities will eventually accompany her as her strength grows, the essence of her soul's fortitude allows her to record even the most minute details. Every path she has traversed, all the subtle nuances, the passers-by she encounters, their appearances. If Enmashi wishes, she can concentrate and delve into her memories, which will resurface like holographic projections, enabling her to vividly recall every minute detail of those moments. Emerging from the miniature world, Enmashi found herself atop a cloud of somersaults, gracefully leaping onto its fluffy surface. With her hands cradling her head, she gazed up at the sky. Amidst Xiao Jin's incessant rambling, the somersault cloud glided towards the rendezvous point Enmashi had agreed upon with Wu Chaojia. This designated location was not an upscale restaurant or a five-star hotel. Rather, it was a modest barbecue stall, commonly referred to as a depedang. It lacked the opulent splendor often associated with high-end establishments and was free from the suffocating constraints of formalities. Chapter 172. Meeting Wu and Ma. The speed of the somersault cloud was remarkably swift, arriving within mere minutes. An Shi, with one hand propped upon the cloud, executed a graceful somersault and leaped from an altitude of 10,000 meters. Everything beneath her gaze appeared diminutive as she neared the ground. She unleashed her chaotic energy to mitigate the force of her descent. Otherwise, her landing would necessitate the reconstruction of nearby structures. Light as a feather, she touched down gently and entered a seaside barbecue establishment nestled within a courtyard, constructed along the coastline, with wooden fences lining the seaward side. The floor, crafted from an unknown type of timber, gleamed a deep crimson hue, producing a crisp sound with every step, a delightful melody to the ears. The building resembled a wooden ship, serving as a thematic barbecue restaurant. The chef donned attire reminiscent of a captain, with rolled-up sleeves and a solitary eye patch adorning his face. Skillfully, he grilled skewers of meat by the fire, the tantalizing aroma wafting through the air, carried along by the sea breeze. Wooden tables were arranged at regular intervals. Yet in Shi did not spot Wu Chaojia and Ma Mingming, presumably still en route. Casually, she selected a table and took a seat. Shortly thereafter, a waitress, clad in a sailor's outfit with strikingly long legs clad in black stockings, approached her. "Sir, may I take your order?" The waitress inquired politely, as a holographic menu materialized on the table before Shi. After perusing the selections, she ordered several skewers and requested 2 crates of ice-cold beer. Once the waitress departed, she quickly returned with the beers, placing them beside Shi before retreating. In this era, human servers had become a rarity, with only traditional establishments retaining such staff. Many had transitioned to artificial intelligence robots controlled by central systems. However, these robots often lacked the warmth of human interaction and fell short of the quality provided by real people. Many believed that human servers represented a genuine affirmation of life itself. Dining among robots left one feeling an unsettling void, as if the food itself had lost its soul. She grasped the frosty beer poured into her glass, condensation forming a mist on the exterior. Lifting it, she took a hearty swig, exhaling deeply afterward. The icy beer coursed down her throat, bringing a refreshing sense of relief. Though winter enveloped the outside world, this establishment featured a temperature-regulating system that enveloped the entire courtyard, creating a spring-like warmth within. This technology resembled the air conditioning systems of ages past, yet with superior efficacy. Unaffected by the confines of space and boasting a considerably larger range, allowing patrons to experience a perennial sense of spring. Moreover, the robust physique of cultivators rendered such temperature variations nearly inconsequential. As Moxie indulged in solitary libations, 2 figures stealthily approached from behind, exchanging furtive gestures before simultaneously advancing towards her arms. Just as they were about to make contact, Moxie supported herself on the table and gracefully leapt to the opposite side, turning back with a subtle smile that danced at the corners of her lips. Long before the duo crept near, she had sensed their approach, recognizing no ill intent. It was merely Wu Chaojia and Ma Mingming, prompting her to evade them. Otherwise, she would have swiftly countered with an elbow strike, incapacitating one before dealing with the other. "Ah, you two have arrived quite early. Please, have a seat. Why the formality?" Wu Chaojia, his confidence unshaken by their failed ambush, chuckled heartily, scratching his head and inviting her to sit. "You too. It hasn't been long since we last met. Yet you've both reached the pinnacle of the emperor level. Impressive." And Moxie, not pursuing the matter further, playfully scolded them while gauging their realms. To her astonishment, both had indeed attained the emperor level's zenith, contrary to her initial expectation of them being around the king level. With the resources she had provided, and given the leisurely pace of their journey through the Star Sea universe, they could swiftly ascend to the divine level, possibly even reaching the meteor realm. She had not anticipated their remarkable progress, Thus, upon arriving at Port 1, they could certainly achieve a breakthrough into the first transformation of the meteor realm. After all, the energy carried by dark matter within the universe far surpassed anything on the Shanquan continent. Thus, breaking through in the Starship universe would be significantly easier, albeit fraught with risks, as one could not control the dark matter energy within until reaching the divine level's completion. This could easily lead to an energy upheaval, resulting in catastrophic demise, but Moxie was well prepared for such eventualities. The training room aboard the Qingfeng battleship possessed the capability to transform dark matter energy into spiritual energy, creating an atmosphere rich in spiritual essence akin to that found in secret realms. Coupled with the unlimited resources available, breaking through would indeed become a much simpler endeavor. Of course, all of this hinged on the willingness of the two to accompany her to the Star Sea. Otherwise, all plans would be for naught. We recently discovered a small secret realm containing a cave, from which we obtained some resources, propelling our rapid advancement. If only you had contacted us a few days earlier, you would have found us inaccessible. We only emerged after fully absorbing the spiritual energy 4 days ago, Wu Chaojie candidly recounted, as he and Ma Mingming each took a chair opposite Moxie. Upon hearing this, Moxie refrained from probing further. Everyone has their own fortunes. Although the two were willing to share, it was best left unasked. The trio soon lost track of time as they relished their food and drink, engaging in light-hearted banter and laughter, allowing Moxie to relax as never before. After a hearty meal, Moxie, with a serious demeanor, conveyed to the two his intention to journey to the Star Sea and extended an invitation to them. Without a moment's hesitation, they agreed. Well, all of Moxie's preparations for this conversation were rendered futile, yet he still cautioned them about the considerable dangers that lay within the Star Sea. Should they choose to accompany him, he vowed to provide them with the resources and environment necessary to elevate their realms to the pinnacle of divine perfection, or even to the first transformation of the fallen star realm. Chapter 173, The Vast Sky and Boundless Wilderness. Where the wind blows low over the grass and cattle are nowhere to be seen without a moment's hesitation, the two readily agreed, expressing their long-held desire to venture into the universe, for the realm of Shanin could no longer contain them. After finishing their drinks, they transformed into jesters, engaging in a lively bout of boasting. She vividly recalled the deep blue of the sea that day, the gentle breeze carrying a hint of salt, while the sky stretched endlessly without a cloud, devoid of stars and moonlight, as their extravagant tales soared into the heavens. The two seemed to be caught up in a fervor, spinning tales that blurred the line between reality and fantasy, perhaps as a way to release the pent-up energy from their prolonged confinement in the secret realm. Eventually, they managed to intoxicate themselves thoroughly. She, slightly tipsy, gazed at the waves crashing against the rocks, vanishing into the depths. After settling the bill with one companion in each hand, she intended to escort them home, only to realize after wandering the streets for quite some time that they were in Shanin domain, and neither of them resided there. Uncertain of their actual residences, she suddenly vanished from sight along with her two companions. Upon entering the small world, she had already tidied up the crew's resting quarters, collecting all belongings and ensuring the space was immaculate. After unceremoniously placing the two onto their respective beds, she swayed slightly as she made her way to her own room, where she reclined on her large bed, resting her hands beneath her head, gazing through the floor-to-ceiling window at the luminous moon outside. Before departing that day, she had informed Song Si Tong that she would be out with friends and would not return for dinner, thus alleviating any concerns at home. Now, all that remained was for the two to prepare for their departure the following day. Unbeknownst to her, she soon succumbed to a deep slumber. The next morning, before she had even awakened, a commotion broke out. Slowly sitting up, she stretched languidly before opening her eyes, only to hear her two companions trapped within the room, jumping about like monkeys in distress. "Oh no, I forgot to grant them access," she exclaimed, observing the holographic projection from Qingfeng as the two fumbled with the communicator, frantically tapping on it. Smacking her forehead, she commanded, "Qingfeng, grant them level 1 access and guide them to me." The Qingfeng battleship was categorized into 5 levels of authority. Level 1 access allowed movement only within their rooms and common areas. Level 2 unlocked the training area. Level 3 permitted entry to the forging chamber. Level 4 provided access to the engine and energy rooms. And Level 5 the highest authority aside from the captain, enabled one to issue commands in the captain's absence, akin to that of a vice-captain. Rising to her feet, she stretched lazily in front of the window before heading towards the bathing area. 3 minutes later, Moxie emerged, having completed a simple grooming routine. As he stepped out, he found the two standing rigidly in place like obedient children, their eyes averted, fearful of glimpsing anything inappropriate. Observing their forced seriousness, Moxie couldn't help but chuckle softly. Had time permitted, he would have relished the opportunity to tease them a bit. Upon seeing him exit the bathroom, their eyes widened in disbelief. Moxie, is this the warship you mentioned to us? Indeed. Welcome aboard the Qingfeng. I am Captain Moxie of the Qingfeng warship. He spread his arms wide, as if presenting a grand spectacle. Wow, we thought you were just boasting, but it turns out you were telling the truth. When do we set sail? I can hardly wait to explore the cosmic seas. The two were exuberant, oblivious to the fact that this was indeed their warship. Regardless, as long as yesterday's debauchery hadn't left them with forgotten memories, all was well. Today is our final day. Please prepare and inform your families. We shall depart by evening. All right. After saying this, Wu Chaojie tapped his wristwatch twice, attempting to contact his family, only to discover there was no signal. Ma Mingming, too, prepared to reach out to her relatives, only to find herself in the same predicament. Seeing their perplexed expressions, Moxie slapped his forehead. The small world lacked signal. With a thought, the three reappeared on the street from the previous night. The two, still disoriented from their abrupt transition from the warship, found Ma Mingming dazedly walking toward Wu Chaojie. She pinched a soft piece of flesh at his waist, executing a full 360-degree turn. Ouch! Wu Chaojie yelped, leaping nearly 3 meters in surprise, his eyes glaring fiercely at Ma Mingming. What was that for? He demanded, exuding an air of menace, as if to say he expected a satisfactory explanation. Let us see if we are dreaming. Ma Mingming chuckled awkwardly, retreating a couple of steps to signal Wu Chaojie to calm down. If you wish to confirm whether this is a dream, why not pinch yourself? Fuming, Wu Chaojie stepped forward, and from his spatial ring emerged several clusters of metal, morphing under his command. Moxie, with keen eyesight, spotted a small orb resembling an energy conversion core among the metals. In a fluid motion, the mass transformed like clay, swiftly shaping itself into energy guns that encircled Ma Mingming from all directions. Though it was still morning, the commotion they had created attracted a considerable crowd, proving once again that a spectacle draws onlookers from near and far. Gradually, a throng gathered around them, and with a sense of exasperation, Moxie grasped one in each hand, levitating into the air and whisking the two jesters away from the bustling marketplace. The onlookers were taken aback as Moxie soared into the sky. Just moments ago, they had observed the three youths, barely in their teens or early 20s. Yet here they were, possessing a realm beyond that of an emperor. In the realm of Shamlan, one could not traverse the skies without an imperial level of power, relying instead on tools or battle armor. Enough with the commotion, Moxie instructed. You two, tidy up your belongings. Once everything is settled, send me your location via your wrist devices. I will come to retrieve you. I have other matters to attend to, so you should get busy with your own tasks. Let me make this clear. If anyone is unprepared when the time comes, I shall not be responsible for them. In the air, the two individuals released their hold on Moxie and obediently followed alongside, listening attentively. Time was of the essence, and there was no opportunity for mischief. Understanding the urgency, they bid farewell to Moxie, parting ways to tend to their respective duties. Chapter 147, The Eve of Departure. A modicum of resource preparation, the two individuals attended to their respective matters, while Moxie made her way to the Murong residence. Yesterday, as she was leaving, Murong Yunhao had instructed her to wait at home for him in the morning, implying there was something of importance to discuss. Upon returning home, she fortuitously arrived just in time for breakfast, though Murong Yunhao was absent. At the dining table, Murong Yunxian sat, engrossed in his meal, a bun clutched in his hand. Upon seeing Moxie, Song Sidu hurriedly beckoned her to sit and partake in the breakfast. Murong Yunxian, noticing Moxie's return, hastily swallowed a half-chewed bun, nearly choking in the process. He quickly reached for the milk on the table, gulping it down before exhaling a sigh of relief. Moxie, when are we departing? I am all set here, and everyone in our team is eager to go, Murong Yunxian exclaimed. Seated beside Song Situ, Moxie replied to Murong Yunxian across the table. We are ready. Once we gather everyone by evening, we shall set forth. Please ensure your safety on the journey, understood? Song Situ interjected, expressing her concerns. Knowing that venturing into the Star Sea universe was inevitable. While she wished to intervene, it was not a time for her to be willful, despite her reluctance. There were no alternative courses of action. Rest assured, Mother, I will be cautious. And Moxie reassured. Don't worry, sister-in-law. I will take good care of Moxie, Morong Yunxian declared, taking a hearty bite of his bun with a carefree demeanor. Song Situ cast a disapproving glance at Morong Yunxian and continued to impart her well-meaning advice to Moxie. As Moxie enjoyed her breakfast, she listened attentively to Song Situ's admonitions, occasionally nodding in agreement. Once Morong Yunxian finished his meal in a hurried fashion, he excused himself, reminding Moxie to call him on her wristwatch when she was ready to leave, before slipping away. After breakfast, Moxie settled onto the sofa, relishing the rare tranquility, knowing such peace would soon become a rarity once they entered the Star Sea universe. Lost in thought, the clock struck 10, and Morong Yunhao walked in, his appearance weary. Dark circles under his eyes suggesting a sleepless night, his hair tousled as if he had not rested at all. Moxie quickly approached him. Father, what is the matter? Sit down. Morong Yunhao gestured for her to take a seat before plopping down onto the sofa, leaning against the soft backrest. You are about to embark on your cosmic journey. I am unable to assist you, nor can I leave my post. Here are 5 spatial rings. They contain some resources you may need in the universe. Additionally, one of them holds spirit stones, as the universal currency is no longer the Federation points but spirit stones. I have prepared some for you, which will be useful once you arrive and return alive. With a hint of exhaustion, he added, I need to rest now. You should prepare for your departure. After speaking, Morong Yunhao rose and made his way toward the bedroom. She held 5 spatial rings in her hands, her spiritual energy sweeping through them, revealing a plethora of resources within. The commonly found resources filled 3 of the rings entirely, while each ring contained 20 exquisite treasures of heaven and earth, all of which held immense value for She's cultivation. The remaining resources would serve to aid Morong Yunxian and his companions in their breakthroughs. Upon probing the ring filled with spirit stones, she was astonished to discover it contained 500,000 spirit stones. One could hardly fathom that Morong Yunhao had possibly emptied an entire spirit stone vein. In truth, these treasures were the fruits of Morong Yunhao's diligent work the previous day, as he meticulously gathered spoils from the Ouyang family and several others, along with some cherished possessions from the Morong clan, organizing them for She. Altogether, these items amassed a significant value, particularly in spirit stones. Originally, She had contemplated selling some rare ores from the battleships upon reaching the first starport, but now it seemed unnecessary. This bolstered the financial foundation of their small team considerably. She cast a silent glance at Morong Yunhao's departing figure, and only after he had completely vanished from view did she stow the 5 spatial rings away. She did not hesitate to accept them, recognizing their necessity, even though only 20 of the exquisite treasures would directly benefit her. However, her subordinates also required sustenance, as the 5 members of Morong Yunxian's team, including Wu Chaojie, Ma Mingming, and He Qiankai, needed these resources to rapidly enhance their cultivation levels. In a moment of unspoken understanding, She exchanged a few words with Song Si-tong before turning to enter the Morong estate. Song Si-tong gazed at She's retreating figure, suppressing her reluctance, and managed to muster a smile as she watched her leave. Within the courtyard, She took to the skies, and upon ascending, she summoned the Qing Feng battleship from her small space. As the battleship emerged, its engine and anti-gravity systems activated, presenting a colossal presence above the Morong estate. Upon entering the battleship, She attracted considerable attention, and once she was aboard, the Qing Feng battleship flickered twice before activating its cloaking system. Its massive form vanished in an instant, as if it had never existed. In the bedroom, Morong Yunhao observed the disappearing Qing Feng battleship, a faint smile of satisfaction gracing his lips. Meanwhile, Song Si-tong stood in the courtyard, watching the vanishing silhouette, collecting her emotions before returning to her room. She understood that she had her own matters to attend to. A soaring eagle, once matured, inevitably seeks to explore broader horizons. Inside the Qing Feng battleship, she stood in a secluded chamber, a space she had long prepared for Morong Qingyu. Surrounding her was an incessant flow of cool mist infused with pure spiritual energy, creating a scene reminiscent of a celestial realm. In the center of the room lay Mu Rong Qingyu, quietly resting within an ice coffin, surrounded by fresh flowers that, nourished by the spiritual energy and mist, bloomed even more vibrantly, their petals adorned with patterns that resembled delicate snowflakes. The temperature within the room was frigid, yet these blossoms remained vibrantly intact. She cast a glance at Mu Rong Qingyu, who lay quietly within the crystalline coffin. As if speaking to herself, or perhaps addressing Mu Rong Qingyu directly. "Qingyu, wait for me." Stepping out of the room, she checked the time and, having mapped out her route to the number 1 interstellar port, instructed the Qing Feng battleship to proceed to the Academy of Gods to retrieve He Qian Kai. Moments later, the Qing Feng battleship hovered steadily above the Academy of Gods, and in an instant, she's figure vanished from the battleship's chamber, reappearing within the grounds of the Academy. Chapter 175, Personnel Ready. The second volume of the Cosmic Interstellar Saga officially begins, upon descending. She chanced upon He Qian Kai, standing at the entrance of the Academy of Gods. The moment He Qian Kai spotted her, she rushed over, her excitement palpable. "You arrived quite swiftly. How shall we venture into the cosmos? Surely, we are not to board a spacecraft or accompany a cosmic caravan." As she spoke, He Qian Kai curiously surveyed her surroundings, glancing skyward, only to find nothing of interest. "We cannot possibly be expected to walk there, can we? You certainly have a vivid imagination. Walking indeed. Have you packed everything?" She chuckled at He Qian Kai's whimsical thoughts. He Qian Kai extended her left hand, showcasing 4 fingers adorned with spatial rings, her wrist embellished with a spatial bracelet. "Absolutely. Everything is secured within. I even made a special trip home yesterday." She proudly began to enumerate the treasures hidden within her rings. "This pair contains precious heirlooms from my grandfather. This one holds my father's cherished items. And this is my father's little treasure trove, while this last one contains my own belongings." Observing He Qian Kai, she couldn't help but entertain a ludicrous thought. Could she have emptied her entire home? "All right, enough of counting your treasures for now. You were inquiring about our journey to the cosmos, weren't you? Allow me to show you." She commanded Qing Feng with a thought. In the next instant, a radiant beam enveloped them, and their figures vanished, reappearing in the public lounge of the Qing Feng warship. "Welcome aboard the Qing Feng." The ethereal voice of Qing Feng resonated from all directions, akin to the melodious call of a lark. He Qian Kai, who had moments ago been effusively recounting her treasures at the Academy's entrance, found herself momentarily stunned within the spacecraft, struggling to process the sudden transition. Wow. Is this truly our vessel to the cosmos? A warship, indeed. It took her a moment to regain her composure as her keen reflexes kicked in, prompting her to explore the lounge. Seated comfortably on the sofa, she chose not to disrupt her exuberance, considering there was ample time ahead. While relaxing, she granted He Qian Kai secondary access permissions in her mind. Without such privileges, navigating the warship would be nearly impossible, as many areas would remain inaccessible, including most corridors. After a 10-minute interval, He Qian Kai finally composed herself. She rose and addressed her. "All right. There will be plenty of time to familiarize yourself later. Let me show you to your quarters." Okay. Let's go." He Qian Kai clasped her hands behind her back, skipping merrily alongside she. Upon reaching the living quarters, she divided the area into 2 sections, one for female crew members and another for male crew members. Gesturing towards the numerous rooms before them, she said, "Choose one that pleases you, though the interiors are all quite similar." After perusing the options, He Qian Kai selected a room towards the front, designated as Room 006. The rooms for the ladies are numbered from 001 to 050, while the gentlemen's rooms range from 051 to 100, each comprising 50 chambers. Initially, it was presumed that He Qian Kai would opt for the first room. However, she unexpectedly chose Room 006. The number 6 holds a certain charm, after all, as it symbolizes smooth sailing. This room must surely be quite comfortable. It seemed that He Qian Kai had anticipated she's thoughts and casually offered an explanation. She, taken aback by such reasoning, merely shook her head in silence and granted He Qian Kai access to Room 6. Without the permission bestowed by she, no one could enter. She firmly held the authority over the residential area S chambers. Not only did she control the occupied rooms, but the vacant ones were also not accessible at will. Access to the occupied rooms was restricted to their respective owners. An MO-Shi and the vice captain, while only an MO-Shi and the vice captain could enter the empty rooms as well. After all, a room is an exceedingly private space, and an MO-Shi would not idly wander into others' quarters. As for the vice captain, his access was tied to Mu Rong Qinyu. After waiting for He Qian-kai to organize her belongings, an MO-Shi guided her through the training area, showcasing the gravity room, the spirit gathering chamber, and the communal relaxation area, as well as the medical room aboard the battleship that she would soon oversee. Coming from a family of medicine, He Qian-kai quickly became adept at utilizing the instruments in the medical room, even beginning to explore some equipment she had never encountered on Shanlin continent. With Qing Feng's assistance, observing the focused He Qian-kai, an MO-Shi excused herself to avoid disturbing her, as she herself was not familiar with the instruments. Glancing at her watch, she received a message from Mu Rong Yunqian indicating that their 5 companions were ready, along with their location information. An MO-Shi commanded Qing Feng to proceed to the designated site, leaving only Wu Chaojie and Ma Mingming to be picked up. Upon arrival, an MO-Shi discovered they were situated above a military district, likely the one where the 5 had previously resided. Not wanting to overthink it, she refrained from entering, instructing Qing Feng to transport the 5 directly to the public area inside the battleship. This was a form of small-scale spatial transition technology, which an MO-Shi and He Qian-kai had just used to enter the Qing Feng battleship. This technology consumes an insignificant amount of energy for Qing Feng, rendering it nearly negligible. The 5 had been waiting at the military district's entrance for an MO-Shi to arrive when they suddenly found themselves in an unfamiliar location, instantly heightening their vigilance, to the point where their battle armor enveloped them in an instant. Yet, upon seeing an MO-Shi seated on the sofa, her posture straight, legs crossed, one hand resting on her knee and the other propping up her chin, their wariness transformed into an awkwardness. The sense of embarrassment among them was palpable, as if they could excavate a 300-square-meter apartment with their toes. Fortunately, Mu Rong Yunqian, possessing a thick skin, discarded his battle armor and spoke with an unusual tone. "Ah, your speed is indeed remarkable. It seems we have barely exchanged messages for 3 minutes, yet you have already arrived. Behold, is this not the Qing Feng battleship? The interior space is truly expansive. May I inquire as to its classification?" An adept at steering the conversation seamlessly interjected to alleviate the group's awkwardness. "This is an A-class heavy-duty cruiser. However, I am uncertain regarding the events that transpired prior, as the onboard offensive weaponry has been significantly damaged. If we were to assess its capabilities, its offensive power is comparable to that of a C-class frigate, and it notably lacks F-class single-pilot interstellar fighters, dual-pilot combat spacecraft, and unmanned escort cruisers." Chapter 176. The Armament and Defense of Warships in Essence. We have merely encased a warship of Class A, yet apart from combat capabilities, all other aspects are fully equipped. I intend to procure several F-class cruisers and escort fighters at the number 1 interstellar port. Is this what you meant? Mu Rong Yunqian, in a daze, removed a spatial ring from his hand and tossed it towards Moxie. And Moxie turned and caught the spatial ring thrown by Mu Rong Yunqian, scanning its contents with her mental energy, leaving her utterly astonished. What kind of individuals are these? Within the expansive spatial ring were stored 50 vessels armed with laser weaponry, 3 dual-barreled light plasma laser guns, 1 particle beam, and a lightweight 25mm caliber railgun, alongside F-class small interstellar fighters. The armament of warships is generally categorized into 5 types. The first type, mounts. Mounts refer to all weapon points that can rotate freely for targeting. This has been proven effective in real life, as evidenced by tanks traversing land, aircraft carriers floating upon the seas, and fighters soaring through the skies, all attesting to their practicality. In the vastness of space, where the battlefield is 3-dimensional, the elevation angle becomes a decisive indicator alongside the rotational range deployed on a plane. Hence, the turrets of spacecraft often inherit designs akin to the dorsal and ventral gun turrets of the B-17 or self-propelled anti-aircraft gun turrets. The advantages of such mounts are self-evident. They offer exceptional coverage and can independently target, making turrets or gun emplacements indispensable on any large warship. The second type, axial cannons. Axial cannons are typically suited for traditional elongated hulls, and the weapons installed in this manner wield tremendous power, maximizing the warship's structural potential. They serve as the great snipers of space, ideal for those who favor direct confrontations. Their merits include substantial firepower and precise targeting, simplifying the warship's design. However, the drawbacks are equally apparent. Targeting is heavily reliant on the ship's posture, the energy loading speed is sluggish, and while their power is formidable, the consumption is equally immense. Lacking the flexibility of turrets, my assessment is that the thrill is undeniable. Yet it lasts but a fleeting moment, faster than 3 seconds, before one is left in a state of exhaustion. Additionally, two types of mounted weapons have faded with the passage of time: broadside cannons and racks. Broadside cannons have truly vanished, as their tactical utility is constrained by their placement. They cannot fire while advancing or pursuing, relying instead on the ship's condition for targeting, ultimately replaced by turrets. Overall, their utility is limited to moments of ostentation, rendering them largely ineffective otherwise. Racks, on the other hand, have become more concealed with advancements in technology, no longer mounted on the surface but hidden beneath defensive armor structures, akin to missile silos. The internal correspondence pertains to missiles, bombs, and other disposable armaments that, once launched, automatically lock onto and track enemy targets, rendering them an exceedingly convenient weaponry option. Generally, they are equipped with planetary bombardment capabilities or space mines, and such mounted weaponry is typically found on small-scale cruise warships. Some may argue that in an era of space exploration, the continued reliance on missiles and bombs seems rather outdated. However, if one were to assess the power of nuclear weapons, they too are launched in a manner that could be deemed equally antiquated. Furthermore, turrets are not solely designated for missile or projectile launching. They may also serve as platforms for laser cannons, particle beam emitters, railguns, and other advanced artillery. In the realm of space, turrets that can pivot and adjust their orientation are far more practical than fixed laser systems. As for concerns regarding the recoil of turrets, elaborating on that would be unnecessarily complex. Suffice it to say, one must engage their intellect. Laser weaponry predominantly serves as an offensive mechanism, encompassing devices such as laser guns, laser turrets, and light laser main cannons, which require no extensive explanation. Kinetic weapons, commonly referred to as railguns, represent a broad category that includes rail electromagnetic guns, rail laser cannons, and rail particle guns, among others, functioning as forms of attack. Particle beams may appear similar to lasers, both emitting vibrant, colorful light streams. However, it is essential to clarify that while lasers generate power through the extreme compression of light to produce heat energy, thereby facilitating attacks, the potential dangers associated with laser beams, such as the advisement against pointing them at one's eyes, are well known. The damage inflicted by lasers can be categorized into 3 types: thermal destruction, mechanical disruption, and radiation damage. The firing mechanisms are classified into 2 types: continuous laser and explosive pulsed laser. Particle beams, on the other hand, emit ion beams, which are a subset of particle beams. Ions are charged particles formed when atoms lose or gain one or more electrons. This concept may be somewhat intricate, so let us move on. Missile weaponry is a familiar topic, requiring no further elaboration. In addition to these 5 prevalent types found in the cosmos, there exist some lesser-known yet formidable weapons, such as electromagnetic disruption cannons and an array of other weapon types. The aforementioned 5 represent the most commonly available options in the marketplace. After all, no one would willingly sell exceptional technology to facilitate your aggression against them. In conclusion, dignity resides upon the edge of the sword, and truth remains within the range of fire. Should one become complacent in the face of these formidable technological weapons, they risk severe repercussions. Yet, it is a curious notion to stand idly by, awaiting the charge of a railgun. Nevertheless, the weaponry of warships often garners favorable responses when deployed for ground-clearing purposes. 50 vessels equipped with Class A defensive armor and shields act as agile sentinels, their primary role being to obstruct assaults directed at the flagship. Each time the flagship activates its protective shield, it consumes an immense amount of energy. Thus, with the emergence of a market, the concept of interceptor ships was born. Each interceptor measures approximately 10 meters in diameter, resembling a disc, and serves as a shield encircling the flagship. The energy consumption of these interceptor ships is minimal, although they cannot provide full 360-degree protection. Their rapid mobility enables them to intercept the majority of incoming attacks. They are particularly favored in smaller skirmishes, boasting a high frequency of deployment. Furthermore, The defenses of warships are categorized into three types: armored structures, energy shields, and active defense systems. Chapter 177. Allow me to carry your luggage, only to discover you've packed weights inside. The concept of armored structure is easily comprehensible. It refers to the outer shell of battle armor. It can also be likened to the exterior of a warship, where the outer layer serves as a primary defense crafted from high-density minerals. Akin to the armor donned by the human body, this layer possesses a certain degree of defensive capability, yet it constitutes part of the warship itself. It is advisable to refrain from relying solely on the armored structure to withstand enemy attacks unless absolutely necessary, as it may lead to dire consequences. The energy shield is even more straightforward to grasp. It harnesses energy from within the warship to generate a defensive barrier around its exterior, repelling enemy assaults. This proactive defense aligns with the adage that the best offense is a good defense, enabling interception of incoming attacks. After all, one cannot merely regard the laser turrets installed on the warship as mere ornamental features. They must be utilized effectively to unleash devastating firepower upon adversaries. Moreover, the escort interceptor also represents a form of active defense. With their compact size and heightened point defense capabilities, they prove to be invaluable during skirmishes in space. However, the advantages and disadvantages of these two types are glaringly evident. One emphasizes total offensive capabilities, while the other focuses entirely on defense. The small interstellar patrol craft is equipped with 3 laser guns for offensive maneuvers and a singular 25mm main cannon, lacking any defensive attributes. Its overall design resembles a triangle, with each edge curving inward like a spinning top. Notably, this vessel is also outfitted with a self-destruct mechanism, which, upon command, transforms it into a whirling projectile aimed at a target for a catastrophic explosion. The 3 corners are rounded, each housing a dual-barrel lightweight plasma laser gun, classified as a type of pulsed laser weapon, delivering explosive damage. The main cannon is positioned above the center of the cruiser, designed as a turret capable of a full 360-degree rotation. Defense, aside from the armored structure, is virtually non-existent. True active defense relies on agile maneuvering and the principle that offense serves as the best defense. Despite its diminutive size of approximately 5 meters, which limits its capacity to accommodate large weaponry, this very aspect enhances its maneuverability. Its speed and compact form allow it to navigate the battlefield with ease. Conversely, the escort interceptor is entirely focused on defense, with no points allocated for attack. Its dimensions reach around 10 meters, presenting a circular form. The armor is composed of A-grade alloy, and when its energy shield is activated, it can extend to a diameter of approximately 20 meters, sufficient to withstand the majority of assaults. In comparison to the main shield of a warship, the energy consumption of this shield is minimal. Once depleted, it automatically returns to the warship for recharging. Originally, it would rely on the energy provided by the warship. However, the Qingfeng warship's energy core, being a biological engine, can autonomously absorb energy. This harvested energy is then supplied to the small interstellar patrol craft and escort interceptors, while the Qingfeng continues to draw energy from the surrounding space. This reciprocal energy exchange ultimately saves Enmashi a considerable sum. Where did you acquire such a device? Although it is not impossible to procure this item on the SHNLN continent, it is indeed of the more challenging variety. Thus, Enmashi contemplated purchasing a few vessels at the first interstellar port, yet it was likely that even there, she could only acquire a mere handful, certainly not 100. Despite their seemingly low rank, the cruisers and interceptors, even secondhand, would cost no less than 30 to 50,000 spirit stones. Enmashi initially intended to procure a few ships for emergencies, but now it seemed unnecessary. However, mere cruisers and interceptors would be insufficient. She needed several manned warships as well. The burly member of the team shyly scratched his buzz cut and said in a deep voice, "My family operates an interstellar trading fleet. These are outdated vessels from our fleet, and I requested them from my father. I never expected they would come in handy." Enmashi was taken aback. Within this modest team lay hidden talents, with someone from a family that ran an interstellar trading company. Such families were undoubtedly affluent and possessed considerable heritage. Although the risks associated with interstellar trade were substantial, so too were the potential rewards, leading one to realize that this individual was indeed a significant figure within the team. Considering this further, it was understandable, for this was Murong Yunxian's team, and previously, The Morong family held the highest authority in the military district, now controlling the entire Shanlin continent. This was indeed a pleasant surprise. Subsequently, Enmashi led the group to select their quarters. The team comprised 3 men and 2 women, including the ship's doctor, Hikan Kai, along with 2 more individuals expected to join soon, making her feel that the ship's demographic was somewhat unbalanced, 6 men and 3 women. Fortunately, they had only just embarked upon their cosmic journey, and she was confident they would encounter other like-minded crew members in the future. After a brief exchange, Enmashi learned the names of the 4 members of the team, aside from Morong Yunxian. The 2 girls were named by Yu, a refined woman, and Qing Ling, a petite girl who chose rooms 7 and 8, respectively, wishing to accompany Hikan Kai. The 3 gentlemen were less particular, with Wu Chaojie and 1 other taking rooms 50 and 51, while Enmashi and her companions selected rooms further back. Morong Yunxian was in room 52. The interstellar trader's son named Yi Wu chose room 53, and the one named Tian Jun, who went by the alias of Duan Run, selected room 54. After granting them all level 2 access and providing a brief introduction, Enmashi busied herself with arrangements for Qing Feng to retrieve Wu Chaojie and Ma Mingming. When she met the 2, Enmashi was taken aback to see Wu Chaojie burdened with an array of luggage, a bag slung around his neck, while Ma Mingming was similarly encumbered. Enmashi exclaimed in surprise, "Are you 2 moving house?" Wu Chaojie chuckled awkwardly, "Not exactly. This fellow here nearly brought his entire house along. Our spatial rings are stuffed full thanks to him, and all this is his too." Ma Mingming then removed some of her belongings and pulled out a toy to inspect. Turning to Wu Chaojie, she inquired, "What is this for?" "This is the plush toy that I hold close as I drift into slumber each night. It has been my companion for over a decade. Without it, I would surely suffer from insomnia." "And what about this spatula?" Ma Mingming inquired of Wu Chaojie, pulling yet another spatula from the bag. "This is merely a precaution against lacking kitchen utensils, just in case," he chuckled. "Now, could you elucidate the purpose of this dumbbell?" As he spoke, Ma Mingming struggled somewhat to extract an exceedingly heavy dumbbell from the bag. Given his level of strength, it was evident just how burdensome this object truly was. Chapter 178. With a mere gesture, the rap commenced, and as lips parted, the air was filled with the fragrance of blossoms. "I merely sought to enhance my physical prowess." Wu Chaojie defended himself, bursting with unwarranted conviction. Observing Wu Chaojie's earnest demeanor, Ma Mingming nearly brought the weighty dumbbell crashing down upon his face. "A nearly 1-ton dumbbell, and yet you refuse to stow it in your spatial ring, opting instead to burden me with it. Truly, you have surpassed all expectations. What about this?" Ma Mingming's expression darkened once more as he retrieved a potted plant from his bag, which bore tender sprouts. "Ah, this? It is a flower I have cultivated. Since it has not been to space, I cannot allow it to suffer. I have decided to bring it along for this journey, if others have their flowers. So shall we," Wu Chaojie proclaimed with palpable pride, as though he had achieved something monumental. Ma Mingming was unyielding. "Am I to carry you in my pocket while you toss me into the gutter?" With that, he gestured dramatically, and the playful banter erupted into a lively exchange. Their spirited argument soon caught the attention of the other 6 crew members aboard the battleship. It seemed that the innate human desire for gossip was irresistible. Regardless of whether they were meandering about in a 5-man squad or finishing their research in the infirmary, Hikan Kai found herself drawn to the commotion. Hiding in the corridor, she observed the 2, their lips flapping animatedly, unleashing an array of unspeakable expletives, their hands gesturing wildly, a sight to behold. In MO, she covered her head in exasperation. "Ah, these 2 jesters have begun again. Master, what has happened to them?" queried an AI, having researched that such exchanges were typically friendly greetings between acquaintances. Yet, it puzzled the AI that it had never witnessed the master employ such a greeting. Not only had the others gathered to watch, but even Qing Feng had emerged to partake in the spectacle, prompting an MO she to ponder whether foolishness was contagious. If, in the future, the entire crew of the battleship were to adopt such antics, then, oh dear, she dared not entertain the thought. Indeed, this was a form of greeting, albeit one reserved for special circumstances, so Qing Feng should refrain from imitating. "Understood, master." Thankfully, Qing Feng adhered to an MO's directives without question, leaving only the spectators and the 2 rap performers to continue their lively exchange. The 6 members of the audience were thoroughly entertained as the 2 rap artists engaged in a fervent verbal duel, with an MO, she listening intently. Is there anything of substance among your belongings? You may have brought a pillow, but what of the spatula? Are you concerned that she might let you go hungry? And as for that dumbbell, seeing as your head is rather vacant, why not stuff it inside your skull? And regarding your flower, do take care not to let it suffer. It is indeed unfortunate that it is following you. In this vast cosmos, does it not require air? You truly risk suffocating it. Or is it that you fear it will flourish too comfortably? Ma Mingming unleashed his full potential, delivering a torrent of taunts devoid of vulgarity, yet maximizing his combat prowess, forcing Wu Chaojie into a series of retreats. Wu Chaojie resorted to his entanglement technique, jesting that the spatula he wielded was intended for a surgical procedure on Ma Mingming's less-than-bright head. How could you possibly know that the dumbbells were meant to be lodged into your skull? Look at your spindly arms and legs. You can barely handle these weights. Honestly, can you even manage, you delicate pup? The term delicate pup struck like a thunderbolt. Who are you calling a delicate pup? I am referring to you. Oh, so it is the delicate pup speaking of me. Then all is well. Ma Mingming shed all his belongings and reclined comfortably on the sofa, a look of contentment gracing his face. Wu Chaojie, caught off guard by this unexpected turn, took a moment to process before finally reacting. You delicate pup. I was going to share some of my snacks with you, but now you'll have to fend for yourself. It was evident that Wu Chaojie was laden with bags filled to the brim with snacks, even his spatial ring overflowing with treats. He picked up one bag and ostentatiously displayed it to Ma Mingming, theatrically tearing open the packaging with flair. All right, you two, tidy up your things, and then continue your banter. And Machi interjected, eager to prevent the duo from re-engaging in their rap duel. With a swift motion, all the scattered items were stowed away into the spatial ring, rendering the previously chaotic resting area pristine once more. And Machi did not collect all of Wu Chaojie's snacks. Instead, she left a few bags on the table, anticipating that perhaps a certain generation of medical practitioners aboard the ship dedicated to the healing arts might have a penchant for snacks. He Qian Kai remarked, "You could have simply reported my identity number directly, yet you chose to be so roundabout. I truly appreciate it." As the rap battle concluded, the onlookers in the corridor emerged, and He Qian Kai, without hesitation, grabbed a bag of snacks from the coffee table and gestured towards Wu Chaojie. "Hey, Chubby, may I have some of these snacks?" What initially seemed like a fierce rivalry between Wu Chaojie and Ma Mingming abruptly simmered down. Wu Chaojie stammered for a moment before managing to utter, "Why yes, of course." Thank you." He Qian Kai replied playfully, then sat down closer to Wu Chaojie, leaning against the sofa, finding the little chubby fellow rather amusing. Despite their usual bravado, both Wu Chaojie and Ma Mingming were quite awkward in the presence of girls, having remained inexperienced in such interactions. As He Qian Kai settled in closer to Wu Chaojie, he instinctively shifted away, only for her to inch closer to him again. Thus, they engaged in a subtle game of inching, eventually leading Wu Chaojie to find himself beside Ma Mingming. He exchanged a knowing glance with Ma Mingming. Although they had just been playfully bickering, it was clear that they were united in camaraderie at this moment. The situation turned into a playful back and forth, with Ma Mingming shifting slightly, followed by Wu Chaojie, while He Qian Kai continued to inch closer to Wu Chaojie. Several individuals observed the trio resembling a miniature train, finding the sight both amusing and perplexing. She beckoned a few individuals beside Mu Rong Yunqian to take a seat. Ultimately, the little train came to a standstill, as Ma Mingming positioned himself at the edge of the sofa, closely followed by Wu Chaojie, with He Qian Kai uncomfortably near. "We are a total of 9, destined to rely on one another in the vast cosmos ahead. We are all comrades, trustworthy allies, and soon-to-be companions in battle. Let us take this moment to introduce ourselves and foster familiarity. I shall commence as an example for everyone." Chapter 179. What was my name again? I am Moxie, the captain of the Qingfeng battleship. My innate ability is Devour, and I have attained the pinnacle of the divine realm. Henceforth, I shall rely on everyone's care. Since we are all comrades, and there are no outsiders present, I opted for a casual introduction. I am Murong Yunqian, a crew member of the Qingfeng battleship. My pastime includes indulging in a bit of fine wine, and my talent lies in the Imperial Dragon, a spatial ability with a mid-level Imperial realm. I look forward to your kind support. Following closely behind was the alluring Baiyu. Baiyu, also a crew member of the Qingfeng battleship, has a somewhat ambiguous preference for Yunqian. Her talent, Candle 9 allows her to manipulate the elements of time, and she is at the initial stage of the Imperial realm. Dear younger brothers, please take great care of your sister. Indeed, the fiery allure of this captivating woman stirred the atmosphere, leaving Wu Chaojie and Ma Mingming blushing and unable to meet her gaze. And Moxie felt as if she had stumbled upon something remarkable. She could notify her mother that there was no need to worry about her uncle. According to familial hierarchy, and Moxie should refer to Murong Yunxian as her uncle. However, Murong Yunxian, with his carefree demeanor, disregarded such trivialities. On the battleship, it was essential for Moxie to establish her authority, so he insisted she call him Yunxian. Their team would refer to Moxie as captain, and as this title became ingrained, it would naturally position her at the helm of leadership. Now that their team had disbanded, all members were crew of the Qingfeng battleship, rendering the notion of a captain obsolete and preventing any discord in command. Perhaps their camaraderie was strong, yet it was imperative to delineate roles, lest it hinder effective leadership. One must commend Murong Yunxian for adeptly managing this, a testament to his military background. Yuwu rose, his imposing stature exuding a unique sense of security. In a deep voice, he introduced himself. I am Yuwu, a crew member of the Qingfeng battleship. My primary indulgence is in food and physical exercise, and I occasionally partake in a bit of drink. My talent is gluttony, specializing in defense, and I am also at the initial stage of the imperial realm. I often act without much forethought, so I hope for your understanding if I inadvertently offend anyone. Now it's my turn. I am Qingling, a crew member of the Qingfeng battleship. I have a penchant for sweet treats and aesthetically pleasing individuals, while I harbor disdain for the unsightly. For those I detest, I have no qualms about reducing them to mere fragments with my weapon. My talent is Qi Yu, allowing me to replicate any weapon I have encountered, and I share the same initial divine realm as the towering figure beside me. I look forward to your kind support. The petite Qingling sprang up from the sofa. Her height a mere 1.6 meters, her complexion fair and slightly cherubic, with a black and white plush backpack slung over her shoulder. With her twin ponytails, she radiated a lively spirit as she introduced herself. Tianjun, another crew member of the Qingfeng battleship, aspires to challenge the world's most formidable swordsman. His passion lies in swordsmanship, with a talent for god-slaying, wielding a broken blade, and excelling in his family's swift-wind sword technique. He is at the initial stage of the divine realm and hopes for your kind support. The introduction of Tianjun is exceedingly brief, revealing him to be a person not particularly adept at communication, or perhaps he is merely skilled in conversing with his sword. My name is He Qiankai, the ship's doctor aboard the warship. My fondness for medicine stems from my family's long-standing legacy in the medical field, leading me to delve into the study of traditional Chinese medicine. I also have a penchant for delightful snacks. My innate talent lies in dominion, albeit I have yet to master it fully. My realm is at the mid-level of the holy stage. Should anyone encounter ailments or injuries, do not hesitate to seek me out in the infirmary. I am more than willing to assist. Upon hearing He Qiankai's realm, not only I, but everyone aboard the warship was taken aback, astonished that she was the most accomplished among our small group. It seems that a great deal must have transpired during the past year at the Academy of Gods. He Qiankai settled into a seat, leaning back on the sofa, her beautiful eyes glimmering with mirth as she munched on potato chips, the crisp sound echoing with each bite. Today, she wore a qipao adorned with a blue and white floral theme, her long hair styled into a bun at the back. Though she often donned little skirts and sported pigtails reminiscent of a youthful girl, today she exuded an air of ancient elegance, every gesture captivating. Her fair legs were clad in black stockings, enhancing her allure immensely. With her petite frame and perfect figure, she carried herself with an enchanting charm that was both innocent and sophisticated. Wu Chaojie, who had previously been oblivious to her allure while comparing her to Ma Mingming, finally took a thorough look at He Qiankai, his eyes fixed upon her. Momentarily entranced, utterly unaware of his surroundings. Noticing the prolonged silence, He Qiankai turned to see Wu Chaojie in a daze, and with a sudden smile revealing her two small tiger teeth and charming dimples, she could be said to possess a beauty that could captivate a city. This only deepened Wu Chaojie's infatuation. Observing the amused expressions of everyone around as they watched Wu Chaojie's flustered demeanor, He Qiankai playfully poked his cheek with her dainty fingers, pleasantly surprised by the softness of his skin. Unconsciously, she pinched his cheek lightly, prompting Wu Chaojie to snap back to reality and look around, his chubby face reddening like a ripe apple. Little fatty, it's your turn. He Qiankai's melodious voice chimed, echoing in Wu Chaojia's ears, causing his cheeks to flush even deeper. Suddenly, he sprang to his feet, his body rigid as if standing at attention. I, I, he stammered, failing to articulate his thoughts, and turned to Mom Ming Ming beside him, asking, "What is my name again?" Mom Ming Ming, observing Wu Chaojia's serious demeanor, could only shake his head in disbelief. The others around could not suppress their laughter, erupting into hearty chuckles. Even in Mo, she found it hard to contain her amusement. Wu Chaojia. Ma Ming gently reminded his dear friend in response to his plea for assistance. "Ah, I am Wu Chaojia, a crew member of the Qingfeng battleship. I possess a fondness for culinary delights, and while I may have an affinity for older sisters, it is truly the art of gastronomy that captivates my heart. My innate talent lies in the manipulation of metals, steering me towards a vocation centered on everyday life. As a master of weaponry, I am at your service should any issues arise with your arms. Although I do not engage in forging, my gift enables me to assist in their repair. My mastery has reached the pinnacle of the imperial realm, and I earnestly hope for your continued support in the days to come." With that, Wu Chaojia plopped down upon the sofa like an ostrich, concealing his face from view. Chapter 180. Seclusion. He Qian Kai sat beside Wu Chaojia, occasionally poking his head and bombarding him with questions. Wu Chaojia, however, kept his face hidden, responding to her inquiries in a muffled voice. And Mo, she observed this scene, a peculiar thought blossoming in her mind. It seemed that her good friend Wu Chaojia need not worry any longer. When it was Mom Ming Ming's turn to introduce himself, he naturally rose to face the crowd. "I am Mom Ming Ming, a crew member of the Qingfeng battleship, endowed with the talent of shadow." This reference to Mom Ming Ming's talent has been subtly adjusted, changing from the original dark element to shadow. "I have a passion for ancient martial arts. My realm is the initial stage of the divine level. I hope for your kind guidance." "Xiaoming, weren't you at the peak of the emperor level just a few days ago? When did you break through to the divine level?" Wu Chaojia, momentarily forgetting his shyness, lifted his head to inquire. "I returned home yesterday, and in a haze, broke through." Ma Ming's light-hearted tone struck Wu Chaojia like a thunderbolt. "You broke through? Why didn't you take me with you?" Wu Chaojia lunged forward like a hungry tiger, and the two began to tussle again. In a true confrontation, Wu Chaojia would undoubtedly be no match for Ma Ming, yet their scuffle was merely playful. Soon, under an Mo's gentle persuasion, the two separated. They utilized the open kitchen to prepare a lavish feast, retrieving a seemingly exquisite bottle of wine from the rack behind them, pouring a glass for each guest. In the midst of preparations, an Mo, she naturally did not forget to stock up on provisions. Although they seldom needed to eat, the act of dining was often a source of joy. An Mo, she even pondered whether she should hire a chef. No, rather, seek assistance in cooking. Although her culinary skills were passable, they could hardly be deemed delectable. This thought, merely a seed planted in her heart, would surely bloom when she encountered a skilled chef next. The group raised their glasses, downing a hearty toast, the atmosphere filled with merriment as they exchanged cups, quickly succumbing to a light inebriation. The nature of the wine was unknown, but after drinking it, a warm current seemed to flow through their veins, gently circulating the spiritual energy within them. After feasting, an Mo, she escorted a few of the slightly tipsy girls back to their rooms. Shaking her slightly dazed head, she returned to the resting area, where several men lay sprawled on the floor in disarray. Only Tianjun remained sober, solitary, nursing a glass of wine. Rubbing her temples, an Mo, she beckoned Tianjun to assist her. Much like before, she took Wu Chaojia with her left hand and Ma Ming with her right, lifting the heavily intoxicated duo ahead of her, while Tianjun carried Mu Rong Yunqian under one arm and slung Yu Wu over his shoulder. Trailing behind an Mo, they made their way to the living quarters, tossing the four back into their respective rooms. After exchanging a brief farewell with Tianjun, an Mo, she wished him rest and retreated to her own room. Upon returning to her quarters, an Mo, she issued orders to Qingfeng, directing them towards the coordinates of the number 1 interstellar port, before succumbing to slumber on her bed. Time elapsed in a haze, and an Mo, she awoke. Rubbing her temples, rising, she glanced out the window and found herself amidst the cosmos, where planets of varying proximity orbited at their own leisurely pace. The resplendent stars of the galaxy appeared as if they had emerged from the embrace of an ocean, in stark contrast to the wondrous scene before her. The breathtaking vistas of the mountain-rain continent paled in comparison. Turning back, she beheld the diminutive expanse of the mountain rain continent, seeming so small that she felt she could grasp it with her hand. After a brief wash-up, she exited her captain's chamber and made her way to the communal lounge, where only a few were present. There sat Kai, munching on snacks and absorbed in the holographic projection, occasionally bursting into fits of laughter. Today, Kai donned an adorable, oversized hoodie that created a striking contrast, as its hem nearly concealed half of her thighs. She wore hot pants beneath, entirely obscured by the hoodie, giving the impression that she was devoid of lower garments. "Where is everyone?" She leaned against the bar, stifling a yawn. After pouring herself a glass of water from the bar, she downed it in one go. "They've all gone to cultivate," Kai replied without turning, popping a chip into her mouth and rolling on the couch in amusement at something amusing on screen. She rubbed her head, settling onto the sofa while attempting to decipher what Kai was watching. "They've all gone to cultivate. Why aren't you joining them? Why should a doctor like me pursue such lofty realms? Besides, I've only recently broken through to the saint level, or rather, the meteor level. Cultivating now seems fruitless." In reality, the saint level on the mountain rain continent was equivalent to the meteor level. For reasons unknown, Kai had previously managed to break through to the saint level on the mountain rain continent, yet due to her lack of entry into the cosmos, the energy within her remained spiritual energy. It was only after the Qing Feng battleship entered the cosmos yesterday that Kai's spiritual energy naturally transformed into dark matter during her slumber. "Indeed, your level is now even higher than mine. I shall go cultivate as well. The energy within the battleship is rather limited, so I must absorb while we journey to the #1 port, which will take approximately a year. Just a heads up, I will be cultivating. If anything arises, simply call Qing Feng, and if he cannot resolve it, have him summon me." "Very well. Ha ha ha, that is truly amusing." Kai remained engrossed in the holographic projection. She said nothing further and turned toward the cultivation room. Upon entering the cultivation chamber, she discovered that several gathering rooms were indeed activated. She gently roused a few individuals in succession, distributing the prepared resources to them. Some exchanged at the Academy of the Gods and others provided by Mu Rong Yunhao. Most of these resources comprised rare heavenly materials, medicinal pills, and a few weapons, although installing them on the Qing Feng battleship would require the expertise of a mechanic. However, perhaps Wu Chaojie could facilitate his transition into a mechanic, for his innate talent is indeed exceptionally suited for such a vocation. With his thoughts directed towards Moxie, he entered an unoccupied spirit gathering chamber. The hatch closed, and the gathering commenced. Moxie seated himself at the center, and soon the chamber was suffused with a rich concentration of dark matter. Within the confines of the chamber, one could opt to transform the essence into spiritual energy or dark matter. Moxie, however, opted not to convert it into spiritual energy, for at this juncture, the energy level of spiritual essence seemed somewhat beneath him. Chapter 181. The end of seclusion. The dark matter within him constituted a lower tier of energy compared to the chaotic power coursing through his being. Nevertheless, it was undeniably stronger than spiritual energy. This serves to illustrate that Moshi's journey towards a breakthrough would be considerably more arduous than that of others. The conversion rate of dark matter into chaotic power is exceptionally low. To put it in perspective, what might be a mere wisp of dark matter for others would require Moshi to integrate 10 strands of dark matter to yield an equivalent volume of chaotic power. Consequently, his path to transcending realms would naturally be fraught with greater challenges. With his eyes closed, Moshi commenced the operation of the Chaos Seed Demon Lotus technique within him, entering into a state of seclusion. Time swiftly passed, and upon the gentle call of Qing Feng, Moshi awakened, slowly opening his eyes. His dual pupils revolved like two celestial bodies in mutual attraction, faintly exuding demonic energy, as chaotic power flickered within. Over the course of the year, Moshi successfully ascended to the saint level, reaching the meteorite realm, and achieved the first transformation of the meteorite stage. His internal energy reservoir expanded over 100-fold, now distinctly divided into two types, chaotic power and demonic energy, each occupying its own side of the vast energy sea. Compared to before, the capacity of Moshi's energy sea had increased nearly 200 times, with the two energies coalescing into mist-like forms, reminiscent of the yin-yang symbol. They achieved a delicate equilibrium, neither interfering with each other yet augmenting one another, continuously circulating throughout his body. Beneath them lay numerous dark seeds, some having blossomed into black lotus flowers, their petals adorned with dark golden patterns, absorbing the dark matter of the universe and transforming it into either demonic energy or chaotic power to nourish the yin-yang configuration. These energies incessantly nourished the seeds below, facilitating their maturation. The fully bloomed ones represented completely matured chaos demon lotuses, while the unblossomed dark seeds signified the chaos demon lotus seeds. Following his breakthrough into the meteorite realm, Enmashi dedicated himself to cultivating the chaos demon lotus, embedding 1,000 lotus seeds within him. Due to time constraints, he had only managed to fully mature over 100 of them, with the remainder being semi-mature, some barely having unfurled a few petals, while others were merely in the budding stage. The more than 100 fully matured lotuses brought Enmashi considerable delight, as they autonomously absorbed dark matter from the surroundings, converting it into chaotic power and demonic energy, which in turn nourished him. Enmashi also possessed sufficient demonic energy and chaotic power to nurture the lotus seeds, hastening their maturation. Thus, the process became a cycle of reciprocity. He needed do nothing but allow the chaos demon lotus seeds to flourish. Once more were fully matured, he could retain half to assist his cultivation while using the other half to expedite the growth of the immature lotus seeds, thereby harmonizing his training and nurturing efforts. Wearing sunglasses, Enmashi rose and exited the spirit-gathering chamber, venturing outside, only to find that the others who had also been in seclusion had emerged. Arriving in the relaxation area, he discovered several individuals gathered, seated on the sofa, laughing and appearing to be in high spirits. Upon careful contemplation, it became evident that several individuals had reached the realm of the first transcendence of the falling star. A gentle smile graced Enmaxi's lips. Finally, our small group possessed the fundamental strength to navigate the vast expanse of the universe. Upon surveying the surroundings, she noticed that Wu Chaojia was absent, prompting her to take a seat on the couch. They have emerged from their seclusion. It appears our captain has also attained the first transcendence of the falling star. Congratulations to us all. Our team has fully entered the falling star realm. He Chinkai lounged on the couch, her fair legs swinging incessantly. Barefoot, her feet resembled exquisite white jade as they rested on the sofa, her entire being sprawled in one corner. Observing Enmaxi's smile, He Chinkai remarked that she had grown bored since the third day of their seclusion, with no one to converse with. Each day was spent sitting on the couch binge-watching dramas or indulging in amusing videos. Eventually, out of sheer ennui, she retreated to the medical bay to explore her belongings and the advanced medical instruments within. 6 months later, Wu Chaojia, whose prowess was neither high nor low, was the first to emerge. Following him were Ma Mingming, Murong Yinxian, Yu Wu, Bai Yu, Tianjun, and Qingling, each successfully breaking through to the first transcendence in succession. The once tranquil resting area became lively, and He Chinkai, sensing the change, exited the medical bay. After months of solitude, she seemed to burst forth like a dam released. She seized Wu Chaojia, engaging him in an endless stream of conversation about matters far and wide. Wu Chaojia accompanied He Chinkai in discussion for about a month, until he suddenly felt an urge. He had received the legacy of a cosmic mechanic within that mysterious secret realm. After procuring 2 books from Qing Feng, he secluded himself in his room, engrossed in his studies. Realizing that Wu Chaojia was busy, He Chinkai refrained from disturbing him, and everyone engaged in their own pursuits, often gathering in the resting area. Murong Yunxian had become a regular in the resting area, finding little to occupy him in the universe. Fortunately, this place offered his favorite drinks, so he spent his days at the bar, embodying the role of a competent bartender. Not only did he drink for himself, but he also catered to others, transforming into an adept mixologist for the group. Indeed, now that everyone has transcended, why not celebrate tonight? Murong Yinxian chimed in, as he preferred the lively atmosphere of communal drinking over solitary indulgence. Of course, it's a trivial matter. Tomorrow afternoon, we shall arrive at Starport 1, where we will procure some supplies before heading to the Eternal Star System in the Elven Domain. There exists a wondrous elven race that we must seek out. Does anyone have any questions? And Moxie explained the destination they were about to embark upon. Since they were now teammates, it was essential for everyone to be informed of their objective. Not a problem. We shall adhere to the captain's decision. Murong Yinxian was the first to respond, for the one they aimed to rescue was his niece, and he certainly had no objections. Once the first individual expresses their opinion, it inevitably paves the way for subsequent declarations from others. This phenomenon is recognized in psychology as a technique. In the absence of an initial statement, hesitation tends to ensue among the group. At this nascent stage of the small collective, a subtle form of guidance is essential for fostering unity. However, once a cohesive group identity is established, such leadership will no longer be necessary. Of course, Murong Yunxian may be overthinking, as it is evident that when everyone agreed to support Moxie, they had already subconsciously acknowledged her as the focal point. Chapter 182. The creation of Wu Chaojia. All opinions will be considered by Moxie. Of course, I wholeheartedly abide by the captain's decisions. He Qian Kai exclaimed with a bright smile, raising her delicate hand high, her excitement palpable. If the captain instructs me to head east, I shall not go west. If the captain tells me to catch a chicken, I shall not chase a dog. Ma Mingming concurred. I have no objections. I will follow the captain's directives. Neither do I. I shall comply with the captain's instructions. I shall obey the captain's orders. Bai Yu, Tianjun, Yu Wu, and Qing Ling, all of whom had previously served in specialized military units, naturally understood the significance of following orders. The duty of a soldier is to obey commands. Initially, Murong Yunxian had been concerned that Moxie would struggle to manage He Qian Kai and the others. Yet he did not anticipate that they would subtly regard Moxie as their leader. A flicker of appreciation crossed Murong Yunxian's eyes as he sat on the sofa, but it quickly vanished as he was aware of his subordinate status. Very well, let us proceed with this plan for the time being. If any changes arise, we shall adapt accordingly. But what of Chaojia? Why is he absent? After speaking, Moxie cast a curious glance at He Qian Kai. Ah, the little chubby one. Since he emerged from his seclusion, it seems he has had some epiphany. After acquiring a few books from Qing Feng, he has locked himself in his room for several days. Each time I go to find him, he sends me away under the pretext of being busy. However, considering he always rewards me with a plethora of snacks, I let him off the hook. He Qian Kai swung her fair little feet, stuffing her mouth with treats, her expression puffed up with indignation at being dismissed. Yet a smile returned at the thought of the snacks Wu Chaojia had given her. Yet, from Moxie's perspective, why did it seem as though Wu Chaojia regarded He Qian Kai in a paternal manner, especially with his way of comforting her? Shaking her head to dispel such thoughts, she turned to He Qian Kai and instructed, in that case, please notify him about the gathering tonight and relay our plans to him. All right, leave it to me. Yin Gu, you prepare some beverages for later. I'll ask Qing Feng to whip up some delicacies. This time, I refuse to cook myself. Making such a large quantity is truly exhausting. Splendid. I shall prepare everything right away. Let us all revel tonight. Before long, those assigned tasks dispersed to attend to their duties, while the others went to lend a hand. He Qian Kai went to find Wu Chaojia, while Ma Mingming trailed behind me, assisting with the dishes. I remained in the kitchen, awaiting Qing Feng to finish the meal for Ma Mingming to take to the lounge. Murong Yunxian entered the bar area, skillfully mixing drinks with a flourish, while Bai Yu, with her alluring figure, leaned against the bar, placing her burdensome fruits upon it to alleviate her load. Once Murong Yunxian had crafted a drink, he set it on the bar, and Bai Yu picked it up and handed it to Yu Wu, who dutifully accepted the drink and placed it upon the table. Bai Yu continued to recline against the bar, her large, autumn-like eyes watching Murong Yunxian as he demonstrated his skill behind the counter, her gaze filled with adoration. Murong Yunxian prepared 2 generous servings of a delightful concoction. Its alluring hue, low alcohol content, and exquisite taste made it particularly appealing, not to mention its simplicity in preparation. He then crafted several vibrant small bottles, their contents dazzlingly colorful, drawing the eye irresistibly. With a gentle flick of a lighter, the high-concentration alcohol ignited into a kaleidoscope of flames upon contact with the fire. The flames danced enchantingly, almost ethereal. As he placed the bottles on a tray atop the bar, Bai Yu lifted the tray and handed it to Yu Wu, who dutifully accepted it and carried it to the dining table. Everything proceeded in an orderly manner as He Qian Kai bounced towards the living quarters in search of Wu Chaojia. Upon reaching his door, she rang the bell, and soon after, Wu Chaojia opened it. His hair was in disarray, resembling a nest, and perched atop his forehead was a microscope. Though his appearance was less than pristine, his eyes sparkled with vitality. "Little fatty, you're here. Come in," he said, turning before she could finish her greeting, ushering her inside. As Wu Chaojia rubbed the space ring on his finger, a mountain of snacks appeared on his bed, all of which were He Qian Kai's favorites. Fortunately, He had emptied several large supermarkets of their snacks before arriving, ensuring they could last for about a decade, all while remaining perfectly preserved within the space ring. Whatever was placed inside retained its original state upon removal, unaffected by the passage of time, thus remaining fresh. Wow! He Qian Kai exclaimed at the sight of the bed laden with treats, her eyes sparkling with delight. She joyfully leapt onto Wu Chaojia, planting a kiss on his cheek. Grinning as she exclaimed, "You're the best, little fatty." Wu Chaojia quickly steadied her, preventing her from falling, and with a hint of indulgence in his tone, he replied, "Silly girl, now settle down. I've been busy with a few things lately and haven't bathed in days. I'm a bit dirty and have an odor." Hee. Not at all. He Qian Kai wrapped her arms around his neck, resting her head against his chest as if to prove something to him. Her delicate nose taking in his scent. Her face radiated a blissful expression, hinting at the unspoken developments that had transpired between them during Ma Xi's retreat. Though they had yet to fully acknowledge the underlying tension, if Ma Mingming were present, he would undoubtedly remark on the situation. Torn between concern for his brother and envy at his fortune, how exasperating. All right, you're curious about what I've been up to, aren't you? Hee. Today I finally succeeded, come witness it. With that, Wu Chaojia shifted aside, revealing a table strewn with intricate components, and even the floor was cluttered with an array of parts. As Wu Chaojia summoned his innate talent, various intricate components within the room levitated gracefully, assembling themselves under his deft control. Each delicate piece melded seamlessly into the next, creating a mesmerizing spectacle that was profoundly soothing to behold. As the assembly progressed, the object gradually began to take form. However, it soon became apparent that this creation was, in fact, a powerful energy cannon. You toiled for several months merely to construct this contraption? He Qian Kai observed the cannon with a sense of bewilderment. Chapter 183. The starry river burns brightly. You are the ideal of humanity, ah? This is merely a fragment of the whole. The confines of this room are too cramped. Let us venture to a more spacious locale, where you may behold its entirety. Wu Chaojia raised his hand, retracting the energy cannon into his spatial ring, cradling He Qian Kai as he exited, making his way toward the expansive training ground. Within the cultivation area lies a vast arena, equipped with an array of testing apparatuses. Yet, in times past, and Moxie seldom frequented this place, it was only after the arrival of a few companions that it gradually buzzed with life. Whenever the group found themselves in want of amusement, they would occasionally visit this arena to spar or engage in some training, which proved to be a unique source of enjoyment. As they passed through the rest area, Wu Chaojia, with He Qian Kai in his arms, naturally drew the attention of several onlookers. The crowd, already prepared and awaiting Wu Chaojia and He Qian Kai, hurriedly called out to him. Haven't you two kept everyone waiting? Is there a need for such haste? And Moxie chided playfully, her gaze resting on He Qian Kai, who wore a gentle smile while nestled in Wu Chaojia's embrace. Captain, you've emerged from seclusion? Perfect timing, everyone is here. Follow me, for I have developed something extraordinary. With that, Wu Chaojia, still holding He Qian Kai, boldly led the way to the training ground. Captain, what is this all about? Murong Yinxian inquired, a hint of confusion in his eyes as he regarded the seemingly overzealous Wu Chaojia, turning to Moxie for clarification. Come on, let us follow and see. Since preparations are complete, a celebration need not be delayed. Under Moxie's guidance, the group hastened to keep pace with Wu Chaojia as they made their way to the training ground. Upon their arrival, Wu Chaojia gently set He Qian Kai down, who stood petite beside him. Noticing that everyone had gathered, Wu Chaojia cleared his throat with gravity. Ahem, esteemed guests, the moment of witnessing a miracle has arrived. All right, chubby one, enough with the theatrics. What is the matter? The gathering awaits us. Murong Yinxian jested from behind Moxie. After much time spent together, the five had grown quite familiar with Wu Chaojia, Ma Mingming, and He Qian Kai. After all, they were all easy to get along with, and once familiarity was established, their exchanges became refreshingly candid. Fear not, it shall be revealed shortly. With a flourish, Wu Chaojia waved his hand, and within the vast training ground, 10 already assembled components materialized in an instant. Utilizing his innate talent, he deftly maneuvered the parts into place, and soon a colossal cannon, measuring 10 meters in height, 15 meters in width, and 30 meters in length, stood before them. The massive cannon resembled a cube, with a long energy cannon barrel embedded within, its top slightly inclined, revealing dark, swirling patterns within the barrel. After months of relentless effort, I have finally developed a giant cannon, the Nuclear Energy Orbital Particle Cannon. Its formidable power can effortlessly shatter Class A alloy structural armor. The cannon is equipped with a rotating elevation feature, capable of locking onto targets at every conceivable angle, requiring two energy sources for its operation. One method employs a small amount of energy to activate the extraction device, which draws dark matter from the void as a source of power. Although this approach is energy efficient, it sacrifices firing rate for efficiency. The alternative boasts a rapid firing capability, yet it requires a significant amount of energy from the battleship's internal reserves. While it consumes energy considerably, its firing rate is impressive, achieving one shot every 0.01 seconds. However, the strain of such high velocity is substantial, necessitating a cooling period after just 1 minute of operation to prevent catastrophic failure. Standing beside the artillery platform, Wu Chaojie eloquently elucidated the details of the cannon. Despite certain drawbacks, these pale in comparison to the considerable advantages it offers. She hurried forward, embracing Wu Chaojie and repeatedly patting his shoulder. Chaojie, you're remarkable. How did I not notice your brilliance before? You've developed such an extraordinary cannon. This is fantastic. Our battleship was lacking in offensive capability, but with this massive cannon, equipping it with 100 of these will significantly enhance our firepower. Well, this isn't solely my creation. Wu Chaojie replied modestly. I mentioned before how Xiao Ming and I stumbled upon a hidden realm. Within that cave lay the remnants of a fallen cosmic mechanic. Since Xiao Ming's talent was not suited for mechanics, I inherited the legacy within that cave, which contained numerous techniques and blueprints. Initially, I struggled to comprehend much of it. But after breaking through to the first stage of the meteor, I suddenly understood many aspects of the inheritance. I asked Qing Feng for 2 books on mechanics and began to ponder over them, and to my surprise, I succeeded by sheer chance. I can now consider myself a mechanic, so we need not worry about that anymore. I will undoubtedly become the most formidable mechanic in the universe, transforming our battleship into the strongest vessel. Suddenly receiving such praise, especially in front of his beloved, Wu Chaojie felt a tinge of shyness. If He Qiankai were not present, he would have undoubtedly boasted, claiming that the term genius was tailor-made for him. Yet, with He Qiankai around, it was a challenge for him to appear bashful. Nevertheless, with double the joy, an evening of celebration was certainly in order. Returning to the lounge area, the group settled onto the sofas, encircling a round coffee table adorned with an array of exquisite delicacies. Each person had a large glass filled with vibrant liquid before them. Let us raise a toast to celebrate that we possess the fundamental assurance to traverse the cosmos, and to honor our brilliant Wu Chaojie for successfully developing the orbital cannon, enhancing our battleship's offensive capabilities. Cheers! As the glasses clinked together, the sound of crystal resonated through the air, creating a harmonious atmosphere. Wu Chaojie sat beside He Qiankai, serving her dishes, while she reciprocated by offering him his favorite food. Ma Mingming, Yu Wu, and Tianjun were engaged in a spirited contest of drinking prowess. The adorable little lowly, Qing Ling, embraced her cup, downing it with gusto, her cheeks blooming with a charming rosy hue. After letting out a delightful burp, she succumbed to the embrace of inebriation, collapsing onto the table. Murong Yunxian, with a flourish, drained his glass in one go, savored the morsel offered by Bai Yu, and then poured himself another drink, bursting into hearty laughter. As the revelry reached its zenith, I gradually rose from my seat, made my way to the window, and leaned against the wall, quietly observing the unfolding scene. Chapter 184. My thoughts drift far away, and, after exhaling slowly, I directed my gaze out the window, observing the vast expanse of the cosmic galaxy, a hint of bitterness rising within me. If Morong Qingyu had not encountered any misfortune, she would likely be by my side at this moment. Had Su Daji not been taken away, she would probably be nestled in my embrace, playfully demanding my attention. Here I am, alone, gazing at the stars. A voice resonated from behind me, accompanied by the sound of footsteps. Turning around, I saw Murong Yunxian approaching. A glance behind him revealed that everyone else had succumbed to intoxication, sprawled haphazardly on the sofa. Only Murong Yunxian retained his composure, his face slightly flushed from drink. It's nothing, just feeling a bit lightheaded, he remarked. Care for a smoke? He produced a pack of cigarettes and extended it toward me. Though I had never smoked before, curiosity about the taste piqued my interest. I reached out, taking one and placing it between my lips. Murong Yinxian followed suit, retrieving a cigarette for himself and produced an elegant lighter, igniting it and offering the flame to me. I leaned in, igniting my cigarette and taking a deep drag. The sharp smoke entered my mouth and traveled down my trachea into my lungs. Though somewhat overwhelming, it was not particularly detrimental to my physical constitution. Murong Yinxian lit his own cigarette, inhaling deeply before exhaling a ring of smoke. Leaning against the window, we fell into a comfortable silence, savoring our cigarettes. As I tasted the smoke, the nicotine coursed through my bloodstream, momentarily alleviating the tension that had long burdened my mind. With the advancement of the times, harmful substances in tobacco had long been eliminated. Even if they were not, any simple toxins would be swiftly purged from my system. This particular tobacco was specially crafted for cultivators. Otherwise, ordinary cigarettes would have little effect on them. Made from spirit herb tobacco, it provided the sensation of smoking. As ordinary tobacco, with its low nicotine content, would fail to stimulate a cultivator's body to produce dopamine, leading to its immediate expulsion from their system. Thus, we quietly finished our cigarette by the window. Finding it rather enjoyable, I requested more from Murong Yinxian. To my surprise, he casually produced an entire ring of space filled with cigarettes, tossing me 10 packs without hesitation. He resembled a wealthy young master, which, in truth, he was. After stowing the cigarettes in my spatial ring, Murong Yinxian and I escorted the ladies back to their respective rooms. A certain distance must still be maintained. Apart from Baiyu, who was carried back by Murong Yinxian, the others were lifted by Enmashi using the power of chaos, and gently returned to their respective rooms. The other boys, however, were not so fortunate. With Wu Chaojie in my left hand and Ma Mingming in my right, Murong Yinxian supported Tianjun on his shoulder while grasping Yu Wu's ankle with one hand, proceeding in tandem towards the residential area. After depositing each of them onto their beds, I exchanged a brief greeting with Murong Yinxian, urging him to retire early as well, before making my way to my own room. Once in my chamber, I took a shower and gazed out at the magnificent scenery through the expansive window. Yet sleep eluded me. Rising from my bed, I retrieved the cigarettes that Murong Yinxian had given me, unwrapped the packaging, and selected one, lighting it slowly. I sat in my room, inhaling the smoke as my thoughts drifted far away, carried off by the starry river. The following day, everyone awoke around noon, likely having caught a whiff of the alcohol lingering on their skin, and they all opted for a shower before emerging. Upon Enmashi's exit, she found everyone gathered in the lounge, animatedly discussing their plans for the afternoon upon arriving at Starport 1. I merely smiled at their excitement without offering any comments. Naturally, upon reaching Starport 1, it was essential to grant everyone some freedom, though it would be preferable for them to travel in pairs. After all, their cultivation levels had only just reached the first transformation of the meteor stage, and being in an unfamiliar place, solitary excursions could lead to complications if any issues arose. I allocated the afternoon for free activities, instructing everyone to reconvene at the battleship in the evening. Several groups formed spontaneously for leisurely explorations. Wu Chaojie, He Qiankai, Murong Yinxian, and Baiyu formed one team, eager to wander through Starport 1. Ma Mingming, Yu Wu, and Tianjun created another team, intent on discovering the port's attractions. Enmashi, however, chose to venture alone to gather intelligence, for it would be unwise for the group to blindly rush into the Elven Star domain without any information upon reaching the Eternal Star System. At the very least, acquiring some intelligence about the Eternal Star System was imperative. While some information could be found online, such details were often commonplace and lacked confidentiality. Around 1 o'clock, we could see Starport 1 through the windows. It resembled a colossal steel fortress adrift in the cosmos, with towering steel edifices and neon lights pulsating vibrantly, showcasing the liveliness of this city established amidst the universe. An overwhelming sense of futuristic technology enveloped us, while we had grown somewhat accustomed to drifting in space. The sight of a populated area was undeniably exhilarating. The entire city exuded an aura of transcendence, as if we had momentarily stepped into the future. This steel metropolis, constructed directly within the cosmos, housed a vast port where numerous battleships were docked in an orderly fashion. Occasionally, warships depart from the harbor, where exquisite female automatons maintain order, creating a vibrant, unceasing metropolis in the cosmos. However, such scenes are remarkably commonplace throughout the universe. Once cultivators attain the asteroid realm, they essentially transcend their physical forms. able to forego breathing, sleeping, and eating for extended periods. Yet, they can sustain their bodies in optimal condition, as entering the asteroid realm grants them the ability to draw upon the dark energy of the cosmos to replenish the energy necessary for their bodily functions.